The first time I entered the mountains, I was followed by a giant panda cub. Before I could get excited, a mechanical voice rang in my mind. Seeing the dense rewards given by the system, I was left dumbfounded. I quietly took out a bit of premium feed and sniffed it, and suddenly the air was filled with a fragrant aroma that made me start to drool. Meanwhile, the little cub was hiding behind some bamboo not far away, cautiously peeking out with its little head looking at me. At that moment, the live stream exploded with comments. "Oh my gosh, I see the cutest little cub in the world. It's so adorable. I really want to touch it." I was also completely smitten by this little cub, so I put down my backpack and waved at the giant panda cub. "Little cub, come here." Hearing my call, the giant panda cub, which had been hiding behind the bamboo, became bold and walked out, raising its little head to look at me seriously for a couple of seconds, then immediately grinned and started running towards me with its short little legs. I happily waited for the little cub to come over. However, what I didn't expect was that halfway there, the little cub suddenly tripped and fell, then rolled over and stood up again. After getting up, the little cub shook its little head and immediately started running towards me again, quickly reaching my side. I immediately picked up the little cub and looked at it closely. The little cub looked up at me with its big eyes for a couple of seconds, then immediately rubbed its little head against me, and then sniffed around me as if searching for something. The little cub's adorable appearance melted the hearts of everyone in the live stream, and everyone started sending comments. "I can't take it anymore. This giant panda is too cute. I want to raise one." Host, quickly check if there are any other giant pandas nearby. I suspect this little guy might have sneaked out. I also looked down at the little cub a few times. This guy was a bit small, about 50 to 60 centimeters long, and it seemed not yet an adult. I patted the little cub's head and asked, "Little cub, where are your parents? Did you get lost from them?" The little cub nodded and then shook its head. I was a bit confused about what this little guy meant, but I still got up and looked around the bamboo forest, finding no signs of other giant pandas. I asked the little cub again, "Do you remember where your home is?" The little cub opened its mouth and nodded. I was immediately overjoyed. This was great, as I was worried about how to handle this little guy. Since the little cub knew where its home was, that would make things easier. I put down the little panda, patted its head, and said, "Then you can go home first. Maybe your parents are already waiting for you at home. Don't make them worry." The little panda, who was originally grinning, was suddenly dumbfounded. It stared blankly at this human in front of it, seemingly thinking, "Am I not cute enough?" The viewers in the live stream were also indignant. Listen to what it's saying. "You actually let such a cute giant panda go home by itself?" At that moment, the little panda opened its arms and hugged my thigh, then looked up at me with its bright, sparkling eyes, looking pitiful. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this little guy to cling to me. After thinking for a moment, I decided to take this little guy back since it knew the way. So I bent down to pick up the little panda, but to my surprise, it suddenly became restless, continuously making ee sounds and sniffing around me as if searching for something. I looked at the little panda in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with it. The little panda searched for a long time but couldn't find what it wanted. It then looked up at me with a pitiful expression and patted its fluffy belly with its little paw. The viewers in the live stream were a bit puzzled by the little panda's actions, but I already understood what this little guy wanted. I rubbed the little panda's head and asked with a smile, "Little panda, are you hungry?" Upon hearing my words, the little panda's eyes immediately lit up, and it nodded vigorously, then patted its belly again, looking at me excitedly. I nodded, "Then wait for me a moment, okay?" After saying that, I placed the little panda on the ground and walked to the side. The little panda sat down on the ground, tilting its head, looking at me with a puzzled expression. At that moment, I walked into the bamboo forest and stopped in front of a few tender bamboo shoots. I thought the little panda would like to eat this, so I directly broke a few bamboo shoots and brought them to the little panda, throwing the bamboo in front of it. "Your lunch is here, hurry up and eat." But to my surprise, the little panda tilted its head, looking at me in confusion, and then pointed at the bamboo on the ground with its paw, showing a hint of disdain in its eyes. Seeing the little panda's actions, I was very puzzled. Don't giant pandas like to eat bamboo? Why was this little guy being picky? The viewers in the live stream also expressed their confusion. Wow, this giant panda is a bit picky, actually not eating bamboo. What should we do if this little rascal doesn't listen? I think a good spanking would do the trick. I heard that giant pandas in the zoo drink milk powder. Why don't you get some milk powder for it, host? I looked at the little panda on the ground, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "Where do you want me to get milk powder for it in this mountain? Besides, this little guy should be weaned by now." Just then, the little panda on the ground wobbled to its feet, ran over, and hugged my thigh, looking up and starting to call out. I helplessly said, "You really don't want to eat this bamboo?" The panda shook its little head, then started to explore my body with its little paw, continuously sniffing. After a while, Seeing that it found nothing, the panda began to call out anxiously again. Watching the panda's actions, I thought to myself, could it have smelled the scent of the premium feed on me and come over? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. That stuff even made me want to taste it just from the smell, let alone the panda. I patted the little panda's head. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. After saying that, I pretended to put my hand into my backpack and took out the premium feed from my space. As soon as it saw the premium feed, the little panda's eyes lit up. It came over, hugged my arm, and started making yee-yee sounds with its little paws. I quickly poured out a bit of feed and placed it in front of the panda. The panda sat down on the ground and began to eat the feed with great enjoyment. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and began to remind me, what are you feeding the giant panda, host? Don't mess around. Or maybe just wait for the Forestry Bureau people to come. Seeing the comments, I explained, don't worry, everyone, this is good stuff. You can tell how much the panda likes it. The premium feed was very appealing to the panda, and before long, it had eaten all the feed clean, sitting on the ground and patting its little belly in satisfaction. I stood up and waved at the panda. You're finally full, so let's go home. Don't let your parents worry, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, I picked up my backpack and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the panda surprisingly ran over and hugged my thigh, looking at me with a pitiful expression and shaking its head. This put me in a bit of a dilemma. It seemed the little guy had decided to cling to me. Although private adoption of wild animals is allowed in Hawaii, the approval process is very complicated, requiring a lot of checks, and they can trace your ancestry back 18 generations. For a national treasure like the panda, it's impossible for anyone to pass the review. But looking at the little panda's appearance now, I knew I couldn't leave alone. I could only take the little panda with me and see how it goes. Not long after returning to the village, my phone rang. After I answered, a voice quickly came through. Hello, is this Mr. Liu? I'm a staff member from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. I'm calling to inquire about the wild giant panda beside you. I heard you want to adopt this giant panda. Is that right? I smiled and nodded. Yes, I do want to adopt the giant panda. The Forestry Bureau staff continued. Do you know the process for adopting wild animals? I nodded. Yes, adopting wild animals is just a matter of reviewing personal information. I'm confident I can pass the review. After confirming, the staff scheduled a time to come to my place the next day. After hanging up the phone, the sky gradually darkened. I went to the kitchen to prepare some food to solve my hunger. After returning home, it seemed that my habit of staying up late had suddenly improved. I fell asleep early while holding the little panda. The next morning, I was awakened by the sunlight coming through the window and the weight on my chest. When I looked up, I found the little panda sprawled on my chest, with its limbs spread out and its head tilted, soundly asleep. Zhang Feng carefully moved the troop away from himself, then got up and walked out the door. Hearing the chirping birds outside the door, Zhang Feng was in a good mood. The air inside these mountains is just great. And after a while, Zhang Feng's great aunt came, with breakfast in hand. Wake up, little Feng. Your eldest uncle said for you to sleep more, and asked me to bring you breakfast later. After walking into the house and setting down the breakfast in her hands, Great Auntie stepped back out and picked up the broom in the yard to sweep. Auntie, put it down. I'll just sweep it later. Zhang Feng rushed over and snatched the broom off. Great Auntie is like that. It seems like she's been busy all her life. All day long you're either on the job or on the way to the job. That's fine. When we're done eating, you'll bring the bowl over at noon, just in time for a piece of the noon meal. The eldest aunt smiled and nodded, then left Zhang Feng's home. No surprise, it must be time to go back to work in the fields again. Zhang Feng sighed, simply washed his face and then woke up Tuanzi from his bed for dinner. Boing boing. Waking up, the group slumped over the table and withered as they looked at the meal in front of them. There seems to be very little appetite. Zhang Feng knew that this little guy must want to eat fodder again. You're a glutton for punishment. Zhang Feng nodded Tuanzi's little head, then took a bit of feed out from inside his carry-on space. Sure enough, the donut immediately came to life at the sight of the feed, calling for feed with paws outstretched. Zhang Feng stopped caring about the feed after placing it in front of the donut. It didn't take long for this man and bear to finish their respective breakfasts. Time for signing in and punching in has arrived. Please ask if you are punching in. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Punch card. Zhang Feng said without hesitation. The first day of signing in and punching in was successful. The check-in location is Longko Village. The system rewards have been issued. Please check by the host. After signing in successfully, Zhang Feng checked the rewards this time. The art of strengthening the body. A bag of aura seeds. 360-degree high-definition hovering automatic live footage. The rewards this time are nowhere near as rich as the last, but the third reward was quite useful for Zhang Feng. With this thing, he'll never have to hold up a selfie stick live again. Then Zhang Feng took out the manual, and after following the steps above to connect to his live broadcast, the camera really levitated. The couch. Couch. Yoo-hoo. Old Jiang started his live broadcast quite early this morning. Where are the pandas? Where are the pandas? I heard that there are giant pandas in this live broadcast, really? Yo, this anchor is good looking. He's a match for me. In the moment Jiang Feng opened the live broadcast, 110 people flooded into the live broadcast room. This was a lot more popular than when Jiang Feng usually opened his live broadcast. But Jiang Feng knew that the reason why so many people came to the live broadcast was because of the pandas. So Jiang Feng decisively turned the camera of the live broadcast to Tuanzi. Immediately, it drew cheers from the crowd. Seeing this, Jiang Feng stopped caring about the live broadcast and started cleaning the room. What he didn't expect was that after Tuanzi saw Jiang Feng working, he immediately ran his ass over as well, only to see it come up and snatch the broom from Jiang Feng's hand, sweeping the ground like Jiang Feng had just done. He only learned poorly and messed up the pile of garbage that Jiang Feng had managed to sweep into a pile again. Jiang Feng immediately took the broom away from the troop's paws in disgust, then pushed the troop to the side. This little guy is netting him trouble. Boing boing. Tuanzi, who had been pushed away by Jiang Feng, was dissatisfied, running over and lying on all fours next to the garbage heap. The small eyes were even more very provocative looking at Jiang Feng. Boing boing. Come here. Ha ha, that's a real bear. What a loving giant panda. Oh, actually will help the anchor work. I can't. I'm getting cute with this little guy. I'll go. This is really the first time I've seen such an interesting panda. There was a lot of talk in the live broadcast room, but Jiang Feng gave Tuanzi a very helpless look. Get up. Let you work, okay? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi immediately stood up with a wide grin. Jiang Feng handed the broom to Tuanzi with a disgusted look on his face, then went back to work on something else. With the addition of the donut, Jiang Feng was not busy all morning, simply because this little guy is totally here to make a mess, which is not working. What's even more outrageous is that this guy sticks his paws out for feed after a short period of work. Hopefully, this little guy is up here working for him, and as long as Jiang Feng didn't give it, this little guy was pouting and cute. Jiang Feng had no choice but to give it, who made it a national treasure. I'm not going to give it to you if you don't do a good job. Jiang Feng nodded Tuanzi's little head and said. The donut immediately gave a couple of perfunctory winks. Ha ha, old Jiang, you're content. The pandas help you work, what else do you want? That's right, it's not too much for a giant panda to work for you and ask for a paycheck. Laughing my ass off, this panda is so funny. After a busy morning, Jiang Feng sat down on his tired butt and rested. He was really too tired since the troop's mess. And just then, a sudden knock sounded outside the courtyard. Immediately afterward came the sound of talking. Is Jiang Feng at home? We are from the Forestry Bureau. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So that we can have more power and update faster, please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 6, 18 Generations of Poor Farmers in Your Ancestry? Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the ground, looked up and froze. He didn't expect the FDA to come so suddenly and so quickly. It's only been one night and they've investigated everything. Is there anyone in the house? At that moment there was another sound of talking from outside the door. Someone, coming. Jiang Feng got up and patted the ash on his ass, closing the live room amidst the wails of the netizens, then rushed off to open the gate. The next thing I realized was that at that moment there were 5 or 6 people already standing in front of my house. The leader was a middle-aged man with glasses and doubly slicked back hair, a very cultured kind of person at first glance, and behind him was an old man in a white coat and a few Forestry Bureau staff. Hello, you must be Jiang Feng. I'm Su Qinghuan, the director of the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. Director Su of the Forestry Bureau took the initiative to go forward to shake hands and said softly, there is not the slightest hint of a director of bureau. Hello, I'm Jiang Feng. Inside please. Jiang Feng immediately invited Su Qinghuan and his group inside the courtyard, and Tuanzi, who had been sleeping, immediately got up and sat up as soon as he heard someone come in. After seeing the Forestry Bureau's group, Tuanzi immediately ran to Jiang Feng. Then he directly hid behind Jiang Feng, hugging Jiang Feng's thigh. He quietly revealed half of his head to survey the crowd. The crowd in the yard was amused by the troop's antics. This panda is quite funny and shy. Director Su smiled and spoke. Jiang Feng also smiled and squatted down to touch the donut. This little guy was actually shy when he saw so many people for the first time. After the crowd in the courtyard chatted for a while, they went straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, you know the purpose of our visit this time. Su Qinghuan surveyed the courtyard, then slowly spoke. Yeah. Jiang Feng nodded calmly. It was all said on the phone yesterday that the group from the Forest Service came to him today for 2 purposes. One was to inform him whether he was eligible to adopt a giant panda. The other one is to give the pandas a checkup. However, with the system in place, Jiang Feng had nothing to worry about. And seeing such a calm Jiang Feng, Su Qinghuan couldn't help but look a few more times. The young man in front of him had good chi cultivation, and could actually be so calm. Did he already know he could adopt pandas? Ahem. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, you've passed our review. From now on, this giant panda will be adopted by you. But we, the Forestry Bureau, will monitor it at all times. We have the right to take the pandas if we find something wrong with them. Su Qinghuan looked seriously at Zhang Feng. After all, this was the first person in the country to adopt a giant panda. They had to be careful. After saying that, Su Qinghuan took out another document from her briefcase, as well as a red adoption certificate. Then he handed it to Zhang Feng and asked him to sign on top of the document. Zhang Feng took the document, looked at it twice, and signed in front of it without finding any problems. The moment he signed the papers, Tuanzi was truly adopted by Zhang Feng. Congratulations, the first person in the country to adopt a giant panda. Su Qinghuan shook Zhang Feng's hand again with a smile on her face. The conditions for adopting wild animals in China are harsh, but the country's population is too large. There are always a number of people who are eligible to adopt wildlife, but these people invariably adopt ordinary wild animals. The highest level is just a red panda, a grade 2 protected animal, not to mention a first-class protected animal like a donut. No one can even pass their scrutiny, until Zhang Feng appeared and directly broke their record. Until now Su Qinghuan had some not come back to her senses. Do you know why you passed the vetting? Su Qinghuan looked at Zhang Feng at this time, a mysterious smile on her face. Looking at Zhang Feng, he was a bit confused. No, don't know. Zhang Feng was at a loss for words. Was there something wrong with his background? After our investigation, there is no problem with your background. It can be said that it is very clean, because your ancestors have been poor peasants for 18 generations. Su Qinghuan whispered to Zhang Feng at this time. Only this sentence was the one that directly made Zhang Feng dumbfounded. The brain also short-circuited straight away. You've really found out about me. And what's worse, they're all poor ing peasants. What the hell is this? Is his family's poverty a family heirloom? Luckily, I had just closed the live broadcast. Otherwise this would have gotten out and it would have been good if it didn't make people laugh. At the same time, Zhang Feng also had some questions. Were all his ancestors really poor farmers? So how did this get passed down from generation to generation? Zhang Feng raised his head and froze as he glanced at Su Qinghuan. That's what the information says, and there's nothing we can do about it. Su Qinghuan patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and spoke. The entire Zhang Feng was speechless, but soon Zhang Feng accepted this fact. He felt that his family's ancestral poverty should end with him, because he has a system. Perhaps the emergence of this system was the result of the struggle of his ancestors to get here. So, later on, he'll send his old man some money to spend. At this moment, Su Qinghuan nodded with satisfaction after seeing Zhang Feng's unmoved expression. This kid is a talent. He's pretty strong mentally. I'm fine. Then this panda is mine. Zhang Feng slowed down and pointed at the donut behind him. Well yes, but we're going to give the giant panda a checkup and we'll be coming back from time to time afterward to give him a checkup. So I hope you'll cooperate. Su Qinghuan nodded and said. Then let the doctor who followed examine the group. Tuan wanted to run at the sight of a stranger. However, he was picked up by Zhang Feng from the back of his neck and told the doctor to give the troop a good checkup. Zhang Feng also chatted with the people from the Forestry Bureau for a while. After waiting for a while, the doctor finished his examination of the group. Donut's body is great. No problems whatsoever. Then we'll go back first. After the inspection, Su Qinghuan left with the Forestry Bureau's crowd. Zhang Feng didn't be polite with the other party either. After all, he was still dawdling at his eldest uncle's house, so how could he still keep people at home for dinner? And when the people from the Forestry Bureau left, Zhang Feng opened his live broadcast again. I can't wait to share what just happened with the internet. Friends, I'll tell you something heavenly. Zhang Feng said on the air. What good is it that your sow has given birth? Look at Lao Zhan's happy face. Could it be that you've given birth? That was the Forest Service knocking on the door, wasn't it? What are they doing here? Anchor, I want to see the pandas. The live stream immediately became lively. Zhang Feng didn't talk nonsense, but directly took out the certificate issued by the Forestry Bureau. Netflix has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 7, I'm not floating. I'm going to adopt the certificate. Oh, this amazing teenager. Show me what you're holding. I don't know how to read, so help me see what's on it. Big guy. It says I'm your father. No way, no way. I'm going to be blinded by the dazzling light of old John's success in this pretense. No way. Is this thing real or fake? Awesome. Junior, please take my knee and teach me how to adopt. After Zhang Feng took out the adoption certificate that Su Qinghuan had given him, the live broadcast room completely exploded. The screen was even densely populated with pop-ups. It's straight up mind-numbing to watch. And at this time, Zhang Feng's live broadcast popularity had already broken through the peak of his popularity since his live broadcast. 1W plus viewers online. Without exception, All the netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded by this adoption certificate from Jung Fong. They looked at the few words on the certificate with an incredulous expression on their faces. As we all know, nationally protected animals are the most difficult to adopt, not to mention this national animal. So it's just not going to happen. I don't believe it. It's absolutely fake. I'm going to report it. I thought I was the richest man in the world and I adopted a wild boar, but this anchor is adopting a national treasure. Upstairs, I don't even want to talk about you. Is that adoption? You're craving its body. Lowlife. Old Jiang Kana. Just now the Forestry Bureau came to send this specifically for you. I just want to know how this anchor got past such scrutiny. The live feed appeared in a swath of questioning pop-ups. No one seems to believe it's true. Those who chose to believe it were questioning why Jiang Fong had passed the background check. Does Jiang Fong have something to offer? The hearts of all netizens were filled with disbelief. And Jiang Fong saw these questioning pop-ups. Only Jiang Fong didn't bother to explain these things. He couldn't say to the tens of thousands of viewers in the broadcast room that his ancestors had been poor peasants for 18 generations. It's a good bet that when he's finished, the old grandparents will come and nag him in the evening. So, it's better to remain silent. The crowd in the live broadcast room questioned even more in their hearts as soon as they saw that Jiang Fong had stopped talking. There were even some people who started to personally attack Jiang Fong, and a lot of new netizens came in at this point in the broadcast. These people are drawn in by the pandas. Until then, someone suddenly broke the news on the air, saying that just now, the Forestry Bureau of Taibai Mountain had released an announcement. The announcement clearly stated that congratulations to Jiang Fong for being the first person in the country to adopt a national treasure. When this news came out, it instantly caused a considerable shock in the broadcast room. Those who were still questioning it were dumbfounded. They find it a little hard to accept this. After all this time, what people say is true. The national treasure was really adopted by someone else. Awesome. The anchor is awesome. Worship the great God. Holy, I thought no one could adopt a national treasure, but I didn't realize someone could actually do it. Kneel down and ask the gods to show us how we can adopt a national treasure. Even though it's true, I still feel like it's a little hard to accept because I want to adopt too. Anchor, you tell us how you passed the censorship. This anchor is a bit wild. National treasures can be adopted. What is your family's background? As soon as the announcement from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau came out, the atmosphere inside the live broadcast room immediately changed. Those pop-ups that had originally questioned Jiang Fong had all disappeared as well. What followed was that many people were asking Jiang Fong how he passed the scrutiny, because everyone is the difficulty of scrutinizing this. Every year, many people want to adopt, but just none of them are able to do so. Even the super rich have often suffered in front of the FDA. The Forest Service disliked them in one sentence. The conditions are not up to par, just not adoptable. But now there's an accident, and the national treasure has actually been adopted by a mediocre anchor. It's just too mind-boggling. But Jiang Fong is just dead set on not saying how he was adopted, not leaking out any information at all. And since Jiang Fong didn't want to talk about it, the people from the Forestry Bureau naturally wouldn't say much. This is going to make the netizens anxious. They were wandering around like a headless fly trying to figure out the reason for this. But no matter what, Jiang Feng's live broadcast room is on fire. The number of fans rubbed off on me. It didn't take long to break through 1 million, but the madness still didn't stop. Big signs of breaking 10 million followers. And at that moment, the netizens had spread the word about what had just happened in the live room. Just like a virus, it didn't take long for the news of Jiang Feng's adoption of the national treasure to become known to many people in the whole of China. At first those people didn't believe it was real and thought someone was spoofing, but it wasn't until someone took out a screenshot of the announcement from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau that these people were able to move on from their skepticism and gradually believe in the fact. For a while, Jiang Fong quickly caught fire all over the internet. Even those in the news media are starting to report on this. Welcome to the evening 30 minutes. According to this station, recently our national treasure was adopted by a mysterious man. Please see the report. Shocked. Do not see regret for a lifetime. He's the one who adopted the national treasure. What's his identity? Shocked the nation. What makes him adopt a national treasure? I was shocked after reading it. National treasures are taken in for adoption, and there are 3 main reasons behind this. For a while, the entire internet was discussing Jiang Feng's adoption of a national treasure. Jiang Fong had truly reached the point where he was known all over the internet. Many people who had read the news immediately came to Jiang Feng's live broadcast. The Tigerfish platform's operations staff took one look at this situation and immediately recommended Jiang Feng's live room to the homepage. Then they began to contact Jiang Fong by phone, wanting to sign with him. They were afraid that Jiang Fong had been poached by other platforms. That's a big loss for the Tigerfish platform. Unfortunately, Jiang Fong, who was the main character of the incident, didn't know about it, because at the moment he's confronting the group in the yard. Neither side looked at the other in defiance of the other. No one wants to admit defeat. You really want to take Jiang Feng wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the opposite side of the troop with an expressionless face. Boing boing. Tuanzi held her head high, staring with her little eyes, her paws holding something, her little eyes very determined, and she called out towards Jiang Feng unyieldingly. The scene left the newcomer to the network a little dumbfounded. What do Jiang Feng and Guobao want? Donut, you drifted. Jiang Feng opened his mouth. Boing boing. I'm not floating. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 8, Quarreling with Giant Pandas. Tuanzi clutched the feed in his paws, defiantly holding his head high as he confronted Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, however, was very speechless as he looked at this little guy. This man and bear are facing off because the donut is so good at eating. It's okay to be able to eat, because pandas are like that. They spend a big part of their day eating, and the rest of the time is spent sleeping. So every panda is actually a dry rice king. But the point is that the little guy, Tuanzi, it does not eat bamboo. All morning he kept asking Jiang Feng for fodder to eat. It won't eat anything but feed. The fine feed rewarded by the system had already been pretty much eaten by the donut. Jiang Feng is a little skeptical. Do not eat bamboo. This is still a giant panda? Coming. I hear there are pandas in here. Come to worship the great god. I want to see who can adopt a giant panda. It seems like there really are pandas. Ugh. This panda cub is so cute. What is this panda doing? Ha ha, the anchor won't let the pandas eat, and the pandas are angry. Jiang Feng's live broadcast had already exploded all over the internet, and many new faces had appeared in the live broadcast. When the crowd saw Tuanzi and Jiang Feng who were facing each other, everyone was a bit puzzled. What does this man and bear want? Make it look like a fight is going on. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly at this point, then walked over to Tuanzi's side. Frightened, the group took a few steps back, putting the feed in their paws behind their backs in a hurry. The small eyes were even very wary of Jiang Feng. It made Jiang Feng very depressed. I'm not as important as your feed. Tuanzi, you're a giant panda. You should eat bamboo. You can't eat fodder anymore. It's not good for you. Jiang Feng spoke to the little guy in a serious tone. Boing boing. Tuanzi didn't appreciate it, but opened his little mouth and called out to Jiang Feng. I don't know if it works. You just don't want to feed me. The donut barked a few more times in displeasure. One man and one bear were saying one thing to each other as if they were arguing. No one is convinced by anyone. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly. This little guy was quite stubborn. It wasn't that he didn't want to give this little guy food, but the system rewarded him with very few fine feeds. If the system didn't reward this anymore, it would be a big problem. And as it stands now, the little guy is so addicted to eating that he won't even eat his favorite bamboo. Therefore, Jiang Feng felt obligated to help Tuanzi change this point. Unfortunately, the little guy, Tuanzi, was very uncooperative, clutching the feed tightly in his paws and not letting go. A pair of small eyes were even more wary of Jiang Feng. It was afraid that Jiang Feng would snatch away its food at any time. This anchor is also too stingy. Right, pandas eat him a little something, so what? You can't say anything without having seen it. And the donut has been on feed all morning, so this definitely won't work. Yes, there are pandas that eat feed all the time. Pandas eat bamboo as normal. Giant panda, I thank you. Donut is a glutton for punishment. The netizens in the live chat room all had different opinions as well, but everyone's opinion is that it's okay for the donut to eat bamboo, not fodder, because that ain't healthy. However, only Jiang Feng and Tuanzi knew about the healthy or unhealthy thing. There is definitely nothing wrong with what comes out of the system. And now this man and bear are still facing each other. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly, then sat on his butt beside Tuanzi. Donut, why don't you go home? Jiang Feng's words were shocking and directly confused the troop. It looked at Jiang Feng with its mouth wide open and its eyes dumbfounded. What's the meaning? You're kicking me out. Tuanzi's little eyes were filled with aggression, with the feeling that I'm going to cry if you say one more word. Instead, the netizens of the live broadcast laughed happily. Anchor wants to chase away the pandas and this is a good thing. Let's go. 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 Ha ha. When one is sitting at home, good things fall from the sky. The donut is mine. Bunch of daydreamers upstairs. I don't even want to wake you up. Look at the way Lao Jiang has aggravated Tuanzi. The reaction of the netizens in the live stream was very enthusiastic. While Jiang Feng stole a glance at the aggrieved Tuanzi, he was happy inside. If we don't make the little guy suffer a little, he really won't eat anything else. Alas, the landlord's family has no more food left, and I've run out of feed and can't afford to feed you. Now there's just that little bit of feed left. Jiang Feng reached out and pointed to the feed behind the donut. Tuanzi twisted his head to look at the feed behind him, then gave Jiang Feng another dumbfounded look. Boing boing. Donut's mouth dropped open and he shook his head in disbelief. You tell me what to do. I can't afford you anymore. Jiang Feng continued helplessly. Tuanzi was silent now. looking at Jiang Feng dumbly. Old Jiang, can you be a human being? Look at how scared Tuanzi has become. Ha ha, I can see now. Is the anchor joking with the group? Upstairs, if your parents are still young they should have another one. You're too slow to react. Jiang Feng didn't bother to look at the live broadcast, but instead looked at the troupe. He wanted to see how the group reacted. And at that moment, after the group froze for a moment, they immediately grinned again. Boing boing. Tuanzi barked twice in excitement, then opened his short little legs and ran towards the outside of the gate. Jiang Feng, recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 9, Tuanzi, I'll support you. The group ran all the way and soon ran out of the gate and out of sight. Jiang Feng stood in the courtyard a bit dumbfounded. He was just trying to play a joke on Dumpling. Did this guy take it seriously? It's really gone. To be honest, Jiang Feng was a bit flustered inside now. He got up in a hurry and ran out the door to look for the donut. It's over. The pandas have really run away. Old Zhang is kind of playing it off now. Right, and the other pandas are really gone. Anchor, quickly go find the giant panda. Don't let this little guy really run away. Brothers, here's your chance. Let's go grab the donut together. Upstairs, I'm not even going to bother hitting you. The netizens in the live broadcast room weren't gloating anymore, and the crowd was starting to get anxious for Jiang Feng. Fear that the little fellow, Tuanzi, had really run away, and Jiang Feng had already run out the door by this time. He saw the furry back of the donut from afar, and that the guy seemed to be heading towards the back of the mountain. Jiang Feng shouted in a hurry, Tuanzi, come back quickly, and after hearing Jiang Feng's voice, the troop in front ran even faster. In an instant, he disappeared into the back hills. Jiang Feng couldn't care less and hurriedly chased after him, but when he ran to the back of the mountain, he realized that the donut had disappeared. Jiang Feng looked around anxiously. How come this little guy's legs are so fast? Where did he go? Jiang Feng searched around the neighborhood without finding any trace of the troop. The little guy seems to have literally disappeared. The netizens in the livestream were also worried when they saw it. At that moment a bad thought sprang up in everyone's mind. Tuanzi, this little guy can't have gone home, can he? Tuanzi won't be pissed off at Lao Jiang and go home, right? It's possible. The group is still really ambitious. Haha, laughed me to death. On this also adopt the first person of the giant panda. This is afraid to come to laugh. Shut the up upstairs. If you can't talk, don't talk. Old Su, look again. This little guy sure can't run fast enough. Everyone was worried about Tuanzi, while Jiang Feng was now immobile there at this time, because he was talking to the system. System, can you help me find the donut? When Jiang Feng finished speaking, the system didn't respond to him immediately. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The system is still not responding. Is the system in? Brother, are you there? System dad, are you still there? In. The system suddenly replied back, almost making Jiang Feng spit out blood. This system is too immodest for Nima. I can't believe I took advantage of him. But Jiang Feng couldn't care less right now. He still had to use the power of the system to find Tuanzi now. Tell me where the donut's gone. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to ask. 1 minute. 2 minutes. When Jiang Feng was about to get impatient, the system finally responded. Keep going forward. Really? Jiang Feng was overjoyed to hear the system's response. While the system was ignoring him, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate either. Following the system's prompts, he hurriedly walked towards the front. The system says the donut is in front, then it must be in front. Along the road in front of him, Jiang Feng had been walking for a while now, but he still hadn't seen Tuanzi's figure. How does this guy run so fast? Jiang Feng asked with inner doubt. It had only been a short while of work and this little guy had run so far. It seemed that he had underestimated the donut. However, at this time, Jiang Feng's heart began to worry. What if the little guy is really home? What if the little guy doesn't come back with me? Jiang Feng walked towards the front with worry. Look, it's the donut. It's donut. Lao Jiang, Tuanzi has appeared. Tuanzi has appeared. This little guy is gnawing on bamboo. No, it seems to be collecting bamboo. Thank goodness we finally found the donut. The netizens in the live room were the first to spot the group. Then Jiang Feng looked up and also spotted the troop in a bamboo forest not far ahead. At this time the group was gnawing hard on the roots of the bamboo, but instead of eating these bamboos, the group went to the next one after gnawing it down. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded after seeing this scene, and Jiang Feng walked straight over. Tuanzi, the group that was gnawing on the bamboo froze and stopped their hands, then slowly turned his head to see Jiang Feng. Boing boing. After seeing Jiang Feng, Tuanzi immediately grinned and winced, and also stretched out his paw and waved it towards Jiang Feng. That doesn't even look like anger. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly came to Tuanzi's side. Squatting down and stroking the group's head, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why did you run here? I thought you had gone home." Boing boing. Tuanzi's small eyes shone brightly as he rubbed his head against Jiang Feng. then stretched out his paw to point at the several bamboos that had fallen to the ground next to him. Donut, what are you doing with all this bamboo? Zhang Feng asked with some curiosity. Isn't this little guy not eating bamboo? Now how come you've chewed so much bamboo again? Boing boing, I'm going to feed you, Tuanzi shouted excitedly, then got up and bumbled to the side, pulling up a bamboo and pulling it. Then put the bamboo around these bamboo Zhang Feng, and he stretched out his paw and pointed at Zhang Feng, and then pointed at the bamboo on the ground, and then he went up himself and nibbled a few bites. Finally, he lifted his head again and grinned. That smile was very healing and made everyone looking at it very happy. Boing boing. However, Zhang Feng was unable to see what the troop wanted. Do you want him to eat bamboo? What's wrong with the donut? Isn't this little guy not eating bamboo? I think this is Tuanzi making the anchor eat bamboo. This panda is so nice. Oh, so touching. So loving pandas. Knowing that their masters can't afford to feed themselves, they still make a special effort to find food. Nima, is this giant panda becoming a spirit? You're talking nonsense. He's an iron eater. The netizens could see this was Tuanzi trying to get Zhang Feng to eat bamboo like him. Zhang Feng was also touched by the side. This was really a sweet little guy. He patted the donut. Come on, let's go home. Zhang Feng picked up the troop and then walked back. But Tuanzi was pointing at those bamboos on the ground and screaming anxiously. Obviously, he wanted Zhang Feng to pull these bamboos back as food. Okay, all brought back to you. Zhang Feng gathered the bamboo together, then carrying the bamboo leaves in one hand and holding the donut in the other, he headed for home. It was then that the group grinned contentedly. Donut, why did you come here to chew on bamboo? Boing boing, I raise you ah. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 10, what's next? Zhang Feng went home happily with the troop. What he didn't know was that there was a small animal in the bamboo forest on the road into Longmen village that was calling out in the direction of Longmen village. Unfortunately, there was silence all around and no one heard its cry. After calling out for a while, probably to see that there was no response, the little animal in the bamboo forest was spinning anxiously in place. It was as if there was something in the village that attracted it. But this little guy didn't even dare to take half a step to the bamboo forest. It immediately retracted again as soon as its paw stepped out of the bamboo forest, as if it was afraid of the outside world. Boing boing. The little guy unwillingly stood there and barked twice in the direction of Dragon Gate village. Then he turned around and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest in disappointment. And at that moment, Zhang Feng also brought the troop to his eldest uncle's house. Because it's almost time for lunch, he came over again with the donut to rub it in. He won't have to come and rub it in when he goes back to town tomorrow to buy some more necessities. And the eldest aunt greeted Zhang Feng warmly when she saw him coming and hurriedly sat down. Hurry up and bring out all the finished meals. Planning on staying home for a few days? The eldest asked without looking up from his head as he ate. Zhang Feng hurriedly replied back. I won't leave this time when I come back. I want to stay at home. Not going. The eldest uncle holding the chopsticks froze in his hands and looked up at Zhang Feng in surprise. He knew that Zhang Feng's character was very strong, or else he wouldn't have left the village to fight outside with his sister. However, times have changed. If Zhang Feng wanted to stay inside the village before, he wouldn't say anything. But it's different now. There's no chance of turning over a new leaf in the village until you get out. There's no future in this mountain nest. So Janagwa still hoped that Zhang Feng could go out more. Young people still need to venture out more. It's not good to stay at home all the time. I'll have the others find you a job in time for tomorrow. So go to work. The eldest took a bite of his food and continued. He thought that Zhang Fengsher had lost his job and that's why he came back. So he thought of finding Zhang Feng a job close to his home for a while first. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, waved his hand and refused as soon as he heard his eldest uncle's words. No uncle. I want to start a home-based business. Zhang Feng doesn't want to go out to work anymore. He wants to start a business at home, preferably to get the whole village out of poverty. If no one pays any more attention to this small mountain village, it won't be many years until all the village elders have passed away. All the young people have gone to the city. Then Longmen village will cease to exist. This is something no one in the village wants. Therefore, Zhang Feng wanted to make an effort with the help of the system. Home-based business Longmen village. Aha! Zhang Feng nodded heavily. Boing boing. Tuanzi, who was burying his head in dry rice, also raised his little paw to show his support for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and cleaned the rice grains around the group's mouth. While Jiang Igua heard this, his face was very ugly up. The already pitch-black face got even darker. This is nonsense. Don't you know what's going on in our village? Just you still start a business. What do you want to do with just this small mountain village? The eldest spoke with some anger. As the village head of Longmen village, he naturally hoped that every household in Longmen village would have a good time. However, the conditions in Longmen village are so poor that although the road has been repaired, it is still not easy to go up and down the mountain. and the village has very little flat land and is not suitable for agriculture. The village used to be able to make a living from hunting, but now these are forbidden. So Longmen Village, which originally relied on the mountains to eat the mountains, lost its most important source of livelihood and economy all of a sudden. And in recent years, the village labor force has basically gone out to work. All that's left are these old people. So it's not so easy for Longmen Village to get out of poverty. It's not just a matter of moving your mouth. When he heard his eldest uncle's words, Jiang Feng was very stubborn and said, "Uncle, believe me, I can definitely succeed." Jiang Feng was very confident in himself, because he has the help of the system. System, please don't take me with you when you brag about being awesome. Boing boing. The Tuanzi next to him raised his paw once more, indicating that he wanted to go with Jiang Feng. Jiang Igua saw that Jiang Feng was so determined and looked deeply at him twice. Go do whatever you want on your own. Jiang Igua picked up his rice bowl and walked out of the room, squatting in the doorway to eat. Your eldest is like that. He doesn't let anyone else do it when he's not capable himself. Little Feng, listen to auntie, do whatever you want to do, and I'll go and give you a hand when the time comes. The eldest aunt came out from the kitchen and added some more food to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng hurriedly said thank you. Ma'am, do you know what is suitable for development in our village? Jiang Feng asked as he ate. To be honest, if it wasn't for his eldest uncle's words just now, he really wouldn't have known what he should do in order to develop in Longmen Village. Is it tourism? But as beautiful as this place is, not many people know about it. Besides, you need people to invest in the development of tourism. I don't know about that. I'm a countrywoman who doesn't know anything about that. But I hear vegetables are old expensive in town now. The first aunt spoke up. What vegetables? The only land in the village is planted with vegetables. Jiang Igua at the door suddenly shouted to. The great uncle bristled without another word. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was brightening up at this time. He was aware of how expensive the price of food was now, and it had even caught up with the price of meat. If growing vegetables is indeed a good option. Besides, hadn't the system rewarded him with a bag of aura seeds before? It must be nice what grows from those seeds. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng became excited inside, wanting to immediately go and plant the aura seeds. So after Jiang Feng wolfed down his meal, he picked up Tuanzi and was about to leave. Auntie, I'll leave now. I'll ask for your help in a few days. Boing boing. Tuanzi, who hadn't eaten enough, suddenly screamed unhappily after being picked up by Jiang Feng. The boy is in a hurry. Great aunt shook her head, then cleared away the dishes. At this time, Jiang Igua walked into the house with a black face carrying a bowl. I haven't finished eating. Why are you cleaning up? But the eldest aunt didn't even look at the eldest. Feng is done eating, has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 11, Tuanzi, boing boing, I'm farming. After leaving his eldest uncle's house, Jiang Feng returned to his home with Tuanzi. He flipped out the aura seeds that the system had rewarded him with earlier. When I opened it, I realized that the seeds seemed different from any ordinary seeds. Reiki seeds are a little more full and round. Looking at it is a remarkable value. However, Jiang Feng didn't find out what kind of seeds this bag was even after looking at it for half a day. Forget it, whatever. Wait until evening to plant these seeds. I'd like to see what kind of fruit these seeds can grow. Jiang Feng said to himself. It was just afternoon now, when the sun was at its hottest, so you can only plant these at night. And just as Jiang Feng wanted to put these seeds away, the giant panda Tuanzi suddenly ran out. Boing boing. The donut reached out its paw and placed it on top of the aura seed. Jiang Feng cried out in a dark voice, but before he had a chance to speak, Tuanzi directly grabbed a few aura seeds and stuffed them in his mouth. No donut. Spit it out quick. Jiang Feng rushed forward and tried to break the donut's mouth. However, the donut was very unfaithful, and clenched his teeth, just not letting go, and it kept shaking its head, just not spitting out the aura seeds. In the end, Jiang Feng breathlessly stopped his hand movements. One can only watch as the group chewed and swallowed the aura seeding. This little guy is quite a glutton for punishment. Want to try everything? Just eat it and watch out for a flower growing out of your stomach. Jiang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's little head powerlessly, then quickly put away the rest of the aura seeds. Boing boing. The donut that had finished eating the seeds didn't have the slightest idea what Jiang Feng meant by that. All it knows is that it's delicious and it loves it. But by the time it wanted to eat it again, Jiang Feng had already put away the seeds long ago. So Tuanzi's two front paws drooped on Jiang Feng's thighs, then looked at Jiang Feng pitifully, prayed to Jiang Feng to give it some more. However, Jiang Feng was unmoved. These seeds were the ones he used to plant, so he couldn't let the little guy eat them. Okay, it's gone now. I'll get you something good later. It's still early. I'll take a nap. Jiang Feng rubbed the troop's head, then went back to the house for a nap. Seeing this, Tuanzi also followed into the house and shrunk into a ball lying beside Jiang Feng. Only the donut was staring at the ceiling, pretending he was sleeping. Time flies. By the time Zhang Feng woke up, the time had already come to evening. Zhang Feng got up and sat on the bed to look at the sunset outside the window, suddenly having a feeling of loneliness that was like a world apart. This feeling gave Zhang Feng the feeling that he didn't belong to this world. Boing boing. At this moment, Tuanzi's voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng twisted his head and realized that the little guy, Tuanzi, was leaning his head against his body. Little eyes lit up at himself. This naive look immediately made Zhang Feng wake up from the feeling of loneliness he had just experienced. Donut, you're so cute. Surprised, Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi's big head with both hands and snapped and kissed Tuanzi's forehead. The kiss confused the group. It opened its mouth wide and its small eyes looked at Zhang Feng. It was as if he hadn't reacted from what had just happened. What's wrong, Donut? Zhang Feng asked curiously as he stroked Tuanzi's head. Boing boing. Donut's grinning mouth widened even more when he responded, and clumsily climbed onto Zhang Feng's body. Just when Zhang Feng thought what this little guy wanted to do, the donut directly licked up Zhang Feng's face. Frightened, Zhang Feng hurriedly dodged and had to push the troop away. Come on, go away, Donut. Don't be like that. Boing boing. When Tuanzi saw that Zhang Feng disliked him, his head lurched and he stopped himself, then shakily climbed down from Zhang Feng's body, but sat on the bed and had his back to Zhang Feng. Oh, dear. Zhang Feng visibly saw Tuanzi's plump back seem to sigh. This little guy seems to be really pissed off. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he turned the troop around, then gave it another kiss on its big head. Boing boing. This kiss made the originally angry group immediately go grinning. He made a gesture to go up and lick Zhang Feng. Go, 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 go planting. Zhang Feng hurriedly got out of bed, and directly picked up Tuanzi as well. When he came to the yard, Zhang Feng found some farming tools to be used. Then he led the group to the back of his yard. The back of this used to be a vegetable patch that was like half an acre or so in size. Only over the years he had been away from home and the vegetable patch had grown over with weeds. You sit here and play by yourself while I go to work. Zhang Feng let Tuanzi sit and play by herself, then first cleared the weeds inside the ground. Then he wielded his hoe again and began to plow the ground. Tuanzi sat there cocking her head in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Feng. It didn't understand what the human in front of it was doing. However, when it saw Zhang Feng planting the aura seeds, the donut got a little anxious. That stuff is delicious. It can't go to waste. It winced and ran to Zhang Feng with its own short legs, stopping Zhang Feng who was planting. Boing boing. The donut lifted its head and opened its little mouth to purr. Zhang Feng was amused by this scene of the troop. This little guy must still want to eat the seeds. So Zhang Feng put down the hoe in his hand, squatted down, and touched Tuanzi's head. Donut, I'm gardening here. Boing boing. Work the land. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. You can grow a lot of yummy food just by planting these things afterward. Zhang Feng explained it to Tuanzi with a few words and gestures. The group also shifted from the confused look in their eyes a moment ago to surprise, then grinned again. Zhang Feng continued to hoe and plant when he saw that Tuanzi seemed to understand him, and that's when the donut stopped sitting there. Instead, he stood up and came to the side, and started digging into the ground with his own paws, and it's still wailing as it plows through the ground. The mood still seems to be very good. Zhang Feng somewhat twisted his head and looked helplessly at the troop. Donut, what are you doing? Look at how dirty you are. The donut was now covered in mud, and its originally white fur was black. Live and let live as a bear. The troop that was plowing the ground twisted its head to look at Zhang Feng and barked twice before turning its head and plowing the ground again. Boing boing. I'm farming. And Zhang Feng laughed and shook his head, then stopped bothering with this little guy. Donut can play if he wants to. He'll get a bath when we get home. The sun was setting, coloring the western sky red. Under the setting sun, this man and a bear are vigorously plowing the ground, neither one influencing the other. However, when Zhang Feng twisted his head and saw the movements of the troop after they finished plowing the ground, his entire body didn't look too good. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng put down what he was holding and asked curiously. Tuanzi, who was burying his head in his hands, raised his head in confusion and saw Zhang Feng grinning all of a sudden, then reached out his little paw and pointed to the pit he had plowed. Boing boing. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 12, Tuanzi is evolving? Zhang Feng glanced in the direction of the donut's finger. The pit was found to be actually filled with leftover boutique fodder from the donut. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked the troop up and down suspiciously. Didn't this guy eat all the feed? Then where did the feed come from in this pit? Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi's body twice more, wanting to know how Tuanzi hid the feed. And that's when the donut was still pouting and selling his feed. It winced as it put a feeder in the pit it had plowed, clumsily picking at the dirt with his own paws again. He filled the pit, not forgetting to stomp on it a few times at the end, then proceeded to plow the next hole. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Tuanzi's movements were really funny. This little guy must have heard what he just said, thinking that giving the feed to the seed will also grow the feed. It's a fool's errand. The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more amused he felt. He didn't stop the donut from moving, though, because he had to wait until the vegetable patch was ripe. Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed and laughed badly again. Tuanzi, who was pouting and struggling to plant, heard Jiang Feng's laughter. It lifted its little head and gave Jiang Feng a puzzled look, realizing that Jiang Feng was giggling. Boing boing. Tuanzi didn't understand what Jiang Feng was laughing at. There was a small grunt, then he turned back to his gardening endeavors. Jiang Feng smiled and then didn't bother with the donut either, but picked up the hoe and started planting as well. Time passed quickly. The sun had completely set over the mountains, and the sky had darkened. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Tuanzi were sitting on the ground with one person and one bear, back to back, panting. After not doing farm work for a long time, Jiang Feng felt that the trip down was quite tiring, and it took him and the group nearly 2 hours or so of busy work to finish planting this piece of land. Donut, are you tired? Jiang Feng asked as he glanced sideways at the donut. Boing boing. Tuanzi, whose back was against Jiang Feng, opened her mouth wide and wooed a few times in a small, feeble voice. I think it's a giant panda where it has done this kind of work, but the thought of all the delicious fodder that could grow later made the donut grin again. Jiang Feng sat on the ground and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Now that the seeds have been planted, it's time to water them next, but it's too much of a hassle to carry water back and forth to your home. Moreover, Jiang Feng was already tired and didn't want to move. Therefore, Jiang Feng then suddenly thought of the weakened version of the tricolor divine water that the system had rewarded him with. Although this thing had the effect of raising the dead, he didn't need it now, and such a system didn't give him a limited number of bars. Jiang Feng smiled badly, and besides, it's got the word water in it. It's still fine for watering the ground. The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more feasible he felt, so he called out the system. System, is it there? Can you help me sprinkle the three-colored divine water on this vegetable patch? Jiang Feng inquired. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The system was probably shocked by Jiang Feng's idea. It took a long time before he silently responded. Are you sure? Definitely. Isn't the three-colored divine water enough? You just help me sprinkle the three-colored divine water in this vegetable field, Jiang Feng said with some excitement. The system was silent for a moment. It was shocked badly by Jiang Feng's idea. I gave you a reward for saving a wounded animal. You used it to grow vegetables. The system wouldn't be able to buy Jiang Feng's whimsical hole, and Jiang Feng saw that the system didn't respond for a long time, so he asked again. This time, the system silently didn't say anything, but instead sprinkled three-colored divine water over the vegetable field as Jiang Feng wanted. Jiang Feng was very satisfied as he stood on the ground and looked at the three-colored divine water floating down. And when the three-colored divine water floated down on Jiang Feng's face, he suddenly felt his face itch. It's like a wound healing, and the group next to him reacted even more. At first it was sitting stupidly on the ground looking at the three-colored divine water floating down in the sky. After a while, the troop suddenly smelled a very nice scent from these three-colored divine waters. This stuff seems delicious. Tuanzi immediately squealed with excitement, then ran to the center of the vegetable field with his short legs. With his head held high and his little mouth open, he was catching the three-colored divine water floating down from the sky. Jiang Feng had originally wanted to call Tuanzi back, but seeing as the donut didn't seem to react badly, he left it alone. The group was left to catch the rainwater with their little mouths open. Soon, under the operation of the system, the three-colored divine water was evenly sprinkled on the vegetable ground. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He was now very much looking forward to what exactly would grow out of these aura seeds. Donut, go! Jiang Feng had just wanted to call Tuanzi to go home when he didn't expect an accident to happen to Tuanzi in the vegetable field. Only the donut sat in the vegetable patch and screamed in agony. Jiang Feng panicked in his heart and hurriedly ran over. Donut, are you okay? Jiang Feng called out anxiously as he held the donut. But Tuanzi was still screaming in great pain and kept rubbing his head against Jiang Feng. The expression was even more painful. Jiang Feng was completely flustered. He didn't know what was wrong with Tuanzi. Did you just drink the three-colored water? Jiang Feng hurriedly called out the system. System, quickly help me see. What's wrong with Tuanzi? Jiang Feng asked anxiously. The giant panda is fine. It's the cells in its body dividing and growing. The system blah 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 said a bunch of terms that Jiang Feng didn't understand. However, he knew that Tuanzi was fine, and the three-colored divine water seemed to have some great benefits for Tuanzi. So according to you, the donut is evolving. Jiang Feng calmed down the troop for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask. The system's explanation made Jiang Feng think of the giant panda's ancestor, the Iron Eater. Tuanzi won't turn into an Iron Eater, will he? Jiang Feng looked somewhat worriedly at the troop with a pained expression, but this was all Jiang Feng's overthinking. The donut hadn't evolved into the legendary iron-eating beast. Instead, They screamed in agony for a moment before stopping. However, Zhang Feng could clearly feel that the troop seemed to have changed. The donut seemed to have grown a bit and his fur was more shiny. What's more is that the donut's little eyes seemed to be brighter. Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as Tuanzi was fine, and after the pain had passed, Tuanzi opened her little mouth and screamed excitedly towards Zhang Feng. There was absolutely no trace of the agonized look from earlier, and also from raising his head towards the sky, he seemed to want to drink some more of the three-colored divine water. Zhang Feng knocked Tuanzi's little head helplessly. Don't look, and next time if you mess with your food without my permission, see what I'll do to you. After Zhang Feng saw that Tuanzi was fine, he got up and packed up the things he had brought, then pulled the group home by their little paws. The group, however, is still reluctantly looking at the sky of the vegetable field. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 13, The Tuanzi's Hidden Private Money. In the evening, Zhang Feng came back after taking Tuanzi to dine at his eldest uncle's house. The eldest uncle was still angry with Zhang Feng at dinner. He felt that Zhang Feng just wouldn't die until he reached the Yellow River, and it was hard to develop Longmen Village in its current situation. And Zhang Feng could only smile helplessly and bitterly. After all, there was no proof in his mouth now, and no matter what he said the eldest would not believe him. So, only when he's done something on his own will uncle believe what he's saying now. Come on. Zhang Feng, who had returned home, went to bed early, because tomorrow he had to take the group to town to buy some daily necessities and so on. Since I plan to stay at home, I can't keep eating at my eldest uncle's house. He's been weirdly embarrassed about it for a long time. The next day, early in the morning, the first thing Zhang Feng did after waking up was to clock in and sign in. It was already something he had to do every morning. The second day of punching the clock and signing in was a success. Check-in will be at Longmen Village. Sign-in rewards have been issued. Please check and receive by the host. After clocking in and signing in successfully, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open today's reward. However, after seeing the rewards, Zhang Feng instantly felt a bit disappointed. Cash prize of $0.002 billion. Boutique feed 10. The God of Cookery's Legacy 1. This time the rewards are nowhere near as good as the last two times, but far better than nothing. And this time, the system was quite considerate and actually gave him the reward of a fine feed. That's enough for the donut this time. After clocking out, Zhang Feng didn't get up. Instead, he received in his mind the reward from the last time he successfully punched the card strengthening body technique, as well as this time's inheritance of the kitchen god. Zhang Feng closed his eyes and sat on the bed silently receiving the transmission of knowledge. After a long time, Zhang Feng opened his eyes. He leapt down and tried his hand, realizing that his physical strength and reaction speed had increased considerably from before. It's no problem to deal with 3 or 5 big men. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction, then woke up Tuanzi who was still sleeping on the bed. Donut, get up. It's time to hit the streets. Boing. The sleeping group called out, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Obviously didn't want to get up. Zhang Feng stood beside the bed and gave a bad smile. Tuanzi, get up. It's time to eat. Immediately after hearing the sound of the need to eat, the group opened their eyes and sat up. Boing boing. Tuanzi opened his little mouth and scanned the surroundings with a pair of small glowing eyes. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. Tuanzi the little guy is actually a foodie. And without seeing any food and hearing Zhang Feng's laughter, Tuanzi immediately quit. Boing boing. The donut lay back down again, then went on all fours with a disgruntled grunt on its lips. After Zhang Feng had laughed enough, he took out the fine feed from inside his carry-on space and placed it in front of the troop. Upon seeing the feed, the group immediately sat up in excitement. Boing boing. Yummy. There's not much of this left, so you'll have to save it. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head. The group immediately nodded, but his eyes were looking straight at the feed. After Zhang Feng put down the feed, he didn't bother with the troop anymore, but opened his live broadcast. The moment Zhang Feng started broadcasting, a lot of netizens rushed in the live room. This was all because yesterday, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast after broadcasting for a while. It nearly drove the netizens who wanted to see the donut crazy. Oh ho! Number one! The anchor is finally on. I want to see the pandas. Anchor, please read the private message. I'm the supervisor of Tigerfish. Quick! Where are the pandas? Where are they? This anchor is awesome. Tens of thousands of people came in without saying a word, without a moment's effort. Dense pop-ups appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Zhang Feng smiled very happily when he saw so many netizens suddenly appearing in his live room. After he greeted the netizens, he turned the camera to the group. Then he went to wash himself. When he was done with his work, Zhang Feng appeared in front of the live camera again. Everyone, help me keep an eye on the group. I'll go borrow the only car in the village and take the group to town later. Zhang Feng said on the air. Go. Don't bother me with the pandas. This anchor has millions of followers and he doesn't have a car. People, that's a million fans a night, alright. I got skeptical about what kind of car could run up this ravine. What do you care? Just watch the donut. Zhang Feng said in the live broadcast, then spoke to Tuanzi again. The troop that was eating waved its hand very impatiently, telling Zhang Feng to hurry up and leave it alone. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he left the yard and went to the village to borrow a car. And after Zhang Feng left, the donut also stopped eating and neatly arranged the rest of the feed on the table. Looking at the feed in front of him, Dumpling's mouth opened wide and his small eyes stared thoughtfully at the feed. And after a while, the donut suddenly stretched out its paw and actually started counting the feed. Counting and wooing at the same time. Boing, boing boing, boing boing. The group counted up one and peeled one aside. The netizens in the live stream were about to die of laughter after seeing this scene. Am I reading this right? This giant panda is actually counting. Ha ha, this giant panda is so funny. Can it count? Donut, this is morning, this is noon, and this is night. What a cute panda. I really want to steal it. The netizens are about to have a blast. And soon enough, the group had counted several feeds on the table. Then the donut stood up and waddled to the door, sticking out a little head to look out the door. Just as the netizens were wondering what Tuanzi wanted to do, Tuanzi flew back, then opened the door to the room's closet. Then the group grinned and very cleanly hid their feeds one by one in the cabinet. After hiding it, he was still uneasy enough to open the cabinet door and look at it twice. Boing boing. After confirming that it was put away, the group finally left in satisfaction. And the netizens were dumbfounded after seeing this scene. This giant panda has become a sperm. I'll go. I really didn't expect this giant panda to actually hide private money. It's a panda inside a panda afraid to be a small child. Yes, there is indeed a bear in there. Look at the pandas and then look at my son who was watching cartoons and I go up and slap him. Don't do that upstairs. The king next door will be heartbroken. Netizens were shocked by the group's move. And right at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside Zhang Feng's yard. Shug, 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 shug. Shut, we've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you for your time. Chapter 14, get in the car. Brother will take you for a ride. A sudden noise outside the courtyard startled the crowd, because the sound of this commotion was so loud that they could hear it clearly even if they weren't there. And at that moment, the live camera followed the group to the gate. At this point the group was sitting on their asses. The little paw covered her open mouth and looked at Zhang Feng who was driving in surprise. At that moment, the netizens also happened to see the scene outside the yard. Shug, 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 only to see that Zhang Feng was driving over in a walking tractor, and the front end of this tractor was already losing its color, bursting with black smoke. However, the marking DF12 can still be seen faintly. There was also a rusty wagon hanging off the back of the front end. One look at the tractor and you can tell it's got some years on it. Everyone in the live room was dumbfounded by this scene. No way. This is the anchor's borrowed car. Tractors are still handheld. This is from the last century, isn't it? It's been a long time coming, so there are tractors like this now. I'm convinced. How poor is the anchor village inside? And now they still drive tractors. The netizens were shocked for a long time by the tractor driven by Zhang Feng. They never expected that Zhang Feng would actually drive a walking tractor over. And at this moment, Zhang Feng was happy. Don't look at this tractor is worn out. But this is really the main transportation for all the villagers inside the village to go to the town in the last 1 or 2 decades. This thing is beat up and worn out, but it's perfectly fine for a round trip to town. Soon, Zhang Feng drove the tractor abruptly to the entrance of his house. The group was frightened by the movement of the tractor at this point. He covered his little ears with his paws and ran behind the gate in a huff. A small head poked out to look at the behemoth outside. Zhang Feng parked the hand tractor in front of his house, then waved at the donut and said, "Get in the car, Tuanzi. Big brother will take you for a ride." Only after hearing Zhang Feng's words did the troop carefully walk out the door, then waddled over to the side of the tractor, his little eyes even more amazed at the novelty. "Get in the car, donut." Zhang Feng waved at Tuanzi again. Tuan immediately grinned, then stretched out his little paws and climbed towards the car. However, Zhang Feng walked down, and with a handful of the donut's neck, he put it into the carriage at the back. Boing boing. Donut opened his little mouth and grunted in dissatisfaction, and reached out his little paw to point to the driver's seat in front of him. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's head. "Just sit at the back. There's no room for you to sit in front." After pacifying Tuanzi, Zhang Feng returned to the front, then very skillfully ignited the fire and started the tractor. "Depart!" Zhang Feng shouted and drove the tractor with Tuanzi towards the village entrance. Boing boing. The first time the group rode in the car, they faced forward and raised their paws in excitement. Say, is this tractor safe? This tractor. I want to ride. It looks safe, but the tractor should be scrapped. This village is really poor. Oh, I really can't figure out why the anchor can adopt pandas. Is it because of poverty? Upstairs, I urge you to be kind. The camera on the live feed automatically hovered over the side of the tractor. The netizens didn't care, thinking that someone was holding the camera for Zhang Feng. Soon, Zhang Feng drove the tractor abruptly to the village entrance. The entrance to the village was full of old people at this time. When they saw Zhang Feng driving the tractor, they knew that Zhang Feng was going to town. So, the old people stood up and waved at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also hurriedly stopped after seeing the old man. Little Feng, are you going to town? Can you bring me some eggs? Little Feng, bring some oil for the third grandmaster. The house has been out of oil for half a month. I've run out of noodles. Can Xiao Feng buy a bag of noodles from Auntie Li? After the old people stopped Zhang Feng, they spoke out their own claims. Basically, they were going to ask Zhang Feng to help them bring a little bit of daily necessities. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't refuse. After all, Longmen village is nearly an hour away from the town, and the village is full of these old people now, making it very inconvenient to travel. Before, Zhang Feng's eldest uncle would also drive the tractor to town to purchase a little something, but since Jiang Igua broke his leg a month ago, it's been a long time since anyone from the village has gone to town. This time Zhang Feng going to the town was something they had been looking forward to for a long time, and as soon as Zhang Feng took a look at so many people, basically every household had something to buy, so it was a rush to get a piece of paper and record it. Uncles and aunts, one by one, just don't worry, I'll bring the stuff back to you. Zhang Feng cherished the paper in his pocket and waved his hand towards the crowd, then started the tractor again and left the village entrance. Seeing this, the faces of the village elders again showed a contented countenance. Then they sat down again, chatting in groups, and glancing now and then toward the entrance of the village. It was as if Zhang Feng had returned from a big purchase. No, this village is so inconvenient to travel. At a glance you just haven't experienced the social beatings. This is very common deep in the mountains. The village has no labor force. The old people live a very hard life. Can't they just walk down the hill to the store? Come on, you'll give me a walk on a mountain road that takes an hour to drive. It's not all like that inside the mountains. It's mainly because the anchor's village is too remote and there are no young people in the village yet. Upstairs, right on the money. Some of the netizens in the live broadcast room were a bit surprised when they saw the scene at the village entrance just now. They hadn't realized that life in a village deep in the mountains could be so difficult. And at this time, Zhang Feng drove the tractor with black smoke already burst through the bamboo forest. It's heading down the hill. Only, there was a small white animal in the bamboo forest that rushed to run in the bamboo forest after hearing the sound of the tractor. The mouth was even more anxiously wooing. Frantically, he chased after Zhang Feng's tractor. On the way, he even fell down hard once, but the little animal was totally unconcerned about his own well-being, climbed up and then gave chase. But when it was about to run out of the bamboo forest, the little white creature stopped. Wincing, he looked out at the sunlight and retracted his claws. After calling twice, he turned around in disappointment and went back into the depths of the bamboo forest. And the donut that was grinning from the tractor suddenly seemed to hear its familiar voice in the bamboo forest, calling of birds. Tuan's little head tilted and his eyes froze. At that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke up, interrupting Tuanzi's thoughts. Donut, sit tight, we're going downhill. Upon hearing the voice, the group immediately snapped out of the daze they had just been in before grinning again. Boing boing, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 15, Young man, are you selling this panda? The location of Longmen village was relatively remote in terms of the entire Taibai mountain range, and it's sparsely populated, except for the town, which has more people. Even driving to town takes an hour. And most of the mountain roads here are built on mountains, with big mountains on one side of the road and cliffs on the other. If one is a little inattentive they will fall, and a pulverized body is more than inevitable. So Zhang Feng didn't dare to drive too fast on the way, and also let the group lie inside the carriage not to leak out the head. He was afraid of scaring the group. The live streamers, on the other hand, weren't treated so well. They were all scared to death after seeing such a scary scene. I'm Naya, so hi. I'm scared out of my mind of heights. It's scary. If you jump off this you'll die for sure. Che, what's there to be afraid of? You cowards, I'm just enjoying the highs and lows. Well, enough for now. I'm going home to change my pants. Kneel down and beg the anchor to shut down the booth. The netizens in the livestream were all frightened by the coiled road, and Zhang Feng didn't feel much. Already this road he had been walking for many years and was used to it. Along the way, Zhang Feng drove the tractor bursting with black smoke on the dangerous mountain road. The group lying in the rear compartment had originally still been grinning gleefully, but at the end of the day, The donut's little expression came up and it got a little upset. Donut lay sullenly in the wagon with his head on his side. Eyes glanced out every now and then sighed softly. This was a good laugh for the netizens watching the live stream. Tuanzi's little series of expressions were just too funny. And the only reason the group was like this was because the journey was so boring. Other than this one tractor, no cars or pedestrians were seen at all. And Zhang Feng had to drive the hand tractor in the front, so he couldn't talk to Tuanzi. Only occasionally could he turn around and look up at the donut. The group sat in the back of the wagon by themselves, quickly losing their freshness for the outside world. Gradually, with the slight bumps of the car, the troop slowly closed their eyes, and then fell asleep lying directly inside the carriage. Zhang Feng, who was driving the tractor in front of him, twisted his head back to take a look after he didn't hear any movement from Tuanzi for a long time. It was a laugh. Tuanzi the little guy actually fell asleep. It was a good thing that he would reach the town after going over that mountain in front of him, so Zhang Feng didn't bother with the sleeping Tuanzi. Shug, 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 shug. The black smoking tractor went over the last hill, and finally a small market town appeared in front of Zhang Feng. That's the town where Longko village is located. Compared to other places, this was already considered the most prosperous place in a nearby area. People come and go from the nearby villages. When Zhang Feng appeared in his tractor, the people on the street all took a curious look. After all, this side of the country was remote, but something like a tractor, long since obsolete, was still very noticeable. Zhang Feng drove the tractor to the town health center and then parked it. Donut, wake up, we're at the fair. After Zhang Feng parked the car, he came to the back and woke up Tuanzi who was sleeping soundly. Calling of birds, the group opened their eyes in a bit of a daze. Upon seeing those buildings in town and the people coming and going, the donut immediately widened its eyes as it was the first time it had seen such a scene. It stood in the wagon, looking around curiously, and that's when the surrounding townspeople spotted the group in the wagon. Surprised, they all gathered around, then looked at the group with curious faces, pointing and exchanging whispers. Although they knew that there were giant pandas inside this mountain, there were still a few who had seen them with their own eyes. Tuanzi was so frightened by these people that she hurriedly hid in Zhang Feng's arms. Don't even dare show your head. At this time, an old man bent over with a basket on his back came forward and pointed at the donut. Young man, do you sell this panda? The oldest man opened his mouth to buy away the gnocchi. The boss was too funny, and drew laughter from the netizens at the scene and on the air. His uncle, this is a giant panda. You can't sell the drops. That's right, this giant panda belongs to someone else. If it were me I wouldn't sell it. Why can't you sell it? Then how this person has it? I give him money. The boss reached out and pointed at Zhang Feng next to him. It drew another round of laughter. Zhang Feng holding the donut also smiled very helplessly. He just wanted to explain a few sentences to the old man. A young man ran over and hurriedly pulled the old man away. Master, that panda was raised by someone else. Surely it can't be sold. After the young man pulled the oldest away, the others around him looked away for a moment before dispersing. Still, the eyes of the pedestrians coming and going were on the group. After all, this is a giant panda. Rare. At this time, there is a young man dressed in a very trendy suddenly ran over and asked, Buddy, this camera is good remote control, where to buy it? The young man pointed to the camera hovering in the air and said to himself. He took a glance at this camera of Zhang Feng's. This thing can levitate in midair, and it looks like that kind of tech. Remote controlled, bought abroad, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang Feng didn't want to get too involved with the young man, so he casually dealt with a couple sentences and left with Tuanzi. He hadn't forgotten that he had a lot on his plate today. He has to give to follow the list to the village people to buy all the things to be able to do so. And the young man immediately shut up when he heard the thing cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a couple $100,000 for just this one thing. He can't afford it even if it kills him. Soon enough, Zhang Feng began his big purchase with the troop. No matter where Zhang Feng brought Tuanzi wherever he came, he would attract a lot of attention. Even the store will discount some for the sake of the donut. The group also gradually grew bolder from the shyness they had just experienced. Small eyes dripped around, constantly looking around, and many of the netizens on the air were seeing this small bazaar for the first time. One by one, they were very curious. This is the marketplace inside the mountain. Sparrow is small. All the organs are complete. You're afraid you're an iron bean. No matter how small this place is, people are still a town. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Why do you guys act like you've never seen the world? Hey guys, look over there. There seems to be something familiar. Where is it? Where is it? Hurry, hurry, let me see it. I'll go. It's not. What's that coming? The pop-ups in the live stream suddenly multiplied, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. When Zhang Feng was looking at the time on his cell phone, he inadvertently saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Then curiously, he glanced in the direction of what the netizens were saying. The whole thing was bad. Pikachu, We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 16, Pikachu surprises in the mountain nest. After Jiang Feng turned his head and saw the stall at the street corner, his entire body was startled, because there were actually 5 or 6 Pikachu in that one box. Yes, it's Pikachu from the cartoon, all yellow, with a long tail, pointed black ears, and those very distinctive 2 polka dot blushes. Isn't that a proper Pikachu look? But this nest of Pikachu is a bit different from the Pikachu in the anime. The size alone is much smaller. Jiang Feng looked a bit dumbfounded, holding Tuanzi involuntarily toward the street. That can't really be Pikachu, it looks like it. What are you thinking? Pikachu is from the anime alright, just like Deja. It's not real. What, you actually don't believe in light? This one looks like it's dyed with a mouse or something to make it look like Pikachu, and it's just to fool the uninitiated. Who are you saying hasn't seen the world? The moment Netflix saw Pikachu, everyone was also taken aback by the familiar look, but soon the netizens reacted. This is not Pikachu, it's just a mouse with a coloring. This would have been recognized elsewhere. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of old people at this very remote fair, and it was the first time anyone had ever seen such a rare animal, so it all came together. Take a walk, take a look now. Pikachu, the offspring of an ancient beast, $500 apiece. $500 apiece now. Jiang Feng hadn't even walked up to the stall owner before he heard him yell loudly. Jiang Feng laughed when he heard it. This stall owner is really bragging about Pikachu, the ancient beast. What the hell was this guy thinking? And as the vendor yelled, the crowd of onlookers grew. Jiang Feng also hugged the stall and followed the crowd around. The stall owner at this time was still yelling hard about those Pikachu inside his box. Blow that out of the water. Jiang Feng frowned straight away when he heard it. This guy didn't look like a good person. With 2 8-handed beards, a sharp mouth and thieving eyes, he was born to be fit to eat prison food. However, Jiang Feng didn't immediately make a sound, but stood aside. He wanted to see how this guy would blow these rats dyed into Pikachu. Folks, this is the legendary ancient beast, Pikachu. Do you know what's in it for you to buy at home? The sharp-tongued stall owner's eyes stripped around the crowd, but no one answered him, and everyone looked at the Pikachu in the box with curiosity. Seeing this, the stall holder didn't pause, but went on. By the way, do you guys know about treasure hunting rats? I know, it's that divine beast that can help people find treasure. A big bald fat man raised his hand high in the air as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know, and said excitedly. The old men around them glanced at the fat man. That's right, what this friend said is very good, and this Pikachu is the offspring of the treasure hunting mouse. Although it can't hunt for treasure, it's still okay to buy at home to improve the feng shui. Bless your family with a good career, success in school, and peace of mind. Pikachu can still do that. The stall owner nodded with slight satisfaction and spoke seductively to the elderly in the neighborhood. This time the old people around finally reacted when they heard that this thing could improve the feng shui of their homes. Someone has even started asking for a price. After all, who doesn't want their own family to be good? Seeing the crowd's reaction, the stall owner smiled with satisfaction and made it a point to emphasize that these were the last few, and that there would be no more if they were sold out. This made a lot of seniors on the scene. While Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, he couldn't help but laugh. This stall owner and that fat guy's acting is so bad, it looks like they're in cahoots. However, these 2 guys actually dared to cheat on the street so openly, so it seems that they have a little something. Anchor, quickly hurry up and stop that person. Can't let the old man be cheated. Don't worry, Lao Jiang is not that kind of person. What a laugh. If this kind of crook comes over to my side of the house, you'll see that I'm done if I don't anus him. You're disgusting upstairs. Scammers are scared of you. Ha, these don't seem to be rats. Let me think. The netizens in the livestream were also angry to see these 2 scammers actually scamming the elderly, and there were already people on the scene ready to start shelling out money. Jiang Feng hurriedly went up and tried to stop it. Just then, the donut suddenly ran out and crouched in front of the cardboard box. Curious, he pointed to the Pikachu in the box and called out. It seems to be asking what it is. It is most interested in such odd shapes. Jiang Feng picked up the donut as soon as he could. It's a rat. Got it. Boing boing. The group nodded in confusion. Still, it didn't understand why this rat was different from the ones it usually saw, and Jiang Feng's voice wasn't small as he spoke, so the old people around him heard him. They were instantly a little puzzled. Is it really just rats? And the stall owner was smiling as he was about to collect his money, not realizing that someone actually dared to tear him down. He looked up angrily at Jiang Feng, then was suddenly surprised in his heart. Who is this guy? I can't believe I'm carrying a giant panda with me. This look is not rich or noble, not to be messed with. Look. Moreover, Jiang Feng was looking at himself with a smile on his face, so the stall owner knew that he had been recognized. Immediately, he was weak-minded. These people of theirs tend to pick some remote areas to start with, and all of them change places with one shot. not daring to stay in the same place for long at all. If you run into a hardcore snake in the ground, you're even more afraid to get tough. What's more, once if the locals recognize them, these remote areas are so tough that it's good not to beat them half to death. Therefore, the stall owner hastily lowered his head when he saw this, and then made a wink towards Big Fatty. The two hurriedly packed up their stalls and tried to leave. Not for sale, not for sale. Something's come up today. Some of the old people who were shelling out money got anxious as soon as they heard that the stall owner was not selling, took out the only money he had on him and tried to give it to the stallholder. And how dare the stall owner collect the money at this time? He was still thinking of running away in a hurry. Right at this moment, a pop-up screen in Zhang Fang's live broadcast suddenly caused the entire broadcast room to explode. Anchor, don't let these two go. The Pikachu in their hands isn't a mouse. It's an alien species. Not only is this species ecologically destructive, but it also transmits disease. Stop them. This netizen on the live feed was in a hurry. The people from the forestry department who were watching the live broadcast were also anxious and rushed the staff at the town station to hurry over. And when Jiang Feng saw this pop up, his face changed, and he immediately held Tuanzi and stopped in front of the two. Two of you. Wait, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 17, The Brushtail Possum of Toho. That's a bit unethical, my friend. We're going our way, you don't have to do that. When the stall owner saw that Jiang Feng wanted to stop himself, he immediately looked at Jiang Feng with a grim face and an unkind expression. The big fat man next to him was even more eager to make a move. The two of them had been roaming around and committing crimes in many places, but it was the first time that they ran into such a nosy person like Jiang Feng. FX, do you guys have this stuff? It's fun to lie to people with dyed stuff. Jiang Feng immediately laughed at the other party's words. These two guys are really naive. It would be fine if they colored regular animals into other animals. After all, Jiang Feng has bought green peacock seedling in the market before, which is actually dyed chickens. But the animals these two used for coloring were actually invasive alien species, and it's likely to destroy the local environment. This was something Jiang Feng could not tolerate. My friend, do something and we'll see each other later. The stallholder spoke again conspiratorially, with a threatening tone, but Jiang Feng was unmoved by it. Woof woof woof. At this moment, Tuanzi immediately screamed towards the stall owner when he heard him threatening Jiang Feng. The originally bright eyes also became fierce, great desire to just pounce. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly calmed Tuanzi's mood, because he knew that once a giant panda made this kind of cry, it was angry. However, the stall owner couldn't help but light up when he saw the donut. My friend, pandas are national treasures, and I'm afraid you're keeping them in captivity like this. Seeing that the threat from earlier failed, the stall owner started to threaten Jiang Feng with the donut again. After all, pandas are nationally protected animals no matter what. It can be illegal to keep pandas in captivity without approval. The stall owner smiled as he thought he was winning. He thought he had found Jiang Feng's weakness. Unbeknownst to him, he made everyone on the air stifle a laugh. The size of this cutie. Has he not been watching the news? People are too busy scamming money to read the news. Ooh, I never thought that a liar would actually work harder than me. Why hasn't local law enforcement come over yet? Don't let these two crooks get away. Netizens are feeling worried about the intelligence of the scammers. Even Jiang Feng looked at the stall owner speechlessly. Are these two people stupid? Can't you see it's obvious that the panda is his? I think the two of you should care about caring for yourself. Jiang Feng still stopped in front to prevent the two from moving. That's when it dawned on the folks next to me. After all, these two were no good at first glance, and everyone was compelled by this man's words just now. All of them are very angry now that they understand. How dare these two bastards cheat them out of their money? Don't you know how hard it is for old people like them to save some money? The old people got angry and cursed at the two stall owners. There were even some emotional ones who wanted to hit the two stall owners. However, it was stopped by Jiang Feng in time, because if this fight went wrong, these old people would definitely have to pay for their medical bills. So it's better to turn these two over to law enforcement. Uncles and aunts, let's all calm down for a moment. Don't make a scene. Jiang Feng spoke to the old people around him, and as soon as the stall owner duo saw that the situation was not right, they immediately threw down the things on the stall and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But this is a tough place for the people, and it's impossible for these two to run. Before Jiang Feng could make a move, these two were pushed and shoved by the crowd and fell to the ground. The big fat man who came was even more impressive, lying on the ground and shivering. A number of people around them even took the opportunity to give the two guys a few kicks. What's wrong with doing that? You have to come and cheat them old people. It's really hateful. The stall owner duo lying on the ground struggled to get up and escape. If they continued like this, they might be killed. But it was crowded all around them, and they couldn't even run. Jiang Feng still didn't stop the old people from doing it, but he hurriedly covered Tuanzi's eyes to prevent it from seeing such an atrocious scene. Boing boing. Tuanzi barked twice in dissatisfaction, stretching out her small paws to try to peel away Zhang Feng's hand. But where was it a match for Zhang Feng now? It could only be honestly covered by Zhang Feng's eyes. All stop fighting. Law enforcement is here. At this time, I don't know who shouted out, and the crowd then stopped what they were doing. The two men on the ground had been beaten to death. A group of men in uniforms pushed their way through the crowd at this point and came to the forefront. One of them came forward to greet Zhang Feng after seeing him. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Zhang, the resident officer of the Forestry Bureau. Zhang Feng nodded in response. He knew the Forest Service must have seen the incident through his live feed. That's why it came so quickly. And immediately after the group of law enforcement officers arrived, they took control of the stallholder duo. Xiao Zhang from the Forestry Bureau also picked up the box of Pikachu and looked at it carefully. Every now and then there was a frown. Zhang Feng walked up at this time and inquired, "What kind of animal is this?" "This is a brush-tail possum that lives in Toho." Xiao Zhang from the Forestry Bureau looked up and continued, "Luckily it was found in time. This animal is very harmful. Not only does it damage the local environment, but it also transmits bovine tuberculosis, and the breeding of such animals is generally prohibited." Xiao Zhang glared fiercely at the stall owner duo when he finished speaking. If Zhang Feng hadn't discovered it in time today, this animal would probably have invaded the country. The consequences must have been great. The two stall owners, however, were ashen at this time, because they know where this animal came from. Now that they've been caught, there's a whole bunch of charges waiting for them when the time comes. At the very least, it's a 3 to 5 year sentence. Soon this farce at the street corner was over. After the law enforcement officers evacuated the crowd, they took the stall owner duo back, as well as the brush-tailed possums, and even Zhang Feng followed along to make a statement. After all, Zhang Feng was one of the parties involved, and by the time Zhang Feng came out, it was already afternoon. Zhang Feng stood at the street entrance and looked at the already sparse crowd on the street. The heart is very bitter. Normally, the town is largely deserted by mid-afternoon. This is because most of the people who come to sell their goods and buy things are villagers who live far away. That's why they have to make it home before it gets dark. Let's hope I can return to Dragon Gate Village before nightfall as well. Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi inside helplessly before he began to continue his purchasing with Tuanzi. This is a matter of food, clothing and shelter for the elderly in the village. He must finish. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 18, halfway to being robbed by an animal. The sun was setting, coloring the entire sky red. Apart from the villagers near the bazaar, there were already very few pedestrians on the streets. It was also just as long as Zhang Feng was holding the cuddly donut and kept purchasing things. Those bosses on the street laughed when they saw Zhang Feng constantly busy. There were even bosses who saw that Zhang Feng couldn't hold the things he bought, so they simply helped him carry them to the car. Finally, when the sun was about to set, Zhang Feng finally finished this village-wide purchase, a wagon full of stuff. Zhang Feng was afraid that these things would fall down halfway, so he found a large raincloth to cover it. "Let's go donut. Let's go home." Zhang Feng put Tuanzi in the driver's seat, then sat up himself. The otherwise modest driver's seat became crowded. Boing boing. Tuanzi's two eyes were lifeless. Her little mouth was open, and she leaned against Zhang Feng's body breathlessly. Zhang Feng comforted the troop. He knew the group had had a crazy day and was tired and wanted to sleep. After pacifying Tuanzi, Zhang Feng drove the tractor and went home along the route he came, and the road was all but silent except for the roar from the tractor. The sky was also gradually darkening, and Zhang Feng didn't dare to drive too fast. One can only drive carefully on the mountain roads. That would be a bit of a delay, but it was all for safety's sake, and Zhang Feng couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention the fact that he had the national treasure that was Tuanzi sitting next to him. It's a bit dangerous for the anchor to go back when it's dark. If it hadn't been for that mess, Lao Jiang would have gone home a long time ago. It's still the anchor who is bold. Anyway, I don't dare to walk this kind of night road alone. Do you guys think there are any large beasts inside this mountain? Like wolves, tigers, or something like that? Shut the upstairs, will you? The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but worry for Zhang Feng after seeing the sky darken. After all, traveling on such a dangerous mountain road with not so good visibility, the slightest inattention can lead to an accident. But fortunately, Zhang Feng's skills were quite good, and nothing unexpected happened along the way, and the troop beside Zhang Feng had already fallen asleep in a daze. The mouth was still wooing every now and then. It's like talking in your sleep. Zhang Feng was even more afraid to drive too fast this time, and could only drive carefully on the road. By now the sun had fully set and the sky was dim. The sound of insects on both sides of the road grew louder. That's the nice thing about being inside the mountains right now. It's cool even without the wind. Just like that, Zhang Feng drove his car around turn after turn, and had traveled about half the distance. But just as Zhang Feng turned another corner and came across a forest, an animal suddenly leaped out. With green light in both eyes, he stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Frightened, Zhang Feng directly came to a sharp braking, and subconsciously used his hand to hold the troop next to him. Luckily the tractor wasn't traveling very fast where that animal in front of it would have been knocked out. Holy, where did this animal come from? It almost scared me to death. It's so scary inside the mountains. I don't dare go up there at night. What the hell is this? It almost scared the out of me. Ha, that looks like a leopard. Ugh. Aren't you guys worried about the anchor's comfort with the pandas? All the way to. The sudden appearance of the leopard startled many people. Zhang Feng sitting on the tractor was also looking very helplessly at the leopard that was blocking his path. The leopard looks to be a money leopard, also known as a leopard, which is a national level protected animal. There used to be a lot of money leopards in the mountains, but in the last few years they have been rare. Zhang Feng hadn't thought that he would be so lucky. I can't believe I ran into this guy in the middle of the night. And at a glance, this money leopard is coming down the mountain to forage for food, because money leopards basically rest during the day and hunt at night. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at the money leopard warily. He didn't understand what the panther wanted, because it didn't look like they were trying to attack him either, but were staring at him very curiously. Zhang Feng thought that the immunity aura rewarded by the system might have worked, and just then, the group was awakened by the sharp braking that had just occurred. It opened its eyes in a daze, then gave a small wink. Raising his head, he looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Oh. At that moment, the leopard on the opposite side suddenly barked, then took a cat step towards Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng hurriedly picked up the troop. Tuanzi also heard the commotion at this time, and it took a confused look to spot the ferocious money leopard. At this time, Zhang Feng clearly felt the troop in his arms immediately tense up. Woof, woof. Tuanzi also bared his teeth and showed a ferocious expression as he barked towards the money leopard. The money leopard shook its head when it heard Tuanzi's roar, but instead of ignoring Zhang Feng and Tuanzi, he walked straight to the back of the carriage. It's over. This leopard won't eat the anchor and the group. I don't think money leopards eat pandas. I haven't heard of any animals eating pandas. Don't worry everyone. Tuanzi is an iron-eating beast. It's easy to deal with a money leopard. Upstairs sand sculptures don't explain. I think the anchor had better hurry up and run with the tractor. Netizens were worried for Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng was sure at this time that this money leopard really didn't want to harm him and Tuanzi. Otherwise this guy would have pounced. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked at the money leopard spinning around at the back of the wagon and understood. This guy is afraid he's not hungry. Hey, that guy, are you hungry? Zhang Feng called out towards the money leopard. The money leopard froze, then turned to look at Zhang Feng and growled. Woof woof woof. Tuanzi also barked towards the money leopard at this time, not to be outdone. It was fierce and cute and very adorable. Zhang Feng laughed a little. Since this leopard wasn't going to attack him, then everything was fine. But there was no way the food in the back compartment was going to be taken out to feed this leopard, because those are from the village. Zhang Feng thought about it, then took out a bag of feed and threw it next to the leopard. It made the leopard jump in fear. Then it looked at the feed twice more warily. It didn't know what it was, but it could sense that it seemed delicious. Roar or howl of an animal. The money leopard looked up and cocked its head at Zhang Feng. Eat it, it's delicious, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Roll, on the other hand, was not happy about it. As soon as she saw that her food had actually been given to this guy, she winced in displeasure, even had to go down to grab feed from the leopard. The netizens were speechless when they saw this scene. What's wrong with the world? Giant pandas actually grabbed fodder with leopards to eat recently. The transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your small hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 19, Tuanzi, do you have any friends? Boing boing. Donut was disgruntled and tried to go down and snatch the feedback. However, he was stopped by Zhang Feng. Well Donut, this one can't even find food. Poor enough, just let him eat. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi looked at the money leopard that was gulping down the feed. Then he turned over and sighed in resignation. And the netizens were speechless when they heard Zhang Feng's words. There were unanswered question marks on the screen. Poor me, I feel like the panther looks at me kinda poorly. The anchor actually said this leopard couldn't find food. Does the anchor have any misconceptions about this large beast? I don't know why the leopard didn't attack the anchor, but an ordinary person who touches a leopard will only die. I don't believe it unless it can outrun my Porsche 911. Wake up upstairs. I've stolen your wheels. Seeing that the leopard didn't attack Zhang Feng, it ate the feed. Netizens are feeling pretty incredible. At the same time, his heart was very puzzled, not understanding why the leopard was so docile in front of Zhang Feng. And Zhang Feng started his tractor at that moment, then waved his hand towards the panther that was feeding. Goodbye my friend, I'll leave you now. After saying that, Zhang Feng drove the tractor with the troop towards the front and continued. The money leopard, who was originally frantically eating, raised its head to look at the back of the tractor after hearing the commotion. Ah ho ho, the cheetah barked twice, sniffing the air again for residual scent and shaking his head a bit. Then he looked down and ate again. I am speechless. It's the first time I've seen a leopard in harmony with a human. I have a bold idea. Could the anchor be an alien and then these animals won't attack him? Upstairs, I won't read science fiction without a place for you in it. It looks like you guys are just poor readers. Normally leopards don't actively attack people. So what if it's a hungry and anxious leopard at night? I see that one just now. I'm not talking to you, you barbarian. The netizens in the livestream felt pretty amazing. It's amazing that such a ferocious leopard didn't attack anyone. And along the way, Zhang Feng kept sighing in his heart that the things produced by the system were good. He didn't expect this immunity aura to be so useful. It actually managed to keep a money leopard from actively attacking him. Then will he have nothing to fear when he encounters fierce beasts like tigers and lions in the future? Please don't take the initiative to get killed. Immunity aura has different effects on different animals. The system probably heard Zhang Feng's inner thoughts, so it explained the role of the immunity aura once more. It was sort of like pouring a pot of cool water on Zhang Feng to wake him up. Zhang Feng stopped caring about these things with a bitter smile and concentrated on driving the tractor. And once again, Tuanzi fell asleep against Zhang Feng's body. Soon, half an hour passed. Zhang Feng drove the tractor and finally saw the lights of Longmen village. He couldn't help but pick up some speed, trying to hurry home. Only what he didn't expect was that the tractor had just arrived at the entrance of the village when he realized that it was already full of old people. When they saw Zhang Feng come back, they immediately all gathered around with smiles. Finally you're back, little Feng. You've made us anxious. Little Feng, why did you come back so late this time? Seeing as we were worried sick. Yes, did you run into something on the way? The villagers surrounded Zhang Feng and spoke in a chorus. Basically, they were all worried about Zhang Feng. After all, when Jiang Feng's eldest uncle Jiang Igua went to town before, he came back early in the afternoon. So they were worried that Zhang Feng had run into something on the road and were worried. Zhang Feng saw that so many people cared about him. A warm current surged to his heart. And at that moment, the group that had woken up looked at the crowd in confusion. Looking at the crowd greeting Zhang Feng, it suddenly stretched out its own paw as well, its little eyes shining brightly as it purred. Boing boing, as if it was afraid the crowd would ignore it. The surrounding villagers laughed out loud when they saw it, and then actually gave the group a greeting. Boing boing. The donut grinned a wide grin and gave a little paw wave to everyone who greeted it. This made the old people smile even more. Little Feng, this panda you raised is extraordinary. I'm afraid it's going to become a spirit. He's a grandpa and you're just talking nonsense. You've seen an animal come to life. This panda is smarter than my rhubarb now. The old men marveled at the cleverness of the group. It's not often that an animal knows so much and understands human language. Zhang Feng stroked Tuanzi's little head and said, Uncles and aunts don't stand here either. Hurry up and collect your things back, said Zhang Feng, and ripped the plastic sheet off the carport. The old folks have all gathered around again. Zhang Feng was afraid that the old people would not be able to find their own things, so he took the list and went from one to another to help them find it. And that fiddling was over an hour gone by. After the things were distributed, the villagers went back with their own things, and Zhang Feng sat in the car breathing heavily. Feng, when you put your things back later, don't forget to eat at my house. Great Auntie greeted Zhang Feng again before she left. Zhang Feng nodded feebly. It was just as well that he was too lazy to cook today, so he'd dabble in another meal tonight. And at that moment, Tuanzi also ran over and rubbed his head against Zhang Feng. You could tell that the group was still in a very good mood at this time. See no donut, that's human emotion. Families helping each other. Zhang Feng stroked Tuanzi's little head and said with a sigh, since returning to Longmen village, Zhang Feng had experienced the affection that he couldn't experience inside the city. The nearby Tuanzi, on the other hand, had a confused look on her face, obviously not understanding what Zhang Feng was talking about. Zhang Feng looked at the silly dumpling and laughed, then suddenly thought of something he seemed to have forgotten. He'd been so busy the past 2 days that he'd almost forgotten to ask Donut where his parents were. Tuanzi, this little guy is also big-hearted enough to actually not want to go home at all. Donut, do you remember your parents? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked, while the troop once again showed a confused expression. Zhang Feng sighed and continued to ask, then, Donut, do you have friends? Calling of birds. Friends. At the sound of his friend, the group finally reacted, then cocked his head for a moment. Zhang Feng came to be interested, immediately continued to ask, friends are the kind that play with you all day long, do you have? Boing boing. Tuanzi finally reacted this time. Something seemed to come to mind and the little eyes lit up. Immediately after that, the group immediately screamed anxiously for a few times, then quickly ran off the car towards the village entrance. Zhang Feng, recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 20, Tuanzi's friend. The polar bear? The group that ran off the bus screamed as they ran into the bamboo forest in front of the village entrance. Although Jung Fong didn't know what was wrong with Tuanzi, he also hurriedly jumped down as well. Tightly, he ran up after the donut. And at this time, after the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this sudden change, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. We were just talking and laughing, but now the troop has run away. What's wrong with this panda? Why is he in such a hurry? I suppose it's gone to its friends. Pandas have friends. You four not four stupid. How can pandas not have friends? Everyone wondered what had happened and why the group had become like this. And Zhang Feng's side quickly followed the troop inside the bamboo forest. At this moment, the inside of the bamboo forest was pitch black. Even Zhang Feng was a bit confused about the situation here. Besides, this bamboo forest is a bit large. Therefore, after the troop ran in, Zhang Feng could no longer see where the troop was going. Donut, where are you, Donut? Zhang Feng hurriedly turned on the light on his cell phone. Then he shone a light around. And only then did he spot the group in front of him who was crawling deeper into the bamboo forest. And at this moment, the troop was looking around inside the bamboo forest, and its mouth was calling and calling. It was as if they were looking for something. Zhang Feng jogged all the way to Tuanzi's side. Donut, what's the matter? Are there any of your friends in here? Zhang Feng squatted down and combed the troop before opening his mouth to ask. He hadn't thought that his casual words just now could actually cause such a big reaction from the group. Then in that case, Tuanzi must have another friend inside this bamboo forest. After all, it was on the path of the bamboo forest that he had first encountered the troop that was stalking him. Only Zhang Feng couldn't figure out why Tuanzi's friend didn't come out with it in the first place. Boing boing. Tuanzi raised his head at this time and looked at Zhang Feng with his eyes aggravated. The little paw even pointed at the bamboo forest and screamed. There was even more urgency in his voice. It looked like the donut had a pretty good relationship with it as a friend. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head and asked, "Don't be anxious, Tuanzi. Your friend might not be here right now. Or, if you think about the places you guys always go to, maybe your friend went there." After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the donut stopped screaming. With her small mouth open, she stared blankly at Zhang Feng, as if she was thinking. Zhang Feng didn't open his mouth to speak either, quietly waiting for the troop to think. Wow, this giant panda is so smart, it can still think. It's like becoming an elf. You guys just didn't realize that this camera of the anchor can actually capture such a dark bamboo forest very clearly. Hey, there's nothing to it. The anchor before, not that it is foreign. Well, it is estimated that what has not been released to the high tech. Is this the time to be concerned about that? I'd like to see who the group's friends are now. Then there's no need to ask. A friend of a giant panda must be a giant panda. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also talking at this time. Everyone kind of wanted to see who the group's friends were. And at that moment, there was a movement in the group that was thinking. It suddenly got up, then stretched out its little paw and pulled Zhang Feng's coat corner and ran deeper into the bamboo forest by calling. Zhang Feng, who was behind him, disliked that Tuanzi was running too slowly, so he picked up Tuanzi with a hug. Then he asked the group to show him the way. Except for a few insect chirps, the bamboo forest was silent at night. While there are still traces of villagers' activities on the outskirts of the bamboo forest, there are basically no people coming from these depths, and it sees very little sunlight, and the ground is covered with fallen leaves. Zhang Feng held Tuanzi in his arms as he walked deeper and deeper towards the inside. Donut, aren't we at the place yet? Zhang Feng asked curiously after holding the troop for a while. Boing boing. Tuan shook his little head, then pointed his little paw firmly ahead. Zhang Feng didn't say anything else, so he continued to carry the troop towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Soon, under Tuanzi's guidance, Zhang Feng and Tuanzi came to a small stream. Zhang Feng was stunned when he saw the creek. He never thought that there was actually a water source inside the bamboo forest, and the creek was surrounded by animal footprints. It looks like there are quite a few animals that drink from this creek on a daily basis. And after coming next to the stream, Tuanzi immediately struggled to get down from Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng placed the donut on the ground. The donut immediately waddled over to the creek and then called out. It's as if it's calling out to its companions. Zhang Feng stood aside without saying anything and waited quietly. Unfortunately, the group was destined to be disappointed. After it called for a while, no animal in the bamboo forest responded to it. The troop called out 2 more times without dying, but there was still no movement. This time Tuanzi couldn't take it anymore. It twisted its head and looked at Zhang Feng with its small eyes filled with tears. It's like you're about to cry. I guess the group's friend should have left the bamboo forest. It looks like it is. Poor donut. Give mommy a hug. Asterisk 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 off upstairs. It's disgusting to hear. Anchor helped Tuanzi look again, in case Tuanzi's friend is still in the neighborhood. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Tuanzi's aggrieved appearance. It is assumed that this friend of the donut thought that the donut had abandoned it. so had left the place alone. Donut, don't feel bad. Maybe your friend went somewhere else. Why don't we come back tomorrow and find out? Jiang Feng comforted the troop and said, but the donut was very stubborn and shook his head, still calling and calling towards the inside of the bamboo forest. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and shone his flashlight around, but there was nothing to be found. Boing boing, the donut was still calling anxiously for its friend. Boing boing, and just then, a very small yelp suddenly came from behind a boulder on the opposite side of the creek. If Jiang Feng's physical quality hadn't been strengthened quite a bit, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear the thin, mosquito-like cries, so Jiang Feng immediately picked up Tuanzi, signaling Tuanzi not to scream first. Tuanzi's small eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Jiang Feng in great confusion. What's wrong with Lao Jiang? Why don't you let Tuanzi scream anymore? Don't say anything, I guess the anchor found something moving, just watch it well. Do you guys think it could be PPO? Asterisk 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 off. You're getting me this in the middle of the night. Look, you guys, what's that? While the netizens of the live broadcast were still discussing it, a small animal covered in snow white suddenly appeared behind the boulder. Jiang Feng exclaimed when he saw it. Holy, polar bears have been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 21, What's your name? With Jiang Feng's cry of alarm, the white critter that had originally walked out immediately hid back again. You can tell this little guy is very shy. I'm afraid the guts are even smaller than the donut. Instead, the donut was wooing very excitedly at this point and ran across the stream to the back of the boulder. Jiang Feng stood there but didn't go up to disturb the two animals. And at that moment, everyone was stunned by the little white creature. To be honest, their first reaction was just like Jiang Feng's. Thought it was a polar bear. After all, only polar bears are all white. However, the crowd thought for a moment that this was in China. This guy may look like a bear, but how can a polar bear that is not yet a teenager appear inside the wild mountains? What was that animal? A bear? I guess so. But are there any other bears besides polar bears that are white? Holy, it can't be that the anchor has discovered a new species. That would be awesome. Telling you to study more and you're going to work part-time is clearly albino bear. The friend up there is right. This is indeed an albino bear. Just as the netizens were puzzled, someone from the Forest Service explained a couple of things on the air. It was then that the crowd realized it was actually an albino bear. And in nature, albino animals are very rare, numbering only a handful. That's why every albino animal is precious. The Forest Service people were naturally excited after seeing this albino bear. Only, as to which species of albino bear this is, the staff of this blacklighted forestry bureau are not sure. However, Jiang Feng had an uncertain thought in his mind at this time. He had always heard people inside the village say that someone had once seen albino pandas inside the mountains. Jiang Feng suspected that this animal was 80% an albino panda, because it's about the same size as the donut, and it's still good friends with the donut, so 80% of it is. Jiang Feng instantly became interested because he wanted to see what this albino giant panda looked like. Only, the two little ones hadn't come out since the donut ran behind the boulder. Jiang Feng didn't know what these two little guys were doing. Boing boing. At that moment, Donut stepped out from behind the boulder, and in its wake followed the albino bear. However, this albino bear seemed to be very shy and kept hiding behind the donut, not even daring to show its head out. And Tuanzi wooed and screamed all the way to Jiang Feng to bring his friend to him. Boing boing. Tuanzi's small eyes looked at Jiang Feng excitedly, and then stretched out his paw to point at his friend behind him. It's as if he's introducing his friends. Jiang Feng smiled and squatted down to look at the albino bear. At this moment, the albino bear also noticed that Jiang Feng was staring at him. It hid behind Tuanzi and quietly raised its head, skimming Jiang Feng, then immediately and quickly lowered his head again. The body was even more tightly scrunched up, afraid to look up. Jiang Feng was speechless in his heart. This little guy's guts were too small. I don't know how it survived alone in this dark bamboo forest. Until now, Jiang Feng could sort of see the albino giant panda. This guy was so snow white that he even looked more like a polar bear than a polar bear. It didn't have a single stray color on it at all. If this wasn't in China, Jiang Feng would have thought that this must be a polar bear. Ha, that looks like an albino panda. The people from the Forest Service and the live feed also recognized the identity of the group's friend. This little guy's looks are exactly the same as Tuanzi's except for the white color of his body. The Forest Service staff got even more excited. Albino pandas that are treasures among treasures. Precious. The number of albino pandas photographed in history can be said to be few and far between. They never thought they would be lucky enough to see albino pandas on the air today. And the netizens on the air exploded. To be honest, this is really the first time most people have heard of white pandas. This little guy is actually a giant panda too. I thought it was a polar bear. I thought it was a polar bear too. Che, I see you guys just don't know much, and I've heard of brown pandas. That said, this guy is all that, so he should be considered a new species. Look at what you're saying. If you were darker, you wouldn't be Chinese. Keep your voice down upstairs, in case someone's real father is from Afrikaans. I found the video, and there really are albino pandas. Netizens are quite interested in this albino panda at this time, and Zhang Feng curiously surveyed this friend of Tuanzi's at this time. Only the albino pandas were still shy and didn't dare to raise their heads at all. It's not like Tuanzi to be so lively, even had the nerve to follow and stalk himself. If this hadn't run into him, I guess the troop would have been abducted by someone else a long time ago. Donut, your friend is a bit shy. Zhang Feng stroked Tuanzi's little head and said, boing boing. Donut craned his head to look at his friend, then winced a few times. Boing. The group's friend responded in a very small voice. The voice was so small that even Zhang Feng almost didn't hear it. Zhang Feng didn't know what to do at once. It was really the first time he had encountered such a shy animal, so this time he's really out of ideas. Do you think this albino giant panda has a mental illness? Zhang Feng very helplessly asked in the live broadcast. The netizens all nodded at once. Judging from the way it behaved just now, this albino giant panda might really have a psychological problem. Otherwise you wouldn't be so scared to make contact with the outside world. I suspect that this giant panda must have been bullied by its own kind or it wouldn't be so timid. Guess so. The animal kingdom is more cruel in its bullying than humans. It's okay, the albino pandas don't still have Tuanzi with them. They're probably born that way. Old Jiang, you comfort and console this albino panda. Anchor, over to you. Make sure to comfort this albino panda. Netizens have left comments talking about getting him to cure the albino pandas. Zhang Feng naturally nodded. After all, this was Tuanzi's friend, so he's definitely going to be bringing this little guy home. Only, the way it looks now, there is no way for this albino giant panda to communicate. Zhang Feng turned around and resumed looking at the donut with its friend, and at this moment, Tuanzi was wooing incessantly beside the albino giant panda, and from time to time, she would stretch out her paw and point it at Zhang Feng. It seemed to be introducing Zhang Feng. After Tuanzi's unremitting explanations, the albino giant panda's guts then gradually grew. It finally gathered enough courage and raised its head, its eyes flickering as it looked at Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face showed a smile, opened his mouth and asked, hello, what's your name? Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your small hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 22, Someone Robbed a Bear? Boing boing. The albino panda responded in a small voice, but instead of lowering her head again, she looked at Zhang Feng very shyly and curiously. Zhang Feng's heart was instantly delighted. As long as this little guy wasn't shy it would be much better. Otherwise it's a pain in the ass to even communicate. Netizens, on the other hand, were left laughing after seeing this scene. It's the first time I've seen someone who comes up and asks for their name. The anchor is properly a straight man. Ha ha, the key, this is still a giant panda. It looks like this albino panda isn't that shy. It's probably because the donut is around, or surely none of them would dare to come out. The albino panda's response also brought joy to the hearts of the crowd. Such a rare white panda is rare to look at, but nothing can happen. And at that moment, the group next to him screamed very happily after seeing his friend screaming out. The personalities of these two different colored pandas are literally two extremes. Tuanzi, the little guy, is not only a foodie, but also has an extraordinarily big heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had inadvertently brought up the matter of his friend today, I guess Tuanzi, the little guy, wouldn't have remembered this albino panda. Zhang Feng also understood at this time. Presumably this albino giant panda was too shy, so it didn't dare to step out of the bamboo forest at all. Otherwise it would have come over to the donut a long time ago. Zhang Feng squatted down and smiled as he stroked Tuanzi, then reached out to try to touch the albino giant panda. The albino giant panda subconsciously dodged, but after hesitating for a moment, he let Zhang Feng place his hand on his head. It was looking at Zhang Feng with its little head held very curiously. As Zhang Feng stroked his hand, the albino giant panda slowly closed his eyes. A smile of enjoyment appeared. That smile is very healing, and just looking at it puts you in a good mood. And it was in stark contrast to the smile of the group next to him. Tuanzi was grinning recklessly while the albino panda was smiling with his mouth closed. Zhang Feng was also calm in his heart. It seems the albino panda has gradually accepted him. You're so white, how about we call you Lantern? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and took it upon himself to give the albino giant panda a name. The albino giant panda that was enjoying himself froze, then opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng stupidly. It was obvious that he didn't quite understand Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng understood that this little guy's IQ might not be comparable to Tuanzi's. After all, dumplings have evolved once, so he pointed at Tuanzi. Tuanzi, explain this to me. After receiving Zhang Feng's order, Tuanzi immediately grinned and gave the albino giant panda a boing. Instead, The albino panda cocked its head and looked at Tuanzi suspiciously. It wasn't until a while later that the albino panda finally realized what this meant. It lifted its little head, closed its little mouth and narrowed its eyes as it looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. It doesn't understand the meaning of lantern, but it kind of likes the name. That settles the name. I'm curious as to why it can't be called sourdough. You're going to ask why it's not called a lantern after you start the dumplings. Barbarian. I think I'll call them fishballs, they all look the same anyway. Ah yes. Let's call it lantern. I quite like it. The netizens have been tweeting about it. They hadn't expected Zhang Feng to actually settle on the name of the albino panda so quickly. And only then did Zhang Feng feel relieved. It seemed that this albino giant panda had really accepted him. Then the next best thing would be for him to bring back the lantern. Donut, let's bring your friend lantern back too, okay? Zhang Feng touched Tuanzi's little head and said. Tuanzi immediately wooed with excitement as soon as she heard what Zhang Feng said, obviously very happy. After all, the two of them are together all the time. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng's sudden appearance, they would definitely still be living inside this bamboo forest. The donut turned and wooed up towards the lantern again, and you could hear it was very happy from the purring. The albino giant panda lantern also squinted and smiled after hearing Tuanzi's call. Well, great job. Zhang Feng smiled and laughed as he stood up, then bent down and scooped up both little ones again. Let's go home. Zhang Feng left a ride a panda, but the crowd in the live broadcast was envious. Even the Forest Service. Albino pandas they have only photographed but never captured. That's why this albino panda that Zhang Feng had encountered was especially important. Sour. I want to hug the pandas too. This albino giant panda won't become the anchors too, right? It's quite possible. Who made the anchor the first person to adopt a giant panda? Brothers, charge, knock down the anchor and rob the pandas. People from the Forestry Bureau quickly come over to take care of it. This person actually owns 2 giant pandas. This is unfair. I think the country should give one of us a giant panda. Let's start with me. Get lost upstairs. Why don't you let the state send you a daughter-in-law? Over here. After Zhang Feng picked up the 2 giant pandas, he then closed the live broadcasting room again before walking towards the outside of the bamboo forest. Soon enough, he led the 2 little ones out of the dark bamboo forest to the entrance of the village. The villagers who were taking a cool dip at the entrance of the village were startled when they saw Zhang Feng holding 2 giant pandas. What a guy. He went out and got a bear. They all stared at Lantern with curious faces. It was the first time they had seen such a rare thing. The old people had gathered around and kept asking Zhang Feng what kind of animal was the lantern that he was holding. It's all Snow White, for what it's never seen before. But there are older people who say they have seen this white animal before when they went into the mountains to hunt. And since it was the first time for the lantern to see so many people, she covered her eyes with her own paw in some fear, not daring to look at the crowd. Instead, the group was much bolder. It had already gotten acquainted with the villagers, and stretched out its little paw to keep following the surrounding villagers in greeting. The villagers were amused by the 2 little ones. This is an albino giant panda, a type of giant panda, and a friend of Tuanzi. Zhang Feng smiled, then put both the dumplings and the yuanxiao in the tractor's wagon. Walking to the front and back of the car, he started the tractor and chugged off in the direction of his house. And when Zhang Feng was just about to arrive home, Zhang Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He stopped the tractor, pulled out his cell phone and frowned. Forestry Bureau Su Qinghuan has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 23, Tuanzi's difficult road to collecting wages. Looking at Su Qinghuan displayed on top of the phone, Zhang Feng didn't immediately pick up the phone. He knew that the caller must be up to no good. These guys from the Forest Service might have their eyes on the lantern, too. After all, albino pandas are treasures among treasures, and you don't necessarily see one for many years, not to mention bringing back albino pandas. So Zhang Feng put away his cell phone and didn't answer the call. He parked the tractor in front of his house, then carried the donut down with the lantern. Tuanzi, take lantern to play inside the house first. Zhang Feng patted the donut and said, boing boing. The donut immediately held its head high and opened its little mouth to wink twice in excitement. Then it was a breeze to bring the lantern into the yard. Seeing this, Zhang Feng began to carry the things in the car to the room. He's bought a lot of stuff on this trip. After all, he'll be living in his old home from now on, and he'll definitely want to live comfortably. Only, it was too much, and it was too troublesome for Zhang Feng to make a trip back and forth. He's a little dizzy from all the work. And at that moment, Tuanzi ran out from inside the room with lantern. When the 2 little guys saw that Zhang Feng was carrying things, they immediately ran over with their short legs. Boing boing. Only Tuanzi raised his little paw as if he wanted to help Zhang Feng carry something. Zhang Feng smiled. No need, Tuanzi. I'll just get it myself. Boing boing. Upon hearing this, the group was not happy. It had to be a favor to Zhang Feng. Tuan held up his little paw and kept wooing. Zhang Feng laughed helplessly before picking up a small item and stuffing it into the troop's arms. Go ahead and put the stuff in the house. Boing boing. Seeing that Zhang Feng had let it work, the donut immediately grinned. Carrying something beautiful in his arms, he headed toward the house. Zhang Feng shook his head and laughed as he watched from behind, because he knew why Tuanzi was working so aggressively. It must be that the little guy wants to eat. Boing. And at that moment, the lantern, who was still in place, gave a small yelp. It raised its little head, its eyes shining as it looked at Zhang Feng. Okay, let's put you to work too. Zhang Feng laughed out loud, then took another small thing and stuffed it into Lantern's arms. Boing. Lantern squinted happily as well, hugging her things and running towards her room with her short legs. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction at the back. Not bad, not bad. These two little guys are born to work. Soon, with the help of the two little guys, it took Zhang Feng twice as much time to finish moving the stuff, simply because these two little guys are so good at making a mess. During this time, his eldest uncle Jiang Igwa called Zhang Feng and asked him to go over for dinner. Zhang Feng didn't go over once he saw that it was so late now. Just make do with whatever you have for the night, and we'll build a fire and cook tomorrow. I'm finally done. It's killing me. Zhang Feng sat on the threshold and sighed. He felt that the body strengthening technique he had learned wasn't of much use. He felt that sooner or later he would be exhausted by these two little guys one day. However, Zhang Feng had only sat down for a short while when Su Qinghuan, the director of the Forestry Bureau, called again. Zhang Feng didn't refuse to answer this time. Hey, hello there Director Su, why are you free to call me? Zhang Feng pretended to be very tired and deliberately gasped for air. You little slicker, I can't believe you don't know what I'm calling about. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone broke Zhang Feng's small mind. Zhang Feng smiled with some embarrassment after hearing that. Director Su, let's make a deal first. If you want to take the lantern away, I won't agree. Zhang Feng immediately opened his mouth, directly blocking Su Qinghuan's words. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Su Qinghuan's face. He knew this would be the outcome before he called. Trying to get Zhang Feng to hand over the albino pandas to them didn't seem to work. After all, Zhang Feng was the first to come into contact with the albino pandas, plus Zhang Feng was the one who had the qualifications to adopt them. Therefore, it was not good for them to take the lantern away by force. Don't worry, we won't rob the pandas from you. However, our Forestry Bureau wants to cooperate with you. Su Qinghuan slowly opened her mouth to voice the opinion that the Forestry Bureau had discussed not long ago. Cooperate how? Zhang Feng froze when he heard this. What does he, a commoner, have to do with the Forest Service? It's like this, you know how precious albino pandas are, so we want to go over and collect some samples for research, and if you adopt another animal afterward, we'll be the first to get you an adoption certificate. Su Qinghuan stated the FDA's opinion program. They saw great potential in Zhang Feng. It was as if the animals inside this mountain were naturally favorably disposed towards Zhang Feng. Even the ferocious money leopard from before didn't bother to harm Zhang Feng, so they thought about cooperating with Zhang Feng for a bit. As for the specifics of the partnership, they are still in discussion, but it definitely revolves around animals. Zhang Feng didn't reject this cooperation after hearing it. After all, in the future, whether he starts a business or lives in the mountains, he will definitely have to have contact with the Forestry Bureau. Therefore, Zhang Feng agreed without hesitation. No problem, come over if you guys are free. Zhang Feng responded by saying, okay. After hearing Zhang Feng's promise, Su Qinghuan on the other end hung up the phone decisively. Zhang Feng breathlessly put away his cell phone and got up to stand. At that moment, Tuanzi suddenly wiggled her short legs across the doorway and came to Zhang Feng's side. Boing boing. Tuanzi stretched out his little paw and cocked his head at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately laughed. This little guy is here to ask for a wage for its work? Oh Tuanzi, it's right that you work for a wage. Boing boing. The group grinned and nodded. Work, wages, but you're not working hard enough, so I'm docking your paycheck. Zhang Feng looked at the donut with a smile. The whole bear of the group giggled at the sound of it. At this point, it felt the bear life was treacherous. You're not getting paid for the work you're doing. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this world? Donut was thoroughly displeased. It stood in front of Zhang Feng, its two paws crossed, its little mouth immediately wooing in discontent. It seemed to be in his own defense, and his tone was even more furious. Boing boing, give me back my paycheck. Boing boing, you black-hearted boss. At this time, Lantern also crossed the threshold with her short legs and came to Tuanzi's side. It didn't wail at Zhang Feng like Tuanzi did. Instead, he carefully pawed at the donut to get it to stop barking, and from time to time, he also secretly glanced at Zhang Feng to see if he was angry. The looks of these two little guys managed to make Zhang Feng laugh. Isn't this little look exactly the same as when he left his job and asked for his paycheck? We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately, so we'll be able to update faster. so please move your hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 24 The Unusual Lantern. Boing boing. Donut kept screaming with his little mouth open. The little paw even reached directly to Jiang Feng's face, wanting to ask for his paycheck just now, and the lantern next to him still kept persuading Tuanzi to stop arguing with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could hear in the group's voice that the group was now very unhappy. He figured the little guy must be cursing him for being black-hearted. In order to make Tuanzi stop scolding him, Jiang Feng hurriedly took out a bag of feed from inside his carry-on space. Okay, Donut, let's pay you, okay? These are for both of you. Jiang Feng placed the feed in front of the donut. That's what quelled the group's anger. And the group that had been pinching and angry a moment ago immediately grinned and winced. Even Jiang Feng was stupefied by the speed of that face change. This little guy is so fickle. Dumpling, this is for you and Lantern. Don't eat it all alone. Jiang Feng said seriously again. Have the group share some of the feed with the lantern. Boing boing. Donut nodded, then placed the feed in his arms on the ground. Then he puckered his butt and started dividing the feed for the lantern with his own little paws. Boing boing. One for you, one for me. Boing boing. I'm one. The donut grinned and winced with great delight. Next to her, Lantern was very puzzled and confused as she watched Tuanzi divide things. It normally feeds on bamboo, so it hasn't seen feed at all. However, it doesn't know what it is though. But from the smell, it can sense the stuff. It seems that it's delicious. Standing next to the lantern couldn't help but inhale his nose. It smelled so good. So it stood by blearily and watched as the donut gave it its share of things. But why is there more and more fodder in front of the donut and so little for it? Lantern cocked her head in confusion. And at this point the group seemed to be addicted to it and kept going from one of you to the other, and picking at it with his little paws. Jiang Feng, who was on the side, really couldn't stand to watch. At this rate, the donut is dividing a large portion of the feed amongst itself. The poor lanterns make up a very small portion of that. This little guy is pretty good at taking advantage. Never mind. I'll split it for you. Jiang Feng's big hand pressed on Tuanzi's paw, and Tuanzi looked up at Jiang Feng in disbelief. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but took it directly on the feed. Then in a trice, the feed was divided between the two little ones. No one is too much. No one is too little. Fair and square. Well, eat. Jiang Feng patted the two little guys' little heads and said, the donut didn't count on that much, and immediately winced and rushed to the pile of feed that belonged to him and ate it without any rules. That eating was so unimaginative that he saw Jiang Feng shaking his head straight. On the flip side, the next to it, the lantern was much better. It first looked at the feed suspiciously, grabbing a handful of it with its little paw and sniffing it. It smells so good. Yuan Shao took another look at the wolfishly devouring dumpling, and only then did she feel relieved to eat slowly and delicately. He even squinted with a look of enjoyment as he ate. Jiang Feng clapped his hands and stood up, going to prepare his own dinner. Spiro, I don't think I bought this. Back in the house, Jiang Feng pulled out a box of snail powder from his shopping bag. Puzzled, he looked twice. He remembered that he didn't buy this when he bought the bubbly. Did he? And I hear it stinks. Jiang Feng hadn't tried this either. Never mind. Let's fill our stomachs first and build a fire to cook tomorrow. Jiang Feng picked up the kettle and went to the kitchen to boil water. And just at this time, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered something. He remembered that Tuanzi was so smart because he drank the three-colored divine water, right? Why don't you give me some of that? Let's make it a little smarter too. Jiang Feng felt that the method was feasible, so after Jiang Feng plugged the kettle in, he came and found the door to find Lantern. Lantern, where are the dumplings? Jiang Feng came to the door and found that the donut was gone. Boing! Lantern, who was eating, reached out a paw and pointed in the direction of the bedroom. Jiang Feng twisted his head and realized that the door to his room was opened, and Tuanzi was standing in front of the closet not knowing what she was doing. Forget it, leave it alone. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Lantern, then let the system get a little bit of tricolor divine water out. The lantern that was eating stopped its hands all of a sudden, and it stared at the three-colored divine water in Jiang Feng's hands with its small eyes. Calling of birds. Come on, Lantern, it. Jiang Feng directly passed the tricolor divine water to the lantern's mouth. The lantern froze stupidly for a moment. It didn't know what it was though, but it could feel that it contained a great deal of energy. Lantern winced before tilting her head back and gulping down the tricolor divine water. Jiang Feng squatted aside, looking expectantly at Lantern's next reaction. After the experience with the last troop, Jiang Feng knew that nothing would happen to the lantern when she drank the tricolor divine water. However, things seemed to be going out of his way. After Lantern drank the tricolored divine water, there was actually no reaction, not even a scream of pain. Instead, he gazed at himself. It seemed to want more to drink. Jiang Feng scratched his head in confusion. Lantern, are you alright? Calling of birds. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yuan Shao looked at Jiang Feng in puzzlement. This made Jiang Feng a bit dumbfounded. This isn't right. Why did the donut have such a big reaction after drinking it? The lanterns, on the other hand, are not. System, what's going on here? Zhang Feng asked the system in his mind. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the system didn't respond for a long time. Zhang Feng knew that the system probably couldn't explain this phenomenon either, so he picked up the donut and examined it up and down. It was found that there was nothing unusual about the donut. That's what relieved him. It's good to eat. Zhang Feng touched Yuan Zhao's little head. Since Yuan Zhao was fine, then he was relieved. Zhang Feng got up and walked towards the bedroom. Tuanzi, what does this little guy want by opening and closing the closet door in the bedroom? But not before he reached the bedroom door. The troop was like sensing Zhang Feng and snapped the closet door shut again. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng came to the door and asked curiously. There were no more clothes in this closet, but how could the group be so interested in the closet? Boing boing. Tuanzi turned around and suddenly ran over, then stretched out her own little paw to pull Zhang Feng away. It seemed that he didn't want Zhang Feng to open the closet. There you go, with your own little secrets. Zhang Feng burst out laughing, but he didn't bother probing what the troop's secret was. He came to the kitchen. The water was already boiling. Zhang Feng was ready to soak the snail powder. And just then, his cell phone rang again. Zhang Feng thought it was still Director Su of the Forestry Bureau calling. I didn't expect to take out my cell phone and look at it. Zhang with Snow, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 25, Wasted. You're a wasted child. Zhang Daixue was Zhang Feng's own sister, currently in his freshman year at Capital, and seeing the video call from his sister, Zhang Feng had a smile on his face. Hey, brother, I heard you adopted 2 giant pandas, hurry up and show me. Zhang Feng answered the phone, originally wanted to warm up to his sister, but did not expect Zhang Daixue to come up and want to see the dumplings in Lantern, without even asking him a question. This could make Zhang Feng a bit depressed. The heart is even cooler. He's not as popular as the 2 pandas. Ruined, you're a ruined child. You can't have it. Zhang Feng sighed into his cell phone. Zhang Daixue on the other side of the video immediately became embarrassed. What are you talking about, brother? I just want to see the 2 pandas. Zhang Daixue spoke in a petulant tone. She knew when she was in school that her oldest brother had suddenly burst into flames. In fact, at first she didn't believe it. After all, she still knows very well what her own old brother looks like in the live room. There's no popularity to speak of at all. It wasn't until she saw the video of Zhang Feng's live broadcast online that her entire body was instantly stunned. Turns out her oldest brother was really on fire. Even adopted pandas. So after knowing the situation, Zhang Daixue couldn't wait to make a video call to Zhang Feng, wanting to see the 2 pandas. For his own sister, Zhang Feng really had no choice. He smiled helplessly. Then it called the 2 pandas. Donut, Lantern, come here for a moment. Zhang Feng shouted towards the door. Tuanzi and Lantern, who heard the commotion outside the door, immediately wobbled and ran to Zhang Feng's side. Boing boing. Calling of birds. The 2 little guys sat on the ground and looked at Zhang Feng curiously. He didn't understand what Zhang Feng was calling them over for. Come on, say hello. Zhang Feng aimed the camera at the 2 little ones. The 2 little ones appeared on the cell phone screen. This startled Dumpling and Lantern. Boing boing. Tuan stretched his head with some curiosity, his eyes glued to the screen. And that's when it suddenly realized that the guy inside was actually doing the same thing it was doing. Boing boing. Tuanzi was so frightened that she immediately took 2 steps back, and the Lantern next to her was even less better, hiding directly behind the donut and not daring to show his head. The frightened Tuanzi pointed at the cell phone screen with her little paw and looked at Zhang Feng, calling out, "This is my sister. You guys have a nice chat. I'm going to eat." Zhang Feng didn't give the 2 little guys an explanation either. He fixed his cell phone on the table and went to soak up the snails. And Zhang Daixue on the other end of the phone immediately exclaimed with excitement after seeing the donut and the Lantern. It even alarmed his housemates. Then it turned into 4 people screaming, "It's Donut! It's Donut! It's actually Donut! Yuki, don't tell me this anchor is actually your brother. What a cute panda!" Zhang Feng, who was waiting for the snail powder to be ready, shook his head helplessly. "It's just a giant panda. Why are you so excited?" And the Tuanzi and Lantern, who had just been startled, gradually calmed down at this time. These 2 little guys have been calling and calling since they looked at themselves inside. Zhang Feng didn't understand what these 2 guys were screaming anyway, but even so, cannot stop the river with Snow and other people and 2 pandas unimpeded communication. By the way, Yuki, when you're free you mail back the clothes from my previous rental. That rental you can check out if you don't live there. Zhang Feng walked to the camera at this time and said, since he came back in a hurry, he didn't bring back all his clothes. It'll be cold inside the mountains for a while longer, so you'll have to wear thicker clothes. Got it, brother? Get out of my way to see the donut. Zhang Daixue nodded very perfunctorily, then told Zhang Feng to move away for a bit. Zhang Feng was speechless. It seems that this sister of his is ruined and really can't be wanted. Alas. Zhang Feng sighed lightly and sat on the other side, then lifted the lid off the soaking conch chowder. The smell of the description hit my nose. Zhang Feng's face immediately turned green. He had just wanted to lie down and smell it. This is great. You don't even have to smell it. This flavor. Zhang Feng wanted to die. And next to them, Duanzi and Lantern also smelled the inexplicable odor. The two little ones who had been so happy froze. They twisted their heads and opened their mouths wide in disbelief as they looked at Zhang Feng next to them. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, mechanically twisted his head to look at the two little guys, and there was even a fake smile on his face. Mission. Zhang Feng was just about to open his mouth to speak when the two little guys dabbled and stood up, then frantically ran out the door. Boing boing, boing boing. No, what are you two running for? Zhang Feng sat there and stretched out his finger to the doorway and said feebly, and Jiang Daixue and her roommate on the other side of the video were also a bit confused. What did these two little guys just see? Why don't you run for your life outside? Brother, what's wrong with Tuanzi and Lantern? What are the two of them running for? Jiang Daixue asked curiously. Zhang Feng walked in front of the camera and sighed helplessly. Alas, I was just soaking snail powder. Brother, you're talented too. Don't you know how bad that thing stinks? Jiang Daixue looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly. When did my oldest brother's tastes become so heavy that he actually likes snail noodles? No wonder the two little guys ran so fast. They must not be able to stand the smell either. I won't talk to you, brother. I'll go back to see you when it's the national day. That's it. Hang up. Jiang Daixue on the other end hung up the phone in disgust. The angry Zhang Feng over here straightened his mouth. What do you mean come back to see him? Clearly want to see two pandas, okay? LOL. Zhang Feng sighed and sat down again. Looking at the snail powder in front of him, Zhang Feng instantly lost his appetite. This is something you really don't want to take a bite of if you don't like it. He reckoned he must have taken the wrong one for instant noodles at the supermarket. Otherwise he wouldn't have bought this. At this time, Zhang Feng's stomach rumbled. It seemed that he was really hungry. He helplessly picked at the snail powder with his chopsticks, frowning tightly, wanting to eat but not daring to. And at that moment, Dumpling and Lantern appeared in the doorway again. Both little ones poked out a little head, the gnocchi on top and the lantern on the bottom. The two little ones were looking inside the house. Zhang Feng also discovered the two little heads at this time. However, he noticed how these two were looking at him in some way. It's like. Zhang Feng immediately shouted angrily towards the door. I didn't eat. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 26, come on. You two have a taste too. Zhang Feng's roar startled the two little ones at the door. The two little ones instantly retracted their heads again. At this moment, Zhang Feng was incomparably depressed inside. Looking at the eyes of those two little guys, they made it look like they were really eating something. Joke, he'll be that kind of guy. However, Zhang Feng still sighed and looked at the bowl of snail powder in front of him in a depressed and incomparable manner. The expression was even more tangled. He'd heard people say it was like stinky tofu, smelled bad, tasted good. It's just easy to misunderstand when you're eating it. How about a taste? Zhang Feng used his chopsticks to pick the powder in the bowl again. A familiar smell hit his nose. That flavor, Zhang Feng would never forget it in his life. So, with a cruel heart, Zhang Feng closed his eyes then brought the snail powder inside his mouth. Just then, Donut ran into the house again with Lantern. After they wobbled and climbed into the house, they stared at Zhang Feng with great curiosity. When he saw Zhang Feng put the snail powder into his mouth, the two little ones were immediately nonplussed, calling and exchanging pleasantries. The only thing that could be seen was the donut's sideways head, with one little paw still purposely lying next to the Lantern's ear. The other paw, however, did not hesitate to point at Zhang Feng, who was preparing to eat the snail powder. A pair of small eyes even squinted at Zhang Feng's side. Then a little wooing up. It really looked like a whisper. And next to him, Lantern nodded in some confusion. Upon hearing the troop's words, Lantern immediately stared at this with wide, dumbfounded eyes, and with little paws covering her tiny mouth. She felt disbelief at the scene. Boing boing. You see, I was right. Calling of birds. Truly. Boing boing. See for yourself. The two little guys looked at Zhang Feng with unblinking eyes in disgust. The flavor of gossip is very strong. And Zhang Feng, who was preparing to eat the snail powder, also heard the two little ones' discussion. He immediately put down his chopsticks and looked at the two little ones with a somewhat bad face. What do you mean? I told you I wasn't eating that. But why do you two look so out of place? Donut, this is snail meal. Do you know snail meal? It's not what you two think. Zhang Feng left his seat and took a few steps forward, bothering to explain to the two little ones. But as soon as Tuanzi and Lantern took a look at Zhang Feng trying to get close to them, they immediately turned around and hid in the doorway. It only dared to reveal a small head to survey Zhang Feng. and cover your nose with your little paw. That look of disgust almost didn't make Zhang Feng angry. At this moment Zhang Feng sort of realized how pale and powerless his explanation was. These two little guys just don't believe it. Okay, you two can. Zhang Feng resigned himself to his fate. Then with a sudden bad smile, he turned around and walked over to the snail powder. Then he directly picked up the snail powder and looked at the donut and the lantern with a leathery smile. Boing boing. Calling of birds. Tuanzi and Lantern were immediately startled after seeing Zhang Feng's smile. The two little ones couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Come on Gnocchi. Come on Lantern. You two try this good stuff too. Eat this and you'll see what it is. Zhang Feng approached towards the two little ones with a bad smile on his face. Boing boing. Don't you come over here. Tuanzi and Yuan Shao were frightened by Zhang Feng, and after turning around, they desperately ran outside. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was closely following the two little ones with his snail powder. Boing boing. Boing boing. Tuanzi and Lantern were frightened by Zhang Feng. It's so stinky they don't want to eat it. After Zhang Feng saw the two little guys running in panic, it then stopped. Then very sadly, he looked at the gnocchi with the lantern, and after the two little guys saw that Zhang Feng was no longer chasing after them, they also stopped. Tuanzi was a bit angry and winced towards Zhang Feng with her little mouth open. That tone was like saying Zhang Feng was too bad. I can't believe I'm bullying the two of them for being weak. Okay, no more teasing. I'm gonna throw this thing away, okay? Zhang Feng laughed helplessly as he served the snail powder, while Duanzi and Lantern were in disbelief. Boing boing. You're lying. Boing boing. I saw it just now. What do you two mean? You don't really think I'm going to eat this? The two little ones' distrustful eyes made him but very depressed. And at that moment, the gate to the courtyard suddenly opened. Eldest Uncle Jiang Igua walked in carrying a lunchbox. However, just after taking a step into the doorway, Jiang Igua immediately retreated back. That traveling motion doesn't even look like someone on crutches. What are you doing at home? Jiang Igua asked with a dark face towards Zhang Feng. He knows what this stuff smells like when he smells it. I was just eating snail food. Zhang Feng rushed forward and said, scared. The donut ran away with the lantern. Jiang Igua couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then with a surprised look, he looked at the thing on the end of Zhang Feng's hand. The stench in the yard seems to be coming from this bowl. Jiang Igua looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion. Is this kid starving? Why do you eat everything? And as soon as Zhang Feng took a look at his eldest uncle's eyes, he knew something was going to happen. I guess the eldest must have thought wrong too. Uncle, it's not what you think. It's snail food. It's edible. Zhang Feng picked the snail powder and showed it to Jiang Igua twice. Jiang Igua, who was outside the door, glanced at Zhang Feng suspiciously before placing the lunchbox on the floor. You're on your own. This is what your eldest mother cooked for you. If you don't like it. Jiang Igua words did not speak, turned around and left on his crutches. Zhang Feng looked at the lunchbox and gaped. I love to eat it. How could I not? But it's really not what you think. I'm in the wrong. At this moment, Zhang Feng wanted to cry. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Zhang Feng woke up in a daze after touching the side of the bed to find that Tuanzi was not beside him. He sat up with a start, looking around the room, then letting out a soft sigh. Zhang Feng went to sleep last night after working most of the night. Under the reprimand of his eldest uncle Jiang Igua, Zhang Feng threw away the snail powder. But even so, his yard had a very strong odor. It took a long time to dissipate. Zhang Feng swore that he wouldn't buy this kind of thing again if it killed him in the future. And the two little ones were so scared that they were even more afraid to sleep with Zhang Feng. They're so scared. They're almost psychotic. This stuff just stinks. Donut could have sworn it was the stinkiest thing it had ever smelled. There isn't one. It never wants to have to smell like that again. This depressed Zhang Feng to no end. Don't ever buy this kind of stuff again. It's not even something he can eat. Time to punch in and sign in. Please sign in or not. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Today's signing time had arrived again. Check in. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 27, The Sunlight-Fearing Lantern. The third day's check-in was successful, and the check-in location was Longmen Village. Sign-in bonus has been issued. Please ask if you want to receive it. Pick up the complete illustrated book of plants and animals X1, Aura Seeds X1 bag, Boutique Feed X10 bags. After Zhang Feng signed in his mind, he directly opened the system reward this time. The complete illustrated book of flora and fauna. Zhang Feng froze for a moment when he saw this. This system was quite considerate. It must have been afraid that he would encounter some unknown flora and fauna. That's why it was purposely rewarded. That was why Zhang Feng attracted the book in his mind after receiving the complete illustrated book of plants and animals. It was just an instant's effort. Zhang Feng felt like he had turned into a humanoid encyclopedia of flora and fauna. He can name whatever flora and fauna he sees. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, when he saw the rewards of the aura seeds, Jiang Feng suddenly tapped his head and remembered something. He hadn't bothered to manage the aura seeds after he planted them with the group the day before yesterday. I also wonder how those planted seeds are doing now. If we go by the specificity of this seed, it should have sprouted by now as well. Jiang Feng thought about it and decided to wait for breakfast to go and take a look. Then, as usual, Jiang Feng opened his live broadcast again. A lot of netizens came in the live room in a flash. Good morning, the couch is mine. The anchor is finally on the air. I missed the donut all night and didn't sleep. Gee, so many people, don't you all go to work? Alas, in a nutshell, I purposely came home to inherit the family business in order to not work. Why? You'll inherit your father's 2 acres of land. Come. This brother who inherits the family business doesn't seem to have woken up yet. Let's bear him together. The heat on the live feed was soaring. After Jiang Feng greeted the netizens, the live broadcast immediately turned into pop-ups of wanting to see 2 giant pandas. Jiang Feng smiled, then shouted towards the door. Donut, Lantern, where have you 2 been? Jiang Feng was also very curious. These 2 little guys had disappeared overnight and didn't know where they had run off to. However, after he shouted a few times, the 2 little ones didn't appear. So Jiang Feng curiously stepped out of the door, just in time to see Tuanzi sitting on the doorstep. Jiang Feng originally wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he closed his mouth when he looked at Tuanzi's appearance. Instead, he watched the group's back curiously. At this moment, Tuanzi's back was turned to the crowd, and he was sitting on his but on the threshold of no, with his little head even looking at the sky at 45 degrees, not moving a muscle. He seemed to be thinking. The crowd didn't know what the group was thinking anyway, and Lantern was hiding in the shadows of the doorway, not letting herself see a bit of sunlight. Quietly, he surveyed the contemplative group. Everyone was a little dumbfounded by these 2 little guys. What are these 2 doing? What's the matter with the group? Are they thinking about life? No, it would be more accurate to say that I'm thinking about bear raw. I guess the group should be thinking about what they're going to eat later. It really kills me with laughter. I didn't realize that giant pandas could actually think about life. The audience in the live room couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head as he went up and patted the troop. What are you doing, Donut? Jiang Feng asked with great curiosity. Boing boing. Tuanzi was startled by Jiang Feng's move. After reacting, he opened his little mouth and wooed towards Jiang Feng. It looked as if it was blaming Jiang Feng for disturbing it. What were you thinking? Jiang Feng asked breathlessly. Boing boing. Tuanzi explained it to Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng was still dumbfounded after listening for half a day, not understanding what Tuanzi was saying at all. Guess it's just like the internet says. This little guy is thinking about bear birth. Donut, let's go to the backyard and look at the seeds we planted earlier. Jiang Feng patted the donut and asked, calling. Tuanzi's little eyes immediately lit up. Tang stood up, then pulled Jiang Feng's clothes and ran towards the backyard. Wait, bring the lanterns. Jiang Feng stopped the troop, then turned his head to look at Lantern in the shadows of the gate. Come here, you Lantern. Jiang Feng waved towards Lantern, calling. Lantern responded, but when it reached out its paw to touch the sunlight outside, it immediately retracted. Then with some trepidation, he looked out. Jiang Feng and the netizens in the broadcast room were a bit puzzled by Lantern's actions. What's with this little guy? Are you afraid of the sun? What's wrong with the Lantern? Are you afraid to go out? So who knows? I guess there's something in the back of my mind. As a psychiatrist, I suspect that Lantern must have been bullied before and then kept hiding in the dark to come out. Wrong. I suspect the Lantern must have been ostracized by its own kind and that's why it's afraid to come out. The netizens analyzed it head-on. Jiang Feng's heart sank even more after seeing these pop-ups. He reckoned that Lantern must have been living in the shadows for a long time after being ostracized. So it's just a little bit of sunlight. Jiang Feng slowly squatted down, then stretched out his hand towards the troop in the gloom. Come here, Lantern. I'm here. It's okay. Boing. The group in the shadows called out, then looked out again, but still a little afraid to take that step. Jiang Feng wasn't in a hurry, but said very patiently, it's alright, Lantern. Come over. Jiang Feng once again waved towards Lantern, calling. This time the Lantern finally reacted, slowly extending its claws. Just when he wanted to retract again, he was grabbed by Jiang Feng. Then Jiang Feng directly carried Tuanzi out from behind the door. You have to be fast and furious to deal with a situation like the Lantern. Boing boing. And Lantern was so frightened that she closed her eyes and screamed. Look at the Lantern. It's fine. Jiang Feng touched Lantern's little head. After hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Lantern's barking gradually became much smaller, then slowly opened his eyes. See, I told you it was okay. Jiang Feng smiled and spoke to Lantern, calling of birds. The Lantern wasn't scared anymore, and after a small yelp, she looked around curiously. Let's go to the backyard. Jiang Feng smiled as he hugged the Lantern. The first time she came out and saw the sunshine outside, Yuan Shao also winced and squinted and smiled. As for Tuanzi, She had long run ahead of Zhang Feng and had arrived at the backyard, and soon enough, Zhang Feng's side also followed with Yuan Shao in his arms. However, when Zhang Feng saw the seeds he had planted earlier, there was a cry of surprise. What kind of plant is this? The transcoding has been severe lately, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 28, how about calling it a bastard? When Zhang Feng came to the backyard with the two little ones, immediately, he was stunned by the group of plants in front of him. This is the aura seed I planted. Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but issue a deep question, only to see that in the half-acre of vegetable field in the backyard, all those aura seeds he planted had already broken through the ground, and in less than 2 days it has grown more than 50 to 60 centimeters tall. What's even more outrageous is that one plant actually had several different kinds of leaves growing on it, as well as several different kinds of flowers. It was certain that Zhang Feng recognized these leaves and flowers, because these are vegetables from the blue planet. For example, that white flower is a pepper and the yellow flower is a tomato, but when these things are combined, it's a little too unbelievable. Zhang Feng stood at the head of the ground holding the lantern and looked dumbfounded. The viewers following the live camera were doing the same at this point. What the hell kind of hodgepodge is this? I've never really seen such an odd plant. This look is the use of grafting technology. This anchor can be a little interesting. You can get so many different kinds of grafted plants in your house. Quickly, old Jiang, won't you explain it to us? The crowd on the live feeds had a flurry of questions. Many people's first thought after seeing these plants is that this must have been grafted. After all, grafting techniques have become very popular and can be used in many plantations, but this one rhizome can grow 5 or 6 plants. What kind of grafting is this? However, it was only Zhang Feng who knew that these plants were grown from seeds and not some grafting technique. Now, this vegetable patch is a tough one for the crowd. No one is sure how the plant grew. Zhang Feng also couldn't help but ask in his mind at this time, "Hey system, this is what the aura seeds grow." "That's right, but you're just a total hodgepodge. It's no different from grafting, is it?" Zhang Feng spat powerlessly. Earlier, he had hoped with great expectations that the aura seeds would grow something that was not found on the blue star. But now it seems that these aren't all still blue star vegetables. Aura seeds change according to different crops in different parallel times, and it only takes 30 days for aura seeds to mature when planted on the blue planet, and grows far superior quality to blue star crops. This time the system wasn't silent, but chattered and explained a whole lot to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was speechless. So this aura seed was just a pot of hodgepodge. It's all up to the luck of the aura seeds to grow anything, but that's fine. This aura seed was very suitable for his current situation, because he wants to develop vegetable farming in the village. But the cultivation of common vegetables is not of much significance. The village doesn't have that much land either. Therefore, the aura seed now became a good choice for him. And even if people ask how he grew this, they can explain it well. It's grafted, or when the day comes that he runs out of money, he'll just sell the aura seeds as a blind box. What you grow is purely up to your luck, and the whole process is free of underhanded operation, fair and impartial. Children and men. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at the patch of plants in the ground and became more and more satisfied in his heart. Holy, why isn't the anchor talking? I suspect this is something the anchor was working on in secret and then accidentally exposed. Trouble anchor to read the private message. We really are the operation staff of the Tigerfish platform. Upstairs you don't come out to cheat people. If you are really Tigerfish you directly get a VIP out of the anchor will not notice you. The netizens in the live stream were still curious. Zhang Feng also looked at the live broadcast at this time. All of these plants that you all just saw are actually plants that I acquired from my friend not too long ago. These plants are basically hybridized and the fruit that comes out of these plants is much better than the mother plant. Everyone can try it when they get a chance. Zhang Feng spoke eloquently in the live broadcast. I haven't seen the fruit yet, but I've marketed it for myself. Activate the skill. Create something out of nothing. Really, is grafting that good now? I suddenly want to taste the fruit of this plant. That said, what are these plants called? A whole bunch of hybrids. How about a chili pepper, tomato, cucumber and bean tree? A bunch of naming ghostwriters popped up on the air. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as he watched. This group of netizens has such a vivid imagination that they have all sorts of weird names. And Zhang Feng suddenly felt a bit like he was being punched in the face at this time, because when he had obtained the Flora and Fauna Atlas earlier, he had felt confident that he could recognize all the plants on the blue planet. I didn't expect to see these plants in the ground now, but I can't name them. Let's see. Let's call it a mutt, Zhang Feng said at this time, tentatively in the live broadcast. I didn't realize that it immediately drew trolls from the netizens. I feel like the anchor is cursing, but I can't find proof. Bastard kinda fits the name of the plant, but it always felt a little. Call it a 10,000 flower vegetable. I see the flowers of several plants growing on it. That name works. In a trio of internet users, the plant grown from the aura seeds was named by the crowd as the universal flowering vegetable. Zhang Feng didn't object and thought that the name was okay, and people on the air started asking when these vegetables would be available. Such an interesting vegetable plant that they all wanted to buy some to go back and try. However, Zhang Feng didn't answer this question immediately, because he wanted to wait until the 10,000 flowered vegetables had matured. He would first look at the fruits before saying anything. Selling is definitely a must, but when to sell is not certain. Anyway, it would take 30 days for the 10,000 flowers and vegetables to mature, so he was in no hurry. Zhang Feng walked into the field after chatting with the netizens. Not to mention, these kaleidoscopic vegetables that combine various vegetables look pretty good. For those who don't know, it's PD out. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at these 10,000 flower vegetables, and at this time, the nearby Duanzi and Lantern also seemed to be very interested in these plants. Looking at the plants that were a bit taller than he was, the donut was very curious and reached out his paws to grab the flowers that had already bloomed. When Zhang Feng saw this, he hurriedly went up and grabbed Duanzi's little paw. Donut, this is not going to work. These flowers will grow fruit. You can't touch them, Zhang Feng explained to the troop, and the group froze when they heard it. Florid, bare fruit. The donut cocked its head for a moment, then suddenly got up from the ground and wooed over to the open space next to the manna vegetable. It was seen pouting and bobbing its head, looking at the clearing suspiciously. Gee, where's the fodder I planted recently transcoded heavily to give us more power and faster updates? Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 29, Where's my feed? The group looked left and right at the clearing, which had nothing but freshly turned out dirt, but I just don't see the fodder it planted sprouting. Puzzled, Tuan twisted his little head around and glanced again at the nearby kaleidoscope of vegetables, then back at the clearing. It's still not right. What about the feed it planted? Boing boing. Tuanzi stood up, striding his short legs, and came to Zhang Feng's side. The little paw pointed at the empty ground, lifted his little head, blinked his little eyes, and looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. It wanted Zhang Feng to give it an explanation, while at this moment, Zhang Feng was forcibly holding back his laughter. But he didn't dare to tell the group the truth, because once he said it, it would definitely hit the group. I should have known I would have stopped the donut when it was planting the feed. This was great. He had no idea how to explain this matter to the group, and when he saw that Zhang Feng was silent, Tuanzi opened his little mouth and screamed even more anxiously, desperate to know why their feed didn't germinate. What's wrong with the donut? Is there anything good in the ground? What good could it be? I guess the donut is pouting again. Can't stand it. Such a cute panda, sooner or later give it back to Steel. Upstairs don't think about it well. The last Steel pandas have not come out. The netizens in the live broadcast room were very puzzled by Tuanzi's actions. Zhang Feng raised his head at this time and let out a bitter smile in the live broadcast. 2 days ago, Tuanzi planted some fodder in the ground. When Zhang Feng's words came out, the netizens were speechless. They are now aware of what's wrong. To be honest, they hadn't really heard of seeded feed growing yet. Looking at the anxious look of the group, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to muddle through. Ha ha, Donut is also a talented person who actually grows fodder. Donut should be pissed off when he sees his fodder hasn't sprouted. So take care of yourself, Old River. This is going to be a disaster for the anchor. The group is fuming. Animals think in simple ways. The netizens couldn't help but laugh, and Zhang Feng had a bitter smile on his face at this time. Before, he thought that in time, the group would forget about it. But he never expected these aura seeds to grow so fast, much less the fact that the group remembered it. Zhang Feng was silent, frowning as he contemplated how to explain to Tuanzi. And when Tuanzi saw that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he sat on his butt and looked at Zhang Feng with his little head held very aggrieved. Boing boing, where's my feed? Donut, your feeds don't actually grow. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and tried to explain to Tuanzi. After all, this matter certainly couldn't be kept from the group. If we fooled them this time, it would be harder to tell the next time the 10,000 flowers and vegetables were ripe and bountiful. Boing boing, what did you say? As soon as he heard Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi cocked his head and froze as he looked at Zhang Feng. It felt as if it had been deceived. Donut. Zhang Feng continued to speak, but Tuanzi didn't give him that chance at all. Boing boing, don't listen, don't listen. Tuanzi lowered his head, then clutched his little head tightly with his two little paws, and he kept shaking, just not listening to Zhang Feng. Ha ha, the troop is angry now. Anchor, hurry up and coax it. Wasted, wasted, wasted. Tuanzi, the child wasted. Why don't you transfer it to me? Donut, bear life is tough. Donut, do you know how hard I've been working? I've been working early in the morning and late at night just for fodder. And now you're telling me I can't grow it. Doctor, your master is just asleep. Donut, to the crematorium. The netizens gloated and laughed. Zhang Feng, however, looked at the troop hopelessly. He knew this would be the result of his telling the truth. It's really remorseful. Don't do this. Boing boing. The group became even more disgruntled. Straight away, he lay on all fours on the ground, and then kept shaking his little head as well as his limbs. That robe look is really just like a child's pouting. Jiang Feng on the side was directly exasperated and laughed, but he really couldn't do anything about this little guy. And at that moment, Lantern sat down on his butt beside Tuanzi. A small pair of eyes revealed a hint of worry. Then he reached out his little paw and gently pushed the sprawling donut on the ground. Boing! Lantern purred very quietly. Boing boing! Tuanzi seemed to have listened to the advice and sat up, but he still looked at Jiang Feng with his little mouth open and calling. It wanted Jiang Feng to give it an explanation. It's feed why it didn't germinate. Obviously you said plant it and it will grow. TSK, the way the donut is spilling. I want to steal it even more. Ha ha, I realize I like Lantern more now. Look how quiet it is. Che, you just like one when you see one. Unlike me, I want them all. Old Jiang better hurry up and coax. Be careful, Tuanzi will ignore you when she gets angry later. Jiang Feng was so out of temper at this point by the troop that he could only go and patiently coax the troop. Donut, I lied to you earlier. Your feed will sprout in a few more days. Jiang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head and said, boing boing. Truly, Tuanzi stopped her spilling behavior and looked at Jiang Feng without blinking. Really, your feed will sprout in a couple days. In order to appease the troop, Jiang Feng could only speak again with a clear conscience. As for whether or not it will grow, that doesn't matter anymore. Even if you can't, make it so yourself. And the netizens were speechless when they heard Jiang Feng say this. They had already predicted that when these vegetables matured, Jiang Feng's life would be difficult. I'm afraid. Boing boing. The donut over here immediately grinned anew after receiving Jiang Feng's promise, and he even rubbed his little head against Jiang Feng, but he was pushed away by Jiang Feng with a disgusted look on his face. This guy's rolling on the ground with dirt all over him. And at that moment, Jiang Feng's phone rang. It was Su Qinghuan from the Forestry Bureau. Jiang Feng didn't pick it up. However, after he hung up, Su Qinghuan sent a text message over, saying that the Forestry Bureau's people would be arriving in the village soon. Jiang Feng didn't care. It wouldn't be too late for him to go back when people came. And at that moment, the nearby Lantern was dumbfounded by the troop's roguish appearance. That's what it's all about. Why don't you try it too? Lantern's little eyes lit up. Jiang Feng seemed to have sensed Lantern's gaze, then spoke. Don't follow Tuanzi's example. This guy is a rascal. Calling. Lantern nodded a little stupidly. The donut, who was called a rascal, on the other hand, was very unconcerned, and pouted prettily again as he studied the fodder he had planted. There was a lot of wooing going on. It seems to have seen the scene of its own bountiful harvest. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 30 Concerns of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Jiang Feng stood behind the troop and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Tuanzi, the little guy's mind is just simple. Good coaxing. Old Jiang, you're just going to make a fool of yourself. Wait until Tuanzi realizes that you've tricked it again. You'll be finished by then. I'm quite curious now. How in the world did Anchor grow this whatchamacallit vegetable? Didn't the Anchor say it was graft? As a graduate of the College of Agriculture, don't I know that grafting these 5 or 6 plants together is still called grafting? What's the point of paying attention to that thing? Don't keep me from watching the pandas. At this time, some more people who questioned Manhwa vegetable appeared on the live broadcast. They all thought the vegetables were mind-boggling. It's hard for the average person to think that these vegetables can grow on a single stem. And Jiang Feng was speechless when he saw the pop-ups. This tea is here to make trouble. Absolutely. Therefore, Jiang Feng didn't reply to these questions for fear of revealing himself. Anyway, no matter what you say, he just flat out says it's grafted. If you don't know how to graft, you're not good enough. Not his fault. Jiang Feng inwardly hemmed and hawed, so he didn't care about the live broadcast anymore, but continued to inspect his 10,000 flowers and vegetables. But what he didn't know was that his kaleidoscope of vegetables had become a minor online sensation again. The netizens were confused at first sight after seeing the million flowers and vegetables. What kind of plant is this? But then the crowd suspected that it must be man-made, or maybe even the plant is made of plastic. How could such a thing grow in nature? That's why most people online think it's a man-made contraption and can't be taken for real. Jiang Feng's 10,000 flowers vegetable was only a small fire on the internet, but it didn't create much of a storm. However, Jiang Feng's 10,000 flowers vegetable has attracted the attention of experts in agronomy. It even alarmed the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. When the bigwigs of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences saw Jiang Feng's 10,000 flower vegetables, they were also completely confused. To be honest, they had dealt with plants for half their lives, but they had never seen this kind of plant that combined all kinds of vegetables. It's even breaking the boundaries of their knowledge. Who says that grafting is now well developed? But it's impossible to grow this plant in nature. Okay, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Old Shu, I've lived half a lifetime, is considered to have gained a lot of insight. I think it's fake. Even if you grafted this thing, for sure it would never survive. No, I think these plants are real. Just go watch his video. This young man is not to be missed. Although I don't know what kind of grafting means this person has used, but no matter what, this is just ordinary vegetables, so we should not be overly concerned. I do think it gives us a direction to refer to in terms of what we're going to study next. With the exception of a few individuals, the bigwigs of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences disputed Zhang Feng's 10,000 flowers vegetable for a while afterward. Then no one pays attention anymore. They think that this 10,000 flowers vegetables bear also just ordinary grafted out vegetables. Whether or not it can survive is not to mention first. This 10,000 flowers and vegetables do not seem to have much research significance in their opinion. Unless there's a real crop, they won't pay too much attention to it. And Zhang Feng, who was on the ground, never expected that he would actually attract the attention of a group of bigwigs. But even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. And at that moment he was thinking about how to make these manifold vegetables grow a little faster. The 30-day maturation period always felt too long to him. Zhang Feng was a bit impatient. System, is there any way to shorten the growth time of the 10,000 flower vegetables? When in doubt, ask the system. Zhang Feng once again found the system, wanting to find a way to make the 10,000 flower vegetable grow quickly. Water. The system then responded with a single word from Zhang Feng. But Zhang Feng immediately understood that the system was definitely referring to the tricolor divine water. Maybe this stuff can actually accelerate the growth of the manuka vegetable. Then this is great. Help me water this plot of land with 3-colored divine water every night, please system. So, Zhang Feng gave the watering task to the system. System, come on Donut, let's go home. After Zhang Feng had finished inspecting the vegetable field, he estimated that the people from the Forestry Bureau should come. So he greeted Tuanzi and Lantern to go home first. Boing boing, the group went back, still looking fondly at their clearing. Zhang Feng patted its little head and said, "Don't worry Tuanzi, in a while your feed should sprout." Boing boing. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi grinned and nodded. Zhang Feng smiled without saying anything as he hugged the two little ones. And when Zhang Feng returned to the front door of his house with Tuanzi and Lantern still, instead, they found that Director Su of the Forestry Bureau had just arrived with a crowd of people. Director Su, you came quite quickly, Zhang Feng said as he walked to the door holding the two little ones. The Bureau couldn't wait to get here as soon as they heard about the tests for the albino pandas, Su Qinghuan said with a smile. And at this time, the people from the Forestry Bureau also saw the two pandas in Zhang Feng's arms. This is the albino panda, right? It looks so white. Indeed, this albino giant panda is much better looking than the albino giant panda we photographed. Yo, look at this. This giant panda is still shy. Ha ha, it's still Tuanzi who has more guts and isn't afraid of people. The Forest Service crowd talked in a chorus of voices after seeing the lantern. Directly, the lantern in Zhang Feng's arms was a little too shy to look at the crowd. This caused another round of laughter from the crowd. The group next to him was not so shy, because it was only 2 days ago that the forestry department came over to give Donut a physical examination. So the group was a bit impressed with the group as well. And today it was Lantern's turn to do the checking. It's only been a few short days and the FDA has already made 2 trips. Zhang Feng estimated that people from the Forestry Bureau would definitely have to come often in the future. But Zhang Feng was very curious. As the director of the Forestry Bureau, is Su Qinghuan so idle? Why is he always the one who brings the team here? Looks like the Forest Service has it easy. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh a little, thinking that he might be overthinking things. He dropped off the 2 little ones on his side and opened the door for the crowd to walk in. Once inside, the Forest Service staff neatly laid out all the equipment for the inspection. Go over their Lantern. They won't hurt you. Let them check you out. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to Lantern. Lantern's small eyes looked at Zhang Feng and then at the Forestry Bureau's crowd. Somewhat uncomprehendingly, he cocked his head. Probe. What is the check are recently transcoded badly, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 31, give it a checkup too. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Feng and the rest of the crowd in a bit of a daze, not sure what to make it do. Come here little Lantern. We're having fun over here. The Forest Service tempted the Lantern, and as soon as Yuan Shao heard this, she immediately ran to Zhang Feng's side. Somewhat fearfully, he looked across the room at a few people. These pussies don't look like good people. It's okay Lantern, there's no need to be afraid. Zhang Feng stroked the Lantern. This little guy is just shy and not as bold as Tuan. So Zhang Feng called for Tuanzi. Tuanzi, go over and demonstrate to Lantern first. The group that was sitting on the floor in a daze froze. Demonstrations. I'm familiar with this stuff. Donut wobbled to his feet, then came over to the FDA man. Straight away, he was lying on all fours, then reached out a small paw towards the FDA crowd and greeted them, and patted his little tummy. Boing boing. Let's get started. The crowd at the scene couldn't help but laugh at the donut. Just the way the group looks is just like the people who have to scrub at the Northeast bathhouse. It's so much fun. So the FDA guy forced a smile and started checking the donut out again. See, no lantern. They won't hurt you. Zhang Feng held out the lantern, then pointed at the donut that was being examined and said, boing. Lantern nodded, indicating that he understood. It waddled over to the group as well. Then, following the group's earlier maneuver, he made a trip to the ground. Then, a small paw was extended towards the Forest Serviceman in greeting. However, when it came to patting his stomach, Lantern hesitated for a moment. It craned its head to look at the group next to it. Seeing how much the troop was enjoying themselves, Lantern also gave 2 pats to her own little tummy, then looked very expectantly at the FDA people. The crowd was amused by the lantern. The lantern was really too funny to actually think that the moves the donut had just done were mandatory. Zhang Feng next to him couldn't help but cover his face speechlessly. This good physical examination was hardened by these 2 little guys into the feeling of a big bathhouse in the Northeast. And at that moment, Su Qinghuan came to Zhang Feng's side. This is the adoption license for Lantern. Su Qinghuan pulled out a red ID and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at it twice after receiving it and found that it had the same adoption license as Tuanzi's. The Forest Service has negotiated a specific way to work with you. Su Qinghuan spoke at this time. Zhang Feng froze and closed the adoption license in his hand. How to cooperate? Zhang Feng asked with some curiosity. The last time Su Qinghuan called, he asked if he wanted to work with them, but it doesn't say anything about the specifics of the collaboration. Su Qinghuan looked twice at the giant panda that was doing the examination, then opened her mouth and asked, are you able to communicate with animals? Can't. Hearing Su Qinghuan's words, Zhang Feng immediately rebuffed too. He thought his secret had been discovered by the FDA. Zhang Feng's words made Su Qinghuan give a start, but he still went on to ask, then why are these animals so close to you? Even the money leopard won't hurt you. Maybe it's because I have a special physique. These animals love me. Zhang Feng responded without blushing. Su Qinghuan was dumbfounded by Zhang Feng's words. He didn't continue to probe the issue though. After all, everyone had their little secrets. They, the Forest Service, don't care about these little secrets. It was these abilities of Zhang Feng to live in harmony with animals that they needed. As you know, now that the environment is getting more and more polluted, these protected animals are getting fewer and fewer. Even a lot of wildlife has gone extinct. Su Qinghuan looked deeply at Zhang Feng twice. Zhang Feng nodded thoughtfully. What Su Qinghuan said was exactly the biggest problem encountered by the countries on the blue planet. The global environment has suffered from contamination since a nuclear leak in one country decades ago. Humans have not yet managed to survive, while the animals have had it rough. There are fewer and fewer environments in which they can survive. Many animals are on the road to extinction as a result. Su Qinghuan cleared her throat and continued. The Forestry Department wants to cooperate with you deeply, and in the future when you come across those precious animals and adopt them, we in the Forestry Department want to take their samples for research. In return, we'll give you a bonus of some kind, as well as being able to place you in a position with the Forest Service. Of course, this is just a preliminary collaboration, and there is certainly more to follow than that, Su Qinghuan slowly said. Zhang Feng stared blankly after hearing this. Good guy, this is intended to take him into the Forestry Bureau. Get into the inside of the Forestry Bureau. He'll be a civil servant for a change. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng didn't want to go into the Forestry Bureau. He's still thinking about lifting the village out of poverty and making it rich. At that point it would be better to be a village chief than to join the Forestry Department. Forget the position. I'll just ask how much the bonus is. Zhang Feng asked with 2 glowing eyes. Su Qinghuan was speechless. He thought Zhang Feng would agree to enter the Forestry Bureau. I didn't realize he actually liked money. Su Qinghuan felt that she might have looked at the wrong person. Su Qinghuan sighed in her heart. 5,000 at a time. 5,000. Zhang Feng immediately smiled. It seems that this business is quite good. The money for the dumplings and snacks. I'll give it to you when I sign the contract. Su Qinghuan was somewhat speechless as she pulled out the contract and handed it to Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng took the contract, he read it carefully, and at that moment, Tuanzi, who had already finished his examination, hurriedly ran past Zhang Feng. Donut, just play in the doorway and don't wander off. Zhang Feng looked up and said, boing boing. The donut gave 2 perfunctory barks before running out the front door. Zhang Feng looked down at the contract a few more times. Sign it if you think there's nothing wrong with it. The contract was in duplicate, and Zhang Feng handed one of the copies to Su Qinghuan next to him. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. But just then, the donut that had just run out of the door suddenly ran in calling. Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi with some confusion, not knowing what was wrong with this little guy. Boing boing. After Tuanzi ran to Zhang Feng's side, then anxiously pulled on Zhang Feng's coat. asking him to follow him outside the gate. Although Jiang Feng didn't know what was wrong with the group, he still followed up with some doubts. However, when Jiang Feng arrived at the door, he realized that there was an uninvited guest at the door. Jiang Feng laughed at once, then greeted the people in the courtyard and said, "Give it a check as well. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks." Chapter 32, Brother Panther, will never give in. Jiang Feng's shout caused everyone in the courtyard to freeze. They looked up at the gate. Only a patterned animal appeared faintly on the outside of the gate. The hearts of the Forest Service crowd were glad. Good lord, if it isn't the money leopard. The Qinling has suffered over the years. Despite its rich and diverse biology, there are only a handful of rare animals to be seen inside the mountains. The leopard has even disappeared in the last few years, leaving them heartbroken. But they didn't expect that they would actually have the honor of seeing the money leopard in Longmen village today. And this money leopard good think or come to Jiang Feng. The people from the Forestry Bureau couldn't help but put their eyes on Jiang Feng. And at this moment, Jiang Feng is looking at the money leopard not far from the doorway with two eyes. He could tell at a glance that the money leopard was the same one he had encountered earlier when he was returning from town. Jiang Feng hadn't thought that this guy would actually dare to run to the house to find him. "Now that you're here, you can't run away. It's not too much to ask that I take a little something from you after eating his feed." Jiang Feng looked at the money leopard with very eager eyes. "That's a whopping 5 grand. The money comes to you when you're sitting at home." Jiang Feng said that this cooperation with the Forestry Bureau is very cost-effective. Ouch, not far away. The money leopard stared at Jiang Feng with its own large leopard eyes. Then there was a low growl and a slight wag of his tail behind him. It seemed to be making a gesture to Jiang Feng. However, when it saw Jiang Feng's eyes that eagerly hated to eat itself, the money leopard froze, and the wagging tail behind it involuntarily stopped. The body was even 2 steps back slightly. "It's not right. Something was wrong with this human. Why is he looking at me like that? Shouldn't he be afraid of me?" The money leopard's heart grew a little wary. "Isn't that the leopard you ran into last time?" Su Qinghuan came from the courtyard to Jiang Feng's side. He froze upon seeing the money leopard, obviously recognizing it. He looked at Jiang Feng with some doubt. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why is it possible to live in harmony with such a beast? "Director Su, it's also $5,000 for you to check the body of this leopard." Jiang Feng turned his head to look at Su Qinghuan at this time. Su Qinghuan froze. "In principle yes, that'll do." Jiang Feng turned his head to look at the money leopard again. The money leopard took 2 more steps back. It felt as if it had made a mistake to come here today. Come, Brother Panther, let me discuss something with you." Jiang Feng grabbed his hand towards his pocket and pulled out a handful of fine fodder from inside his carry-on space. Then with a grin on his face, he walked towards the money leopard. Behind him, Tuanzi Oing Oing also wanted to follow Jiang Feng over and say hello to the money leopard. But he was stopped by Lantern, calling. The lantern opened its 2 front paws to pickpocket the Tuanzi, and its small eyes were even more somewhat fearful as it looked towards the money leopard not far away. Dead or alive, he just wouldn't let the group go forward because it was too dangerous. Boing boing, Tuanzi sat helplessly on the ground, looking at the money leopard not far away. And when the money leopard saw Jiang Feng coming, he turned around and tried to escape. But when it smelled the feed, the leopard's eyes snapped open. The tail behind him resumed wagging. It even wobbled quite a bit more than it did when it first arrived. By now the forestry department people at the gate were looking dumbfounded. It is important to know that a beast like the money leopard does not actively attack people though. But you took the initiative to look for the leopard. Aren't you killing yourself? Chief, he's this. Never mind. Su Qinghuan waved his hand, telling everyone to just wait and see what happens, because he could see that the leopard didn't seem to have any intention of harming Jiang Feng, and it seemed to be pleasing Jiang Feng. That kind of puzzled him. It also made Su Qinghuan more interested in Jiang Feng. It would certainly take a lot of pressure off the FDA if this person was brought into the fold. Jiang Feng, who was seducing the money leopard, was obviously unaware that Su Qinghuan behind him was still playing with this idea. At this point he was holding the feed in one hand and approached the leopard with the other, trying to pet its head. The money leopard immediately stepped back and looked at Jiang Feng warily. "Hey, what do you want? Brother Panther, you're being a bit immoral. I can't touch you even though I'm giving you good food." Jiang Feng pretended to put the feed away. The money leopard was suddenly dumbfounded with its mouth wide open, and its pair of yellow-black dotted leopard eyes were filled with disbelief. "Humans you don't would, to actually threaten a weak leopard like me, and don't ask who it is, who is not afraid of it for dozens of miles around. Just this human dared to threaten it." The money leopard stared at Jiang Feng with wide leopard eyes, stubbornly. Alas, Jiang Feng sighed, shook his head, and turned around. In his hands, he also kept playing with the boutique feed. The money leopard looked completely dumbfounded this time. It had wanted to be stubborn and leave, but when it smelled the nice odor, and think about the smell the other night, Moneypenny admits he gave in. It made a leap and jumped to Zhang Feng in front of the crowd of people from the Forestry Bureau. The tail stopped wagging and the body stood rigid. When Zhang Feng looked at it with a smile, the money leopard stubbornly twisted its head away. Now you'll let me touch it. Zhang Feng laughed at once and touched the money leopard's head with the feet in one hand. To be honest, Zhang Feng was also a bit afraid that this money leopard would hurt him. However, when he placed his hand on the money leopard's head, the leopard closed its eyes in resignation. The body stood even more rigid. But as Zhang Feng's hands moved, the tail behind the money leopard wiggled in small increments. The Forestry Bureau crowd behind Zhang Feng looked completely dumbfounded. This is still the leopard they recognize. How this guy is similar to the cats he has. On Zhang Feng's side, after stroking the money leopard's head, he placed the feet on the ground. The money leopard instantly pounced with both eyes and took a big bite. The tail behind him was wagging like an electric fan. Yummy. Well, I'm not going to give in. Zhang Feng looked at the money leopard with a smile on his face. He knew that the money leopard had taken the bait. You've eaten my food and you don't show it. Brother Panther, would you like to eat more? Zhang Feng spoke at this time. The leopard had also finished his feed by this time, but this was not enough for him to stuff his teeth. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the money leopard subconsciously nodded. Zhang Feng inwardly rejoiced. Brother Panther, should we go in and talk? The money leopard immediately took a step back and cocked its head to survey Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, brother Bao. Look, we are old friends, can I still hurt you? Zhang Feng said with a smile. The money leopard cocked his head and thought the same thing, so he turned toward the courtyard. Zhang Feng immediately got up and followed him, shouting, "One money leopard. Want the full set? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 33, Do you have any relatives, Brother Panther? Hearing Zhang Feng shout, the Forestry Bureau's crowd couldn't help but laugh. And the money leopard that was walking in front of him stopped and turned his head to look at Zhang Feng. Come on, Panther. No one's going to hurt you. Zhang Feng smiled and walked in front of the money leopard. Only then did the money leopard slowly follow Zhang Feng. The people at the gate as well as in the yard hurriedly made way for the money leopard. Standing aside, he scrutinized the leopard. The money leopard, on the other hand, was holding its head high and proud behind Zhang Feng. Doesn't even bother to look anyone else in the eye. Boing boing. Tuanzi and Lantern ran by Zhang Feng's side at this time. The two little ones also curiously surveyed the money leopard. The money leopard looked down at Tuanzi and Lantern before raising its head again. Ha, little guy. Tuanzi and Yuan Shao seemed to sense the pride of the money leopard and immediately barked in discontent. Tuanzi was not at all abashed as he pointed his little paw at the money leopard. It seems to want to argue with the money leopard. The money leopard immediately turned its head in disdain and ignored the donut. Boing boing. Tuanzi immediately tugged on Zhang Feng's coat and began to tattle. Zhang Feng squatted down and picked up the two little ones, rubbing their little heads. Okay, people are guests here. Don't be so rude. Boing boing, boing. After the two little guys heard Zhang Feng say that, they let out two small cries. But still, he looked at the money leopard with dissatisfaction. The money panther, on the other hand, strutted into the courtyard. Zhang Feng held Tuanzi and Lantern and walked in as well. And when the money leopard entered the courtyard and saw the crowd of the Forestry Bureau and the neatly arranged equipment, he was stunned. The money leopard twisted its head around, a pair of orange and yellow leopard eyes filled with doubt. I don't know what Zhang Feng called it in for. Zhang Feng walked over at this time, putting down the dumplings and Yuanshao in his arms, and looked at the money leopard with a smile on his face. Whoops. The money leopard cocked its head and sized up Zhang Feng. Brother Panther, I'll discuss something with you. If you let them check your health, there's enough food to manage just now, said Zhang Feng as he pulled out another handful of fodder then handed it to the money leopard. The money leopard's two eyes lit up and immediately ate it. Boing boing. Tuanzi took a short step with his little legs at this time, stretching his little paw and pointing at the money leopard. Disgruntled, he called out. Even Lantern was looking at the money leopard with some anger and some fear. The two little guys seemed to be questioning Zhang Feng as to why he would give such delicious food to this bad guy. Zhang Feng cried and laughed, then got up and went back to the house, took a bag of feed out and gave it to the two little guys. There were too many people in the yard for him to take it directly from his carry-on space. After getting a whole bag of feed, Tuanzi and Lantern's little eyes immediately lit up. Then they forgot about their earlier dissatisfaction with the money leopard. Happy to eat the feed, the cheetah looked up in a daze, and looked at the feed with even more eyes. The tail wagged involuntarily. Boing boing, calling. Tuanzi and Lantern barked disgruntledly towards the money leopard before taking the feed to the other side. The money leopard stared at Zhang Feng with both eyes glowing, wanted Zhang Feng to give it some fodder as well. Zhang Feng squatted down and looked at the money leopard and said, "See, brother leopard, anyone who follows me gets so many delicious food. Do you want to think about it?" Zhang Feng looked at the money leopard with a smile. The money leopard immediately nodded excitedly. But only if you let them examine you first. Zhang Feng pointed to the equipment next to him as well as the people from the forestry bureau at this time and opened his mouth. The money leopard, who was still excited, froze. It craned its head to look at the equipment. Another look at Zhang Feng, then shook his big head to show he didn't want to. It's a little scared of the unknown. Brother Panther, don't worry, they won't hurt you, said Zhang Feng, pulling out a handful of fodder from his pocket. The cheetah's head bobbed much slower, but it still didn't quite agree with checking itself out. Who knows what those people will do to themselves? Seeing this, Zhang Feng pulled out another handful of fodder and placed it in front of the money leopard. Su Qinghuan and the others beside him were a bit dumbfounded at this point. Zhang Feng, this pocket in the end, how big? A handful and a handful of, cannot finish pulling out is not it, and the money leopard's head stopped bobbing, then froze as if in thought. After thinking about it, the money leopard immediately wagged its tail again. Gotta add money. I knew Brother Panther was righteous. Don't worry, there's enough feed. Zhang Feng let out a laugh, then brought the money leopard to the side of the apparatus. Please, everyone, check this guy too, Zhang Feng said to the crowd of the forestry bureau pointing at the money leopard. The FDA crowd, however, was a bit hesitant. Although Zhang Feng gets along very well with the money leopard, they are not Zhang Feng. They were very afraid that the money leopard would suddenly get up and hurt them. Zhang Feng also saw the worries of the crowd and patted the money leopard and said, Brother Leopard, you won't hurt them. The money leopard barked, disdain leaking from its eyes, before lying directly next to it. You guys come on, let's get started. I'll be right next to you. This guy won't hurt you. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to the forestry bureau's crowd. After having Zhang Feng's assurance, the people from the forestry bureau were quite relieved. Then maneuvering up the equipment next to him, he carefully gave the money leopard a full body check. And by the way, he took some things from the money leopard's body to use for research in the future. So true. Su Qinghuan walked to Zhang Feng's side at this time and said with a smile. He could sort of tell that Zhang Feng really seemed to be able to communicate with animals. It was as if the animals wouldn't hurt him yet. This could strengthen his idea of pulling Zhang Feng into the forestry bureau. Hey, by the way, how did you get that feed? I see these animals are quite fond of it. Su Qinghuan asked again at this time. He had just stood by and observed for a long time. It was discovered that Zhang Feng had been luring these animals with these feeds, and these animals couldn't carry the lure of the feeds at all. You know that money leopards are meat eaters and giant pandas are bamboo eaters, so Su Qinghuan was very puzzled in her heart. Ancestral recipes are not easy to talk about, Zhang Feng said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Qinghuan didn't know what to say after hearing this. By the way, Chief Su, a leopard check is $5,000 a time. Right, not $5,000 for a species. Zhang Feng turned his head at this time and looked at Su Qinghuan and said, yes. Su Qinghuan was stunned by Zhang Feng's question. That's good. Zhang Feng nodded, causing Su Qinghuan to be confused, not knowing what Zhang Feng meant by this. And after receiving Su Qinghuan's affirmation, Zhang Feng smiled and walked towards the side of the money leopard who was doing the examination. Brother Panther, do you have relatives? The recent transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 34 FDA, I'm being wool gathered? Whoops. When he heard Zhang Feng's words, the money leopard who was doing the examination froze. It raised its head to look at Zhang Feng suspiciously. I don't understand why Zhang Feng asked this. And, relatives. What's a relative? The money leopard looked at Zhang Feng dumbfounded. Next to him, Su Qinghuan suddenly realized that it was bad. He had already thought of what Zhang Feng was planning to do. Definitely trying to get the money leopard to get all his own kind. A leopard is $5,000. Su Qinghuan regretted in her heart that they hadn't even thought about this aspect when they first formulated the cooperation program. Still underestimating this kid. Su Qinghuan secretly sighed in the back. He felt that he had still underestimated Zhang Feng's ability. Who would have thought that a person could communicate with an animal without hindrance? Careless, he's careless. And that was when Zhang Feng explained to Brother Panther what it meant to be a relative. The money leopard then realized that the original relatives referred to as parents and these people. How's it going, Brother Panther? Do you have any of these relatives? Zhang Feng asked again. The money leopard nodded in some confusion. He has these relatives, but he is a solitary animal and has been alone since he was an adult. Rarely contact their relatives. As far as it knew, it seemed to be the only panther for miles around. However, Zhang Feng does not care about this. As long as you have relatives. He began to tempt the leopard with his feed. Brother Panther, I'm going to make a deal with you. Do you want to eat all this good food all the time? Zhang Feng pointed at the fodder in Tuanzi's hand. Frightened, the group immediately hugged their feet and ran to the bedroom not knowing what to do. The money leopard nodded with both eyes. These feeds are very tasty and he loves them. Tell you what, Brother Panther, if you bring one of your relatives to my house, I'll reward you with a bag of fodder. The more you find, the more I reward you. Is this a good deal? Think of the scene where you're lying in a room full of feed, excited and happy. Zhang Feng said seductively. The crowd next to the FDA shook their heads straight after hearing this. It's really a pity that Zhang Feng doesn't go to be a pyramid scheme with this tone of voice, a proper pyramid scheme leader. The money leopard was a bit frozen after hearing this. Bring one of your own kind and you get to eat good food. That's a good thing. The money leopard immediately immersed itself in the fantasies brought to it by Zhang Feng, then nodded excitedly, indicating that he was willing to take the job now. Good job, Brother Panther. I knew you were righteous. Come and eat something first. Zhang Feng took out a handful of feed and fed it to the money leopard. Then this rose with satisfaction. Next to him, Su Qinghuan couldn't help but say with an exclamation, "It's a bit unorthodox for you to do this. You're pulling the wool over the Forestry Bureau's eyes." "No, I'm just making my own contribution to animal protection. Director Su should also know that there are very few golden leopards in the Qinling Mountains." Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked at Su Qinghuan with a smile. Su Qinghuan's heart thumped. What Zhang Feng said really wasn't wrong. Now the money leopards in these mountains are basically out of sight. If it wasn't for the fact that they were at Zhang Feng's house today, they hadn't seen a money leopard in years in the Forestry Bureau. "You're going to rely on this leopard to lure all the money leopards inside the mountain?" Su Qinghuan asked hesitantly. "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded. Su Qinghuan was greatly shaken in her heart. The population of money leopards is now very low, so even the money leopards have brought their own kind with them. Their Forestry Bureau doesn't use much money, and they can also take this opportunity to find out about the money leopards in the mountains. It's not even a problem to say that it's centralized and protected. Su Qinghuan couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng, and the more she looked, the more she felt that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. "I really misunderstood him just now. Zhang Feng, think about whether you want to join the Forestry Bureau seat I've reserved for you." Su Qinghuan issued an invitation once again. Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Su Qinghuan. "Joining the Forestry Bureau can be like you so leisurely every day to touch fish. What kind of asshole talk is that? I'm the chief." Su Qinghuan blushed at Zhang Feng's words and immediately ignored Zhang Feng. This brat is so ungrateful. While Zhang Feng was still thinking in his heart that he should not let Tuanzi call all their relatives here. "I'm afraid the number of pandas inside this mountain is quite large. Or look for these protected animals in the mountains later when you have time for yourself. Just look for some money." Zhang Feng had to think for himself now. When he expanded his vegetable farming business in the future, he would definitely need a lot of money. But he doesn't have much of a revenue stream right now as far as live streaming goes. He can't seem to make much money live, and he's a little confused as to why no one is giving him gifts on the air. It took the Forest Service people quite a bit longer to check the leopard's health than it did for the two of them. By the time it was done, the time had come to noon. Zhang Feng also didn't let the people from the Forestry Bureau go. He was going to cook himself today, just to test his cooking skills. However, Zhang Feng was directly driving the money leopard away. "Nah, here's your reward. Hurry up and go to your relatives. Think of how cool it is when you're lying in the feed. Go Panther." Zhang Feng directly threw a bag of feed in front of the money leopard, then went inside to cook. Moneybag stood in the doorway a little dumbfounded. "That's not true. Something's not right. You were so friendly just now. Why are you so impatient now? Why don't you take me to dinner?" The money leopard cocked his head and thought for half a day but couldn't figure out why Zhang Feng's attitude had changed so quickly. However, as soon as he saw the fodder on the ground, the leopard left all his worries behind. Having food is better than anything. The cheetah growled toward the yard, then ran off with the feed in its mouth. It hadn't forgotten the task Zhang Feng had given it. Since there were more people coming today, Zhang Feng's meal took a long time to cook. By the time the crowd had finished eating again, it was mid-afternoon. Su Qinghuan was satisfied and left Longko village with the Forestry Bureau's crowd. However, before leaving, Zhang Feng gave Su Qinghuan a problem. "Director Su, if I find animals often in the future, isn't it too much trouble for you to come here all the way? It's better to wait until I get back to the bureau to discuss the situation." Su Qinghuan didn't answer Zhang Feng's question, because they hadn't really considered this before, but now they had to. If the money leopard did bring his relatives in the future, then they couldn't come every day. Su Qinghuan left with the people from the Forestry Bureau with a pensive face. Zhang Feng, however, was lying on the sofa like he was paralyzed with exhaustion. "This is too tiring to cook for more than 10 people. I won't do it again if I die." And just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. "Subline quest released. Whether to receive recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 35, In Search of a Legendary Creature. Side quests issued. Receive them or not, the system said with another reminder. Zhang Feng's brain was confused after hearing that. He hadn't even finished signing up for 30 days in Dragon Gate Village yet, so how could another branch quest pop up? Pick up. Zhang Feng picked up the side quest after thinking about it. Quest release. Host is requested to travel deep into the Taibai Mountains to sign in for 7 days and search for the legendary creature. Mission reward unknown. When Zhang Feng finished receiving the mission, the system sent over the mission requirements. Zhang Feng's head was suddenly that big as he listened. The system actually told him to go deep into the Taibai Mountains to sign in for a week, and told him to look for some legendary creature. That's not playing with him. System, can I not do this quest? The mission has been claimed, the system said without mercy, causing Zhang Feng to lose his temper. Well, then you should have divulged some information to me. Since the mission could not be shirked, Zhang Feng could only prepare himself in advance. Then I'd like to ask what legendary creature you're referring to as the Dragon Phoenix. Zhang Feng asked curiously. The quest content also had a legendary creature written on it, so it seemed to be coming from quite a place. It's not one of those mythical creatures, is it? Tiger. Aha, tiger. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Feng froze. As far as he knew, there had once been tigers in this Taibai mountain, and it's also the endemic Qinling tiger, but in recent decades, the tigers inside the mountain have become extinct, never to be seen again. Do you want me to find the Qinling tiger or the North China tiger? Zhang Feng asked again. As these two types of tigers had already gone extinct, it's barely a creature of legend. Neither. It's a different kind of tiger. Go Junior. After saying that, the system went silent in Zhang Feng's mind, never to speak again. Zhang Feng's brain was buzzing after hearing this. Tigers with a difference. Tigers seem to be the same in every way except for different species, I guess. However, there seems to be a special. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. System, did you tell me to find the albino tiger? Zhang Feng said excitedly. But the system didn't respond to Zhang Feng. If we're talking about being different, surely an albino tiger would count, right? But it seemed he hadn't heard of a native albino tiger in China. The most common albino tiger is the Bengal tiger. Available. It's not exactly a creature of legend, is it? It's all out there in the public eye. After all, please go to the deep mountains and sign in as soon as possible. The system suddenly spoke out in a voice of reminder. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and bitterly, then shook his head. Feeling that he was confused by this task of the system. By now he only knew that the system told him to look for a tiger, but didn't tell him what tiger to look for. This is going to be a big problem if we run into danger. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Let's just get ready. Since he had taken the mission now, Zhang Feng didn't have anything to say. He was going to get ready for tomorrow and go to town to buy some things. After all, once he was in the mountains it would be a week. Food and stuff he's definitely going to have to prepare. Come on donut, let's go rub it in. Zhang Feng greeted Tuanzi and lantern towards the room inside. When the two little guys heard the sound, they immediately ran over with their short little legs. Boing boing, calling. The two little guys hugged Zhang Feng's thighs on the left and right, both raising their heads, their little eyes shining brightly as they looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and bent down to pick up both little ones. Goo, you two should lose weight. You're so fat. Zhang Feng weighed the weight of the dumplings and the lantern. These two little guys don't look small now, but they are growing old fast. It's definitely going to look a lot different after a while. Let's go. It's time to dilly-dally. Zhang Feng hugged the two little ones, closed the door behind him, and then walked towards his eldest uncle's house. He was going into the mountains the day after tomorrow, so he told his eldest in advance so he wouldn't worry. Zhang Agwa's home wasn't that far from inside Zhang Feng's house. Zhang Feng came to the door after walking for a while. Auntie, I've come to rub it in. Zhang Feng held the two little ones and pushed the door directly. Just in time. He saw his eldest uncle seemingly weaving bamboo baskets. Zhang Feng was instantly happy. He didn't realize that his eldest uncle had this craft. What are you doing here? The FDA's gone. Zhang Agwa said without lifting his head. Come on, I came over to tell you something. Zhang Feng placed the dumplings and the lanterns on the ground. After landing, the group winced and ran lightly toward the kitchen. Yuan Shao glanced at Zhang Feng from behind, and after seeing that Zhang Feng didn't care about himself, he also wobbled and ran towards the kitchen. Immediately afterward there was an exclamation of surprise from the kitchen from his great-aunt. These two little guys are especially popular wherever they go. Zhang Agwa spoke up and said, what is it? I'm going into the mountains for 2 days. Zhang Feng glanced towards the kitchen and twisted his head to speak. What? What are you going into the mountains for? Zhang Agwa put down the bamboo strips in his hands and looked up at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched his head and said without blushing, I haven't been in the mountains for years, so just wanted to go and have some fun. He wasn't afraid to tell his great-uncle that he was going to look for the tiger. Otherwise, he'd have had his legs broken tonight. Now it's dangerous inside the mountain. What's there to play? I really can't understand you young people. You'll see for yourself. Zhang Igwo muttered. lowered his head and picked up the bamboo strips on the ground again to weave bamboo baskets. Jiang Igwa immediately hammed and hawed, but he didn't expect his eldest uncle's next sentence to dazzle Jiang Feng. I'm retiring as village chief. The town asked me to find a successor, and I reported your name. Jiang Igwa, who was weaving bamboo baskets with his head down, said. What? Jiang Feng was stunned when he heard it. The position of the eldest uncle's village head was going to retire. I even put his name on the list. What, you are the only young man inside the village. What can I do? Jiang Igwa looked up and glared at Jiang Feng. The location of their Longmen village was so remote that no one other than people from their own village would even want to come here to be the village head, so Jiang Igwa directly reported Jiang Feng's name. As for whether Jiang Feng could become one, that was something for the town to consider. Anyway, he handed in the list, so you guys can do the rest on your own. Uncle, you're a bit bad. Right, people should say that we use our power for personal gain, Jiang Feng said with a bit of a twist. Whoever said to let him come to our village to be the village head? Jiang Igwa glared with a tiger's eye and said in a domineering manner. Listening to Jiang Feng, he straight away gave his eldest uncle a nod of approval. But uncle, I'm very curious as to who the mayor of our village is. Jiang Feng asked it this time. Jiang Igwa said without lifting his head. Me too. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 36, Yo, it's Brother Panther, Amount. Jiang Feng was speechless for a long time, so even if his eldest uncle had stepped down from the position of village chief, he was still the village head. Jiang Feng really didn't know what to say. However, he also knew that this was caused by the fact that Longmen village was too remote and didn't have much development prospects. Plus, there were only old people left in the village, so no one was willing to come to Longmen village to be the village head. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly in his heart and said nothing more. He turned to the kitchen, saw his eldest mother cooking, and Tuanzi sat next to the stove with lantern, head held high, watching with unblinking eyes, and wooing every now and then. Jiang Feng came over and knocked on the two little ones' little heads. What are you two doing? Do you want to cook? Boing boing. The two little guys twisted their heads to see Jiang Feng come in, turned around and ran out the door. Jiang Feng smiled and didn't bother with these two little guys. Ma'am, I'm going into the mountains the day after tomorrow. Can you take care of that vegetable plot behind my yard for me? Jiang Feng spoke at this time. No problem, but when did you plant the vegetables? My great-aunt, who was chopping vegetables, twisted her head in agreement. It's just a vegetable patch. Just water it, and you don't have to look after it every day. Just planted it 2 days ago. Just go check it out then. My vegetables will be ready to pick soon. Jiang Feng scratched his head and said, according to the effects of the tricolored divine water, by the time he returned from the mountain the 10,000 flower vegetables should be ready to be picked. Don't worry little Feng. Big Mother lives in the vegetable field to keep an eye on the vegetables for you. The great uncle snickered. She thought Jiang Feng was giving her a joke. What kind of vegetable will mature after only a few days of planting? Okay, don't stand here. The fire will be burning soon for cooking, so go inside first and watch some TV, the eldest aunt said as she washed the dishes on the counter. I'll start the fire. Jiang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and said, you'll burn something. Jiang Igwa, come and burn the fire. The great uncle shouted at the door. Here we go. Here we go. What's all the shouting about? Jiang Igwa put down the bamboo strips in his hands and walked into the kitchen, skillfully picking up a handful of wheat stalks to start the fire. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. His eldest uncle really didn't look like a village cadre at all. Jiang Feng walked out of the gate and couldn't help but sigh at the beauty of the small mountain village. The small mountain village was extraordinarily peaceful at this time. The sun was setting and the afterglow of the setting sun was spreading over the yard. Gusts of smoke also drifted up from the chimneys of the homes. So, that's how the day went. After finishing his meal, Jiang Feng took the tractor from his eldest uncle's house to his own home, because he's going to town tomorrow to use it. And incidentally also Jiang Igwa woven bamboo baskets to take away the day after tomorrow into the mountains may be able to use. The night was silent, and the first thing Jiang Feng did when he woke up and opened his eyes the next day was to sign in. The fourth day of punching the clock and signing in was a success. Check-in will be at Longmen Village. Mission reward, mastery of fighting arts, solar charger, wild survival skills. Yoo-hoo, nice reward this time. Jiang Feng sat up from his bed immediately after seeing today's sign-in reward. This time the rewards can be very practical, especially that solar charger. Before he was thinking of bringing dozens of rechargeables with him when he went into the mountains. Now it seems completely unnecessary. It's a lot less work with this thing. Tuanzi, Lantern is up. After receiving his skills, Jiang Feng woke up Tuanzi and Lantern who were still huffing and puffing next to him. Boing boing. The woken up Tuanzi looked at Jiang Feng in a daze and called out with some dissatisfaction. The Lantern next to him, on the contrary, looked around after waking up, looking like he was still in a daze. don't even sleep. Let's go to town today. Jiang Feng got up and said, boing boing. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi immediately got out of bed with excitement. Next to him, Lantern followed with uncertainty. Soon, under Jiang Feng's primping, one man and two bears finally finished their breakfast. Before he left, Jiang Feng opened his live broadcast room. A number of people soon came in. However, the netizens who entered the live broadcast room were just complaining about Jiang Feng. OMG, this anchor is finally on the air. I'm in a hurry. I'm convinced. Other anchors can't wait to broadcast 24 hours a day. This anchor can't move off the air. I heard that there was a live panda next door who hadn't been on the air for 2 days and was chopped to pieces. I can testify to the upstairs. I was the one who was there with a knife. This anchor still doesn't know how to market. If I start selling directly. The screen of the live broadcast room was quickly filled with pop-ups from netizens. Jiang Feng cried and laughed at this time and said, sorry everyone. I'll try to live stream for you for a while longer in the future. That's what you said. No little JJ if you cheat. Ha ha, the anchor has finally succumbed to us. Everyone stop posting pop-ups. It's interrupting me from watching the donut. Anchor, did you turn off the gift swiping feature? With Jiang Feng's promise, the popularity of Jiang Feng's live broadcast room increased even more. And one of these pop-ups caught Jiang Feng's attention. He frowned at the thought, and then he opened the settings of his live stream and realized that it was true. It seemed like he had actually forgotten to turn the swipe gift feature on before. No wonder his live room was so hot, but no one swiped gifts for him. However, Jiang Feng didn't immediately turn this function on, because he found out that it was stipulated inside the treaty that he could only take half of the rewards from the netizens, and the remaining half is all platform. Jiang Feng thought about it, probably because he hadn't signed with the Tigerfish platform, otherwise his cut couldn't have been so small. So, Jiang Feng stopped bothering. Let's wait for someone from the Tigerfish platform to contact him first. But what he didn't know was that the Tigerfish platform was going crazy looking for him, because Jiang Feng's private messages are not read. The phone is not even working. They had used all the ways they could contact, but they just couldn't reach Jiang Feng. So it caused Jiang Feng to not sign with any platform even though he was so hot now. As for Jiang Feng's side, after closing the door, he started the tractor with the two little ones. Departure. Jiang Feng drove the tractor and abruptly left the village. The two little ones sat in the back compartment. At this point, Dumpling was still as excited as ever, while Lantern was curiously surveying everything around him. This time the tractor never made another animal call as it passed through the bamboo forest at the entrance to the village. However, when Jiang Feng had only left the village not long ago, an animal figure suddenly appeared in front of the tractor. Scared, Jiang Feng slammed on the brakes, and then became happy when he saw the animal. Yo, if it isn't Brother Panther. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 37 Brother Panther is injured. The one who blocked Jiang Feng's way was none other than the money leopard who had left yesterday. Since Jiang Feng's live broadcast yesterday was relatively short, so the netizens didn't know about money leopard's visit to Jiang Feng's house. They were all startled when they saw the money leopard suddenly stopping the road. Holy, where did this leopard come from? It scared me. The anchor and the pandas are going to be cold. This leopard looks so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Oh, good guy, isn't this the money leopard that the anchor ran into the other night? A number of netizens in the live stream recognized the leopard. Jiang Feng also said in the live broadcast at this time, don't worry everyone, this is Brother Panther. We are good friends. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, the netizens were powerless to spit, because it was the first time they had ever seen someone call a leopard a brother. The key was that this leopard seemed to really recognize Jiang Feng and didn't go up to hurt him. Brother Bao, why don't you go find your relatives and come here? Have you forgotten your ideals? Jiang Feng looked at the money leopard in front of him and asked curiously. The money leopard looked at Jiang Feng with two lost eyes. After a low grunt, he jumped right up into the tractor's wagon and lay down. Tuanzi and Lantern in the wagon looked at the money leopard suspiciously. Then he cocked his head and whispered and crossed his arms. Boing boing, calling of birds. Jiang Feng also turned his head at this time and looked at the money leopard in the carriage suspiciously. What's wrong with this guy today? He's feeling a little down. What's wrong with this leopard? It's Panther, you're kidding me. Upstairs, you'll know if it's a leopard if you go stand in front of it. Something's not right with this leopard. Is it injured? The netizens in the live stream also raised questions. Jiang Feng turned off the engine and stepped down from the driver's seat at this time. Came into the back compartment to look at the money panther. What's wrong, Brother Bao? You're in a bad mood. Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. The cheetah raised its head and gave a low growl, then lay back. Jiang Feng didn't know what to do this time. However, when he saw the body of the money leopard, he realized that some scratches appeared on the leopard's legs. It looks like it was scratched by the claws of some animal. The flesh and blood inside is turned inside out. Brother Bao, you're being bullied, Zhang Feng asked in surprise, and the prone panther clearly didn't want to say anything more. He had been lying there motionless, and his eyes were even more disoriented, a look of rawness. Holy, this leopard's hurt. There are no animals in these mountains that can hurt a leopard, are there? There, a tiger can finish off a leopard. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There were no tigers inside the Qinling a long time ago. Okay, Zhang Feng, like the netizens in the live broadcast room, was also very puzzled about what kind of animal could hurt the money leopard, but Panther didn't seem to want to talk about it at all. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly. Since the money leopard didn't want to tell him what had happened, there was no way he could continue to ask. He pulled out a handful of feed and placed it in front of the money leopard, then went back to the front, and Tuanzi and Lantern in the car felt the money leopard's low spirits. The two little guys stopped barking after glancing at each other, and instead looked at the money leopard curiously. Don't worry everyone. Since the money leopard was able to come back, it proves that guy wasn't very powerful either. Zhang Feng calmed down the emotions of the netizens in the live broadcast, then he restarted the tractor again. Along the way, apart from the netizens of the live broadcast, Zhang Feng and Tuanzi, both of them didn't speak. The money leopard in the wagon was even licking its wounds alone. It was a very forlorn look. Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at it, then sighed helplessly again. He really couldn't do anything to help the money leopard in his current state. After the car had been traveling for more than half an hour, the netizens in the live broadcast suddenly let out a gasp. Holy, anchor look! The money leopard jumped out of the car. Isn't this leopard a bit of a thinker? This leopard isn't trying to kill himself, is he? What are you thinking about? I guess I'm looking for revenge on someone else. Zhang Feng, who was driving in front, also heard the commotion behind him. After he stopped the car, he turned his head and saw that the money leopard had jumped out of the car and was heading for the nearby woods. Zhang Feng stepped out of the car and couldn't help but shout, Brother Panther, what are you going to do? The money leopard in front of him paused for a moment, turned his head and roared towards Zhang Feng, looked at Zhang Feng twice, and then quickly dug into the woods. Brother Panther, meet me at my house if you need anything. Looking at Brother Panther's forlorn back, Zhang Feng shouted loudly. He wasn't sure if Brother Panther had heard him. It was all he could do anyway. Boing boing. Tuanzi at this time stretched out his little paw and barked directly in the direction where the money leopard had left. There was even more doubt in his small eyes. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head and sighed. Brother Panther has his own things to do. Boing boing. Tuanzi didn't understand the words and looked at Zhang Feng with a crooked head. Zhang Feng didn't explain that much, and after touching the two little ones' heads he started the tractor again. Zhang Feng didn't speak for the rest of the way, and so did the netizens in the live broadcast, because everyone is quite worried about the money panther. Yet they couldn't help the money leopard. Nature's survival of the fittest is just that. About nearly half an hour or so later, Zhang Feng drove the tractor to the town. This time the gnocchi didn't cause as much of a stir with the lantern. After all, the group had been here the last time, and the crowd on the street was used to it. Still, there were quite a few people staring at the two little ones as they walked along the road. Tuanzi, who was beside Zhang Feng, was looking around the street with a big grin. On the other hand, Yuan Shao was very shy and hid in Zhang Feng's arms without coming out. Zhang Feng began his purchases after arriving in town. He had come out this time mainly to buy some things for the mountains, like a tent or something, and some finished food. Anyway, it won't go bad if you put it inside your carry-on space, so you can just take it out and eat it when you want to. So Zhang Feng simply bought more. Donut, what do you two want to eat? Zhang Feng asked the two little ones while he was shopping. Boing boing, calling. Tuanzi shook his head with lantern. They don't want to eat anything but feed right now. Zhang Feng smiled and stroked the two little guys' little heads, then walked towards the next store. Time flew by, and by the time Zhang Feng finished his shopping, it was already afternoon. Zhang Feng saw that it was getting late, so he hurriedly took Tuanzi and the others back to Longmen village. He didn't want to have to come home in the middle of the night like he had the last time, and as Zhang Feng drove the tractor back, Zhang Feng remembered the money leopard that jumped out of the car and left. Zhang Feng was worried about the money leopard in his heart at this time. He didn't know what kind of animal the guy had been mauled by. I don't know if something will happen to the leopard or not. LOL. Has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 38, The Stunned Great Ant. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng woke up and started to pack his things after clocking in and signing in. Except for some tools tents, Zhang Feng put everything into his carry-on space. The 10 square meters of carry-on space was stuffed to the brim by Zhang Feng. Instead, the tent was placed inside the bamboo basket by Zhang Feng. This bamboo basket is more than half a meter high and comes with 2 straps on the back. Zhang Feng could just carry this bamboo basket on his back when he went up the mountain. After packing up his things, Zhang Feng called out to Wanzi and Lantern. He hadn't wanted to bring these two guys before. After all, There might be some danger for him to go up the mountain this time. The system also didn't say what the tiger he was told to find actually looked like. But last night, as soon as these two little guys heard that Zhang Feng was going to leave them at home, they were immediately unhappy. Yuan Shao hugged Zhang Feng's thigh, her small eyes looking at Zhang Feng pitifully. It's a big feeling that if you leave me behind, I'll cry for you. And the donut is even more of a bummer. Laying directly on all fours on the ground, oinking, and shaking his head. The small eyes still looked up at Zhang Feng from time to time. As soon as she saw Zhang Feng looking at it, she wooed even more vigorously. It's no different than a bear pouting. These two little guys pestered Zhang Feng with no way out, and in the end, he could only agree to take the two of them up the mountain. Rise and shine, two little lazybones. Let's go up the hill today. Zhang Feng shook the two little ones' plump bodies. Tuanzi and Lantern woke up, then looked at Zhang Feng with a blank expression. Come on, let's go up the hill and play. If you don't get up, I won't take you too. Zhang Feng said threateningly. Frightened Tuanzi and Lantern, they immediately got up from the bed. Zhang Feng patted the two little ones. Let's go. First take a trip to the eldest uncle's house. After saying that, Zhang Feng came to the door first, then carried the prepared bamboo basket on his back. This bamboo basket holds a bit too much though, but this amount of weight was a piece of cake for Zhang Feng's current physical strength. And the donut Lantern came to the door with his own short legs in a daze at this time. Zhang Feng went up and locked the door, then took the two little ones towards his eldest uncle's house. The small mountain village was extraordinarily quiet in the morning. No sounds could be heard other than birds chirping. Zhang Feng knew that the old people in the village must all be chattering at the village entrance right now. Hurry, Duanzi Yuan Shao. Any later, and it's time for Auntie to get down to work. Zhang Feng turned his head towards Tuanzi and Lantern who were following behind. Boing boing. Without saying a word, Lantern quickened the pace of her short legs. Tuanzi, on the other hand, opened her little mouth and barked twice in dissatisfaction towards Zhang Feng, but still followed. Soon, Zhang Feng arrived at his great-uncle's house, just in time to run into his great-uncle who was about to go out with a hoe. I thought you'd already left and was just about to check out your family's vegetable patch. The eldest aunt put down the hoe in her hand and looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. I have to go now. I'm going to have to trouble you with that vegetable plot at my house. It'll be a few days before I can come back. Zhang Feng said with some embarrassment. What's the trouble? If you don't feel comfortable, I'll just live in your vegetable patch. Then these two little ones are coming with you. Eldest Auntie saw Tuanzi and Lantern behind Zhang Feng and asked curiously, pointing at the two little ones. Well, I don't feel comfortable leaving either of them at home. Zhang Feng glanced at the two little ones. Then you must be safe. It's dangerous inside the mountains now. Well, I'll be careful. Come Dumpling, Lantern. Say goodbye to Auntie. Zhang Feng turned his head and spoke to Tuanzi and Lantern. Boing boing. Calling. The two little ones raised their own paws, their little mouths calling, and greeted each other in style. The amused great-uncle burst out laughing. I'll go first then Auntie. Well, be careful. Zhang Feng took the two little ones towards the back of the village after greeting his great-aunt again. For her part, the eldest aunt picked up her hoe again and headed towards Zhang Feng's house. She would like to see what kind of vegetables this brat grew that were so valuable. Soon, Zhang Feng brought the two little ones to the back of the mountain, and Zhang Feng was a bit hesitant while going up the mountain. This system had told him to go up the mountain, but it hadn't assigned him a direction. System, which way should I go? Which way do you usually go up the hill? I used to take this road up the hill. Zhang Feng pointed to the road in front of him. Then this one. The system's reply made Zhang Feng not know what to say. Why did he feel so out of his depth? Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly, carrying the bamboo basket or planning to take the old road up the mountain. However, that's when the gnocchi had another problem with the lantern. These two little guys don't want to go, directly hugging Zhang Feng's thighs with one left and one right, then looking at him pitifully. What do you two want? Boing boing. Calling. The two little ones pointed up the hill and then shook their heads again. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at these two national treasures. Needless to ask, it both must be too lazy to walk. You two, you really should exercise. Zhang Feng bent down and put the two little ones into the bamboo basket behind himself, then carried these two up the mountain. At the same time, Zhang Feng had opened his live stream. He was too bored to go up the mountain by himself, so he just happened to be chatting with his online friends. Number 1. I'm number 1. Anchor, you said yesterday that you would give us more live for a while. Why did you close the live room when you went to bed? Is there something wrong with you upstairs? I want to see the gnocchi. I want to see the lantern. Where's Lantern and Tuanzi? Why are these two cuties missing? Anchor, where are the pandas? The netizens who entered the broadcast room asked about it. Zhang Feng patted the bamboo basket behind himself and said to the live broadcast with a smile, the two of them are here. After saying that, two small furry round heads appeared inside the bamboo basket. Since the bamboo basket is quite big, only one head of the dumplings and the lanterns can be exposed. The two little ones grinned and surveyed their surroundings. Wow, that's so cute. I want to have a giant panda like that too. Those two little heads are so cute. I want to ravage them. Old Jiang wants to go up the mountain with a bamboo basket on his back? Ha ha, I feel like the anchor is going to be exhausted. Just these two little guys alone are not light. Netizens are marveling at the cuteness of the gnocchi with the lantern. Some netizens also discovered what Jiang Feng was carrying. That's right, there's nothing to do, so I'm just going to go inside the mountains and have some fun, Jiang Feng said as he walked towards the mountain path. And the two little ones were wailing with a little head peeking out of the bamboo basket. Seems to be having fun. It was at this moment that Jiang Feng's great aunt also came to his family's vegetable plot. However, the hoe carried on her shoulder involuntarily fell to the ground when the eldest aunt saw the million flowers and vegetables inside the ground. The entire group was even staring wide-eyed at the vegetable patch in front of them. What is this has been heavily transcoded lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 39, Quick Look. Wild Spicy Hot Pot. Chen Yanjing was completely stunned by the 10,000 flowers vegetables in Jiang Feng's vegetable patch at this time, because she had never seen such a strange plant before. Capsicum, tomatoes, it's all growing on one rootstock. Jiang Feng's great aunt, Chen Yanjing, felt like she had lived that long in vain. She'd been farming for decades, and for the first time she was so shocked. This kid. Chen Yanjing snapped out of his shock and looked at these 10,000 flowers and vegetables in front of him, muttering non-stop. It's a rare thing. We can't let anyone else know about it. Walking from the beginning of the ground to the end of the ground, Chen Yanjing was already numb with shock. She was just a rural woman, but she knew the importance of this vegetable plot. The veggies were most likely from her great-nephew. So Chen Yanjing sat on the ground and calmed down for a while, then pretended as if nothing had happened, took the hoe and went home to look for Jiang Igua. Only, along the way, Chen Yanjing's footsteps were much faster. At this time is still on the mountain road. Jiang Feng does not know that his great aunt has been shocked by his 10,000 flowers vegetables bad. What's more, they didn't know that Jiang Igua and Chen Yanjing in the back guarded these vegetables as if they were treasures. By this time, Jiang Feng had already arrived inside the deep mountains with the two little ones on his back. The Taibai Mountains are a relatively complex mountain range with gullies and a maximum elevation of more than 700 meters. Jiang Feng was only strolling around the lower elevations now, too high for him to go. Not to mention, the scenery inside this mountain is really good. A rare and beautiful view. That must be the snowy mountains not far away. It's so beautiful. Holy, is this Anchor's stamina so good? He hasn't even gotten tired after walking for more than 2 hours. Anchor, are you going to spend the night inside the mountain today? The netizens in the live broadcast room had been shocked badly by the scenery inside the mountain. Jiang Feng, however, didn't feel much. After all, he had lived here since he was a child and had gotten used to seeing it. Yeah, I'm going to spend a couple days inside the mountains and have a good time, Jiang Feng replied to the netizens. The crowd in the live room didn't say anything. After all, there are quite a lot of outdoor anchors now. There are even people who live stream wilderness survival. However, these anchors actually have a team operation behind them. That's why many netizens felt that this might also be an event planned behind Jiang Feng's back. Don't think so much, people. I'm just going into the mountains on my own. There's no team. Jiang Feng also saw the pop-ups from the netizens, so he opened his mouth to explain a couple of things. But it's fine if this isn't explained. And when it is, there are even more people questioning it. Anchors don't pretend. Just you outdoor anchors, I don't know. Anchor, don't explain. I don't believe how you can live inside the mountain without a team. Even eating is a problem. Why do you people think so much? Anyway, I came to see the pandas. The netizens in the live stream argued. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up screen and didn't say anything. He was too lazy to explain that much. Tuanzi, Lantern, where is your home? Do you want to go home and visit? After walking for a while, Jiang Feng stopped at a boulder and twisted his head to touch the two little heads inside the bamboo basket. Boing boing. Calling of birds. The two small furry heads cocked their heads, their small eyes looking at Jiang Feng suspiciously. You two can't have forgotten where your house is, can you? Jiang Feng asked very breathlessly. Boing boing. Calling. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately grinned and nodded excitedly. There seemed to be no sadness over his inability to find a home. Exasperated, Jiang Feng gave these two little guys a little. You're proud of yourself for forgetting where your home is, aren't you? These two little guys are so heartless. Laughing my ass off. These two are really proud of themselves. I'm going to report the anchor for abducting and selling bear cubs unless the anchor shares a giant panda with me. Upstairs, you're thinking fart food. The netizens in the livestream were also talking about the origins of these two little ones. Jiang Feng put down his backpack at this time and sat on the boulder, looking at the dumplings and the lantern. Don't you two ever miss home? Boing boing. Classifier for families or businesses. E.g., shops, companies. Calling of birds. What's home? The two little heads in the bamboo basket glanced at each other, then looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Well, Jiang Feng was really speechless. It seemed that these two little guys should already be able to live independently, otherwise no other pandas would come to them. Jiang Feng stroked the two little ones and looked into the distance. He'd come a long way in less than a morning, but he hadn't stumbled across anything along the way. It seems that these animals in the mountains must be staying deep inside. Dumpling, Lantern, are you too thirsty? Jiang Feng turned his head and asked the two little ones. Boing boing, Tuanzi nodded with Lantern. Then they stuck out their little tongues and opened their mouths, waiting for Jiang Feng to feed them. Although the two of them had been in the bamboo basket without having to walk, the sun was very poisonous in this summer, so Duanzi and Lantern were already very thirsty. Come on, I'll take you to the mountain spring. Jiang Feng patted the heads of the two little guys and didn't take out the mineral water inside his carry-on space, because he knew that the mineral water was nowhere near as good as the mountain spring water. After saying that, Jiang Feng pressed the heads of the two little ones down, then he carried the bamboo basket again. Follow previous experience to find out if there are any mountain springs nearby. The netizens are coming around at this point. Now there's mountain water. Why no more? The spring water inside the mountain is very cool and exceptionally good. Tell me what this anchor has nothing to do going into the mountains. It's too hot. See, I suspected there was a team behind the anchor, right? Jiang Feng also didn't pay attention to the netizens' pop-ups. He followed the memory in his head through a small patch of woods. A trickling spring appeared in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was overjoyed and ran towards the spring with the two little ones on his back. This water is so cool. After Jiang Feng carried the two little ones out of the bamboo basket, he bent down on his back and drank from the spring with his hands. I was able to feel the cool sweetness in my mouth, and the two little ones even plopped right down on the springs. This man and two bears kept making exclamatory noises. Soon the one man and two bears who had finished their water lay down next to each other in an unimpeded manner. This spring is so sweet, and Jiang Feng looked up at this time to see that the sun had already reached the top of the mountain. It's almost noon and it's time to eat. But Jiang Feng felt that it was a bit hard to say in front of the netizens to pull out the prepared food. So he said to the netizens in the live broadcast, "It's almost time for the meal, so I'm going to teach you all how to find food inside the mountain." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the netizens came to be interested, and immediately looked at the screen intently. Usually there must be something edible near a spring, so now let's look for it. And at that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly pointed ahead. Everyone, look, I found something up ahead. Wild spicy hot. Netflix, we've been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 40, The Questioning Bohemia That Can Dig Up Gold. Look what I found. Everyone, wild spicy heat. I can't believe it's still steaming. Jiang Feng exclaimed in the live broadcast with a very exaggerated expression as well as actions. Then he pounced on the spicy hot pot like a vicious dog pouncing on a meal. And by now the screen of the live broadcast was dominated by question marks. I suspect the anchor thinks I'm a cutie. It's, old Jiang, I have no grudge against you. Why do you treat me like a stupid hangman? The anchor is awesome. He actually found wild spicy hot pot. It's comparable to the anchor next door who found wild Ultraman. See, I told you there's a team behind this anchor. Right, even getting out the spicy heat. The netizens in the live broadcast room were very speechless as they looked at Jiang Feng on the screen. They had now decided that Jiang Feng definitely had a team behind him. Otherwise you wouldn't have gotten a hot and spicy out of it. I see. The anchor must be satirizing some outdoor anchors. I think so. I didn't realize the anchor was so positive. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. If you sing again upstairs, also your anus shut. I feel like the anchor just came to the mountains for a vacation, and it's making my eyes water to watch. The pop-ups on the live feed were finally much more normal. Many people even saw Jiang Feng was eating spicy hot food with a big mouthful of gluttony. Jiang Feng also glanced at the live broadcast at this time and realized that everyone felt that there was a team behind them operating. Well, that was a big relief for him, because whatever he pulled out of his carry-on space in the future, he could push it onto the nebulous team behind him. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng ate even more happily, and at that moment, Duanzi and Lantern, who had already finished their feed, smelled the aroma of spicy hot pot. The two little guys twisted their heads and sniffed towards Jiang Feng's side, then got up and wobbled towards Jiang Feng's side. Boing boing, calling. The two little guys sat in front of Jiang Feng on the left and right, drooping his little paws and angling his little head. He eyed the spicy hot pot in Jiang Feng's hand. What are you two up to? Jiang Feng put down the spicy hot pot in his hand, wiped his mouth, and looked at the two little guys suspiciously. Boing boing. Tuanzi grinned and stretched out his little paw to point excitedly at the spicy hot pot in front of Jiang Feng. You want to eat this? Jiang Feng pointed to the spicy hot pot and said, boing boing. The group nodded excitedly. The same goes for the side of the lantern. Jiang Feng looked at the two little guys speechlessly. Don't you two want to eat fodder? You two can't eat this stuff. Zhang Feng shook his head and brought the spicy hot pot back up. Boing boing. Tuanzi immediately screamed in anxiety as soon as he saw that his spicy hot pot was gone. Rising to his feet and still trying to pounce on spicy hot, Zhang Feng stretched out a hand to block Tuanzi's little head. No, you two can't eat this. After saying that, Zhang Feng took out half a bag of feed and gave it to the two little guys. Boing boing. After Tuanzi received the feed, his head half drooped and his small eyes looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. Lantern was next to him and kept peeking at the bowl of spicy hot pot. It can make these two little guys eyeball it. But Zhang Feng just didn't care about these two little guys. Where pandas eat spicy hot pot. Anchor, you're so bad. Bullying Tuanzi. Lao Jiang gave it two bites. See how they're craving for it. Don't feed the pandas indiscriminately. This is a national treasure. I don't see a problem. It's just a hot potato. The netizens in the live stream were fighting for Tuanzi with Lantern. Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, "You guys, just spoil these two little guys. I'm done eating and ready for my lunch break." Zhang Feng pulled the last bite of spicy hot pot into his mouth, then got up and came to the spring, swiped the utensils for the spicy hot food and put them in a bag. Then he leaned over and took another sip from the spring. Wow, that's cool. Zhang Feng washed his face again and stood up and shouted, "Boing boing." Tuanzi and Lantern also ran to the spring at this time. The two little guys used their fat bodies to squeeze Zhang Feng to the side. Then he took a sip of water following Zhang Feng's earlier example. Reaching out his little paw, he caught some more spring water and rubbed it haphazardly on his face. The people watching couldn't help but laugh. You two ah. Zhang Feng smiled and rubbed the heads of the two little guys before he stopped caring about the two of them. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked at the spring again. The water from this spring was not large, but the trickle seemed to flow endlessly, and the spring had slowly flowed into a stream. Zhang Feng followed the flow of the creek and looked into the distance. Suddenly, Zhang Feng found a plant not far away that made him unexpected. Ask Bauhinia. Zhang Feng rubbed his eyes and took a few steps forward. It was found that this is indeed the ask thorn as recorded in the Flora and Fauna illustrated book. The netizens also heard Zhang Feng's exclamation of surprise, and immediately inquired curiously, "What's a brambleweed? I've never heard of it either. I think it's a common grass." Gross. How could you be so surprised if it was a regular grass anchor? There's gold underneath this thing. Ask thornwort. A pop-up in the live feed suddenly caused a stir. It is a great honor meet you. The live stream exploded with questions about whether or not this was true. Zhang Feng had already walked over to the questioning thorngrass by this time. Found out that this is indeed a scarium grass, and it seems to be quite a bit of it by the looks of the area. The plant is called a scance. It's a fern and not really considered a grass, but it's said that there's gold where there's a lot of a skin. As to whether it's true or not, that can't be determined. Zhang Feng explained to the netizens by pointing to the questioning Jing in front of him. Now the crowd sort of understood what Ask Jing was. However, the netizens are most concerned about asking Zing. Anchor, ask thorns. Anyway, I was told to ask Thing. Then won't I be rich? I'll go to Ask Jing now and dig for gold. You're thinking too simply. If it were true, I'd have been rich a long time ago. Anchor, you dig and see if there's any gold. Yeah, tell these daydreamers to wake up. Netflix has spoken. Okay, then I'll dig up a few to show you. Zhang Feng said with a smile before taking out the shovel inside the bamboo basket. A shovel goes down on the roots of the ascaris. The entire ask thorn was dug up by Zhang Feng, and there was nothing in the soil except for the rhizome. You see, there is no gold. Zhang Feng pointed at the dugout ask thorn grass and said, and the netizens still don't want to believe this. It had been encouraging Zhang Feng to keep digging. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. Fulfill this request of yours and wait for your hearts to die, you guys. After saying that, Zhang Feng made a shovelful of the questioning thorn grass next to him. While digging, he said, see, this, dog head gold. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 41, The Troop, boing boing. I'm earning money. With Zhang Feng's shovel going down, a palm-sized stone with a bit of golden color was turned over. Zhang Feng instantly recognized that this was dog head gold that was naturally formed in nature. Look, see, I told you there was gold. Without saying anything else, I'm going to find Ask Thornwort now. Dude, you're already late. I'm already plowing the ground. Sour me to death. Anchor luck, this is too good. Actually can touch the dog head gold. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also surprised by this piece of dog's head gold. They didn't expect Zhang Feng to casually rummage around inside the ground and actually turn up gold. Many people looked at it with envy. You know that the law of the Blue Star Chinese country is very loose. Unless it is picked up to have the main thing, or this dog head gold who picks up is whose. And Zhang Feng put down the shovel in his hand at this time, stooped down to pick up the dog's head gold and wiped the dirt on it. It was then realized that this piece of dog's head gold was not of good quality. Don't look at the size of this dog's head of gold. but the palm-sized stone had just a thin layer of gold attached to it. If we're talking about weight, there's not much there at all. According to Zhang Feng's understanding, someone in China had once picked up more than 20 pounds of dog's head gold. It's worth millions. Zhang Feng looked at the dog head gold in his hand and shook his head. Everyone, the value of this dog's head gold is not as high as everyone thinks, and it's just a thin layer of gold on top. Zhang Feng raised the dog's head gold for the netizens in the live broadcast to see. When netizens took a look at the condition of this piece of dog's head gold, many of them had a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, pie in the sky is still very rare. Harm, made me happy for nothing. I thought a big chunk of it was all gold. This should have a few grams of gold in it too. That's worth a lot of money. I don't care. I'm ready for action anyway. I have a premonition that China's questioning thornwort will be exterminated overnight. Many netizens rose in disappointment. But there are still a lot of people who think it's a chance to get rich. Don't look at this piece of dog's head gold as small, but in case the other places ask for the thimbleweed. Many people were immediately dumbfounded in their hearts. There are even people who have already moved on. Zhang Feng saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and opened his mouth. Everyone should be more sensible. Ask Thornyweed. Everyone might as well go to the factory and screw in the screws. Don't listen. Don't listen. I don't believe it. Anchor, how did you find it? I'm going to find it too. That's right. I've resigned from the factory. Going to get rich soon. What a bunch of whimsical people. It's like the foreign gold rush of the last century. There are still quite a few sensible people on the air. Such things as digging for gold in the ground have been around in foreign countries for a long time. Some people have gotten rich from it, and others have lost their lives. The process is full of blood. And when Zhang Feng saw some of the netizens in the live broadcast room were so crazy, he was also very helpless. After all, the big guys are ordinary people who don't want to get rich. You guys, you just want to get rich overnight. I'm going to dig up all of this askance grass now to show you if there's any gold or not. In order to make the netizens all a bit more sensible, Zhang Feng decided to dig out all of this remaining ask thorn grass for everyone to see. It's impossible for pie to fall from the sky. After saying that, Zhang Feng waved the shovel in his hand and started digging. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also looking at the busy Zhang Feng in front of the camera with anticipation. They both hope for gold and fear that Zhang Feng will dig into. And at this time, Tuanzi and Lantern realized that Zhang Feng was working, also calling over. After Tuanzi saw Zhang Feng's hand movements, he immediately stretched out his little paw to stop Zhang Feng. What do you want? Zhang Feng stopped his hand movements and looked up at the troop. Boing boing. Working. Make money. Calling. Yummy. Tuanzi and Lantern looked at Zhang Feng with glowing eyes. Saying that, he also had to stretch out his claws to fight for the shovel in Zhang Feng's hand. The two little ones understand very well that if they work they get good food. As far as contributing or not contributing and being able to help, just have an attitude that can mix with food. So as soon as Tuanzi and Lantern saw Zhang Feng working, they ran over very aggressively. Zhang Feng very helplessly knocked the two little ones on the head. These two say they work for him, but they give him a hand every time. Zhang Feng didn't even dare to hire them. Boing boing. Calling. The two little ones called out when they saw Zhang Feng ignoring them. He also wanted to go and grab the shovel in Zhang Feng's hand. Okay, I'm kind of scared of you two. You two just sit on the side. I'll give you two food. Boing boing. What kind of bear do you think I am? Calling. That's it. When the two little ones heard this, they immediately shook their little heads. They're not the kind of bears that eat for free. Okay, then you two go dig next to each other. Zhang Feng pointed out a random place to Tuanzi and Lantern, then left the two of them alone. And Tuanzi and Lantern immediately waddled to the side and began to dig the ground with their paws. Zhang Feng had originally wanted to say a few words about the two of them, but these two guys seemed to be having a lot of fun with their mouths wooing. And at that moment, the hearts of many netizens in the live broadcast room sank, because with Zhang Feng's digging, half of the questioning thorn grass had been dug out. Nothing. See, I told you there was no gold. Zhang Feng stood there and rested for a while, pointing at the dugout ask thorn grass and said, hard to believe. I can't believe there's no gold. Please Anchor, keep digging. Let's all give up. If gold was that easy to find, you wouldn't need it. That's just it. You might as well get a class for all this effort. Oh, I handed in my resignation. Can I still go back to the factory? Seeing that Zhang Feng dug for so long and found nothing, many netizens are dead. The doggy gold thing isn't really something you can normally stumble upon. There are really only a handful of people who have dug up dog's head gold from time immemorial. You know that there are more than 1 billion people in China. And Zhang Feng, in order to let the netizens die completely, soon the last small piece of Ascari's grass was dug up. As Zhang Feng's last shovel fell, there was a heavy sigh of relief from the crowd in the live room. Getting rich is something that sometimes really depends on fate. Everyone now knows how hard it is to find this dog's head gold. With that kind of work, you'd be better off even going to work than looking for this. Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, It has put a lot of netizens off their minds. And just then, the group next to him suddenly ran over. He came up and pulled Jiang Feng's coat, his little paw pointing, his little eyes excitedly showing him the pit he had plowed. Jiang Feng helplessly stroked Tuanzi's little head and twisted his head to look at the pit Tuanzi had plowed. Tuanzi, you this. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 42, I've been adopted by the doughboys. Donut, you pull inside. Jiang Feng was speechless as he looked at a somewhat yellow, poop-shaped mass inside the pit. This stuff really does look like poop at a glance. Boing boing. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi's little head froze. Then he cocked his head and looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief. There was still a hint of aggravation in the small eyes. I can't believe you think I'm that kind of bear. Looking at Tuanzi's aggrieved look, Jiang Feng smiled. He thought he might be thinking wrong, because that's not what giant panda feces look like. Then there's only one possibility inside this pit. Is this dog's head gold? Jiang Feng looked carefully at the pit that the donut had plowed out again. Found out it's still really doggy gold. He never expected the donut to plow up a dog's head of gold. This dog's head gold is only half the size of his one though. However, the one the group plowed out was all gold. It should be about 2 or 3 pounds by visual estimation. Jiang Feng looked at Tuanzi incredulously. Was this the good luck brought by a national treasure? The group next to him immediately winced and grinned. Then he used his own little paw to pull out the dog head gold and raised his head to bark towards Jiang Feng. Next to him, Lantern came up to the table. However, it didn't understand what was happening and curiously tilted its head to squint at the shocked Jiang Feng. Invincible. This luck of the anchor is awesome. No, I should say the group's luck is unbeatable. It's all about wanting to get a giant panda to help me find gold. Well, this time the anchor has made a fortune, so you don't have to worry about not being able to afford to feed the troop. Ha ha, it's the other way around. It's turned into a donut pensioner river. The netizens in the live broadcast room, besides being shocked, were teasing Jiang Feng. Ha ha, you guys are right. I might actually get bagged by the group this time. Jiang Feng laughed out loud as he looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He remembers when Tuanzi first arrived and had to dig up bamboo to feed him. I didn't think that the little guy, Tuanzi, would actually do it today. Jiang Feng bent down and picked up the dog head gold on the ground and weighed it in his hand. Estimated that the dog's head gold was probably less than 3 pounds or so. Based on the current price of gold, this piece of dog's head gold is worth around $300,000. I'm afraid he'll have to work for years without eating or drinking to earn this money. So, in that case, he's really hairy, and he's really going to get bagged by the group. Jiang Feng looked at the donut with a face full of joy. Tuanzi was also looking at Jiang Feng with her head held high in a small happy grin. Boing boing, old Jiang, I really despise you. I can't believe you're being eaten softly. If this soft food was pandas, I'd be willing. Anchor, are you selling this dog's head gold? I'll offer $100,000. $100,000 upstairs. Why don't you go and just rob it? $100,000. Who's you want to buy? Come on. Now I do understand why the anchor won't let us find, asked Jing. He definitely doesn't want us to get rich. Looking at the dog's head gold in Jiang Feng's hand, there were many netizens in the live broadcast room that were envious. The fire of desire that they had just extinguished by Jiang Feng was burning again. They only want to do 2 things now. Look for Ask Thornyweed, digging for gold. And Jiang Feng noticed the pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time. Seeing that these people were still thinking about going for gold, he didn't want to say anything else. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. They'll realize how naive they really are now when they suffer. Ask Bohemia grass has existed for thousands of years, but also see how many people rely on this to get rich. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly, then stopped caring about the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He crouched down and looked at the donut. Donut, you've done a great service this time. You know. Boing boing. The group nodded happily with their little mouths open. Tell me what you want as a reward. Jiang Feng touched Tuanzi's little head and said, this time, the group found such a big gold. It can be considered a great credit. He should definitely reward him himself. Boing boing. As soon as he heard the reward, Tuanzi's little eyes immediately lit up. Then the little paw pointed at Jiang Feng's bamboo basket and called out, you want a bamboo basket? What do you need this for? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Boing boing. The group became anxious all of a sudden and wobbly stood up and crawled towards the bamboo basket. With claws outstretched, the bamboo basket was put down. The contents spilled out all over the place. Donut did a double take and pointed at one of the plastic bags and called out. Jiang Feng walked up and took a look. This is not the bowl used for eating spicy hot pot at noon. This little guy can't get enough of the spicy heat right now. However, Jiang Feng shook his head and didn't immediately agree to Tuanzi, because he felt that the group's stomach must not be able to stand the irritating flavor. That's why it can't eat things like spicy hot pot right now. Boing boing. As soon as Tuanzi heard that Jiang Feng didn't agree with him eating spicy hot pot, he immediately sat on his butt on the floor. Unhappily, he lowered his head. Next to him, Lantern also sat down across from Donut, then plopped down low. Cocking his head, he surveyed the group from bottom to top, calling, "You're pretending," and the head of the group that was surveyed by Lantern lowered even more. "It's about to hit the ground. Okay, don't be mad. When we get home I'll make you a special spicy hot pot, okay?" Jung Fong couldn't see Tuanzi sad. He walked up and squatted down, patted Tuanzi's little head and said, "Boing boing, you said it." Tuanzi immediately raised his little head, open-mouthed and happy. He would towards Jung Fong. There wasn't even a hint of the sadness from earlier. Jung Fong was dumbfounded. "You little fellow, you're still playing with my mind." Jung Fong ruthlessly ravaged the troupe for a bit, and at this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were starting to ask about whether Jung Fong was selling dog head gold. Jung Fong shook his head when he glanced at the pop-up screen. "You guys don't need to bid anymore. I'm not selling the dog head gold right now." Jung Fong didn't have the idea of immediately striking out for dog head gold right now, because he hasn't even started his vegetable farming business yet. So you don't need a lot of money now. It's not too late to wait until you need it to sell. So Jung Fong quietly put away the dog's head gold and put it into his carry-on space. And now the time has come to afternoon. The sun hadn't gone down yet, but the woods were a little darker. Jung Fong looked at the sky and decided not to continue on. It just so happened that there was a water source here, and he decided to set up camp here for the night. "Donut, I'm setting up the tent now, so you two stay put." Jung Fong shouted towards the troop by the creek. Boing boing. The two little ones responded perfunctorily. Jung Fong also stopped caring about these two little guys and first closed the live broadcast, then started to set up the tent. However, right at this moment, Director Su of the Forestry Bureau suddenly sent a message to Jung Fong. "Your family's brother Panther is a tough guy. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks." Chapter 43, Mysterious Figure in the Night. Jung Fong was confused after seeing Su Qinghuan's message. What's the meaning of this? When did my Bao Bao become a tough guy? Ding, 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 ding. Before Jung Fong could figure out what was going on, Su Qinghuan made a video call. "Good afternoon, Director Su," Jung Fong said with a smile and greeting. "You kid, you're still being polite to me. You're having a much more leisurely time than I am. I also heard you picked up a very large dog's head of gold." Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone said with a smile. "No way, Chief Su. That's what my troop picked up. Your forestry bureau isn't even going to take away the panda stuff, is it?" Jung Fong immediately looked at Su Qinghuan with vigilance. "What are you talking about, you brat? Our forestry bureau is not so shameless." Su Qinghuan looked at Jung Fong with contempt. "The law in China states that, except for titled objects, and some mineral deposits, these things are the property of whoever discovers them first. They, the FDA, aren't quite capable of this kind of behavior of taking things from others. By the way, you know that money leopard in your house?" Su Qinghuan opened her mouth at this time and asked, "What's wrong with my brother Bao? Why has he become such a tough guy?" Jung Fong also asked with great curiosity at this time. Leopard hasn't been seen since yesterday when he jumped out of the car and fled. He also wondered if the guy had actually sought revenge on other animals. "Your panther has bitten a nest of jackals all to death." Su Qinghuan glared fiercely at Jung Fong as she spoke, and after Jung Fong heard it, his heart was suddenly shocked. There are jackals in the Qinling Mountains again, and he knew that the jackal was barely a natural enemy of the money leopard. There aren't really many natural enemies of the money leopard. Apart from tigers, there are only animals like jackals. Of course, if we are talking about fighting alone, the money leopard is definitely not a wimpy jackal. But jackals are pack animals. Leopards are solitary animals. The money leopard can only run away when it meets a group of jackals, and if it is not careful, it will be folded inside. And Jung Fong had sort of realized it this time. He finally realized what kind of animal Panther had actually been hurt by. Turns out it's a jackal. Only what he hadn't expected was for Brother Panther to be able to over a bunch of jackals. Looks like Panther is pretty good right now. Director Su, you're wrong. They can't beat Brother Panther because they're not capable of doing it themselves. It's not someone else's fault. Jung Fong shrugged happily. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone was dark. You need to take more care of your leopard brother in the future. Rare animals are already scarce these days. Su Qinghuan blah 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 gave Jung Fong the science. What jackal just became a national level protected animal? What jackal is rarer than a giant panda? Jung Fong was very speechless as he listened. It's a good thing that anything with a small population can be a protected animal. Chief Su, I'm going to interrupt you here. Leopard isn't actually in my family right now because I haven't adopted him yet and people are still wild animals. Jung Fong looked at Su Qinghuan with a smile. Su Qinghuan, who was speaking in a loquacious manner, was immediately dumbfounded. After a pause angrily yelled, I'll have the adoption certificate sent to your house right away. Director Su, I have something else here, so I'll hang up first and talk to you later. After saying that, Zhang Feng directly hung up the phone. Su Qinghuan on the other end was so angry that she almost lifted the table up. This brat is too much. How dare you hang up on him? Su Qinghuan sat on her butt on the sofa in the office. After calming himself, he thought about sending another text message to Zhang Feng. Your digging of the questioning thorns today is destroying the ecological environment of Taibai Mountain. Pay the fine on your way back. And at the moment, Zhang Feng inside the mountain was in a particularly good mood since he knew that Brother Panther was fine. Looks like Brother Panther got his revenge. I just don't know what flavor the jackal is. Zhang Feng sighed and shook his head before he saw the text message from Su Qinghuan asking him to pay the fine. Trying to get me to pay a fine. What are you thinking? Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed. With the three-colored divine water, it was simply easy for him to restore the ecology of this place. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng put down the tent in his hands, came back to the area where the questioning thorns were, ready to replant those back. With the three-colored divine water he is not afraid that these Ask Jingchen cannot live. What Zhang Feng didn't know was that at the moment, the network in China was already up in arms because of him. When netizens know to ask Jing, especially after watching Zhang Feng's live video, a lot of people went directly crazy. They're also looking for Ask Thornweed. They have to dig for gold too. At the moment, many people fantasize about finding doghead gold like the group and getting rich overnight. In just half a day, China was caught up in a frenzy of searching for Ask Jing to dig for gold. Eventually the FDA everywhere had to issue a public notice. Ask Jing to dig up no gold, but it will damage the local environment. If found, you'll be severely punished. With this announcement from the FDA, the vast majority of people are afraid to dig in and ask about the thing. This is because China has very strict laws regarding the environment. There's a good chance you won't find enough gold to pay for it. So now the whole internet is gloating, because they wanted to see what kind of punishment Zhang Feng would get. As for Zhang Feng's side, after he had replanted all the Ascaris back and set up the tent again, it was completely dark inside the mountain. The darkness of the mountain forest is full of unknown dangers inside. The slightest bit of inattention can lead to a bite from an unknown animal. So Zhang Feng hurriedly called the two little ones into the tent, then pulled out snacks and laid down in the tent to watch a movie. Tuanzi and Lantern were lying on Zhang Feng's arm on the left and right. Followed Zhang Feng to watch TV. Boing boing. Donut watched the TV and purred every now and then, curious about everything. Angry, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to get rid of it. Forget it, don't watch it, go to bed. Zhang Feng turned off his cell phone and fell asleep with two arms around Tuanzi and Lantern. Not to mention, the night was pretty warm with these two little guys around. However, what Zhang Feng didn't know was that there was a pair of dark eyes staring at the tent not far outside his tent. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that he turned away. Listening to the sounds of insects around him, Zhang Feng slept peacefully all night. However, Zhang Feng always felt as if an animal was licking his face. Zhang Feng pushed in a daze. Tuanzi, Lantern, you two stop, let me sleep a little longer. Zhang Feng muttered, then rolled over, but then he suddenly felt as if the donut was sitting on him again. Zhang Feng could no longer sleep at this time. He opened his eyes and jerked up in a disgruntled manner. Tuanzi, you guys, I go. Who are you? Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 44. Does this guy know how to steal a surplus? Zhang Feng, who was still a bit confused, jumped up at once. The little black creature that had been lying on top of him dropped instantly into the corner of the tent. Boing boing. Calling. Next to them, Tuanzi and Lantern were also awakened at this time. The next two little ones were just like Zhang Feng. They were also startled by the little creature in front of them. Ouch! The small animal that had fallen in the corner of the tent screamed in aggravation before it was about to run towards Zhang Feng's side. Don't you come any closer. Frightened, Zhang Feng hurriedly made a sound and stopped the little guy. Then he bent down again and picked up Tuanzi and Lantern, looking warily at the little one in front of him. Ouch! The little guy sat on the ground, trying to think out loud, and yawned with his head held high. Zhang Feng was also seriously sizing up what was in front of him was this fellow. It was a small animal covered in pitch black with some white fur mixed in. Zhang Feng took another look at the guy and felt a bit confused. What the is this? It was as if he had never encountered such a strange animal before. Zhang Feng frowned and cocked his head and thought, is that a black dog? But how can there be a dog in this deep forest? Or maybe it's a little black bear. But then it had white striped fur and four little short legs that were very stubby. This thing doesn't even look like a black bear that would steal a surplus. And how did this guy get in here? Zhang Feng had a bad feeling in his heart as he twisted his head to look at the zipper of the tent, finding that his tent had indeed been ripped open by a large hole in the tent by an unknown creature. But he actually heard nothing during the night. If this other party harmed him, he and the donut lantern would not see the sun today. Good lord, what an animal, almost got killed. Zhang Feng said with a palpitating heart, then looked again at the little one in the corner. As soon as this little guy saw that Zhang Feng was looking at him, he immediately opened his mouth, revealing his little pink tongue and yawned. Donut, lantern, have you two seen this animal? Zhang Feng turned his head to the two little ones and asked. Boing boing, boing. The two little ones shook their heads at each other, and there was a great deal of doubt in their eyes. Apparently it was also the first time he had seen this animal. Ouch! The little guy in the corner took his own short legs towards Zhang Feng's side. This time, Zhang Feng didn't stop the little black and colorless guy, and the little guy who ran to Zhang Feng's side first circled around him twice. Then he sniffed Zhang Feng's shoes with his nose. Ouch! The little guy yawned again, then tried to crawl towards Zhang Feng. This could make Zhang Feng look dumbfounded. This guy can't really be a black dog. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, then placed the donut with the lantern on the ground and squatted down to carefully examine the little guy. As soon as the little guy took a look at Zhang Feng looking at him, he became even more active. He kept swaying his body towards Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng couldn't even stop him, so he could only helplessly hug the little guy. The little guy wasn't honest inside Zhang Feng's arms, but kept shaking his body. He even had to lick Zhang Feng's face, but Zhang Feng pushed it away with a handful of disgust. Okay, be honest with me for a minute. Zhang Feng placed the little guy on the ground and pressed his hand against it. Only then did it quiet down, then raised its head and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Who are you? Zhang Feng watched as the little guy blurted out, then hated to slap himself. Why do you ask this question when you have enough to eat? This guy doesn't understand. The little guy who was pressed to the ground by Zhang Feng really showed a confused expression. Why are you so dark? Zhang Feng set the little guy up, then took another careful look at the guy. This paw, this limb, this tiger's head. Why does this thing look so much like a baby tiger? Zhang Feng was even more puzzled in his heart at this time, and picked up the little guy again to take a look. Next to them, Tuanzi and Lantern also came up at this time, staring curiously at the black and unattractive animal for a couple of moments. Then there was a little wooing of twisted heads, and at that moment, a memory from the complete illustrated book of animals and plants suddenly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. After reading these memories, Zhang Feng was a bit confused. He recalled, then carried the guy for another look. No way, there really is such a creature. Zhang Feng was filled with incredulity. His mouth was even muttering non-stop, as if he knew something hard to believe. It wasn't until quite a while later that Zhang Feng could sort of react, then immediately summoned the system in his mind. System, this is the legendary creature you asked me to find, isn't it? 1 minute, 2 minutes, barely. What do you mean, barely? Zhang Feng was in a hurry. Just this thing in his hand could definitely be considered a legendary creature. But why does the system say it's barely? Zhang Feng was puzzled, but the system never responded to his words again. It made Zhang Feng depressed. Little guy, are your parents around here? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Ouch! The little guy barked and looked at Zhang Feng with a dumbfounded expression. Well, you may not have a high IQ here. Zhang Feng shook his head and put down the little one, then stepped out of the tent to look around. Didn't find any valuable clues. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked speechlessly at the little guy who came out with him. Looks like he stumbled upon another critter that doesn't know its home. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly, but inwardly, he was happy. It's a legendary animal. He now can't wait to share this major discovery of his. Yoo-hoo! Number 1. Wow! The anchor really did stay inside the mountain all night. Where's your wild spicy hot potatoes? Anchor, you're finished. The Forest Service said you're going to jail for destroying the environment. Zhang Feng had just opened the live broadcast room, and a lot of netizens came in. Many people were reminding Zhang Feng that he was going to jail. Zhang Feng, however, smiled unconcernedly, as the piece of questioning thorns had already been restored to its original state by him. No one is going to pick on him. Zhang Feng smiled and bent down to lift the little guy next to his feet. Look everyone, I've found an extraordinary creature. Ouch! The little guy stuck his tongue out at the camera and yawned. It's just a dog. What's so rare? Anchor, you don't change the topic. No, I think this guy is a black bear. Anchor, this black bear in your house will steal the robe or not. No, this guy is supposed to be a tiger. Asterisk you. Your tigers come in black. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking and discussing as they looked at the little black guy in front of the camera. Zhang Feng swept the pop-ups in the live broadcast, placed the little guy on the ground, and got up with a smile. The friend above is right. This is indeed a tiger. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 45, Mission suddenly accomplished? What the hell are you telling me it's a tiger? It feels like my intelligence is constantly being insulted by anchors. I tolerated the wild spicy hot pot before. Now you actually got a black tiger. This is really treating me like a little cutie. It's over. The anchor's live room is definitely going to blow up. The netizens were furious after hearing Zhang Feng's words. They felt that Zhang Feng might really be treating them like little cuties. I can't believe I took a died animal and said it was a tiger. This is something that everyone knows is fake, right? So, at this point, the pop-ups in the live stream were a mess, saying anything and everything. Zhang Feng looked at the pop-up screen feeling very helpless. He knew this black tiger popping out would end up like this. Everyone settle down. It is indeed a tiger, and it is also the legendary black tiger, also called the black and blue tiger. Leaving aside the color of this little one, do you see that it looks no different from a baby tiger? Zhang Feng lifted up the little black tiger again, letting the crowd in the live broadcast room take a look. However, as Zhang Feng said these words, the netizens in the live broadcast room still had some disbelief. More netizens are saying that their 3 views are really shattered. There are black tigers in the world. This is too magical. I still don't believe it. How can there be a black tiger? That's right. This can't be an albino tiger colored like this by the anchor. I suddenly remembered. There used to be a rumor on our side that there were black tigers inside the mountains. I'm sure it's true. Leopards come in black, let alone tigers. The netizens in the live broadcast room at this time were still talking, and many of them even argued. The vast majority of them believe that there can never be a black tiger in this world, and those who believed in Zhang Feng were only very few. After all, everyone also believes only in what exists subjectively. It was normal to not believe in something that was beyond their knowledge. And Zhang Feng looked at these questioning pop-ups in the live broadcast again and didn't get angry, because he knew that many people would not believe that there were such black tigers in this world. If he didn't possess a book of animal and plant illustrations, he would have definitely joined this group of netizens in questioning the authenticity of this tiger as well. If you guys don't believe me, you can just look it up. Black tigers objectively exist. It's just that it used to be too mysterious to be discovered. Zhang Feng was very cautious when he gave the netizens the science, because before the black tiger was just a type of tiger that hunters talked about by word of mouth. Aside from a few mere pelts, humans have not captured any real live black tigers. That's why the vast majority of people think the black tiger is like the rumored cockatrice. It's just a legendary creature. Solid creatures have not been captured by humans. It wasn't until the appearance of this little black tiger that Zhang Feng was carrying in his hand now that it was confirmed that this kind of tiger turned out to be really there. I just checked and it looks like there really are black tigers. No way. I thought it was an anchor coloring. I still don't believe it. What if this is dyed by the anchor? After all, no one has ever seen a real black tiger. I believe it anyway. Lao Jiang doesn't look like the kind of person who tells lies. After the netizens in the live broadcast room heard Zhang Feng's words, they immediately went to check it out. It was found that there were really black tigers. Even some of the historical materials in China had recorded the black tiger. It is said that a black tiger was also captured in the early 1900s. As to whether it's true or not is unknown. But even so, some netizens think that this black tiger cub came from dying. Zhang Feng said there was nothing he could do about this. Some people just like to egg people on. They don't believe it's their business. The black tiger did appear to him anyway, and it seemed like it was kinda close to him. Zhang Feng didn't pay any more attention to the netizens in the live broadcast at this time, turned around and squatted down, then looked at the black tiger cub at his feet. Where did you come from, little one? Ouch. The little black tiger yawned and licked his lips. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly. He knew that this guy definitely didn't run inside his tent alone. Just from that crack above his tent, it's highly likely that the little guy's parents put it in their tent. I just don't know why this one put the little black tiger by itself. Are you going to let yourself raise this little guy? Zhang Feng felt that he might be thinking a bit too much. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Zhang Feng's phone rang. It was Su Qinghuan. Zhang Feng put down little black tiger and walked to the side to pick up the phone. That one is really a black tiger. Su Qinghuan opened the door and spoke, with a bit of uncontrollable excitement in her voice. After all, this thing is a legendary creature, eh? It's even possible that this black tiger is an ancient legendary unicorn. Yes, Chief Su, this is Black Tiger. Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at the little black tiger that was playing with Tuanzi and the others. Well, Su Qinghuan excitedly said 3 times in a row. By the way, Xiao Jiang, is there anything special about this black tiger compared to other tigers? Su Qinghuan asked with some curiosity. Nothing special, just like a regular tiger. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, when he checked on the little black tiger just now he realized that the little guy was just like the tiger as it were. That's right, so when are you coming down the mountain so that we from the Forest Service can get there early? Su Qinghuan said with some impatience. The Forest Service was on standby from the first moment they saw the black tiger. As soon as Zhang Feng returned, they immediately rushed to Longmen village, down the hill, maybe 2 more days of it. Zhang Feng looked at the 3 little ones, then said with some hesitation, he also wanted to get off the mountain and go home early, but the system hadn't alerted him that his quest was complete. Zhang Feng suspected that the ultimate goal of the system mission should be little black tiger's parents. so if he goes back now, then this trip to the mountain will have been in vain. What's a few days away, you brat? What are you doing in the mountains? Upon hearing that Zhang Feng wasn't coming back, Su Qingwan instantly became anxious and was furious, slapping the table. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, smiled helplessly and bitterly. The mission was completed ahead of schedule. The rewards have been issued, so please collect them on your own. Right at this moment, the system suddenly prompted Zhang Feng that the quest was complete. Zhang Feng froze for a moment with his cell phone. How is it that this mission was accomplished ahead of schedule? Is it possible that Blackie's parents are here? Zhang Feng twisted his head towards the surrounding jungle and looked left and right. At this time, I only saw a huge thing with an incomparably black body in the woods slowly walk out from it. Zhang Feng's heart suddenly trembled. Maybe we will go back later. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your small hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 46. Do you have another dog? At that moment, only a huge figure slowly walked out of the woods. Zhang Feng knew at a glance that this must be Little Black Tiger's parents. I just don't know if it's the father or the mother. And Zhang Feng was shocked by the size of this black tiger. The largest tiger in the world is said to be about 3 meters long. But Zhang Feng visually estimated that this big black tiger was about 4 meters in size, and stood up to a height that could reach near Zhang Feng's chest. This is clearly a behemoth that is not to be messed with. It's the titan of the animal kingdom. Zhang Feng was skeptical that the largest elephant on land might not even be a match for this black tiger. And at this time, Zhang Feng also realized that this huge black tiger actually looked a bit different from the little black tiger. The big black tiger's fur was black with some dark blue hairs mixed in. The little black tiger, on the other hand, was black with some white fur mixed in. But no matter what, both Zhang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast room had been stunned by this big black tiger at this time. And those netizens who originally didn't believe in the existence of the black tiger looked dumbfounded. Many people were even secretly swallowing their spit, but could not say a word. I'll go. This black tiger is so big. This should be the biggest tiger in the world. No, this would be the legendary unicorn. Will this black tiger eat people? I feel that the anchor is going to be cold. This black tiger bite down does not eat a person. Come on, slaughter me first to give brother black tiger a boost. Everyone had been stunned. Honestly, even Zhang Feng was a little scared inside when he looked at this titanic black tiger. It was him who saw the little black tiger as cute just now. Now it's the big black tiger, look at him cute. And at that moment, after the little black tiger saw his parents coming, he immediately skimmed the donut next to him and the lantern. The fart ran towards the big black tiger. After Tuanzi and Yuan Shao exchanged a glance, they also hurriedly came to Zhang Feng's side and sat there curiously looking at the two black tigers on the opposite side, because they all see tigers too. Ouch! The little black tiger jumped around happily after running to his parent. The big black tiger immediately lowered its head and licked the fur on the little black tiger. This action immediately made Zhang Feng think that this should be black tiger's mother. And after the big black tiger licked the little black tiger a few times, it looked up at Zhang Feng. Then he shook off his head and took a step towards Zhang Feng's side. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were frightened by Black Tiger's family and shouted for Zhang Feng to hurry up and run. Otherwise, you won't be able to run away if you are bitten by this black tiger. However, Zhang Feng was standing there and didn't move. Instead, he was curiously looking at this big black tiger, because he knew that if this big black tiger really wanted to hurt him, it would have already done so, wouldn't even let him see the morning sun. Therefore, he concluded that this big black tiger must have something to find him. Ouch! The little black tiger took the lead in running to Zhang Feng's side with his own little short legs and directly sat on Zhang Feng's shoes with one butt, then looked at his mother excitedly. On the other hand, the big black tiger came to Zhang Feng's opposite side step by step without saying a word. Then he stood there, raising his head slightly and narrowing his eyes at Zhang Feng. Holy, this black tiger is so arrogant. It actually dares to squint at me. Open your eyes before you talk to me if you can. The grass is already growing in the graves of the two upstairs. I'm now wondering how many levels of protection this black tiger is. Level 1. After all, the group is only level 1. Zhang Feng in front of the camera exchanged glances with the black tiger in front of him. Are you the mother of this little guy? Zhang Feng asked. Black tiger didn't speak, but nodded. Zhang Feng was relieved in his heart. It seemed that this black tiger's IQ was still okay. At least it's that much better than Brother Bao should be. Did you put this little guy inside my tent? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Black tiger nodded again, acknowledging the incident. Zhang Feng was speechless in his heart. He knew it would be like this, but he didn't dare to find trouble with this guy. So you put the little black tiger on my side because you have something for me? Zhang Feng continued to open his mouth and asked, and Black Tiger continued to nod as well. At this point, the netizens were also numb with shock. This man and tiger were actually communicating so unimpeded. It was too incredible. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, didn't know what to say at this point, because this black tiger cannot speak. He also does not know what the black tiger looking for him in the end. So Jung Fong thought about it and asked, "It's this little guy who's injured." Black tiger shook his head. "That's because this guy won't listen." Black tiger shook his head again. Jung Fong couldn't help but frown, not knowing which way to guess. "Is there not enough food for you?" Jung Fong blurted out after seeing the massive size of the black tiger. On the black tiger this size, a meal does not eat. A few 100 pounds of things cannot afford themselves. The black tiger on the opposite side first nodded after hearing this, and then stretched out his own paw to point at the little black tiger. It made Jung Fong, who had a joyful face, dumbfounded once again. "What do you mean? There's not enough food in the mountains for the little black tiger? This guy can eat like that? This guy can eat?" Jung Fong asked curiously. "Ouch," the black tiger growled, then shook its head, then turned and ran away towards the depths of the woods. It left Jung Fong with the netizens in a daze. What's this black tiger up to? I don't know, probably hungry. Come on, come on. Where did the one up there who was going to slaughter himself to cheer up the black tiger run off to? It's time for you to show your moment. Laughing my ass off. I'm not even big enough to stuff people's teeth with my body. The netizens in the live stream once again flirted, and Jung Fong squatted down and touched the little black tiger. "Do you know where your mother went?" Ouch. After the little black tiger roared, it stumbled into Jung Feng's arms. At this moment, it was very affectionate when it saw Jung Fong. It was no different from seeing its own mother. The netizens in the live broadcast room's eyes changed after seeing this scene. This black tiger is too enthusiastic to meet the anchor. It's like a family. No wonder black tiger won't hurt the anchor. That's an extraordinary relationship. Good lord, that's a bit of a messed up relationship. A bunch of sandpipers upstairs with a bunch of brain-farting monsters. Jung Fong was also very speechless in the face of the netizens' teasing. He felt that the reason why the little black tiger was so close to him was probably due to the immunity aura as well. "You little guy, a little higher IQ would be nice." Jung Fong picked up the little black tiger and then looked in the direction where the big black tiger had left. But when Jung Fong didn't expect it, a figure that was familiar to him suddenly appeared in the woods. At this moment, he was staring blankly at Jung Fong with wide eyes. "Ouch, I can't believe you have other dogs. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately. So if you'd like to give us a boost and update faster, please move your hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir." Chapter 47 Brother Panther. Have you forgotten your ideals? Brother Panther. Jung Fong couldn't help but exclaim out in shock as he looked at the figure in the woods, because he didn't expect Brother Bao to suddenly appear here. He was thinking about this guy just now, but he didn't expect Brother Panther to show up. And at this moment, Brother Panther was also looking at Jung Fong with a grudging face. "I haven't seen you in a day and you're already in love with another dog. Brother Bao, why are you here? You finished taking revenge?" Jung Fong asked in surprise as he walked up holding the little black tiger. Ouch. Brother Panther glanced at Jung Fong, as well as the little black tiger, and immediately stubbornly turned his head away from Jung Fong. But Panther's tail was wagging uncontrollably. Obviously, he was also quite happy after seeing Jung Fong. "My brother Panther has really gone to take revenge. The money leopard won't seek revenge on the black tiger, right? Only the black tiger can threaten it inside this mountain. How can that be? Brother Panther is no match for black tiger at all at this size." The netizens were also curious about who Brother Panther had gone to seek revenge after hearing Jung Feng's words. After all, the money leopard has only a few natural enemies inside this mountain. Leopard just bit a bunch of jackals to death yesterday. Jung Fong turned his head and rushed to the live broadcast. "What kind of animal is a jackalope? I only know jackals." Awesome. Brother Panther actually managed to deal with a bunch of jackals. Jackals seem to have just become a national level protected animal, right? It's not good for Brother Panther to exterminate people. "Money leopard, come on, come on. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Why don't we have a chat tonight?" Jung Fong held the little black tiger at this time and came in front of the money leopard. Jung Fong couldn't help but smile as he looked at the stubborn money leopard. This guy is still so arrogant. And the money leopard quietly turned his head to look at the little black tiger in Jung Feng's arms. Unable to help himself, he took 2 steps forward, wanting to smell the little black tiger in Jung Feng's arms. Ouch! The little black tiger directly bared its teeth and barked at Brother Panther. That little look was ferocious and fierce, and it even startled Brother Bao. Panther took 2 steps back and cocked his head to survey the little black tiger. "It's all friends, don't scream." Jung Fong patted the little black tiger to make it quieter, then looked at Brother Panther again. "Brother Panther, how did you find this place?" Jung Fong asked with some curiosity. He didn't know about his trip into the mountains. Brother Panther. So how did this guy find his way here? Ouch. Brother Panther twisted his head around and rushed to sniff at Jung Fong. Jung Fong instantly understood that Brother Panther should be looking for the smell on his body. Then Jung Fong put the little black tiger down and petted the arrogant panther. "Huh, Brother Panther, how did the injuries on your body heal so quickly?" Zhang Feng was surprised when he saw Brother Panther's leg. The last time he had seen Brother Panther, his leg was in an injured state. I didn't expect it to heal so quickly. Ouch. As soon as he heard this, Panther immediately barked with excitement and wagged his head and tail at Zhang Feng. Very happy. Then it kept circling around Zhang Feng, and sniffed twice every now and then. Zhang Feng smiled. You're looking for this, right? Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of feed from his pocket and placed it in front of the money leopard. Immediately, Panther was thrilled. Zhang Feng suddenly realized, but he hadn't thought that this fine fodder had the effect of healing wounds. Maybe too much of this stuff will evolve these little guys. And just then, Tuanzi and Lantern from behind waddled over. The two little guys immediately became unhappy when they saw that Zhang Feng had been holding the little black tiger in his arms. Tuanzi directly stood up, one paw pinching his waist, while the other paw was pointing at the little black tiger. The little mouth purred one by one. Boing boing. Why do you keep holding it? And the otherwise quiet Lantern is no longer quiet. The two little paws hugged Zhang Feng's thighs, and lifted his head to look at Zhang Feng with small, aggravated eyes. As for the little black tiger in Zhang Feng's arms, he cocked his head and stared at Tuanzi and Lantern with a wide-eyed innocence. Ouch! The little black tiger yawned, not understanding what Tuanzi and Lantern were screaming about. Ha ha, Dumpling is jealous with Lantern. Giant Panda, you actually have other dogs. Humph, people are angry. Ignore you. Good lord. So animals compete for favor too. Now that's a busy anchor. The netizens in the live stream gloated and flirted. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at Duanzi and Lantern. Boing boing. Calling. The two little ones barked again. Can't get enough of you guys. Zhang Feng sighed, then placed little black tiger on the ground and picked up Tuanzi and Lantern again. Boing boing. Calling. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately grinned, and he also looked down at the little black tiger. This made the little black tiger anxious. The little black tiger immediately kept pouncing forward, wanting to climb up Zhang Feng's pants leg. The sharp little claws almost scratched Zhang Feng's pants leg, and next to him, Brother Panther watched it all with wide eyes. It's still possible. Ouch! Panther shouted excitedly. After Zhang Feng heard this, he looked at Brother Panther's excited expression and went up to give him a gentle kick. You don't even look at how old you are. Ouch! Zhang Feng's kick infuriated Brother Panther to lie down on the ground directly without paying attention to him. And at this time, the donut Lantern and the little black tiger were still fighting for favor. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. These little guys were really too difficult to deal with. He simply put the dumplings and the lantern directly on the ground and said in disgust, "Go play by yourself. Don't pester me." As soon as the little black tiger on the ground saw Zhang Feng squatting down, it immediately excitedly tried to drill into Zhang Feng's arms, but it was grabbed by a nearby donut with a pawful of lantern. Boing boing. Come on, come on. Big brother will teach you what the rules are. Calling. That's just it. The two little ones grabbed the little black tiger's fur left and right, calling and pulling it away. After Zhang Feng saw that Tuanzi and Lantern hadn't done anything to harm the little black tiger, he left it alone. He craned his head to look at the money leopard. Brother Panther, shouldn't you go into the mountains to look for your relatives? What are you doing here with me? Ouch! Panther gave a low growl and wagged his tail again. Indicates that he doesn't want to move right now. Brother Pal, you can't do this. Have you forgotten your ideal? Whoa, ideals can be eaten. The money leopard shrunk its head right back. Brother Panther, have you forgotten the fodder? Have you forgotten the scene of yourself lying in a room full of fodder? Zhang Feng spoke to Brother Panther. Hearing this, Brother Panther immediately reacted. It raised its head, its eyes glowing as it glanced at Zhang Feng excitedly. Think of a house full of feeds for you. Excited and happy. As soon as Zhang Feng's words came out, Brother Panther immediately climbed up from the ground, then shook his head and screamed. Zhang Feng also smiled contentedly. Brother Panther, go find your relatives to realize your own ideals. By this time, Brother Panther was excited as hell, and at that moment the live stream blew up because of a pop-up. I'm reporting the anchor by name. He's actually giving animals a pyramid scheme. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 48, A Tiger That Doesn't Eat Meat? Laughing my ass off. This is the first time I've heard of someone reporting an animal for a pyramid scheme. Come on, let's interview the victim. Brother Panther, let it talk about its feelings. Panther, oh, the anchor is so good to me that he actually brought our family together. My brother Panther seems to have really believed it. Old Jiang is really a big liar. For a while, the netizens in the broadcast room burst out laughing, and at this moment, Zhang Feng was really like a real-life distribution leader. The money leopard is constantly being given a boost to go inside the mountains and look for his relatives. Go Panther, go for it, go for it. Think of your future. Think of you lying on the feed. Zhang Feng gave Brother Panther a cheering gesture. Ouch! Panther shook his head and wagged his tail frantically. Then a leap, and a loud roar of excitement. Go ahead, Brother Panther, I'll wait for you inside the house, Zhang Feng said again. Panther let out an excited yelp before turning his head and rushing into the woods out of sight. I don't think it's fair to say that Pao won't win the Olympics with his speed. I go. The anchor's ability to fool around is quite strong. I guess it's from marketing. Southern Distribution. Sincerely invite the anchor to come to our place to give lectures at a good price. Are all pyramid schemes so blatant now? Anchors either go to a law enforcement agency to prepare a case or, don't worry, I trust the anchor. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all convinced by Zhang Feng's ability to fool around. Zhang Feng laughed, don't be blind. I'm just messing around with Brother Panther. After saying that, Zhang Feng began to pack up the things he had brought up the mountain. The system had reminded him that the mission was complete, and he could now descend the mountain and go home. Only, where did the little black tiger's mother go? It wouldn't really want to let itself take care of this little black tiger. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked breathlessly at the little black tiger next to him. At this time, only Tuanzi and Lantern were sitting in front of the little black tiger, and the little black tiger did stand in front of the two little ones. Unexplained, he looked at the donut lantern. Tuanzi stretched out his little paw and pointed at himself, then pointed at Zhang Feng. Boing boing, I'm the boss. Then the donut reached out a paw and pointed at the lantern. Boing boing, that's the dick. Calling, dick, dick, dick. Tuanzi didn't care if the little black tiger on the other side of the room could understand, so he opened his little mouth and called out. Next to him, Lantern nodded along to accommodate. On the other hand, the little black tiger on the opposite side of the room was at a loss, his eyes filled with doubt. Ouch, what are you talking about? What are you three doing? Zhang Feng said towards the three little ones. It startled the group that was calling, and as soon as the little black tiger saw Zhang Feng, it immediately flopped around and tried to run over, but it was grabbed by Lantern. Calling, boss first. After the little black tiger was stopped, Tuanzi wobbled and crawled to Zhang Feng's side, hugging his thigh. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng with bright little eyes. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he picked up the troop. This little guy, he sure didn't do anything good just now. Boing boing. Tuanzi, who was held in Zhang Feng's arms, called out twice towards Yuan Shao, who immediately ran over as well. Just the little black tiger followed behind in a depressed manner. The little head was filled with doubt. I can't seem to beat these two big guys, alas. Scared me to death. Do animals also rank? Tuanzi, I'm telling you, I'll be taking care of this land from now on. Tuanzi has become a big brother this time. Admire my family, Tuanzi. Little black tiger, don't you wait for me to grow up. The live streamers were once again happy. Zhang Feng was also crying and laughing as he looked at these three little guys. In order to treat everyone equally, Zhang Feng held the dumplings and the lanterns in both hands, carrying the little black tiger on his shoulder. There you go. Zhang Feng looked at a few little ones and said, it would be nice to have a few more of these critters. It's probably crawling all over him. Little black tiger, do you know where your mom is going? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. He was going down the mountain later. What if the big black tiger came back? Ouch. The little black tiger lay on Zhang Feng's shoulder and yawned tiredly. There was no understanding of what Zhang Feng was saying. Come on, I guess you won't be able to turn your life around as an adult with that IQ. So be honest and be a little brother to Tuanzi. Zhang Feng spat out a sentence, and the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. And just at that moment, there was another movement in the woods ahead. Zhang Feng frowned and realized that it was the big black tiger that had returned. And the big black tiger had a bloody animal in its mouth. It looked like the big black tiger had gone hunting and returned from this moment's effort. The big black tiger came to Zhang Feng with its prey in its mouth, then threw the prey on the ground. It was only then that Zhang Feng got a good look at the prey. Good man, you dare to eat this. Zhang Feng looked at the prey on the ground and said breathlessly to big black tiger. What? 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 If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Chinese gazelle, a national second-class protected animal. Good guy. Lao Jiang, are these animals around you specialized in eating protected animals? There was Brother Panther in front of you, and here comes a black tiger. Big black tiger. What? You got a problem with that? Someone on the air broke the news about the identity of the prey. It turned out to be the Chinese gazelle, a grade 2 national protected animal. We have food here, not this. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand towards the big black tiger. It's something he wouldn't dare eat. However, the big black tiger lowered its head and tore at the already dead Chinese gazelle. That scene. 10,000 words omitted. In no time at all, the big black tiger bites the Chinese gazelle to pieces. Just when Zhang Feng thought what this guy wanted, big black tiger called little black tiger over. Then again, he used his paws to rake the raw meat to the little black tiger's face. Ouch! After the little black tiger saw the raw meat, it immediately took a few steps back in great disgust, and with his mouth wide open. he shook his head and sneezed. And that's when the big black tiger grilled the meat to the little black tiger again. Who knew that the little black tiger ran away directly this time? They even looked at the meat of the Chinese gazelle with some trepidation. After this time, the big black tiger stopped picking at the raw meat and looked at Zhang Feng helplessly. A pair of large tiger eyes were filled with worry. Zhang Rafeng also realized the problem at this time. This little black tiger doesn't seem to eat raw meat. This is still the tiger has been transcoding badly lately. So let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 49, Walking the Weasel's Way, Letting the Weasel Have No Way Out. Zhang Feng shook his head in some confusion, feeling a bit puzzled. This little black tiger clearly resisted the flavor of this raw meat, not even to eat. This all made Zhang Feng have some doubts about whether this was a tiger or not. If the little black tiger doesn't eat meat, then how did it grow so big? Zhang Feng's heart was filled with questions. At the same time, he finally figured out what black tiger was looking for in him. And the netizens on the air were puzzled. What's wrong with the little black tiger? Doesn't he eat meat? Seems like it. I've never seen a tiger that doesn't eat meat. Me too. Is the black tiger a vegetarian? Upstairs. You're so stupid. You think a big black tiger can grow so big without eating meat? Elephant. I don't talk to barflies. After Zhang Feng understood what was going on, he looked at the big black tiger. Are you trying to get me to help you? The big black tiger nodded just after Zhang Feng asked. Then he craned his head again to give the little black tiger a worried look. Zhang Feng was silent at once. He was thinking about how to help with this favor. He is also not a veterinarian, and he can't check why the little black tiger doesn't eat meat. This is going to be a tough one. Ouch! The big black tiger next to him called out with some anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that the little black tiger didn't eat meat, it would have been impossible for it to bring the little black tiger out. But this human doesn't seem to be able to do anything about it either, alas. There! Zhang Feng suddenly spoke at this time, and the big black tiger immediately became excited. Let's see if the little black tiger eats this. After saying that, Zhang Feng returned to the tent, avoiding everyone and pulling out a bag of fine feed from inside his carry-on space. What is Lao Jiang doing? I think it's taking something. Everyone stop guessing. The anchor must have gone to get the feed. I'm very curious now. Anchor, what is this feed but made of and white as every animal like it? Anchor, is your feed for sale? Zhang Feng, who had just come out of the tent, inadvertently glanced at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. It was found that a number of users wanted to buy his feed. Zhang Feng remembered it in his heart. Perhaps in the future this will definitely be another way to get rich. And by now the big black tiger outside the tent was already waiting anxiously. However, when it saw the bag of feed in Zhang Feng's hand, it immediately widened its eyes. The big black tiger relied on his sense of smell as well as his sixth sense. Feels that this bag of feed is definitely not simple. Ouch! The big black tiger came forward and looked at the feed in Zhang Feng's hand. And Zhang Feng squatted down at this time and shouted towards the three little ones. Donuts open for dinner. Bring your two minions here. As soon as Tuanzi, who was playing, heard that dinner was ready, he immediately started up, running towards Zhang Feng's side with his own short legs. Behind him was Lantern, as well as little black tiger. Zhang Feng took out another basin from the bamboo basket and poured the feed into it. And just as the donut wanted to get on its paws, it was stopped by Zhang Feng. Don't rush the donut yet. This is for the little black tiger. You can eat it later. Boing boing. Tuanzi aggrievedly barked towards Zhang Feng, looked at little black tiger again, and unwillingly sat on his butt next to him. Seeing that Tuanzi was angry, Lantern also sat beside Tuanzi, then leaned over and lifted his little head to look at the donut, calling, "You're serious? Come over here, little black tiger. Let's see if it's to your liking." Zhang Feng spoke towards the little black tiger at this time. However, the little black tiger was twisting his head to look at the donut next to him. Ouch! Big brother eats first. Zhang Feng smiled when he saw it. It seemed that this little black tiger couldn't escape the fate of his little brother. Come here. Zhang Feng directly grabbed the little black tiger and placed it by the basin. It was then that the little black tiger got bold. It first sniffed the feed inside the basin, then immediately wolfed it down. Ouch! Yummy! The little black tiger was very excited. Zhang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the little black tiger wouldn't even eat the feed. Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi and Lantern next to him, as well as Big Black Tiger. Just share the rest of the feed with them as well. For a while, several of the critters ate very happily. It's really divine. What kind of feed is this? I want some for my dog so badly. Anchor, are you selling feeds or not? I want to buy feeds too. The netizens in the live broadcast room were begging for the feed in Zhang Feng's hands. Zhang Feng also looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time. We'll talk about the feed later. There's only enough for myself right now. Zhang Feng thought about it and said in the live broadcast, he gets a daily check-in when he's on his current feed, which isn't much. It would just be enough for the donuts and the others. So right now, even if he wanted to sell the feed, He couldn't. The netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately disappointed when they heard Jiang Feng's words. It was good that Jiang Feng didn't say that he wouldn't sell the feed. They still have a chance. You guys take your time eating. I'm going to go over there and get some spring water first. Jiang Feng turned his head at this time and spoke to the several small animals. However, Tuanzi and the others didn't pay any attention to Jiang Feng and instead buried their heads in dry rice. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly, and then came to the mountain spring alone. Anchor, are you selling this mountain spring? Upstairs is sick in the head. It's the state. Hey guys, look at that field. Didn't the anchor plow that field yesterday? Is it just my eyes? The netizens in the live broadcast room also discovered the land that had been restored to its original state by Jiang Feng at this time. Everyone was taken aback. This was because this piece of land had only been turned over yesterday by Jiang Feng when he dug up the ask thornweed. How come it's back to the way it was? Jiang Feng took a sip of the mountain spring water and smiled as he explained to the netizens in the live broadcasting room. I planted this piece of land back for him last night, and now it looks like this Ascaris has come to life. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the netizens were too surprised to speak. It's really not easy to restore such a large piece of land to its original state overnight. Those who were expecting something to happen to Jiang Feng were instantly disappointed. It seemed like Jiang Feng wasn't going to be penalized this time. After explaining, Jiang Feng again walked along the creek again. However, at that moment, a sudden movement came from the bushes next to him. There seemed to be small animals inside the grass. Jiang Feng was instantly interested. He thought it might be an animal like a bunny. However, when the little animal inside ran out, Jiang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast room froze, because a weasel actually ran out of here. Jiang Feng and this weasel that ran out looked at each other with wide eyes. For a moment the whole scene was silent. And the weasel's behavior was particularly bizarre. This weasel was standing as if it were a human and had both paws facing down, wagging his tail non-stop. His small eyes dripped as he looked at Jiang Feng. Very humane. Holy, no good. This is a weasel trying to beg for a seal. Isn't it a legendary thing to ask for a seal? Is it really there in reality? It's over. If the anchor says something bad, it's over. If I had just slapped it to death. You're giving it a face, aren't you? Some knowledgeable netizens in the live broadcast room reminded Jiang Feng. And Jiang Feng also thought of this matter of Weasel begging for a seal at this time. His face changed as he looked at Weasel and spoke slowly. Old folks, do I look like a man or a god to you? The recent transcoding is serious? So that we can be more motivated and update faster, please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 50 Brother Panther's new nickname. Old timer, do I look like a man or a god to you? When Jiang Feng lightly said these words, both the live broadcast and this weasel were dumbfounded, and the scrolling pop-ups on the live stream came to a brief standstill. Everyone was caught a bit off guard by Jiang Feng's sentence. I've been defeated by the anchor's intelligence. It's called doing unto others as they would have done unto you. No, it's called walking the weasel out of the way. Look. This weasel seems to be dumbfounded. If I were, I'd be dumbfounded too. It's straight to the master's hole. Won't. Weasel, are you still a human being? Are you a human being? Weasel, I've never met such a dog in my life. The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded, and at that moment that weasel seemed to have understood Jiang Feng's words. The little eyes didn't turn anymore, and fell into a stupor, just staring stupidly at Jiang Feng like that. Jiang Feng frowned. This weasel's IQ was a bit low. Didn't he come to ask for the seal? Homeboy. Jiang Feng continued to ask somewhat undeterred, and the weasel reacted at this time, waving its small paws carelessly towards the air. The inside of his mouth was even chirping. It seems angry. Old township, you, this Tao line is not good. Cultivation of immortality to be on a calm and peaceful only. You look at you. Jiang Feng pointed at the weasel and chattered. Now the weasel was completely dumbfounded. You're a real dog. The weasel's small eyes gave Jiang Feng a very frightened look before turning around and burrowing into the grass. But Jiang Feng obviously didn't want to let this weasel go. He followed, shouting wildly, Homeboy, old timer, don't go away. You haven't answered my question yet. Do I look like a man or a god? Jiang Feng's voice made the weasel run even faster and barked as it ran. It seemed as if he was scolding Jiang Feng. It was gone in no time at all. Jiang Feng stood in the grass and looked at the disappearing weasel. A little bit of regret in my heart. Laughing my ass off. Can you be a human being? Anchor? Weasel, you look like a psycho to me. It's really the old granny who gets under the covers and makes the master laugh. Awesome. It's the first time I've come across a weasel that can scare off a seal-pursuing weasel. This weasel isn't going to get back at the anchor later, is he? The netizens in the live broadcast room were all amused by the quirky Jiang Feng. However, there were also some netizens in the broadcast room who reminded Jiang Feng that this weasel might retaliate against him in the future. After Jiang Feng saw the pop-up, he waved his hand and said, Don't worry, what you guys are saying about weasels begging for seals is simply not true. Besides, it'll find me when I get home. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shake his head at the thought. Think the internet might be overthinking this. He had heard that some animals were vindictive, but he himself would be going down the mountain later. That little weasel found its way into my house. What a joke. The anchor is bold enough. I admire you. I'll put the weasel in your house later. You'd better be careful, old Jiang. There are quite a few things that weasels do to get back at people. Suddenly I hate this animal so much. Not only does it steal from you, but if you hit it you're still afraid that it will retaliate. It's really disgusting. I'll go up with a slap on the wrist, and you'll see if he dares to retaliate against me. Look for my brother Panther. Directly destroy its entire family. The netizens in the live stream said in a chorus. There was even a proposal for Brother Panther to step in and directly exterminate this weasel's entire family. Looking at Zhang Feng in a cold sweat, this group of netizens was really too ruthless, but the proposal was actually met with a lot of approval. Since then, Leopard has gained a nickname on the air. Exterminating Panther specializes in exterminating animals full of them. In response, Zhang Feng could only smile helplessly and didn't say anything. The imagination of this group of netizens was just too big. He can't even interject. And by this time the dumpling and lantern and a few other critters had finished their feed. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled as he walked over to the side of a few little ones. Boing boing. The well-fed and well-drunk Tuanzi immediately ran over to Zhang Feng to let him hold himself. Zhang Feng squatted down and patted Tuanzi's little head. You've already eaten several meals today. You can't eat any more at night. Boing boing. Donut protested in dissatisfaction, and reached out a little paw and patted his little tummy to show that he could still eat. You're the one who eats the most. Zhang Feng smiled and rubbed Tuanzi's little head before picking him up. Tuanzi came to the side of the big black tiger. Now the system's mission was complete, so he was going to get ready to go back. But big black tiger, the mother and child he hadn't figured out how to arrange. And it seems like he can't afford to raise a big black tiger, right? This guy will eat him up in one meal. So he decided to ask the big black tiger's opinion. So, I'm going down soon. What are your mother and son's plans? Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger lying on the ground and spoke. Roar, sound of wailing. The big black tiger raised its head and narrowed its eyes as it sized up Zhang Feng. The look was as if he hadn't woken up. Why don't you guys come home with me and stay at my house? Zhang Feng spoke with some hesitation. Ouch. Hearing this, the big black tiger nodded, then twisted its head and lay there again. Engaging Zhang Feng stood there speechless. This big black tiger guy looks even more high-strung than Brother Bao. Nope, that was arrogance on Panther's part. Forget it, one animal is a keeper. A group of animals is a keeper. The big deal is to go back and sell the donuts doggy gold. Zhang Feng patted the troop in his arms and whispered. Boing boing. Tuanzi raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Wow, Anchor, is this bringing the big black tiger home? Can I go to your village to see it? I want to go too. I want to see the donut. Anchor, can you tell me the details of your home address? What? You want to send the anchor a razor blade? The netizens in the live broadcast room immediately got excited after hearing that Zhang Feng was going to bring back the big black tiger mother and child. Many of the netizens were still thinking of coming to visit these little animals inside Zhang Feng's house. However, it was directly rejected by Zhang Feng. It wasn't that he didn't want these people to come. After all, once the netizens came they could certainly boost the local tourism industry. But their village was unprepared for anything. And once so many strangers came, it would be easy for something to happen. So Zhang Feng could only promise the netizens that he would definitely let them visit Longmen village in the future. Come on, let's go home. Zhang Feng loaded up the packed things and then carried the bamboo basket on his back again. This time there were already 3 little heads inside the bamboo basket, but the little black tiger was too short, so it could only show half of its head. Anxious, it kept calling out from inside the bamboo basket. Down the hill and home, Zhang Feng said excitedly at this time. However, just at this time, the big black tiger next to him suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Feng and then plopped down. Zhang Feng, recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 51, Can this tiger plow the ground? What are you doing? Zhang Feng asked suspiciously, not understanding why the big black tiger suddenly stopped his way. Ouch. He only saw the big black tiger twist its head at Zhang Feng before looking at his back again. You're trying to get me to sit on your back. Zhang Feng read the meaning of the big black tiger and asked tentatively. Ouch. The big black tiger growled and nodded. Ha ha, I'll be polite then. Zhang Feng immediately revealed an excited expression and climbed onto the back of the big black tiger without the slightest delay. Not to mention, it was really his first time riding a tiger, and the big black tiger's back is really wide, making it very secure. This scene made the netizens in the broadcast room envious. Mud, I want to ride a tiger too. I'd love to know what it feels like. It sure is cool. A chasing boy on a tiger. Ha ha, the big black tiger looks really majestic. So handsome. and after Zhang Feng sat on the back of the big black tiger on his side, before he had a chance to speak, the big black tiger spread its legs and ran wildly. Zhang Feng was so scared that he leaned back, but fortunately he managed to grab the tiger hair of the big black tiger in time, or you'll fall off. And the three little ones in the bamboo basket on his back were turned upside down. The speed of this big black tiger was so fast that it even threw the live camera out of sight. Luckily, the system had just put the camera straight back, or else this camera would be gone. Slow down. You slow down. Zhang Feng shouted loudly from the back of the big black tiger, telling the big black tiger to run slower. But even if the speed of the big black tiger slowed down, Zhang Feng was still turned upside down. Zhang Feng let out a bitter smile. It seemed that this feeling of riding a tiger was really bad, and the speed of the big black tiger made Zhang Feng feel out of reach, because it took him most of the day to walk from the bottom of the mountain to the top, but it took only an hour for the big black tiger to lead him to the bottom of the mountain. Stop, stop, stop! After arriving at the bottom of the mountain, Zhang Feng hurriedly called the big black tiger to a halt. Then breathlessly, he slid off the back of the big black tiger. His legs and feet went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Holy, I almost threw up. Other people get carsick. I'm a tiger. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said, and the three little ones inside the bamboo basket at that moment weren't doing well either. All three of the little ones were now lying limply in the bamboo basket. Even the screaming became hoarse. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw it, because the bumpy ride had also made these three little guys scream all the way. Big black tiger, you can't run so fast again. Ouch. The big black tiger shook its head and gave Zhang Feng a very innocent look. Forget it, you're so big. I won't bother with you. Go home. Zhang Feng turned around and with a big wave of his hand, he walked towards the inside of the village. However, Zhang Feng had apparently forgotten about the shocking power brought by the big black tiger. No sooner had he walked into the village with the group of animals than some villagers spotted the big black tiger. There's a monster. Quickly come to the people. Little Feng is going to be eaten by a monster. With a terrified cry, the modest mountain village exploded. Those unknown villagers casually copied the tools around them and rushed towards the back of the mountain. And at this moment, Zhang Feng looked at the one who shouted with a helpless face. This man is Zhang Feng's uncle from his own family, nicknamed the Big Horn. It is characterized by a loud sound. Uncle 7, stop yelling. I'm fine, this tiger is actually my friend. Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and explained. Your friend. Uncle 7 stammered as he looked at the tiger behind Zhang Feng and retreated 2 steps. When he first saw the big black tiger just now, Zhang Feng's 7th uncle was really taken aback. The face bristled and turned pale. This guy does not look like a tiger. It's just like the monster in the legend. Yeah, Uncle 7, it's okay, my friend doesn't bite. Zhang Feng smiled and patted the big black tiger. The big black tiger, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and gave Uncle 7 a disdainful look. Oh, my God, what did you just say? It's a tiger. Uncle 7 took another careful look at the big black tiger behind Zhang Feng. That's right, Uncle 7, it's a rare tiger, Zhang Feng said with a smile. At this time, Zhang Feng's 7th uncle's face was also gradually flushed, but he was still hiding behind the door in fear, not daring to come out. And just at this time, a group of old men and women with various farming tools and slates in their hands suddenly rushed out from various intersections. Where's the monster? Let me see it, old man. Where's little Feng? Is little Feng alright? His grandmother's leg? I've never seen a monster in all my life. Old men and women rushed forward with things in their hands and shouts on their lips. However, when they actually saw the behemoth that was the great black tiger, everyone froze on the spot, simply because the big black tiger's appearance really shocked them. The scene was all quiet. Zhang Feng beside him smiled bitterly as he looked at the villagers rushing in, but in his heart, he was touched. Don't you stop me. His grandmother's leg? I've been to war and fought ghosts, but I've never fought a monster. Just then, a neutral voice rang out over the scene. The crowd turned back and looked sideways. I only saw an old man come trembling on his crutches, and the middle-aged woman beside him kept persuading the old man. Seeing this, Zhang Feng trotted all the way to greet him. The villagers beside him also gathered around the old man with their mouths full. Great-grandpa, what brings you here? This old man was no one else but Zhang Feng's great-grandfather. Zhang Yaohua. Hot isn't this little Feng? Which brat said something happened to little Feng? Zhang Yaohua, Zhang Feng's great-grandfather, stared at Zhang Feng for half a day before suddenly speaking out. Great-grandpa, I'm fine. It's a misunderstanding. You can't blame my 7th uncle. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. What old 7 said, where is he? See if I don't beat him to death. Dare to curse my good heavy grandson. Zhang Yaohua's trembling hand raised his cane and looked at the surrounding crowd with a tiger's eye. The frightened Uncle 7 at the door hurriedly hid behind the door of the room. Even more so, he looked at Zhang Feng and Zhang Yaohua with a sultry look. This old man is obviously biased. I'm still your grandson, great-grandpa. This is a misunderstanding. The monster you guys are talking about is actually my friend. It's a tiger. Zhang Feng pointed at the big black tiger not far away and said. The villagers were also stunned by Zhang Feng's words at this time. Such a big guy is actually Feng's friend. Little Feng, listen to auntie. You don't want to tell lies. This is obviously a monster. You're a woman with short hair and short knowledge. What do you know? If little Feng hadn't gotten to know someone else, we'd have been finished a long time ago. What the hell? It's a tiger. This tiger looks much stronger than the oxen at home. Little Feng, can this tiger plow the land? That skeleton. It does look like a good hand at plowing. Black tiger crooked head, we've been transcoding badly lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 52 Zhang Igwa's worry. Zhang Feng beside him was filled with black lines after hearing the villagers' discussion. They actually want the black tiger to plow. The idea is really unbeatable. Uncles and aunts, this is a tiger, not an ox. It can't plow. Zhang Feng hurriedly stood up and explained. It was because Zhang Feng had already felt the depressed look in the big black tiger's eyes. If this goes on, Zhang Feng is afraid that the big black tiger will get annoyed. Hey, it's a shame that my family's land hasn't been planted yet. Let's go. Let's go. There's nothing more to do. It's just a tiger. There's nothing to see. Little Feng, let me know if something happens. This tiger is not simple for me to look at. Harm. I really thought there was a monster. All that excitement for nothing. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, the villagers put away the weapons in their hands. After looking at the big black tiger twice more, they all dispersed. Zhang Feng's great-grandfather was also helped back. A farce that didn't last long was resolved. However, there were still some villagers who curiously sized up the big black tiger beside Zhang Feng. Even Zhang Feng couldn't carry that look. It's bull. It's bull. No, it's a tiger. It's a tiger. Can't plow the field. I'll go first. Uncle 7. Tai Grandpa saw you hiding behind the door a long time ago. Zhang Feng smiled and greeted the 7th uncle behind the door, then took the dumplings and the lanterns and they went home. Only after Zhang Feng left did Uncle 7 open the door to reveal a head looking out. Looks like the old man still can't be bothered to hit me. Uncle 7 opened the gate inside. As for Zhang Feng's side, it hadn't been a while before he returned home with the big black tiger in them. After opening the door to the room, Zhang Feng placed the bamboo basket on the floor, then carried out the donut and their 3 little ones. Boing boing. As soon as he landed on the ground, Tuanzi immediately rushed towards Zhang Feng's bedroom in excitement. Zhang Feng shook his head at the back and laughed helplessly. Donut, the little guy seems to be obsessed with his bedroom. Big black tiger, find yourself a random place to stay. Zhang Feng patted the big black tiger and pointed to the courtyard. Ouch! The big black tiger shook his head, sneezed, and strolled idly to the eaves of the house, then lay down and started napping. The big black tiger quite likes to sleep. Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger and said, ever since he'd run into the big black tiger, the guy was either sleeping or on his way to sleep whenever he had nothing better to do. Seems sleepy as hell. And at that moment, Zhang Feng frowned. He seemed to hear what sounded like someone talking behind his house. Listening more closely, someone was indeed talking. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown. What a guy. There's a thief in this remote village. This is going to be a good one. Zhang Feng didn't startle Tuanzi and the others, but carefully stepped out of the door and walked towards the back. With his current stature, it was still easy to deal with 2 small thieves. Zhang Feng slowed down his steps, trying not to make too much noise. However, by the time he got to the back, he realized that the one who had just spoken was not a thief at all. Instead, it was his great-uncle Zhang Igwa, and his great-uncle Chen Yanjing. And there was actually a plastic shed built on the half-acre plot of your own land. There seems to be a bed in there. What's more, the shed was still erected in the same clearing as the mission. This caused Zhang Feng to freeze and a big question arose in his heart. What's your uncle doing? Uncle, what are you doing? Zhang Feng walked up and couldn't help but speak to Zhang Igwa, who was sitting with his head bowed. Yo, little Feng is back. Didn't your eldest mother say you wouldn't be back until 2 days later? Zhang Igwa, who was smoking, froze for a moment after hearing Zhang Feng's voice. I have something here. Came back early. You and my eldest mother, you two, this is. Zhang Feng curiously pointed to the plastic shed next to him and said, Harm, it's not even this land of yours that got you. Your eldest mother said that this land of yours is very important, afraid that someone will miss it, so when your eldest mother and I agreed, we simply lived here directly. Zhang Igwa smoked a cigarette and pointed to the vegetable field in front and said, and only then did Zhang Feng notice that those 10,000 flower vegetables he had planted seemed to have borne fruit. There are even very few vegetables that are on the verge of ripening. This thing grows pretty fast, you know. Zhang Feng walked around the vegetable field and said with some surprise, it's only been 2 nights since I've seen you, and the 10,000 flower vegetable has actually grown so big. It is estimated that in a couple of days it will be ripe for picking. Feng, did you get these vegetables? Zhang Igwa, who was standing at the head of the ground, opened his mouth at this time and asked, it's me I guess. Jiang Feng paused for a moment and said, what the system sends out is not his. Then you must protect it, so no one else finds out. John Agua took a drag on his cigarette and said with a somewhat dark face, this thing felt extraordinary the first time he saw it. This would be a great thing if it was actually bred to be successful. That's why he lived on the ground without stopping. It was to protect this vegetable field before Jiang Feng returned. Uncle, this shouldn't need much protection. Jiang Feng scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, it's something he's already live-streamed out, and a lot of people know about the 10,000 flower vegetables. Not many people seem to believe it though. Nonsense. How can this kind of scientific research being conducted be leaked when it hasn't even succeeded yet? Jiang Agua said with a tigerish face. Jiang Feng could only smile helplessly and couldn't say anything else. Don't worry uncle. I'll protect it. But why don't you two go back to sleep? It's cold here at night. Jiang Feng looked at his eldest uncle and his eldest mother and said. Jiang Agua took 2 puffs of his cigarette and nodded. Well, take care of yourself. It's not easy to develop something. Don't let others steal it then. Also, your sister has sent your clothes back from the capital, so you'll pick them up at my house later. Jiang Agua was still somewhat uneasily urged again when he left. Jiang Feng could only say yes again and again. After all, his eldest was doing him a favor and thought it was a new variety of crop under research, so there's a fear of it leaking out early. And after Jiang Agua left, Jiang Feng inspected his vegetable plot again. However, when he saw the shed that his eldest uncle had built, Jiang Feng felt a wave of headache, because this shed was erected in the same clearing as the mission. In the eyes of the donut, this is the fruit of its labor. Now that it's come to this, the group must be angry. So, you can't let the donut come over here again for the next 2 days. Otherwise he might not really be able to coax the group this time. Never mind. I'll just take down the shed. Jiang Feng laughed, and then he was ready to get his hands on this plastic shed and tear it down. However, just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Feng's mind. Mission reward has not yet been opened. More than the storage time limit will soon disappear. Please ask whether to open. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 53, Did Jiang Feng fall out with the Forestry Bureau? The mission reward has not been opened yet. It has exceeded the storage time limit and is about to disappear. Please ask whether to open it or not. The system interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts with another outburst. Jiang Feng only reacted at this time. He hadn't collected the reward for the completion of the mission yet. Open up. Jiang Feng said with some impatience because he also wanted to see just how rich the rewards were this time. $100, 000 cash prize. Carry-on space expanded to 20 cubic meters. A Ford Raptor F-150. 10 bags of boutique feed. 10 bags of aura seeds. Fishing skill mastery. As the system's voice rang out, various rewards continued to ring out in Jiang Feng's mind. For a while, Jiang Feng looked a bit dumbfounded. Not to mention, the rewards this time are really quite rich. All of them were what Jiang Feng wanted more. What's more, the system actually rewarded a car. And it's still the latest Ford Raptor F-150. It's a very aggressive-looking vehicle, very good off-road, and most importantly a pickup truck. This was very appropriate for Jiang Feng's current living environment. He won't have to drive that tractor if he goes to town again in the future. And before that, Jiang Feng had seen this car in the capital, and was really envious at that time. He didn't think he'd ever get to drive it either. System, this car's coming from the right place. Don't let me get caught driving it. Jiang Feng thought about opening his mouth and asked, regular car, please don't worry. The system's reply reassured Jiang Feng. What about the car? Where is the car? Quickly let me see. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to speak in his head. Please be at ease. The car is being distributed, and will be delivered to the host's designated location by the forest store in 3 days. Please ask if you want to select the receiving location. Well, let's pick Longmen Village. Jiang Feng didn't expect the system to be quite considerate. Just now he was afraid that the sudden appearance of a car would not be easy to explain. This time the system finished him straight away for a bit, but he didn't have time to go anywhere else to collect his car right now, so he simply let people send it up. After receiving his reward, Jiang Feng was in a much better mood. Without a moment's effort, Jiang Feng demolished all the plastic sheds on the ground. Finally, I'm done. Now I'm waiting for the 10,000 flower vegetables to mature, and then it's time to expand my planting. Jiang Feng stood on the ground and looked at the 10,000 flower vegetables and said with great pride, this land is the foundation of his fortune, so he must not make any more mistakes. After saying that, Jiang Feng looked up at the sky and realized that it was getting late, so he hummed a little song and went home. However, he clearly hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. The manzanita vegetables he planted are ripe for the picking, but the fodder the donut planted has turned to dirt. By harvest time, it's time for the donuts to make a fuss again, and after Jiang Feng apparently forgot all about it, He had just arrived at his doorstep when Su Qinghuan from the Forestry Bureau called again. Zhang Feng didn't even need to think about it to know that Su Qinghuan must have come to inquire about the great black tiger. Xiao Jiang, are you at home now? Su Qinghuan opened the door and asked. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky that was gradually darkening in the distance. At home? You guys aren't coming now, are you? Zhang Feng's head was full of black lines. It was dark. These people from the Forestry Bureau wouldn't still want to come to his house. We won't go over there tonight. We'll go over there in the morning, Su Qinghuan said with slight regret. If it weren't for a delayed meeting this afternoon, he had long ago brought people inside Zhang Feng's house. By the way, that black tiger the FDA side wants to take away to study it, Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone said with some embarrassment. They, the forestry department, were the most excited about the appearance of the big black tiger. Turns out there are animals in the world they don't know about. So when the big black tiger appeared, their first thought was to take the big black tiger away. Wanted to study to find out what makes the big black tiger different from ordinary tigers. However, as soon as Zhang Feng heard this, he immediately rejected this request from Su Qinghuan. Director Su, I'm afraid this won't work. Surely you want to take the big black tiger away and lock it up for study. That, I wouldn't be the first to agree to, Zhang Feng said righteously. Some people nominally lock up animals for protection, but in reality, with human intervention, on the other hand, they hastened the demise of these animals. It's like the only spotted turtle left in China. This spotted turtle would not be so lonely now if it were not for the operation of human error. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhang Feng to let the Forestry Bureau take the big black tiger away. Brat, what are you excited about? I just mentioned it in passing. As for whether or not the big black tiger will be taken away is still under discussion now, Su Qinghuan said with a bitter smile. In fact, his opinion was also to let big black tiger stay at Zhang Feng's house, except that the FDA is not his call, and he's only the director of the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. There's a lot of people above him, so that makes it difficult for him. This is a big team to lead. Then take your time to discuss it. I can't decide where the big black tiger will go, but definitely won't be for you to take away for captivity, Zhang Feng said without hesitation, his tone very cold. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation, and Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone froze for a moment as she listened to the busy tone in the phone, then roared angrily, "This asshole kid actually dares to speak to me like that now. I won't help you this time." With a snap, Su Qinghuan threw her cell phone on the table. He sat in his chair shaking with anger. This brat, why didn't I realize he was so stubborn before? Su Qinghuan placed her hand on the table and kept tapping the desktop, thinking. After a while, Su Qinghuan finally calmed down. A soft sigh, re-picking up the phone again. He rummaged through his cell phone contacts and muttered in a low voice, "Next time I help you I'm a son of a." And Zhang Feng's side returned home in a rage. Admittedly the Forest Service has their reasons for doing this, but Zhang Feng would never approve of the practice of keeping animals in captivity for protection. What's the difference between that and a human being going to jail? Especially with an animal like this that there are only a few left in the world, and maybe one day there won't be any left to keep. Zhang Feng sighed heavily as he walked into the courtyard, and at that moment the big black tiger was still napping under the roof. Tuan Zi, along with Yuan Xiao and little black tiger, were running around the yard and seemed to be having a great time. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's mood got a lot better. However, the next thing he realized was a very important question. The big black tiger's appetite is so big, he doesn't seem to have anything to feed on. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 54, The Self-Reliant Big Black Tiger. This is difficult. There is nothing to feed at home. Zhang Feng frowned, feeling that he had considered it too simply before. Now his first and foremost solution was Big Black Tiger's food problem. For as big as this guy is, it's a shame that he doesn't eat a few 100 pounds of food at a time. Even Zhang Feng wondered if those rare animals inside the mountain had been eaten extinct by the big black tiger. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered another problem. Where's the little black tiger's father? He never seemed to have met the little black tiger's father. I'm afraid I can't give birth to a baby black tiger by relying on the big black tiger alone. Then where will Tiger Dad run off to? So Zhang Feng walked towards the big black tiger under the roof with some curiosity. At this moment, the ears of the big black tiger that was napping moved and heard Zhang Feng's footsteps. It raised its head, looking like it hadn't woken up, and squinted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "That big black tiger. Where is the father of the little black tiger? How come I didn't see it?" Ouch! Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the big black tiger immediately opened its bloody mouth and yawned. Shaking his head, he squinted at Zhang Feng for 2 more moments before lying back down again. It was obvious that he didn't want to bother with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, revealed a meaningful smile at this time. And his mind was even more frantically brainstorming. This is not a simple matter, because the big black tiger was obviously avoiding the matter. Maybe the little black tiger is a single parent and the tiger dad is a scumbag. No, it's Jagged Tiger. The big black tiger that was originally napping also seemed to have sensed Zhang Feng's unintentional smile at this time. It raised its head and roared softly towards Zhang Feng, scaring him so much that Zhang Feng hurriedly set his face straight. If this big guy starts a fire, no one can cure him. That. What kind of food you usually eat? Beef and pork you eat or not? Zhang Feng smiled sarcastically at this time. If the big black tiger lived inside his house in the future, then he would definitely have to go to town often to buy things in the future. After all, the big black tiger's meal looks like it has a big appetite. Ouch! Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the big black tiger stood up from the ground at that moment, then shook his head. Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger suspiciously, not knowing what this guy wanted. Ouch! The big black tiger suddenly roared again at this time, looked at Zhang Feng twice, and then turned his head and ran towards the door. Zhang Feng saw that there was a situation and hurriedly chased after him to the door, just in time to see the big black tiger that was about to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch! The running big black tiger paused, twisted its head to look at Zhang Feng, let out a yawn, and then ran in the direction of the back of the mountain. In the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared, looking like he had gone to look for food inside the mountain. Zhang Feng stood in the doorway with his mouth open, frozen in shock as he looked in the direction the big black tiger had left. The last words, "I'll support you," were never uttered, because he simply couldn't afford to raise a big black tiger right now. Better to wait until he's made enough money. Alas! Zhang Feng sighed and turned around to go back into the house again, and the three little ones, Tuanzi, suddenly ran over at this time and surrounded Zhang Feng. Boing boing! Tuanzi and Lantern hugged Zhang Feng's thighs left and right, blinking their little eyes pitifully at Zhang Feng. The little black tiger, on the other hand, was spinning around Zhang Feng's feet in excitement. There was nothing like a tiger in that look. Zhang Feng laughed at once. Alright, I know. Aren't you guys just hungry? I've never seen you guys actually eat. After saying that, Zhang Feng pulled out a bag of feed from inside the system space and placed it on the ground. After the three little ones saw it, they immediately surrounded it and then took a big bite. Zhang Feng laughed at this time and squatted down to pat the little black tiger's head. You just know how to eat. Your mom is gone and doesn't want you. Ouch! The little black tiger that was eating was acting as if it hadn't heard Zhang Feng's words. Without lifting his head, he was drying his food there, afraid that he would take less than a bite. Zhang Feng was speechless as he watched. He reckoned that if anyone sold the little black tiger guy, this guy would definitely count the money back to others. Forget it, I'll give you another IQ boost with divine water in a couple days. Hopefully it won't be like Lantern. Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at the slowly chewing Lantern. Ever since the last time I used divine water on this little guy, but it didn't help in the slightest. Lanterns haven't changed at all. This at one point made Zhang Feng wonder if the divine water was useless, so he planned to try the effect of the divine water on little black tiger in a couple days. If the little black tiger's IQ can't improve either, it can only serve as a little brother to the donut for the rest of its life. Tuanzi, Lantern, I have to go out first. Do you want to come with me? Zhang Feng got up and spoke towards the several little ones. He had to make a trip to his eldest uncle Zhang Igwa's house to get the clothes his sister had sent over. The three little guys, however, didn't have any reaction after hearing Zhang Feng's words. Still there, burying my head in dry food. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Well, I guess I'm not as good as a bag of fodder in the minds of these three little ones. Zhang Feng shook his head, then turned on the lights in both the room and the courtyard. Donut, take your little brother back to the house after dinner and stay put, Zhang Feng said, but Tuanzi responded extremely perfunctorily. Zhang Feng smiled then turned around and walked out of the door before locking it from the outside. After lying down in the doorway and looking at the three little ones inside, Zhang Feng walked towards his eldest uncle's house. Soon, Zhang Feng arrived at Zhang Igwa's doorstep. After knocking on the door, Zhang Feng pushed the door and walked in. Little Feng is here, and I said I was just about to call you to come over for dinner. Shan Yanjing, who was busy at the kitchen door, smiled after seeing Zhang Feng. Ma'am, I'm coming over to get my clothes. Zhang Feng smiled and said, the clothes are in the house. A big cardboard box, and Yuki sent all your clothes. Shen Yanjing pointed to the room and said. Zhang Feng nodded then walked into the house, and just as he entered the house, Zhang Feng realized that his eldest uncle was holding a wine glass in one hand and pinching peanuts in the other to drink beautifully. You're in a good mood, uncle. You're drinking alone here. Zhang Feng smiled and sat down opposite Zhang Igwa. Zhang Igwa on the opposite side picked up the wine cup and tilted his head back to drink. Where's your giant panda? Zhang Igwa asked as he poured the wine. Asked Zhang Feng immediately speechless. Together with his position in the eyes of the eldest uncle is not as good as the donut. They're home. I'll get the clothes. Jiang Feng said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Agua stopped talking and instead drank another glass of wine. He pinched up a peanut rice and put it in his mouth, then looked up and glanced at Jiang Feng. Last time, after I reported the name of our village's village director candidate, the town's opinion came down. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let us have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 55. Are you hiding something from me? What do you think? Jiang Feng looked at his eldest uncle, then picked up the wine goblet on the table and slowly poured himself a glass of wine. Jiang Agua said without lifting his head. The top doesn't agree. After saying that, Jiang Agua picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go. And Jiang Feng's hand that was pouring the wine suddenly shook, and his heart was even more bitter. In fact, he had known this would be the case. After all, he had no diploma and no work experience. Even if Longmen village was short of people, it's not like he's going to come up and become the village chief. Maybe in a few years he'll get his chance. So, is in no hurry now? Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh at the thought, feeling that he might be bewitched. The forestry department has turned down several invitations from themselves, but now they are coveting the position of village director. Jiang Feng let out a laugh and picked up the wine goblet before drinking it all in one go. At this time, Jiang Agua raised his head and glanced at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's performance just now was all in his eyes. Jiang Agua thought that Jiang Feng would lose his mind for a while, but he didn't expect that Jiang Feng seemed to care very little about this matter. There's no need to rush the village chief thing just yet. The town said to let you study with me around for a couple years first. Jiang Agua picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass of wine for Jiang Feng and said, and the reason why the town replied so much is that no one wants to come to Longmen village. No one in this hole wants to come and suffer. So the town wouldn't have given this response if someone was willing to hang out here. At those words, Jiang Feng nodded and didn't say anything. He now suddenly realized that the most important thing for him now was to take Longmen village out of poverty and become rich, instead of engaging in this useless stuff. Anyway, the village headman and village chief were both his eldest uncle alone, so it was convenient for him to do whatever he wanted to do inside the village. I understand. Later, Jiang Feng picked up the wine cup and toasted Jiang Agua. The two of them drank it all in one go. Jiang Agua, stop drinking and come over to the fire. The eldest aunt, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly shouted. Jiang Agua put down the wine cup and shook his head helplessly, getting up and going to the kitchen to burn the fire. Jiang Feng originally wanted to go over to help, but was pushed out by his great aunt, telling him to just wait in the house for dinner. Soon, Jiang Feng hurriedly picked up a box of clothes and headed towards his home after having dinner. Not to mention, this box of clothes is quite heavy. Jiang Feng moved for quite a while before arriving at the door of his house. He set down the suitcase, took out the key and opened the door, then moved the suitcase inside again, and the lantern and little black tiger who were playing inside the yard immediately surrounded them. The two little guys kept circling around Jiang Feng's feet. Angry Jiang Feng directly put the box on the ground, and then the two little guys ruthlessly ravaged a meal. One day at a time it's netting him trouble. And just then, a huge figure suddenly jumped down from the wall of the courtyard. It made the whole ground tremble slightly. It also startled Jiang Feng to lantern. Jiang Feng thought that there was an earthquake, but he didn't expect it to be the big black tiger returning. And the guy still seems to have prey biting into his mouth. Jiang Feng walked up and took a look. Good lord, it's actually a boar that's nearing adulthood. This big black tiger eats better than he does. It's a Chinese gazelle and a wild boar, all protected animals. Jiang Feng even had some cravings for the big black tiger's meals. However, what he didn't expect was that after the big black tiger saw Jiang Feng, he directly placed the boar in front of Jiang Feng. Growling at Jiang Feng, he nodded. Then he found the roof again. It seemed as if nothing had just happened, and Jiang Feng was speechless as he looked at the already dead boar in front of him. He thought that the big black tiger went out to hunt, but he didn't think that he was bringing it back for him to eat. Alas, it seems I was born to be a soft eater. Jiang Feng smiled and flirted with himself. Everyone else eats the soft food of rich women, but he's good. He eats the soft food of animals. Seeing as the boar is so pitiful, I'll grudgingly take it. Jiang Feng looked in the direction of the gate, then directly stuffed the boar inside the carry-on space. No one else should know about this. Wild boars are not protected at a high level, but they can be caught for arbitrary hunting. And after putting away the boar, Jiang Feng looked at the yard again, always feeling that something was missing. By the way, where's Donut? Where did the little guy go? Jiang Feng picked up the two little ones and asked curiously. Boing boing. Lantern's little paw pointed in the direction of the bedroom. Jiang Feng fixed his eyes on what the little guy, Tuanzi, was doing in front of the closet. He'd noticed it several times. The group couldn't be hiding something from him. Donut! Jiang Feng shouted in the direction of the bedroom, taking the group in front of the closet by surprise. It turned around and slammed the closet door shut, then wooed and ran out the door to Jiang Feng's side. What were you doing in there? Zhang Feng asked with some curiosity as he moved the box. Boing boing. Tuanzi shook her little head, then came up and pulled Zhang Feng's coat to go outside. What's the matter, Donut? What do you want? Zhang Feng helplessly put down the box and asked curiously. Boing boing. Tuanzi stretched out his little paw and pointed in the direction of the backyard, his little eyes even brighter as he stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who was watching, instantly changed his face. This little guy's not going to the vegetable patch out back, is he? That's not good. If you go back there, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Feng hadn't even thought that Tuanzi's memory was actually so good that she still remembered this matter. Going to the back was not an option anyway, so Zhang Feng was ready to change the subject. Good girl, Donut. I'm busy right now. I'll wait until tomorrow. I'll go put the clothes in. After saying that, Zhang Feng sheepishly picked up the box and hurriedly walked into the bedroom, ready to put the box into the closet. Tuanzi was a bit dumbfounded outside, but when it saw Zhang Feng think of opening the closet, the group's eyes instantly went wide. Then with short legs, he rushed inside the bedroom as fast as he could in his bare life. When Zhang Feng was about to open the closet door, Tuanzi appeared and directly closed it. It also almost squeezed Zhang Feng's hand. Looking at Tuanzi, who was protecting the closet like this, Zhang Feng froze. Tuanzi, what are you doing? Boing boing. Tuanzi didn't dare to look up at Zhang Feng, but instead stretched out her little paw and pulled Zhang Feng's coat to go outside. Zhang Feng instantly understood. This little guy must have some secret inside the closet that he didn't want him to know. So Zhang Feng stopped the troop and squatted down before staring at it. Tuanzi, however, was a bit vain and lowered his head, his small eyes constantly scanning the ground, not daring to meet Zhang Feng's eyes. Zhang Feng smiled as he held Tuanzi's furry little head and opened his mouth to ask, Tuanzi, is there something you're hiding from me? The recent transcoding is serious, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 56 Dumplings, Guarding Our Secrets. Boing boing. I didn't. As soon as Tuanzi heard Zhang Feng's words, he immediately stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes and open mouth, dumbfounded. It seemed like it wasn't the one that stopped Zhang Feng just now, and Zhang Feng smiled even more happily at this time. This little guy was actually so dead set on keeping his secret. It seemed pretty important. However, the group can have secrets not known to him. He'd just as soon open this closet door today and take a look around. Donut, you're not being good. Oh, I'm just putting the clothes inside the closet. Zhang Feng pointed to the box of clothes behind him. Boing boing. Tuan shook his head without hesitation, and pointed at the bed with his little paw, meaning for Zhang Feng to put his clothes on the bed. Donut, that's not nice. The closet is for clothes. Zhang Feng let out a bad smile and reached out to open the closet door. Boing boing. Donut stood up with his back directly against the closet, and also spread his own limbs to stop the closet door. Then he kept bobbing his head, and his little mouth was wooing even more. He was dead set on not letting Zhang Feng open the door. But this also made Zhang Feng even more curious in his heart. Unsurprisingly, it must have held something very dear to the group. But what could it be? Zhang Feng was puzzled. And the commotion inside the room also attracted Yuan Shao and Little Black Tiger outside. The two little guys hid in the doorway and exposed their little heads, curiously surveying Zhang Feng and Tuanzi in the room. What are these two doing? Why does it look like we're having a fight? Lantern gave the Little Black Tiger a twisted glance at each other. Both saw a hint of doubt in the other's small eyes. And at this time, Zhang Feng pointed his finger at Tuanzi and said in a very aggrieved, pretentious tone towards Tuanzi, Donut, do you not like me anymore? How dare you have secrets and not tell me? Boing boing. Calling of birds. Roar, sound of wailing. The three little animals that heard Zhang Feng's voice suddenly froze, and the troop opposite Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng with a crooked head. The tone of your voice just now. What a nasty bear. Boing boing. The donut wailed with its little mouth open, making Zhang Feng's old face red. He felt that he did feel a bit disgusted just now. Zhang Feng awkwardly cleared his throat and said, well, Tuanzi, are we still good friends? Boing boing. The group nodded. Zhang Feng's face was delighted. Then do you think good friends have any secrets to share out? Boing boing. Boing boing. The group, which was about to nod, immediately shook its head. Amount. Zhang Feng really didn't have a trick up his sleeve this time. It seems that the donut holds its little secret very dearly. It's dead set on not letting him know. At this time, when Tuanzi saw that Zhang Feng still wanted to open the cabinet door, she called out towards the two little ones at the door. Lantern and Little Black Tiger immediately ran in with their butts in their mouths when they heard Tuanzi's call. Only the two little guys came directly to Zhang Feng's side. The Little Black Tiger even kept wagging its tail, shaking its head and drilling into Zhang Feng's arms. The opposite side of the group immediately became disgruntled when they saw that their two little brothers had defected. Boing boing. Tuan reached out his paw and hugged Lantern, pulling him to his side. Lantern sat on her butt, her little head held sideways with a confused look on her best friend's face. It didn't know what was wrong with the donut today. As for Little Black Tiger, it was much worse than Lantern, because the donut directly reached out its paw and grabbed the fur on the back of the Little Black Tiger's neck, then carried it to his side. Zhang Feng's scalp tingled as he watched the entire process. I don't know where this little fellow, Tuanzi, got so much strength that he was actually able to pick up the Little Black Tiger. I'm afraid Tuanzi doesn't know how powerful Little Black Tiger is. When the Little Black Tiger grew up, it would probably be an existence that could fight all over the world. Only this IQ of the Little Black Tiger. Zhang Feng had a headache just thinking about it, and the Little Black Tiger that was carried over by Tuanzi still wanted to run towards Zhang Feng's side, but the other group had a paw on his little head. Ouch! Big brother, let me live. Donut, what do you want? It's just a door, that's all. Zhang Feng was very speechless as he looked at the troop. Instead, Tuanzi didn't pay any attention to Zhang Feng. It turned its head sideways and reached out its paw to lie down on Lantern's ear, as if it were whispering. As for the Little Black Tiger, he was still pressed by Tuanzi in the boing boing. Tuanzi leaned down and whispered in Lantern's ear, still looking up at Zhang Feng twice every now and then. Calling of birds. Lantern was startled by the group's words and looked at the closet behind her in surprise. Boing boing. The group nodded cautiously. Zhang Feng, who was watching from the side, snorted. These two little guys went overboard. He doesn't exist, does he? Whispering so loudly is too disrespectful. Duanzi, Lantern, what are you two talking about? You think I don't understand what you two are saying? Zhang Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him, and Tuanzi and Lantern immediately turned around to look at Zhang Feng warily. The two little ones stuck out their limbs and stopped in front of the closet door, one on the left and one on the right. The Little Black Tiger beside him, who had finally relieved himself, froze there with his head cocked after seeing this scene. What are you doing? Good grief, Lantern. You've actually been turned by Donut too. Zhang Feng pointed at Lantern, who was on the same page as Tuanzi, and said, boing. I don't have one. Yuan Shao lowered her head in some embarrassment, not daring to go and meet Zhang Feng's eyes, but still, he stood firmly with the group. Boing boing. We're guarding our rations. Calling. That's right. Ouch. What are you doing? Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He got up and patted the two little ones on their little heads. Okay, no more playing with you guys. You can do whatever you want. I'm done with your secrets. Seeing that Tuanzi was really resolute in guarding her secret, Zhang Feng didn't continue to test the waters anymore, because someday he'll find out what Donut's secret is. And once he heard that Zhang Feng would not continue to pursue his secret, the two little ones then craned their heads to look at each other. Tuanzi grinned, Lantern squinted, and the two little ones laughed happily. Zhang Feng stood aside and shook his head with a smile, so he left the two little guys alone. He turned and lifted the box, ready to put the clothes in the other cabinets. And at this time, Tuanzi suddenly ran over again, pulling on Zhang Feng's coat corner with her paw. The other paw was still pointing in the direction of the backyard, looking at Zhang Feng very eagerly. You want to go to the back? Zhang Feng's face changed. Then he asked somewhat sheepishly. Boing boing. The group nodded excitedly. It's still thinking about harvesting more feed. No, I don't have time now. Later. After saying that, Zhang Feng hurriedly picked up the box and prepared to leave. Tuanzi, on the other hand, stopped in front of Zhang Feng at this time, lifting her little head and sizing Zhang Feng up suspiciously. Boing boing. Are you hiding something from me? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 57, Lantern is the final boss. Ha, Donut, what kind of look is that? How can you doubt me? Zhang Feng put down the box, then gave Tuanzi a sheepish look. There's something very wrong with this little guy's eyes. It was as questioning as the way he had looked at the donut just now. This little guy can't be seeing things. The way Tuanzi was staring at him made Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel even more guilty. He wouldn't dare to take Tuanzi to the vegetable field in the back, not even if Tuanzi went by herself. Because if the donut realizes that nothing feeds grows in the clearing behind it, I guess the whole house would be in disarray and the group could be aggravated. By then it might not even be possible to coax him. So there's got to be a way to get the open space thing out of the way, or it's going to be a pain in the ass if it keeps dragging on. After all, Manuka vegetables will be ripe for picking in a couple of days. It will be impossible to hide it then. Donut, we'll go back tomorrow. It's too late today. Do as you're told. Zhang Feng squatted down and patted Tuanzi's little head and said, boing boing. Tuanzi stood there staring at Zhang Feng with its head cocked. It just wanted to go to the back and take a look. Why wouldn't it let it go? Donut was a little confused as to what was going on. There was a lot of confusion in the little eyes. Donut, look outside. It's not safe out there in the dark right now, and I hear there are bear-eating monsters out there. Behave. We'll go back sometime. Zhang Feng pointed outside, then smiled and patted the donut and said. So the group craned their heads in confusion and looked outside. Rather coincidentally, the big black tiger under the roof suddenly raised its head. The two eyes glowed in the darkened yard and were very ominous. Boing boing. Tuanzi was startled by these glowing eyes of the big black tiger and hurriedly hid in Zhang Feng's arms. And at this moment, Zhang Feng was about to be overjoyed. The big black tiger is really a great assist. I'll be sure to add a chicken leg to it when I have time. See, I told you it was scary out there. We'll go back sometime. After saying that, Zhang Feng took out another handful of fodder and placed it in front of the troop. Boing boing. Sure enough, the donut was not at all resistant to the feed. Once he saw the feed donuts, he wasn't scared either and put everything behind his head, happy pouting and gulping down the food, eating and whining at the same time. He seemed to be in a good mood, and next to him, Zhang Feng sheepishly patted his chest. Luckily, the group is better coaxed now, or else something would have happened tonight. Only, when Zhang Feng turned his head, he realized that Yuan Shao was sitting on the ground and looking at him with a smile on his face. Those eyes were very wise, as if they had seen through everything. Could not help but make Zhang Feng's heart thump. The troop will not be able to see what it is. Zhang Feng took another look at Lantern. Noticing that Lantern was still looking at him with that look, Zhang Feng instantly knew that everything he had just done had definitely been seen through by Yuan Shao. Zhang Feng shouted furiously in his heart. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. This Lantern guy is hiding too much. From the look in Lantern's eyes just now, he knew that this little guy was not simple. That look really made Zhang Feng feel weak. Good lord. This time it turns out that he really did look away. I'm afraid the Lantern has the highest IQ of these critters. It's just that Lantern likes to be quiet and doesn't like to express herself as much as Donut does. It was only that this little guy was hiding so deeply that even he hadn't realized it anymore. If it wasn't for tonight, Zhang Feng would have been foolish enough to think that Lantern was a quiet little bear. Turns out this little guy is the ultimate big boss. Zhang Feng coughed somewhat awkwardly, then grabbed a handful of fodder and quietly placed it in front of Lantern. Lantern, you know. Zhang Feng scowled towards Lantern. Lantern immediately narrowed her eyes and grinned happily. This made Zhang Feng breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Lantern was a good bear, wouldn't give away his secret. Zhang Feng turned his head again to look at little black tiger, who was staring stupidly with his head cocked next to him. The little black tiger looked at the fodder next to the Lantern, drooling with envy. Zhang Feng was instantly helpless. If he was wrong about Lantern's IQ words, then he could never be wrong about the little black tiger. This guy, well, he was too lazy to mention the little guy. And at this moment, Tuanzi, who was drying his rice on the opposite side, jerked his head up to look at Zhang Feng and Lantern. Cocking his head, he surveyed the man and the bear. You two just laughed out of place. You two have secrets. Eat your heart out. Zhang Feng took out another handful of fodder at this time and placed it in front of the donut, patting the donut's little head. Boing boing. Yummy. The donut purred with excitement. Ouch. At this time, the little black tiger on the side also ran over, wagging its head and rubbing its tail on Zhang Feng. The two little eyes were even more excited as they looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and jerked the little black tiger's head twice before giving it a handful of fodder as well. You guys take your time eating. I'm going to put my clothes away. Zhang Feng got up and moved the box, ready to put the clothes elsewhere. Leave the closet to the little guy. Donut. And when Zhang Feng got up to leave, this little fellow, Tuanzi, actually made a point of looking up at Zhang Feng twice. Upon seeing Zhang Feng go to the other houses, the troop happily buried themselves in their meal again. And by the time Zhang Feng had finished packing his own clothes, Tuanzi and the others were already sleepy. The little black tiger, on the other hand, was mindlessly already lying beside the big black tiger and sleeping soundly. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Zhang Feng carried Tuanzi and Lantern on the bed, then turned off the lights in the room. The last of the lights in the small mountain village at night disappeared with them. The whole mountain village seemed particularly quiet except for the sound of insects chirping. However, when the time came to the latter part of the night, Tuanzi and Yuan Shao were still huffing and puffing when Zhang Feng on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. He first lifted his head to look at the two little ones next to him and realized that Tuanzi was sleeping soundly with Lantern. Zhang Feng gently pushed the troop, and the troop rolled over again with a wooing sound from its small mouth. Zhang Feng laughed at Tuanzi's adorable appearance. Seeing that both little ones were sleeping so deeply, Zhang Feng gently walked down from the bed, then quietly walked out the door. Zhang Feng twisted his head and glanced at Tuanzi and Lantern. Then he gently came to the yard, opened the gate, and walked towards the vegetable field at the back. Only, what Zhang Feng didn't know was that in fact, all this he had just done was actually in the big black tiger's watchful eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Feng leave the yard, the big black tiger shook his head and then lay down again. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 58, The Forest Service's Re-Arrival. After Zhang Feng came to the vegetable field, he looked at it and thought, This open space in the mission he was surely going to give a solution, but he didn't have the slightest idea on how to solve it. System, do you have a solution to this problem? Zhang Feng asked as he stood on the ground, contemplating for a moment. This feed is synthetic and cannot be grown directly, the system said somewhat icily. Then wouldn't it be fine for me to just grow the raw materials for the boutique fodder, and let the donuts make their own fodder when the time comes? Zhang Feng suddenly had a bright idea. Feeling viable in my own way, he did this to let the donut know what to do, and to see if it would dare to plant things indiscriminately in the future. System, you can provide the raw materials for the feed, right? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. Can. The system replied after a moment of silence. Obviously it hadn't expected Zhang Feng to actually come up with this solution either. That's what they call a dog. And with the help of the system, Zhang Feng soon planted seeds of fine fodder raw materials all over the open space. By the time Zhang Feng finished his work and went back, the sky was already slightly light, and after a busy night, Zhang Feng was tired and exhausted already. He lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed, and Zhang Feng slept for half a morning, until he was overwhelmed by the dumplings and the lantern. Zhang Feng woke up in a daze. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng raised his head and pushed the donut on his body. The little guy was getting so heavy that it almost weighed him down. Boing boing. The troop lying on Zhang Feng didn't go down, but pointed at Zhang Feng's eyes with an excited face. Zhang Feng frowned and touched his eyes, found nothing out of the ordinary. Boing boing. Tuanzi was even more excited at this time, pointing at Zhang Feng's eyes and screaming. Zhang Feng sat up and took a look in the mirror next to his bedhead. Good guy. Zhang Feng's eyes. And it's extraordinarily deep. They say that those with dark circles look like pandas. And Tuanzi, the little guy, must have thought that Zhang Feng had turned into a giant panda too. Zhang Feng smiled breathlessly. If it wasn't for that land, he wouldn't have gotten up so late today. Okay donut, hurry up and get up. Zhang Feng pushed the donut next to him. He hadn't forgotten that the Forest Service was coming back today. Punch card check-in tasks are refreshed and check-in locations are reopened. And when Zhang Feng had just gotten up, the system's voice sounded. Zhang Feng slapped his head. He was so busy in the past 2 days that he actually forgot to punch the card and sign in. System, where is the check-in location this time? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. He had only just come back. The system wouldn't let him sign in somewhere else again. The check-in location is Taibai Mountain, and there is no limit to the number of days you can check in, as long as you are within the range of Taibai Mountain. It is a successful check-in. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. This time the range of locations for signing in has expanded quite a bit and is no longer limited to Longmen Village. Sign in, sign out, Zhang Feng said in his head. The first time I clocked in and signed in successfully. The location of the clocking in was MT. Taibeek. The mission rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. After signing in, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open the system rewards. A great disappointment ensued. This time the reward was far less than the one he received yesterday. Except feed is still feed. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. Get up. Zhang Feng ended his conversation with the system and prepared to take Tuanzi to the back vegetable field after dinner. This time he didn't have to be vain. Is anyone home? Is Zhang Feng home? Just when Zhang Feng had just gotten up, a shout came from outside the yard. Zhang Feng washed his face in no hurry before opening the door. True to his expectations, the people coming from outside are exactly the gang from the Forestry Bureau. The leader was still Director Su Qinghuan. Only this time, Zhang Feng was not as enthusiastic as before after seeing the people from the Forestry Bureau. Zhang Feng drooped his face and didn't give the people from the Forestry Bureau a good look. It was absolutely impossible for this group of people to take away the big black tigers. Don't even think about it. And the people from the Forestry Bureau also saw that Zhang Feng's face was a bit off. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, feeling that they might not have come at the right time today. You brat, you still don't welcome us here, do you? Su Qinghuan came up at this time and glared at Zhang Feng. This asshole is getting grumpy. I can't believe I'm mad at him. In the future, he will not help him again even if he kills himself. How dare I? Come in. Zhang Feng skimmed his lips and let the Forestry Bureau crowd walk into the courtyard. When the Forest Service crowd saw the massive figure under the roof, all of them couldn't help but gasp, though they'd seen the big black tiger when they were on the air. But it was only when they saw the big black tiger in reality that they felt the terror of the big black tiger. If this huge body started to fight, none of them would be able to escape. I go. The big black tiger, which is also a little too big, scary. I doubt it's as tall as the big black tiger standing up either. Net nonsense. You're not under 5'5", are you? We're not really going to take such a horrible creature back, are we? I'm a little scared. Don't be ridiculous. We're not here to take away the big black tiger this time. The Forest Service crowd looked at the big black tiger under the roof and crossed their fingers. And the big black tiger, who was napping, raised his head and squinted his eyes to look this way. Yawning disdainfully, He then lay back down again. Oh Xiao Jiang, this tiger is very powerful. Su Qinghuan walked over to Jiang Feng's side at this time and said. Many of the world's ferocious animals he had seen and even gotten up close and personal with. After a long time he also felt that tigers and these beasts were actually not that intimidating in front of humans. But when actually seeing the big black tiger, Su Qinghuan knew that she really thought wrong. This big black tiger could definitely wipe them all out in a group, that's for sure. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Then his whole face went cold again, turning his head away from Su Qinghuan. Next to her, Su Qinghuan cried and laughed. Look at your temper. No matter what, I am also the director of the Forestry Bureau. If this were anyone else, these animals of yours would have been taken away a long time ago. Su Qinghuan's words made Jiang Feng's heart froze, and his originally cloudy face became much better. He thought he might have actually gone a little overboard just now. After all, Su Qinghuan was only the director of Taibai Mountain, and he couldn't interfere with the decisions from above. I know. Are you here to take the big black tiger this time? That's impossible. Jiang Feng spoke in a low tone. Su Qinghuan let out a loud laugh. Who said we're going to take away the big black tiger? Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 59, Timely Rain, Return of the Exterminating Leopard. Jiang Feng froze when he heard Su Qinghuan's words. I can't believe the forestry department isn't here to take away big black tiger. Jiang Feng was delighted in his heart and turned his head to look at Su Qinghuan. Seriously, so your call yesterday? Su Qinghuan grunted when she saw Jiang Feng's smiling face. It's okay if you don't say it. I remembered as soon as you said it. It's you kid who hung up on me yesterday, right? You kid can be bold now. You dare to hang up on me. Su Qinghuan looked at Jiang Feng with a smile, and Jiang Feng felt a wave of embarrassment in his heart. Yesterday he did get a little impulsive when he heard that the Forestry Bureau people were going to take away the big black tiger. However, now that he thought about it, he still didn't regret it because he didn't want the big black tiger to lose its freedom because of him. The Forest Service can't just stick their nose into the way these animals live either. Yesterday, I was in a hurry. Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment. Su Qinghuan snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Feng before turning around with a haughty face behind her hand. If he hadn't seen that Jiang Feng was a buildable talent, he wouldn't have been able to treat Jiang Feng with such an attitude. If this were anyone else, it would be nice not to find a reason to arrest you, let alone adopt an animal. Director Su, don't be like this, just tell me what's going on. We're still in a cooperative relationship. Jiang Feng smiled and walked to Su Qinghuan's face and said, forget it, there's really nothing I can do for you. I'll show you the way. Why don't you come and work for us at the Forestry Bureau? Su Qinghuan looked at Jiang Feng seriously and once again extended an invitation to him. Invite Jiang Feng in to work at the Forestry Bureau, but it was still the same as the previous 2 times, and was rejected by Jiang Feng with a shake of his head. The main reason was that Jiang Feng felt that if he joined the Forestry Bureau, then the ownership of these animals would most likely not be his. When the time came for a paper order from above, he would have no way of responding to it. It's not a good idea to hand it over, and it's not a good idea not to hand it over. Director Su, you'd better not invite me. There's no way I'm going to join the Forestry Bureau, unless you become the director of the General Administration of Forestry of the State of China to give me a backing. Otherwise I won't go. Jiang Feng skimmed his mouth and said with some disgust, you're serious? Upon hearing this, Su Qingli laughed happily. Really? Jiang Feng said with disbelief. That is the director of the State Forestry Administration of China. How can he become one without a background? In terms of Su Qinghuan's state of groping for fish all day long, he didn't look like someone with a background. Ha ha, Xiao Jiang. A promise is a promise. Don't regret it when the time comes. Su Qinghuan looked at Jiang Feng and laughed out loud, while Jiang Feng looked at him twice in disgust. This man is probably crazy for wanting to be an official. By the way, Chief Su, you haven't said what you're doing up here on the mountain this time. Jiang Feng interrupted Su Qinghuan with a voice and opened his mouth to ask. Su Qinghua stopped laughing when he heard this, cleared his throat, and then said with a serious face, the Forestry Bureau does not intend to take the big black tiger away after discussing this aspect. Rather, I want to deepen my cooperation with you. How else can we deepen cooperation? At those words, Jiang Feng frowned. He and the FDA had already signed a cooperation agreement the last time. So how is it that they still have to cooperate this time? We intend to set up an observatory and research station in Longmen Village to deal with your business with these animals. And some parts of the agreement have been changed this time. And when this new contract is signed, the last one is going to be voided. Saying that, Su Qinghuan let her men take out a contract from their bag and handed it to Jiang Feng. Take a look at it and tell me if you don't understand anything. So Jiang Feng took the one in Su Qinghuan's hand and looked at it carefully. In fact, this contract is actually more or less the same as the last one. except that there are some new collaborations in it. Jiang Feng also looked at it and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Only the change in one of the clauses made Jiang Feng frown. Didn't this say $5,000 for one animal before? How did it become a maximum of 2 animals of one species? What's even more outrageous is that you've made it a rule to have 1 male and 1 female. Jiang Feng pointed to a clause in the contract and said breathlessly, such a clause makes it difficult for him. After all, I had previously said I would give $5,000 for just 1 wildlife check. Now they've actually closed the loophole, so he won't be able to pull the wool over the FDA's eyes. It's heartbreaking to think about. It can't be helped. The top doesn't allocate funds, and we don't have much money in the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. Su Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh. The Forest Service is poor. Hearing this, Jiang Feng said that he was also speechless. It was true that wool gathering was simply impossible for too long, but the contract is still in his favor overall. So Jiang Feng decided to sign this cooperation contract after considering it for a while. I hope your Forest Service keeps its word and doesn't lock up these protected animals for study. Jiang Feng looked at Su Qinghuan before signing and said, don't worry, the day I'm in the Forest Service, I won't do such a thing. Hurry up and sign it you. Su Qinghuan smiled and urged Jiang Feng to hurry up and sign the contract. Then the big black tiger and the little black tiger their money. I'll call you when I'm done checking. Don't think about it. Su Qinghuan instantly spoke with a dark face. He felt that he shouldn't have mentioned the money to Jiang Feng. This kid is simply into money. It's not better to join him in the Forest Service. Su Qinghua shook his head helplessly. Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed and was ready to sign the contract with a big wave of his hand. However, he had just written the word Jiang when a running sound with quite a lot of movement came from outside the courtyard. It was also accompanied by some animal cries. The crowd stopped what they were doing and looked quizzically at the door. And before anyone could react, the front door of Jiang Feng's house was slammed open. Jiang Feng stopped writing at this time as well, and when he turned his head to look at the door, he realized that a group of animals had suddenly appeared in front of his house. It's the exterminating panther, Brother Panther, and a dozen of its family members. Jiang Feng immediately glanced at Su Qinghuan next to him with excitement, and at this time, Su Qinghuan's face has blackened into carbon. I suspect you guys are acting me. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 60, Brother Panther, where are my ideals? At this moment, the gate of Jiang Feng's house was crowded with more than 10 money leopards. There are a lot of leopards, but this group of leopards is very qualified. Not only did they not attack the humans, but they stood outside the door in an orderly fashion. They stared with orange leopard eyes, one next to the other, some with their heads sticking out, some with their heads cocked, looking curiously around the yard, but just don't step inside the yard, because the leader of this group of leopards was none other than Brother Panther, who had just left yesterday. At this moment, Panther was wagging his tail non-stop, looking at Jiang Feng in the yard with excitement. Ouch! I'm back! The group inside the house also heard the commotion outside at this time. It ran out the door with its 2 little brothers calling. The group was also very excited when they saw it was Panther. It took a short step and came to Brother Panther's side, grinning and calling out. The little paw was even pointing at the group of leopards outside the door, because it hadn't even seen so many of its own kind. And Panther raised his head condescendingly with a glance at Tuanzi, staring straight into the distance without looking away. Seems to be a bit of a bear in the eye of the beholder. But Panther's tail was wagging non-stop. Tuanzi didn't care about leopard's behavior, because who doesn't know that leopard is a dead arrogant. And Panther's sudden arrival also startled the forestry department crowd present in the courtyard, especially Su Qinghuan. Her face was so dark. You said you'd show up sooner or later. It was biased that the group of leopards appeared just as he was about to sign a new contract with Jiang Feng. It's not just for him. It was important to realize that they were going to ask for a lot of money for Jiang Feng for this dozen or so leopards to check out. Su Qinghuan was heartbroken. Even he suspected that this was something Jiang Feng had discussed with the money leopard. Su Qinghuan twisted her head and gave Jiang Feng an unkind look. Jiang Feng, however, smiled prettily. Brother Panther is really so helpful and really timely. It also allows him to pull the wool over the FDA's eyes when it counts. Chief Su, I haven't signed the new contract yet. Jiang Feng shook the new contract in his hand, infuriating Su Qinghuan. Su Qinghuan twisted her head away, not wanting to bother with Jiang Feng anymore. The rest of the Forest Service, however, were looking at the leopards with both eyes, because they all didn't expect that there would actually be so many money leopards inside this mountain. According to the census in recent years, the Taibik Mountains may have long been free of money leopards, but I didn't expect so many to come today. This gave them renewed confidence in the ecological research to come. And at that moment, the big black tiger that was napping in the yard suddenly woke up. It lifted its head and squinted at the herd of leopards in the doorway. Ha, little leopard. The big black tiger shook its head twice in disdain. then climbed up and idly walked to Jiang Feng's side with cat-like steps, then narrowed his eyes at the group of leopards across the street. And the sudden appearance of the big black tiger caused a commotion in the leopard herd. They sensed an aura of danger from the big black tiger's body. Each money leopard bared its teeth in an attacking stance. The leading brother panther didn't bare his teeth though because he knew that this tiger was definitely related to Jiang Feng. Still, Panther stopped wagging his tail. Cocking his head, he looked at the big black tiger as well as Jiang Feng next to him. It seemed to be inquiring as to how the big guy came to be. Come brother panther. This is big black tiger. He should be your neighbor. From now on everyone will be family. At this time, Jiang Feng very enthusiastically came up and introduced brother panther to the big black tiger. They are all animals from the mountains, and Panther should have seen the big black tiger. Ouch! Panther growled and gave the big black tiger a wary look. And after the big black tiger saw that Jiang Feng recognized the group of leopards, he turned around disdainfully and returned to the eaves of the house to continue lying down. Ouch! The money leopard was a bit anxious and wanted to catch up with the big black tiger to ask for a statement. However, he was directly stopped by Jiang Feng. Don't be impulsive brother panther, we can't beat them. Jiang Feng cried and laughed as he hugged brother panther's neck. Ouch! The more the stopped money leopard thought about it, the angrier he became. But when you think about it, it seems like you can't really beat the big black tiger. Brother Panther shook his head, then raised his head arrogantly, looked at the snoozing big black tiger twice with disdain, and flicked his tail again to show that he did not see eye to eye with big black tiger. Alright brother Panther, hurry up and tell all your friends to come in. Jiang Feng stood up and patted brother Panther's head and said, he's counting on these brothers of brother Panthers to make money now. And after brother Panther heard Jiang Feng's words, he turned his head and roared at the group of leopards outside. More than a dozen leopards fishtailed into the courtyard, occupying the very center of the yard. They surveyed the crowd curiously, and the crowd looked at the leopards curiously. Brother Panther, these brothers of yours won't hurt anyone. Jiang Feng looked at the dozen or so leopards and asked. Ouch! Brother Panther shook his head, reassuring Jiang Feng. Brother Panther, you've made it clear to them what to do later. Jiang Feng opened his mouth to ask again at this time. Brother Panther nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Jiang Feng immediately came to Su Qinghuan with excitement. Director Su, you can start examining this group of leopards. Su Qinghuan snorted coldly and waved her hand towards the Forestry Bureau's crowd. The Forest Service staff immediately started doing checks on the group of leopards one by one. After the last two experiences, the FDA people have become much more proficient in this area. Plus the group of leopards were also very obedient and would come forward to whomever they were called. So the yard inspection went quickly. And at that moment, Brother Panther came to Jiang Feng's side, shaking his head and looking at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng instantly understood what Brother Panther meant. Wait for Brother Panther. Jiang Feng smiled, then counted the number of leopards. After counting, Jiang Feng started to take the feed from the house. 1 bag, 2 bags, 15 bags. Ouch! Panther looked at the scene with excitement and kept wagging his tail. A pair of big eyes were even staring tightly at the feed in Jiang Feng's hands. However, as time passed, the smile on Brother Panther's face faded. It eventually turned into puzzlement. Brother Panther, all this feed is yours. Jiang Feng pointed to the feed next to him and said with a smile. However, Panther's face didn't look very good. Ouch! Brother Panther cocked his head and looked at Jiang Feng, then at the fodder on the ground. What? Brother Panther, aren't these all your favorite foods? I'll give you 1 more bag. Jiang Feng said and took another bag of feed to Brother Panther. Luckily, the system rewarded more feeds in the past 2 days. Otherwise it wouldn't have been enough. However, Brother Panther on the side was still staring at Jiang Feng with wide eyes, puzzled plus dissatisfied. Ouch! Where's my vision? Where's my house full of fodder that's been transcoding badly lately to keep us more motivated and up to date? So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 61 Brother Panther. Have you heard of chanting? What's wrong with these feeds, Brother Panther? Jiang Feng looked at the money leopard and asked curiously. He felt that today's panther was a bit off. This was not its usual favorite feed. Why do you keep looking at yourself today? It's not like he poisoned it. Roar, sound of wailing. You're asking me what? Aren't you forgetting something? Panther wagged his tail at this time, shaking his head and looking at Jiang Feng. Engaging Jiang Feng was puzzling. Did you forget how you promised people before? At this time, Su Qinghuan, who was next to him, leisurely came. Upon hearing that, Jiang Feng's heart was startled. It seemed like he had blown it big time when he bragged to Brother Panther earlier. Another house full of feeds and ideals and whatnot. But who would have thought that Brother Bao could actually bring so many money leopards over at once? And the guy actually remembers this. And now it's really coming to him to cash in on these feeds. Jiang Feng really didn't know what to do this time. This group of animals is simply a demonic existence. What he said this group of guys remember exactly. Looks like it's going to be hard to scam. This is We have to keep our promises. People do not have faith is not standing well. You say is not Xiao Jiang. Next to him, Su Qinghuan had her hands behind her back and looked at Zhang Feng with a smug smile. Right now, he loved to see Zhang Feng suffer defeat. The more difficult Zhang Feng was, the happier he was in his heart. Told you to pull the wool over the FDA's eyes. I'll see what you do now. Ouch. The money leopard kept wagging its tail, looking at Zhang Feng with anticipation in its eyes. Zhang Feng sighed and helplessly looked at the money leopard and said, Brother leopard, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the landlord's family doesn't have any leftover food. I don't have that much feed right now. Roar, sound of wailing. Who are you kidding? Brother Panther growled and cocked his head to look at Zhang Feng suspiciously. There was even more disbelief in the big orange eyes. Brother Panther was adamant that Zhang Feng had lots and lots of fodder in his hands. It's going to lie down on the feed and sleep. How about this, Brother Panther? You see what's valuable inside my house. You take it. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at the money leopard. Since Brother Panther had taken what he had said before as true, he couldn't go back on his word. However, he didn't really have any extra feed for Panther right now. Today's group of leopards had gutted him. He was really unable to get extra feed for the money leopard. And he's got to leave good rations for the donuts and the others. Ouch. Brother Panther barked, then jumped and bounced in front of Zhang Feng. Xiao Jiang I'm going to say you a few words. You have earned a lot of money today. You give the leopard a few more bags of feed can be what? It's just a bag of feed. You're not even cheating animals now, are you? Su Qinghuan looked at Zhang Feng with a disgusted and skeptical gaze at this time. This brat's character can't be that bad. You're really lying to the animals. Hearing Su Qinghuan's inquiry, Zhang Feng could only explain helplessly. Director, that feed is secretly made. It hasn't been ready in the past 2 days. Zhang Feng began to give Su Qinghuan a hard time. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Brother Panther fodder, but he can't get it out. Oh, then I don't care. You can't cheat animals. You have to be serious about this. Animals have a right to live, too. Su Qinghuan snickered on her face when she heard Zhang Feng's explanation. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder before sneering and walking to the other side. And by this time Brother Panther seemed to have gotten a little impatient waiting, non-stop whimpering, as if trying to make a case for himself. Even Brother Panther ran to Tuanzi's side, lowered his lofty head, and kept barking in front of Tuanzi. It seemed like a tattletale, and after Tuanzi heard this, she cocked her head and looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Those small eyes looked at Zhang Feng and directly numbed his scalp. These two guys actually understand each other. What's even more outrageous is that this Panther guy has actually learned to sue. Make yourself really look like one of those people. Tuanzi the little guy can't really believe it. Ouch. After Panther had finished his tattletale by Tuanzi's side, he ran to Lantern's side and started whimpering again. That look was as condescending as it had to be, and it wasn't even as haughty as it had been before. However, Yuan Shao didn't look at Zhang Feng like Tuanzi did. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and grinned happily. Then the money leopard has to run to the little black tiger he is not familiar with to complain. The little black tiger held its head high and looked stupidly at the money leopard. What's he doing? And Zhang Feng really couldn't help himself this time. Brother Bao, hurry back. I'll give it to you or not. Zhang Feng spoke towards Brother Panther who was complaining. Upon hearing this, Panther, who was whimpering towards the little black tiger, immediately turned around and leapt to Zhang Feng's side. Lifting his head, he shook his head and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Ouch, my ideal, my feed. Brother Panther, can this be slowed down? The landlord's family doesn't have any food left. Zhang Feng bitterly smiled as he squatted down and patted the money leopard's head and said, Roar, sound of wailing. The money leopard cocked its head and stared at Zhang Feng suspiciously, then immediately turned around and ran towards the crowd from the forestry bureau next to him. Zhang Feng knew at a glance that this guy would definitely want to find the forestry bureau's crowd to complain. That's more like it. Zhang Feng immediately circled the money leopard's neck in a deadly manner. Brother Panther, let's talk things out, okay? Don't go harassing people. Zhang Feng stopped Brother Panther and looked at Money Leopard in tears. Ouch! The Money Leopard stopped and stared at Zhang Feng with its own leopard eyes wide open. The body was instead in the direction of the FDA crowd. It's a big feeling that if you don't give me a feed, I'm going to find someone to tell on you. Ouch! Is there any justice in this? There's no law of the land here. It actually bullied it. A weak leopard. At this time, the friendly interaction between Brother Panther and Zhang Feng also attracted the attention of the other panthers in the yard and the forestry bureau. The group of money leopards looked over curiously. The Forest Service crowd was also talking and mingling. Many people laughed at this scene, because they thought Zhang Feng's mode of getting along with animals was too interesting. It's really just like a couple of good friends. Ouch! Brother Panther shouted in dissatisfaction, seemingly furious that Zhang Feng had gone back on his word. Alright Brother Panther, stop yelling. I'm sure I'll give you the feed, but certainly not right now. Zhang Feng looked at the money leopard and said leisurely, Roar, sound of wailing. What is the meaning? The money leopard froze and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng got up and looked at Brother Panther twice before slowly speaking. Brother Panther, have you heard of chanting? The recent transcoding is serious? So that we can be more motivated and update faster, please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 62, Is Brother Panther Stupid? Roar, sound of wailing. What's chanting? Brother Panther cocked his head and froze for a moment, not understanding what Zhang Feng meant by that. Instead, the FDA crowd in the yard just burst out laughing. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Feng's idea. Zhang Feng can be a real talent. This is a great idea. That's awesome. That's the first time I've ever heard of paying an animal in installments. That's a laugh. Is that really a conversation between a human and an animal? I realized that Zhang Feng is so goa, he mustn't lead these animals astray. The Forest Service crowd laughed out loud, and Su Qinghuan, who had originally planned to watch Zhang Feng's jokes, also looked dumbfounded. He never expected Zhang Feng to have such a strange idea. He looked at Zhang Feng somewhat speechlessly, feeling as if he had looked at the wrong person. Instead, Zhang Feng at this time was gushing to tell Brother Panther about what it means to spend money and what it means to pay in installments. Brother Panther, do you hear me? Zhang Feng looked at Brother Panther with a smile. Ouch! Panther shook his head with a confused stare. I don't care what you say. I just want my feed. Brother Panther, are we still good friends? Will you help me if my friend is in trouble? Zhang Feng squatted down and hugged the neck of the money leopard and said. Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion. I asked you for fodder and you told me about brotherhood. Are you bluffing me? And the Forestry Bureau's crowd had no eyes for Zhang Feng by this time, because this man and leopard were just too strange. Gave them a good laugh. Brother Panther, I'll give you the feed, but I'm going to give it to you in installments. That means I'll give you that house full of fodder bit by bit. Zhang Feng looked at the money leopard and said. Instead, Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng twice, puzzled. Why can't we just give it all to him? Think of it this way, Brother Panther. It's not like you can take a room full of feed and there's no place to put it. So why don't you just leave it here with me and I'll give you a bag a day. How nice it is. There's room for it that way. So think about Panther. Zhang Feng smiled and patted Brother Panther as he got up and stood up. And Brother Panther stood there, head cocked and motionless, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this matter. Zhang Feng didn't bother Brother Panther either, but walked to the side and watched the people from the Forestry Bureau give the other money leopards a physical examination. You've got a lot of potential for pyramid schemes, so don't forget to file a case with the town's law enforcement office tomorrow. Su Qinghuan came over at this time and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, saying meaningfully, this kid's ability to fool around was so strong that he fooled Brother Panther. That won't be necessary. It's not like I'm going to cheat. Zhang Feng cried and laughed. I'm afraid you're lying to the animals. Su Qinghuan glared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched his head feeling a bit embarrassed, and Brother Panther was almost done considering at this time, excitedly running to Zhang Feng's side, shaking his head. What's up Brother Bao? Have you thought it over? Do you want me to pay in installments? Ouch! Panther nodded excitedly, indicating his acceptance of Zhang Feng's way of giving him fodder. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Brother Panther agree. Right now he couldn't give Panther a house full of fodder, so he'd have to do it slowly. Let's find a chance to make it up to Brother Panther later. Can you sign the contract now that you're done with it? Su Qinghuan was furious when she looked at Zhang Feng's smiling face. After grunting he handed the contract to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the contract with a smile and then signed it with a very fast speed. And this time there were not so many surprises. Su Qinghuan also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Cannot let Zhang Feng catch them Forestry Bureau wool gathering again. They're poor. Is there a suitable place in your village for an observatory and research station? The forestry department side is already a bit impatient. Su Qinghuan opened her mouth to ask again at this time. According to the top of the contract, they were going to set up an observatory in Longmen village to be used to deal with Zhang Feng's business with this group of wild animals. There shouldn't be any empty space, so you guys can just rent any unoccupied house and use it as office space. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, Longmen village itself has very little open space, and even less that can be used to build new houses. This won't work. This observatory and research station is of great importance to the Forest Service. By then maybe those experts and scholars will come too. Su Qinghuan said with a serious face. Maybe it was a normal thing to find so many wild animals in Zhang Feng's eyes, but it was significant for them at the Forest Service, because they haven't observed these rare wild animals for a long time. Not to mention that even a rumored creature like the black tiger had appeared. So this observatory is of great importance to the next steps of the Forest Service. Then ask my great uncle. He should know. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, this observatory can be set up wherever it wants, as long as it doesn't disturb him. Your uncle, I want to ask your village chief. Su Qinghuan opened her mouth. It's better to be formal about such things. My eldest uncle is the village chief. By the way, he's also the village chief. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Su Qinghuan was dumbfounded as he looked at the smiling Zhang Feng speechlessly. He finally realized why Zhang Feng didn't join the forestry bureau. With Zhang Feng's eldest uncle around, this village head position might be Zhang Feng's in the future. It should be a lot easier to be a king of the earth in this ravine than to join them in the forest service. Go, take me to your eldest. Su Qinghuan was silent for a while and let Zhang Feng bring him to Zhang Igwa's house to discuss the matter of expropriating the land. And the yard testing is still in good order. The dozen or so leopards, as well as the big black tiger and the little black tiger, they had spent the morning doing the tests. Zhang Feng originally wanted to be polite to them and keep them for dinner. I didn't realize that the Forest Service couldn't wait to get off the mountain after collecting the specimens. That's good. Save a meal. Zhang Feng looked at the departing Forestry Bureau crowd and said with a smile. Right, almost forgot about you guys. Zhang Feng slapped his head and looked at the dozen or so money leopards in the yard and said breathlessly. The group of leopards had been in Zhang Feng's yard without leaving after the test, so Zhang Feng took out another dozen bags of feed from the room and threw it to the group of leopards. One panther, one bag, nobody grab it. Can't let you guys come here for nothing. Zhang Feng looked at the group of leopards and said. The panthers also knew about Zhang Feng's relationship with Brother Panther, so they didn't hesitate. They've been envious of these feeds for a long time. They wouldn't have come all the way out here if it weren't for the figure of the bite. Panther, take your friend back and come back if you want to eat feed. Zhang Feng patted Brother Panther next to him and said, this group of leopards have done their job and can go back. Ouch! After Brother Panther roared towards the leopards from his side, the group of leopards in the yard quickly left with their feed in their mouths. However, what made Zhang Feng curious was that Brother Panther actually didn't follow his friend out. Why don't you go, Brother Bao? Zhang Feng twisted his head and asked curiously. Brother Panther growled towards Zhang Feng, turned around and slowly made his way to the other side of the eaves. Just like Big Black Tiger, Brother Panther directly laid down, looked at Zhang Feng twice then shook his head. Ouch, really think I'm stupid lately. The transcoding has been severe, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 63 10,000 flowers vegetables being stolen and eaten. Oh, Zhang Feng laughed dryly and breathlessly. One look at this look in Brother Panther's eyes told him that Brother Panther was definitely relying on him. Brother Panther was afraid that Zhang Feng would run away, so he planned to stay at Zhang Feng's house. Brother Panther, you're breaking my heart if you do that. Am I the type of person who doesn't recognize the truth? Zhang Feng walked over to Brother Panther and said. Brother Panther didn't say anything either, so he stared at Zhang Feng with glaring eyes, looking straight at him. Directly, Zhang Feng was a bit unsure of himself. Well, Brother Panther, you can stay here if you want. Zhang Feng waved his hand helplessly. Ouch! Brother Panther yelped, and then he lay on the ground just like the big black tiger. These two, left and right, are straight out of the gate. Zhang Feng stood aside and shook his head with a smile. By the way, where's Donut? Where's the little guy gone? Zhang Feng looked at the yard with the bedroom and realized that the three little ones, Tuanzi, had disappeared, and I don't know where I've run off to play, and that these three little ones had run out of sight just now when the money leopards were being examined. Donut, Lantern, Little Black Tiger, come out quickly. Zhang Feng didn't find the sound of the three little ones even after searching around the yard, so he came to the door and shouted some more. Boing boing, calling, ow. In a few moments, the faint yelps of three little ones came from the back of the yard. These three went to the back. Zhang Feng curiously walked towards the vegetable field in the back. This was something that if it was yesterday he might have been afraid of Tuan going to the back, but now he wasn't. Anyway, that vacant lot had been planted with the ingredients for his feed, and now it was sprouting. So the little guy, Donut, shouldn't find anything wrong. And Zhang Feng's side had only arrived at the vegetable field when Tuanzi's three little guys came running all the way to Zhang Feng's front. Tuanzi angled her little head, her little paws pointing and calling out to the vegetable patch. Next to him, Lantern nodded her head and kept responding. Zhang Feng squatted down and touched the two little ones. What's up, Tuanzi? Your fodder has grown out right. You can harvest it in a couple days. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. He knew it must have been because the donut and the lantern had seen the planted fodder sprouting. It wasn't in vain that he had been busy all night last night. That kind of gives the donut a run for its money. Boing boing. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi, however, screamed anxiously, her small paws constantly pointing at the vegetable field. The little black tiger next to him even tilted his head and used his mouth to bite Zhang Feng's pants leg, trying to pull Zhang Feng away. The movements of these three little guys made Zhang Feng confused, not knowing what was happening. What's the matter, Donut? What are you doing? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Boing boing, calling. Tuanzi and Lantern's small paws were still pointing at the vegetable field, and their eyes were even more filled with anxiety. Zhang Feng was alerted at this time. Could it be that something happened to the vegetable field? Go! Zhang Feng hurriedly took big steps towards the vegetable field. All three of the little ones followed suit with their short-legged wailing. And when Jiang Feng came to the vegetable plot, he found that the seeds he planted yesterday had already sprouted. A green patch. And all of those million-flower vegetables of his have already borne fruit. And even some of them will soon be ripe and ready to eat. Only complaint is that some of the fruit seems to have been eaten by bugs. Unfortunately. And so on. What kind of bug can bite a mouth that big? Jiang Feng snapped out of it and walked quickly towards the depths of the vegetable field. Soon, he stopped in front of a plant of 10,000 flowers and vegetables, and his face was grim as he looked at the cucumber as well as the tomato on it that had been half bitten off. What kind of goddamned person did this? Jiang Feng couldn't help but roar. This is so damn bullying. It's amazing that this manhwa vegetable was eaten just as it was ripening. You say you eat it, why do you eat half and leave half? This is not to give him a hard time. Jiang Feng looked at the half-bitten off vegetables with some heartache. He hadn't even tasted a bite of this thing yet, and it actually bit him in the ass. What kind of animal did this? But Jiang Feng looked around and didn't find any suspicious animals. Donut, did you do this? Jiang Feng asked, pointing at half of the cucumber. Boing boing. I need to steal food. Calling. That's just it. The two little ones stood up and waved their paws and shook their little heads again to show that it wasn't their doing. So Jiang Feng looked again at little black tiger who was looking at him with his head cocked stupidly. Well, it wasn't the little guy who did it either. It's not tall enough. This will make Jiang Feng even more puzzled. What kind of animal is this? How dare he come inside his vegetable patch and steal food? And it seems like that's not the only thing that was stolen. A couple of cucumbers next to it were stolen as well. It's also all about eating half and leaving half. This thing couldn't have been done by monkeys, could it? Jiang Feng suddenly thought of the sun monkey who made a fuss in the heavenly palace on TV. When this guy was guarding the peach garden, he was not exactly stealing peaches like this. But although there are golden monkeys in Tai Bai Mountain, it seems that there are no monkeys near Longmen Village, right? Those monkeys all live inside the deep mountains and usually don't come down. If it's really Goldilocks who did it, then he has no recourse. Who made people the same level of protected animals as the group? And it seems like the golden monkeys, unlike some of the monkeys in the mountains, never do this kind of stealing food, right? So, Jiang Feng stood up and looked around again, and didn't find any traces of golden monkeys. It's strange, didn't the monkeys do it? Jiang Feng murmured doubtfully. At this time, Tuanzi was pulling on Jiang Feng's coat corner, her little paw excitedly pointing at the end of the vegetable field. When Jiang Feng glanced at it suspiciously, he realized that there was a small yellow animal sitting with its back to it by the grass at the end, as if it was eating something. The color doesn't seem very Goldilocks-like, though, so Jiang Feng signaled Tuanzi and the others to be quiet, and then quietly walked towards the front. And at this time the little guy at the head of the vegetable field was eating happily, so he didn't hear Jiang Feng's movement at all. Jiang Feng was so angry in his heart. Getting closer, Jiang Feng realized that this guy was obviously not a golden monkey, so Jiang Feng was even more angry in his heart. And that's when the critter tossed the half-eaten tomato aside, turned around and tried to enter the vegetable patch to continue its search for food. Jiang Feng also happened to get a full view of the little creature at this time. Old country, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 64, Tuanzi, my big old-timer. With Jiang Feng's shout, the weasel that turned around on the opposite side froze. It raised its head, its small eyes looking at Jiang Feng in horror. The brain was even dead on the spot. It's you! The weasel was dumbfounded. It didn't expect to actually come across this man who terrorized it here, but it really just followed the scent to find this place, not to retaliate. I guess I've been a shrewd weasel for a long time. Who have I offended? I can't believe I ran into this man again. Old-timer, I didn't think we'd meet here. Jiang Feng smiled and spoke to Weasel. He felt so connected to this weasel. He had thought it was tongue-in-cheek earlier when the netizen said that the weasels could find his house and get back at him, but I didn't expect this one to actually find its way here, and stole his vegetables. Jiang Feng had a bad smile on his face as he walked towards the weasel. Kirikou, don't you come over here. When the weasel saw Jiang Feng walking over, it immediately stood up and kept waving its claws towards Jiang Feng. The mouth was even more horrified and screaming, even forgetting to run away. And the three little ones, Tuanzi and Lantern, were all very curious as they looked at the terrified weasel on the ground. After all, the last time Jiang Feng asked the weasels for a seal, they were all on the other side of the room eating fodder, so have not seen this weasel. But the little black tiger seemed quite interested in the weasel. Cocking his head there, he kept sizing up the weasel. Old-timer, are you here to get back at me? Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed, but it was very scary to the weasel. It yipped and yipped as hard as it could. No, I didn't. It seemed to be defending herself, and it also seemed to be keeping Jiang Feng away from her. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. You guy, how come I haven't seen you so timid before? And after hearing Jiang Feng's words again, Weasel finally reacted. Turning around, he dove into the bushes to escape. Hey, don't run away, old-timer. You haven't told me if I'm a man or a god. Kirikou, you're nuts. As soon as Zhang Feng opened his mouth, the weasel ran even faster. And seeing the weasel that had already escaped, Zhang Feng got off his feet and looked at the grass in front of him breathlessly. This little guy's got a little bit of nerve. The one that hadn't said 2 words about it himself actually ran away. Hey, ouch. Just at this time, the little black tiger behind Zhang Feng but suddenly leapt out, running directly in the direction the weasel had just escaped. And that was in a flash. Zhang Feng didn't react with Tuanzi and Lantern. Little black tiger's speed is actually so fast. It's true that a tiger's father has no son. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the swaying mass of grass in front of him. Although this little black tiger's IQ was not enough, its force value was the highest of this group of small animals, and Tuanzi and Lantern looked at each other at that moment. The 2 little ones were also dumbfounded. This is the same little brother they bullied. Tuanzi's little head tilted, feeling like she was thinking a little too hard, and Zhang Feng shouted towards the bushes at this time, trying to get little black tiger to come back. After all, he just thought the weasel was more interesting, not trying to hurt the weasel. But the weasel and the little black tiger in the grass had lost sight of them and were not moving. Zhang Feng sighed and left little black tiger alone. It's only natural that this guy would come back if he couldn't find the weasel. He turned to look at the leftover vegetables that had been eaten by the weasel. There was a pang of heartache. This weasel guy is such a loser. The easily ripened manhwa vegetable was actually tasted in advance by this guy. I'll taste the texture of this too. Zhang Feng sighed and picked the cucumber next to him with his hand, casually wiping it twice on his clothes before putting it in his mouth. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up after taking a few bites. This was worthy of being something produced by the system. The flavor is just great, so much better than those cucumbers on the market. Boing boing. Tuanzi and Lantern also gathered around Zhang Feng when they saw him eating so favorably at this time. The 2 little guys raised their heads and looked at the cucumber in Zhang Feng's hand with their mouths wide open and calling, "Nah, 1 for each." Zhang Feng saw the dumplings and yuan chow, which were about to ooze out of his mouth. In passing, he picked 2 cucumbers and handed them to the 2 little ones. Boing boing. Calling. Tuanzi and Lantern sat on their asses after receiving the cucumber. Again, he followed Jiang Feng's earlier example of rubbing the cucumber haphazardly on his body, then put it in his mouth and clicked and ate it. Boing boing. Yummy. Calling. That's just it. The 2 little ones' little eyes lit up when they ate the cucumber. This stuff is so good. So, without a moment's effort, the donut and the lantern finished the cucumber. Then he turned around and went up to embrace Jiang Feng's thighs with one left and one right. Raising his head, his small eyes looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. The little paw was even pointing at the 10,000 flower vegetables and calling out, "Go pick them yourselves if you want. Just pick the biggest ones." Jiang Feng waved his hand towards the 2 little ones. He also couldn't tell these 2 little guys how to tell when a vegetable was ripe. Just pick the biggest picks anyway. Moreover, Jiang Feng even used his hand to purposely give the 2 little guys a comparison of what it meant to be big. After Tuanzi and Lantern heard Jiang Feng's words, they immediately took to their short legs and strolled around the vegetable field. Boing boing. The donut had its little mouth open, excitedly looking at the vegetables that had grown. After seeing a cucumber, the donut cocked its head before raising both of its paws and gesturing twice at the cucumber. Boing boing. This one's big. The group grinned, ready to pick this cucumber off, calling. At that moment, the lantern next to him suddenly let out an excited yelp. Tuanzi twisted her head to look at Lantern, and her eyes glazed over. This one's bigger. So Dumpling wobbled and squeezed his ass over to Lantern's side, calling, "You're bad." Lantern angrily screamed towards the nearby Tuanzi, but didn't bother with the Tuanzi and walked off to the side alone to look for the cucumber. And after squeezing the curfew out of the way, the donut excitedly stretched out his own paw to gesture twice more. Boing boing. Great. So the group grinned and tried to pick the cucumber off. However, with an unintentional glance, it realized that there seemed to be a cucumber next to it that was bigger than this one. The group looked suspiciously at the side and then at the cucumber in front of them. Boing boing. The big one. So the donut waddled up and went to the side again, and stretched out his paw to gesture again. Boing boing. The one next to seems bigger. So the donut kept gesticulating in the vegetable patch with its little paws outstretched. Zhang Feng was about to die of laughter as he stood beside him, as the distance between Tuanzi's little paw gesticulations got smaller and smaller, and the little guy only seems to recognize the distance between his paws. Nothing else is believed. Zhang Feng stood aside and smiled, nor did he make a sound to remind Tuanzi. And after a while, after wandering around the vegetable patch, Tuanzi finally picked what he thought was the biggest cucumber. Then it wooed and ran. However, when Tuanzi came to Zhang Feng's side and saw the arm-length cucumber in Lantern's arms, her small eyes froze, so it looked down at the palm-sized cucumber in its paw again. Boing boing. My big has been transcoding badly lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 65, Old Timer. Will you come to my house as a guest? Tuan looked at the cucumber in Lantern's arms and then at the cucumber in his paws. Boing boing. It's a big one. Tuanzi's little head froze, unsure of what she was thinking. And Lantern at that moment hugged the cucumber and looked at the group across the room. Calling of birds. Lantern was also stunned. You looked for half a day to find such a large. This. Lantern didn't know what expression to make to express her inner thoughts anymore. And after the group saw the look in Lantern's eyes, it couldn't hold back any longer and just sat on its butt. The little eyes filled with tears and the mouth deflated in aggravation. Boing boing. Tuanzi opened her mouth and took a bite of her own cucumber, then winced again and looked at Jiang Feng with aggrieved eyes. The group was completely out of control at this time. It purred in aggravation as it ate the cucumber, and occasionally wiped a non-existent tear from its face with its own little paw. That look of aggravation. And Jiang Feng beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw it. Because this look of the donut is so cute. Lantern, who was about to eat the cucumber, looked down at the cucumber in his arms after seeing the aggrieved look on the group's face. After a bit of hesitation, Genju came to Tuanzi's side, holding his cucumber. Calling, Lantern handed his cucumber to the group that was crying and eating at the same time, and reached out a small paw to pat the donut's little head. Boing boing. Dumpling stopped chewing and looked up at Lantern with a frozen look. Calling, Lantern passed the cucumber forward again. Seeing this, the group also finally grinned and winced. After receiving the cucumber from Lantern, he took a heartless gulp. Jiang Feng stood on the side watching all this and didn't intervene in it, because he was now more worried about what would happen if it was all stolen and eaten when this vegetable patch ripened in a couple of days. The sudden appearance of the weasel today made Jiang Feng's heart alert. It also showed Jiang Feng that these vegetables actually had some great attraction to animals, so he was afraid that the animals would steal these vegetables before they were ripe. Besides, he can't be guarding this vegetable patch 24 hours a day. Do we need a guard here? That costs money. For a while, the matter of the vegetable plot made Jiang Feng's head spin for a while. Don't know what to do anymore. And after giving the cucumber to the donut on the Lantern side, he began to look for his next target in the vegetable patch again. Seeing this, Jiang Feng personally picked a large cucumber and gave it to Lantern. Good job on the Lantern this time. Reward for you. Jiang Feng squatted down and patted Lantern's little head and said, boing boing. Lantern took the cucumber squinting and smiling happily. Jiang Feng rubbed Lantern's head again, then got up and looked towards the grass. He wanted to see where the little black tiger had gone, but after looking at it for half a day, there was no sign of the movement of the little black tiger coming back. Why isn't this guy back yet? Jiang Feng couldn't help but start worrying about little black tiger in his heart. This little guy couldn't have gotten lost following the weasel, so Jiang Feng planned to look for little black tiger. However, he had just stepped inside the grass when he noticed a movement in the grass in front of him. Then the figure of the little black tiger running fast was seen, and the little guy had a weasel in his mouth. Jiang Feng looked incredulously at the little black tiger running towards him. This little guy can do it. He can actually catch a weasel. I just don't know if the weasel was bitten by the little black tiger. And soon, the little black tiger came to Jiang Feng's side with the weasel in its mouth. As soon as little black tiger put the weasel on the ground, he shook his head and tried to rub himself against Jiang Feng's body. Jiang Feng picked up the little black tiger and stroked its tiger brain. You guy, what are you doing capturing people back for nothing? Actually, Jiang Feng originally didn't want to hurt this weasel, but I didn't expect the little black tiger to actually capture people back again. Ouch! Little black tiger gave a pouty cry in Jiang Feng's arms before he saw Tuanzi and Lantern who were eating cucumbers. This little guy has a very good nose and smelled the specialness of these vegetables at once, so the little black tiger directly jumped out of Jiang Feng's arms and flew towards Tuanzi's side. Lantern, pick a cucumber for little black tiger. Jiang Feng got up and shouted towards the lantern in front of him. Lantern immediately narrowed her eyes and nodded when she heard this, finishing the cucumber in her arms in a few tries. Then go pick out a cucumber for the little black tiger. And Tuanzi had finished his own cucumber at this time. As soon as he heard that Jiang Feng had asked Lantern to pick cucumbers for little black tiger, it immediately ran up to get in on the action. Jiang Feng didn't bother with them either, but looked at the weasel on the ground. This weasel was not bitten to death by the little black tiger. Still, he was too scared to lie down on the ground. Jiang Feng helplessly took out a handful of feed and placed it in front of the weasel's heel. Taste it, it's good stuff. The weasel lying on the ground originally didn't want to move, but it can't hold up to the peculiar aroma emanating from the feed. This stuff smells so good, it can't carry it at all. The weasel's small eyes darted around and looked at Jiang Feng twice more. When he saw that Jiang Feng had no intention of harming him, the weasel's guts finally grew. It carefully tasted a feed. He froze for a moment, and then both of his little eyes immediately lit up. Yummy, it's so good. At the moment, Weasel forgot about his own dangerous situation. Straight off the ground, he grabbed the feed and ate it one after the other. Zhang Feng stood next to him and sighed straight away. It seems that no matter which animal it is, it can't escape this law of true fragrance. And at that moment, Zhang Feng looked at the wolfish weasel and suddenly had an idea in his mind. You should hire a weasel to watch the yard for you. No, how about watching the vegetable patch? This little guy is incredibly fast and physical. You can go and inform yourself as soon as anything happens. What's more, this guy doesn't eat much. A handful of feed a day is basically enough. This is simply a good employee of China, the capitalist's favorite. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face before he looked at Weasel with a smirk. Old folks, want to go to my house as a guest? Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 66, Brother Panther, he slandered me. He slandered me. Zhang Feng's light words startled the weasel that was eating. It jerked backward, looking at Zhang Feng in horror, not forgetting to grab a few feeders in his paws. Kirikou, you kaha. The weasel glanced at Zhang Feng and ate another feed. Look at you. Old folks, you're wrong. I'm not going to hurt you. Why are you so afraid of me? Zhang Feng looked at the weasel who was scared like this by himself and said somewhat speechlessly. Kirikou, I'm afraid you're going crazy. Weasel still looked at Zhang Feng worriedly. Old folks, this is all a misunderstanding. Why don't you go to my house and sit down? I'm looking for you for something. Zhang Feng rattled off a bunch of words for the weasel, but Weasel was looking at Zhang Feng with some confusion. It didn't understand what Zhang Feng could be looking for it for. Other than that, you're coming with me now. Looking at Weasel's confused eyes, Zhang Feng said helplessly. Kirikou. Weasel immediately took 2 more steps back in terror. He was still grasping a few fodder in his hand, always keeping a distance from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could only sigh breathlessly. Then he beckoned towards Tuanzi and Lantern behind him, intending to let Tuanzi and the others do the beckoning. Donut, Lantern, come here a minute. Zhang Feng shouted twice, but the 3 little guys didn't pay attention to him. Zhang Feng twisted his head to see that these 3 little guys were still eating cucumbers, and Brother Panther had come over at some point and was merrily munching on a cucumber as well. The little black tiger next to him, on the other hand, had an aggravated look on his face, because in front of the little black tiger was a very short piece of cucumber. No comparison at all to Dumpling and Lantern and Panther's cucumber. Ouch! The little black tiger cocked his head at his cucumber, then looked up at Tuanzi accusingly. Boing boing. But after Tuanzi saw Zhang Feng, he even deliberately stretched out his little paw and pointed at the cucumber on the ground. Another pat on the back indicated that it had picked this cucumber. Zhang Feng could only smile breathlessly. He thought there might be a real problem with the donut's unit of measure. In the future, this kind of thing can't be given to it to do when it's dead. So Zhang Feng got up and picked another larger cucumber from the side. You're a tiger. Show the way you should. Zhang Feng squatted down and placed the cucumber in front of the little black tiger, then helplessly patted the little black tiger and said, Ouch! People can't beat it. The little black tiger growled, then merrily nibbled on the cucumber. It doesn't feel like a dominant tiger at all. And Zhang Feng really couldn't stand little black tiger's silly appearance at this time, so he then pulled out the divine water from inside his carry-on space. Then one hand broke open the little black tiger's mouth, and the other hand forced the divine water into the little black tiger's mouth, scared the little black tiger to death. The scene that was really tragic. Even Tuanzi and Lantern, who were next to him, were startled. The cucumber in his paw even snapped to the ground, and the weasel behind him was stunned at the sight. Involuntarily, he quietly took 2 steps back, ready to escape, and after Zhang Feng poured the divine water into the little black tiger's mouth, he stared at the little black tiger dead in the face, wanted to see what had changed in the little black tiger, but the little black tiger didn't change much except for shaking his head and sneezing a few times. It won't be the same as the Lantern. Zhang Feng's heart thumped as he tried to communicate with the little black tiger again, but it was found that the little black tiger was still the same and hadn't changed at all, nor do they hide themselves as cleverly as Lantern. Zhang Feng's face finally changed, and in his heart, he was even more desperate to cry. He wasn't heartbroken about himself, but about the little black tiger. That seems to be the extent of this little guy's intelligence. It's possible that it's just a minion for the donut. Let's hope the little black tiger will be smarter when he grows up. Zhang Feng got up and sighed. Then he saw a horrified weasel behind him. He took another look at his bottle with a little bit of the magic water left in it. With a flash of inspiration, he went up with one strong step and grabbed the weasel, then poured the divine water in the same way as he had just done. He didn't let go of the weasel until it had finished the rest of the divine water. Kirikou, the bad guys. Kirikou, can you not catch me a weasel wool gathering? The weasel that broke free coughed a few times, then stood there with its claws outstretched angrily pointing at Zhang Feng. Well, stop screaming. This stuff is good for you. You've already felt it yourself. Zhang Feng reached out and knocked the weasel's little head. Hearing this, Weasel froze. The small eyes dripped and turned, and then a very human smile appeared on his face. Kirikou. Weasel's hands danced with excitement. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction as well. An animal like a weasel was naturally a little witty, and its IQ increased even more after drinking the divine water. The eyes just revealed a quick wit. So, Zhang Feng began to discuss the matter of hiring the weasel with the weasel again. Homeboy, now you know how good I've been to you. Do you want to eat this every day from now on? Zhang Feng asked as he pointed to the feed next to the weasel. Weasel froze and looked down at the feed. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng with his small eyes dripping. Tell you what, do me a favor and I'll give you this feed every day from now on. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Kirikou. Weasel immediately shook his head. It's scared. In case Zhang Feng came back with another sentence about being a human or a god one day, it could just go crazy. It's not exclusive to the weasel family. Why is this human so? Weasel darted his little eyes around unable to find an adjective. Old Township this is your wrong. You heard of the transition of the end of the hijacking wave brothers in. Need a smile to end the enmity of the saying did not. Zhang Feng said with a sigh. Kirikou. Weasel shook his head, indicating that he couldn't understand. Forget it, I'm just asking if you'll do me a favor. I'll give you half a bag of feed as long as you keep to the veggie patch every day, and you can eat as many veggies as you want from the patch, provided you don't waste it. Zhang Feng stared at the weasel and stated his request, and the weasel stood still after hearing Zhang Feng's words. It seemed to be thinking things over, his eyes dribbling and darting. However, Zhang Feng knew that this weasel must have already had his heart set on it. After all, who can escape the law of true flavor? Unfortunately, this weasel seems to be very opinionated. After a moment's consideration, he nodded, then shook his head. Doesn't seem too keen on doing this amount. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was speechless in his heart. This weasel was a bit interesting, so Zhang Feng was ready to give the weasel something big. You won't eat the soft stuff, so I'll have to do the hard stuff. Zhang Feng pointed at Brother Panther next to him. You know this guy, homeboy? Kirikou. Weasel shook his head and looked at Panther with some trepidation. And the next thing Zhang Feng began to say in an eerie tone. This is my friend, Money Leopard, nicknamed the Exterminating Leopard, specializing in exterminating disobedient little ones like you to the fullest. Why don't you think about it? Zhang Feng had a bad smile on his face, and just as he finished speaking on his side, Brother Panther over there, who was eating a cucumber, jerked his head up. The leopard's eyes glared. Ow, he slandered me. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 67, Successful Integration. Ouch. Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng with great dissatisfaction. It's not destroying someone's family, it's just revenge. If this nickname were to spread, how else would it be able to mix in the Jianghu? So Brother Panther screamed twice towards Zhang Feng in a very aggravated manner, trying to defend himself. The weasel opposite Zhang Feng, however, believed it. Its small eyes glanced at Brother Panther in horror, then looked at Zhang Feng. This leopard doesn't look like a good guy. Don't worry, Brother Panther won't hurt you. Zhang Feng looked at Weasel and said with a smile. Kirikou. The weasel's small eyes rolled around, obviously a bit unconvinced by what Zhang Feng said. Anyway, think about it. Watching the vegetable patch for me every day and still getting to eat good food. Isn't that better than you being out there? The end of the world is the establishment. You know. Zhang Feng raised his head and said leisurely. This weasel just can't think straight. How nice to be here every day to watch the vegetable garden for him. Isn't it better than being out in the elements? And the weasel seemed to have been somewhat moved by Zhang Feng's words. Little eyes darted there. It doesn't know what the preparation is, but it knows there's good food to be had if it stays. What? Have you thought it over? There's absolutely no harm in following me. Zhang Feng continued to seduce the weasel and spoke. Kirikou. Weasel barked twice, then extended his paw to point at Panther on the other side. Don't worry, my leopard brother is a good man. He won't hurt you. Looking at the weasel who was already heartbroken, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Kirikou. After hesitating for a while, Weasel finally nodded and expressed his willingness to help Zhang Feng guard the vegetable plot. Zhang Feng was delighted in his heart, then added, Old folks, right here is definitely a wise choice for you. You can eat all the vegetables I have in here, but only if they don't go to waste. If they do. He. Zhang Feng pointed at Brother Bao with a bad smile. Brother Panther. Kirikou. Weasel hastily nodded to show that he understood. By the way, where are you staying at night? Do you need me to build you a nest? Zhang Feng asked curiously, because he didn't know exactly where the weasel lived either. Kirikou. Weasel shook his head, his little paw pointing to a mound of dirt not far away. When the time comes it will just make a hole directly inside the mound. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction at having seen it. See, this is a good employee of China. Don't need a dime of the company's stuff and solve all the problems yourself. Well then, you'll start working today, and let me know if anything happens at my house. Zhang Feng knocked the weasel's little head and said, Kirikou. The weasel had two small paws facing upwards, its eyes eagerly looking at Zhang Feng. I didn't realize you were a glutton for punishment. Zhang Feng let out a laugh, then pulled out half a bag of feed from his carry-on space and placed it in front of the weasel. That's what it's paid for today. Kirikou. Weasel excitedly glanced around the feed. He looked at Zhang Feng twice more excitedly. It's all yours. Take it away. Zhang Feng said. The weasel nodded happily again, then grabbed the pouch with both paws and strained to drag the feed toward the mound. Can I help you, homeboy? Zhang Feng saw that the weasel was struggling so much, so he kindly opened his mouth and asked. Kirikou. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Weasel immediately hugged his feed tightly. The small eyes looked at Zhang Feng warily. You're overdoing it, old-timer. I wouldn't be happy to help you if you're like that. Zhang Feng blankly glanced at the weasel and left the weasel alone, instead turning to the vegetable field and preparing to pick the right vegetables home. Donut, Lantern. One of you go home and bring me a basket. Zhang Feng patted the donut. Boing boing. As soon as Tuanzi heard that Zhang Feng had asked him to work, he was immediately excited. With a quick nod, he got up and wandered off in the direction of home, and Lantern and Little Black Tiger's side also got up and followed. However, at this time, Brother Panther was blocking Zhang Feng's way. What's wrong, Brother Bao? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Ouch. Panther shook his head and pointed to the weasel over there. What the hell? You're going to exterminate the weasels? Zhang Feng was stunned and very surprised. The weasel over there, who was struggling to pull at his feed, let go of his little paw when he heard the shriek. Sitting on his butt, he twisted his head and looked at Zhang Feng in horror. Kirikou, you can't. Weasel was about to be frightened by Zhang Feng's words. Ouch. Panther over here rubbed his head against Zhang Feng, then looked at Zhang Feng with a very aggrieved look. You cleared me. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Brother Panther, are you saying that I misunderstood you? Ouch. Panther jumped up and bounced a bit, nodding excitedly. So what about this? Weasel already believes it. Zhang Feng pointed at the weasel next to him and said, Kirikou. The weasel opened its teeth and claws and barked towards Zhang Feng's side. It seemed to be angrily rebuking Zhang Feng for not keeping his promise. Alright, don't worry about it, it was just for fun. Brother Panther is a good guy. Zhang Feng explained a couple sentences towards the weasel not far away. Kirikou. Weasel still barked twice in some anger, then stood up and dragged another half bag of feed toward the mound. See, Brother Panther, I've explained it all for you. The misunderstanding is cleared up. Zhang Feng touched Brother Panther's head and said, Ouch. Brother Panther shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the way this was handled. It cocked its head and stood there staring at Zhang Feng without moving a muscle. In the end, Zhang Feng looked at his heart. Okay, don't look at me like that. I'll make it up to you, okay? After saying that, Zhang Feng took out half a bag of feed and placed it in front of Brother Panther. Panther lowered his head and sniffed the feed. Then he raised his head again to stare at Zhang Feng with a torch-like gaze. Brother Bao, you're going overboard. This constitutes blackmail. Believe it or not, I'll get Zhang San to send you in. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and then looked at Brother Panther speechlessly. He didn't think he'd ever be blackmailed by a panther. Is this the way of heaven? Ouch. Brother Panther stared at Zhang Feng without moving. Okay, don't look at me like that. Here's another bag. Zhang Feng pulled out another bag of feed from inside his carry-on space and threw it to Brother Panther in disgust. Ouch. After seeing the feed, Panther finally shook his head in excitement again. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart. LOL. It's hard to lead a team when there are so many animals. Just then, the little ones, such as Doughboy, who had gone back for the basket, finally returned. But the basket Zhang Feng told them to go back for they took as a bamboo basket. And the bamboo basket wasn't carried by Duanzi and Lantern. Instead, the big black tiger hung the bamboo basket around his neck and transported it here. And the three little ones, Duanzi, Yuanshao and Little Black Tiger, were also sitting in the basket. Duanzi and Lantern still had half of their heads exposed in the bamboo basket, curiously looking at everything outside. As for the Little Black Tiger, he kept jumping in the bamboo basket, sometimes barking twice when he was in a hurry. It's all because it's not tall enough, can't see outside, has been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 68. Can this car plow? Zhang Feng hurriedly greeted him and removed the bamboo basket from the big black tiger's neck. You three are so naughty. Hurry up and help go pick vegetables. Zhang Feng took the three little ones out of the bamboo basket again, then let them help his pick vegetables. But at the end of the day, Zhang Feng hesitated and still called out to Tuanzi. Forget about the donut, just quit and go play on the side. Zhang Feng waved his hand at the donut, because he just couldn't trust the donut to measure distance. It's a good thing just this little guy doesn't pick those freshly grown vegetables. And as soon as Tuanzi heard that Zhang Feng wouldn't let him work, he was immediately unhappy. Boing boing. You look down on this bear. Tuanzi calling opened her little mouth towards Zhang Feng and screamed half-heartedly. In the end, Zhang Feng could only wave his hand in disgust. Alright, you can pick it if you want. Zhang Feng really couldn't argue with this little guy, and could only let Tuanzi pick cucumbers. Boing boing. After receiving Zhang Feng's order, Tuanzi was very happy. It doesn't feel tiring at all to do the work calling, but it's just not a great job. And Zhang Feng lowered his head and got busy at this time. At this point in the vegetable patch, all of these wannabe veggies will basically grow another night before they're all ripe. I might be able to harvest all those vegetables back tomorrow. I'll send some veggies over to my oldest to try later. And tomorrow I'll have my oldest come over and help myself to the pickings. Zhang Feng casually picked off the cucumber next to him in his mind. The texture of these veggies was fine with him anyway, so Zhang Feng thought of letting everyone else have a taste as well. When the time is ripe in a few more days it will be possible to promote the cultivation of these vegetables in the village. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Zhang Feng was busy in the field, the phone on him rang. Hey uncle. Zhang Feng picked up the phone and realized that it was his eldest uncle calling. Hey little Feng you hurry up and come to the village entrance. There are people at the village entrance looking for you. Say what Fu? The salesman for the Ford Beast. They're right at the entrance to the village, and there's a very large car parked saying you bought it. So hurry over. Zhang Igua on the other end of the phone said. But Zhang Feng froze at the sound of it. Ford Beasts? What's a Ford Beast? It's not a Ford Raptor, is it? Zhang Feng suddenly came to a realization. However, didn't the system say that it would be delivered after 3 days? And this was only the first day. How come it was delivered? Okay uncle, I'll be there now then. Zhang Feng hung up the phone with a puzzled shake of his head. Tuanzi, Lantern, and Little Black Tiger, let's go to the village entrance. Tiger and Big Black Tiger, you two just go back first. Zhang Feng waved towards the few little ones that were busy. Then with a carry of the bamboo basket, he headed towards home. After putting the bamboo baskets into the yard, Zhang Feng brought the donuts and the others to the entrance of the village. And by now the entrance to the village was full of people. All of them curiously surveyed the super giant-like Ford Raptor F-150 at the entrance of the village. It just looks really good here. Good girl in the UGG. This car is so big. It's so much fun to look at. This car should have a few million. Right. Xiaofeng these years in the outside mixed hair that's for sure. This car doesn't look cheap. The villagers chattered and discussed the car. And there were 2 young men in suits standing next to the car. They were the salesmen responsible for this delivery to the door. Only what they really didn't expect was that the location of this delivery was actually in a remote mountain village. The 2 sales looked at each other, then let out a bitter laugh. It doesn't feel like an easy trip. And it was at this time that Zhang Feng brought Tuanzi and the others to the entrance of the village. The villagers praised Zhang Feng after seeing him, saying that he had made a fortune. Zhang Feng greeted the crowd and came to the side of the car. The 2 sales staff members were stunned when they saw Zhang Feng appear. It was because they recognized Zhang Feng, as well as Tuanzi and the others, at a glance. If it isn't the anchor who adopted the pandas, it was worth the trip. The 2 sales were instantly beaming. Hello, you must be Mr. Zhang Feng. I'm a staff member of the Force store. This is my business card. One of the salesmen came forward and respectfully handed Zhang Feng a business card. Zhang Feng picked it up, looked at it twice, and realized that it was a Force store in the downtown area of the city. Seems like the system is pretty godlike to get this. Hello, I'm Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng shook hands with the 2 sales. Boing boing. At that moment the group next to him stood up, both paws crossed, and barked at the 2 salesmen. The 2 sales looked at the donut and then at Zhang Feng, not understanding what this meant. This little guy wants business cards too. Zhang Feng smiled and patted Tuanzi's little head. Look what this has done. I can't believe I forgot about the donut. Here's one for you. Here's one for you too. It's a little black tiger I think. There's one for you too. The 2 salespeople gave the donut them all the few business cards they had brought with them, but it made the 3 little ones happy. They don't know what a business card is, but it just feels fun. Mr. Jiang, this is the car you ordered from our store. Do you want to go up and test drive it first? After the 2 salesmen handed out their business cards, they inquired towards Zhang Feng. No need for a test drive. You've brought the contract and everything, so just sign it. Zhang Feng said indifferently. The main thing is that the car is a system bonus, so there must be no problem. Okay, Mr. Jiang, you're still quick. The 2 sales hurriedly took out the contract and handed it to Zhang Feng. It would also save them a lot of time. Zhang Feng took the contract and then looked at it twice, realizing that the insurance license plate and other systems had already been prepared for him. There was nothing else wrong with it, so it was signed, then handed the contract to the sale. Mr. Jiang, Can we take a picture with Tuanzi and the others? After the two sales put the contract away, they said to Zhang Feng with some embarrassment. Hop on, no problem. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head to make it cooperate. Seeing this, the two sales did not hesitate to take out their cell phones to take pictures with the group. The donut was also very cooperative with the two men, posing in different positions. And soon the two sales had finished taking pictures with the donuts in them, and were content to go down and up. Zhang Feng went up at this time and patted the body of the raptor, smiling with satisfaction. The big guy, he just looks dominant. That's the kind of car a real man should drive. Feng, you really bought this car. That's right, auntie. The car is mine. After the salesman left, the villagers all gathered around again, curiously surveying the raptor. Many people also asked curiously about the car. Zhang Feng smiled and answered the villagers one by one. Little Feng, this car of yours is remarkable. It's big enough and spacious enough. It's as big as that harvester in town. Hey, by the way, Xiao Feng, this car of yours is so big, can it plow the ground? Hearing this, Zhang Feng jerked his head up. Grandpa, it's you again. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 69 Site Selection for the Observatory. Third Master, this cart can haul goods, but it can't plow. Zhang Feng patted the raptor's rear bucket, crying and laughing. These three grandmasters have farmed all their lives and are still so committed to farming in their old age. So, it doesn't feel as convenient as a tractor. I'm still waiting for the corn to be harvested and wheat to be planted next month. The three Moncler Jackets outlet store online stood in the crowd and muttered in a low voice. His eyes flicked to the Ford Raptor even more with a hint of regret. Such a big car. Can't farm. Pity. The third master's words also instantly drew a laugh from the crowd. The villagers have been flirting with the three great masters. Three grandpa, small maple, this car can be expensive. Cannot planting. It's just that. Lao San, you can't take 2 days off when you've been farming all your life. Phone, you spent a lot of money on this car. The villagers looked at Zhang Feng's Ford Raptor with expressions of joy on their faces, because Zhang Feng was the one they watched grow up. Now that they watched Zhang Feng get ahead, they would naturally follow suit. Not much, uncles and aunts. I'm going to drive around a bit. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to the villagers before opening the car door and sitting in. As soon as he came to the driver's seat, Zhang Feng sensed that the car was not simple, and it seemed to have been modified by the system. The inside is very luxurious and spacious. Zhang Feng placed his hands on the steering wheel, excited. After all, it was the first car of his life, and as soon as the three little ones saw Zhang Feng getting into the car, they also got anxious, calling for a ride to the car. Zhang Feng slapped his head and actually forgot about these three little guys, so he got out of the car again and carried Tuanzi with Yuanchao and Little Black Tiger. Sit tight, we're leaving now. Zhang Feng ignited the car and started it, ready to go for a skate on the road. Boing boing, calling, ow. The three little ones also looked out excitedly. Ooh, this car is so loud. It's a bit choking. It must have burned a lot of gas on that trip. Three grandmasters. Now look at Xiao Feng to see if this car can still plow. The villagers watched as Zhang Feng drove the car away and then flirted with the three great masters. The third grandpa's eyes glared. Tiger Face said, why can't you plow? I see this car has strength. Better than a tractor. The third Moncler outlet store masters finished drawing another round of banter from the villagers. On Zhang Feng's side, he had already come to the road with Tuanzi and they were driving. Not to mention, this car is really as powerful as the third master said. Don't worry about climbing or anything. Perfect for this side of the mountain. Boing boing. At that moment the group sitting in the back suddenly crawled through the gap between the seats to the front. What do you want, donut? Zhang Feng casually glanced at the donut. It was on a mountain road, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. Boing boing. The group didn't say anything, but cocked their heads and surveyed the steering wheel of the car. Seems to be thinking about something. And just when Zhang Feng thought that Tuanzi wanted to do something, Tuanzi suddenly put her little paw on the steering wheel. It also grinned and winced and laughed towards Zhang Feng. This was a shock to Zhang Feng. After all, this was on a mountain road. You can't mess around. He braked and pulled the handbrake in a hurry. Then he looked at Tuanzi hopelessly. Tuanzi, do you realize that we almost said goodbye to this world? Boing boing. Tuanzi didn't understand Zhang Feng's words. Instead, he twisted his fat body and crawled towards Zhang Feng. The two little paws were gripping the steering wheel even tighter. Zhang Feng knew what this little guy meant at a glance. Tuanzi, the little guy, must have felt that driving was fun and wanted to try it too. Donut, this won't work. You can't drive it. Zhang Feng placed the troop on the passenger seat and then buckled it up again. But the group buckled by the seatbelt was still very restless, calling for the driver's seat. Zhang Feng helplessly patted the little guy's head. Well, this car does not work, and so I will buy you a car that belongs to you later. Okay? Boing boing. My. Tuanzi lifted her little head. her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Zhang Feng. Really? No kidding. Zhang Feng knocked Tuanzi's little head. This little guy was just curious. I want to try everything. Drip, drop. Over here just as Zhang Feng was talking to Tuanzi, there was a honk from the front of the car. Zhang Feng looked up and realized that it was the Forestry Bureau's car and that it was followed by two small trucks. The top of the vehicle was pulling what appeared to be sand and other building materials. These FDA guys are so fast. Zhang Feng spat breathlessly. The contract that Director Su signed with the village only yesterday is now coming to the construction. And this speed is no one's fault. Drip, drop. Another honk from across the street. Zhang Feng rolled down the window, looked outside in the rearview mirror, and prepared to back the car up. Because this mountain road is single lane. There are staggered traffic on the road though, but this is close enough to the village that there are no wrong way entrances set up. Soon, Zhang Feng backed his car back to the village entrance. Zhang Feng parked the car again on his side, so he opened the door and walked down. And the Forest Service car was parked near the entrance to the village by this time. The Forest Service crowd also stepped out of the car. This time Su Qinghuan didn't come. Leading the team was a director of the Forestry Bureau. Hello Mr. Jiang. I'm Director Su from the Forestry Bureau. The other party came up very enthusiastically and shook Zhang Feng's hand first. After all, Zhang Feng was now the red man of the Forestry Bureau. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, Zhang Feng also smiled and responded to the other party twice. However, after he talked to Director Su for a few moments, he gave the floor to his eldest uncle. After all, the Forestry Bureau in the village to build houses and so on, or to their own uncle to take the idea. He was just an outsider, and he couldn't intervene in the village's affairs right now. Uncles and aunts, I'll go back first. I've grown some vegetables myself in the past 2 days, so I'll give you some to try tonight. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to the villagers. The vegetables grown by the 10,000 flowers vegetable he ate was feeling good, but to plant the time is certainly to promote out. So he thought of first let the villagers taste this dish. Taste how good. No Xiao Feng, we have vegetables growing inside our house. Who doesn't have a leafy vegetable anymore? You kids better keep it for yourself. The villagers quickly waved their hands and said, it's okay, my dish is a new variety. I just wanted you all to try it. Zhang Feng smiled and chatted with the villagers some more before driving home. However, just as he arrived home Zhang Feng realized that the weasel seemed to have missed work, and the little guy was chirping in front of Brother Panther. Instead, Panther was looking at Weasel impatiently. Zhang Feng was stunned when he pushed open the door and saw this scene. Good man, is Weasel provoking Brother Panther? It will not be afraid of being extinguished recently transcoded badly, so that we can be more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 70, Aggrieved Weasel. What are you doing, homeboy? Zhang Feng couldn't help but speak out. This little guy can't really be provoking Brother Panther. That would really be a head hitting a lantern looking for death. And after the weasel in the yard heard Zhang Feng's voice, its small eyes lit up and it immediately ran over excitedly. Kirikou. The weasel stood in front of Zhang Feng and kept barking with its teeth and claws open. That little look seemed to be in a hurry. Looking at Zhang Feng and the troop behind him, they were all confused. What's this little guy doing in the yard instead of guarding the veggie patch? What's the matter, homeboy? Did Brother Panther bully you? Zhang Feng squatted down and pointed at the prone Brother Panther and said, and Panther looked up and glanced this way disdainfully. Ouch, my brother Bao is that kind of person. Panther yawned disdainfully, then slumped back down. Kirikou. The weasel shook its head after hearing Zhang Feng's words, but its small paws kept pointing in the direction behind the courtyard. A pair of small eyes were even more anxious. You mean there's an animal back there stealing food? Looking at Weasel's anxious appearance, Zhang Feng instantly understood. So the weasel found out what was going on in the vegetable field. Go and see. I'd like to see who dares to steal from me. Zhang Feng grabbed the weasel and ran towards the backyard. Boing boing. Calling of birds. After Zhang Feng left, the two little guys, Tuanzi and Yuan Xiao, glanced at each other and also hurriedly ran towards the back with their short legs. In just a slip of smoke, Zhang Feng brought the weasel to the vegetable field at the back. Zhang Feng walked into the vegetable field with a heavy heart and looked around. However, he walked around and didn't find anything else in the vegetable patch. The vegetables didn't seem to have been stolen by animals, except for the marks left by him picking them earlier. Zhang Feng twisted his head and gave Weasel a puzzled look. Kirikou. The weasel then barked anxiously, and ran toward the mound as he did so. That's a burrow the weasel just made today. Kirikou. The running weasel twisted its head to look at Zhang Feng, and then stretched out its little paw to point at the mound. Zhang Feng frowned in confusion when he saw it, but hurriedly followed, and the weasel running in front of him dug right inside the mound, then pulled a bag that was only half full out of it. Zhang Feng walked up to take a look at this time. This is not exactly the bag he loaded feed well. Only, the bottom half of the bag was gone. What's going on here? Zhang Feng glanced at Weasel in surprise. Kirikou. After the weasel climbed out of the hole, its small paw pointed to the half-finished feed bag, and its small eyes looked anxiously at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng frowned, not understanding what weasel meant. He knelt down and looked at the bag, then looked at the cave twice. The cave was shallow and contained nothing but weeds. You didn't steal this feed and put it away, did you? Zhang Feng looked at Weasel and asked. Kirikou. Weasel shook his head frantically, his little paw pointing at the bag of feed and purring excitedly. You mean your feed was stolen? Zhang Feng asked doubtfully after thinking about it. Kirikou. The weasel's face was delighted, then its small eyes looked at Zhang Feng very pitifully. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. It only took him half a day, I think, to leave from the vegetable field to the entrance of the village and back again. There's no more feed for the weasels, and it ripped the bag like that. Zhang Feng said that his brain was a bit turned around. Kirikou. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't respond, the weasel barked anxiously again. Don't worry, as my employee, I'll get your feed back. Zhang Feng soothed the weasel's emotions and then opened his mouth to ask, did you see what kind of animal stole your feed? Zhang Feng was curious as to what animal could steal so much fodder under the weasel's nose. Kirikou. Weasel barked twice, then held out both paws and gestured. Kirikou. It's that big. Amount. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. He couldn't guess what animal Weasel was talking about, but since the other party dared to steal the weasel's feed so blatantly, it looked like it must be nearby. So Zhang Feng called over Little Black Tiger who had followed him. Little Black Tiger, come and smell if there are any other animals in here now. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's order, the Little Black Tiger immediately lay down on the cave entrance and sniffed. After sniffing for a while, the Little Black Tiger excitedly ran towards the other direction of the grass. Come on, keep up. Zhang Feng picked up the weasel and followed. Boing boing. Wait for us. Tuanzi and Yuan Shao also hurriedly followed with their short legs. Little Black Tiger was leading the way, and Zhang Feng and the others were following behind. Along the way, Zhang Feng found a lot of fodder dropped on the ground. Looks like the guy who stole it didn't eat as much as he wasted. After running ahead for a while, the Little Black Tiger suddenly stopped beside a fathom-wide stream. Ouch! The Little Black Tiger sniffed at the water's edge, then shook its head and looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. The trail is broken, Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice, and the Little Black Tiger nodded. This caused Zhang Feng to be surprised in his heart. Looks like the animal that stole the food has some skills. I can't believe you know how to use water to cover your odor. It's not a ing animal. Zhang Feng now had the feeling that it was done by a person, but the weasel is not a human being. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be in the middle of his contemplation. Kirikou. The weasel in Zhang Feng's arms called out anxiously. It was anxious about its feed. I'm afraid you won't be able to find your feed, old-timer. Zhang Feng patted the weasel's head and said with a sigh. Giggle. The weasel froze, its small eyes staring dully at Zhang Feng. I can't find it. At once, the weasel was aggrieved. Alas, the other side is too cunning. I'll give you another bag when we get back, but you can't live in that cave of yours. Why don't you stay at my place? Looking at the sad weasel, Zhang Feng said with some reluctance. Kirikou. My stuff. The weasel didn't respond to Zhang Feng, but drooped its head, its mood seemingly bad. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't say anything. After all, who would have thought that he could come across such a strange thing? And the guy who stole the weasel's stuff was definitely not simple. IQ must be high too, or they wouldn't be running this side of the creek. Go on, get back. Zhang Feng sighed and comforted the weasel. Since he couldn't catch the murderer, it was better to go back. Ouch! Just as Zhang Feng wanted to leave, the Little Black Tiger next to him suddenly rushed across the creek and barked frantically. Zhang Feng looked up suspiciously. He actually found a white figure running through the grass. Zhang Feng froze. What kind of animal ran over there? Rabbit. Still, dogs have been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 71, Open the Door. Homeboy. Delivering warmth. Hurry, hurry, Little Black Tiger follow. Zhang Feng said excitedly. Good lord. Finally he found the killer. Now the weasel's revenge was avenged. Ouch. The Little Black Tiger that had gotten Zhang Feng's order didn't act, but twisted its head and looked at Zhang Feng anxiously. Then he shook his head and signaled Zhang Feng to look ahead. Zhang Feng looked down and couldn't help but laugh, because the current in front of us was a small stream, but it was also 2 or 3 meters wide. Just Little Black Tiger this head. You can't even cross it. Okay, I'll give you a hand. Zhang Feng picked up the Little Black Tiger, twisted his head and walked backward, and directly made a quick sprint, crossing over the top of the creek. Then he placed the Little Black Tiger with the weasel safely on the ground. Quick Little Black Tiger, go after them, we must find the murderer. Zhang Feng patted the Little Black Tiger's butt. Ouch, the Little Black Tiger was excited. Finally I have a use for it. The little black tiger got down on the ground and sniffed around the shore for scent. Then with a yell he went into the bushes with a flourish. The anxious weasel thoughtlessly also ran into the grass after the little black tiger. Zhang Feng had originally thought of following him, but he didn't expect the two little ones, Tuanzi and Lantern, to follow him. Boing boing, help people, calling, that's just it. The two little ones were on the opposite side of the creek with their mouths open and screaming anxiously. The little claws were even waving towards Zhang Feng non-stop. These two came along for the ride. Zhang Feng shook his head and laughed, then sprinted and jumped across the creek again, repeating what he had just done. He carried the donut with the lantern as well. Come on, we won't be able to catch up later, Zhang Feng said urgently after putting down the two little ones. Boing boing. However, Tuanzi and Lantern directly stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Opening his own claws, he grinned and looked at Zhang Feng. Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you two. Zhang Feng sighed and bent down low to pick up the two little ones. Then he ran towards the direction where the little black tiger had just disappeared. And at this time, the little black tiger in front of him was still searching ceaselessly following the odor he had just smelled. The weasel next to him had become very anxious and kept yipping. And just then the little white creature from the previous bank reappeared in the grass. Although it was a flash of light, it was still discovered by the little black tiger. Ouch! Found you! The little black tiger twisted its head and roared towards Zhang Feng at the back before excitedly taking the lead and rushing up. Zhang Feng, who was following behind, could also see the figure of the small animal at this time, and he couldn't help but frown. It's not exactly a sparse rabbit. This guy doesn't look like he could steal weasel feed. Is this rabbit also called Garrett? Self-doubt rose in Zhang Feng's head. Boing boing. At this time, the two little ones in Zhang Feng's arms screamed anxiously. The little paw directly in front of him told Zhang Feng to hurry over. Zhang Feng didn't have so much to do, so he hurriedly followed again, going to take a look first. Soon, the little black tiger chasing the rabbit in front of him stopped and rushed towards a hole and barked frantically, and the rabbit was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Feng followed it this time, and he looked at the cave entrance, realized it looked like a rabbit hole. It looks like this little white rabbit has run inside the hole. Kirikou. After the weasel saw Zhang Feng come, it immediately pointed at the cave and called out anxiously, "Take it easy." Zhang Feng put down Tuanzi and Lantern, then looked at the cave entrance. The hole was found to be quite deep, and the rabbit was long gone. Are you sure this rabbit stole your feed? Zhang Feng got up and asked Weasel with some confusion, because according to the rabbit's intelligence and ability, it's not like it can do such a thing. The weasel's little head froze, then nodded frantically again. Pretty sure I think the rabbit stole my feed. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said nothing more. Maybe there really is something to this rabbit. You keep watch here for now, little black tiger. Look again and see if there are any other caves nearby anymore. Zhang Feng pointed at the weasel and told it to guard this hole. Then the little black tiger was told to find the other hole. The rabbit must have more than one hole. Ouch! After receiving the order, the little black tiger immediately became excited and then began to look for a hole in the neighborhood. Why don't you go in and get that rabbit? Zhang Feng looked at the size of the hole and then the size of the weasel and said, "Kirikou." Weasel shook his head, reluctant to go in. Zhang Feng was speechless. This little guy's guts were so small. Ouch! And at that moment, not far away, the little black tiger found another hole. Zhang Feng hurriedly ran over to take a look. That's quite the rabbit hole. Zhang Feng looked at the cave, then found some dirt blocks nearby and plugged the cave right up. Little black tiger, keep looking. Zhang Feng turned his head and spoke to little black tiger. Ouch! The little black tiger moved quickly again. This time the little black tiger didn't take long to find the last hole. This cave is much more hidden than either of those two. In a pile of rock crevices. Zhang Feng didn't think about it that much and blocked this hole with the same method. Now this rabbit is all that's left of the hole that the weasel was guarding. Zhang Feng went back to the original cave and leaned over the opening to take a look and realized that something was moving inside. It looks like it's the white rabbit. However, after blocking all the other holes, Zhang Feng had another hard time, because he didn't know how to force this rabbit out without hurting it. After all, he was just trying to make a case for Weasel. Why don't you go in and take a look? Zhang Feng looked at Weasel and asked again. Of all the critters sitting there, it was only the weasel that was big enough to get in. Not even the little black tiger. But Weasel shook his head again. Zhang Feng was also speechless once again. He didn't know what this weasel was afraid of. It's just a rabbit hole. This made Zhang Feng even more helpless. And that's when the donut puckered up and leaned over the hole to take a look. Boing boing. Tuan grunted under his breath, then reached out his own little paw into the hole, trying to grab the white rabbit out. But after half a day's scratching, nothing was caught except a handful of dirt. Boing boing. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng with an aggrieved face. Zhang Feng smiled and patted the dirt on the group. This rabbit burrow is really hard to get, and you can't force the rabbit out unless you smoke it. But then he touched himself and realized he didn't have a lighter with him. This rabbit is really hard for me. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. since the hard way won't work anymore, we'll have to go soft. After Jung Fong thought about it, he once again lay down on the cave entrance, then shouted towards the inside. Hometown, open the door, send warmth. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 72, White Rabbit, save me, come on out, old timer. Jung Fong leaned over the cave entrance and shouted a few times. Unfortunately, the little white rabbit inside didn't pay any attention to Jung Fong. What now? Jung Fong looked up at the several little guys, all of them except for the weasel. All of them had a disinterested look on their faces, a look of unconcern. They're all here for the fun and games anyway. Weasel, why don't you go in and see for yourself? Jung Fong looked at the weasel and said, the only way now is for the weasel to go into the hole and get the white rabbit. But Weasel shook his head in refusal, and he also stretched out his little paw and pointed inside the hole and called out anxiously. Jung Fong couldn't help but frown. What's going on here? Why are weasels afraid to go in the hole? It can't be that it found something inside the cave. Jung Fong was a little confused as to what was going on, so he got down on his back and looked at the hole again. The white rabbit inside doesn't seem to be there anymore. Jung Fong was puzzled for a moment, then took a closer look. Kirikou. At that moment, Weasel pulled over and tugged on Zhang Feng's clothes. Anxiously, he pointed to the hole and called out, don't worry, this rabbit will come out when it's hungry. Zhang Feng twisted his head and looked twice at the weasel and said, he thought Weasel was anxious to find the killer. However, the weasel shook its head anxiously and kept pointing at the cave with its little paw. This one left Zhang Feng a bit confused. What does this little guy want? I can't read it myself. And just then, suddenly a white figure leapt out from inside the cave. It made Zhang Feng, who was lying in the hole, dodge. Straight away, he came face to face with this white critter. This collision couldn't help but make Zhang Feng's old face hurt. Catch it! It's the killer! Zhang Feng covered his face to see the small animal that leapt out. It's the white rabbit. Good guy, you really came out when I called you hometown. And with Zhang Feng's order, a few little guys acted. There was a flurry of people circling towards the white rabbit. However, this little white rabbit was due to the fact that it had just collided with Zhang Feng. All of a sudden, he lay on the ground in a daze for a moment, and when he reacted, the little black tiger held down the little white rabbit with a fierce tiger pounce. Probably due to the innate bloodline suppression, the little white rabbit was too scared by the little black tiger to move. Zhang Feng rubbed his face and then walked over. The good guy is you who steals the weasel's feed, right? Zhang Feng looked at this little white rabbit and said. However, he always felt that this little white rabbit was powerless. It's not like you can steal anything at all. Weasel, come here. Zhang Feng twisted his head and called out to the weasel, wanting it to come over and identify the murderer. But there was something strange about the weasel at this point. It didn't seem to be interested in the white rabbit, but was glued to the burrow, and with a look of nervousness on his face. Zhang Feng walked over suspiciously, but when he had just reached the weasel, a figure suddenly leapt out from inside the cave. Zhang Feng and Weasel were immediately startled. Good lord, if it isn't a brood snake! Zhang Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the fellow inside the cave. It was actually a brood snake. The snake is not poisonous, right, but it looks pretty scary. And this little white rabbit must have run into a brood snake, so it would have run away. This brood serpent did not leave after coming out of the cave. Instead, he spat out a letter small ice coldly looking at Zhang Feng. It doesn't look too friendly. Kirikou. Weasel pointed at the brood serpent at this time and called out anxiously. I said, why are you afraid to go in the hole? Zhang Feng looked at the weasel and said. It seems that Weasel had sensed and found the snake inside the burrow long ago. That's why you're afraid to go into the hole. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Weasel just now. Otherwise you wouldn't be so adventurous as to lie down at the mouth of the hole and watch. If the first thing that leaps out of this is a snake, then he'll just wait for his face to be disfigured. And on the other side of the group they also found out what was going on over here. But at the sight of a snake, Tuanzi and Lantern were both scared to death. The two little ones wooed and ran behind Zhang Feng. One on the left and one on the right hugged Zhang Feng's thighs, exposing their heads to look at the terrifying creature in front of them. Boing boing! Tuanzi hugged Zhang Feng's thigh curiously and pointed at the brocade snake. Don't be afraid, it's just an ordinary snake. Zhang Feng comforted Tuanzi and Lantern. I didn't realize that these two little guys were quite afraid of snakes. The weasel next to him was even more so, directly hiding behind Zhang Feng and not coming out. However, the little black tiger on the other side cocked its head and went up to survey the brocade snake. This long thing. So much fun. The little black tiger approached the brocade snake step by step. Zhang Feng didn't stop the little black tiger. Anyway, the snake wasn't poisonous, so it was okay to bite it. Think of it as a chance to give the little black tiger a workout. And the brocade snake on the opposite side immediately made an attack stance when it realized that the little black tiger was close to it. Silkies, The brocade snake continuously swam its body, vigilantly looking at the little black tiger. Ouch! The little black tiger suddenly charged towards the brocade snake. Sensing the threat, the brood serpent went straight for the little black tiger with a direct catapult, and it also opened its mouth wide and tried to bite the little black tiger. And with little black tiger's current reaction speed, it was impossible to dodge it. Boing boing! Save my little brother. Tuanzi, who was hugging Jiang Feng's thighs, immediately became anxious at this situation. Raising his little head towards Jiang Feng, he called out, and Jiang Feng directly went up with a healthy step at this time. Then when the brocade snake was about to bite the little black tiger, he went up to the snake's head and kicked it. Just a whoosh. The brocade snake was sent flying by Jiang Feng's kick and landed heavily in the distant grass. Whether it's dead or alive is unknown. And the little black tiger that was running suddenly came to a sharp braking, and then skidded face first into the ground for a short distance. Ouch! The little black tiger stood up and shook his head. Then he looked at Jiang Feng very aggressively. What are you looking at me for? Your boss told me to save you. Jiang Feng pointed at the donut next to him. The donut wooed and nodded. Upon hearing this, the little black tiger immediately rushed over with excitement, then happily circled around Tuanzi's side. Jiang Feng looked at the little black tiger with contempt. This guy is dead set on being a minion to the group. Kirikou! And at that moment, the weasel next to him barked. Jiang Feng glanced at the weasel, then looked ahead and realized that the little white rabbit was looking at Jiang Feng and the others with a dumbfounded expression. Yo, homie, you haven't left yet. Jiang Feng let out a bad smile before he walked towards the little white rabbit. Behind them were the little black tiger with an unsuspecting face and other little guys. What do you want? This made the white rabbit, who was lying on the ground, jump in fright. Big red eyes filled with a horrified expression. The hare's lips were slightly parted. Help me! Help! We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 73, Old Country. We're good people. The white rabbit was horrified by the scene before him. For a moment, he actually forgot to run away. And Jiang Feng looked at the little white rabbit with a smile on his face. He was now more and more skeptical that the rabbit might just be an ordinary rabbit, not some murderer who steals feed. Otherwise you wouldn't be so scared to see them. Not to mention that weasels are natural enemies of rabbits. This rabbit is much less likely to blatantly steal feed from a weasel. The weasel, however, is adamant that this is the one who stole its feed. So Jiang Feng wanted to find this rabbit and ask for an explanation. Let's see if there really is some kind of misunderstanding here. But this rabbit seems to be afraid of them. As soon as she saw Jiang Feng approaching her, the bunny trembled. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at the little black tigers and they were speechless. He finally understood why this little white rabbit was so scared. Weasel, put away your slobber. It's not your food. Don't you go catwalking, little black tiger. It's not your prey. Jiang Feng severely reprimanded Weasel and little black tiger. These two little guys are completely treating the white rabbit as prey. Just the dumplings, and the dumplings are a little bit better. After all, these two eat less meat, so they have no interest in rabbits. After reprimanding the two little guys, Jiang Feng twisted his head and put a smile on his face. Folks, we're the good guys. You take it easy. It was better if Jiang Feng didn't say this. Just saying it scared the white rabbit so much that he turned around and hopped away. It made the smile on Jiang Feng's face stiffen. Little black tiger, catch it for me. As soon as Jiang Feng saw that the little white rabbit didn't give himself face so much, he felt a bit disgraced. He was still going to get this guy today. And the little black tiger, who had already been impatient, directly rushed out with a whoosh after receiving the order. Without even giving the little white rabbit in front of him a chance to react, he was directly pushed to the ground by the little black tiger. Ouch! The little black tiger excitedly turned its head and roared towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng and the rest of the critters also rushed over. Folks, what do you think you're running for? We're really good people. Jiang Feng squatted down and saved the little white rabbit from the claws of the little black tiger. At this point, the white rabbit had been completely incapacitated by fear. He was lying there trembling, not even daring to raise his head. This is going to be difficult. This guy isn't cooperating or communicating. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Tuanzi and the others. Boing boing, let me do it. Donut purred, then wiggled his butt with lantern and sat down next to the white rabbit. Straight away, one rabbit ear on each side. He picked up the white rabbit. The rabbit in midair couldn't feel the pain either, just looking at Jiang Feng and the others stupidly right there. What are you two doing? We're good people, not hooligans. Frightened, Jiang Feng hurriedly rescued the little white rabbit from Tuanzi's and Lantern's tiny paws. But by this time the white rabbit was terrified. Couldn't do any normal reaction at all. Could only cringe there. Jiang Feng couldn't help but glare at Tuanzi and Lantern and Weasel in them. These little guys, hardcore, play themselves as hooligans. Don't be afraid, old-timer. We're good people. We just want to ask you something. Jiang Feng picked up the little white rabbit and stroked the trembling bunny. However, The little white rabbit didn't have any reaction, as if it didn't understand what Zhang Feng said at all. At this time, Zhang Feng was even more puzzled in his heart. That's what thieves are supposed to look like. So Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at Weasel. The drooling Weasel next to him froze. Kirikou, Weasel barked twice. Let me ask you, are you sure this guy is the one stealing your feed? Zhang Feng said seriously to Weasel. The Weasel that was barking was dumbfounded and looked down at the white rabbit, scratching his head with his paw again. The small eyes gave Zhang Feng a dumbfounded look. Zhang Feng's heart thumped. That's not good. I'm afraid this is the wrong animal. Think about it. The guy stealing your feed isn't this rabbit. Zhang Feng asked sternly. Kirikou, Weasel waved his little paw in a sly manner. However, after seeing Zhang Feng's expression, the Weasel immediately stopped moving, lowering his head. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Feng. Good man, what kind of eyesight you have? I told you it wasn't right, Zhang Feng said breathlessly. Now that's the truth. Turns out they really did wrong this little white rabbit. The real culprit who stole the Weasel's feed was not him, but someone else. Zhang Feng helplessly looked down at the shivering white rabbit. This time they seem to have really become the villains. It's all your fault. Zhang Feng knocked on the Weasel's little head, scaring the Weasel so much that it immediately covered its head with its paw. And that's when the three little ones next to him realized it. Turns out they caught the wrong rabbit. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately stretched out their little paws to follow Zhang Feng's earlier action and gave a blow to the Weasel's little head. Then the little paw pointed at the Weasel and wooed. It seemed to be an accusation of weaseling. Boing boing. Didn't realize you were such a weasel. Calling. That's just it. This made the Weasel even more of a man, and his head lowered even more. The little black tiger next to him, on the other hand, was surveying all this with a crooked head. Roar, sound of wailing. What's going on here? Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. Alright, let's just find the wrong one. It's also considered saving this rabbit's life. Zhang Feng touched the white rabbit's ears and said, if it wasn't for them today, I guess this little white rabbit would have died under the mouth of that brood snake. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise. However, the animal that stole the Weasel feed is kind of a complete lost cause, only because the critter was so cunning, didn't leave much of a trail, resulting in the fact that now they can't even find it if they wanted to. Zhang Feng sighed and looked up at the sky, realizing that it was already evening. It's okay to go home, Zhang Feng said, then placed the little white rabbit on the ground. And at this point the white rabbit was still a little scared though, but after Zhang Feng's pacification, the mood had gotten much better. By the way, a little compensation for you. Zhang Feng pulled out a few handfuls of feed and placed them in front of the white rabbit. Then twisting his head, he rushed to Weasel and said, this feed comes out of your paycheck. Kirikou, Weasel protested as soon as he heard this. However, when the Weasel saw Tuanzi and Lantern looking at it with an unkind face, Weasel admits to being a wimp. It slowly lowered its head and chittered up in a small voice, and the rabbits were immediately energized when they smelled the feed. The little nose sniffed at the feed, then looked up at Zhang Feng. Eat it slowly, it's good stuff. Zhang Feng stroked the rabbit's ears, then got up and stood. Let's go home. Bunny, come play at my house sometime. Zhang Feng waved his hand towards the bunnies before taking Tuanzi and the others towards home. The little rabbit in the grass looked up at Zhang Feng's back in the afterglow of the golden sunset. A pair of red eyes froze. Our good people have been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 74, The Dog Thief. It was already dark after Zhang Feng brought Tuanzi and the others back home. He had originally thought of giving the village some vegetables to try, but seeing that it was so late in the day, Zhang Feng decided to let it go. Let's deliver it tomorrow. Do you sleep here at night or in the vegetable patch? After eating, Zhang Feng asked to Weasel. Kirikou, Weasel's little paw pointed in the direction of the vegetable patch in the back. He's used to surviving in the wild, so he doesn't really like sleeping in the house. Then you can put your feet up anywhere you like. Don't get it stolen this time. Zhang Feng pointed to his room and said. When he came back just now, Zhang Feng gave the Weasel another half a bag of feed. If he was stolen again this time, Zhang Feng wouldn't know what to say. And that last animal that stole the Weasel feed was never found. Zhang Feng felt that his house might have been targeted by certain animals. Make sure you catch it next time. Kirikou, Weasel nodded, before straining to drag the feed in search of a place to store it. Zhang Feng didn't bother with this little guy either, holding Tuanzi and Lantern and going to give these two little guys a bath. But the little black tiger cocked his head and sized up the Weasel. Weasel sensed little black tiger's gaze. It giggled and looked at the little black tiger twice, but the little black tiger just didn't move and cocked its head there to stare at it. Kirikou, go away. Weasel anxiously yacked there for half a day, and gave up after seeing that it was not possible to talk to the little black tiger. Turning around, he began to look around the room for a more hidden corner to hide his feed, and after Zhang Feng's side came back from giving the two little ones, Tuanzi and Lantern, a bath. found that Weasel had gone to guard the vegetable patch. The little black tiger also snuggled into the big black tiger's side and fell asleep. Sleep, sleep, get up and work early tomorrow. After Jiang Feng blew dry Tuanzi's and Lantern's fur, he cuddled the two little ones and fell asleep. All is silent. There was no talk all night. Jiang Feng woke up early the next morning. System, sign in. The next day's punch card check-in was successful, and the check-in location was MT. Tybeek. The mission rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. The first thing Jiang Feng did after opening his eyes was to sign in. After signing in, Jiang Feng casually scanned the rewards and found that the rewards this time were not anything without good things. Except feed is still feed. Tuanzi, Lantern is up. We're going to deliver the groceries. Jiang Feng shouted Yuan Xiao and Tuanzi up. The two little ones winced and rolled over, looking at Jiang Feng in confusion. Jiang Feng didn't bother with these two little guys either, got up and walked out the door. Holy, what are you two doing? Jiang Feng had just stepped out of the door when he was startled by Weasel and Leopard standing outside. The two guys at that moment were looking blearily towards the inside of the room, and upon seeing Jiang Feng come out, they immediately became excited. Karaku, Weasel cupped his paw and looked at Jiang Feng. Panther, on the other hand, shook his head. This time the whole Jiang Feng are a little speechless. This is only in the morning to run into two debtors. There's really nothing I can do about you two. Jiang Feng sighed, so he pulled out the feed and distributed it to Brother Panther and Weasel. And after getting the feed, the two guys happily ran off. Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly, then went to wash his face, getting ready to pick some more veggies for the big guy later. Jiang Feng then opened his live broadcast once again. He hadn't been on the air for 2 days, and I wondered if the netizens had forgotten about him. Oh, my God, I saw something. The thief anchor is on the air. Dog thief, you're finally on the air. Die, anchor, you're lying. You said you'd be live every day. Oh, my God, I haven't seen Tuanzi for 2 days. I miss Tuanzi so much. The same city substitute caller is picking up the order. It's only $10 a time, and all for $10 a pop. All in fair trade. Give me $100 first. Jiang Feng had just opened the live broadcast, and the pop-ups on the screen immediately became densely packed, and the popularity of the live stream was rising like crazy. However, when Jiang Feng read these pop-ups, his entire face instantly darkened. What's even more outrageous is that there are actually people who want same-city substitutes. It's too much. He's the kind of guy who's easily threatened. Everyone stay calm. Those of you who want a home run substitute must be calm. If you win the fight and go to jail, if you lose the fight and get hospitalized, why bother? Besides, none of you can necessarily beat me. Jiang Feng sighed in the live broadcast. I'm not going to do it. The anchor actually provoked us. Anchor, I know your address. I've never seen such an arrogant anchor. Think I'll be afraid of you as the heir of the mixed Yuan Xingyi Quan. Upstairs is awesome. Let him fight. Let him fight. The netizens in the live stream were teasing. Everyone rest easy. These 2 days because of a little thing. So did not live. In the future we'll definitely give you live. Jiang Feng smiled and spoke to the netizens in the live broadcast room. You said the same thing last time. Anchor, you say Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. Where's Dumpling? I want to see Dumpling. Ha, what have I found? Isn't that the old folks? Good lord, has this weasel really come to take revenge? Some eagle-eyed netizens spotted the weasel coming out of the room. The memory of the weasel was fresh in the minds of the crowd. After all, Jiang Feng's "Do you think I'm like a man or a god" operation made them half dead. But for now, it looks like the weasel has been corralled. Yes, that's the weasel from before. Now this weasel is on my staff. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up twice, then pointed to the weasel at the door and said, Good lord, this is the first time I've heard of anyone hiring a weasel. What's the anchor doing hiring a weasel? Ask him if you're like a man or a god. Weasel, you guys won't be able to fix it. The netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked to hear that Jiang Feng had hired a weasel. Good lord, they've heard of hiring child labor, but I just haven't heard of any more animals for hire. And Jiang Feng smiled and explained it to the netizens. Everyone was right. This weasel has been taken under my wing and is now guarding my vegetable patch. By the way, those 10,000 flower vegetables I planted have ripened. Now I'll show you. Jiang Feng shared a little bit about manhwa vegetables with the netizens. After all, the name was provided by the internet in the first place, and maybe his first customers will be this group of netizens. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately exploded when they heard Jiang Feng's words. What the hell? That thing really grows vegetables. Holy, really? Can that thing live if it's grafted on? Why do I feel a little bit of disbelief? If that thing can survive, I'm going to stand on my head and eat. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately, so we're going to be able to update faster. So please move your hand to exit reading mode. Thank you for your time. Chapter 75 Duanzi, open the door. Hometown, upstairs, please stop cheating on your food. I've watched you on the air several times. Anchor, show us around. Don't. I haven't seen the donut yet. These two little guys can't still be sleeping. Where's my brother Bao? I heard that Bao has moved in too. The netizens in the live stream were talking about everything. Zhang Feng called out to Wanzi and Lantern after looking at the pop-ups in the live stream. The netizens' wish to meet the two little ones was fulfilled. If you guys don't believe me, now I'm going to take you all to the back to see the 10,000 flower vegetables. After saying that, Zhang Feng led Tuanzi and the others towards the vegetable field at the back, and the netizens on the air are still talking about it. When the 10,000 flowers vegetable first came out, the netizens thought that Zhang Feng was just fooling around. After all, it's still questionable whether such an oddball plant will survive, but what they didn't expect was that it was actually planted. Netizens say it's a bit hard to believe, and along the way Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Quickly, he came to the back vegetable patch and without a word pointed to the already ripe manhwa vegetables. At once, the live broadcast was silent. Netizens were stunned by the scene before them. I'm going. No, cucumbers, tomatoes, beans, are still really growing on a plant? Awesome. I now realize that the original anchor really didn't brag. Where's the big brother upstairs who wants to eat Shang upside down? Now it's time for you to perform. To face. Don't you dare to call me that. Li Dog. I can't believe it's you. You're such a bigot. Good man. A big recognition scene. The live feed was an instant mess, and the big brother who was going to eat Shang upside down was recognized by an acquaintance. Zhang Feng, who was watching, was speechless and didn't know what to say. Good lord. There's still a lot of talent online. Anchor, are these vegetables you're growing for sale? The taste of this vegetable is definitely not good. Don't you dare buy it. I've got money. I just like to get a taste of it. I'd like to buy some to try. For the sake of freshness. After a burst of jokes, people in the live broadcast room began to ask Zhang Feng if he was selling these vegetables. Zhang Feng, however, smiled and said, sorry everyone, I won't be selling these vegetables for the time being, but I'm going to pick a few random fans out for you to try. Zhang Feng wasn't sure how the vegetables tasted to other people, so he expanded the scope of some of the tastings. Pick me. Don't you recognize me? Lao Jian? I'm your first fan. Che, I'm still the anchor's first man. Upstairs please get it straight. It's the first male fan. Anchor, for the love of me saying I'm going to eat Kinyu. What's wrong? You want to eat the anchors? The netizens in the live broadcast room immediately became excited when they heard that Zhang Feng wanted to give them a taste. Everyone wanted to try the flavor of this strange, universal vegetable. Hold your horses everyone. I'll finish up the morning's businesses first and then pick the lucky fans. After saying that, Zhang Feng walked around the vegetable field with his hands behind his back, shaking his head. The netizens in the live broadcast room became even more excited, expecting that they would be drawn, and the small eyes of the weasel behind Zhang Feng dripped as it looked at Zhang Feng's back. It felt that this was very interesting, so he also followed Zhang Feng's actions just now and put his little paw behind his back. Shaking his head, he wandered through the vegetable patch, laughing my ass off. This weasel is so funny. Quickly, get out of the way. Mr. Huang is here to inspect the construction site. Not to mention, this weasel really does have that packrat smell. The netizens of the live stream amused at the sight of the weasel, and the lantern at the head of the ground froze with the donut for a couple of moments, and then want to learn the pose too. But because these two guys' hands are so short, they can't reach the back. The two little ones could only sit on their asses and sigh helplessly, and Zhang Feng's side quickly went from the beginning to the end of the ground. He realized that the vegetables growing out of these manzanita vegetables in the vegetable patch were now basically ripe. The vast majority of them can be taken off today. Zhang Feng stood at the ground and thought, when he would deliver the vegetables to the big guys, should he find the villagers to help himself? I don't know how long it would have taken him to pick it if he had just picked it by himself. Come on, let's go home. After inspecting the vegetable field, Zhang Feng hurriedly hugged Tuanzi and Lantern and went home. Only Weasel was left alone to watch over the vegetable patch, and after returning home, Zhang Feng packed all the vegetables he picked yesterday into bamboo baskets, then took the doughboys in them with him as he went door to door delivering groceries. It's only morning and the big guys aren't out yet. Should be at home cooking over a fire. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Feng first came to the first house at the end of the village. Uncle Seven, open the door. I'm Little Feng. I've come to bring you food. Zhang Feng thumped the door a few times. It looks like Uncle Seven is still sleeping. Here we go. What a morning delivery of groceries. Uncle Seven glared at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction after he opened the door. It was this brat that caused himself to almost get beaten up by Grandpa Jiang Yelhua last time, and now it's coming back early in the morning to disturb his slumber. What an abomination. Uncle Seven, when you get up later go to my house and help me with some work. Zhang Feng pulled out some vegetables from inside the bamboo basket and stuffed them into Uncle Seven's arms, then turned around and rushed to the next one. This brat, a little dish and still giving it away. Uncle Seven looked at Zhang Feng's back and laughed and cursed before walking back to the house. On Zhang Feng's side, he began to take the donuts and they started delivering food from house to house. Every time he knocked on a door, Zhang Feng stuffed a handful of vegetables over, then told them to go help themselves later. The crowd responded in kind. They're a bunch of old men and women with nothing to do anyway. And Tuanzi and Lantern followed behind with their little short legs calling all the time. Also from time to time angrily reprimanded Zhang Feng 2 sentences walking so fast to do it. It's not like bullying them for having short legs. Good man. The anchor just gave away what we were all fighting for. Envious of these people in the anchor village. It would be nice if I were from this village too. Do you have a date? Can I go to Southeast Asia and come back? What? You want to export to domestic sales? The netizens in the live broadcast room were envious when they saw Zhang Feng giving vegetables to the villagers. And it took quite a while for Zhang Feng's side to deliver all these dishes. The last family came to the home of their eldest uncle, Zhang Aigua. However, just as Zhang Feng wanted to push the door in, Tuanzi came over and pulled Zhang Feng's coat. What do you want? Zhang Feng looked at the troop suspiciously. Boing boing. Tuanzi grinned towards Zhang Feng, then clumsily climbed up the steps. Reaching out his own little paw, he slapped it against the gate. Bang, 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 boing boing. Open the door. Homeboy, I'm Tuanzi. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 76 Butterfly in Leopard Print. Bang, 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 bang. Donut knocked at the door of Zhang Ai's country. There was a lot of wooing going on. Coming. After Zhang Aigua in the yard heard the commotion, he rushed over and opened the door. Boing boing. Tuanzi stood up and grinned twice upon seeing Zhang Aigua, and after Zhang Aigua saw that it was Tuanzi, a black face finally revealed a smile. Uncle, I've come to bring you some vegetables. The ones I planted have been ripe for the past 2 days. Next to him, Zhang Feng walked in carrying a bamboo basket. Zhang Aigua saw it and hastily picked it up. However, the troop that knocked on the door just now didn't follow Zhang Feng in, but instead looked curiously at the little black tiger that kept running outside. Just now, the little black tiger following Zhang Feng spotted a fluttering butterfly, and felines in general are quite interested in such flying creatures. Even the little black tiger was no exception, so curiosity got the better of the little black tiger and he ran after the butterfly. The little paw swings were still trying to swoop the butterfly down. Unfortunately, the pounce was a good one. Then Lantern, who had been watching from the sidelines for half a day, followed suit and joined in. The 2 little guys went after the butterfly. Eventually even the doorway donuts couldn't help themselves and joined the fray. So the 3 little ones chased the butterfly around the doorway and kept running back and forth. Donut, you 3 just play by the door and don't go anywhere. Zhang Feng in the courtyard shouted at the door, but no animal took him up on it. Zhang Feng didn't care, letting the live streaming camera follow Tuanzi and the others, while he himself walked into the courtyard. Ha, uncle, where did you get this red carp? Zhang Feng said in surprise as he looked at a large carp in the courtyard water tank. Simply because this carp is special. Its whole body is reddish in color and looks very festive. Caught it 2 days ago in Little River Cove. Zhang Aigua, who was walking in front, said in a deep voice. Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod. Little River Cove he knew, just a mile or so south of the village. It is a cove formed by the melting and impacting of snow and ice on the mountain. Zhang Feng used to fish and catch shrimp there when he was small. Let's go check it out in a couple days. I haven't used the fishing master skill that the system sent me yet. Zhang Feng thought in his heart. And Zhang Aigua's side walked out again after putting the dishes in the kitchen. You've got all those vegetables growing already. Zhang Aigua sat in the doorway, looked up at Zhang Feng and said, well, it's all ripe for picking. I've called the people of our village to go over and help later. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Just by his eyeballing, that half acre of land probably yielded about 20,000 to 30,000 vegetables. Keep in mind that the average cucumber yields about 15,000 pounds per acre. So with his ability alone it is completely impossible to pick all these vegetables. And from this, the vegetables grown from aura seeds are very productive. 1 acre yields as much as several acres of someone else's land. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zhang Aigua was silent for a while. You're on your own. Sooner or later it's going to be known anyway. I'll go over there when your eldest mother comes back from the field. Originally, Zhang Aigua thought of keeping this matter secret for Zhang Feng. After all, so strange vegetables, he was taken aback when he saw them. But since Zhang Feng had asked the whole village to help, it meant that Zhang Feng trusted them. They're all from the same village anyway, so there's no room for error. As long as they don't get freaked out by all the weird veggies when they get there. That's fine, uncle. But should I take some money to them when the time comes? Zhang Feng said with some hesitation. After all, he was looking for someone else to help him out. and ordinary little things would be fine. But that's a lot of labor for half an acre of land. So it's not like people are going to come and work for you for nothing. That's why Jiang Feng was a bit indecisive and purposely came to find his eldest uncle to ask about it. And hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jiang Igua lit a cigarette. In the smoke, Jiang Igua narrowed his eyes and thought about it and said, "Let's forget about it this time. Not now. It hurts the peace of the village to pay for that little thing. Those old men and women aren't happy about it either. So just take them some food when you get there. But you can't do that in the future if you're really going to get into farming, and you should do what you need to do to settle the score." Jiang Igua slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Jiang Feng nodded. I know then. I'll go back now. You'll go over with the eldest mother later. Now that morning has passed, the guys should have eaten. Let's do some work first while it's cool. Otherwise it will be too hot to work until noon. Aha! Jiang Igua nodded. So Jiang Feng turned around and walked towards the outside. And at that moment, the three little ones outside the door were still chasing that butterfly. But this butterfly is very cunning, repeatedly giving the doughboys their hope, only to repeatedly fly away to avoid them. At the end of the day there was some tiredness on the net watching. I'll go. This butterfly is too cunning. This is totally making a monkey out of the donuts. The butterfly is quite pretty. Is it wearing leopard print? Upstairs you're a real talent. It's clearly a tiger stripe, right? The netizens in the livestream also came to be interested in the butterflies that Tuanzi and the others were chasing. Many people also guide the group online as they catch butterflies. Unfortunately, the group can't hear the guidance from the internet either. And that's when the group felt as if they had been tricked by this butterfly. Just sat on his butt and didn't move to let this butterfly flutter around in front of him. The lantern next to him also sat down a bit discouraged and looked at the butterfly with pitiful little eyes. It was only the little black tiger that had the inexhaustible energy to keep running around after the butterfly. But this butterfly seems to enjoy teasing the group. It kept flying around in front of the group, constantly provoking it. Watching the netizens grit their teeth. It's too much. The bear is bullied too much. Where is my family's exterminating leopard? Hurry up and let it come out to exterminate this butterfly's whole family. It's useless even if Brother Bao comes. But he can fly. Where's the anchor? Hurry up and call the anchor out. Netizens are also anxious for the group of them. Many people even want to get down and catch butterflies themselves. But a man can lose his hand and a horse can lose its hoof. When this one butterfly once again flew provocatively in front of the group, the donut had a godlike grip and swung a claw straight up. The butterfly that was still flying in the air was directly slapped to the ground. Boing boing. Got the shot. Donut grinned and looked at his paws excitedly. Next to him, the little black tiger cocked his head and looked at Tuanzi suspiciously. Ouch. The boss is so good. I can't fight it. And netizens were thrilled to see the butterfly slapped to the ground by the group. This time it's a good way for them to get out of the way. Donut got up at this time, too, and came forward to lie on the ground, trying to pinch this butterfly with his paws. But Jiang Feng, who had just stepped out of the gate, suddenly shouted loudly after seeing this side. Non Yoki, quickly let go of it. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 77 on the level of protection of animals. Jiang Feng's shouting startled the troop present as well as the crowd in the live broadcast room. Boing boing. Tuanzi grinned at this time and twisted his head to look at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was walking quickly towards Tuanzi's side. If he wasn't mistaken, the butterfly that Tuanzi had just photographed should be a national second-class protected animal. Chinese tiger phoenix butterfly. I'm going to go and scare me. When did the anchor show up? Scared the hell out of my baby. The anchor called me loud. Scared me to death. Upstairs, if you dare to talk like that again, I'll go down the network cable and cut you. What kind of butterfly is this? At this time, there were quite a few netizens in the live broadcast who guessed the origin of this butterfly, and Jiang Feng squatted down after walking to the donut side. The Chinese tiger phoenix butterfly that had just been slapped on the ground by Tuanzi was fluttering and struggling on the ground. Obviously, the claw of the group just now had caused this tiger phoenix butterfly to suffer internal injuries. Jiang Feng frowned and pinched the tiger phoenix butterfly on the ground and placed it on his palm. Not to mention, this tiger phoenix butterfly really lives up to its name, with a pattern of almost the same color as a tiger. It looks really quite nice. This is the Chinese tiger crested butterfly, a national second-class protected animal. Very precious. Jiang Feng held the tiger phoenix butterfly up in front of the camera, allowing the netizens to have a good look as well. A butterfly has become a grade 2 protected animal. I'm no better than a butterfly. Don't get excited upstairs. There's rumored to be a level 1 butterfly. Will it be okay if the butterfly is killed by the dumpling? Dumplings. I feel like you're insulting the word national treasure. The netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked to hear that the butterfly was actually a grade 2 protected animal. But upon further consideration of the group's rank, it was a relief. After all, There are a ton of Class 1 protected animals, but the only ones with the title of national treasure are the giant pandas. It's bad luck for this tiger phoenix butterfly to run into Tuanzi. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. Although these protected animals were precious, they were simply not enough in front of the group. Even if Tuanzi accidentally killed the tiger phoenix butterfly today, no one would look for Tuanzi's trouble, who made them a national treasure. Boing boing! The troop next to him suddenly called out at this time, and was about to stretch out its claws to grab the tiger phoenix butterfly in Zhang Feng's hand. Stop it, Donut! It's a Class 2 protected animal. It can't be harmed. Zhang Feng reached out his hand and slapped away the troop's paw. Tuanzi barked in dissatisfaction, then rubbed his head against Zhang Feng. Boing boing! Is it important or am I important? Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng aggressively, her little paw pointing at the tiger phoenix butterfly in Zhang Feng's hand. It's just a butterfly. What's not for it to play with? I now realize how unlucky the tiger phoenix butterfly is when it runs into the Tuanzi. I suddenly had a bold idea of what would happen if a grade 1 protected animal injured another grade 1 protected animal. Upstairs sand sculpture. You are afraid that you do not know how my panther brother extermination panther title came about. That is, one person picks over a group of grade 1 protected animals. Society. My brother panther. People are ruthless and don't say much. Have you ever thought about what kind of protected animals the big black tigers are? That's when the live streamers asked out of the blue. Zhang Feng looked at the pop-up screen and explained. All tigers are now first-class protected animals, so the big black tiger is no exception. It was only after hearing Zhang Feng's reply that the crowd realized, although the black tiger was rare, it was a type of tiger no matter what. Just refer to the tiger for the level of protection or whatever. And that's when the donut stretched out its claws and still tried to grab the tiger phoenix butterfly. The little black tiger even kept picking at Zhang Feng's pants leg, wanting to get a better look at the butterfly. However, at this time, the tiger phoenix butterfly had regained its ability to fly. After flapping his wings in Zhang Feng's hand, he flew away directly in the direction of the woods, nor did he dare to stay longer. That speed was as fast as it could be. After all, a group of first-class big shots looking at it was just too scary. Boing boing! After Tuanzi watched the tiger phoenix butterfly fly away, his small eyes looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. The little black tiger was also tilting its head without knowing what it was thinking. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head helplessly. Okay, Donut, it's just a butterfly. I'll catch you others later. Boing boing! Hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Tuanzi twisted her body away and hung her head aggressively without looking at him, and there was a little wooing. Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi with a bitter smile. This little guy was still angry, and at that moment, the next lantern ran over. He's lying on the head of the donut. Boing boing! You're still pretending. Ouch! The little black tiger also ran over to join in the fun, running around Tuanzi's side, sitting on the ground with his head bowed down. Donut couldn't stand the stares of these two guys any longer. Rubbing his shoulders, he stood up, frightened. Lantern and little black tiger immediately ran to the side. Boing boing! Suffer the death! Donut barked twice in annoyance. Lantern and little black tiger were immediately frightened and ran in the direction of home, and the donut was in hot pursuit. Ha ha, the donut is annoyed. It's in a hurry. It's in a hurry. The anchor doesn't bother to take care of it, so don't get in trouble. The netizens of the live stream were talking about it. Don't worry, the doughboys, they know the score. Zhang Feng smiled and explained twice before following, and by the time Zhang Feng returned home, he found that a lot of villagers had already come in front of his house. They gathered in piles of 3 or 5 to gossip. Next to it were some bamboo baskets for holding things and such. At the sight of Zhang Feng's arrival, the people who were talking all laughed. I say, little Feng, we came to work for you, but you're good. You just disappeared. What kind of vegetables are you growing? Feng, they're growing so fast. I tried a cucumber at home and the flavor was amazing. The villagers burst into laughter. Zhang Feng smiled and greeted, then hurriedly opened the door to let the crowd in for a seat. However, the villagers shook their heads vigorously once they saw the big black tiger and panther in the yard. Even though it was raised by Zhang Feng, they still felt a little scared. Among the crowd, only the third master looked at the big black tiger and shook his head straight, and he kept muttering, too bad, too bad. Little Feng, don't ink. Hurry up and take us over to pick vegetables. That's right, it'll be noon later and we won't be able to do any work. I remember there's a vegetable patch behind Feng's house, right? The villagers spoke up. Don't worry everyone, I'll take you there now, but don't get freaked out later. Zhang Feng gave the villagers a precaution in advance. Otherwise it would be nice not to be taken aback by the sight of such an oddball kaleidoscope of vegetables. Ha! What little Feng said? It's just picking vegetables. What's so scary about it? I'd like to see how scary Feng said it was. Go go go. I'll see what picking a vegetable can do. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 78, A Plea for Help from the Gusuzu. The villagers walked towards Zhang Feng's family's vegetable plot with much discussion. Zhang Feng bitterly smiled and followed behind. Let's hope it doesn't scare them when we get to the veggie patch later. Troop, go play by yourselves and stay put. Before leaving, Zhang Feng warned a few more little guys, and it left the live cams for the donuts in them. Tuanzi and Yuan Shao nodded obediently after hearing Zhang Feng's words. However, when Zhang Feng had just left, the little black tiger was dishonest. It went up and nipped at the donut's fur, pulling the donut towards the inside of the room. Tuanzi looked down at the little black tiger for a few moments, wondering what the guy meant. Ouch! The little black tiger anxiously signaled for Tuanzi to follow it into the house. Boing boing! Tuanzi twisted her head and gave Lantern a puzzled look. Lantern was also confused as she looked at the little black tiger. Neither of the two little ones knew what little black tiger meant by this. Ouch! The little black tiger barked again and ran anxiously into the house, then craned his head to signal Tuan to come in. Boing boing! Tuanzi barked towards Lantern, then slowly entered the house. Then Lantern followed. Seeing this, little black tiger immediately and excitedly led Tuanzi and Lantern towards a hidden corner of the house. And over here, a group of villagers quickly made their way to the vegetable plot in the back. But when they saw the vegetable patch, everyone was dumbfounded. Clunk! 3 Moncler outlet store baskets fell out of the field. Oh my goodness! What kind of food is this? This is what you call gardening. The 3 Moncler jackets were dumbfounded and muttered about the vegetables. The rest of the village looked stunned. They've been farming for half their lives, but it's really the first time they've come across this kind of strange vegetable. Everyone then remembered what Zhang Feng had said earlier. Turns out this dish can be really intimidating. Look, there's actually a weasel there. An older woman suddenly pointed to the weasel that was patrolling the vegetable patch with her back to the ground. And weasel didn't react much after seeing so many people, because it had seen Zhang Feng in the crowd. With his hands behind his back, Weasel walked proudly through the vegetable patch without even looking at the people, as if this was its territory. Little Feng, is this really the vegetable you grew? That weasel is not simple. It won't become a spirit, right? Nonsense. A fertilized weasel is long overdue for a seal. The villagers surrounded Zhang Feng and talked about the vegetable patch. Zhang Feng hurriedly signaled everyone to be quiet for a moment, then explained to everyone the origin of this vegetable patch. The crowd was confused after hearing that. The only feeling is that this vegetable patch of Zhang Feng is awesome, a new variety. Gradually, people have accepted the way of existence of the oddball vegetable, the manuka vegetable. Okay, everyone, don't be idle. Do some work first before the sun comes up. Zhang Igua stood out at this time and said, since he was the village chief, the people listened. Once the amazement was over, the crowd began to divide up and go into the vegetable patch to work. And the weasel in the vegetable patch saw so many people coming and ran back home in fear. Zhang Feng's side originally wanted to work on the ground as well, but his phone rang at that moment. It was Su Qinghuan from the Forestry Bureau who called. Hey Chief Su, something's up. Look at you. If there's nothing wrong, I can't come to you. Su Qinghuan laughed out loud. Zhang Feng on this side skimmed his lips. He hadn't seen Su Qinghuan for 2 or 3 days. Calling him out of the blue now was definitely something for him. As expected, Su Qinghuan was exposed after only a few words. That Xiao Jiang there's something on the Forestry Bureau's side that I'd like to ask for your help. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone smiled sarcastically. Director Su, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person. It's not like I can help your Forestry Bureau with anything. As soon as Zhang Feng heard it, he knew that it was bound to be no good. What the Forest Service can't solve, he can. These guys think too highly of him too. Xiao Jiang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me finish my words first, Su Qinghuan said with a bitter smile. Chief Su, go ahead. What's up? Zhang Feng nodded and said, it's like this Xiao Jiang, isn't this the fact that you can be so close to the animals? So the Gusuzu side saw this ability in you. They approached the Forest Service 2 days ago and want you to come over and do a favor, Su Qinghuan slowly said. And when Zhang Feng heard this, his heart thumped violently. Gusuzu, ask him for a favor. It can't be that something happened to the last spotted turtle in China. Chief Su, don't tell me that spotted turtle isn't working. Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice. The spotted turtle should be considered one of the rarest and most valuable animals in the world, because there are only 3 of them in the world right now, and there's only one in China. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but sigh when she heard Zhang Feng's inquiry. You guessed right. Something did happen to that spotted turtle. In the last few days this spotted turtle doesn't eat or drink. It's making the people at the Gusuzu anxious. If it continues like this something will definitely happen. That's why this side of the Gusuzu would like to invite you over to take a look. And of course, the reward will certainly not be less than yours. Su Qinghuan told the whole story. It made Zhang Feng's heart sink. Since obtaining the system, Zhang Feng had grown more and more fond of these wild animals of his over the period of time he had spent with Tuanzi and the others. But something happened to the spotted turtle. There's nothing he can do if he goes there. He can't communicate with the spotted turtle either. Su, System Branch Quest released. Host is requested to go to Gusu City to sign in for 7 days. Mission reward can be customized by the host. Just as Zhang Feng wanted to say that he would consider it, the system suddenly released a new quest. As soon as he heard about this mission, Zhang Feng spat in his heart. This mission is really timely. It felt like it was directed at him. The reward is nice though, and you can customize the reward. Zhang Feng admitted that his heart was moved, so he accepted the mission without hesitation. Director Su, I'll pack up on my side first, and tomorrow I'll buy a plane ticket to Gusu. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Well, Xiao Jiang, I wasn't wrong about you. In that case, you don't need to buy a plane ticket either. Tomorrow you go to the town and I'll arrange for a special forestry department plane to take you there. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone was very happy after hearing Zhang Feng agree. That's fine, but can I take the doughboys in them? Zhang Feng opened his mouth again and asked. Yes, you can take whoever you want. Su Qinghuan laughed out loud, in a good mood. Zhang Feng hung up the phone after a few more sentences with Su Qinghuan on his side. Wish I could help. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng sighed. This trip he wasn't sure he could save Spotted Turtle by going to Gusu. Take one step at a time. And at that moment, the weasel that had disappeared for a long time suddenly jumped down from the wall in the backyard of Zhang Feng's house. Kiriko ran towards Zhang Feng's side anxiously. Zhang Feng looked stunned. Weasel, this expression he seems to have seen somewhere. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 79, The Aggrieved Weasel. Don't tell me your feed's been stolen again. Zhang Feng looked at Weasel with an odd expression. He remembered the same anxious look after the last time a weasel's feed was stolen and eaten. Grumble. Weasel froze for a moment after hearing Zhang Feng's words, then another anxious nod. Both paws even kept pointing in the direction of the yard. Engaging Zhang Feng was speechless. Is this feed incompatible with weasels? How come every time a weasel's feed gets stolen? Alas. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly. Kirikou. The weasel called out even more anxiously, wanting Zhang Feng to go and take a look for it. The small eyes were even more aggravated. Uncle, I have to go back first. I'll come back later. Zhang Feng spoke towards Zhang Igua, who was working in the ground. Got it. Zhang Igua waved his hand without lifting his head. Come on, let's go see who stole your feed. Zhang Feng turned around and bent down to pick up the weasel before heading towards his home. After entering the house, Zhang Feng followed the weasel's guidance and walked into his bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Feng saw a few fodder scattered on the ground, as well as empty feed sacks. Kirikou, look! Weasel jumped down from Zhang Feng's arms. The little paw pointed at the feed bag and raised his head to look at Zhang Feng accusingly. Good lord! This is a vendetta against you. Zhang Feng squatted down and cried and laughed. This little guy is so unlucky that he hasn't found the culprit yet after his last feed was stolen. This actually came up again. That's too much for anyone to bear. Kirikou. Weasel immediately opened his teeth and claws and didn't know what he was saying. Did you see who stole your feed this time? Zhang Feng patted the weasel's little head and asked. Kirikou. Weasel hung his head and shook it. It had just entered the room when it saw that its feed had been stolen. There's no way to know who the killer is. This is going to be hard. Zhang Feng frowned and pondered. It's no small thing to have your weasel feed stolen 3 times over. However, Zhang Feng was sure. This time it must be an acquaintance. An inside job in the house. After all, with Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther here, no critter would dare to steal from his house. So that makes the goal clear. The feed stealers must be these critters inside the house. Zhang Feng looked around the room. By the way, the gnocchi they. Zhang Feng suddenly realized at this time that Tuanzi and their 3 little ones seemed to have disappeared. He himself hadn't seen these 3 since he'd entered the courtyard. Kirikou. The weasel next to him stretched out his paw and pointed to the door. Zhang Feng twisted his head. Nice guy. Tuanzi Yuanxiao and the little black tiger guy are stacking up and guarding the door. The little black tiger is in the most. All 3 of the little ones peeked their little heads toward the inside of the house. There's a live camera following at the top. When Tuanzi and the others saw Zhang Feng's eyes, they immediately shrunk their heads back. So it was you 3. Seeing the movements of these 3 little guys, Zhang Feng immediately understood. Not surprisingly, the feed must have been stolen by these 3 little guys. Oh no! The dumplings have been discovered. Run away. The group is going to be beaten if they get caught. Poor weasel. This doesn't have rat rights anymore, does it? At this point in the broadcast, the netizens were siding with the 3 little ones, and as soon as Zhang Feng took a look at the situation, he immediately walked out of the door with quick steps. The 3 little ones at the door were so frightened that they immediately fled. Stop right there, all of you. Zhang Feng let out a roar towards the troop of them. The three little ones were so scared that they immediately stopped and stood still. Jiang Feng walked straight to them. Condescendingly, he looked down at the three little ones. "Did you steal his feed?" Jiang Feng said as he pointed at the suffering weasel at the door. Upon hearing this, Duanzi and Lantern directly lowered their heads in embarrassment. Boing boing. How can you steal from an animal? Boing. I'm a good boy. Donut and Lantern had a little wooing session. It was only little Black Tiger who was fearless and excitedly circled around Jiang Feng. Angry, Jiang Feng directly knocked its head. Ouch. Big brother save me. The little Black Tiger immediately quieted down. Honestly, he sat down beside the group, drooping his head. This turned into three little ones there in a whisper. You guys think it's going to be okay if you don't admit it? I'll just play back the video from the live feed. Jiang Feng sneered, then took out his cell phone and opened his live broadcast. And at this time the netizens in the live stream were discussing this matter. From the discussion among the netizens, Jiang Feng understood the cause and effect of the matter. Good guy, so it's the little Black Tiger leading the way. And the weasel standing in the doorway realized who had stolen his feed. Its little eyes gave the group an incredulous look at them. I can't believe they're stealing my feed. For what reason? Weasel's little eyes quit rolling and he sighed softly, heavily bowed his head. Can't beat that. He is the big brother. Old Jiang, give me face. Don't kill little Black Tiger. Just beat him half to death. Ooh OC, don't punish the donuts for them. You can't have a bear like this. The anchor can just give it to me. The netizens on the livestream were pleading for mercy for the three little ones at this point. Jiang Feng smiled when he saw these pop-ups and said, "Don't worry everyone. I won't hit them, but the punishment is still there." What punishment? Are you giving away the dumplings? Upstairs, your daydreams haven't woken up yet. Jiang Feng didn't explain so much to the netizens, but squatted down and knocked on the three little ones' little heads. I'll forgive you this time. Boing boing. Calling. As soon as they heard Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi and the others immediately raised their heads and looked at Jiang Feng brightly. But next time, and it's not right for you to steal the weasel, so I'll punish you all for guarding the weasel feed from now on. Next time a weasel's feed goes missing, it's coming out of your feed. Boing boing. Calling. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately nodded. Just don't punish them. And the unknown little Black Tiger next to him followed suit and barked excitedly. After handling these three little ones, Jiang Feng got up and walked over to the weasel's side. Seeing the drooping weasel, Jiang Feng comforted it. Alright, I'll give you half a bag of feed again. They won't dare to steal your feed in the future. Kirikou. Hearing this, Weasel finally raised his head and nodded. Alright, it's settled. All of you go and stay inside the ground now, so that you don't make any more trouble. After the matter was settled, Jiang Feng got up and took Tuanzi and the others away. The weasel, on the other hand, is back to searching for his new hiding place for food. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 80, Tuanzi's Complaint. You guys just stay right here and don't go anywhere without me. Jiang Feng brought Tuanzi's three little ones to the ground. Then he pulled out everything he had on him and put it in the ground, and went into the vegetable patch and started working. The three little ones in the ground. Donut looked at me and I looked at you. He sighed and then sat down on the floor, laughing my ass off. These three are national treasures. I go. Anchor, this vegetable field yield is not small. What variety is this? Didn't Jiang say he'd draw a few fans out to give the food a taste? He seems to have forgotten. Jiang Feng, addicted to work, can't help it. The netizens in the live stream sighed along with them. And at this time the old man and old woman in the vegetable field are doing a hot job. They had lived half their lives and it was really the first time they had seen such high-yielding vegetables, and the vegetables were the best tasting they had ever seen. Little Feng, this dish of yours is really good looking. I guess it can be sold for quite a lot of money. An older woman picked a basket of cucumbers and stood up and hammered her back and smiled. The surrounding villagers followed the discussion. This is nothing. I heard the dog back in the New Year's Eve. They have what is called mountain ghosts in the restaurant on the vegetables. A few $1,000s a catty. The third master raised his head and skimmed his lips as he spoke. Uncle Sam, the dog was talking about wasabi, not mountain ghosts. By the way, Feng, how much do you plan to sell this vegetable for? A villager looked up and asked curiously. I've been thinking about it for the past couple days, too, so we'll talk about it in a couple days. Jiang Feng raised his head and said with a smile. In fact, he hadn't thought much about pricing the dish. If it's too expensive, no one will buy it. If it's too cheap, you'll be sorry for the aura seeds. So Jiang Feng planned to wait until he returned from Gusa City. That can't be cheap. That's right. Little Feng, see if it's okay for me to grow vegetables for you in the future. Sure, no problem. You all come then. The villagers laughed heartily before bending over to get busy again. They wanted to work a little more while it was still midday. And the three little ones of Tuanzi at the head of the ground were sitting on the ground boredly looking at Jiang Feng working over here. Jiang Feng didn't let them go to other places to play, but he suffocated them. All the three little ones could do was get bored and stare or lie on the ground and count ants. And at this time, Zhang Feng's cell phone placed on the ground was suddenly ringing. The little ears of the group that was counting the ants twitched. He looked up and looked at Zhang Feng's cell phone next to him. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone continued to ring and vibrate. Tuanzi quizzically twisted his head to look at Zhang Feng inside the ground. It didn't seem to notice this side after it saw that Zhang Feng was working. It made the group's little eyes light up. It wobbled up and sat next to the phone. And the other two little ones who were counting ants cocked their heads at the donut. I don't know what donut wants. Boing boing. With his mouth open, the group looked down at his phone and cocked his head in thought. Then he stretched out his little paw and scratched the screen like it had seen Zhang Feng answer the phone before. Hey, brother. Donut. Zhang Daishue's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. And Lantern and Little Black Tiger, who were counting ants nearby, immediately ran over. Three little heads came up and stared curiously at the screen. Tuanzi, it's me. Don't you remember me? Zhang Daishuet in the dormitory said excitedly after seeing the group, and that immediately drew a crowd of her roommates. This turned into a room full of people exclaiming, "It's a donut! Such a cute donut! Wow! There's a lantern! I want to touch the donut!" Zhang Daishue's roommates called out excitedly. Boing boing! It's her! The tilted head of the troupe immediately became excited after seeing Zhang Daishue. Little paws pointed at the cell phone screen. Little eyes brightly looked at Lantern. Lantern was also looking brightly at the donut at this point. It also remembered. The two little ones immediately looked down excitedly at the screen again. There was only the Little Black Tiger, a little guy anxiously spinning around, not knowing what was happening. Donut, where's my brother? Where'd he go? Zhang Daishue opened his mouth at this time and asked. She called something to talk to Zhang Feng, but she didn't expect that it was actually Tuanzi who answered the phone. But she didn't realize that the group could certainly understand her words now. So opening his mouth, he asked where his brother had gone. Boing boing. Tuanzi's little paw twisted its head and pointed at Zhang Feng inside the ground and called out. Although Zhang Daishue couldn't see what was going on inside the ground, she knew that her brother was definitely busy. Donut, you're wonderful. Can you put my brother on the phone? Seeing that the troupe could understand his words, Zhang Daishue became excited. Boing boing. Donut shook his head outright and then sat down on his butt, head bowed, small eyes looking accusingly at the cell phone screen. This caused Zhang Daishue on the other end of the phone to freeze. What's wrong with Tuanzi? Looks like the mood is a little off. Tuanzi, what's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you? Zhang Daishue opened her mouth and said comfortingly, then shook her head. After all, who dares to bully a giant panda? This is not to find themselves uncomfortable. Boing boing. But what Zhang Daishue didn't expect was that the donut nodded. Then the expression became more resigned. Someone really bullied you, donut. Who is it? Zhang Daishue said with some anger. How dare you bully the donut? It's too much. How his own oldest brother took care of the donut. Boing boing. Upon hearing Zhang Daishue's inquiry, Tuanzi immediately stretched out his paw and pointed in the direction of the vegetable field. You mean my brother bullied you? Zhang Daishue asked with some uncertainty. My own brother is bullying Tuanzi. Boing boing. The group nodded, then lowered their heads again. Tuanzi, don't be afraid. I'll avenge you when I get home after a while. Zhang Daishue waved her fists and puffed out her mouth. Exasperated. Boing boing. Hearing Zhang Daishue's words, the troupe immediately made two small wooing sounds. Next to him, Lantern instantly looked at Dumpling in surprise. Calling of birds. You're lying. Tuanzi, go get my brother. I'll avenge you now. Zhang Daishue's little face puffed out. And at that, the group looked up, their little mouths slightly open, and froze for a moment. Then he shook his head. But this made Zhang Daishue even more certain that the troupe must have been aggrieved, yelling at his oldest brother to avenge the donut. But the group was terrified. It just wanted to find someone to complain to. It didn't want to punish its big brother. One of Tuanzi's little faces got anxious. Little paws tapped the screen in panic, trying to close the phone. Lantern, go get my brother. I'll avenge you too. Zhang Daishue over there continued, calling. There isn't. Lantern looked up at Tuanzi with a panicked expression. Boing boing. Donut also looked at Lantern with some aggravation, and Zhang Feng, who was working in the vegetable field, seemed to feel something in his heart. He looked up in the direction of the ground. The lanterns were found sitting around with their heads down wondering what they were doing. Tuanzi, what are you doing? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 81 Zhang Feng seeks help from Big Black Tiger. Boing boing. After hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Tuanzi immediately turned her head and looked at Zhang Feng twice. There was even more trepidation in the small eyes. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng stood on the ground and asked curiously again. Boing boing. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's renewed questioning, the troupe immediately sat down on the ground again in a disciplined manner. It was as if nothing had happened. The scared Lantern and little black tiger next to him also hurriedly sat down. However, the phone on the ground was constantly filled with Zhang Daishua's inquisitive voice, and Zhang Feng in the vegetable field frowned and glanced this way at the group. There are questions. There's definitely something wrong. This little guy must have been hiding something from himself just now. So, Zhang Feng put down the things in his hands and then walked over towards the ground. Boing boing. Seeing Zhang Feng come over, Tuanzi was so frightened that she drew up, then craned his head helpfully to look at Lantern. Boing. Lantern looked at Dumpling as well, embarrassed for a moment. It's over. The donut is going to get a beating. I have a feeling that the donut has become a spirit. This IQ is as high as that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. I think, with that, the average giant panda has an IQ as high as a human 3 or 4. I want to steal the donut so badly. The netizens in the live stream also snickered. The group had laughed them out of the room just now when they had tattled. This little guy is getting smarter and smarter. And over here, looking at Zhang Feng coming soon, Tuanzi couldn't sit still any longer and turned around to run away. Took the camera with it by the way. And the little black tiger tilted his head to look at Zhang Feng, then looked at his big brother for a moment, then immediately followed suit as well. Only Yuan Shao was still foolishly looking at Zhang Feng. Good man. This escape of the group is getting faster and faster. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. I can't. The donut is running too fast. I'm dizzy camera. Before Zhang Feng arrived, Tuanzi managed to escape with little black tiger, but it didn't go home. Instead, he sat in the grass not far away and stared at Zhang Feng. What's wrong with these two? Zhang Feng pointed at the donut not far away after walking over and asked suspiciously to Lantern who was sitting on the ground. Why do these two little guys run away when they see him? Did you really do something wrong? Boing. Lantern shook his head, but narrowed his eyes and smiled. Zhang Feng was really puzzled. And at that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly discovered the lit screen of the cell phone he had placed on the ground. There seems to be a video call going on in there. Zhang Feng looked stunned. Who turned my cell phone on? Confused, Zhang Feng bent down and picked up the cell phone. At a glance, inside, he was actually talking to his sister, Zhang Daishue. Brother, are you bullying Tuanzi? Zhang Feng had just picked up his cell phone when Zhang Daishue on the other side of the phone couldn't wait to ask. Who said I'm bullying Tuanzi? Why are you calling me if you're not going to school? Are you skipping class? Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Daishue seriously and said, this little ninny is usually fine but she rarely calls herself. No brother. I look like the kind of person who skips class. I'm calling just to ask you something, Zhang Daishue said with some squirming when Zhang Feng asked her. What's the matter? How much do you need? Zhang Feng asked suspiciously, saying that Zhang Daishue blushed. One seems to ask for money every time he calls his oldest brother. Hey, brother, what are you talking about? I still have money to spend. I just wanted to ask if I could bring a friend home for our national holiday. My friend wants to go to our house too, Zhang Daishue said a little shyly. Friends, men, women, do I know them? Zhang Feng's heart tightened, and he came back with a triple question. His face became more serious. He was not in Kyoto right now, and it was hard to understand what was going on around his sister. So Zhang Feng was worried that his sister had made the wrong friend. And these words of Zhang Feng's made Zhang Daishue shy again. Brother, what are you talking about? I just want to bring my roommate to our house. Okay brother, Zhang Daishue said in a petulant manner. And hearing Zhang Daishue's words, Zhang Feng's heart was much relieved. Then without a care in the world, he said, do what you want, bring whoever you want. Brother, that's not what you just said. Zhang Daishue snickered. Okay, I'll transfer you some more money later. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. I'm busy over here. Zhang Feng turned his head to look at the busy villagers in the vegetable field and said, well, brother, by the way, don't bully Tuanzi. Tuanzi has come to me to complain. With that, Zhang Daishue smiled and hung up the phone. Zhang Feng looked down at the lantern and then looked at the donut not far away. Calling. Lantern grinned. Now Zhang Feng understood. No wonder Tuanzi ran away when she saw him. So he's been badmouthing him behind his back. This little guy, he's getting smarter and smarter. Do you want to ask the system to customize an IQ degradation Dan for Tuanzi? Zhang Feng thought and took another look at the donut not far away. The group that was grinning suddenly felt a shock behind them. Not good. Someone is trying to murder Ben Bear. And when Yuan Shao saw Zhang Feng smile, he raised his head in confusion and glanced at Zhang Feng. Calling of birds. Lantern barked twice in curiosity. Lantern, you go now and tell the donut that it's out of food for today. Zhang Feng squatted down and patted Lantern, pointing to the donut not far away. Boing boing. Lantern nodded, then got up and excitedly ran towards the donut. Not far away the group sat on the ground looking this way. The little head tilted wondering how Lantern was laughing so hard. Ground Zhang Feng smiled, loaded the cell phone then turned back into the work of the vegetable field. Mornings are always very short. Zhang Feng had originally wanted to ask his great-aunt to go back with him to cook. After all, People can't work for free. The villagers, however, refused, and looking at the fact that it was almost noon, went home in twos and threes to cook. Uncle, this. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Igua with some embarrassment and said, people have been helping themselves for so long, they can't just ignore a mouthful of food. You get ready this afternoon and cook a few more tables in the evening. Just invite everyone over for a drink. Zhang Igua lit a cigarette and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, there's not that much preaching in the village or outside of it. It just so happened that the village hadn't eaten together for a long time, so it was the perfect opportunity to get together again. That's fine, uncle. I'll go back and get ready now. Zhang Feng promised and said, to be honest, he hadn't eaten with the village in a while either. So when the villagers had finished walking, Zhang Feng also hurried back home. He went straight to the big black tiger lying under the eaves of the room with Brother Panther, then woke up the two guys who were napping. Can you two help me go inside the mountain to get some meat back recently? The transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 82 Preparing to go to Gusu City. Ouch. Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther raised their heads to look at Zhang Feng. I'm having a dinner party tonight, so you two help me get some meat from inside the mountain. Zhang Feng pulled out 2 bags of feed and placed them in front of the two guys. You can't ask someone to do something for nothing. Ouch. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the big black tiger looked at the feed twice before getting up and walking towards the door without looking back. Panther, on the other hand, looked at the feed fondly for a couple of moments before heading towards the door as well. Just ask for wild boar. Don't ever get a protected animal. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted towards the backs of the two guys. But he knew that these two guys were very fond of eating those protected animals, so they should never get protected animals back or they'll be in big trouble. As for the boar, it's actually okay. After all, wild boars are now no longer a 3F protected animal. It's okay as long as you don't eat it in front of people. But a protected animal is a different story. And this would be a felony if you were caught. Zhang Feng didn't think that anyone could shine a light on him. Let's hope these two understand what I'm saying. Zhang Feng sighed and turned around, then walked back into the courtyard. He thought about it when he saw the live camera following the group. Friends, I've got some business this afternoon, so I'm going to close the live stream for now, and we'll see you in the morning. Zhang Feng was casually about to shut down the live broadcast. He was just in case. After all, maybe the big black tigers and the others would come back later. This would be really hard to explain if you brought back a protected animal. Anchor, you're too short. If I'm not mistaken, it's noon in China. What does this anchor want? What's next for the pay-per-view that we members can't watch? I can charge money to watch it. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng was shutting down the live broadcast, the netizens wailed. And Zhang Feng smiled and didn't explain that much, so he closed the live broadcast without hesitation. However, Zhang Feng's side had just shut down the live broadcast, and Tuanzi's side immediately ran over with an aggrieved wailing, and he came up and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh. Raising his head, he looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. What's the matter, Donut? Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi with an amused expression. He knew that Lantern must have told Tuanzi what had just happened, so this little guy thought he really couldn't eat, so he came begging for it again. Boing boing. Tuanzi patted her little tummy and looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. Zhang Feng laughed at once, and didn't really want to make things difficult for Tuanzi. Okay, no hard feelings, go eat whatever you want, and next time don't do that. Zhang Feng squatted down and patted Tuanzi's little head. The group immediately grinned from ear to ear. Okay, go play, I'm going to make dinner. Zhang Feng got up and walked towards the kitchen. After having his noon meal, Zhang Feng stood at the door and looked around. He had expected Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther to be back by noon, but he didn't expect that he waited left and right just didn't wait for these two guys to come back. It wasn't until the afternoon when the crowd was working in the vegetable patch. It was only when Big Black Tiger and Panther arrived late with their prey, and the crowd that was working in the vegetable patch gasped after seeing these two guys. What a big boar, that's a great tiger. Yo, there's actually a rabbit. This is a good night to eat. Looking at the fully loaded Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther, the villagers laughed out loud. Zhang Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief either, only to see the returning Big Black Tiger biting a wild boar and Panther biting a couple rabbits. Both guys are loaded. First aunt, get a few people to go ahead and take care of the meat, and treat the uncles and aunts tonight. Zhang Feng greeted his great aunt and said, okay kid. Great auntie got up and smiled, then greeted a few women to deal with the meat that Big Black Tiger and Panther had brought back, and Zhang Feng returned to the courtyard at this time. He was ready to show the big guy what he could do in the evening. Only, what Zhang Feng didn't know was, in a grassy area not far from the vegetable patch, a little white rabbit hopped near the patch, but it was seeing the scene in horror, especially after it saw Zhang Feng carrying a rabbit in his hand. His red eyes immediately widened. This is, good people, The white rabbit was so frightened that he immediately turned around and hopped back. On Jiang Feng's side, he immediately started the preparation of dinner after returning home. As there are more people coming tonight, you basically have to cook enough for 5 or 6 tables to make it work. So all afternoon Jiang Feng was busy. It wasn't until the sky was waiting to get dark that Jiang Feng finally got a table of food ready. The villagers in the vegetable field had also finished picking the vegetables at this time and neatly put them into Jiang Feng's yard. As for the fodder that the donut planted, because it hasn't grown up yet, so there was no one to move it. Maybe when Jiang Feng came back from Gusa City it would probably be time to harvest. Wow, Kid Kan, you're good at this. That's right, I smelled it all the way over and it made me crave it. With Little Feng's craftsmanship, there will be no problem saying daughter-in-law in the future. The villagers praised Jiang Feng when they saw the table of meals. Uncles and aunts, hurry up and wash your hands. We're ready to eat. Jiang Feng, wearing a white chef's hat and holding a spoon, spoke to the villagers. Today's food for these was made from Jiang Feng's own vegetables that he had grown himself. The meat is also from the big black tigers and they get it. The flavor is naturally not bad. And this meal, Jiang Feng ate with the villagers until very late before breaking up. Before leaving, Jiang Feng filled another sack of vegetables for each person. The villagers were originally thinking of excusing themselves, but when they thought of the flavor of these dishes fried, all of them gladly accepted the gift. Uncle, I'm going to take Tuanzi and the others on a trip to Gusa City tomorrow. Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Igua, who was at the door at this time, and said, To Gusuku City, what are you doing there? Jiang Igua asked curiously as he took a drag on his cigarette. Going there for a bit. We'll be back in a couple days. Jiang Feng said with a smile. So what are you going to do with all these dishes that won't rot? Jiang Igua, his fingers holding a cigarette, pointed to the baskets of vegetables in the yard and said, It's okay, I have room for these dishes. Jiang Feng wanted to put all these vegetables inside the carry-on space. That way it can't go bad no matter how long it sits. You're on your own. Take care on the road. Jiang Igua took a drag on his cigarette and didn't say anything. Turning around, he went home with 2 sacks of vegetables. And although the villagers had all left, Jiang Feng was not yet idle. He's not just going to sweep up the trash. I also want to put all these vegetables inside the carry-on space. This was busy until the latter part of the night. In the end, Jiang Feng was physically exhausted and collapsed in his room and huffed and puffed. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 83, What a Big Bird. The next morning, Jiang Feng was still sleeping when he was woken up by the sound of a phone call. Jiang Feng took the call without looking. Hello, Xiao Jiang. Are you up yet? The Forestry Bureau's special airplane is already waiting for you in town. Don't forget about today. Su Qingwan's voice rang out from the phone, causing the sleeping Jiang Feng to wake up. If not for Su Qingwan's reminder, maybe he even did sleep through it. Up, and off to town as soon as I've packed. Jiang Feng cocked his head, clamped his cell phone, and began to get up and dress. But Chief Su said the Forestry Bureau's plane is in town. What kind of plane can come to town? It's not a helicopter, is it? The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, the FDA can't really get a private jet over here. Tuanzi, Lantern, hurry up, we're leaving. Jiang Feng came to the courtyard and after washing his face and signing in inside the system, he called out Tuanzi and Lantern. These 2 little ones plus the little black tiger were going to Gusu with themselves. As for Panther and the others, forget it. After all, helicopters aren't that big and can't hold that many animals. However, Jiang Feng shouted in the yard for half a day, but Tuanzi and Lantern still didn't get up. Jiang Feng helplessly walked into the house ready to shout the 2 little ones up. Come on Donut, we're going somewhere else to play today. Jiang Feng woke up the 2 little ones. Then while they were still in a daze, they carried the 2 little ones to the car. And finally the live little black tiger was put in the car again. That's right homie, you want to go or not? Jiang Feng suddenly thought at this time and looked at the weasel on the wall and asked. Kirikou. Weasel on the wall shook his head. It doesn't like to go out. When Weasel didn't want to go, Jiang Feng didn't say anything and turned his head to Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther. Big Black Tiger, Brother Panther, you 2 go back to live inside the mountain for the next 2 days. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Feng spoke to the 2 guys, and the Big Black Tiger lying on the ground looked up and narrowed its eyes at Jiang Feng. Then without saying a word, he lay back down again, while Brother Panther was shaking his head and looking at Jiang Feng. You're the one who can eat the most. Jiang Feng smiled and pulled out a few bags of feed and placed them in front of Brother Panther. Ouch! Panther shouted excitedly. You guys have a good time at home then. I'm going. Jiang Feng said goodbye to the Big Black Tiger and the others before locking the gate. Come on, let's go to town. Jiang Feng sat in the driver's seat and started the car, ready to drive to the town. The FDA helicopter will be here soon. And when the car traveled to the entrance of the village, Jiang Feng greeted the old people again. That's when they left the village. Along the way, Jiang Feng just kept sighing. This good car drives differently, much better than the tractor in the village. And the little black tiger in the car was probably on his first trip, so the whole time he was excitedly lying on the window looking out and barking every now and then. As far as the gnocchi and the dumplings are concerned, they're old hands, not caring in the slightest about the view outside. He just sat there and napped. What were you two doing in the middle of the night? Why are you so sleepy? Jiang Feng reached out and patted the group on the passenger seat. These two little guys haven't been awake all morning today. Boing boing, the crooked-headed donut is napping. Seeing this, Jiang Feng stopped talking and carefully drove the car towards the town. It was after about an hour or so that Jiang Feng finally arrived in the town. Jiang Feng saw an oversized helicopter parked in an open space in the town from a big distance. The staff of the forestry bureau is waiting for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng parked his car at the entrance of the town health center, bought 2 packs of wazoo for the grandpa who was watching the door at the entrance, asked him to watch his car for a few days. Then he walked towards the helicopter with Tuanzi and lantern in his 2 arms and little black tiger on his shoulder. Mr. Jiang, your look is quite unique, Xiao Zhang from the forestry bureau said with a smile after seeing Jiang Feng arrive. He was a forest service employee at the town's point of presence. Jiang Feng had seen him in the last Pikachu incident. The two are also acquaintances of sorts. It can't be helped. These 2 little ones are so sleepy, Jiang Feng said with a smile. That's fine. You can rest in the helicopter. And there's plenty of room inside. Xiao Zhang hurriedly opened the hatch of the helicopter, then let Jiang Feng sit on it. The helicopter's propellers began to turn at this point. Mr. Jiang, someone will pick you up when you get over to the Gusu Zoo, and by the time you return you'll be in this helicopter as well. The roar of the helicopter was very loud. Xiao Zhang was talking to Jiang Feng with all his strength. Jiang Feng nodded towards him, signaling that he had heard. Then the hatch was closed, and soon, with a roar, the helicopter rose into the air and headed in the direction of Gusuku City. And once inside the helicopter, the little black tiger became quiet. It's not perky to sit in your seat. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, looked around inside. Not to mention, the space inside this helicopter is really quite large. There were 8 seats in all, but right now there was Jiang Feng sitting with Tuanzi and the others. Of course, there were 2 silent drivers up front. Boing boing. Just then, Tuanzi and Lantern but suddenly woke up. The 2 little ones struggled out of Jiang Feng's arms. The scene outside the porthole was a shock. Boing boing. The sobered-up Tuanzi immediately flopped onto the porthole, her little mouth open, staring out curiously. Lantern, on the other hand, was much more timid. After taking a look outside, he lay in Jiang Feng's arms with some fear. Don't worry, it's fine. Jiang Feng calmed Yuan Zhao's uneasy emotions and turned his head to look outside. This helicopter is not slow though, but if you want to fly to Gusu, it's not until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and you have to refuel midway. Jiang Feng felt a bit bored right away, so he leaned back in his seat and squinted his eyes to rest. However, just at this time, the donut that was lying on the porthole was suddenly screaming. It woke up Jiang Feng, who was resting his eyes. What's wrong, donut? Jiang Feng asked as he looked at the donut by the window. Boing boing. Tuan twisted his head around, his little paws pointing out excitedly. Jiang Feng looked outside and didn't find anything, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when he closed his eyes again, the donut called out again. Jiang Feng once again looked out the porthole. This time, however, Jiang Feng had made a new discovery. There's something flying outside the porthole. Jiang Feng hurriedly leaned over the porthole to look outside. Boing boing. Donut pointed outside and called out. And Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim at this time. What a big bird. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 84, This bird is ugly. What a big bird. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the bird outside the porthole, simply because the bird was much larger than usual. Just by Jiang Feng's visual estimation, the bird was nearly a meter long, and its 2 wings were even very large. For a moment, Jiang Feng looked dumbfounded. Even the donut next to him, it lay on its back on the porthole, its 2 little eyes staring out in amazement. Boing boing. Tuanzi stretched out her little paws and pointed curiously at the large bird outside. Jiang Feng stroked Tuanzi's head and didn't say anything. To be honest, it was the first time he had come across such a large bird. What's more crucial is that this is a bird he's never seen before. Li, can you guys slow down a bit? I think I found a new species. Jiang Feng in order to see what the bird looked like. Turning his head toward Li, the pilot of the helicopter in front of him, he said, Okay, no problem. Li, the driver, nodded. As a member of the forestry department, he naturally knew the importance of this matter, so it slowed down the helicopter, and it also draws closer to that bird, and Jiang Feng got a full view of the bird at this time. However, the bird's look seemed peculiar to Jiang Feng. It's even said to be a bit ugly. It's also easy to look a little scared when you're in a hurry, because from Jiang Feng's viewpoint, The bird's neck was very long. If you ignore the lower body parts, the bird's head is about as long as a snake. Zhang Feng shook his head doubtfully, stating that he had never seen this kind of bird before. What kind of bird is this? Zhang Feng frowned, staring at the big bird that was flying outside, and fell into deep thought. Needless to say, this bird must be a very rare kind. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would have been able to find the answer from inside the Flora and Fauna illustrated book with a glance. This bird is so big and has a head that looks more like a snake. What could it be? Zhang Feng recalled in his mind the strange and bizarre creatures in the illustrated book of Flora and Fauna. This can't be a black-bellied snake pelican. Zhang Feng had a flash of light in his mind and looked out of the porthole violently. Rico, fly a little more to the right. Zhang Feng leaned on the window and spoke to the driver in front of him. The driver nodded and said nothing, maneuvered the helicopter to the right. And that's when the roar of the helicopter startled the big bird that was flying. The big bird was startled and turned its long neck to look at the helicopter. It really is it. Zhang Feng saw it clearly this time. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. That's right. This is the black-bellied snake pelican, which is very rare in the world. It is a globally endangered animal. But this black-bellied snake pelican is not a protected animal in China. This is because the black-bellied snake pelican has only been recorded as having been found once in China. And this record was still found in the 1930s. That is to say, it had been nearly 90 years since there had been a black-bellied snake pelican in China. At one point, some people even thought that there were no black-bellied snake pelicans in China. So the average person doesn't even know about this bird. At this moment, Zhang Feng's heart was overwhelmed with excitement, because he didn't think he'd come across such a precious bird. Boing boing. Tuanzi twisted her head and tugged on Zhang Feng's coat, not understanding why Zhang Feng was so happy. Donut, this is a very valuable animal. Zhang Feng touched Tuanzi's head and said with a sigh. Boing boing. Tuanzi cocked her head and looked at Zhang Feng. I'm not as valuable as I am. And just when Zhang Feng calmed down and wanted to observe that black-bellied snake pelican again, that black-bellied snake pelican seemed to be frightened and hastily shifted its flight direction, flying off into the distance. No good. This one's going to fly away. Zhang Feng's face changed, and he hurriedly took out his own cell phone to take a picture of the black-bellied snake pelican. And after Zhang Feng finished taking the picture, this black-bellied snake pelican completely disappeared from Zhang Feng's sight. It's a pity. This might be the only black-bellied snake pelican left in China. Zhang Feng sighed as he looked in the direction where the black-bellied snake pelican had disappeared. However, he still skillfully sent Su Qinghuan the photo he had just taken. Black-bellied serpent pelican, heading west. After sending it out, Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi and went back to his seat. It was still early to Gushu City. He could still sleep a little more. On Su Qinghuan's side, she was stunned after receiving Zhang Feng's text message. Pelagicus septum fasciatus. The Chinese have this species. Su Qinghuan did not react for a moment. It wasn't until he inquired about the black-bellied snake pelican that he jerked up from his seat. The bird actually appeared again. Su Qinghuan was stunned. To be honest, if he hadn't looked up the information, he wouldn't have known that this was the black-bellied snake pelican. After all, it could be said that there were basically no records of this bird in China. The average person doesn't even know this bird exists. Xiao Jiang, where did you find this bird? This really is the black-bellied snake pelican. Ko, what are you doing? Su Qinghuan couldn't hold back her excitement and sent several messages to Zhang Feng in a row. But Zhang Feng just didn't reply to him, because at this time, Zhang Feng had already fallen asleep in the helicopter. This caused Su Qinghuan to have some trouble sitting still. Since he couldn't contact Zhang Feng, he could only gather his men for a meeting. Let's see if we can find this black-bellied snake pelican again. Zhang Feng, who was on the helicopter, obviously didn't know that the appearance of the black-bellied snake pelican had brought such a big shock to the Forestry Bureau. He slept the whole way in the helicopter, and he didn't even wake up midway through refueling, and the time had come to 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Feng, who had woken up from his sleep, had already seen the skyscrapers rising up in Gusu City through the porthole. At this time, the Tuanzi and Lantern beside him had also woken up. At this time, Lantern and Little Black Tiger didn't have the fear they had before. Lying on the porthole like the donut, he looked out curiously at the view. Brotherly, we're in Gusu. Zhang Feng inquired about the driver in front of him. Yes, Mr. Jiang, we're already in Gusu City. We'll land directly at the Gusu Zoo later. By the way, Director Su has been looking for you just now. I didn't call out to you since I saw you were asleep. Li in the passenger seat chuckled. Director Su is looking for me. Zhang Feng pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, finding several unread text messages and calls on it. They were all sent by Su Qinghuan. Zhang Feng scanned twice and casually replied to the message, then put away his cell phone again. Get ready, Mr. Jiang, we'll be at the Gusu Zoo soon. Li in the passenger seat turned his head and spoke. Zhang Feng nodded before looking out the window. After living inside the mountains for so long, he suddenly felt so unfamiliar with the cityscape. And it was at this moment that the system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Detected that the host has arrived at the punch card sign-in location. Please ask if you are punching in recently. The transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 85, The Head Gardener. Shou Rui. Gee, it's time to clock in again. Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard the system's voice. System, is the reward for this punch card the same as the reward you said you'd get for posting the quest before? Zhang Feng asked curiously in his mind. He did remember what the system said last time about letting him customize his own rewards. The system can't keep its word, can it? There is no conflict. The previous rewards were earned by clocking in for a full 7 days. The system replied. Well, punch in. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. So then he would have to stay here in Gushu for a full week to get the reward. But Zhang Feng thought that he didn't have anything to do anyway. It's just as well to think of it as taking the doughboys and the others out for a playdate. So it was a choice of punch cards in your head. The first punch card was successfully signed in at Gusuku City. Sign-in rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. Just after signing in over here, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open the reward. Boutique feed X 20 bags. Perception boosted. Beast language proficiency, elementary. Looking at the rewards this time, Zhang Feng was stunned. Well, this reward is a little different than before. What the hell is this perception boost? Is he going to be a detective? Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile and looked at the last reward again. Beast language proficiency, beginner. Zhang Feng's face was delighted. With this ability, doesn't that mean he will be able to communicate with Tuanzi and the others unhindered in the future? System, learn beast language proficiency. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to close his eyes. Prepare to start receiving this information in your mind. After a while of time had passed, Zhang Feng confidently opened his eyes before turning his head to look at the 3 little ones. He now wanted to test this ability of his. Check out what these 3 little guys are usually talking about. At this moment, Tuanzi, Yuan Xiao, and Little Black Tiger were lying on the porthole and looking toward the boing boing. Hi, calling, fear, ouch, I'm flying. The expressions of the 3 little guys were different, but Zhang Feng could very well tell who was saying what as soon as he heard the voices. And to fly, this guy is not a small black tiger. This little guy is still a middle-aged teenager. Don't even think about it, you don't have wings to fly. Zhang Feng patted the little black tiger and said with a smile. Frightened, the little black tiger immediately turned his head to look at Zhang Feng curiously. How did boss's boss know I was going to fly? The little black tiger had a confused look on his face. Zhang Feng, however, laughed out loud. Startled, Tuanzi, who was lying on the porthole, and Lantern twisted their heads in curiosity. Boing boing, big brother, crazy, calling, donut, bad. The 2 little ones wooed and looked at Zhang Feng, and after Zhang Feng heard what Tuanzi said, his face turned ugly. Donut, are you cursing me? Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi with a mischievous face. Boing boing, you know. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng with a dumbfounded expression. I heard it all, Donut. You called me crazy. It's still Lantern who's good to me. Zhang Feng picked Yuan Xiao up and touched Yuan Zhao's little head. Calling, Lantern narrowed her eyes and smiled, and the group was really dumbfounded at this point. It sat there cocking its head and sizing up Zhang Feng. How did you understand what I said? Is he a panda too? This event made the group today feel like they had encountered the most incredible thing in their bare life. An Li, who was sitting in the front, couldn't help but laugh as he watched Zhang Feng's conversation with Tuanzi and the others. Is that why Zhang Feng can live in harmony with animals? This would really make Zhang Feng a madman if people didn't know. Mr. Jiang, we are now ready to land. Rico voiced another reminder. Zhang Feng nodded, then looked outside again. Catch sight of. This is the tarmac. There were a couple of people standing next to it, and it looked like they were the staff of the Guso Zoo. Not to mention, this Guso Zoo is quite big. Zhang Feng had vaguely seen some animals on the airplane already. Let's hope this one wasn't in vain. Zhang Feng thought silently in his heart. Before, Zhang Feng might not have been able to grasp it, but now he had the beast language proficiency skill. Zhang Feng's heart became much more solid. No matter what, he couldn't let this last spotted turtle in China die alone. Soon, the helicopter slowly landed. It stirred up a gust of dust on the ground. With the slow deceleration of the propellers, the helicopter came to a complete stop. Zhang Feng then opened the cabin door and stepped down from above. And the staff of the Guso Zoo greeted us at this time. Hello, is that Mr. Jiang? I'm the director of the Guso Zoo. Shou Rui, I'm troubling you this time. A competent strong woman in a tight black suit with long hair and gold glasses walked up and looked at Zhang Feng and opened her mouth. Zhang Feng froze for a moment before he hurriedly said, Hello Garden Manager Chiao, I'm Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't expect the director of the Gusu Zoo to be a woman. What's more, I didn't expect people to come to greet them on purpose. Zhang Feng looked at the other party twice. Well, this dress looks like the kind of independent and strong woman. Not very nice. And Qiu Rui on the opposite side was also sizing up Zhang Feng. To be honest, they couldn't have gotten Zhang Feng here if the zoo didn't have no choice. Because those experts can't handle what the spotted turtle is doing right now, so they could only bring Zhang Feng in to give it a try. After all, Zhang Feng's performance in the live broadcast was very bright and loved by the animals. Mr. Jiang, do you think you should go eat first or? Autumn opened her mouth to inquire. No, I want to check on the spotted turtle first, Zhang Feng said without hesitation. All he wanted was to get things settled early so he could take Tuanzi and the others out sooner. There's no point in being here. Well, no problem Mr. Jiang, we'll go there now. Autumn Rui's face was delighted, because being able to solve these problems earlier their zoo wouldn't have to be on edge. Tuanzi, Lantern, Little Black Tiger, come down. Zhang Feng nodded and turned around to call down the three little ones inside the cabin. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp when they saw these three little guys coming down. Giant panda, granted, they've seen these three little guys on the air as well, but seeing it in reality is a different matter. These three little guys were even more adorable than they were during the live broadcast, and enjoyed pestering Zhang Feng even more. Next to him, Qiu Rui looked on, and his heart suddenly grew in confidence. With Zhang Feng around, he might actually be able to cure the spotted turtle this time. Come on, let's go see the spotted turtle first. Zhang Feng picked up the three little ones and signaled Qiu Rui next to him to lead the way. Okay, River. Qiu Rui was about to open her mouth to speak when a woman dressed as a secretary next to her suddenly trotted over. Lie down and whisper in Autumn Rui's ear. Qiu Rui's face changed violently. What spotted turtle is missing? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 86, The Little Black Tiger Comes in Use. Have you guys checked it out yet? Autumn Rui looked at her secretary with a serious face. Now that Zhang Feng had come, the spotted turtle had actually disappeared. It's not a joke. The zoo will be held accountable if anyone else finds out about this. And next to him, Zhang Feng looked at the scene breathlessly. He suddenly felt like Conan now. Everywhere you go something happens to a critter. It's no one else's either. But this Guizhou Zoo is a bit insecure about animal protection. This is the last male spotted turtle in China. It's just gone. Who would believe it? Gardeners, they have checked several times. The spotted turtle did disappear into thin air. The secretary lowered her head and trembled, not daring to look at Qiu Rui. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qiu Rui didn't say anything, but her face was very dark. She was silent for a while, then turned to Zhang Feng and said, I'm sorry Mr. Jiang, there may be no way to entertain you. We're going to look for the spotted turtle. Qiu Rui was looking at Zhang Feng with an apologetic face. It's okay, I'll go over there with you guys and check it out, Zhang Feng said as he held the three little ones. Autumn Rui nodded and didn't say anything. Turning around, he led Zhang Feng towards the spotted turtle's rearing pool. Along the way, Zhang Feng didn't see many tourists. Only after inquiring did he realize that the original Guizhou Zoo was there to welcome Zhang Feng. Closed the zoo early, but no one expected yet again the disappearance of the spotted turtle. While on the road Qiu Rui was even more incessantly dialing the phone. The face became more anxious. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly and couldn't say anything. And the three little ones in Zhang Feng's arms turned quiet, and very curious to see those animals inside the park. However, when Zhang Feng and the others passed by Tiger Mountain, the little black tiger on his shoulder suddenly became excited. Ouch! The little black tiger excitedly called out towards the group of tigers in Tiger Mountain. It's the first time he's seen a tiger of this color, and the little black tiger's call caught the tiger's attention. They rushed down from Tiger Mountain and lay on their backs on the fence staring at the little black tiger with wide, stunned eyes. There was even some cluelessness. Ouch! What the hell is this? Ouch! This is our kind. The tigers of Tiger Mountain looked dumbfounded. It was the first time in all their lives that they had seen one of this color kind. What's that in human terms? Son of a dash asterisk 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 asterisk. The curious tigers kept roaring towards Zhang Feng's side, and the little black tiger followed suit with a couple excited responses. Well, I'll show you your kind later. Zhang Feng calmed down the little black tiger and hurriedly followed him. Soon, after turning a few corners, the group finally arrived at the place where the spotted turtle was kept. It was a large pool equipped with 4 or 5 keepers. The last spotted turtle in China lives here, and a lot of people have come here at this point. When they saw Qiu Rui bringing Zhang Feng, everyone made way. Gardener, the spotted turtle is gone. A middle-aged man ran over and looked anxiously at Qiu Rui. He was one of the breeders who raised the spotted turtle. Have you searched the neighborhood? Autumn asked in a deep voice. We've searched, but we just can't find the spotted turtle. What can we do about this? The breeder cried out as he spoke. Hearing the breeder say this, Qiu Rui's face became even worse. She was silent as she looked at the pool in front of her, wondering what she was thinking. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart and put down the dumplings and Yuanshao in his arms, crouched down by the sink and observed the inside of this. That shouldn't be right. The spotted turtle would have been discovered if it could have escaped. Zhang Feng shook his head doubtfully. He felt that the situation was very wrong. If this spotted turtle really escaped from here, surveillance would have picked it up for sure. Blackie, smell the neighborhood. Zhang Feng called the little black tiger over and told it to smell the nearby spotted turtle. Maybe the spotted turtle is nearby. Ouch, it doesn't smell good. The little black tiger shook its head and lay down on the edge of the pool and sniffed, then took 2 steps back and looked at Zhang Feng in disgust. Zhang Feng breathlessly patted the little black tiger's head. It's not good for this little guy to have too much of a nose. Gardeners. The zoo staff looked at Zhang Feng's conversation with the little black tiger and wanted to say something. Qiu Rui waved her hand, telling the crowd not to disturb Zhang Feng. You guys check the surveillance again, and check the pool again. Autumn Rui ordered down in a deep voice, and the staff of the Gusu Zoo once again took action. On Zhang Feng's side, he had little black tiger sniff along the edge of the pool again. Let's see what we can find out. Boing boing. Tuanzi and Lantern also followed little black tiger's example and circled the pool. Zhang Feng picked up the 2 little ones from behind his neck. Don't make a mess. And at that moment, the little black tiger not far away suddenly barked excitedly towards Zhang Feng's side. Something's up. Zhang Feng spoke towards the zoo staff before running towards the front. The staff looked at each other in disbelief, still following at Autumn Rui's command. Blackie, you found something. Zhang Feng stroked the little black tiger's head and said, ouch, there it is. The little black tiger barked excitedly at the outside of the pool enclosure. Zhang Feng got up and realized that outside the fence was an overgrown pond. It doesn't look like it's under the jurisdiction of the zoo. Autumn Gardener, the spotted turtle may be out there. Zhang Feng walked over to Qiu Rui and pointed to the water pond outside. Autumn Rui frowned at once. No way. If the spotted turtle had crawled outside, we would have found it long ago. The breeder directly came out to refute what Zhang Feng had just said. Autumn interrupted the breeder with a wave of her hand. Are you sure the spotted turtle is out there? I'm sure that the pool, Zhang Feng affirmed, because he trusted the little black tiger's nose. Park master, that's never going to happen. The pool. Once again, the breeder stepped forward and refuted Zhang Feng, and he also glared angrily at Zhang Feng. Boing boing, you're bad. Calling, bad man. Tuanzi and Lantern saw that Zhang Feng seemed to be bullied. Immediately, he wooed toward the breeder. The little mouth was agape as if it was angry. Indicates contrast. You guys don't believe it, forget it. Zhang Feng said with an indifferent face. It's best if the group doesn't believe what he's saying. That way later he could just run outside and pick up the spotted turtle. It's better to stay with him than at the zoo. And the last spotted turtle died under the human manipulation of this group. So Zhang Feng didn't really trust this group of people. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 87. Holy, 2 spotted turtles? Zhang Feng's words made all these keepers at the Gusu Zoo upset. After all, they are the ones who specialize in breeding spotted turtles. What's this outsider sticking his nose in here for? Well, don't even say it. Are you really sure there are spotted turtles out there? Qiu Rui interrupted the crowd's conversation, then looked at Zhang Feng with anticipation. Compared to others, she still quite trusted Zhang Feng. After all, she had gotten quite a bit of information about Zhang Feng from Su Qinghuan. Knowing that Zhang Feng had a strong perception of animals, there's no going to find out just to find out. Zhang Feng said breathlessly, after saying that he picked up the group and they headed in the direction of the back door, because this back door leads straight to the pond in the back. At the same time, Zhang Feng was regretting in his heart that he should have known better than to tell this group of people where the spotted turtle was. That way he could just take the spotted turtle away. And Qiu Ruyue looked at Zhang Feng's back and thought about it, and followed. The other staff members were left staring at each other in disbelief. Who is this man? You can be so arrogant just by holding a giant panda. Come and open the door yet. Walking to the back door, Autumn Rui gave an angry shout towards the staff. A youngster immediately ran over and opened the back door. Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi and they took the lead and walked out of the gate. Little black tiger, you smell again. Zhang Feng placed the little black tiger on the ground, and after receiving the order the little black tiger immediately sniffed the ground in excitement. Boing boing. The 2 little ones, Tuanzi and Lantern, pestered Zhang Feng. They resented the fact that it was too dirty and had to let Zhang Feng hold them. There's really nothing I can do about you two. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly, then bent down and picked up the 2 little ones. These 2 pandas are quite fond of you. Next to him, Autumn spoke up and had to reach out to touch the 2 little ones. Boing boing. Bad girl. Calling. Bad. The 2 little ones directly tilted their heads to avoid Qiu Rui's hand, and then the little mouth was purring there, one after the other. Donut. Lantern. It can't be. Zhang Feng touched the 2 little ones' heads with his head. Angry. the two little guys directly twisted over and ignored Zhang Feng. Boing boing, the boss is bad too. Calling, that's it, that's it. Zhang Feng cried and laughed when he heard the conversation between the two little guys. Who did these two little guys learn that from? No so much. You're a funny panda. Autumn Ruyue withdrew her hand in some embarrassment. She heard that pandas are quite close to people. Why do these two pandas of Zhang Feng seem to be? I don't like her. Autumn laughed breathlessly as she felt like she was overthinking things. These two little ones are just naughty. Zhang Feng also smiled and said in response, ouch, over there. And just then, the little black tiger on the ground suddenly made a new discovery. It sniffed around before roaring towards Zhang Feng. Then it ran towards a place where there was plenty of water and grass. Zhang Feng also hurriedly picked up Tuanzi and Lantern and followed him. Autumn Rui hesitated with the zoo staff, but walked over. Ouch! After running for a while, the little black tiger stopped at a place with abundant water and grass. Zhang Feng walked over with Tuanzi and Lantern in his arms. Blackie, are you sure you're here? Zhang Feng pointed to the nearby waters and said, ouch! Yes, the little black tiger nodded excitedly. It smells familiar here. The smell was gone by the time we got to the water. Though, the spotted turtle ran here. Autumn Ruyue walked over at this time and asked curiously, it's not a short distance from this side to the back door. What's this spotted turtle doing here all this time? It should be. Zhang Feng nodded, but didn't dare to be very sure. After all, the last time I tracked down a small-time feed thief it was at the water's edge that I lost my clue. Zhang Feng suspected that the spotted turtle wouldn't have escaped from here. Donut, Lantern, you guys wait for me. Zhang Feng put down the dumplings and the lantern. Prepare to rake the surface of the water to see if there is any sign of the spotted turtle. You be careful, this pond is deeper. Autumn, who was next to him, spoke as a reminder. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, but carefully went to pick at those water plants. And just as Zhang Feng moved the water plants, he felt as if there was a movement inside the water plants. Zhang Feng's face was delighted. Intuitively, he felt that the spotted turtle was definitely here. Then Zhang Feng raked the water plants away as fast as he could. At once, two not-so-small creatures with turtle shells appeared in front of Zhang Feng and Xiu Rui. The two men, two turtles, looked at each other with confused faces. At this moment, both Zhang Feng and Xiu Rui had looked dumbfounded. I can't believe I forgot to speak for a moment. It was only after the little black tiger next to him called out that the quiet scene was broken. It's a spotted turtle, or two. Autumn Rui immediately screamed in excitement. This great sense of joy made her incoherent. It's a spotted turtle, or two. What a concept. This means the spotted turtle is saved. And Zhang Feng was looking at the two spotted turtles with a smile on his face at this time. He hadn't expected this trip to actually have this reward. The two spotted turtles on the opposite side of the street didn't immediately flee when they saw the humans. And all of them were stretching their heads and sizing up Zhang Feng curiously with their small eyes. It was because they felt a familiar and reassuring smell from Zhang Feng's body. At the moment the two little ones' heads were filled with doubt. This human smells good. Ah, hi, there. Zhang Feng stretched out his hand and tried to greet the spotted turtle with a smile on his face. However, before the spotted turtle could respond to Zhang Feng, the rest of the Gusu Zoo staff rushed up. The crowd immediately cried out in shock after seeing the two spotted turtles. Spotted turtle. Still two spotted turtles. Great. If this spotted turtle is a female, then it's ready for artificial insemination again Sigma. That's right. This time we'll be in control. Everyone was talking and discussing excitedly after seeing the two spotted turtles. However, Zhang Feng was clearly feeling a hint of fear in the spotted turtle's small eyes after seeing the group. This made Zhang Feng frown. What's going on here? There's something wrong with that. It was logical that this group of people who had been taking care of the spotted turtle every day should be familiar with each other. But why is this spotted turtle showing fear? Zhang Feng frowned and looked at the spotted turtle again. The spotted turtle also looked at Zhang Feng at this time. Help me. Zhang Feng's expression froze as it read the distress message from the spotted turtle's eyes. Run. Zhang Feng didn't have time to think much. Instead of making a sound, he used his mouth to tell the spotted turtle to hurry up and sink into the water and run away. And the spotted turtle seemed to have read Zhang Feng's words. Without the slightest hesitation, he sank into the water. At once, the whole scene was quiet again. The staff at the Gusher Zoo looked dumbfounded. The turtles have escaped again. And next to him, Zhang Feng frowned tightly. His heart couldn't help but sink. What happened to this spotted turtle? Why ask for a save from the recent heavy transcoding? So that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 88. You really can't smell it? Go after them. I don't know who shouted. And the crowd, who were in a state of confusion, then reacted. The spotted turtle ran away again. The staff at the Gusher Zoo was in a seven-handed mess. There were even people jumping in the water to catch spotted turtles. But after half a day of fishing in the water, nothing was found. Zhang Feng looked at the scene speechlessly. He didn't know what had happened to the spotted turtle though, but he knew there was definitely something wrong with the group's ability to instill fear in the spotted turtle. Blackie, remember this flavor? Zhang Feng asked quietly as he walked to the side holding the little black tiger. Ouch! The little black tiger nodded confidently. So good. Zhang Feng smiled and stroked the little black tiger's head. Now this is a place he can't stay. For sure he's going to get home for these two spotted turtles. So this matter was better to give Su Qinghuan a good greeting in advance. While not far away, Xiao Rui was looking at this farce by the river with a grimace. Surprises are always fleeting. When she saw the two spotted turtles earlier she had figured out how to arrange to handle them. But I didn't realize it hadn't even been a minute before the spotted turtle disappeared into thin air again. Hurry up and send someone to continue expanding the search. Autumn spoke as if in a hushed voice. Immediately, a staff member was next to him to call for someone. And Zhang Feng also got up at this time and carried the three little ones to Qiu Rui's side. Head Gardener Autumn, I have some business to attend to on my end. I'll be staying in Gusu for the next few days, so you guys can contact me if you need anything. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Sorry Mr. Jiang, we'll contact you after we find the spotted turtle. Autumn Rui had a hard smile on her face. The zoo's top priority now is to find these two spotted turtles. So for other things, Autumn as it were is now self-concerned. Well, I'll be off then. After saying that, Zhang Feng carried the three little ones into the back door and through the zoo, toward the helipad. Mr. Zhang has finished his business. Li froze for a moment after seeing Zhang Feng return with the three little ones in his arms. It's been less than half an hour and everything's been taken care of. That's a little fast. No, there was an accident. I'm going to stay over here in Gusu for a few days. Brotherly, why don't you guys go back first? Zhang Feng asked with some embarrassment. It's fine. Old Wang and I happen to go to the forestry bureau over here in Gusu for a few days. Just contact me when you have something to do. Rico waved his hand indifferently. His and Old Wang's purpose this time was to escort Zhang Feng back and forth. Anyway, it was fine to go back. Just waiting for when Zhang Feng would go back. They would go back together. How embarrassing for Rico then. Zhang Feng smiled in embarrassment. It's fine. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Why don't you come with us to Gusu Forestry Bureau for 2 days? Rico said with a smile. There's a place to stay. Don't trouble yourself, Li. I'll leave you then. I'll contact you when I'm done with my business. After Zhang Feng said goodbye to the two helicopter pilots, he took Tuanzi and the others to find the gate of the zoo and left directly. Before leaving, Zhang Feng took a deep look at the doorplate of the Gusu Zoo. He had a sudden feeling of compassion. This feeling is not for humans. Instead, it's about those wild animals. Take one step at a time. Zhang Feng sighed, as he spent these days with Tuanzi and the others. Zhang Feng felt more and more how cute these animals were, but can't help that there are always people who go and imprison these animals in the name of protection. It will even hurt them. Zhang Feng sighed again before quickly leaving. He had to find the two spotted turtles before the Gusu Zoo did, and this crucial step still depended on Su Qinghuan. So while on the road, Zhang Feng made a call to Su Qinghuan. Hey Xiao Jiang, are you done with the matter? Tell me where the black-bellied snake pelican flew to. Su Qinghuan said with some urgency. They'd been meeting all afternoon and hadn't even settled on a charter for the black-belly snake pelican. Mostly because there are so few of these. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng's chance discovery today, no one would believe that there was still a black-bellied snake pelican in China. Chief Su, something's happened to the spotted turtle. Zhang Feng said without haste. What the hell? Something's happened to the spotted turtle. What's going on? Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone froze. The original anxious face became serious. As members of the forestry department, they naturally put the protection of wildlife in the first place. If something were to happen to this spotted turtle, the species might actually disappear from the blue planet altogether. It's like this Chief Su. Zhang Feng hurriedly recounted what had just happened. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Qinghuan was silent for a while. Seems to walk out the door for a change. Are you sure you can still find those two spotted turtles? Su Qinghuan opened her mouth at this time and asked. Yes, I'm sure. Zhang Feng nodded affirmatively. He believed in Little Black Tiger's ability. The spotted turtle that died of artificial insemination and spermination back then did have some things not done perfectly. After that, there was another silence on the other side of the phone. It caused Zhang Feng's heart to be tense for a while. Chief Su won't wimp out at this point. How do you want me to help you? Su Qinghuan slowly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Feng's heart was delighted. All I need is for our Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau to issue me a certificate of adoption, and I'll do the rest. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Well, take care of the rest and call me if anything happens. Don't forget that the Forest Service specializes in managing things that deal with wildlife. After saying that, Su Qinghuan hung up the phone and went to deal with the latter for Zhang Feng. And after Zhang Feng hung up the phone on his side, he asked Little Black Tiger to hurry up and take him to look for those two spotted turtles. However, Zhang Feng holding the donut, they still attracted a lot of onlookers from passers-by. The crowd got excited as soon as they saw the pandas, and they all wanted to come up and touch Tuanzi and the others, and it's right in the middle of rush hour, and these people nearly surrounded the road. It also took Zhang Feng a lot of effort to break away from the crowd and come to the river. The river is connected to that pond at the back gate of the Gushou Zoo, so the little black tiger was looking for it based on the smell. And Zhang Feng was now looking vaguely at the river, and there seemed to be people from the Gushou Zoo on the river. They are also looking for spotted turtles. Blackie, quick, find them, Zhang Feng said in a hurry. Ouch, leave it to me. With a loud roar, the little black tiger charged towards the front. Zhang Feng also hurriedly followed up with Tuanzi and lantern in his arms. The time is fleeting. 2 hours passed. It's getting dark. Zhang Feng stood by the river, blowing the evening breeze, looking at each other wide-eyed with the little black tiger next to him. You really can't smell it has been heavily transcoded lately to give us more power and faster updates, so please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 89 Tuanzi, you're a bear too. Zhang Feng looked at the little black tiger with a very bad face. I've been following you for half a day, and suddenly you tell me you can't smell anything. You're not bluffing. Zhang Feng had just put out a package deal. Now well, even he couldn't find the spotted turtle. If this was found by the Gushou Zoo in advance, then his plan would not be in vain. Although the Forestry Bureau in China is the agency that manages wildlife, but other people's spotted turtles are zoo animals. They don't have the right to intervene directly in this matter, and the opportunity that Su Qinghuan managed to get for him can't be wasted just like that. Ouch. On. The little black tiger shook its head and looked at Zhang Feng with some aggression. It clearly smelled the odor before, but now that odor is gone. The little black tiger whimpered. Next to them, Tuanzi and Lantern raised their little heads to look at Zhang Feng and then at little black tiger. I don't understand what's going on with my own boss and my own little brother. Boing boing. Tuanzi stretched out her little paw and pulled on Zhang Feng's clothes. He patted his little tummy, then looked at Zhang Feng pitifully for a couple of moments. Alas, Zhang Feng sighed, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. Zhang Feng took out a few bags of feed out from inside his carry-on space. This is going to be hard, Zhang Feng said somewhat helplessly. Once the spotted turtle is in the water, that is really hard to find. And at this time, the Gushou Zoo side is also in a sad state. Everyone's face didn't look good. The whole night Autumn Rui was gloomy. She was the head gardener when the female spotted turtle died a couple years ago. Now that this spotted turtle is gone, she's still the head gardener. What should outsiders think of her? Keep expanding the search, and give a call to the Gushou Forestry Department right away so they can help us too. Autumn Rui once again gave orders to the crowd. The Gusher Zoo was once again busy. The director of the Gushou Forestry Bureau, on the other hand, had an odd look on his face after receiving the zoo's request. This time it's going to be a good one. It was dark, but the search continued on this side of the zoo. The search isn't limited to the pond anymore. Xiao Rui's face was even more gloomy. For some reason, Xiao Rui suddenly thought of Zhang Feng this time. If Zhang Feng was here, he might still be able to find these two spotted turtles. And at this moment, Zhang Feng was still speechless as he looked at the little black tiger that was eating furiously. Why is this little guy so heartless? Blackie, smell it again, Zhang Feng said in an undying manner. Ouch. The well-fed and well-drunk little black tiger once again purred, twitching his nose vigorously trying to discern the scent in the air. Zhang Feng also looked at the little black tiger with an expectant face. It was logical that the little black tiger's ability should have increased quite a bit after being transformed by the divine water, but the little black tiger smelled half a day or nothing. This time the spotted turtle seems to have really disappeared. Alas, Zhang Feng sighed again, then stared at the little black tiger twice. The little black tiger's head didn't shake, its tail didn't wag, and it even looked at Zhang Feng with some aggression. And right at this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly had a bright idea. Turning his head, he said to Tuanzi and Lantern next to him, "Come on Tuanzi, Lantern, rack up the little black tiger. I want to feed it some more divine water." Zhang Feng looked at little black tiger with a bad smile. It scared the little black tiger back 2 steps. Tuanzi and Lantern next to him didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do though, but still, he approached the little black tiger very skillfully. Ouch, brother, spare my life. The little black tiger's tail wagged into an electric fan, but even so, it didn't escape the clutches of the donut and the lantern. Boing boing, the boss has spoken, and I'm in a bind. Calling, difficulty, only to see Tuanzi and Lantern pulling the front legs of the little black tiger left and right. Then he forced the little black tiger to stand up. Little black tiger, bear with me, I'm doing this for your own good. With that, Zhang Feng pulled out a large bottle of divine water from inside his carry-on space. The little black tiger was stunned and stared. Ouch, don't be like this. I've done my duty for Big Brother. I've bled for you. Blackie, drink it. This stuff can't boost your IQ, but it can still be a boost to your other abilities. With that, Zhang Feng started pouring the divine water into the little black tiger's mouth. At first the little black tiger was struggling, but at the end of the day the little black tiger resigned himself to his fate. Feel free to dunk it. I'll lose if my IQ improves a bit. Soon, Zhang Feng poured a large bottle of divine water into the little black tiger's stomach. It made the little black tiger's stomach bulge. Donut, lantern, let go of it. Boing boing. More. Calling. Donut bad. Tuanzi somewhat reluctantly put down the little black tiger. The little black tiger was so crooked that he almost couldn't hold himself up and fell to the ground. Little black tiger, hurry up and smell for spotted turtle. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to ask. Ouch. The little black tiger forced himself to sniff. Finally, he shook his head. I don't smell anything. Come on, dumpling lantern. Divine water is served. Zhang Feng roared, staring the little black tiger straight back. Tuanzi and lantern, however, very happily grabbed the little black tiger. And just when Zhang Feng wanted to feed the little black tiger some more divine water, a little girl's voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Mommy, the giant panda is bullying the kitten. Hearing this, Zhang Feng, who was about to pour some more divine water into little black tiger, suddenly froze. Then looking back, I realized it was a little girl holding a bear doll and wearing a princess dress, and following next to her was her mom. The little girl was currently looking at Zhang Feng's side with an innocent face, and also very sympathetic to the little black tiger, this kitten. Zhang Feng immediately blushed at his old face, and Tuanzi and Lantern also hurriedly let go of little black tiger. Zhang Feng coughed and said, That, we are good people. Mom. The little girl hid behind her mom. The little girl's mom smiled at Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng was full of black lines and didn't know what to say. At that moment, Tuanzi was the one who suddenly came to Zhang Feng's side. The little paw pulled on Zhang Feng's clothes, then pointed at the little girl across the street and screamed excitedly, Boing boing, I want it. Zhang Feng froze as he listened. What's wrong with Tuanzi? Donut, that's a human being, not a. Boing boing, I want it. Still pointing at the little girl, the group looked at each other with two bright eyes. Zhang Feng just wanted to say something, but then he took a closer look. It was discovered that the donut was actually pointing at the bear doll in the little girl's hand. Boing boing, I want it. The donut purred with excitement once again. Zhang Feng, who was listening, was speechless, looking very helplessly at the excited Tuanzi, then said, Donut, you're a bear too. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 90 in my 90th year. Well, Donut, what does a bear like you need that for? Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head. This little guy is curious about whatever it is he's interested in right now. And hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi sat on her butt and sighed heavily. It's so hard to be a bear. And the mother and daughter on the opposite side were also curiously sizing up Zhang Feng and Tuanzi and the others at that moment. After all, anyone would be curious about the pandas that suddenly appeared on the street. Mom, is that giant panda real? The little girl asked curiously, hiding behind her own mom and pointing at the gnocchi and the lantern. I think so. The little girl's mom looked at the group and said with some hesitation, Granted, the donuts, they look just like the pandas they know, but pandas make these humane gestures. This clearly looks like a child wearing a giant panda's holster. The little girl's mom couldn't help but be in the midst of her contemplation as well, and Zhang Feng smiled after hearing the mother and daughter's conversation. Wanted to explain a couple of things to avoid any misunderstandings, but just at this time the little black tiger next to him suddenly barked excitedly towards Zhang Feng. Ouch! Found it! With a loud cry, the little black tiger began to run in the other direction of the river. Here's the spotted turtle. Zhang Feng was happy in his heart. It seemed like he had given the little black tiger a divine water infusion that was still useful. He immediately picked up the donut with the lantern. Blackie, hurry up and lead the way. Zhang Feng held the two little ones and followed. Ouch! It's right up ahead. The little black tiger was very excited and ran ahead. And Zhang Feng also realized that there were quite a few more people on the river at this time. At first glance, it looks like someone sent by the Guizhou Zoo to look for spotted turtles. Zhang Feng couldn't help but speed up his pace. He wanted to find the spotted turtle before the crowd. On the other side, Xiao Rui was also anxiously waiting for the results of the search. This watering hole is not big. They sent out their manpower to look for them at the first opportunity, but there was just a delay in the results, and there was no reply to the zoo from the Gusu Forestry Bureau, the parent organization. This made Xiao Rui's heart grow even more uneasy. Did the Gusu Forestry Department give up on these two spotted turtles? Gardener, still no luck. I see the two spotted turtles have escaped down the river. The searching staff panted and reported the search to the one called Autumn Rui. Autumn Ruyue looked at the pond in front of her without saying anything. After a long time, Xiao Ru was saying in a commanding tone, You guys now rush to the east of the city in the direction of the downstream of this river, and set up your fishing nets there as soon as possible. Available. The searchers spoke with some hesitation. They would be in violation of the law if they set up fishing nets on the rivers in the city without authorization. The FDA will surely penalize the zoo when the time comes. Just do as I say, and I'll explain on the Forest Service side. Autumn spoke in a deep voice as she did. Seeing this, the searchers could not say anything else. Turning around, he began to rush downstream to set up his nets. Only, the direction they went coincided with the direction the little black tiger was looking. As for Jiang Feng's side, under the leadership of Little Black Tiger, Jiang Feng had been running along the river for a while now, but the little black tiger in front of him still had no intention of stopping. Blackie, are you sure you didn't make a mistake this time? Jiang Feng followed behind and opened his mouth to ask. Ouch, it's right up ahead. The little black tiger twisted its head and yelled, hoofing it forward. Tuanzi, not that I'm saying, you two should really lose some weight. I won't be able to hold you if you grow any bigger. Jiang Feng said to Tuanzi as he ran. These two little guys are much heavier than they were when they first met them. Boing boing. Tuanzi twisted her head and went to angrily ignore Jiang Feng. And at that moment, the little black tiger that was running ahead suddenly stopped, then barked at the river outside the railing. Just here? These two guys are quite capable of running. Jiang Feng walked up and asked. This is the lower part of this river, and this river is going to flow out of the city by this point, and it's nearly 4 or 5 kilometers away from the zoo. Jiang Feng didn't expect these two spotted turtles to move quite fast. He looked at the river, and then looked around as if there was no one there, and so it was that he carried the donut and the lantern across the railing on the river's edge. Ouch! Me! And me! The little black tiger jumped anxiously beside the railing. Jiang Feng placed the dumplings with the yuanxiao by the river. Then the little black tiger was carried again. Where are those two guys? I don't see them. Jiang Feng stared at the river and asked the little black tiger. Ouch! Right there! The little black tiger screamed furiously at the river. And that's when there was finally movement on the river. Only 2 spotted turtles slowly surfaced. After seeing Jiang Feng, these 2 spotted turtles immediately swam towards Jiang Feng's side. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was relieved in his heart. You can find these 2 big babies. If this is discovered by the Gusu Zoo, these 2 spotted turtles may encounter what kind of treatment. Soon the 2 spotted turtles swam to the riverbank. The 2 guys stretched their necks, their small eyes staring curiously at Jiang Feng. Why, this human is different. Scared the hell out of me. Thought I wouldn't be able to find you guys. You guys are pretty fast though. If you swim any further you'll be out of town. Jiang Feng looked at the 2 spotted turtles and spoke. We're lost. One of the spotted turtles shook its head towards Jiang Feng. Getting lost turns out animals get lost too. Jiang Feng said curiously. You understand what I'm saying? The spotted turtle's small eyes froze as he looked at Jiang Feng in surprise. This human could actually understand them. Audible. Jiang Feng nodded. But he could only communicate with the group of animals in some simple ways right now. Anything more complex than Jiang Feng won't do. And next to them, Tuanzi's 3 little guys also followed Jiang Feng's example and stared at the spotted turtle. Straight away, one of the spotted turtles was embarrassed. Retracting his neck, he hid behind another spotted turtle, poking his small head out to watch the group as they did so. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little guy looks like a female spotted turtle at first glance. Well, can you say what your names are? Jiang Feng opened his mouth again and asked. His name is Round and I'm Egg. The male spotted turtle, Egg, quirked his head at the shy Round. Jiang Feng was shocked in his heart. This female turtle is called Yuan Yuan. He had heard that the Gusu Zoo had a female spotted turtle called Yuan Yuan, but it was never found. I didn't expect this guy to show up again. Looks like the female spotted turtle is hiding pretty well. Your name is Egg, right? I want to ask why you asked me for help. What happened to you? Jiang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked curiously. He now wondered what had happened to the 2 spotted turtles. Eggs craned his head to look at Round, his little eyes a little bleary, and said, when I was 90 years old. Jiang Feng, recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 91, 90 years young. Wait, you said you were 90 years old? Jiang Feng asked with some uncertainty. Yeah, I'm 92 now, and 2 years ago I was 90. The spotted turtle nodded affirmatively at Jiang Feng. It doesn't misremember things about its own age. Amount. For a while, Jiang Feng didn't know what to say. Good lord, that's a lot of age for a spotted turtle. It's 90 years old. It's all from his great-grandfather's generation. But as far as he knew, turtles and other creatures were very long-lived. Living for 100 years is easier than eating. And that foreign spotted turtle is said to be 400 years old. This is straight-up turtle ancestor level. But the good thing is that the age of a turtle is not comparable to the age of a human. It's like Eggs, even though Eggs is now in his 90s. But that translates to a human age of about 20 or so. It's the time to be young amongst the human race. So at this point Egg is still a young guy in his 90s. Go ahead. Jiang Feng said very breathlessly. The male spotted turtle, Egg, nodded. When I was 90 years old, those humans got me a 30-something-year-old sidekick and forced me to have children with him. I'm still a little girl. She hasn't even reached the reproductive age of our turtles. She hasn't even reached the reproductive age of turtles. So that little girl died without incident. The spotted turtle shook its head and accused towards Zhang Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't laugh anymore. It does seem a bit sad that the female spotted turtle died, but Zhang Feng didn't expect to actually die because of this. However, once he thought of the spotted turtle's age, Zhang Feng understood somewhat. The extraordinarily long lifespan of the spotted turtle predisposes it to a surely weak fertility. It is impossible to give birth to a child without decades, but that's actually about the same thing as the time it takes humans to get married and have children. If you translate that into a human lifespan, so you've been afraid of humans ever since? Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes, I'm afraid of them because they keep experimenting on me, trying to forcefully interfere with my fertility. I'm scared of them now. With that said, Spotted Turtle looked around in fear. Seeing this, Zhang Feng sighed helplessly. He didn't know how to comfort the Spotted Turtle. The staff at the Gusher Zoo did this originally with good intentions, to keep the spotted turtle species from going extinct on the blue planet. But they were a little too hasty. It's a bit of a botch-up. That's why it's created this awkward situation. It's causing the spotted turtles to be afraid of them. The egg is even more fearful of humans because it saw the death of its companion with its own eyes. So how did you find the circle? Zhang Feng was a bit curious and pointed at the round circle behind him. It is said that the Guso Zoo searched for her for many years without finding her. Otherwise it wouldn't have forced this spotted turtle to be artificially inseminated. I didn't realize this little guy could hide. How many years has it been before I dared to show my head? It has been sleeping in the pond and has only awakened in recent times, Egg said as he glanced it round. Zhang Feng nodded. No wonder Guso Zoo had found him in the past 2 days. Turns out it's the spotted turtle that's really in a situation. It sure seems like Eggs doesn't want a repeat of the previous tragedy. So take Round and escape. In human terms, it's an elopement. So how big is Roundy now? Zhang Feng asked again. It's been 95. Eggs looked back at Circle. Good lord. Zhang Feng was speechless. That's the legendary woman with a big heart, isn't it? So do you have any plans for where you're going to live? Zhang Feng said with some worry. Nowadays, the environment is becoming more and more polluted, and there are not many environments left for the spotted turtle to live. It was only a matter of time before these 2 spotted turtles were found by the Guso Zoo. We haven't figured it out yet. Egg shook his head, confusion in his little eyes. Once upon a time decades ago it could see its own kind on a regular basis. But now, Egg and Round were confused for a moment. Zhang Feng sighed. Then are you willing to go to my place? Don't worry. Absolutely no one will interfere with your life anymore. Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked, though the whole point of him finding the spotted turtles was to bring them back, but only if the spotted turtle agrees. He also didn't want to forcefully interfere with Spotted Turtle's decision. And hearing Zhang Feng's words, the spotted turtle stretched its neck to look at Zhang Feng. It was clearly able to sense that Zhang Feng was different from other humans. Zhang Feng gave it a very intimate feeling, and it doesn't hurt them either. So Egg twisted his head and looked at Yuan, then looked at Zhang Feng again. Yes, but you can't give us to another human, Egg asked, still a little worried. Hearing this, Zhang Feng burst out laughing. Don't worry about that. Look at all 3 of them. All national treasures. Zhang Feng pointed to Tuanzi and Lantern next to him, as well as Little Black Tiger. The donut immediately grinned and winced, explaining to the spotted turtle how well he's doing. Eggs don't know what a national treasure is though, but it knew that Tuanzi and the others must be living well at Zhang Feng's place. So, the spotted turtle nodded and prepared to go live at Zhang Feng's place. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. Looks like the spotted turtle has a pretty good eye. Zhang Feng then pulled out his cell phone, getting ready to give Su Qinghuan a call to ask if Spotted Turtle's adoption certificate is ready yet. This will also spare him from worries as soon as possible. Just then, however, a couple of assault boats suddenly appeared a short distance above the water. There's a bunch of people up there. They also had a fishing net in their hands as well as some other tools. When the group saw the spotted turtle on Zhang Feng's side, they immediately shouted, "Hurry up, it's the spotted turtle! The spotted turtle has appeared! It's really true! It's really a step in the right direction! Hurry over there and take the spotted turtle back!" The crowd chattered. Driving the assault boat, he came to Zhang Feng's side. This made the face of Zhang Feng, who was crouching by the river, turn ugly. This group of people really came at the right time. That gentleman, please step aside. This is a national level protected animal. You can't touch it. We're taking them away. The crew of the Search and the Punch Bowl came up and spoke. And Zhang Feng got up and looked at the group breathlessly. You say it's a bad time for you guys to come, but this is the right time. What a bad time. So it's Mr. Jiang. Great. These 2 spotted turtles didn't expect to be found by you. I'm still a fan of yours. I'm so happy to see you. A staff member on the rushing boat recognized Jiang Feng and spoke excitedly. Jiang Feng looked at this staff speechlessly. You guys are a little early to be happy. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 92, I am not a beggar. What does Mr. Jiang mean by that? The face of the Forest Service staff member who had followed him crumpled at once. It doesn't mean much, just that you can't take these 2 spotted turtles with you today. Jiang Feng pointed at the spotted turtle next to him and said with a smile. With that, the 2 spotted turtles climbed behind Jiang Feng, looking at the zoo people warily. Tuanzi and Lantern also stood in front of the 2 spotted turtles, stretching out their little paws to protect them, and the little black tiger even barked at the zoo crowd. This made the zoo staff look at each other, not knowing what to do. Jiang Feng continued, now these 2 animals have been adopted by me, so you'd better go back. Su Qinghuan had already sent him a text message just now. The ownership of the 2 spotted turtles was now Jiang Feng's, and the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau side is coordinating this matter. After all, they were all aware of Jiang Feng's ability. Following Jiang Feng was far better than following the zoo. Only the Gushu Zoo side has not been notified yet. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid it's a bit bad for you to do that, even though you can adopt a first-class protected animal. But this spotted turtle is our zoo. You have no right to interfere, right? The zoo staff had some difficult words to say. They didn't expect to stumble upon something like this after finding the spotted turtle. For Jiang Feng, they didn't dare to use force. After all, Jiang Feng is the only person in the country who has adopted a giant panda. Who knows what important background is behind this? They were afraid that if things got out of hand, it wouldn't end well. Tell you what, just give your gardener a call and it'll be clear. Jiang Feng didn't make things difficult for the group either. They just haven't received orders from their superiors yet. A couple of zoo workers looked at each other. Then one of the men with glasses went ashore and stepped aside, pulling out his cell phone and making a call. Over here, the few people on the rushing boat were still staring closely at Jiang Feng and those animals behind him. They were afraid that Jiang Feng would suddenly run away. Mr. Jiang, you didn't go live again today, did you? The fans are getting pissed off. At this moment, that fan of Jiang Feng suddenly smiled and said. Jiang Feng was embarrassed for a while after hearing this. Today was a special day, so I'll make it up tomorrow. Jiang Feng scratched his head a little embarrassed as he faced his fans, then looked the fan up and down twice. He did hear about the bigoted fans that once came to his door. And over here, the man with the glasses who had come ashore finished his call quickly, then came back with his head hanging down. Come on, back to the zoo. The man with glasses looked at the spotted turtle behind Jiang Feng and said somewhat helplessly. Those on the punch bowl instantly exploded when they heard this. What? Let's go back. Don't you want the turtle? What the hell did the head gardener say? No way. The spotted turtle was really adopted by this guy. The zoo man spoke out anxiously. The head gardener said that from now on, these 2 spotted turtles will belong to this Mr. Jiang. The man with the glasses blushed a little. This made the crowd in the punch bowl sit up a bit. They all looked at Jiang Feng in surprise. Keep in mind that these are the only 2 spotted turtles in the country. It doesn't have many of them like pandas. There have been many organizations that have offered to take the spotted turtle away, but no one can take it away until the Gushu Zoo side lets go. Available today. These staff members are a bit dumbfounded. As you know by now, the 2 spotted turtles are now in my care, Jiang Feng said with a smile. The faces of the people at the zoo stiffened and they didn't know what to say. At the same time a thought bubbled up in the minds of the crowd. This man's background must not be simple otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to take the spotted turtle. Mr. Jiang, I hope you can treat these 2 spotted turtles with care. Please feel free to contact us at the Gusher Zoo if you need anything. The man with glasses looked at the spotted turtle, then spoke heavily to Jiang Feng. Don't worry, the spotted turtle is definitely living well with me. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. The man with the glasses didn't say anything and turned to get into the punch bowl. Follow the rest of the zoo out of here. Well, now you're all safe. Jiang Feng turned his head and spoke to the 2 spotted turtles, Yuan and Egg. And naturally, the 2 spotted turtles were overjoyed. They are finally free. Come on, let's go ashore first. Jiang Feng carried the several little ones to the shore. After going ashore, Jiang Feng looked at the sky and saw that it was already late, so it was time to find a place to stay first. He'll be staying in Gusuku City for the next few days anyway. You can't go back until you've signed for 7 days. However, when Jiang Feng took Tuanzi and the others to a hotel room, but it was rejected. The reason is that the hotel does not allow pets to be brought in. At once, Jiang Feng was rendered speechless. He repeatedly emphasized that it was not a pet but a national treasure, the giant panda. However, the staff of the hotel stuck to the principle of not letting animals in and turned Jiang Feng away. It's not just the dumplings with the lanterns. It was really because the combination of Jiang Feng and the little animal was too thunderous. They've never had a customer like this before. Helplessly, Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi and them and returned to the shore. Donut, this time you ran into a one-track-minded person. You didn't get your face swiped. Zhang Feng looked at the donut and said, boing boing, hit him. The donut's little mouth opened and he waved his paw to show he was angry. How dare you not give face to the pandas? Okay, donut, you're being too violent. Zhang Feng put down Tuanzi's little paw. I don't know who this little guy learned to be so violent. Forget it, let's just sleep outside today, and we'll go back to Lee's tomorrow. Zhang Feng observed the surroundings. The place was found to be a park with farmland not far in front of it. This is actually a suburb already. The location is rather isolated and the surrounding area is quiet. What's more is that it's basically empty. Zhang Feng also had a busy day today, so he was too lazy to move anymore. So he decided to sleep over here. So he took the group and they found a clearing. Then he took out the tent and other things from inside his carry-on space. After setting it up, Zhang Feng took Tuanzi and they lay down in it. This night, Zhang Feng slept comfortably and no one disturbed him. The next day after Zhang Feng woke up from his sleep, he unzipped the tent and poked his head out. It's already dawn. Zhang Feng pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time, realizing that it was only 6 or 7 o'clock. So Zhang Feng thought about opening his live broadcast to nag the netizens. However, just as Zhang Feng wanted to open the live broadcast, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the tent. With a regretful face, he carried a pocket of buns and placed them in front of Zhang Feng. It's a pity. What to do hiking live at a young age? Alas, young people nowadays. The boss left shaking his head and sighing, leaving Zhang Feng with a dumbfounded look on his face. Unsurprisingly, this is by the boss as a beggar recently transcoding serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your small hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 93 Mission accomplished. Grandpa, I'm not a beggar. Zhang Feng powerlessly tried to defend himself, but Moncler outlet store it was far away. Zhang Feng sighed, and he couldn't sleep at this time, so he woke up the donut and the lantern. Get up, donut, we're leaving. Zhang Feng shouted Tuanzi lantern out of the tent. Then the tent and other things were stowed away in the carry-on space. After packing up his things, Zhang Feng began to look at each other wide-eyed with Tuanzi and the others, simply because this unfamiliar Zhang Feng also do not know how to go. Besides, it's too noticeable to carry so many critters by yourself. You might even get into an accident walking down the road. So Zhang Feng hurriedly called Brother Li and asked for their current location. Just send me your location and I'll pick you up directly, Rico said enthusiastically. Zhang Feng didn't refuse, so he shared his location with Li. Then the long wait began. During this time, Zhang Feng felt too bored, so he opened his live broadcast. As expected, the moment he had just opened it, the live broadcast room was full of people raging against Zhang Feng for not keeping his word. Dog thief, you wait to die. I already know your location. You lied to us again yesterday. Angry hair, by the rail, dashing, big brother upstairs. You're on the wrong channel. I'll kill you today. The pop-up resentment in the live stream was very strong. Looking at Zhang Feng, that was a straight frown. This group is too violent, and that's not good. Hold your horses. Everyone, look at this. Zhang Feng turned around and aimed the camera on the 2 spotted turtles that were being you-know-what. It's Startled Egg and Yuan. Isn't this just a wangbang? What's there to see? Attention, the anchor is changing the subject again. If I'm not mistaken, this is the spotted turtle, isn't it? Isn't there only one spotted turtle? Some knowledgeable netizens recognized the spotted turtle, but they were very curious as to why there were 2 spotted turtles here. So Zhang Feng gave the netizens another brief explanation of the origin of these 2 spotted turtles. The netizens began to be speechless when they heard it. Jiang, do you have any background? I feel the same way. It's a no-brainer that a spotted turtle can be adopted by you. Maybe the anchor is the universe's own son. Where's the donut? I want to see the donut. The netizens were very skeptical that Zhang Feng must have an unbelievable background. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to adopt the spotted turtle. You guys are overthinking it. I'm just more in tune with the spotted turtle, Zhang Feng said with some embarrassment. Now all these people are actually saying that he has some kind of heavenly background, but he just might have used up 18 generations of his ancestors' luck to get the system which has no background. Zhang Feng ate the buns sent by the boss and chatted with the netizens in the live broadcast room. But Li didn't let Zhang Feng wait long. A little over half an hour later, a roar came from the air. Zhang Feng looked up to see that it was Brother Li flying a helicopter. Bye-bye friends, we'll see you tonight. After saying that, Zhang Feng directly closed the live broadcast. There was no way for the helicopter to land straight down as the neighborhood was full of buildings as well as some farmland. Instead, he was half hanging in the air, stretching down a ladder for Zhang Feng to climb up alone. Zhang Feng looked at Tuanzi and the others speechlessly. One could only bite the bullet and bring a few of the little ones onto the helicopter one by one. After working for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Feng finally got on the helicopter. You really brought the spotted turtle. You don't know, Yesterday because of you, our forestry bureau and this side of the forestry bureau almost quarreled. Rico joked with a smile. Not so much. Jiang Feng smiled sarcastically. Ha ha, this you don't know. If it wasn't for Director Su, these two spotted turtles, you wouldn't be able to take them away. Rico spoke again. Well, I'll have to thank Director Su when I get back, Jiang Feng said with a smile. This time, the one who contributed the most to the matter of the spotted turtle was Su Qinghuan. If it wasn't for him, he might not have been able to take the spotted turtle with him. By the way, how many days are you planning on staying here? Rico asked again. Stay a week. I'd like to take the doughboys and them over here for a while. Jiang Feng thought about it and said, if it wasn't for that customized reward, Jiang Feng would have wanted to go back a long time ago. Where is this place as good as your own home? Moreover, Jiang Feng knew that the reward that Gusuzu had promised to give him was sort of a bust. After all, he had abducted someone's townhouse himself. It's good that the other guy doesn't get himself killed. It was estimated that this group of people from Gusuzu must hate themselves to death. Definitely regret inviting him over. And Li in front of him nodded and didn't say anything. Soon, Li piloted the helicopter and brought Jiang Feng to the Gusu Forestry Bureau's premises. Jiang Feng immediately caught the attention of the staff here with so many small animals. They surprised the group by coming up and trying to take a picture with them. Even the director of the Gusu Forestry Bureau had come out to meet with Jiang Feng. You're Jiang Feng, aren't you? I keep hearing that Su Qinghuan brat talk about you. You did a great job this time. What's up? Are you interested in joining our Gusu Forestry Bureau? We have much better conditions here than MT. Tai Bai. The director of the Gusu Forestry Bureau opened his mouth and extended an olive branch to Jiang Feng. It messed Jiang Feng up and he didn't know what to say. How is it that these two chiefs talk the same way as well as sound the same? Came up and wanted to invite himself to join them. I'm afraid the Forest Service isn't in the business of wholesaling chiefs. Forget it, chief. I don't aspire to this. Jiang Feng shook his head and declined the invitation. The director of the Gusu Forestry Bureau gave Jiang Feng a pitying look, and because of Su Qinghuan's relationship, the Gusu Forestry Bureau arranged Jiang Feng into the staff dormitory. Stay with Li and Lao Wang. So for the next few days, Jiang Feng would take Tuanzi and the others around every morning after signing in. There's not really much to skate on. Jiang Feng felt that the scenery here wasn't as nice as his own mountain, but for the reward, Jiang Feng endured. And just like that, Jiang Feng spent a few days with Tuanzi and the others here at the Gusu Forestry Bureau. Finally, the time has come for the last day's check-in. Sign in. Jiang Feng was early in the morning, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to sign in. The 7th day of punching and signing in was successful, and the place of signing in was Gusuku City. Sign-in rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. Come on, come on, come on, open the reward for me. Jiang Feng said with even more impatience. Cash reward 100W, 10 bags of boutique feed, strengthened by 10 times. Carrying space expanded to 303. Exclusive customized rewards once. Recently the transcoding has been severe, so let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 94 Jiang Feng's customized reward. Good lord. System, you're out for blood this time. Jiang Feng was surprised after seeing the system's reward, simply because the rewards are so rich this time around. Not only did it reward him with a large amount of money, but it also rewarded him with an exclusive customized reward. System, do you have any more quests there? Give me a few more. Jiang Feng said excitedly. A few more missions like this and wouldn't he be rich? System tasks are issued at random and irregular times. The system directly poured a pot of cold water on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng couldn't help but skim his lips. So is this customization bonus customizable for everything? Jiang Feng asked again in his mind. Yes, please ask the host to select the reward to be customized. The system replied. However, Jiang Feng was in a bit of a dilemma for a while, because he really didn't know what would be better to customize. He's not missing anything right now, and there's nothing that needs to be customized, right? Jiang Feng frowned and pondered. Tell you what, system, you customize me a net machine that can spit out money all the time. Jiang Feng pondered for a while before speaking excitedly. If this really is customized successfully, then he will never be short of money again. And after the system heard Jiang Feng's request, it fell into silence. Perhaps the system had been killed by Jiang Feng's words, because this customization request from Jiang Feng was really whimsical. Straight up, the system is a whole lot more speechless, or I'll give you the whole world. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the system spoke slowly after a long silence. There's such a thing as a good thing. I'm afraid that's not very good, Jiang Feng said with some embarrassment. He didn't expect the system to be so generous as to send a world to him. After Jiang Feng said this, the system fell into silence again. After a long time, the system spoke again. Please ask the host to reselect the customized reward. Hearing the system's voice again, Jiang Feng sighed. It seems like a really whimsical idea that I had. However, Zhang Feng really didn't know what rewards he would customize better. He was in a brainstorming session again, and at that moment, a couple of the little ones from Tuanzi suddenly ran in from outside, and the donut was clutching a dead leaf in its tiny paw. Boing boing! Fun! Tuanzi raised the piece of dead leaf in his paw and handed it to Zhang Feng. It's just a leaf. What's so funny? Zhang Feng rubbed the troop's head. Boing boing! Fun! Tuanzi was still stubbornly holding up her paw to show Zhang Feng the leaf. Next to him, Little Black Tiger and Lantern were also looking brightly at the withered leaves in Tuanzi's hands. Seeing that he couldn't refuse the troop's enthusiasm, Zhang Feng could only take the withered leaf over. However, Zhang Feng froze for a moment when he got hold of the withered leaf, only to see that the withered leaf suddenly took on a life of its own and struggled in Zhang Feng's hands. Dead leaf nymphs. Zhang Feng called out in surprise, hoping that after all the messing around it wasn't dead leaves. Instead, it's a butterfly called the dead leaf nymph. One of the best features of this butterfly is that it looks similar to a dead leaf. If you don't look closely, you can't really tell if it's a butterfly or a leaf. Only this dead leaf nymph has a very small distribution in China. It is largely rare for anyone to catch it in the wild. Where did the nymphs come from? Zhang Feng looked at the troop, and the dead leaf nymphs took the opportunity to fly out of Zhang Feng's hands and out the window at this time, lost in a falling leaf. There, I know what reward to customize, Zhang Feng suddenly exclaimed, looking at the donut with a surprised expression. Up he went and hugged and kissed the donut on its big head, then laughed out loud. Boing boing, crazy again. Tuanzi cocked his head and looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously, then twisted his head to look at Lantern and Little Black Tiger. Calling of birds, crazy. Lantern also nodded her little head, also looking at Zhang Feng suspiciously. The three little guys were all a bit confused by Zhang Feng's actions just now, and Zhang Feng couldn't care less about Tuanzi and Lantern's puzzled little eyes at this time, because he'd already figured out what rewards to customize. System, I want the ability to extract fused animal genes, Zhang Feng said excitedly in his head. Just now, he was inspired by the dead leaf nymph. If I can also have the stealth ability of the dead leaf nymphalid butterfly, then whatever you do will be a lot easier. If he extracts the powers of other animals again, maybe he'll have Spider-Man-like powers in the future. Reward customization in progress, please wait for the host. This time the system didn't reject Zhang Feng. Immediately, the customization of the rewards begins. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still now, pacing back and forth in the room, anxiously waiting for the reward to be handed out. The three little ones next to him lined up in a row, tilting their heads to follow Zhang Feng's footsteps as they swayed around. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Feng today. There's something wrong with the mood. It was good that the system didn't make Zhang Feng wait long. Gene extraction and fusion, elementary, skill creation complete. The host can use this skill to extract a random ability from an animal during the 30 days of validity each month. Note, the effect of this skill is related to the type and size of the animal. Please refer to the actual use of the situation. The final interpretation of the right to the system. A series of several voices from the system sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Before Zhang Feng had a chance to rejoice, he was suddenly stunned. System, this reward isn't right. Why is it a beginner's ability? And how this ability became randomly selected? Zhang Feng questioned in his mind. This gene extraction fusion skill had directly become a weakened version of it. See last line. The system came out and explained to Zhang Feng, then once again fell into silence. Zhang Feng was speechless when he looked at the last line in the description. Never mind. Since it's a beginner, it can definitely still be upgraded. Zhang Feng quickly figured it out. System, I want to fuse the skill. After saying that, Zhang Feng closed his eyes and began to fuse this skill. Boing boing, brother is really crazy. Calling, crazy, roar, sound of wailing. What are you talking about? The three little guys became even more puzzled after seeing Zhang Feng close his eyes. It was good that Zhang Feng didn't take long to fuse this skill. Soon he opened his eyes to look at his right hand. After fusing this skill, he felt that his right hand was much stronger. Try an animal first, Zhang Feng said excitedly, ready to find an animal to try this ability. Then he turned his head and looked at the three little ones with both eyes. Tuanzi Yuanchao and Little Black Tiger froze when they saw this look in Zhang Feng's eyes. Involuntarily, he took 2 steps back. You don't come over. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 95, Tuanzi, shall I give you a chest breaker? The three little guys looked at Zhang Feng with horror on their faces. It was only because the look in Zhang Feng's eyes at that moment was just too intimidating, like a hungry wolf. Donut, come here, let me touch you. Zhang Feng walked up and smiled at the donut. Boing boing. No. Tuanzi immediately shook her head, her small eyes vigilantly looking at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes now made it feel a little scared. Come here you. Zhang Feng smiled and went straight up and grabbed the donut before placing his right hand on the donut's head. In the gene extraction fusion, the target of extraction is the giant panda. Tuanzi, ability to randomize in. The system's voice immediately sounded continuously in Zhang Feng's mind, and Zhang Feng was actually a bit nervous in his heart at this time, because he didn't know what ability he would draw. But pandas don't seem to have any special abilities put. Is it an iron eater that's returning to its ancestral form? Zhang Feng looked at the donut with some excitement rising in his heart, and Tuanzi also held her head high, her small eyes looking at Zhang Feng curiously. What is this? Ability extraction complete. Extraction ability, eat bamboo. Ability fusion in progress, please wait for the host. The system's voice sounded again in Zhang Feng's mind. Zhang Feng gradually closed his smiling mouth. Then the whole face went black. You got me the skill after half a day of extraction. System, quick, cancel the fusion. Cancel the fusion. Zhang Feng shouted anxiously in his head, but it was too late. The system had quickly fused and completed the skill. Giant Panda ability fusion complete. The system's voice sounded again, and Zhang Feng breathlessly removed his hand from the donut's head. He looked at his right hand very breathlessly. What the hell was all this? Actually giving him a skill to eat bamboo. Do you want him to eat bamboo? But the thought of bamboo. Zhang Feng stood how there is a feeling of wanting to taste it now. Could it be that eating bamboo is Dumpling's best ability? Zhang Feng thought in his mind. Maybe that's still true. After all, Duanzi's ability to eat bamboo is innate, so this should be considered one of Duanzi's strongest abilities. But it's useless for him to want this ability. He doesn't eat bamboo either. Zhang Feng looked at the donut without tears. Boing boing. What's wrong? Tuanzi cocked her head and looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Donut, don't you have any other abilities? Do you only eat bamboo? Zhang Feng stared at Tuanzi's small eyes and said, Boing boing. I'll eat the feed. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng with a crooked head and said, directly, Zhang Feng will not be able to hold. I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about other skills. Zhang Feng pointed to the juggling program playing inside the TV and said, he felt like he had really wasted this opportunity, and he would have to wait until next month to use the skill again. If he had known, he would have experimented on the little black tiger's body, maybe even get a nice skill. Donut craned his head to look at the TV at this point, then his little eyes lit up. Boing boing, I'll break my chest. Donut excitedly pointed to the vaudeville program inside the TV, said Tuanzi about to go out and look for bricks, following the example of chest breaking that was being shown inside the TV. This startled Zhang Feng. Okay, I know you're the best, so don't do such a dangerous maneuver. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the troop, but a hint of regret actually leaked out of the group's little eyes. Zhang Feng breathlessly patted Tuanzi's little head. The mission is accomplished, and we should go home now. Zhang Feng looked out the window and said, if I leave now, I'll probably get home in the evening and still have dinner. So Zhang Feng made a call to Li. Let him get ready so he can depart for home later. And just after Zhang Feng had contacted Li, an unfamiliar call came in. Zhang Feng took a look at the local Gusu number. Hello? Who is it? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked, hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Chiu Rui from the Gusu Zoo. A familiar female voice came from the other side of the phone. Zhang Feng's heart thumped. Good lord, is this coming to your door? There hasn't been much movement over at the Gusu Zoo in the last few days. Zhang Feng thought that this matter was just going to pass, but the other guy obviously hasn't forgotten. Moreover, Zhang Feng was a bit embarrassed to face Chiu Rui now. After all, he had come up and abducted such a precious animal from someone. There's always a sense of unearthliness. Ah, head gardener Chiu. Hello, I'm Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng exhaled and said calmly, Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you're free right now. Can you come to our zoo? No emotion could be heard in Chiu Rui's voice on the other end of the phone. What's the deal with going to your zoo? Zhang Feng asked with a frown. Gusu Zoo is so generous, actually invited him to the zoo. It's like this Mr. Jiang, I know you adopted the spotted turtle, but for the spotted turtle, we've been studying it for many years. So, we're going to. Chiu Rui opened her mouth, but she was directly interrupted by Zhang Feng. Good lord, the Gusu Zoo is not dying. Still want the spotted turtle back, don't you? Zhang Feng had already figured out what the other party would say next. Must have said they would work with themselves and then put the spotted turtle in their place to feed. I'm sorry Autumn Gardener, I'm going back to Taidik Mountain right now, so I don't really have time to go to the zoo right now. I'm so sorry. Zhang Feng directly refused Chiu Rui's invitation. Mr. Jiang. When Chiu Rui on the other end of the phone heard Zhang Feng say that, she immediately became a bit anxious. I'm sorry head gardener Autumn, I'm going home. After saying that, Zhang Feng hung up the phone and slowly exhaled a breath after putting down the phone. Sorry about that, spotted turtle follows me to stay alive. Zhang Feng muttered in a small voice, then it put the phone away, and at that moment, the door to the dormitory was suddenly opened, only to see Li walk in hurriedly. It startled Zhang Feng and Tuanzi and the others. Rico, you're ready. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked, not yet, we can go later, but this side of the Gusu Zoo would like to ask you a favor. Lee looked at Jiang Feng with some embarrassment and said, "Go ahead, Rico. What favor do you want me to do?" Jiang Feng said with a smile. If it wasn't a big deal, Jiang Feng would naturally help. After all, he'd been staying here for a few days now, and he'd bothered people enough. Little things. It's the dead leaf nymphs that the Guso Forestry Department was going to use for research that are missing. That's why they want you to help them find it. Rico scratched his head and spoke. Dead leaf nymphs. Hearing this, Jiang Feng froze. Then he twisted his head to look at the donut. The group immediately grinned. Boing boing. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 96, Departure, Homecoming. Jiang Feng understood a general idea after seeing Tuanzi's smile. It must be the little guy. Donut, being naughty again. Rico, tell them to look outside the window. I think I just saw a dead leaf nymph fly past. Jiang Feng pointed out the window and said, "Really?" Rico came to the window and stuck his head out toward the outside. It's going to be hard to find this pile of leaves. With that, Li pulled Jiang Feng and ran outside. As soon as Tuanzi and the other three little guys saw Jiang Feng leaving, they also hurriedly followed him. In a slip of smoke, Jiang Feng was taken outside by Li Angora, and by now a number of people looking for dead leaf nymphs had come outside. The crowd greeted Jiang Feng after seeing him. Jiang Feng also responded with a couple of sentences. He had also become familiar with the group of people from the Gusa Forestry Bureau during the few days he had stayed here. Xiao Jiang, please help us find this dead leaf nymph. The director of the Gusa Forestry Bureau held a teacup and looked at Jiang Feng and said with a smile, "I'll try." Jiang Feng smiled. This dead leaf nymph is not a protected animal though, but the thing is not in the country in large numbers, so it's not easy to catch. But Jiang Feng was puzzled. Are all the directors of this forest service idle? It's a small thing to alarm him. If it wasn't for the fact that the head of the Gusa Forestry Bureau didn't look much like Su Qinghuan, Jiang Feng thought that these two were blood brothers. It's hard to find so many leaves. Li came outside the window with Jiang Feng and looked at the dead leaves all over the ground in frustration. This dead leaf nymph is hard to spot once it hides in the leaves because of its special characteristics. Li, you're being silly. Wouldn't you just take a trip directly over these dead leaf nymphs? Jiang Feng was very speechless as he looked at Li. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Dead leaf nymphs are alive. Leaves are dead. Li slapped his thighs and said excitedly. Then it was a few walks through the pile of fallen leaves. Next to them, Tuanzi and Lantern also ran through the fallen leaves when they saw this. True to form, the walk soon alerted the dead leaf nymphs. Only a dead leaf flew up from in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng caught the withered leaf nymph with a quick eye. Brother Li, there's no need to look for it. I've already caught it. Jiang Feng shook the withered leaf nymph shaped like a leaf in his hand. Still, you're good, and this thing really does grow like a leaf. Rico stared curiously at the dead leaf nymph. Alright Li, I'll give this back to the others. I think we'd better go back earlier. After Jiang Feng caught the dead leaf nymphs, he handed them over to the people from the Gusu Forestry Bureau. Alright, you pack up your things first. Old Wang's side should be almost checked. We can go back later, Rico said with a nod. It's been a week since he came out, and he kind of misses the scenery of Mte, Taibeek, and Li and Lao Wang moved quickly. In half a morning, they had the helicopter serviced and ready for takeoff. So Jiang Feng hurriedly took Tuanzi and the others to the helicopter, and all the people from the Gusa Forestry Bureau rushed over to see Jiang Feng and the others off. Xiao Jiang, are you really not coming to work for the Gusa Forestry Bureau? Before he left, the director of the Gusa Forestry Bureau extended another invitation to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at the director with a bitter smile. Why did this director say exactly the same thing as Su Qinghuan? Chief, I really don't aspire to this. By the way, I'd like to ask, you and Director Su you two are related? Jiang Feng still didn't hold back from asking the question in his heart. We were in the same dorm in college, and he's my son, the director of the Guso Forestry Department joked. Jiang Feng was speechless after hearing this. Good lord, neither one of these guys looks too serious, and it looks like the kind with a background, or else being a director wouldn't be so easy. Then we're off, Chief. Jiang Feng waved his hand towards the Forestry Bureau's crowd and closed the hatch. With the roar of the helicopter, Jiang Feng's journey home departed. Only went back with 2 more spotted turtles than when they came. Li, when will we get home today? Jiang Feng sat at the back holding Tuanzi and Lantern and asked. I'm guessing 7 or 8 o'clock, Rico said as he looked at the time. Alas, Jiang Feng sighed. This road home was too long. It was probably late at night by the time he got home. By the way, Brother Li, can we play with our cell phones on the plane? Jiang Feng suddenly asked. When I go back, I'll be bored anyway, so I might as well start a live stream and talk to the netizens. Yes, you play. Rico nodded. The technology on the planes on the blue planet is now mature, so there's no fear of signal interference from cell phones. After receiving Li's affirmation, Jiang Feng immediately opened his live broadcast. A large crowd soon poured in. Yoo-hoo, the dog thief is actually on the air. Good guy. I'm going to send some souvenirs to the anchor. I didn't realize he was actually on the air. Jiang, when will you fulfill your promise to send us vegetables? The screen of the live broadcast room was soon crowded with pop-ups from netizens. Jiang Feng also began to interact with the netizens. Don't worry everyone. I'll deal with this when I get home. I'm still on the plane. As he spoke, Jiang Feng had Tuanzi and the others greet the netizens again. Immediately, it caused the live streamers to cheer. It looks like the donuts are popular wherever they go. Just like that, Jiang Feng chatted with the netizens in the live broadcast room all the way, and the time had by this time come to 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it's just an hour or two away from MT. Tai Pak. Jiang Feng got up and looked out the window. Finally, we're almost home. And just then, Jiang Feng suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the clouds. Black-bellied serpent pelican. Jiang Feng called out in surprise. He's run into the black-bellied snake pelican again. What the hell were you talking about? I know all the words, but I don't recognize them when they are put together. Are you talking about the black snake pelican? Nice guy. And a flying snake. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all discussing it at this time, and Jiang Feng turned around and aimed the camera of the live broadcast at the black-bellied snake pelican not far away. Look ahead, you guys, that's the extremely rare black-bellied snake pelican. It's even possible that this is the only black-bellied snake pelican in the country. Jiang Feng pointed at the black-bellied snake pelican and introduced it. The netizens were also surprised. After all, this was really the first time they had heard of this creature. And after Jiang Feng had introduced the black-bellied snake pelican to the netizens, he excitedly spoke towards Li in front of him. Brother Li, you tell old Wang to fly slower. I'll open the hatch to have a word with black-bellied snake pelican. Li twisted his head to look at Jiang Feng. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 97, off. Do you know who my brother is? You're serious. Li looked at Jiang Feng speechlessly. Granted, the helicopter's hatch can be opened during flight, but what the hell is a conversation with a black-bellied pelican? The netizens in the live broadcast room also expressed their speechlessness after hearing Jiang Feng's words. Anchor, you'd better not die. In case you fall, I support the anchor. You've fallen. I'll raise the troop for you. Brothers are righteous. This black-bellied snake pelican is a little scary. Hearing Li's words, Jiang Feng also hesitated. He thought he might have been too hasty earlier, but if this black-bellied serpent pelican misses out, there's no telling when the next one will be seen again. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Tuanzi and the others. Just to be on the safe side, he decided it would be better to give Su Qinghuan a call. So Jiang Feng interrupted the live broadcast once again. Hey, Chief Su, I ran into the black-bellied snake pelican again. Jiang Feng directly opened the door. What? You ran into it again? Su Qinghuan, who was sitting on a chair, stood up all of a sudden and said in surprise. Ever since the last time Jiang Feng saw the black-bellied snake pelican, the TBAF has organized a lot of manpower to try to find this guy, but every time, it was to no avail. But Jiang Feng was good. Once he came out, once he went back, he bumped into the black-bellied snake pelican. How did this guy get so lucky? Yeah, I ran into it again, just about to get near MT. Tai Beak, and it's not far now. You guys can still find this one if you're in time. Jiang Feng looked at the black-bellied snake pelican outside. That black-bellied snake pelican was waving up and down as it flew in the opposite direction of MT. Tai Bai. It was about to leave Jiang Feng's sight. We're too late to go over there now, but this black-bellied snake pelican is definitely living nearby, so maybe we'll see it again before too long, so keep your eyes peeled, Su Qinghuan said with a sigh. In fact, they just need to make sure that the black-bellied snake pelican lives here. They don't meddle too much with the rest. Okay, I'll hang up then. I'll be home soon. After saying that, Jiang Feng hung up the phone. Then it restarted the live feed again. Good lord, can't you get a cell phone specifically for live streaming? Anchor. The anchor is poor. He can't afford a cell phone. Otherwise the group wouldn't have to support the anchor. Or the anchor is so good that he actually eats the soft food of animals. Speaking of, Anchor, your switch for swiping gifts hasn't been flipped yet. At this point another live streamer asked curiously, because ever since they entered the live room, they had never seen anyone swipe a gift. Hundreds of thousands of people are online in this live room. One brush of one hair was also enough to pay Jiang Feng's salary for a year. Let's talk about it later. I'm not short of money either. Jiang Feng waved his hand indifferently. In fact, 2 days ago, the staff of the Tigerfish platform had already found him. The other party wanted Jiang Feng to sign on to the Tigerfish platform. At first Jiang Feng was quite happy. However, Jiang Feng took a look at the unequal treaties inside the contract and thought it was better to forget about it. This thing is a sellout. Sold the donut them by the way. So Jiang Feng directly refused to sign this contract. The The staff of the Tigerfish platform didn't say anything, but turned around to ask for instructions from their superiors. But he hadn't given Zhang Feng a reply until now. But Zhang Feng didn't take it to heart. Anyway, with the system in place, he wasn't short of money to spend. The big deal is to get Panther to go into the mountains and catch some other animals over. Weed the FDA again. The anchor is still rich. Anchor, I heard you live in Dragon Gate Village. Do you have dragons in your village? There's a zombie in my house. I just went to a dragon in the alley last night. Upstairs in the same town. Leave your address and exchange ideas. I've heard it said that snakes can turn into dragons. It's my turn. I'll go first. Snake becomes python. Python becomes Jiao. Jiao becomes dragon. Dragon becomes king. King of kings, ham hock. One section is stronger than 6 sections. Jelly I choose Zizalong. Zizalong, unusual. Marco Polo is a ceramic tile. It can stick to the wall. It can stick to the ground, vigorously in order to make a miracle. It's outrageous. Zhang Feng's head was filled with black lines after seeing the discussion among the netizens. It's outrageous what this group of internet users are discussing. System, are there dragons in this world? Although Zhang Feng despised the netizens, he quietly asked the system in his mind. Metaphysical world there, the system said icily. Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It seems that there really aren't any creatures like dragons on the blue planet. Forget it, I'm not going to hang out with you guys. We'll be home soon, we'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast, and that's when the helicopter returned to town. It was also dark by now. Following the guidance of the lights on the ground, the helicopter also landed. And Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open the hatch and walked out holding Tuanzi and the others. It still feels good to be home. Zhang Feng took a deep breath of fresh air and said, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. We'll go back first. The old king in the driver's seat probed. Okay, come to my house sometime. Zhang Feng waved his hand towards Li and Lao Wang. The two men nodded in greeting before the helicopter slowly rose into the air again. It soon disappeared from Zhang Feng's sight. Come on, let's go back too. Zhang Feng twisted his head and led Tuanzi and the others in the direction of the town health center. His raptor is still parked there, and although the town was brightly lit, there were few people left. Zhang Feng had walked for half a day without running into a few people. It was not until I came to the town health center that there were more people. I'll take the car. Moncler. Zhang Feng bought 2 more packs of Huazi and placed them in front of the gatekeeper. Yo, it's you kid. I thought you didn't want this car anymore. Moncler outlet online. He took Zhang Feng's cigarettes and smiled. How can I? This car is valuable. I'll go first, Moncler. Okay, be careful on the road. The grandpa who was watching the door got up and waved his hand towards Zhang Feng, and after Zhang Feng put Tuanzi and the others in the car, he drove the raptor towards home. After waiting until Zhang Feng had left the confines of the town, the surroundings were considered completely quiet. There was only this flash of light from Zhang Feng's car in the entire mountain, and Zhang Feng didn't dare to drive too fast. After all, this mountain road becomes very dangerous at night. Donut, come and talk with me for a while. Zhang Feng felt that driving was too boring, so he thought of letting Tuanzi accompany him to have a conversation. But Zhang Feng was destined to be disappointed. Because of the donut they had fallen asleep. Zhang Feng glanced at it and shook his head and laughed. Tossed these little guys around all day today, and without Tuanzi's company, Zhang Feng could only concentrate on driving the car. But the Murphy's Law of fearing what comes to you made Zhang Feng really almost go crazy, because he was turning a corner when a dark and ungainly animal suddenly appeared to block Zhang Feng's path. After Zhang Feng applied the emergency brake, he got a good look at the other party's figure. He opened the window, stuck his head out, and spoke angrily. Get the outta here. Don't you know who my brother is? Exterminating leopard. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 98 Animal Emergency SOS. Zhang Feng had thought that he could scare the dark and ungainly animal on the opposite side of the room. After all, Brother Panther's reputation was still very strong, but he didn't expect the other party to hear Zhang Feng's words. It actually stood up directly on both hind legs. Then he quickly walked towards Zhang Feng. System, quickly help me fuse the power enhancement 10x bonus. Zhang Feng saw the other party coming towards his side afterward, all at once anxious. Hurry up and let the system fuse the previous rewards into his body. It was only because the guy opposite Zhang Feng wasn't simple. People nicknamed Blind Bear, and by the looks of it an adult male blind bear. It said that a slap from this bear can have over a ton of force. It's either death or disability with this slap. And the more famous of the humans, Tyson, has just over 500 kilograms of power in one punch. That's why Zhang Feng felt that even if he fused this 10 times his power, he wouldn't necessarily have as much power as this black bear. Even Zhang Feng wanted to just drive over and forget about it. But the thought of this black bear is also a protected animal, so I thought better of it. He hurriedly shut the windows and everything tightly, Prepare to wait for an opportunity to rush through. This car has been modified by the system, so it's not afraid of the blind bear's attack at all, as long as he stays in the car and doesn't get out. What's this guy doing here in the middle of the night when he's not sleeping? Zhang Feng muttered in a low voice as he looked at the blind bear coming towards the car, and at that moment, several of the little ones in the group awoke. Boing boing. Tuanzi looked up and froze after seeing the blind bear outside. The little black tiger was even inside the car and kept barking towards the blind bear outside. They both sensed danger from the blind bear. Sit tight, we're going to rush through. Zhang Feng comforted a few little ones. Prepare to force your way through. But soon, the blind bear came next to Zhang Feng's car window. Zhang Feng glanced at the blind bear and prepared to gear up to rush over. But this blind bear was patting Zhang Feng's car window, with his mouth open as if he was looking at Zhang Feng with an anxious face. Zhang Feng, who originally wanted to leave, froze for a moment. What's the meaning of this bear? Is there something for him? Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, but still opened the car window a crack. The barking of the blind bear outside immediately carried into the car. Ouch! Help me! The bear called anxiously, and pointed with his own bare paw to the woods next to him. The blind bear's words made Zhang Feng puzzled. What's with the bear? Did one of its kind fall into the trap? But no one dares to go into the mountains to poach now, right? What's wrong with you? Zhang Feng was afraid that the blind bear wouldn't understand him, so he tried to speak as clearly as possible. Ouch! Children! Children! The blind bear pointed more anxiously to the woods. Zhang Feng twisted his head and glanced at Tuanzi and the others. Everyone was confused. They are both bears, but they don't know what's going on. Your child has been stolen. Zhang Feng said speculatively. There can't really be anyone so bold as to hunt a blind bear. Ouch! Help me! The blind bear called out more anxiously and tapped on the car window. Zhang Feng sat inside the car and thought for a while before deciding to help this blind bear. Go, do not. Zhang Feng made the black bear step back, then opened the car door and led Tuanzi and the others down. Just 2 spotted turtles remained in the car. Let's go. Lead the way. Zhang Feng hugged Tuanzi and Lantern as well as the little black tiger and rushed to the black bear. Ouch! The bear barked excitedly. Then he turned around and started running towards the woods. After Zhang Feng locked the car, he hurriedly followed. The woods are very dangerous at night. Not only is it hard to see the road, but you might step on some dangerous animal on the way. But fortunately, there was a black bear leading the way. Zhang Feng followed behind, which made it easier to walk. Brother bear, haven't you arrived yet? Zhang Feng followed behind and opened his mouth to ask. This has been going on for over 10 minutes, and it's already deep in the forest. But the blind bear still has no intention of stopping. Ouch! It's right up ahead. The blind bear stopped to point Zhang Feng in the direction ahead. Come on! Zhang Feng sighed. He didn't know what had happened to the blind bear that he had actually asked for help. If indeed its children were stolen, well, it's going to be a dangerous ride for sure. Zhang Feng looked at the 3 little ones in his arms. I should have known better than to let them come over. After all, the inside of a car is much safer than the outside. Soon, the blind bear that had been running in front for a while finally stopped. Ouch! Kids! The blind bear stood up and pointed ahead and called out anxiously. And Zhang Feng saw the scene in front of him at this time. Only a relatively small black bear was seen lying next to a tree hole not far ahead. This black bear was wailing in agony. Zhang Feng fixed his eyes and realized that the black bear had a large abdomen. Zhang Feng froze for a moment and looked at blind bear and said, Your wife is going to have a baby. Ouch! Kid! Kid! The blind bear wailed twice, then ran to the female black bear's side. The female black bear screamed even more when she saw the blind bear return. Ouch! Help me! The blind bear looked up at Zhang Feng pitifully. Zhang Feng's heart sank as he walked over to the tree hole. He noticed that female black bears have large bellies, but just keep calling but can't give birth. This isn't going to be a difficult labor, is it? Zhang Feng's face changed. Looking at this, it was about 8 or 9, but he can't help this black bear in labor. He can't deliver babies or anything. Zhang Feng was a bit flustered at this point. Ouch! The blind bear looked up at Zhang Feng again. So Zhang Feng hurriedly made a call to Su Qinghuan to ask him how to deliver the black bear. Hey Xiao Jiang, you're home at this hour. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone opened her mouth and smiled. Chief Su, I've run into an unforeseen situation. There's a black bear here in labor. What do I do now? Zhang Feng asked with some urgency. What black bear had a hard time giving birth? Hold your horses. I'll ask theirs now. Su Qinghuan directly sat up from the bed as soon as she heard this situation, then started calling those vets at the Forest Service. The form on this side of the woods, on the other hand, was much more serious. The female black bear grunted louder and didn't seem to be able to hold out much longer. Even the dumplings in his arms and the lantern were looking at the black bear on the ground with some concern. They don't know what's going on though, but at this point the black bear is a bit scary. Ouch! The blind bear looked at Zhang Feng anxiously again, asking Zhang Feng to help himself. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly as he watched. He wanted to help, but he wasn't a veterinarian, so there was nothing he could do in this situation. System, is there anything you can do? Zhang Feng woke the system up in his mind and asked. The system can't just see death in this situation. Water, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 99, Arrival at Home. Water, the system's words woke Zhang Feng up, so Zhang Feng placed the three little ones on the ground and then pulled out the divine water from inside his carry-on space. Brother Xiong, move over first. Zhang Feng patted the blind bear, then squatted down himself. At this point the female black bear screamed in even more agony. The blind bear next to him was anxious along with him. Zhang Feng patted the female black bear's head and said, Sister bear, open your mouth first, you'll be fine later. And with Zhang Feng's pacification, the female black bear was indeed much quieter, but the pain in his body made the black bear still grunt uneasily. So Zhang Feng took the opportunity to pour the divine water directly into the black bear's mouth, almost choked the black bear. After a while, Zhang Feng frowned, because this still doesn't look like it's going to work out too well, and the black bear is still wincing in pain. The blind bear next to him hurriedly rubbed his head against the female black bear, then he looked anxiously at Zhang Feng. System, your method doesn't seem to be working, Zhang Feng asked again in his mind, but this time, the system didn't reply to Zhang Feng anymore. But at that moment the black bear's cries suddenly became much smaller, and the black bear's stomach suddenly deflated. Zhang Feng froze for a moment, then turned his head to look. Good lord, a little black bear was born. Zhang Feng immediately smiled and said to blind bear, Big brother bear, congratulations on your happy son. Ouch. The blind bear also saw the birth of his child at this time. Excitedly, he screamed at the sky. At this time, the female black bear's agonizing cries faded away. Zhang Feng looked at the place just now again and realized that another small black bear had come out. And that's not all. It's just a moment. This female black bear gave birth to 4 cubs out of it. This was a shock to Zhang Feng. Even the nearby Tuanzi and Lantern were staring at the 4 little black bears on the ground with their little eyes. No wonder it was difficult to deliver. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, because a normal black bear has a maximum of 3 in a litter. For like this is very rare, and according to Zhang Feng's understanding, there was once a black bear that gave birth to 5 in one litter, and of course that was only born under human care. Brother bear, congratulations, so many more children at once. Zhang Feng smiled and said to the blind bear, Ouch. The bear barked twice in gratitude. Alright, I won't bother your family anymore. I'll go first. Zhang Feng got up and pulled out a few bags of feed from inside his carry-on space and placed them in front of the blind bear. This is good stuff. Take your time eating it. Saying that he wanted Zhang Feng then picked up the troop of them. With a wave at the black bear family, he left the way he had come. Ouch. The blind bear roared twice at Zhang Feng's back. It seemed to be thanking Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng's side soon returned to the mountain road. Okay, it's settled. Let's go home. Zhang Feng sat in the car and patted the steering wheel with emotion. This blind bear is smart enough to know to get help from humans. Otherwise that mama bear probably wouldn't have survived the night. Ding, 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 ding. Just then, Zhang Feng's cell phone rang again. It was Su Qinghuan calling. Hey, Xiao Jiang, are you still at the scene? I've got the vet for you. He'll tell you what to do next. Su Qinghuan on the other end spoke loudly. Director Su, don't bother. That black bear has already given birth to 4 cubs. Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Born so soon, you kid wouldn't lie to me, would you? Su Qinghuan asked suspiciously. How could I lie to you? It's really okay. I'm on my way home now. Zhang Feng cried and laughed. Well, take care on your way then. After saying that, Su Qinghuan hung up the phone with slight regret. Zhang Feng smiled and put down his cell phone, starting the car and taking Tuanzi and the others towards home. After about half an hour or so, Zhang Feng finally returned to Longmen village in his car, and at this time, all the lights have been turned off in every house in Longmen village, and the villagers have gone to sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to make too much noise and carefully drove the car back to his doorstep. Donut, we're home. Zhang Feng got out of the car and carried a few little ones down from the car, then went and opened the gate again. Oh, you're still awake, big black tiger. Zhang Feng was taken aback when he opened the door, for the great black tiger was gazing at him from behind the door. After seeing Zhang Feng, the big black tiger wagged its tail and yawned before lying down under the roof again, and the little black tiger ran over after seeing his mom, snuggled down beside the big black tiger and lay down. By the way, where's Brother Panther? Zhang Feng walked into the courtyard and looked around, realizing that there was no more Brother Bao. It looks like Panther is gone. Zhang Feng didn't put it into his mind either, and shouted several small animals into the house, then moved 2 more spotted turtles into the house and said to these 2, why don't you 2 just find a place to stay for now, and I'll change your place tomorrow. Thank you. The spotted turtle nodded at Zhang Feng and crawled towards the corner. Okay, They're all asleep. We should go to bed too. Zhang Feng yawned. He was feeling a bit tired after being busy nonstop all day today. Sleep. Zhang Feng hugged the two little ones and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Yesterday's day of running around had left Zhang Feng exhausted. It was only today that Zhang Feng got up from his bed in a daze in the middle of the afternoon. What time is it? I can't believe I slept so long. Zhang Feng looked at the time and realized that it was already 10 o'clock noon. It was a long enough sleep for him. System, sign in. Zhang Feng patted his mouth and said with a yawn. Clocking in and checking in successfully. Check in at MT. Tai Beek. Sign-in rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. The system's voice sobered Zhang Feng up. He realized that the rules for checking in had changed again this time. It no longer shows how many days signed in. However, the rewards this time made Zhang Feng's eyes light up. 20 bags of boutique feed. Universal shovel. For digging. Veterinarian proficient. System, you're a little late with this reward today. And it's useless for me to have this veterinary mastery now. Divine water would have solved everything. Zhang Feng said to the system triumphantly. System. The system indicated that it didn't really want to take care of Zhang Feng, and after Zhang Feng collected his reward, he washed his face and walked out the door. He's going to take all those vegetables he harvested earlier. This mission was over, and he now had to find a way to sell these vegetables as well. And the best people he could sell to right now would be the group of netizens in the live stream. So after Zhang Feng had worked all morning, he neatly arranged those vegetables in the yard. Then it opened its own live broadcasting room. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let us have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 100 Duanzi's fodder is ripe. Hello friends. Zhang Feng greeted the netizens in the live broadcast room. Couch. Sofa. I'm going. So many dishes. Woohoo. The anchor finally remembered us. Is this to give us food? What's the flavor of this dish? Cut. At first glance it's not good. The anchor is ready to start cutting leeks. Live streamers were amazed after seeing the yard full of vegetables. Of course there were also people who began to mock Zhang Feng, thinking that Zhang Feng is ready to start cutting the leeks of his fans. After all, hundreds of thousands of people were online at the same time in the live room. Even the cuties. Come and get cheated out of your money. And Zhang Feng also saw these pop-ups, but he didn't take them to heart. After all, the mouth is long and the body cannot tell people to say it. You guessed it right. Today is the day I make good on my promise. Next I'll take random screenshots and select 50 fans to give away vegetables I've grown for you to try. Please private message me individually if you're a fan of the intercept later. Without further ado, I will now begin. When Zhang Feng smiled towards the live broadcast, the netizens immediately tensed up. The pop-ups on the screen spiked several times over. It's so dense you can't see what's being posted. Pick me. You have to pick me. I've just read my own fortune. I'll be one of the 100. Upstairs. I just did a fortune telling for you. You're ranked 101. My wife said she'd divorce me if I couldn't grab it. Please anchor. Amount of. This is a marketing live room. It is not just a little bit of vegetables let you guys like this. Zhang Feng on the screen took a few deep breaths before starting to take screenshots on his phone. The whole process was only a few short minutes though, but it made the hearts of all the netizens tense up. And soon, Zhang Feng finished cutting off the list of 100 people. The pop-ups on the live feed immediately erupted. Ha ha ha, there really is a me. Upstairs, can I have your spot? Grunting, the one who told my fortune. Come out. I'll kill you. A bunch of jumped up clowns. You've all been fooled by the anchor. There were an unusually large number of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, all of which made Zhang Feng blink. Hold your horses everyone. I'll be sending out the vegetables soon. I'll wait until everyone gets back to me with the results of the tasting of these dishes before I take the next step. Zhang Feng said again on the live broadcast. However, there were still quite a few people in the live broadcast who were questioning Zhang Feng, thinking that Zhang Feng is pulling a stunt. He will definitely end up cutting the leeks of his fans. Zhang Feng didn't bother with this kind of person. By the time his veggies are promoted, this group will know how stupid they are today. After drawing the list of fans, Zhang Feng chatted with the netizens again. And at that moment, Tuanzi ran out of the room with lantern. Tuanzi calling came to Zhang Feng's side, pulling Zhang Feng's clothes towards the outside. What's wrong? Donut? Zhang Feng squatted down and asked curiously. Boing boing. My food. The group pointed back with two excited eyes. Zhang Feng came to a realization and patted Tuanzi's little head. That's something you actually remember. Go check it out. Zhang Feng smiled as he got up and led Tuanzi and the others towards the back. He also didn't expect the group to actually remember this. But now that so much time had passed, the fodder the group had planted should be ripe. At this time, inside a basement in Kyoto, a triangular-eyed, flat-headed man looked at Zhang Feng's livestream and let out a grim laugh. Then he picked up his cell phone and opened the group chat. Report this livestream to me immediately. Fill in all the reporting reasons you can. With that, the triangular-eyed man put down his cell phone and the inside of the group exploded directly from the man's order. This live room doesn't seem to be very good for reporting. Yeah, it doesn't seem like people are breaking any rules. Upstairs, kick out. Still want to earn money or not? If you want to earn money, report me. Already got the news. The platform is fixing this anchor. Everyone hurry up and report it. As the message went out in the group chat, a number of people had already moved on. Triangle Eyes glanced at the phone and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This feeling of being in control of the network made him feel good and accomplished. And at this moment, Jiang Feng was blissfully unaware that he had also offended such a group of people. He had by this time led the group and the others to the vegetable patch in the back. As expected, the fodder grass that Jiang Feng had secretly planted for Tuanzi had almost matured. Only these fodder grasses were a type of plant that no one had ever seen before. Boing boing! My food! Donut was immediately excited at the sight of the fodder grass, and went around the vegetable patch. After all, this is the fruit of its labor. What the hell is this? Wheat? It doesn't look like it to me. It looks like rice. What's the point of pulling the plug? You're finding out what grows rice in the north at this time of year. Trash Anchor. Reported. I feel good about you going to work for ANS. Anchor. The netizens in the livestream asked suspiciously after seeing the fodder grass. Jiang Feng smiled and explained. This is a new plant, a raw material for making fodder. These fodder grasses are just the primary ingredients, and they have to be processed a bit later to turn them into edible fodder. Can you give us some of this feed? What? You want to steal food from the animals? Trash Anchor. Reported. Upstairs. I've put up with you for a minute. You're a sailor, aren't you? And that's when the donut seemed to see that this didn't seem to be the kind of feed it was eating, and it doesn't smell like feed. Tuanzi ran over with a frustrated face, then looked at Jiang Feng angrily. Boing boing. Where's my food? The donut was suddenly aggravated. It has been looking forward to the stars and the moon just for this feed. It's easy being a bear. Don't you worry. It'll be fodder when it's processed again. Jiang Feng squatted down and patted Tuanzi's little head and said, boing boing. Processing. Tuanzi cocked her head and looked at Jiang Feng, her little eyes filled with doubt. You'll see later. Jiang Feng didn't explain that much to the troop either. After all, it wouldn't understand the explanation. However, with Jiang Feng's promise, Tuanzi smiled happily again. Bugger off to the veggie patch to look at his fodder grass. Jiang Feng shook his head and laughed behind him. Just then, the long-lost Weasel suddenly ran out of the vegetable patch. Kirikou, you're back. Weasel stood up and looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. In the days Jiang Feng was away, there were no animals to play with him, and he was about to die of boredom. Earlier it had wanted to visit the white rabbit. Who would have thought that the white rabbit actually saw it and ran away in a panic? Ha ha, this is the yellowy mortal who guards my vegetable patch. Jiang Feng smiled and introduced to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Come yellow. Just as Jiang Feng was talking, his live broadcast suddenly went black. Then a line in red appeared above it. The live room is in the process of rectification due to pornography violation for a limited period of time. Jiang Feng, recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 101, Invitation from the Forest Service. The red letters on the screen of the live broadcast room made Jiang Feng a little confused. What is this situation? This live room pornography violations. Jiang Feng skimmed his lips, feeling that his brain was a bit underutilized. He's a live animal feeder. Why was he shut down for that? Jiang Feng glanced down at the Weasel. Is it because of this guy? Giggle. Weasel also looked at Jiang Feng with uncertainty. And at the moment, Jiang Feng felt that his intelligence might have been insulted by the Tigerfish platform. Faced with this situation, the first thing he did was to find the platform's customer service. But the result obtained was a bit out of Jiang Feng's expectation, because the customer service side replied to Jiang Feng that there were indeed violations in his live room. To get unblocked you have to wait for the outcome of the platform's review. Asterisk 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 you. This is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Feng said breathlessly. When did this live streaming platform get so strict? It can't be because I didn't sign with Tigerfish. This platform is so petty. Jiang Feng thought with a frown. The only interaction he had with the Tigerfish platform staff in the past 2 days was the signing. So true you guys. Jiang Feng was directly laughed at by the popularity of the Tigerfish platform. What's going on in the heads of these people? Blocked my live room. I just changed the platform to live directly. Jiang Feng shook his head breathlessly and smiled. Ding, 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 ding. At this time, Jiang Feng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and found that it was Su Qinghuan calling again. In the meantime, the news that Jiang Feng's live broadcast was blocked also caused a lot of commotion online. After all, this is literally hundreds of thousands of people online at the same time. And this sudden flirty maneuver made those netizens who were watching Jiang Feng's live broadcast dumbfounded as well. No way. This room is closed just like that. This reason is unbeatable. Good guy. Is it because of the weasel? It's really a heifer smoking awesome enough. According to the grapevine, it seems that Lao Jiang didn't sign a contract with Tigerfish. Curious netizens started poking around online. There were also some savvy netizens who got some inside information. They also wanted to tell Jiang Feng quietly, but they didn't know Jiang Feng's contact information at all. And the Tigerfish platform side still has no intention of unblocking Jiang Feng's live room. They were still waiting for Jiang Feng to deliver himself. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, Jiang Feng had already been stunned by Su Qinghuan on the phone. You mean you want me to go live on your live streaming platform? Jiang Feng was a bit dumbfounded at this point. It feels like joy has fallen from the sky. Because Su Qinghuan called just to ask him if he wanted to go live on the Forestry Bureau's newly built live streaming platform. That's right. That's something you can think about. There's no loss on this side anyway. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone said with a smile. When did you launch this platform? And why haven't I heard about it? Jiang Feng asked with some doubt. It's actually still about you. Su Qinghuan let out a laugh before explaining to Jiang Feng. It turned out that the General Administration of the Forestry Bureau side saw that Jiang Feng would popularize some knowledge about plants and animals during the live broadcast. Thought this kind of science was quite useful. That's why the Forest Service also wanted to try a live science broadcast of the nation's flora and fauna. And the FDA is also ready to cooperate with Chinese TV stations, putting the live streaming platform on the China TV app. So it's kind of a semi-official live streaming platform. Only after the live broadcast platform of the General Administration of the Forestry Bureau was built. Although there is no lack of popularity. After all, it is backed by the behemoth that is China TV. But then there are no good anchors to draw people to watch it all. To put it bluntly, there are no holdups. And this matter today was an opportunity for Su Qinghuan to catch. So he called Jiang Feng over without even thinking. How's the consideration going? Don't worry. The treatment over here is definitely much better than what you'd get on other platforms. Su Qinghuan continued to open her mouth and asked. That's fine, but I'll have to read the contract to decide. To be honest, Jiang Feng was already heartbroken at this point. After all, a live streaming platform backed by the FDA must be much better than others. And he's live streaming animals anyway. It's also pretty compatible with the FDA's platform. However, Jiang Feng was afraid of another contract like the Tigerfish platform. That's why Jiang Feng had read the contract in order to determine whether he wanted to go or not. Xiao Jiang, you still don't trust me. I'll send you the contract tomorrow when I'm free. Su Qinghuan cried and laughed. No, I'll go to town tomorrow and we'll just meet there. Jiang Feng said in a hurry. Tomorrow he's going to town to mail an express, so it's a good time to get it all done in one piece. Well, I'll meet you in town tomorrow. Su Qinghuan nodded and said, then hung up the phone, and after Jiang Feng's side put away his cell phone, he was overwhelmed with emotion. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. It still seems to be true. Okay, donut, come on, let's go home. Jiang Feng walked to the vegetable field and pulled out the donut. Boing boing, my food, Donut called out anxiously as he pointed to the fodder grass in the field. It can't wait to harvest its feed now. These aren't ripe yet. We'll come back and pick them in a couple of days. Obedient Donut. Jiang Feng bent down and directly picked up the troop. Then he took a couple of critters and went home. He had a lot to do today. However, when Jiang Feng returned to his doorstep, his eyes suddenly froze, because a small white animal suddenly appeared in front of the house. Jiang Feng walked up and took a look. Good lord, isn't that a pure white fox? And the little fox in front of him was crouching in the doorway licking his fur. When it saw Jiang Feng, it looked up and froze as well. Then he licked his own fur again. This fox, it's not afraid of people yet. Jiang Feng stood in the doorway and looked at the white fox speechlessly. This guy acts like he owns the house. Boing boing. Lunar New Year's Eve. The troop in Jiang Feng's arms was a bit dumbfounded after seeing the white fox. It cocked its head at the white fox, then at the lantern next to it. Almost got confused. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Feng barked at the bold fox. It made the white fox jump up, then looked at Jiang Feng with a very grudging look. Jiang Feng was also speechless as he looked at this white fox. This fox is quite bold. How dare he come here? If only Brother Panther were here. Jiang Feng wanted to go up and chase the fox away. And that's when Weasel followed him to the gate. But when the weasel saw the white fox, it immediately became emotionally agitated. The little paw pointed at the white fox and barked excitedly. Kirikou, that's it. We've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 102, we finally caught the real culprit. Weasel went straight into an emotional outburst at the sight of the white fox. The little paw pointed at the white fox and his eyes looked anxiously at Jiang Feng. And the fox across the street didn't give the weasel a second thought. Instead, he was there licking his own paws. Jiang Feng, who was on the side, sort of understood this time. So the critter that stole the weasel feed earlier was this white fox. No wonder the weasel reacted the way he did. Kirikou, that's it. Weasel twisted his head and started to complain to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Weasel with a helpless face. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't bully the little guy with the big one. Zhang Feng was also very sympathetic to what happened to the weasel, but this was a matter between animals, and he was not at liberty to step in and teach such a bold fox a lesson, so it's still up to the weasels themselves. But Weasel was a little afraid of this white fox, because size-wise, white foxes are much larger than weasels, otherwise it wouldn't have taken the feed away from the weasels last time. Kirikou, seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't helping his favor, Weasel turned his head and went to find Little Black Tiger. Kirikou, the weasel barked at the Little Black Tiger, trying to get the Little Black Tiger to help him take revenge. The Little Black Tiger was also a truthful person, tilting his head and sizing up the white fox. Then he charged straight towards the white fox. The white fox couldn't sit still any longer, because it knew that it was absolutely no match for this little tiger. Ouch! The Little Black Tiger roared and made a leap, trying to pounce on the white fox. Luckily, the white fox was more agile and dodged the blow from the Little Black Tiger. But the Little Black Tiger obviously didn't want to let the white fox go. Turning his head, he lunged toward it again. Zhang Feng stood by the side to watch the show and didn't stop it. After all, it was the white fox who was at fault for stealing the weasel's feed. As long as we don't kill this white fox, it's still okay to give it appropriate disciplinary measures. But this time the white fox had learned his lesson. It seemed to know that Zhang Feng was the master of this group of animals. So he ran towards Zhang Feng's side. More so, he wanted to climb up Zhang Feng's body along his clothes. But it was a slap in the face by Donut. Boing boing. Who are you? Why do you have the color of a lantern? Tuanzi lowered his head and opened his mouth to bark at the white fox on the ground. On the other side of the room, Lantern was also scowling at the white fox. It was also puzzled as to why this white fox had the same coloring as it had on itself. And the white fox on the ground was straight up out of his mind by the group's slap. Laying on the ground, he looked at the group in horror. From this moment on, the white fox finally panicked. There was no longer the same calm demeanor as before. The Little Black Tiger also pounced over it this time, completely pinning the white fox to the ground. However, the Little Black Tiger didn't harm it, but looked up at Zhang Feng, waiting for Zhang Feng's next command. The weasel on the side immediately rushed over when he saw the white fox being pressed to the ground. Standing in front of the white fox, the little paw pointed at its head and barked angrily. Kirikou, asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, the white fox on the ground felt like it was in crisis. It raised its head and gave Zhang Feng a pitiful look. That look was even more pitiful than when the donuts and the others were being cute. SS. This fox is not to be trifled with. No wonder people often say fox spirit. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart. In that moment just now he was moved to softness by the white fox's eyes. It made Zhang Feng think that they were the ones who had done something wrong. Still, Zhang Feng had no intention of interfering. He waited for Weasel to finish cursing first, but Zhang Feng didn't know where Weasel had learned so many curse words. Anyway, the cursing is without repetition. It's probably a skill weasels are born with. As soon as the white fox on the ground saw that Zhang Feng didn't care about this, it looked at Zhang Feng even more pitifully. There's even tears coming out of my eyes. Okay, that's enough. Zhang Feng inexorably called out to Weasel, and the weasel had gotten over it by this time, but still looked at the white fox angrily. Blackie, let it go. Zhang Feng told Little Black Tiger to release the white fox. The freed white fox shook off the dirt, then started licking up his fur again. Come on, you can stop licking it. It's kinda clean. I'm asking you if you stole from it. Zhang Feng interrupted the white fox's movements and asked, pointing at the weasel next to him. The white fox looked at Weasel, then nodded. Kirikou, too bad. Weasel cried out again with his paw outstretched and pointed at the white fox. The white fox, on the other hand, raised its head and looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. It made him a little soft to watch. Forget it, and I don't want to punish you. You'd better go. I don't care if you get caught stealing food next time. Zhang Feng knocked the white fox's head and let the white fox leave on its own. The feed had been stolen and eaten anyway, so what could he say? Couldn't go and hurt this white fox. After all, wild foxes are already a nationally protected animal of the second order. Not to mention it was an albino fox just like Lantern. It hurts even more. And with Zhang Feng's permission, the white fox immediately got up and fled. He jumped onto the stone in 3 or 2 moves, turned his head and looked at Zhang Feng with eyes like autumn water. Then he turned away. Come on, people are already gone. Zhang Feng patted a few of the little ones, then got up and returned to his room. You guys go play by yourselves. I'm going to pack up the veggies. Zhang Feng sent a few of the little guys off to the side to play. Then he himself took some bags out of his room and came out into the yard. He was now going to go ahead and load up on all the vegetables he was going to give to his online friends. Wait till tomorrow when we go to town and mail it. those 100 servings of veggies aren't that easy to pack. Zhang Feng was busy for most of the day, and the packed ones were neatly placed in the corner by him. It looks like there are quite a few of them, but in comparison, these vegetables given away are like a drop in the bucket. Because at this point a yard full of vegetables isn't dying down much, it looks like it's time to market these vegetables as soon as possible. Zhang Feng stood up and hammered his waist tiredly looking at the yard full of vegetables. Only what Zhang Feng didn't know was that the heat about him on the internet was once again high now, because netizens were stunned by Tigerfish's maneuver. The crowd did not understand why the platform blocked Zhang Feng's live room actually came to such an unreliable reason. It's obvious that he's been punked by the water army. But the Tigerfish platform side is still winning and waiting to sign a contract with Zhang Feng. But I didn't expect that a notice from the Chinese TV station and the Forestry Bureau would directly put the Tigerfish platform into the bottom of the barrel. They waited half a day not realizing that they were doing it for someone else. On Zhang Feng's side, he worked for a while longer, but only then did he pack up the vegetables. A familiar figure suddenly jumped in over the wall. Zhang Feng said with his head full of black lines, "Brother Panther, were you a thief in your last life? Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 103, A Busy Afternoon. Ouch. Brother Panther cocked his head and looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Zhang Feng went up and touched Brother Panther's head and said, "Brother Panther, where have you been all this time? Did you go to exterminate someone's entire family again?" Ouch. When Brother Panther, who was still enjoying himself, heard Zhang Feng's words, immediately, he jumped aside with a jolt. Then he tilted his head and stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. "Ouch. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like Bean? Ha ha, I know I've wronged you, so do what you need to do." Zhang Feng waved his hand in disgust and shooed Brother Panther away. Panther, on the other hand, went straight to the roof, yawned, and lay down as well. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. After getting everything cleaned up, he was idle. Zhang Feng carried a recliner and sat in the courtyard to bask in the warmth. There was a small table with a tea set next to it. Zhang Feng picked up a cup of tea and tilted his head back like a cow drinking it. "Ah, good tea," Zhang Feng exclaimed with a sigh. And after seeing it, the Tuanzi and Lantern, who were playing, immediately ran over with their asses in the air. The two little ones shook their plump bodies and climbed towards Zhang Feng with a whimper. "What are you two doing? You can't fit that many here." Zhang Feng patted the two little ones on the head. "Boing boing, I want to lie down too." Calling, "Me too." The little guy Zhang Feng didn't listen to Zhang Feng's advice at all. Grinning and calling, he climbed onto Zhang Feng's body. The little black tiger on the other side immediately glistened with both eyes when he saw this situation. "You can't have anything like this without it." The little black tiger immediately jumped on the side of the recliner, his two front paws constantly picking at Zhang Feng's pants leg. The mouth is even grunting to get up there. Too bad the little guy wasn't tall enough. Dead or alive, it just won't go up. "Don't pickpocket it, just let it go to you guys." Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he stood up, then gave his place to the three little ones. Tuanzi and Yuan Shao immediately took Zhang Feng's place when they saw him get up and leave. Two plump guys enjoying squeezing into a chair. The poor little black tiger next to him screamed anxiously. Zhang Feng couldn't help but go up and ravage the three little ones a bit. And at that moment, a sudden gust of wind picked up in the yard. Zhang Feng, who was wearing short sleeves, suddenly felt a little cold. He looked up at the sky. It's only been a week or so and the weather is changing so fast. Zhang Feng looked at the yellowed leaves and couldn't help but worry in his heart, because winter comes very early in the Taibai Mountains. Sometimes it snows in September and goes into winter. Now, looking at the way the day is going, I don't think it will be long before it cools down. These dishes are going to have to come out soon. Zhang Feng looked at the vegetables that were almost filling up an entire yard again and got a little anxious. These dishes can sit for a long time though, but keeping it sitting in the yard is not an option. It's important to get out as soon as possible. If the weather does turn cold, then his vegetable gardening business will definitely have to be slowed down as well. Right, almost forgot about business. Zhang Feng had just stood in the courtyard inside, when he remembered that he hadn't done his business yet. Zhang Feng had figured out today's arrangement before he went to sleep last night. In the afternoon he is going to dig out a small pond for the two spotted turtles out in the yard. After all, people are animals that live in water and can't be out of it for too long. It's not comparable to the donuts. Round, egg, what kind of house do you two want? Zhang Feng said as he found the two spotted turtles that were basking in the sun. Whatever, Egg said without a care in the world. Zhang Feng placed his eyes on Yuan again. Yuan didn't dare to look at Zhang Feng's eyes and immediately hid behind Egg. Come on, whatever then. Zhang Feng was speechless. Yuan was even more shy than the original lantern. Let's hope it changes afterward. After asking the spotted turtle's opinion, Zhang Feng found a vacant lot in his yard. Set aside a 5 or 6 square meter area for a pond for spotted turtles. By the way system, Isn't that universal shovel of yours easier to use for digging holes? Zhang Feng, who was preparing to start work, asked out of the blue. Amount. The system was silent for a few moments. In theory, but, that'll do. Zhang Feng automatically ignored the second half of the system sentence and took out the universal shovel from his room. A shovel to the painted ground. Ha, nice yo system, you're using this shovel with so little effort. Zhang Feng praised the universal shovel while speeding up the movements in his hands. The system was completely self-absorbed by Zhang Feng this time. That's what I gave you the shovel for. The system said that the next time he gave Zhang Feng a reward, he must think carefully before doing so. With the help of the universal shovel, Zhang Feng's movements were much faster. It had only been half an afternoon and the beginnings of a small pond had appeared. But that's not all. This pond needs to be cemented inside and out before it's ready. Also, there is something to be said for the water inside this pond. Zhang Feng had originally thought of directly filling the well with water. After all, there was a well right in the yard and it was easy to draw water. The two spotted turtles, however, disagreed. Then it's always okay if I just put the water from the river into the pond. Zhang Feng looked helplessly at the two incredibly picky spotted turtles. This will do. The spotted turtle immediately nodded excitedly. Wait for tomorrow's then. There's no time today. The nearest river to Longmen village is quite far away. So Zhang Feng planned to get these things for the spotted turtle tomorrow after he came back from town. And after all this busyness, the time came to evening. Zhang Feng hadn't felt like doing much work before it was already dark. After he ate his dinner, he went to his own great-uncle's house to sit for a while. I came back after talking to my eldest for a while. It does get cold this time of year. Zhang Feng was trembling as he hugged Duanzi. They lay under the covers after returning home. The temperature difference between day and night has been much greater in this Taibai mountain. Maybe it will actually snow in a few days. Early the next morning, after Zhang Feng woke up and signed in, he casually washed his face and went to the courtyard. He's going to go ahead and put these packed vegetables in the hopper. When we have had breakfast we will pull into town and mail it out. Soon, after Zhang Feng loaded up the vegetables, he woke up the donuts and the others. Wake up donut, we're going to town today. Boing boing, take a nap. The group yelped before rolling over and huffing back to sleep. Zhang Feng shook his head, so he stopped bothering with these two little guys. Instead, he went to the kitchen and started preparing his own breakfast. Time quickly came to the morning, and Zhang Feng finally woke up Tuanzi and the others. Then it was time to get ready to drive to town with three little ones who couldn't wait. As the car traveled to the entrance of the village, the villagers were still talking in groups of 3 or 5. Yo, little Feng just came back and is leaving again. No auntie, I'm going to town to mail something. Zhang Feng opened the car window and spoke to the villagers. Little Feng, go to town and bring me back a few packages of salt. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 104 Contracts with the Forest Service. Okay, come on third master. Wait. Zhang Feng reached out his hand and waved before driving away. Halfway there, Zhang Feng ran into the Forestry Bureau's engineering team again. In the time he's been away, work has begun on the observatory at the entrance to the village. The foundation was built 2 days ago. The rest of the main part was also simple and the construction was completed in a month or two. Tick-tock. Traveling on a one-way road is very inconvenient. But fortunately, there was a wrong waypoint right next to it, and Zhang Feng turned around. Let the other car drive through first. Mr. Jiang, our chief asked me to give you a message. He's already waiting for you in town. Before leaving, a Forestry Bureau staff member opened the car window and rushed to Zhang Feng. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Feng nodded and waited until the Forestry Bureau's engineering team had left. Then he also drove off. This time the ride was smooth as silk. After all, you don't see an automobile come by inside this mountain nest for 100 or 80 years. And traveling to the same woods as last night. Zhang Feng thought of the blind bear family again. I don't know what happened to this family. Zhang Feng probed his head towards the nearby woods. There was no sign of the big black bear family. But just as Zhang Feng's car had just left the woods, a large black bear leapt out. It cocked its head and glanced at the back of Zhang Feng's car. After growling and seeing no response, he dug back in. And Zhang Feng's side pulled the vegetables to the town very quickly. He drove the car right up to the courier post. Boss, I need to mail something. After Zhang Feng parked his car, he saw that no one was outside. So he got out of the car and shouted at the inside. Here we go. Here we go. What's in the mail? A middle-aged man with a local accent and a pitch-black face walked out of the store. Nah, just these vegetables. Zhang Feng pointed to the vegetables in the bucket and smiled. You're not afraid of spoilage if you send so many. The courier boss froze after seeing a bucket of vegetables. To be honest, the number of delivery orders for this many vegetables was basically the number he had for a month in this store. And it was the first time he had ever come across such a large list. It won't go bad. I've packed these vegetables and have addressed them. I'll park my car here with you for now, and you can help me send out all these deliveries, and I'll come back and pay you afternoon. Jung Fong looked at the courier boss and said, okay, just park it at my place. Go ahead and get busy. The courier owner burst out laughing happily. So after Jung Fong talked to the boss about some more details, he hugged Tuanzi and they left. Because Su Qinghuan had already rushed him several times when he was on the road just now. He was now waiting for Jung Fong at the town's forestry bureau station. And Jung Fong took Tuanzi and them around the streets and bought a candy cane for these two little guys a bear. The two of them saw others eating candy canes on the street just now, and they had to clamor for them too. As for the little black tiger, it was even. This guy doesn't seem to be interested in this stuff. And only after buying the sugar gourds did Jung Fong leisurely arrive at the garrison. Been waiting for you for half a day. Su Qinghuan immediately walked out when she saw Jung Fong coming. There was a delay on the road. By the way, I almost forgot. I brought you some veggies. They're sitting in my car. You want to send someone to get them. Jung Fong suddenly just remembered this matter. At the expense of your boy having a conscience to think of me. I'll get it myself later. Su Qinghuan smiled carelessly before pulling Jung Fong into the house. 30 minutes passed. The offer from the General Forestry Administration is so good. Jung Fong looked at the contract in front of him and looked at Su Qinghuan in surprise. Simply because the terms of this contract are too good. Basically, there was no constraint on Jung Fong anywhere. This stunned Jung Fong. This forestry bureau is afraid that Su Qinghuan's family doesn't run it. Otherwise you'd be able to come up with this kind of contract for the benefit of others. This contract of yours is not like the others. Su Qinghuan blankly glanced at Jung Fong and continued. You're the one we invited over to town. So the conditions are naturally better. The other anchors came on their own, and the contract should go where it goes. Su Qinghuan said. Jung Fong nodded after hearing this. It does feel like the FDA side is pretty generous and much better than other platforms. No problem, you hurry up and sign. The General Administration side is still waiting for you to broadcast your debut at night. Su Qinghuan knocked on the table impatiently. It's not a trick so soon, is it? Jung Fong asked suspiciously. Hurry up and sign it. They're already building you up over there. You can't pull the crotch. Su Qinghuan said seriously. Live streaming this kind of stuff is also an experiment by the FDA. If it works well, then other departments in China will certainly have to follow suit and do the same. But if the FDA side doesn't do it, that would really be a big joke. That was why Su Qinghuan and the side of the General Administration of Forestry were in such a hurry to sign Jung Fong up. Don't worry, I'll be back live tonight. Jung Fong also said very seriously. And then signed this contract with the Forest Service side. And there are no impervious walls on the internet. Plus the publicity from Chinese TV stations as well as the Forestry Bureau. Now most of the netizens knew about Jung Feng's change of life platform. And naturally, those fans of Jung Fong were incredibly happy. I didn't expect Lao Jiang actually hide such a big trick. It feels like the tigerfish people are stupid hangers-on, doing other people's work for them. I guess the leaders of Tigerfish should be crying their eyes out. As Netflix speculated, the leadership of Tigerfish has been furious. The employee who was in charge of handling the matter was fired outright. They even thought about contacting Jung Fong, but realized that they couldn't reach him at all. So Tigerfish has lifted a rock and stone itself this time. That wasn't all, though. As Tigerfish's stock price began to plummet that day, the market value has evaporated by half. Tigerfish was also pulled right off the pedestal and became a negative textbook on the internet. Of course, this is all just an afterthought. And Jung Fong didn't leave immediately after signing the contract with Su Qinghuan on his side. Instead, he stayed and had a meal with Su Qinghuan. What about your two spotted turtles? Su Qinghuan asked again at the dinner table. What else can I do? Keep raising them. Can't let them die anyway. Jung Fong took a bite of the dish and said. Su Qinghuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Hey yeah, I'll show you a good one. While eating, Su Qinghuan took out her briefcase and placed it on the table, then pulled a clear plastic box out of it. What kind of orchid is this? Jung Fong took a look at it and said without caring. It's just an orchid. What's there to see? And Su Qinghuan laughed at Jung Feng's words and said, take a closer look, this is an orchid. Hearing this, Jung Fong put down the chopsticks in his hands and looked at the transparent box. Su Qinghuan knocked on the box at this time. Jung Fong gave a cry. This orchid is alive. First of all, I'd like to say sorry to you all. The reason why we have less updates in the past 2 days is because I'm not feeling well. I've been in the hospital for 2 days, and I'll return to normal updates in a few days once I'm better. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 105 Tuanzi, I'll trade you for fodder. This orchid is actually moving. Jung Fong couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the transparent box on the desktop. Because this pink orchid is crawling as if it were alive. Take a good look at this. Su Qinghuan laughed when she saw Jung Feng's surprised look. This time it's kind of hard for you kids. But Su Qinghuan hadn't been complacent for long before she was slapped in the face by Zhang Feng. It's an orchid mantis. Zhang Feng leaned over the transparent plastic box to see what was going on here, then spoke with certainty. It's not even an orchid in there, it's a praying mantis. He said that when he saw this orchid just now, he had a feeling of déjà vu. Turns out it was in the Flora and Fauna illustrated book. The looks of this orchid mantis were not much different from a normal mantis though, but in terms of color, this orchid mantis can be considered a bit of an unusual looking one. It's just like the dead leaf nymphs we encountered earlier. If you don't look closely and carefully, this orchid mantis could easily pass for a flower. As soon as Su Qinghuan, who was next to him, heard Zhang Feng say the name of this mantis so quickly, an old face collapsed. That's too much of a blow. Next to them, Duanzi and Lantern were also standing on their chairs at this time, sticking out their heads to also curiously look at the orchid mantis inside. Boing boing. What's this? Can I eat it? Duanzi grinned and pointed at the orchid mantis with great curiosity. How did you know about this orchid mantis? Su Qinghuan on the other side asked with some curiosity. This is because the main range of this orchid mantis is in Southeast Asia, and there are also a small number of distributions in the southwestern border of China. That's why few people in general know about this peculiar praying mantis. I've seen it before. I thought it was something rare. That's it. Zhang Feng sat back down on his chair with a disinterested face and said, You're a kid, and you're surprised just now. I had a hard time getting someone else to get this. It's precious, Su Qinghuan said and brought the box containing the orchid mantis to her side. It's almost as if it's a baby. Boing boing. Tuanzi saw Su Qinghuan take away the orchid mantis and grunted a bit unwillingly. The two small eyes were even more tightly focused on the orchid mantis. I'll serve you if you can get the king mantis. Zhang Feng patted the donut and said with a smile, Let's just forget about it. That thing is not easy to get, and customs doesn't always come through. Su Qinghuan waved his hand and placed the orchid mantis on the other side of This king mantis is a black country thing. China doesn't have this mantis at all, so it's hard to get it. And this meal between Zhang Feng and Su Qinghuan didn't last long. However, before he left, Tuanzi made things a little difficult for Zhang Feng. This little guy went up and grabbed the fitted orchid mantis and wouldn't let go of his claws. Boing boing. I want it. Tuanzi hugged the box and looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. Engaging Zhang Feng's head for a moment, he looked at Su Qinghuan helplessly. Obviously, Su Qinghuan was also a bit embarrassed. After all, it wasn't just any praying mantis, but one he had been entrusted to get. Tuanzi, be good. It's someone else's stuff. You can't have it. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head. Boing boing. I want to. The group shook their heads, just holding onto the box. Next to her, Lantern cocked her head at the donut. It was also a bit confused as to what Tuanzi had to do with this little thing. Chief Su, look at. Zhang Feng raised his head and looked at Su Qinghuan somewhat helplessly. Su Qinghuan's face darkened. Good lord, I'm afraid this isn't what you want this orchid mantis for. Su Qinghuan glanced at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Zhang Feng lowered his head and coaxed the troop for a while longer, but this little guy recognized death today, and was dead set on getting his hands on this orchid mantis. Donut, this is someone else's stuff, and you have to pay an equivalent price for taking someone else's stuff. Zhang Feng persuaded bitterly. Who knew that his comment would actually give the group a flash of insight? Boing boing. I'll trade you for this. Donut pawed himself with his little paw before pulling out a few feeds. Boing boing. This is for you. Tuanzi placed the feed on the table and then pushed it towards Su Qinghuan with his little paw. Su Qinghuan was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Feng twice. This little guy is so smart. Don't look at me. I don't know who it learned from. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. Boing boing. Tuanzi was a little anxious when she saw Su Qinghuan not taking her feed. Looking around his body again, he pulled out a few more feeds. Now even the lantern next to him was surprised and dumbfounded. Calling, Donut, you don't bathe. Lantern covered her mouth with her little paw. Small eyes stared round at the donut. I'd say you've been reluctant to take a bath for the past few days, so I'll be sure to give you a good one when we get back. Zhang Feng reached out and knocked Tuanzi's little head. This little guy is pretty good at hiding things. Boing boing. Here you go. Donut searched through himself for half a day and finally finished his feed. Then a wave of brains were pushed in front of Su Qinghuan. Raising his head, he looked at Su Qinghuan pitifully. Su Qinghuan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. All right, hurry up and take it away. Su Qinghuan was silent for a while, twisted her head and waved her hand, impatiently telling Zhang Feng to hurry up and leave. Ha ha, how embarrassing for Director Su. Zhang Feng smiled, but the movement in his hand was not slow at all as he picked up the box. Su Qinghuan squinted. Look at the face twitching. It's a sin. He shouldn't have shown this thing on Zhang Feng's face. Humph. You'd be embarrassed you're so close to open robbery. Su Qinghuan grunted in dissatisfaction. Look at that, Chief Su. It's not robbery if I don't pay you. Zhang Feng smiled and picked up the three little ones. Hurry up. Su Qinghuan almost didn't die from Jiang Feng's anger, and Jiang Feng immediately hugged the three little ones and left contentedly. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Feng returned to the express post. The owner of the store had already packed the delivery, just waiting for the shipment. Boss, there's no confusion about these deliveries. Jiang Feng put Duanzi and the others in the car with Orchid Mantis, then asked, that's right. Come and see for yourself. The owner wiped the sweat from his head and smiled. And Jiang Feng still checked those couriers just in case, and didn't find any problems. Then Jiang Feng settled the courier fee. Okay, we should go home too. After finishing his work, Jiang Feng drove his car and left the town with Tuanzi and the others. Along the way, Dumpling had been looking at the Orchid Mantis inside the clear box. Jiang Feng didn't know what was wrong with this little guy. He actually liked this mantis so much. Boing boing. But just as Jiang Feng was humming a little song and driving, the lantern in the backseat suddenly stood up and stretched out her paw to pat Jiang Feng. Very anxiously called out, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 106, A New Discovery in the Vegetable Field. Boing boing. Donut. Dumplings. Lantern patted Jiang Feng and called out anxiously. Jiang Feng glanced toward the back seat, then slammed on the brakes. Donut. Jiang Feng roared towards the donut. Because this little guy actually tried to eat this Orchid Mantis, it's still available. And Jiang Feng's emergency braking just now caused a few little ones to fall off their chairs. The Orchid Mantis in Tuanzi's hand also dropped to the ground ready to escape. Jiang Feng in front of him quickly grabbed the Orchid Mantis back again and put it back into the box. I said, why do you have to have this mantis? You are disturbed. Jiang Feng knocked Tuanzi's little head. Thanks to him, he thought that Duanzi was fond of Orchid Mantis, but it turned out to be this little guy who wanted to eat it. Boing boing. I don't. Tuanzi lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Jiang Feng at all. Angry, Jiang Feng knocked the donut again. Boing boing. It's all your fault. Tuanzi grinned a small grin and reached out a paw to slap Lantern. The Lantern next to him looked at Tuanzi and then at Jiang Feng with an innocent expression. The little eyes were very aggravated. Good grief, Tuanzi, you're actually bullying Lantern. Jiang Feng carried Lantern to the front passenger seat. Both hands embraced the group's big head and ravaged it hard KO. Boing. I didn't mean it. At this moment, the Lantern on the passenger side stretched out its paw and pulled Jiang Feng's arm. Hesitantly, he looked at Jiang Feng. See, Donut, how nice the Lantern is to you. You're the worst behaved of all. Jiang Feng hated it and knocked Tuanzi's big head. Tuanzi immediately grinned at Lantern. Instead, Lantern gave Tuanzi a look before sitting upright, not bothering with Tuanzi. Boing boing. It's ignoring me. Tuanzi looked at Jiang Feng accusingly. You're on your own. Jiang Feng didn't care about Tuanzi anymore, and brought the box of Orchid Mantis to the front for Lantern to hold. Then he turned his head and started the car again. Tuanzi, who was sitting at the back, looked at Jiang Feng and then at Lantern, who was ignoring it. There was a small, one-lipped sigh, and then drooped right back down. Ouch, Cauldron, what's wrong with you? The little black tiger rubbed the group next to him, but the donut just kept drooping there and getting upset. Jiang Feng, who was sitting in front, couldn't help but smile, not bothering with the troop. The group didn't make any more trouble for the rest of the trip. The ride was much quieter. When Jiang Feng arrived home, he glanced at the time and realized that it was already past 5 o'clock. What he had agreed with Su Qinghuan during lunch was to start the live broadcast at 7 o'clock. There were still more than 2 hours left now, so Jiang Feng went to cook, ready to eat and go live again. And Tuanzi, the little guy, has been circling the Lantern since he got out of the car. But Lantern seems to be really angry, never bothered with the donut. In the end, the group had no choice but to push the Lantern hard into the bedroom. Jiang Feng, who was cooking in the kitchen, couldn't help but laugh after seeing this scene. Needless to ask, the little guy, Duanzi, must be sharing his secret vault with Lantern. Over here, the time until Jiang Feng started the live broadcast had not arrived yet though, but there's already a lot of anticipation online. This is all thanks to the publicity of the Chinese TV station and the Forestry Bureau. With the help of these two major departments, whoever can't catch fire is really someone that God can't save. So Jiang Feng had made a lot of money this time, but the people on the Tigerfish platform wanted to die. Such a wasted opportunity to become a giant. Soon the night fell and the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. In the thousands of calls from netizens, Jiang Feng finally opened the live broadcast again. Hello friends, I'm Jiang Feng. After opening the live broadcast, Jiang Feng first greeted the netizens. In a flash, the number of people online in the live broadcast room went up like a rocket. The pop-ups and GIFs in the live broadcast room even directly dominated the entire screen. Sofa, sofa, sofa. Sandy, you're the boss. I'm number 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lao Jiang is finally on the air again. Good man. Finally squeezed in. This is too many people. It's still a good platform. Just one anchor. Lao Jiang. The densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast room made Zhang Feng unable to look over. And at this moment Zhang Feng also experienced the feeling of being swiped gifts. Is it green again? Send 10 spaceships. All good names are given to dogs, give away a carnival. Janky girl Xiaguankuan gave away 5 spaceships. With this small amount of effort, Zhang Feng estimated that he could make a few tens of thousands of dollars. Good lord, that's more money than a robbery. However, Zhang Feng still couldn't help but say in the live broadcast, don't be impulsive when you swipe gifts. Of course if you have money you don't have anywhere to spend it. Forget I said it. Hit me with it as hard as you can. I don't hurt. Really? Zhang Feng's words made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh. Some of the people who were watching the live streaming data in the background at this time also finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like Zhang Feng had come to the right place this time. I just don't know how many people will be left after this broadcast. And Zhang Feng's side was still actively interacting with the netizens. By the way, I also gave the webmaster a little insight into the orchid mantis that I picked up today. It was a shock to the internet. Such a strange praying mantis was really unheard of by the crowd before. It's really grown on the air this time around. It's amazing how nature has made every living thing look so good. Upstairs this I disagree. More than 20 years. How I want to hear people call me a pretty boy. I can call you a grifter, can't I? Laughing is not living. You stupid bastards. The pop-ups of the netizens in the live broadcast room made Zhang Feng's stomach hurt from laughing. This group of netizens is really talented. And Zhang Feng had originally wanted to have Tuanzi and the others greet the netizens. I didn't expect the weasel guy to suddenly tumble down the wall. Then he hurriedly ran towards Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng was instantly filled with black lines. Good guy, he, this wall and the gate are all for show, aren't they? What is it about these little guys that they like to go off the beaten path? Kirikou, something's up. Weasel little paw barked at Zhang Feng. Another animal stealing? Zhang Feng asked breathlessly. Kirikou. Weasel nodded. Friends, another animal has stolen from my house. And this time I'm going to show you who's got the guts to do it. Zhang Feng said in the live broadcast, then took the little ones towards the back in a hurry. He wanted to see which animal was so bold. Good lord, why does this anchor have a weasel in his house? Newcomer upstairs, or I'll give you the lowdown. Weasel, don't cop out, homie, have a face. This guy who stole the food can't run away. Surely he will be caught by the anchor to dig in the black coal kiln. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 107, Noble Among Monkeys. Zhang Feng led the little animals towards the back in a hurry. He wanted to see who would dare steal from him now. And netizens are laughing at this line combination. Kiki 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 kiki. It's right up ahead. Weasel led the way, also looking indignant. These animals are abominable. 3 times I've come to the vegetable patch to pick a fight. It's not taking it seriously, is it? Going around the wall. Zhang Feng came to the vegetable field behind him. Only a golden-colored figure appeared vaguely from the inside of the nearly ripe fodder grass. This guy is sitting in the ground with his paws outstretched to reach the nearly ripe fodder grass. Then put it in your mouth and chew it with gusto. When Zhang Feng took a good look at the little guy, he burst out laughing. This is the most noble of monkeys, the golden monkey. Friends, take a look at the legendary nobility among monkeys. Zhang Feng smiled at the netizens in the live broadcast room. The golden snub-nosed monkey? Good lord, there are actually golden monkeys in the Qinling Mountains. I saw it. It's really a golden monkey. Following Zhang Feng's line of sight, the netizens also saw the golden-colored golden monkey at the head of the ground. Everyone in the live room perked up, and at that moment, the troop that was following Zhang Feng was instantly displeased. It's what it's planted. How can other animals steal food? Boing boing. Mine. Tuan took his short legs and quickly rushed to the ground, startled the golden monkeys that were eating the fodder grass. The golden monkey gave the group a look, then unhurriedly reached out his paw and grabbed another fodder grass and stuffed it into his mouth. Boing boing. You can't eat it. Tuan reached out his paw and slapped away the golden monkey's paw. Look at each other angrily, but the golden monkey blinked and smacked his lips. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at the donut. We're neighbors. We've seen each other before. Why are you so stingy? Anchor, hurry up. Tuanzi is going to fight with the golden monkeys. Come on, place your bets. Let's see who can beat who these two can beat. It's really rare that 2 grade 1 protected animals want to fight. Brother Bao, new upstairs. Netflix was a little anxious to see the 2 little ones who were facing off, very afraid of them fighting. Instead, Zhang Feng walked over to the 2 little ones without any haste. Boing boing, it's eating me. Tuanzi's little paw pointed at the golden monkey and screamed anxiously. The golden monkey looked up at Zhang Feng. Not caring that much, he reached out his paw and tried to continue eating. Anxious, the group screamed. Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of fodder from inside his pocket at this time and handed it to the golden monkey. The golden monkey skimmed at Zhang Feng and grabbed a feed and put it in his mouth to chew. Then there was a twinkle in his eye. One grabbed the feed from Jiang Feng's hand and ate it with gusto. What a cute golden monkey. It's not afraid of people. Fake? I thought the golden monkeys don't eat food that's handed out in contempt. You don't look at what the anchors are giving the golden monkeys. And as far as I can tell, I haven't seen an animal that can resist that temptation. So eager to touch this golden monkey. Looking at Jiang Feng being so nice to the golden monkey, Tuanzi was directly unhappy. Boing boing. People are angry. The kind that can't be coaxed well. The group turned right over and sat on their asses. Lowering his head, he huffed. Netizens were amazed at the cuteness of the group when they saw this. Ha ha ha, the donut is so cute. I really want to touch the donut. See, this is the kind of show sluggers should be watching. The group is angry. The anchor go and coax it. And Zhang Feng laughed at the sight of Tuanzi's angry face. He patted Tuanzi's head. Alright Tuanzi, he's a guest. What can you do with a little food for him? Boing boing. People don't want to talk to you. The donut wooed with its head down. The ginormous monkey who was eating gave the group a look. Looking at the feed in his hand, he hesitated. Still, the feed was handed to the group. The group, who had been getting angry, froze for a moment. Carry. Here you go. Goldilocks looked at the donut as she chewed. Donut looked up at Goldilocks. Then he hurriedly got up and ran behind Zhang Feng. Hugging Zhang Feng's thigh, didn't dare to show his head anymore. Zhang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud. Tuanzi, the little guy, is still shy. What a shy donut. Zhang Feng wanted to carry the donut out, but the group was still very shy and kept their heads down. The golden monkeys on the other side saw how shy Tuanzi was, so they took it upon themselves to eat all the feed they were holding. At this time, Zhang Feng went up and touched the golden monkey's little head. Not to mention, the golden monkey's little head is pretty smooth, and the golden monkey looked at Zhang Feng without saying anything, because the human in front of it struck its fancy. Are you lost? Why did you come down the hill? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. Because there are no golden monkeys near Longmen village at all. Only on a mountain a few kilometers away. And in general golden monkeys rarely come down the mountain. Besides, this golden snub-nosed monkey was obviously an adult one. Carry. Yummy. The golden monkey didn't answer Jiang Feng's question. Instead, they get up and leave when they've had their fill. There is not the slightest lingering. Boing boing. Tuanzi showed his head at this time and looked at Goldilocks. Then he shook the corner of Jiang Feng's coat and pointed at the golden monkey. People go home. Zhang Feng didn't stop the golden monkey either. People must have gone home after eating and drinking. And hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi cocked his head and looked at the golden monkey's back in deep thought. Soon the golden monkey disappeared into the woods. It was also completely dark by this time. Just like that, Lao Jiang didn't politely leave him behind. You're welcome. If they want to go home, they can go home. We have golden monkeys here too. Only the color is a little off, the live streamer said with emotion. Zhang Feng looked at the pop-up screen at this time and explained. I guess that's a Dianjincher monkey for you guys. The color is black or gray. Alright, that's it for today's broadcast. It's getting late. See you tomorrow. With that, Zhang Feng turned off the camera of the live broadcast. The hundreds of thousands of online netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. What's going on here? It's only 8 o'clock, right? And, get used to it. Old Zhang does it every time. This kind of anchor is so personalized. I love it. Go. See you tomorrow. After Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast, the netizens also left the live broadcast. And just when Zhang Feng wanted to go home, there was a shaking sound from the woods not far away, and it was accompanied by a wailing sound. Zhang Feng, who was standing on the ground, suddenly changed his face. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let us have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 108, Zhang Feng, you wait? I shake people. TD. Where did the boar come from? Zhang Feng was directly stunned by the scene in the woods, because it's a bunch of wild boars leaping right out of nowhere. Zhang Feng visually estimated that there were about 5 or 6 wild boars in the group, and this boar was rushing towards Zhang Feng's side. Ow! Before Zhang Feng had a chance to escape, he leapt in front of him, grunting. He looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng frowned and picked up the 3 little ones, and the weasel ran straight over the wall and into the yard in a single bound. Humbug! The boss should be him. A smaller boar looked at Zhang Feng and grunted again, sniffing with its nose. Then he turned his head and barked at a nearby wild boar covered in fur and with huge tusks. This time the whole herd of boars wailed along. The sound carried throughout the village. It woke up the villagers straight away. No good. The wild boar has entered the village. Older people with life experience realized something was wrong as soon as they heard the sound. It's a wild boar coming into the village to scourge the crops. The villagers could no longer sleep. They have gotten up and walked out of the house with their tools. On Zhang Feng's side, when he heard the boar's conversation. The mind froze momentarily. What do you mean? The boar knows him? But he didn't do anything but let Brother Panther and Big Black Tiger go into the mountains to get some wild boar meat. He hasn't shot a boar, either. Zhang Feng looked at the wild boar group suspiciously. Humbug. Boss, charge. The boar grunted again. Zhang Feng's face changed and he hurriedly shouted. Wait, do you know who my brother is? Exterminating Panther. Specialized in exterminating your entire family. Zhang Feng directly brought out Brother Panther's name. With Brother Panther's reputation in this mountain, this group of wild boars should know better. But what Zhang Feng never expected was, just after he said that, the mood of the group of boars instantly ignited. Ouch, boss, it's him, no mistake. Ouch, boss, avenge your brothers. The herd of wild boars wailed and squealed. In a very grumpy mood, there was a big attempt to come right at him. Zhang Feng's face went straight to green after hearing this group of boars' conversation. What stuff? This group of boars was actually seeking revenge on Brother Panther. What exactly had Panther done behind his back during his absence? He really wanted to whack Panther now. Doesn't this guy know that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots? Wait a minute. Haven't you guys ever heard of a family member who's in trouble? So, wait for the old man to come home and shake the man. Zhang Feng roared angrily and ran away with the three little ones in his arms. Ouch. At this moment, the wild boar herd instantly went berserk and directly charged towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng twisted his head and glanced at the group of wild boars that were right behind him. The heart is depressed. It looks like this group of boars can't be kept. And just as Zhang Feng was escaping, a figure suddenly jumped down from the wall. It's Brother Bao. And the wild boar herd stopped immediately after seeing Brother Panther. It is said that enemies are not as good as each other. After the boar group's boss saw Brother Panther, his two eyes glowed red. It took Zhang Feng by surprise. Good lord, what a hateful thing to do. The eyes are discolored. Brother Bao, you've ruined his daughter-in-law. Zhang Feng asked quietly as he stood behind Brother Panther. Ouch, I don't know. I ate too much and forgot. Panther growled, baring his teeth as he looked across at the herd of boars. And Zhang Feng was instantly speechless after hearing Brother Panther's words. He was now understanding what was going on. It must have been Panther who scourged this group of boars kind. Just judging by the wild boars that were now finding their way to the door, Leopard must have scourged quite a few of them. Donut, you guys go back first. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's and Lantern's little heads and told the two of them to go back first. But Dumpling and Lantern shook their heads, then looked menacingly at the herd of boars. Boing boing. I, Tuanzi, am not a vegetarian. Boing boing. Me too. The way the two little guys bared their teeth in turn made Zhang Feng feel even more adorable. And at this moment, the little black tiger even rushed to the front. Charging across the street, the boar called out to the herd. Hoof, 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 revenge. And at that moment, the boar herd stirred again. Brother Bao, can you hold up? Or should I call Big Black Tiger over? Zhang Feng patted Brother Panther's back and said, ouch, no need. My brother Pao never asks for anything. Brother Panther gave Zhang Feng a disdainful look. He's a high-flying leopard. You have to beg. At this time, the group of wild boars on the opposite side could no longer sit still and wailed as they rushed towards this side. There were only 5 or 6 boars, but they ran like 1,000 soldiers. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, suddenly became excited at this time. It was because those skills that the system had rewarded him with had not been fully performed yet. This is always useful. Brother Panther, go! Zhang Feng called out, and Panther immediately ejected in place. In an instant, one of the smallest boars in size was pinned to the ground. But this group of wild boars was obviously not a vegetarian. Up they went and surrounded Brother Bao, wanting to attack him as a group. Even more powerful money leopard with this group of wild boars face-to-face hard encounter is definitely to lose. But luckily, Brother Bao reacted faster and broke away from the encirclement in an instant. Ouch! Boss Shake Man! Brother Panther roared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng blankly glanced at Brother Panther speechlessly. You're so proud of yourself. I thought you didn't shake people. Brother Panther, keep an eye on Tuanzi and the others. Now that it was over, Zhang Feng wasn't backing down. Straight up, goes up to the leader of the boar herd and punches him. Ow, ow. The leader of the boar herd instantly fell to the ground and wailed. Those wild boars that were preparing to attack were instantly dumbfounded. Grunting, he gathered around his boss. Zhang Feng unexpectedly raised his fist and looked at it. I'm so powerful now. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. After several skill fusions, his power had reached a very terrifying number. It was normal for a punch to put down the boar king. However, wild boars are very resilient. It's hard to kill a thick-skinned one. This boar king had only been lying on the ground grunting for a short while before he got back on his feet. Now the boar king's eyes became even redder and he looked at Zhang Feng even more fiercely. Zhang Feng gulped and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Good lord, did he awaken the boar's bloodline with that punch? Brother Boar, you seem to have a red eye. Zhang Feng couldn't help but speak at this time. The originally ferocious-looking boar king froze, then became a few points more ferocious. Floof, floof, floof. The boar king shook his head and prepared to lead the boars in another attack. Ouch! Just then, a loud roar sounded behind Zhang Feng. Recently, the transcoding has been serious, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 109, The Might of the Great Black Tiger. Here comes the big black tiger, followed by a chittering weasel. Zhang Feng was instantly happy, because it was much safer once the big black tiger came, and the group of boars across the street were dumbfounded at this point. Humbug! The herd of wild boars stirred uneasily. They also recognized the big black tiger. Obviously, Big Black Tiger's reputation was a bit more vicious than Brother Bao's inside the mountain. These wild boars were obviously not confident after seeing the Big Black Tiger. Even the grunts and grunts were much smaller. Big Black, next time you don't use the front door. It's too slow. Zhang Feng rushed at the Big Black Tiger. Ouch! The Big Black Tiger came to Zhang Feng's front and barked at the group of wild boars across the street. The boar's legs went weak in fear, but the Boar King was still staring menacingly this way. The Big Black Tiger narrowed its eyes and looked at the other party with contempt. Time was silent for a while now. The air was beginning to fill with a depressing odor, so that the opposite Boar King finally couldn't stand the fear any longer. With a wail he charged straight up. Zhang Feng and Brother Bao were both tense as if they were on the verge of an enemy. That's a tough Boar King to deal with. However, the Big Black Tiger was calm, not the least bit worried about the charging Boar King. There was even a yawn and a wag of the tail, and as it turns out, everything is a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. The wild Boar King had just rushed up, when he only saw the great black tiger raise his claws, a blow to the Boar King's head, only to hear the Boar King fly out with a wail. Then he dropped heavily to the ground, struggling up helplessly on the floor. Instantly, he lost his previous prowess. Holy! Zhang Feng let out a surprised cry, then looked at his hand. Good lord, this is not at all on the same level compared to the power of the Big Black Tiger. Ouch! Let's go! After resolving the Boar King, the Big Black Tiger roared. He glanced at Zhang Feng and Brother Bao, then took a cat step and went home. Zhang Feng and Brother Panther looked at each other. They're both disliked. Ouch! I can't take the aggravation, Brother Panther roared, startling Zhang Feng. Brother Panther, calm down. Calm down. We can't beat them. We can't. Zhang Feng hastily patted Brother Panther's back and said, but the truth was that Zhang Feng had overthought it. Brother Panther leapt up and charged directly towards the boars. And a boar herd without a Boar King is a herd without a leader. As soon as Brother Panther rushed in, the group of wild boars began to flee around in panic. Seeing the opportunity, the little black tiger also rushed up and squealed at the group of wild boars. Seeing this, Duanzi and Lantern also wanted to go up to join in the fun, but then he was held in Zhang Feng's arms. Come on, you two just don't get along, even though you both have glorious ancestors. But times have changed. Zhang Feng stood by the side holding the two little ones and watching the show, and as it turns out, Panther has it in spades. In the end only 2 boars from this herd managed to escape. All the remaining boars were clicked by Leopard. Ouch! Who else? Panther stomped on the Boar King with one front paw, raising his head at a 45-degree angle. His eyes surveyed the surroundings with disdain. Zhang Feng was a bit reluctant to tear down Brother Panther. Still, he walked up and patted Panther on the head. Brother Panther, you're still not ruthless enough. Cut off the roots. No. If you'd done better last time, this would still be happening today. Zhang Feng pointed at the 2 wild boars that escaped and said Panther froze, then cocked his head there and thought, it really does make sense when you put it that way, but that's what makes him the leopard of destruction. Thinking of this, Brother Panther immediately shook his head, then continued to look around at a 45-degree angle. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly. He'd better think about what to do with this group of boars. And just when Zhang Feng was at a loss, villagers with farm tools in hand finally arrived. Little Feng, are you alright? Grandma T, where are the boars? I'll try to see if this bird cannon is still useful. The blinding flashlight light illuminated the area as if it were daylight. The villagers who were still anxious didn't even react when they saw the current scene. It was instantly silent. What's going on here? The boar is already cold. Little Feng, you're the one who tenderized this boar to death, Great Auntie asked, pointing to the fallen boar and opening her mouth. It wasn't me. It was Panther who did it with Big Black Tiger. Zhang Feng scratched his head and pointed to Brother Panther next to him and said. The crowd immediately set their eyes on Brother Panther. This was something that made Brother Panther even more complacent. It's almost 90 degrees to the sky. That's awesome. Those tigers and leopards are awesome. These boars have too much guts. Well, this leopard is not. Third Master, the money leopard can't plow. Zhang Feng immediately interrupted the third Grand Master with a voice. The third Moncler Jackets outlet store owner mumbled something in a small voice and stopped talking. Little Feng, what are you going to do with these boars? John Igwa came forward at this time and said, let's split a little amongst the family and talk about what's left over. Jiang Feng opened his mouth. Jiang Igwa nodded, then rushed to the villagers and said, young and old, don't be idle. Carry these wild boars to Xiaofeng's house. Tomorrow we'll split the wild pork. With a wave of Jiang Igwa's hand, the villagers immediately took action. Lift the pig for the pig lift. Hit the sauce on the sauce. It didn't take a while for the boar to be carried to Jiang Feng's yard by the crowd. Alright, everyone go back and rest. We'll split the meat tomorrow. Jiang Igwa rushed at the villagers. The crowd then took their things and went home again. And Jiang Feng yawned several times in a row. I couldn't carry on any longer, so I went inside and went to bed. The next morning, Jiang Feng woke up. It's 9 o'clock. Hurry up. We have a lot to do today. Jiang Feng looked at the time and hurriedly dressed and got up. He had a lot to do today, and the 2 spotted turtles have homes he hasn't made for yet. Hey, where are the donuts in them? After Jiang Feng got up, he searched around and found that Tuanzi and Lantern had disappeared. Big Black Tiger, have you seen Tuanzi? Jiang Feng came to the door and rushed at the Big Black Tiger and asked. Ouch! The Big Black Tiger raised his head to indicate the direction of the doorway. Jiang Feng looked towards the gate of the courtyard. The door to the room was found to have been opened by the group and the others. These little guys. Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly and prepared to go out to take a look. But just then, there was the sound of Dumpling wooing with Lantern at the door. As expected, it was really the 2 little ones, Tuanzi and Lantern, who entered the door, followed by the little black tiger. Only at this point, Tuanzi and Lantern were each clutching a bear doll in their paws. This made Jiang Feng couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Donut, Lantern, where did you get that bear doll? WC. No, that's not a bear doll. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 110, The Gift Giver Comes. Donut, where did you 2 get those bear cubs? Jiang Feng looked at the 2 very small bear cubs in the paws of Tuanzi and Lantern in surprise. The bear cub didn't look very big. Like a newborn, Tuan and Lantern's paws clutched the back of the bear cub's neck, and the 2 little bear cubs were very well behaved and did not resist. Boing boing. Dolls. Tuanzi strained to carry the bear cub and grinned towards Jiang Feng. Where'd you 2 get that bear cub? Jiang Feng looked at Tuanzi and Lantern seriously, said he was going to go up and get the bear cub. Instead, Tuanzi and Lantern were putting the bear cub directly behind themselves. Vigilantly, he looked at Jiang Feng, fear of Jiang Feng robbing their bear cubs. You too. Ugh, this is a live bear, not a doll. Jiang Feng tried to explain to Tuanzi and Lantern what it meant to be a doll, but the donut was shaking his big head, and covered his ears with his other paw. Boing boing. Don't listen, don't listen. Next to him, Lantern still glanced quizzically at the bear cub in his paws, but after seeing how cute the bear cubs are, Lantern shook her head as well. You 2 watch out for people's parents coming to the door to beat you up. Jiang Feng knocked Tuanzi and Lantern's heads helplessly. He figured the bear cub's parents must be looking for their child. That's not going to be easy if you accidentally go crazy and come to the door. Go donut. Hurry up and put the bear cubs over. Jiang Feng held Tuanzi and Lantern's paws, wanting them to send the bear cubs back. Boing boing. No. Tuan looked at the bear cub in his pawed hands with great dismay, so Jiang Feng snatched the bear cub in the paws of Tuanzi and Lantern in a heartbeat. Boing boing. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately went forward, hugging Jiang Feng's thighs on the left and right. Raising his head, his small eyes looked at Jiang Feng pitifully. It's a live bear, not a doll. I'll get you 2 another one when I have time, okay? Jiang Feng said with a sigh as he carried the 2 bear cubs. Boing boing. Alright. The group gave a small yelp, then another soft sigh. Now can you tell us how you 2 found the bear cub? Jiang Feng asked again at this time. He was ready to get the 2 cubs back as soon as possible before he could do so. It's not good to be approached by someone's parents. And just then, there was a sudden sound of a bear barking outside the door. Jiang Feng looked stunned. The voice sounded so familiar, as if I'd heard it somewhere before. So Jiang Feng walked out the door carrying the 2 bear cubs. Ooh, bear's here. Jiang Feng had just come out the door when he saw a very large-sized, blind bear. The claws seemed to be carrying something. Next to the smaller size is the daughter-in-law of the blind bear, and they were followed by 2 slow-moving, wobbly bear cubs. Jiang Feng looked down to want the bear cub in his hand. Good guy. This is not the blind bear family he helped 2 days ago. I didn't expect this family of blind bears to come to my door. Brother bear, why is your face swollen? Jiang Feng put down the bear cub in his hands and walked up. Surprised, he looked at the family of black bears, especially the blind bear, for by this time half of the blind bear's face was swollen high. Ouch. Here you go. The bear growled. Then he raised his own bear paw and handed Jiang Feng a beehive. Honey. Jiang Feng received the hive in surprise. This is black bear certified, pure honey. However, Jiang Feng realized at this time that 1 or 2 bees drilled out from inside this hive from time to time. Zhang Feng looked up at the blind bear. He sort of realized what was going on here. This blind bear's face must have been stunned while picking a beehive. Go brother bear, come inside and sit down, Zhang Feng said enthusiastically as he carried the hive. However, the blind bear shook his head and refused Zhang Feng's invitation. Ouch, we're getting ready to hibernate. Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood somewhat. It must be that the blind bear also felt getting cold, so it began to make early preparations for hibernation. And during this period of time is also the time when the blind bear is the busiest and eats the most. Not to mention the fact that the blind bear family is a bit numerous. That's why it's so important to prepare ahead of time. And do these 4 little ones hibernate with you? Zhang Feng pointed at the 4 little bear cubs next to him. The blind bear hesitated, then nodded. Alright then, I won't keep you guys. Come back often when you have time, Zhang Feng said with a smile. The blind bear nodded, and after delivering his gift, he turned and left with his large family. Boing boing. Tuan pointed somewhat anxiously at the 4 little bear cubs that were striding about. Come on, people are going home. I'll buy you dolls in a couple days. Zhang Feng touched Tuanzi's little head and said, boing boing. The group nodded seriously. Alright, hurry up and pack up. Let's go fishing today. Zhang Feng put the hive in the house. He was going to go fishing in the cove south of the village today. Stopped by to fill up a little more of the river back. You can't just let the 2 spotted turtles sleep in the house all the time. And soon, Zhang Feng had found all the things he used for fishing, then got a couple more buckets and put them in the carry-on space. Go, set off. After packing up, Zhang Feng took the 3 little ones and set off to fish in the small river bay. As for Panther, they were lazy and had been lying under the eaves of the house, basking in the sun. When he walked to the entrance of the village, Zhang Feng ran into villagers who were sunbathing. Yo, is Feng going fishing? Well, go fishing, and that wild boar will be kept at my house, and my eldest will give you a share of it when it is ready. Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Gu, it won't be illegal to eat wild boar meat now. What are you worried about? People can still get down on your pot and look at it. So much wild boar meat little Feng, you can take it to town and sell it. It's worth a lot of money, come on. The villagers spoke up. Well, wait until there's more left. Zhang Feng nodded. There must be a lot left over after that many boars are split. But if he blatantly took it out and sold it, Zhang Feng always felt that it was too arrogant. I'll go fishing then. You guys are busy. Zhang Feng didn't bother to think about it, so he turned around and left with Tuanzi and the others. Little River Bay is located south of Longmont Village. It's not too far from Longmen Village. Zhang Feng didn't take long to walk with the 3 little ones before arriving at Little River Bay. I haven't seen the river widen in a few years, Zhang Feng said with a sigh as he stood by the river. It's been a few years since I've been back and the mountains have changed quite a bit. Donut, you're not going anywhere, just stay with me. Zhang Feng took out all the things he used for fishing, then warned a few of the little ones. Boing boing. Tuanzi barked twice in dissatisfaction, but still honestly sat beside Zhang Feng, and after Zhang Feng set out all the fishing gear, then he opened his live feed again. Good morning, friends. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 111, It Locks My Throat. First, number 1. Anchor, it's morning. Hey, is Old River planning to go fishing? The moment Zhang Feng just started broadcasting, a large number of netizens crowded in. That's right, I'm going to fish here today. Zhang Feng pointed to the fishing rod in front of him and said, it had been a long time since he had acquired the skills of a fishing clansman. I'm taking the opportunity to try it out today. After chatting with the netizens for a while, Zhang Feng hung up the bait and started fishing. Little River Bay is a tributary of the Tai Pak River, and fish stocks are still considered plentiful on this side of the river. It's all common fish though. Let's go. Let's go. There's nothing to see in fishing. Che, you don't understand. I can fish all day without getting bored. Anchor, don't you fish without nesting? This fish will eat the hook. The netizens in the live broadcast room were curiously watching Zhang Feng fishing. Zhang Feng also saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time. He smiled and said, I don't need to nest to fish. I'll take the bait if I want to. At this moment, Zhang Feng was very confident after having the fishing patriarch's skill. As expected, it didn't take long for Zhang Feng's line to be cast down before a fish ate the hook. Zhang Feng quickly brought the fish forward. It's a 10+ pound grass carp. Good man, the fish here hook up so fast. It may be the first time these fish have ever stumbled upon food delivered to their door. Country fish, just haven't seen the sinister intentions of mankind. You can't eat this kind of fish. What if it gets stupid? Not only were the netizens discussing it, but even Tuanzi and the others were staring at the grass carp with great curiosity. Tuan reached out his little paw and poked the grass carp. The grass carp sprang to life, flinging the donut in its face. Boing boing. Tuanzi immediately turned around and hugged Zhang Feng's arm. Aggravated, Zhang Feng rubbed its little head. Alright, you guys go play, but only in the neighborhood. Jiang Feng knew that this little guy couldn't sit still at all, so it's better to let the donuts and the others go to the side and play, so that they won't delay their fishing later. Boing boing. After receiving Jiang Feng's permission, Tuanzi was overjoyed. Immediately, he took his little friend and skipped off. Jiang Feng glanced at it and then turned around to indulge in the fun of fishing again. Probably because of the skill, Jiang Feng's fishing speed was very fast. It didn't take long for a fish to take the hook. That speed directly stunned the netizens. Excessive. Excessive. What kind of fish eats the hook so quickly? Fake it. I don't know. Is the host here to buy goods? I still say, you can't eat this fish or you'll turn into a cutie. On goodwill, sent a spaceship and left a message. Anchor, I have a question I want to ask you. The live streamers were very enthusiastic. There were quite a lot of gift swipes, so Jiang Feng didn't see the message from Shangshan Ruoshui. Don't get any ideas, guys. These fish are actually wild. Jiang Feng said with a smile. He hadn't had an empty hook since using the skill, but the euphoria didn't last long, because it's no experience to have a fish eat the hook as soon as you cast it. It's really like what the internet is saying. He's here to stock up. Fishing is boring. Jiang Feng hung his head and began to spit in the live stream. I suddenly want to beat the anchor to death. As an angler for more than a decade, I'm feeling no pleasure in this type of fishing by anchors. Wouldn't it be easier for the anchor to bring a fishing net? Netizens have also left comments about it. LOL. Jiang Feng sighed and mechanically lifted his hand. Another fish was hooked, but it was this fish that caught Jiang Feng's attention. That's a bit of a special-looking fish. Jiang Feng hurriedly reeled in his line and scooped the fish with his netting, then surveyed the freshly caught fish. There's something special about the way this fish looks. Flat oval shape, and actually has a tail-like fin on its back. What's even more surprising is that this fish actually has teeth. Look, friends, this is a good one. Jiang Feng suddenly pointed at the fish and said with a smile. The netizens, on the other hand, were confused because they didn't see what kind of fish it was. Holy, this fish actually has teeth. It's kind of scary. This can't be a piranha, but we don't have wild piranhas in our country. With my experience as an angler for over a decade, I don't recognize this fish either. Upside down, sends a carnival with the message. Anchor, anchor. I have a question for you. None of the live streamers had guessed the species of the fish. Jiang Feng looked at this fish on the ground and said unhurriedly, the name of this fish is called Sichuanshanxi Cherokee salmon, the national level of protection of animals. The wild species of fish almost does not exist anymore. Jiang Feng gave the webmaster a look at the Kawasaki Cherokee salmon, and the name gives you an idea of the range of this fish. There was a sighting of this fish in the Tiberias River about 12 years ago, but in recent years the wild Kawasaki chum salmon has largely disappeared. There are still some in captivity. Good man, this fish is so precious. Can't afford to be offended. Any random creature in the wild is a protected animal. No, Zhang San once said you can eat these protected animals in an emergency. It's called emergency shelter. Upstairs, please come to the precinct law enforcement office later to prepare a case. The netizens are saying that they've grown again. And at this time, Jiang Feng also noticed the Shangshan Ruoshui who kept brushing gifts in the live broadcast room. What is the question you wish to ask? This friend of the good Lord? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. After all, people swiped so many gifts. It wouldn't hurt to respond to them yourself. Hello, Anchor. A strange creature has appeared in my house. I'd like to ask if you know what kind of creature it is. Netizen Shangshan Ruoshui directly gave Jiang Feng a gift swipe. Everyone else was also stunned by the trenchant nature of the upturn. And over here just when Jiang Feng wanted to continue asking, he suddenly heard a considerable commotion coming from the group's side. Donut, they kept calling and calling, with some bird calls in between. I'm sorry, but this friend will wait for a moment while I take care of a little something. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up and ran towards the troop. And when Jiang Feng came over here and saw the donut, he was shocked, because that's when the donut was actually clutching an animal's neck in its tiny paws. This animal was also Jiang Feng's old acquaintance, black-bellied snake pelican. Originally, the long neck was the advantage of the black-bellied snake pelican, but it turned into a fatal disadvantage when it ran into the troop. At this moment, Tuanzi's two little claws were tightly gripping the black-bellied snake pelican's neck. The little black tiger even directly rode on the body of the black-bellied snake pelican. Three little ones bully a flying bird to death, and the black-bellied snake pelican kept struggling up. The mouth was screaming, "You let go of me, lock my throat." We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 112, What did you give me to eat? Duanzi? The black-bellied snake pelican kept struggling in the claws of the group, but its long neck is a liability at this point. A neck that long is easy to catch no matter what angle you grab it from. Donut, what are you doing? Jiang Feng hurriedly walked up and broke the troop's little paw. Then he himself grabbed the black-bellied snake pelican by the neck and carried it to the other side. If this were to let Tuanzi catch it for a little while longer, This black-bellied snake pelican might not survive the day. Can't you see that the black-bellied snake pelican is already dying? Ha ha, old friend. This black-bellied snake pelican is unlucky enough to run into the troop. I didn't expect to see the black-bellied snake pelican again. This is a bit of a unique way of welcoming a friend. Duanzi. Anchor quickly spreads out. Black-bellied snake pelican is about to die. Netizens were also taken aback after seeing the black-bellied snake pelican. After all, this thing is the only one in all of China at the moment, right? Naturally, it's precious, but in the eyes of the group it was similar to catching an ordinary chickadee. The staff of the Forestry Bureau who were watching Zhang Feng's live broadcast were also heartbroken. They searched several times without finding the black-bellied snake pelican. I didn't expect to be encountered by Zhang Feng several times. It really is a people person. Boing boing. It's trying to run. At that moment, the donut pointed at the black-bellied snake pelican and called out. Zhang Feng carried the black-bellied snake pelican in one hand and knocked the troop with the other. What's it to you if people want to run? After saying that, Zhang Feng directly released the black-bellied snake pelican. After getting free, the black-bellied snake pelican flopped on the ground for a moment. It took a long time to sort of catch his breath. Then he gave the group a horrified look. It was just standing at the edge of the water. I didn't realize that this fat guy was not a martial artist and rushed right up to himself in a chokehold. What a bully. The black-bellied snake pelican was aggravated. But having seen the Tuanzi with its overwhelming force value, the black-bellied snake pelican didn't dare to stay at all. Without even the heart to retaliate, he simply flapped his wings and went far away. And the group looked at the black-bellied snake pelican that flew away with slight regret. Alright, all three of you get your asses back in there. Zhang Feng disgustedly brought the three little ones back to where he was fishing. Let them run out again and you might see what could pop up. All sit properly here. Zhang Feng gave Tuanzi and the others a serious look, telling them to be honest for a while. The three little ones immediately hung their heads and sat in a row. Zhang Feng still couldn't bear to look at the three little ones in mourning. With a final wave of his hand, he told the doughboys and the others to go off to the side and play on their own. And Zhang Feng looked at the live broadcast again at this time, because he was remembering the question of the netizens' goodness. Is the upper goodness still there? Let's move on to that strange creature in your house. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. It's hard to tell in a sentence or two, so I'd better link up with you. Send a gift for a word from the good Lord. Dazzled all the netizens. This guy is too rich. Soon, Shangshan Ruoshui connected with Zhang Feng. The other party was a rich, middle-aged man, and behind him was a very luxuriously decorated room. One look at the temperament is the kind of person who is super rich. Whoa, wow, 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 wow. Dad, I found you. Are you guys sick? Are you recognizing him as your father? This is my father. The live feed blew up. Zhang Feng was speechless as he watched this group of sand sculpture netizens perform. Still, he rushed to the other side and said, "Hello, that creature is with you well. I took a look at it, but I can't help it if I don't recognize it. Well, hello, right next to me. I'll give you a look." The upper goodness immediately turned the camera around. A black seal-shaped object appeared in front of the net. The crowd froze when they saw it. This is not a seal, and it's not a creature. No, you don't see another spider. Is it possible that the spider and the seal have grown together? I've opened my eyes. This is not a creature. It's a seal, right? As soon as this strange creature appeared, the broadcast room exploded once again. The crowd speculated about what it was, and Zhang Feng already had an answer in his mind at this time. This thing is arguably a creature that has only appeared in recent years. The number found in the country is just a few, and the distribution range was baseless, so it was normal that the crowd had never seen this creature before. This was dug up in my old house 2 days ago when I was renovating the old house, and I've asked a lot of people who don't know what it is. So Anchor, I'd like to ask what kind of creature this is. The good Lord asked again on the air at this time. Other netizens stopped posting pop-ups at this time. Instead, he waited up for Zhang Feng's answer. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said in the live broadcast, "That's right, this is indeed a creature called the Richter's discus spider, also known as the money-living gate spider. The most common name for it is a seal spider. I'm going to go. I told you, it must be a spider and a seal growing together. Fart, it just looks more like a stamp alright. Awesome, the world is really a strange place." The netizens in the live stream were amazed. Zhang Feng continued at this time, "This is a species that was just discovered in recent years. The number is very small. It's normal that you guys don't know about it. You might as well keep this animal for yourself. There's no research value in it," Zhang Feng said, and Shangshan Ruoshui closed the connection without a word, then dabbled in swiping several more spaceships for Zhang Feng. Now even Zhang Feng couldn't help but burst out. This upper goodness is afraid that it's not as simple as being a tycoon. This guy is not taking money seriously at all. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. This little episode was considered to be over. and Zhang Feng turned around and fished again. It's a pity that I came a little late and actually didn't witness the real face of the tycoon. Anchor, you don't fish either. It's not much fun. Anchor, are you going to release the salmon? That's when someone on the air alerted to it. After Zhang Feng saw the pop-up, he slapped his head and said with a bitter smile, I almost forgot about this. With that, Zhang Feng was ready to get up and put the Chuanshan Cherokee salmon into the water. But at this time, Tuanzi was calling all the way to Zhang Feng's side. It seemed to be still very happy, then came to Zhang Feng's front. What are you doing, Donut? Zhang Feng asked with a doubtful opening, and Tuanzi quickly stretched out her own little paw before Zhang Feng could react, shoved an unknown black thing into Zhang Feng's mouth. Frightened, Zhang Feng immediately poo-pooed and spat it out. Donut, what are you feeding me? Goat eggs has been transcoding badly lately, so we're more motivated to update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you for your time. Chapter 113, This fish cannot be spoiled. Boing boing. Sweet. The group clutched a plant full of small black fruits in its paws. Grinning and laughing, he looked at Zhang Feng. He said and stuffed the small black fruit into his mouth, clicked and ate. Even the nearby lantern and little black tiger followed and tasted a few bites. And Zhang Feng could see what Tuanzi was giving himself at this time. It turned out to be lung kwai. It's black and round and usually grows on rural land and is very common. It's a childhood memory for many, and when ripe, they do taste quite sweet. Cut. I thought the group really gave the anchor goat poop eggs. Donut, I'd like to, but unfortunately I can't find one. His heart is in the right place. You people are bad. Where did you find this? Zhang Feng asked, pointing at the dragon flower in Tuan's paw. Boing boing. Right there. Tuan pointed his little paw to the side and laughed happily. Zhang Feng looked at it and said, Alright, you guys go play on the side. Don't disturb my fishing, said Zhang Feng as he shared half of the dragon flower in the claws of the group down, then sat down and tasted it. Boing boing. Donut looked at the dragon flower in his paw. Looking at Zhang Feng again, he let out a very aggravated cry. Zhang Feng, however, waved his hand to send the troop away, but the group was aggravated, and after tasting a few bites of the dragon flower, Zhang Feng put the rest aside. Then another Kawasaki Cherokee salmon was fished out of the bucket and ready to be released. Next time don't be so stupid and mess with the hook, Zhang Feng said to the Kawashan Cherokee salmon and then threw it directly into the water. This fish is naturally precious because of its scarcity. Those experts from the Forestry Bureau were excited after seeing Zhang Feng's live broadcast. It is also intended to begin research on the ecology of Little River Bay. Maybe there are other rare species living in this area. And Zhang Feng's side sat down and fished again after releasing the Chuanshan Cherokee salmon. Viewers in and out of the live room, but the popularity never dropped. Friends, let's go back after this one more fish. Zhang Feng rushed to the live broadcast and said, it had only been more than an hour since he came to the small river bay. But Zhang Feng didn't want to fish anymore, because it's too boring to catch a fish that keeps eating the hook like that. It didn't give Zhang Feng a hint of a fishing experience in the slightest. I bet the anchor can't go away. The hardest part of fishing is the last pull. I suspect there's someone hooked up in this water. Holy, you're talking about a water ghost. A good live broadcast, you guys can hold a bit of yang stuff, not? Zhang Feng rehooked the hook on his side and threw the fish hook into the water. After a moment's pause, it felt like a fish was taking the hook underwater. Zhang Feng violently lifted the fishing rod. Ha, I can't believe I got an empty hook. Zhang Feng froze for a moment as he looked at the empty fish hook. This was something that had never happened since he had been fishing today. This is going to be interesting. Zhang Feng instantly became interested and hung up the bait again to cast the hook. Come on, knife the prophet upstairs. It's not easy. This river finally has fish that aren't stupid. Good man. I wonder what kind of fish is so cunning. I'll predict one. It's definitely the knife loach. The netizens, like Zhang Feng, came to be interested in the fish that didn't eat the hook. There was a lot of speculation, and after Zhang Feng cast the bait down only this time, a fish took the bait. This time Zhang Feng didn't pull the rod in such a hurry, but purposely waited for a while. Come up here you. Zhang Feng once again violently lifted the fishing rod, but this time the top of the hook was still empty, not even a hair in sight. Zhang Feng's face didn't look good this time. Good man, what a fish. This was too cunning, completely teasing him, and the live stream blew up at this point. They were all witnesses to Zhang Feng's fishing skills, but I didn't realize it was an empty hook twice in a row. Zhang Feng didn't open his mouth to speak either, but hung up the bait again. He still couldn't believe he couldn't catch this fish. This time Zhang Feng was very calm, slipping in the water for a long time before lifting the fishing rod, but this time unsurprisingly another empty hook. Oh, my god, I can't believe I haven't caught anything yet. It's not a snake in here, is it? Nonsense. Snakes rarely eat bait. Upstairs is still young. Think I 18 at your night fishing, caught up a meter-long snake. Netizens were pleasantly surprised, and Zhang Feng couldn't hold back any longer at this point. He rushed to the camera and said, "TD, this fish just can't be spoiled." After saying that, Zhang Feng made a leap and jumped directly into the river to catch fish. The netizens were stunned to see Zhang Feng's maneuver. "Good guy. Anchor this temper cannot on this can count things you buy some pesticide poured in not finished. Big brother upstairs is a tough guy. Fish, are you unable to play? Ha ha, it's too much. I would have jumped off long ago." As the netizens exclaimed, Zhang Feng dived into the water, and not far away, the three little ones heard the commotion over here. After they saw Zhang Feng jumping into the water, they immediately called and ran over. Tuanzi and Lantern exchanged a glance, open-mouthed and puzzled. He stared at the water. Boing boing. What to do? Calling. Jump. Poof. The little black tiger next to him jumped right in without the slightest hesitation. Then Lantern and Tuanzi jumped as well. They now thought that Zhang Feng had fallen into the water and couldn't come up. The netizens in the live stream were worried after seeing this scene. Fear of what might happen to these three little ones. And at that moment, Zhang Feng had also seen the fish that was teasing him when he dived into the water. It's an eel to be exact. Or an eel the thickness of a child's arm and over a meter long. I thought it was a snake if I didn't know. I said what's so cunning. So it's an eel. Zhang Feng quickly swam towards the eel. At this time as swimming in the water our eels also saw Zhang Feng. Then it froze in the water. It obviously didn't expect Zhang Feng to actually jump into the water to catch it. Is there any justice in this? There's no law of the land here. You are not able to play. The eel sensed Zhang Feng's terror. This was someone it couldn't afford to mess with. So he turned around and tried to run away. But how could Zhang Feng, who was already angry, let this guy run away? He picked up speed and caught up with the eel in an instant. Then both hands went up and pinched the eel's head. The eel immediately struggled with a fair amount of force. But Zhang Feng's power at this time wasn't what it used to be. Both hands gripped the eel's head as firmly as iron pincers. Come up you. After Zhang Feng grabbed the eel, he immediately began to float upwards out of the water. No matter how much this eel struggled, it couldn't escape Zhang Feng's hand. Soon, Zhang Feng surfaced. He caught a glimpse of the three little ones that were swimming towards him, and the black-bellied snake pelican on the river. No, the black-bellied pelican. Let go of my fish. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 114, Panther with a Shiner and a Shiner. Zhang Feng was roaring towards the shore, because the black-bellied snake pelican was stealing the fish he'd caught from the shore. The key this guy even gave Zhang Feng a smug look. Zhang Feng's roar also scared the three little guys who were swimming towards Zhang Feng's side. They craned their heads toward the shore. Instant rage level saved up. Boing boing. Lock your throat. Boing boing. Thief. Ouch. The boss told me to. The three little ones turned and swam toward the black-bellied snake pelican on the shore. Instead, the black-bellied snake pelican on the shore leisurely picked up a small fish and ate it without haste. The provocation was full of flavor. Exasperating Zhang Feng and Tuanzi they were. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Black-bellied snake pelican is here to get back at the anchor. This black-bellied snake UG is quite cunning. Do you see what kind of snake is in the anchor's hand? At this time, some sharp-eyed netizens discovered the eel that Zhang Feng was grabbing. Only the eel looks a little big. The crowd took it for a snake at first glance. On Zhang Feng's side, after seeing the black-bellied snake pelican stealing his fish, he immediately swam towards the shore. It was only much slower because the eel was still grasped in his hand. But still, they quickly overtook the three little ones in the group. The black-bellied snake pelican on the shore, however, continued to eat its fish without any haste. Every now and then, he even glanced up at Zhang Feng. It was determined that Zhang Feng couldn't help himself. Boy, are you brave. Zhang Feng was infuriated and laughed, then exerted his whole body and swung both hands with force. Straight away, the meter-long eel flung itself onto the bank. It fell heavily to the ground with a snap. The eel struggled feebly. This scene was a shock to all the people and animals present. So thick, so big. I'll be damned. It's really a snake. What kind of eyes are upstairs? It's clearly an eel. The eel is too big to be stewed in one pot. At this moment, the black-bellied snake pelican was also looking at the constantly struggling eel with a dumbfounded expression. It suddenly felt a coldness in its neck. Then he foolishly glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had also walked up the bank by this time, coldly looking at the black-bellied snake pelican. Boy, you're good. Want me to change your head? Upon hearing this, the neck of the black-bellied snake pelican went even colder. Then without hesitation, he flapped his wings and flew away. At that moment, Zhang Feng looked somewhat dumbfounded at the black-bellied snake pelican in the sky. WC. Lost count. Forgot this guy could fly. Zhang Feng stood on the shore for a long time. He suspected that this black-bellied snake pelican was playing him. Calculated that there was nothing he could do about it. Boing boing. Badass. Fight with me for 300 rounds. Boing boing. Badass. Ouch. Boss is right. Ha ha ha. The anchor is confused. Black belly snake pelican, come on. You chase me and I'll let you. Anchor can even stand to go up in it. The netizens in the live broadcast room had flirted with Jung Fong, and the black-bellied snake pelican that had already flown into the sky was still very provocative as it circled over Jiang Feng's head twice. The provocation was full of flavor. It made Jiang Feng's kidneys ache with anger. Just wait, you don't want me to catch you. Jiang Feng pointed at the black-bellied snake pelican in the sky and shouted, but he had heard the third master say that there was a golden eagle in the back of the village's back mountain. Go get the golden eagle yourself when you get a chance. He wanted to see if this black-bellied snake pelican still dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The black-bellied snake pelican flew away after provoking it. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and turned to look at his bucket. It was found that this black-bellied snake pelican ate all the small fish, and it didn't touch any of those big fish. But just think of the black-bellied snake pelican. This guy can't eat big fish. Ugh, big loss today. Jiang Feng shook his head straight at the live broadcast. The netizens, however, are not buying it and have hit on that eel. Anchor, do you want to sell that eel? I'll give you $50 a caddy. How dare you say that? Anchor, I'm the owner of the East Ocean restaurant. I'll buy this eel for 200 pounds. This eel's so big, it's not a sperm. The netizens in the live stream shouted out the price. He wanted to buy this eel that Jiang Feng had gotten up. After all, wild eels are still very high in nutritional value. Plus, the size of this eel that Jiang Feng had gotten up was a bit large. Simply the king of eels. So there are a lot of people who want to buy it. No need to shout. Everyone, I'm keeping this eel for myself. Jiang Feng shook his head to reject the netizens. It's rare to see an eel this big, and he's going to keep it for himself. Upon hearing this, the netizens were disappointed. But there are still people who are not dead set on continuing to raise the price of their purchases, but all to no avail. Alright, that's enough fishing for today. Pack up and get ready to go back. After saying that, Jiang Feng turned around and jumped into the river again. Netflix. Netizens were puzzled by Jiang Feng's bewildering behavior. And only Jiang Feng himself knew that he was now pouring water inside his carry-on space. Anyway, the mud, sand, water and grass, and whatever else was poured in by Jiang Feng. The goal is to create a good living environment for the two spotted turtles. The eel on the bank was still struggling at this point. It even tried to open its mouth to bite the gathered donut them. It scared the group. Boing boing, you're scaring me. I'll kill you. The group went up and slapped the eel on the head. This one slapped the eel honestly. Plus, it had been lying on the bank for a while, so the eel didn't have much energy left to bounce around. Swam ashore after a while. The inside of his carry-on space was now filled with river water. Come on, let's go back now. Jiang Feng went ashore and simply packed up his things. Then the eel was tied up hard with fishing line and stuffed into the bucket. This trip would still be perfect without the black-bellied snake pelican. Next time, if we come across the black-bellied snake pelican again, we definitely need to catch this guy. It is really arrogant. It's a shame that the anchor doesn't actually sell this eel. What's so good about an eel? Can you become immortal if you eat it? You don't understand. An eel this big is a great tonic. Netizens are still talking about this eel, and those who want to buy it are even more anxious. And Jiang Feng didn't care about that. He quickly brought Tuanzi and the others back to Longmen village. However, when he had just reached the entrance of the village, Jiang Feng realized that Brother Bao's figure had appeared at the entrance of the village, and the villagers gathered around, all staring curiously at Brother Bao. Panther was also shaking his head and whimpering at the villagers. So Jiang Feng came to the entrance of the village with quick steps. Brother Bao, why are you here? Jiang Feng put the bucket on the ground and looked at Brother Panther and asked curiously. Ouch! After seeing Jiang Feng come back, Panther immediately wagged his tail and whimpered as he looked at Jiang Feng. However, it also made Jiang Feng laugh at once, because at this time, Brother Bao's entire mouth was swollen. The nose looks comical as hell. Brother Panther, are you stealing honey? The recent transcoding is serious? So that we can be more motivated and update faster, please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 115, Guests at Home? Jiang Feng gave Brother Panther a somewhat odd look, because Panther clearly still had some honey left on his mouth. It looks like Panther got stung by a bee for stealing food. No wonder a face is swollen like this. Ouch. Brother Panther looked at Jiang Feng with a melancholic expression. I thought it was a money leopard, but it was actually stung by some tiny bees. It's too embarrassing to talk about. Seeing Brother Panther like this, Jiang Feng and the villagers around him couldn't help but laugh. Little Feng, this leopard of yours is quite smart and knows to come to the village entrance to find someone to look at. That's just it. Unfortunately, we don't even know how to get it. If you ask me, it's better to just go back and rinse it off with soapy water. The villagers discussed the matter in a variety of ways, and Panther was even more aggravated. The whole face is about to swell. Well, I'll show you when I get back. Who told you to steal it? Jiang Feng first checked leopard's mouth, found nothing serious other than swelling. Just wipe it down with God's water when you go back later. And Tuanzi was staring curiously at Panther's swollen mouth at this point, even reached out a paw and poked. Panther wailed in pain. You can't even touch this thing when it's swollen. Boing boing. Fun. Tuanzi looked at Brother Bao swollen like this, but he laughed heartlessly. Exasperated, Jiang Feng knocked Tuanzi's little head. Okay Tuanzi, watch out for Brother Panther to beat you up. Jiang Feng warned the donuts a bit. Hey Feng, where did you get this eel? It's so big. Yes, my goodness, this eel is huge. This eel has become a sperm, hasn't it? The villagers discovered the eels in Jiang Feng's bucket at this time. Immediately, they gathered around the bucket. It was also the first time they had all seen such a large eel, and by now the eel has been out of the water for a long time. Dying, completely out of it. Caught it right in the cove. It's a tough thing to get. I had to go in the water to get it. Jiang Feng explained. It's still little Feng who has the skill to get up such a big eel. I'll check back. I guess there's more in the river. You're good. You don't look at how old you are. You can't even find you if you fall into the river. The villagers laughed and flirted. And at this time, Jiang Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He stepped aside and closed the live feed. Hey, Chief Su, calling about something. Jiang Feng asked out loud. It's like this Xiao Jiang, didn't you give me some vegetables yesterday? Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone said. There's something wrong with those vegetables. Jiang Feng asked with a frown. He doesn't have any problem eating these dishes. No, I was asking how much of those dishes you have left. Su Qinghuan said in a hurry. Well, there's about 20,000 pounds left, I think. Jiang Feng thought about it and said a rough number. Although he had also given away quite a lot. It was an existence of a drop in the ocean compared to the total production of the 10,000 flower vegetables. That's why Jiang Feng is also worrying about what to do with these vegetables now. It's logical that fans should have received his vegetables in the last 2 days. Jiang Feng could only make his next move after the feedback results came out. It's like this Xiao Jiang. I tasted those vegetables you grew yesterday and they tasted very good. Much better than all the vegetables on the market. It just so happens that the Mid-Autumn Festival is next week, and the Forest Service is giving benefits to its employees. I thought about the good taste of your food, so I'm going to purchase a batch of vegetables from you with the intention of distributing them to the employees of the Forestry Bureau. Su Qinghuan explained his intentions. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. He was worried about the lack of sales for these vegetables, but he did not expect this to come to his door. However, Jiang Feng was still puzzled and asked, Director Su, don't they all give out mooncakes at the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why do you Forestry Bureau give out vegetables? Xiao Jiang, you don't understand this, do you? The Forestry Bureau always needs something different. Plus the Forest Service employees are basically older, which is why serving food is the most affordable. Besides, you're not a simple dish. Su Qinghuan laughed out loud. He felt that Jiang Feng's dish wasn't simple after he ate it yesterday. If it could be produced, it would certainly take over the entire vegetable market very quickly. That's fine. How many pounds does the Forest Service plan to ask for? And what if I sell them to you for 20 a pound? Jiang Feng thought about it and said, vegetables in the market are generally very expensive these days, so it makes sense for him to sell 20 pounds of these vegetables. However, Su Qinghuan on the other end of the line criticized Jiang Feng fiercely after hearing this. Xiao Jiang, you can't do this thing. What's the matter? I'm selling it at a premium or it's 15 pounds. Jiang Feng asked, confused. You're selling it cheap. Do you know how good the taste of these dishes of yours is? Once these dishes are put into the market they will surely take over the vast majority of the market very quickly. Plus you priced it so low. Do you know what the consequences of doing that are? Su Qinghuan said seriously. Disturbing the market order. Jiang Feng scratched his head and said, not only that, but you've offended and cut off a lot of people by then. Think about the consequences of doing that. Some people will do anything. That's why you have to sell this dish at an expensive price. The more expensive the better. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone spoke with a somewhat dry mouth. Picking up the teacup beside him, he took a drink, and Jiang Feng was as enlightened at this time, suddenly coming to a realization. Su Qinghuan definitely meant that she wanted him to go high-end. It is only when they have the strength that they can continue to grow and expand and capture so much of the market. Otherwise he would have been targeted by some people with ulterior motives before he could sell these vegetables. By then, it's not certain if we'll be able to plant it, let alone sell the vegetables. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's back was cold. It seemed that he was still young. Director Su, thank you. In this case, I'll still sell these vegetables to you at 20 a caddy, and I'll increase the price when I sell them to others later. Jiang Feng considered for a moment and said, look after yourself. It's good that you know about this. I'll send someone to go ahead and pull 10,000 pounds of vegetables in a couple of days. Su Qinghuan said with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'll wait at home. Jiang Feng nodded. Then Su Qinghuan on the other end hung up. It's not easy to do anything. They say money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. It seems to be true, Zhang Feng said as he stood there sighing. Although he did not go to college, but the reasoning that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it Zhang Feng still understands. Luckily, there was a system to help him now, or he might have been working outside for the rest of his life. Ouch! At that moment, Brother Panther at the entrance of the village roared, pulling Zhang Feng's thoughts back to reality. At this moment, Brother Panther was looking at Zhang Feng with a grudging face. Are you still going to treat me? Oops, almost forgot about you. Zhang Feng slapped his head, crying and laughing. Come on, let's go back now. Zhang Feng hurriedly picked up the bucket, greeted the villagers and headed for home. Walking down the road Zhang Feng couldn't help but snicker when he looked at Brother Bao's swollen face. Brother Panther probably also felt Zhang Feng's mocking gaze and couldn't take it anymore so he ran home first. Brother Panther, don't go. Zhang Feng smiled and hurriedly chased after him. But when Zhang Feng returned to his doorstep, suddenly a rather large black and white animal was seen in the doorway. Giant Panda recently transcoded heavily, so that we have more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 116, I'm here to beat up Duanzi. Zhang Feng froze for a moment when he saw the giant panda sitting in front of his house, holding the bamboo in both paws and eating it with gusto. Obviously this is an adult giant panda. It still seems to be a female panda. And after the giant panda saw Zhang Feng, the movements in his hands stalled for a moment. After freezing for a second, he nibbled on the bamboo again. Another giant panda has found its way to the door. Zhang Feng looked at the adult panda with a surprised face. I'll be damned. It's another giant panda. Good lord. The anchor's house is becoming a gathering place for pandas. Why do I feel that this giant panda looks quite similar to Tuanzi? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Pandas all look the same alright. Upstairs, are you sure you can't post pictures unfortunately, or I'd let you open your eyes. Zhang Feng had just opened the live broadcast on his way back, and the netizens saw this scene. It must be said that pandas are very popular in the country of China. It draws a crowd of cheers wherever it goes. Donut, lantern, do you recognize it? Zhang Feng pointed at the giant panda sitting in the doorway at this time and said to Tuanzi and Lantern who were hiding behind himself. Lantern shook his head very dryly. Indicate that you don't recognize it. However, Tuanzi was frozen looking at the pandas across the room. Cocking his head, he stared at his little eyes wondering what he was thinking. And at that moment, the giant panda on the opposite side also saw Tuanzi behind Zhang Feng. Snapped. The bamboo in the giant panda's paw fell to the ground. Then he got up and flew towards Zhang Feng's side. Brother Panther. Zhang Feng cried out, shocked by this sudden scene from the giant panda. And Panther, whose entire face had swollen up, quickly jumped out over the wall. But this giant panda had already rushed to Zhang Feng, just as Zhang Feng wanted to reach out and stop the giant panda. Who would have thought that this giant panda actually directly grabbed Tuanzi's neck, then sat down on his butt, and gave the donut in his lap, then a couple of blows to the group's ass. This time it confused Zhang Feng and the netizens. Even Brother Panther on the side was looking at the scene with a puzzled expression, and it took a long time before Zhang Feng reacted. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Good lord, it's Donut's mom coming to the door. Laughing my ass off. I don't think the group recognized their mother just now. The father is kind and the son is filial. The group's mom is also big-hearted, taking so long to find it. The netizens laughed out loud as they watched the donut take a beating. And Zhang Feng stood by the side without stopping. After all, it's only natural for parents to beat up their children. Ouch. After the little black tiger saw his big brother being beaten, but he was very anxious and turned around on the side. Boing boing. Let you run around, you bear of a child. Boing boing. Who are you? Why did you hit me? The donut wailed with its little mouth open. The giant panda who was punching the donut froze. It picked up the donut and looked at it. Well, no typo, its own cub. Zhang Feng stood next to him and snorted out a laugh. This donut is just banging his head against a gun. I can't believe I don't recognize my own mother. Boing boing. Take a good look at who I am. The giant panda looked at Tuanzi with small eyes and barked. Boing boing. Mom, Donut called out hesitantly. Then after seeing the giant panda's face, he immediately struggled and jumped out. Without hesitation, he ran behind Zhang Feng, hugging Zhang Feng's thigh. His head didn't even dare to show, and the giant panda very helplessly barked twice towards Tuanzi. This kid can't be taught a lesson, but the donut just wouldn't come out. Zhang Feng spoke up at this time. Don't be angry, sister-in-law panda. Tuanzi is still just a little kid. Boing boing. Too naughty. The giant panda called out very helplessly. It's still just a child. Ha ha ha. It seems the group's memory is failing. What should I do if a bear child doesn't listen to me? Just give him a beating. The group can't escape this beating. Let's talk about what's going on inside. Zhang Feng picked up the two little ones and said with a smile, then opened the door and stepped inside. The pandas also picked up the bamboo they had thrown down and followed. Upon entering the courtyard, the giant panda saw the big black tiger lying under the eaves of the house. A bit of fear came to his mind. Instead, the big black tiger was lying there sleeping without lifting its head. How did you find this place? Zhang Feng moved a chair to sit beside the giant panda and smoothly closed the live broadcast once again, while Tuanzi and Yuan Shao were hiding behind the door quietly surveying the pandas. It was afraid that it would be beaten again. Click, click, click. After the pandas saw that there was no danger, they first nibbled on 2 mouthfuls of bamboo. The food was so good, Zhang Feng actually drooled as he watched. No, I can't eat this. Zhang Feng hurriedly patted his head to clear it. He didn't want to become a bamboo eater. So the next time you pick a gene extraction fusion target, you must think carefully before doing so. The giant panda next to him said after taking a few bites of bamboo. I searched a long time to find this place. This bear can't be educated. The giant panda craned his head to look at Tuanzi behind the door. Frightened, the donut immediately retracted its little head. So you're taking the donut? Zhang Feng said with some worry. People's parents are coming to the door, so they'll probably take the donut away from them. Boing boing. No, trouble. The giant panda shook his head and nibbled a few bites of bamboo. At the same time there seems to be a bit of hatred for the donut. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel that Donut's mom was a bit unreliable? No wonder it had taken so long for Tuanzi to run to him before this giant panda found him. And do you know where Lantern's parents are? Zhang Feng pointed at the lantern behind the door again. The giant panda twisted his head to look at Lantern, then shook his head. Seeing this, Zhang Feng sighed. It looks like Lantern might actually be an orphan. At the same time the heart breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't take away the donut. And it looks like you're going to have another giant panda in your house. Now your own home has really become a home for pandas. Boing boing. I'll go first. The giant panda stood up after chewing the last bite of bamboo. Zhang Feng had originally thought of chatting with the giant panda, but I didn't expect the pandas to actually pat themselves on the back and leave after chewing the bamboo in their paws. Zhang Feng was instantly petrified on the spot. Good lord. Now he was sure of it. This mom of Tuanzi's is really unreliable. You don't talk to the group? Zhang Feng asked, somewhat confused. Boing boing. I came just to beat up the donut. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 117 Giant Panda Yearning for Freedom. Amount. Hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. It seems that Donut's mom is also a person of nature. Or maybe he was already annoyed by the donut, so he just dumped it on him. Why don't you stay here? Zhang Feng spoke at this time. After all, he could afford to keep a few more pandas. Boing boing. No, I want to be free. The pandas raised their heads to look up at the sky. The entirety of Zhang Feng did not know what to say. The giant panda looks like one of the more hipster middle-of-the-road types of animals. I can't believe I would even make that statement. By the way, wait, I'll give you something nice. Since he was Tuanzi's relative, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't be petty. He took out several bags of feed from inside his carry-on space. It was then put in a bag and hung around the pandas' necks. This is good stuff. Come back to me when you're done. Zhang Feng stroked the giant panda's head and said. The pandas looked at the bags of feed that weren't there either and sniffed. It feels kinda fragrant. Boing boing. I'll leave the donut to you. The giant panda glanced at the group behind the door of the room, turned and headed outside. The pandas walked with determination. It was completely like releasing the troop to Zhang Feng, and the group behind the door of the room ran out, hugging Zhang Feng's thigh. He looked at the giant panda's back. Boing boing. Mom! Donut barked. The giant panda twisted his head to look at Tuanzi after he stepped through the doorway. Then he turned away. Tuanzi raised her head at this time, her small eyes looking at Zhang Feng with some aggression. The lantern in the back was also staring blankly at the doorway, not knowing what she was thinking. Don't be sad, Donut. Your mom will be back again. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's big head and said, with such a freedom-oriented and unreliable mother, Zhang Feng felt helpless for Tuanzi, but he believes in the appeal of boutique feeds. It won't be long before the pandas naturally come back. Ouch! I'm dying of pain. At that moment Panther, already swollen beyond leopard-like, ran out, breaking the sentimental atmosphere of the yard. Brother Panther opened his eyes and struggled to show a slit, looking at Zhang Feng accusingly. It felt like its one life of fame was gone. Ha! Almost forgot about you. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at Brother Bao's face. The angry panther was alive and kicking around Zhang Feng, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Okay, you can stop bouncing too. I'll show you. Zhang Feng reached out and pressed Panther's head, looking at it twice. Then take out the sacred water from the house. What do you think you're doing eating honey in your spare time? You're not making yourself suffer. Zhang Feng reprimanded Brother Panther as he wiped the divine water on him. And Brother Bao was in so much pain that he couldn't listen to what Zhang Feng said. All that could be done was to whimper there. Well, Don't steal food next time. Zhang Feng quickly wiped the divine water on Brother Panther's mouth. The swelling hadn't gone down yet, but Panther couldn't feel the pain anymore. Ouch! Panther, very aggravated, went back to the roof and lay down. The head didn't dare to shrink into his arms, but could only lie on the ground. Tuan wanted to go up and poke Panther in the mouth after seeing it. Frightened, Panther hurriedly got up and walked to the other side. Wary, he looked at the donut, fearful that the donut would give himself one more. This bear, is Feng home? Just then, Zhang Aigua's voice came from outside the door. Immediately after that, Zhang Aigua, who was outside the main door, walked in. At home, Zhang Feng got up and smiled. I've come to see how those boars will be divided. Zhang Aigua walked in and spoke to the 5 boars in the corner of the yard. Just a little bit for each family. By the way, where's the eldest mother? Why isn't she here? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. She had a stomach bug. Zhang Aigua walked up to the boar and spoke in a deep voice. Stomach problems, or I'll go inside the mountain in 2 days to find some Tai-bai rice. That stuff is good for the stomach. Zhang Feng said and took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. It was handed to Zhang Aigua. That stuff is hard to find now. Just take some pills. Zhang Aigua took the knife and gestured at a few boars. I can't split it between the 2 ends, so I'll carry it to the table for now, and you go get the big guys. Zhang Aigua got up and asked Zhang Feng to find a table and put it in the courtyard. Then the 2 men worked together to lift the boar onto the table. I'm going to go yell at someone. Zhang Feng turned around and walked out the door, going to the village entrance to call out to the crowd to share the meat. Soon, it didn't take long for the villagers to come to Zhang Feng's house with pots and baskets. There were also people who brought tools to help along with the killing of the hogs. Ooh, you old boy bringing such a big tub. It can't be helped. It's the smallest pot in the house. I've been eating wild boar lately and it's making me sick. You're just full of people who don't know how hungry they are. The villagers who had gathered to watch the killing of the pig burst into laughter. And after Donut and Lantern saw the big guys lining up, wobbling in line behind the crowd with a basin as well. Everyone line up first. Make sure to put the pork in the refrigerator after you share it. Our village has been a bit quiet lately. Zhang Aigua looked up and rushed to the crowd. That's right, my family's missing 2 chickens. Who says it isn't? I think it was a weasel. We don't have weasels in our village, do we? Who says no? Look, the crowd that was talking squinted at the weasel on the wall. Weasel, who had been watching the fun, was instantly anxious. Kirikou, I didn't do it. They slander me, uncles and aunts. It really wasn't my weasel that did this. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he explained to the crowd. The villagers burst out laughing. It's normal to lose a chicken or duck or something in the countryside. Not to mention in this mountain nest. Maybe there's some food-stealing animal hiding in the shadows. So the crowd didn't care. And Zhang Aigua and the others were fast on their side. It didn't take long to slaughter the 2 boars. Then it was time to start dividing the meat. I mean, what are you 2 doing here? Zhang Feng came to the back and asked to Tuanzi and Lantern. The group immediately raised their paws and squealed excitedly. Boing boing. Split the meat. Boing boing. Split the meat. Ouch. Boss is right. You guys can split it if you want. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly, but when he saw 2 other larger boars on the ground, he was in trouble, because there was still a lot of uneaten wild boar meat from the last time Big Black Tiger and the others got it, and now 2 more, which I don't know how long it will take to eat. Zhang Feng frowned and thought, why don't we distribute all the pork to the villagers? But as soon as he saw that the vast majority of the village was filled with elderly people, Zhang Feng dismissed the idea. He's afraid of giving this group of old people another triple high. There. It was at this moment that Zhang Feng had an idea and pulled out his cell phone, and at the same time, the Forestry Bureau Su Qinghuan's cell phone rang. Hey, Chief Su, do you guys want wild boar meat? Su Qinghuan, recently, the transcoding is serious, so let us have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 118, Where are the chickens from? Zhang Feng's words directly rendered Su Qinghuan speechless. Who are they? Well, they're the Forest Service, specializing in wildlife conservation. Now you're asking me if I want boar. Su Qinghuan clenched her teeth at Zhang Feng's anger. Xiao Jiang, although wild boars aren't protected animals anymore, but the impact of eating wild boar so blatantly is ultimately bad. Su Qinghuan spoke in a serious tone. Oh okay, I understand. Then I'll split this boar among the others. Zhang Feng nodded and said, look at you. What's the rush at your young age? In that case, I'll take this wild boar meat for myself, and you can just give it to me when I go to your place tomorrow to pull vegetables. Su Qinghuan said in a hurry. Amount. Zhang Feng on the other side of the phone didn't know what to say. One can only hang up the phone helplessly. Boing boing. Don't jump the queue. Zhang Feng had just hung up the phone on his side. The group next to him then pushed Zhang Feng in dissatisfaction. It turned out that Zhang Feng had accidentally walked in front of the 2 little ones when he was on the phone just now. Now Tuanzi was looking at Zhang Feng with a basin in her hand with an exasperated look. You two just like to get along. Zhang Feng knocked the two little ones on the head, then walked to the front to help share the meat together. There weren't many people in the entire Longmen village, plus the vast majority of them were elderly, so families didn't ask for much meat. Basically, I want 2 or 3 pounds to go back to taste or something. After all, they're all too old to eat such big fish and meat. So all the way to the end of the portion, there was still half a fan of pork left on the table. There's so much left, take it all back, uncle. Zhang Feng looked at the pork on the table as a headache. I can't ask for that much. Zhang Agwa's hand rose up and cut down several pounds of ribs, then loaded up. It's not like it was decades ago, when families could afford things like meat. Besides, you get tired of eating too much meat. So many people are now back in vogue with whatever vegan diet. Zhang Feng felt like he really was a bit behind the times. So much meat can go to waste. Zhang Feng picked the meat on the table and said breathlessly, boing boing, and mine, boing boing, mine. At this time the donut at the heel of the table knocked anxiously on the pot in his paw with the lantern, and he even held it up high for Zhang Feng to give himself a portion of meat. The crowd has been divided just now, but the crowd had forgotten about both of them. This made Dumpling and Lantern anxious. Yo, almost forgot about you too. Zhang Feng leaned over the table and looked at it twice. These two little guys are still following here in line. Boing boing, my meat, the group screamed more anxiously. Don't worry, I'll split it between you two in a minute. Zhang Feng smiled, then chopped a small piece of meat and put it into the two little ones' pots. Could be a lot of fun for the two little ones. Little Feng, I'll go back first. Put these meats away so they don't get stolen. Zhang Agwa said commandingly as he carried the ribs. Don't worry uncle. No one has dared to come to my place to steal food yet. Zhang Feng smiled confidently. With Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther here, he didn't believe that any small animals would dare to come to him to steal food. Soon, Zhang Agwa also left. The yard was quiet again. Zhang Feng hurriedly cleaned up the table and stuff again, then slumped heavily into the chair. This busy day is killing me, Zhang Feng said with a sigh. However, thinking back to today's plan, he always felt that something was still missing. By the way, I haven't gotten the spotted turtles home yet. Zhang Feng suddenly came to a realization. It's been such a busy day that I almost forgot about business. The river he made is still sitting in his carry-on space, so Zhang Feng got up and went to the small pond he dug yesterday. Just start putting water against the pond. It didn't take long to fill the entire pond, but there was still a large portion of water inside Zhang Feng's carry-on space that hadn't been released. It's a miscalculation this time. There's no need for so much water. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly and prepared to go to the back to put all this water into the creek. Come on Donut, go out back and play for a while. Zhang Feng shouted at Tuanzi and the others. Then it was off to the vegetable patch with the three little ones. Just after arriving at the vegetable patch, the donut immediately dug into his feed grass. The little paws were waving even more and the mouth was calling. Obviously delighted. Zhang Feng also walked up to take a look at the fodder grasses and realized that these had matured and could be harvested. However, Zhang Feng didn't have time today and was prepared to come back tomorrow to harvest. Tomorrow is another busy day, Zhang Feng said helplessly, then went to the creek and started to put in water. Ha, it's the white rabbit. Hello. During the process of releasing the water, Zhang Feng suddenly discovered a small white rabbit in the grass on the opposite bank of the creek. Then he greeted them very warmly, but the white rabbit's reaction was a little big. Its red eyes were wide after it saw Zhang Feng, obviously intimidated. Then he turned and fled into the grass. It made Zhang Feng puzzled. What's wrong with this rabbit? I'm that scary. Zhang Feng was speechless. Not a moment later, after draining the water, Zhang Feng brought the donuts and the others back home. After returning home, Zhang Feng didn't stay idle, and made some more repairs to the spotted turtle's small pond. Don't stop until both spotted turtles are satisfied. You two are so picky. Zhang Feng threw the two spotted turtles into the pond with a helpless face. Well, this will be your home from now on, so we'll talk about what's going on. Zhang Feng rushed at the two spotted turtles. The two spotted turtles nodded contentedly, and after Zhang Feng was done with all this, the time had already reached evening. He was left alone with nothing to do, and after dinner, he went to bed early. Zhang Feng woke up early the next morning to sign in, clocking in and signing in successfully at MT. Tybeek. Sign-in rewards have been issued. Please receive them by the host. Pick up. Zhang Feng said as he lay on the bed. 30 bags of boutique feed. 30 bags of aura seeds. Eagle training. Yoo-hoo. It even rewards new skills. Zhang Feng looked at the eagle training technique and smiled. It seems that the system understands him, and knows what he wants. Get up. We have a bunch of things to do today. After signing in and receiving his rewards, Zhang Feng stretched out, then dressed and got up. However, when Zhang Feng arrived at the door, he realized that there was suddenly an extra chicken on the ground, or a chicken with its neck bitten off. Jiang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Where did that chicken come from? Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther under the roof. And Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther were huffing and puffing left and right, not paying any attention to Jiang Feng at all. Oh, man, is this an acquaintance? Jiang Feng looked up at the wall again. The weasel that was going over the wall was petrified on the spot. Kirikou, not me. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 119, Mysterious Animals Attacking the Village. After the weasel on the wall saw Jiang Feng's gaze, hastily, he shook his head Kirikou and defended himself. It's now reformed and doesn't steal food. Besides, what's better for livestock than feed? This is a relationship that weasel still understands. You really didn't do it. Jiang Feng still asked with some doubts. Yesterday the village was talking about lost things. The next day there was an extra chicken on his doorstep. What would outsiders think of him if they saw him? It's all good not to think of him as a thief. Kirikou, it's not me. Weasel stood on the wall, looking up at the sky. I didn't have a choice before. Now I want to be a good weasel. Stand in. Who the hell did this? Jiang Feng came under the roof and kicked Leopard. Brother Bao, who had already reduced his swelling, raised his head and looked at Jiang Feng with dissatisfaction. Brother Panther, didn't you notice anything unusual when you slept last night? Ouch. The fox came by. Brother Panther responded to Jiang Feng disdainfully before lying down again. But before Jiang Feng could react, a white figure suddenly appeared on the wall. It's the white fox, and this white fox was holding a chicken in its mouth. Now all eyes in the yard were on White Fox. It froze the White Fox who was looking over the wall. However, after seeing Jiang Feng, White Fox narrowed his eyes and smiled. He directly jumped down from the wall, and also put the chicken still in his mouth in front of Jiang Feng. Then he sat there squinting at Jiang Feng, and that's when Tuanzi and the others ran out of the room, curiously surveying the White Fox. This White Fox is a mean one. Stole 2 chickens back without saying a word. These are the ones you got killed. Jiang Feng pointed his finger at these 2 chickens on the ground. The hand trembled a little. Good lord, this White Fox was too ruthless, getting 2 chickens for him straight away. That's not to mention how many chickens have been scourged in the village. Gah, gah, gah. The White Fox narrowed his eyes and smiled. However, when she heard Jiang Feng say these chickens, White Fox shook her head. Jiang Feng froze, then asked, you didn't get these chickens? Gah, gah, gah. It's not me. White Fox shook his head again. Jiang Feng's face became even worse. He thought he had found the murderer, but he didn't realize it wasn't this White Fox. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows and pondered. The weasel next to him looked at White Fox with a sympathetic face. Dude, I get you. We've both been wronged. And these 2 chickens, where did you get them? Jiang Feng thought about it and then opened his mouth to ask. Gah, gah, gah. I picked it up. The White Fox narrowed his eyes and smiled even more. But Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Picked up chickens? Who would believe it? Are you sure you picked it up and didn't lie to me? Jiang Feng breathlessly asked again. Gah, gah, gah. Picked it up. Outside. With that, White Fox turned and tumbled out of the wall. Come on, keep up. At Jiang Feng's command, except for the Big Black Tiger, all the big and small animals in the yard followed Jiang Feng to chase the White Fox. The White Fox that went over the wall didn't run away. Instead, they ran towards the village entrance with Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng was puzzled, he still followed. Gah, gah, gah. It's right up ahead. The White Fox in front twisted his head to look at Jiang Feng behind him, waited a bit and then ran again. Soon, Jiang Feng followed the White Fox to the village entrance, and by now a lot of people had gathered at the entrance of the village. The villagers were gathered in piles of 3 or 5, pointing and wondering what they were talking about. Uncle, what's going on? Jiang Feng walked up and asked Jiang Igua, who was next to him. The village chickens and ducks were stolen and eaten. Jiang Igua looked at Jiang Feng and said, stolen food again. Jiang Feng shouted in surprise, then walked over to the crowd. The villagers made way for Jiang Feng when they saw him coming. Jiang Feng walked in and saw more than 10 chickens and ducks lying on the ground. Without exception, these chickens and ducks were bitten to death by unknown animals. There are even some chickens and ducks with only half their bodies left. Looking at this scene, Jiang Feng frowned. These chickens and ducks look really bad. He just couldn't figure out what kind of animal had done this. What a sin! What did this? The 3 grandmasters busted out directly into the crowd, because half of the chickens and ducks in this flock belonged to his family. The villagers next to him followed and cursed. TND. It's been a long time since something like this happened in our village. I won't sleep at night either. I'd like to see which one did it. Why do I get the feeling it's a wolf? Asterisk 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 Q. We haven't seen a wolf inside the mountains in over a decade. The villagers broke out in righteous indignation. You say the stealing food is stealing food. The point is, what do you mean by only eating half? Provoke them? Feng, you've been outside and broken in. Tell us what animal bites this. The third master opened his mouth at this time and asked towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I'm not sure. I'll ask you guys. With that, Zhang Feng called in Brother Panther, Tuanzi and the others. You guys smell if there are any other animals up there. Zhang Feng pointed to a few chickens and ducks on the ground and said. After saying that, Brother Panther and Little Black Tiger immediately came forward and sniffed. Then he shook his head at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Little Black Tiger and Brother Panther can't smell it. What kind of animal is this? That's too crafty. No, they don't know either. Zhang Feng spoke helplessly to the villagers. Hearing this, the villagers heaved a sigh. I don't know what kind of animal stole the food. This is going to be difficult. Maybe the animal will come back at night to steal food. Janigwa walked up at this time and asked, Did you guys hear any movement last night? There's no movement. I'd be awake if there was. The three great masters were so angry that they slapped their thighs and regretted it. The other villagers also shook their heads and said they hadn't heard any movement. This is a complete dead end. No useful clues were found in the slightest. I think I saw that animal yesterday. Just as the crowd was at a loss, an unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke. The villagers turned their heads and realized that they were workers from the Forestry Bureau construction team. Really? What did you see? John Igwa took out a box of huazi from his pocket and divided them one by one. Those workers picked it up in a hurry. I came out to go to the bathroom last night just in time to see an animal jump out of that house. Following the direction of the worker's finger, the crowd looked to see that it was the third master's house, and the worker continued at this point. I see that guy looks very much like our old family's donkey. Hearing this, the villagers were dumbfounded. Donkeys steal livestock. How is this possible? Nope. What I saw yesterday was a wolf. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 120 Brother Bear, come with me to the fight. The worker had just finished his sentence when another worker next to him, wearing a hat, interrupted with a voice. I saw that guy's back yesterday when I was taking a piss. It was clearly a wolf. The hat worker spoke fervently, but this made the villagers even more confused. I'm afraid these two are not talking about the same creature. Yet these two were pretty sure they saw the creature at the same time. Holy yo! What is this? You two didn't drink yesterday, did you? I think it's better to have the forest service come by. They're good at this. The villagers were talking about it. Zhang Feng was frowning at this time. He was flipping through a book of plant and animal illustrations in his head. Let's see if there's any mention of this oddball creature in there. Little Feng, called Director Su. Have the Forestry Bureau send someone over. At this time, Jiang Igwa interrupted Zhang Feng's contemplation. The villagers also set their eyes on Zhang Feng. Now this is something that can't be solved by the village alone. They don't want any more accidents either. So it's better to have the forest service send someone. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded, then walked to the side to call Su Qinghuan. In a few words, he explained the purpose of his visit. The face of Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone immediately became grave. You tell the villagers to stay calm. I'll take a trip to Longmen village right now. Su Qinghuan spoke in a deep voice. Well, I'll meet you in the village. Zhang Feng nodded, then hung up the phone. However, Zhang Feng didn't return to the crowd. Instead, he crouched down and contemplated again. Boing boing. What's wrong with you? Tuanzi came over and looked at Zhang Feng's worried look and asked with concern. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's big head and didn't say anything. Donkey-like, and like a wolf. This can't be a donkey-headed wolf. Zhang Feng, who was reminiscing in his mind, suddenly thought of a legendary creature. Donkey-headed wolf. This creature is very much as described by the two workers earlier. The head of a donkey, the body of a wolf. When hungry, they will come down to the mountains and steal domestic animals. However, this creature only circulates in the mountainous regions throughout China. It has not been confirmed by the scientific community. Yet a number of people have claimed to have seen this strange-looking donkey-headed wolf. It's like the legendary cockatrice. No real physical specimens appear. Zhang Feng yanked Brother Bao over with one hand. Brother Panther, have you ever seen a donkey-headed wolf? Zhang Feng found out the picture of donkey-head wolf and placed it in front of Brother Panther. Brother Panther's two eyes glazed over as he took a closer look, then shook his head. Zhang Feng immediately pushed Brother Panther aside in disgust. Another photo was placed in front of a few other critters, but unsurprisingly, the donuts they all shook their heads. Such legendary creatures they could never have seen. Zhang Feng sighed, looks like the only way is to invite the killer. With that, Zhang Feng got up and rushed to the crowd. Uncles and aunts, the people from the Forestry Bureau are heading this way. I have to get back before I go. After saying that, Zhang Feng took the little animals and went home. After returning home, Zhang Feng went straight for the big black tiger under the eaves of the house. The big black tiger that was sleeping was woken up by Zhang Feng. It raised its head and yawned. not understanding what Zhang Feng wanted. Big Black, have you ever seen such a creature? Zhang Feng once again placed the photo in front of Big Black Tiger. The Big Black Tiger looked twice. Ouch, I've seen you before. Really? Zhang Feng was immediately overjoyed. Good guy can be considered to have recognized. Big Black, do you know where this guy lives? Zhang Feng asked again. He was going to teach the donkey-headed wolf a hard lesson. How dare you come to their village? You've got a lot of guts. Ouch. I know. The Big Black Tiger nodded lazily. Zhang Feng was immediately emotional and said, Go, you take me there. Let's it up. Ouch. You can't find it at night. You can't find it during the day. The Big Black Tiger growled. Then lay back down. Zhang Feng was unable to sit still at this time, and walked around the yard a few times. It's only noon. It's still early in the evening, but Zhang Feng was a bit impatient. Brother Panther, I'm going to give you a difficult task for the night. Zhang Feng found Brother Panther. Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng with a confused expression. Brother Panther, we've been provoked. This is a slap in our face. Even if you hit me in the face, the key is not to put your exterminating panther in your eyes. Do you think we should back? Zhang Feng spoke in a serious tone. Ouch. Asterisk. It. Panther couldn't stand such words of encouragement. Straight away, he roared up towards the sky. So Zhang Feng went crazy along with Brother Panther. The Big Black Tiger, lying under the roof, looked up speechlessly at the pair of cuties. What's the point of getting so worked up about a little chick? The Big Black Tiger shook his head, yawned, and lay down again. At this time the villagers at the entrance of the village were still waiting for the arrival of the forestry department, and Zhang Feng couldn't wait any longer. After a midday meal, it was time to take the critters into the mountains with us. Only Weasel and White Fox were left to watch the house. Originally, Zhang Feng didn't want to bring Tuanzi with its two little brothers either, but Zhang Feng couldn't stand Tuanzi's pampering ways. The guy went straight to the ground on all fours and rolled around, so Zhang Feng couldn't do anything with it. You'll all be honest when we get to the place. Zhang Feng walked on the mountain path, knocking the three little heads in the bamboo basket behind him. Boing boing, dumplings are the best. Boing boing, I'm the one. Ouch, the boss is wrong. All three little guys responded to Zhang Feng's sentence. Zhang Feng didn't bother with the three little ones either, and turned his head to look at the Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther next to him. How about it you two? Do you have the confidence to take down the donkey-headed wolf? Ouch, it. Panther roared excitedly towards the sky. The Big Black Tiger, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and gave Zhang Feng a disdainful look. You need me to do something. Zhang Feng walked very fast all the way, but he had been walking for more than 2 hours and still hadn't arrived at the place. Big Black, aren't we at the place yet? Zhang Feng asked it this time. Ouch, I'll be there by nightfall. Big Black responded and then continued to lead the way in front. And that's when the forestry department's crowd had arrived in Longmen village, but they were also confused once they heard the description of the workers. It's a donkey and a wolf again. What kind of creature is this? They are unheard of. And once Su Qinghuan got off the bus she realized that she couldn't find Zhang Feng. Village Chief Zhang, where did this kid Zhang Feng run off to? Su Qinghuan looked around and asked. He went into the mountains. Zhang Igua took a drag on his cigarette and said. Su Qinghuan was speechless and didn't know what to say. This kid has a big heart. He dares to go into the mountains at this hour. And at this moment, Zhang Feng and Brother Panther were walking on the mountain road when they suddenly ran into the blind bear family that was preparing food for hibernation. Zhang Feng immediately looked at the blind bear with joy. Brother Bear, let's go. Come with me to the fight. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 121. Loud clamor. Scaffolding. Someone is bullying a benefactor. The blind bear froze when he heard Zhang Feng's words, because it knew that with Brother Panther and the others around, who would dare to bully Zhang Feng? At this time, the bear's sister-in-law in the back was patting the blind bear's back, and then a gesture from the blind bear. Make it a promise. Ouch. Okay. After having his daughter-in-law's approval, the naive blind bear nodded. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Sister Bear, you go to my house with the little ones first and wait for us. Soon we'll be back. Saying that, Zhang Feng pulled out a few bags of feed and stuffed it to Mrs. Xiong. Then he pulled Bear away. Boing boing, dolls. At that moment, the donut in the bamboo basket showed a small head, watching the little black bear next to Mrs. Bear calling out. Zhang Feng helplessly reached out and pressed Tuanzi's little head down. That's not a doll. I'll buy you one in a couple days, okay? Boing boing, don't you dare lie to people. The donut in the bamboo basket smiled happily, and with the addition of the blind bear, Zhang Feng was even more confident in this operation, because his greatest fear was that there would be more than just one donkey-headed wolf, because creatures like wolves are generally pack animals. It would be a problem if a bunch of them came out of nowhere. Just now when he was going up the mountain, Jiang Feng thought about asking Brother Panther to call his panther brothers over. But in the end it was better to think about it. Don't bother with these leopards. One with a big black tiger basically takes care of it. And with the addition of the blind bear, the trip was basically a no-brainer. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng opened his live stream again, because there was a necessary clause when he signed the agreement with Su Qinghuan. It was for Jiang Feng to popularize the flora and fauna of China to the netizens when he broadcasted live. So Jiang Feng happened to take this opportunity to popularize this legendary donkey-headed wolf to the netizens. Bench, sofa, egu. The anchor is a bit late to start the live broadcast today. Ha, is this the anchor going into the mountains again? Good guys, black tigers, leopards, black bears, anchor, are you going into the mountains for a fight? The netizens in the live broadcast room were puzzled when they saw Jiang Feng's voluminous line. This line doesn't look like the good guys. You guys really did guess right. We're going into the mountains today to find a legendary creature too. Guess what creature? Jiang Feng said with a smile. Is the legendary creature a dragon? The dragon's a hairline. I'd say it's definitely the phoenix. The more you people talk, the more outrageous you get. You are clearly a nine-tailed demon fox that has become a spirit. Good man. I can't sleep when you say that. At this time, the assistant following Su Qinghuan also opened Jiang Feng's live broadcast. As soon as he heard that Jiang Feng was looking for an animal too, he immediately reported it to Su Qinghuan. This kid, all day long, he's just making up things. You'll see what he'll get up to later. Su Qinghuan pointed at Jiang Feng in the live broadcast and laughed and cursed. And Jiang Feng had roughly skimmed through the pop-ups in the live broadcast room at this time. It turns out that the more the internet guesses, the more outrageous it gets. In desperation, he could only say again, everyone should stop guessing. Creatures like dragons don't exist in this world. I'm looking for the donkey-headed wolf today. As Jiang Feng said these words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room came to a brief standstill. Then there was a blowout. What's this? Donkey-head wolf? Is this a donkey or a wolf? Good lord, here comes another unknown creature. Feeling so ignorant. Anchor talking about horse wolf. I remember. We call it the donkey-headed leopard on our side of the world. Brother Panther, please don't use panther indiscriminately. Thank you. The live stream blew up at this point. The vast majority of people were hearing about creatures like the donkey-headed wolf for the first time, and some of the internet users who live in the mountains remembered the legendary creature. You heard right. I'm looking for the legendary donkey-headed wolf. Jiang Feng laughed as he looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. It's not true. I heard my great-grandfather say it, but it's just a legend. What if it's true? And don't forget the legend of the cockatrice. Laughing my ass off. Does this anchor not have any content to broadcast? He's just trying to get attention. We also have the legend of the donkey-headed wolf on our side. I'd like to see if the anchor can find it. People who questioned Jiang Feng began to appear in the live broadcast room. But Jiang Feng didn't reply to the netizens, because by the time they see the donkey-headed wolf, the group will surely be stunned. Su Qinghuan, who was watching Jiang Feng's live broadcast in Longmen Village, was also a bit dumbfounded. This donkey-headed wolf thing really exists. Su Qinghuan murmured suspiciously. The dusty memories in his mind were also opened. The legend of the donkey-headed wolf had indeed been heard in his youth, but it's really just a legend. The Forest Service has never found the creature at all. This kid, where does he know about these strange and weird creatures? Su Qinghuan shook her head and laughed. There was no bothering Jiang Feng's live broadcast. Instead, like many netizens, he was guarding Jiang Feng's live broadcast. They wanted to see if there was such a creature as a donkey-headed wolf or not. Big Black, how long until we get there? Jiang Feng looked at the sky and realized that it was already evening, and the light inside the mountain had dimmed. Ouch, it's right up ahead. The big black tiger roared. Jiang Feng also saw a place with a cave not far in front of him at this time. This could be where the donkey-headed wolf is hiding. Friends, the donkey-headed wolf is just ahead. Let's feel our way up quietly. Jiang Feng whispered in the live broadcast, then carefully lead Panther and the others towards the cave out. The big black tiger behind him looked at Jiang Feng very helplessly. What's the point of being so careful with this thing? Ha ha ha, I really laughed my ass off. This anchor is pretending to be pretty much the same. Get out of here upstairs. I really don't want to hear you talk. After that, I got nervous with it. So excited to meet the donkey-headed wolf soon. So excited. So excited. The netizens followed Jiang Feng's footsteps and got nervous. And Jiang Feng, who was approaching the cave step by step, was also a bit nervous. He gulped and gradually approached the cave. And it was at that moment that three calf-sized creatures suddenly leapt out of the dark cave entrance. Their eyes were glowing green as they looked ferociously at Jiang Feng and the others. Holy, there really is a donkey-headed wolf. It's really a donkey's head. It's really a donkey's head. My day. This anchor has too much guts to come here. Buddha blesses. Bless the boss. These donkey-headed wolves must die. Donkey wolf, we have a grudge. Netflix was instantly taken aback by the donkey-headed wolf. This thing really does look like the legendary donkey-headed wolf. The head of a donkey, the body of a wolf, and it looks ferocious. Zhang Feng cried out towards the donkey-headed wolf at this time. Go, it! Happy New Year's Day! We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thanks! Chapter 122, The Origin of the Donkey-Headed Wolf. It, with Zhang Feng's order, Leopard and the others charged directly towards the 3 donkey-headed wolves, and the donkey-headed wolf immediately growled ferociously. That weird look was surprisingly a bit of a head-scratcher to watch. Ouch! The little black tiger in the bamboo basket also called out, trying to rush out and join the fray. However, he was pressed back by Zhang Feng. It's not for you to get involved. Zhang Feng looked at the 3 ferocious donkey-headed wolves across from him and couldn't help but get a little worried. After all, it was the first time the donkey-headed wolf had appeared so brightly in front of the crowd. No one knows the habits of this animal, and how well it fights. But according to the Book of Flora and Fauna, the donkey-headed wolf is a vicious creature. Fighting, exciting scene. Close your eyes. The next scene is a bit juvenile. So worried about the money leopard. Brother Panther's size is a bit smaller than the donkey-headed wolf. The anchor was a bit presumptuous. Should have brought a bird cannon. Give them a few shots and they'll be honest. You're all salty, and don't forget the bug-like existence of the big black tiger. The netizens in the livestream were also a bit worried as they watched the touch-and-go battle. But the situation at the scene was greatly unexpected by everyone. Even the fight was over a little fast. Just now, when the battle between the 2 sides began to break out. First, the big black tiger leisurely walked up to the donkey-headed wolf. Facing the donkey-headed wolf with bared teeth, the big black tiger didn't even open its eyes. Up went a claw, then turned away with disdain. Instead, the donkey-headed wolf fell to the ground and wailed. Trying to struggle to his feet, he fell heavily to the ground. Big Black, awesome! Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up to the big black tiger. The big black tiger is too tough to fight. He even suspected that there were no animals on the blue planet that could threaten Big Black. Ouch! A little something. The big black tiger disdainfully returned to Zhang Feng's side, then lay down and licked its paws. And the 3 little ones in the bamboo basket also stared at the big black tiger with wide eyes in adoration. At this moment, they were all bowled over by the strength of the big black tiger. Zhang Feng, who was beside him, was a bit jealous. Reaching down, he pressed the 3 little ones back together. At this time, the other 2 donkey-headed wolves on the battlefield were also quickly resolved by Brother Panther and Blind Bear. And the Blind Bear is more violent than the big black tiger. Going up to Bang Bang was a few slaps, directly slapping the donkey-headed wolf to stand up. Panther's fight was a bit long though, because this donkey-headed wolf was going to be a bit bigger than Brother Panther. The looks are also a bit more menacing than Brother Bao, but Panther is not a wimp at all. He shouted asterisk it and then jumped directly onto the back of the donkey-headed wolf with his agility. A bite at the donkey-headed wolf's neck. In the end, if Zhang Feng hadn't spoken out to stop it, I'm afraid this donkey-headed wolf is cold. Good job, Brother Panther. Brother Bear, I'll go back and give you guys extra chicken legs, Zhang Feng said with a joyful smile. Ouch. No, I want feed. Brother Panther held his head high and glanced disdainfully and lightly at the donkey-headed wolf. Then with his head held high he took small steps. Brother Bao's arrogant gesture made Zhang Feng and the netizens couldn't help but laugh. The Blind Bear, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Grinning, he scratched his head nervously and laughed. Ow, they're too weak. The bear smiled nervously. Hearing this from the Blind Bear, the 3 donkey-headed wolves lying on the ground wailed sadly. Awesome! The strongest creature of the blue planet is not my great black tiger. Che, these donkey-headed wolves are too trashy. Everyone should not underestimate the donkey-headed wolf. If you really encounter it, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to escape. I think I'm still handsome, Brother Panther. The pop-ups on the live feed exploded. The netizens could hardly express their excitement and praised the big black tigers in them. Zhang Feng patted Panther's little head, then towards the 3 donkey-headed wolves. Ouch! The Blind Bear called out, uneasily following behind Zhang Feng. The 3 donkey-headed wolves lying on the ground looked at Zhang Feng in awe, weakly supporting his body. He tried to get up, but all to no avail. He could only watch as Zhang Feng walked towards him step by step. You say you guys can't steal anywhere, but have to come to our village to steal. It's not like you're asking for trouble. Zhang Feng shook his head inside. The donkey-headed wolf wailed and looked at Zhang Feng ferociously. Even though I can't beat you, I just can't. The donkey-headed wolf was dying to take a bite of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng slapped at the donkey-headed wolf. What? You're still not convinced, are you? You've wrecked all the chickens in our village. It's good that I don't get you killed, Zhang Feng said with a cold face. If it wasn't for the fact that the donkey-headed wolf was so rare, he definitely wouldn't have let the donkey-headed wolf go so easily. And Donkey-Head Wolf was a bit confused by Zhang Feng's slap. Humans it has seen, But why is this human so strong? The donkey-headed wolf barked twice and looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. Tai-Bai Mountain Forestry Bureau, don't shoot the donkey-headed wolf. Keep it for research. That was when a special pop-up suddenly appeared on the livestream. This is the FDA's own account. When they saw how badly Zhang Feng had beaten the donkey-headed wolf, they hurriedly asked Zhang Feng to be merciful. Tell me, how did you get to MT? Tybeek. Zhang Feng stared at the donkey-headed wolf at this time and asked, because Tybeek has never heard the legend of the donkey-headed wolf, and there are only a few neighboring provinces where people have seen these legendary guys, so Zhang Feng was sure that this donkey-headed wolf was definitely an alien species. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the donkey-headed wolf whimpered twice in a small voice. Then he told Zhang Feng about his origins, but it was Zhang Feng who was dumbfounded by what he heard. You're from Shenangjia. Zhang Feng muttered something in a low voice, and in the eyes of the netizens at this time, Zhang Feng seemed like a psychopath staring at the donkey-headed wolf. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Feng's heart was shaken beyond belief at this time, because Shenangjia belongs to the Daba mountain range. It is not far away from the Tai-Bai mountain. However, the Qinling mountains and the Daba mountains are almost connected, so it's kinda normal for these donkey-headed wolves to make it to MT, Tai-Bai. But what made Zhang Feng more surprised was that these three donkey-headed wolves were driven here by an unknown creature. Did you get a good look at the mysterious creature? Zhang Feng asked in a somewhat curious whisper. No. The donkey-headed wolf looked at Zhang Feng twice in awe. Zhang Feng was speechless. Good lord, these donkey-headed wolves are useless, being driven here by others. I can't believe I don't even know my opponent. Not only are you guys ugly, you're not strong enough either. However, Zhang Feng had a rough idea in his mind at this time. I've heard that Shenangjia is most famous for its wild men. Then it is highly likely that this pack of donkey-headed wolves was driven here by the savages. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 123, I'll beat you up if you run away. You guys are unlucky enough. 2. Zhang Feng said with a sigh. It's a good thing that the wild man only appears in Shenangjia, and Tai-Bai Mountain hasn't heard of the wild man yet. Moreover, Zhang Feng didn't want to care about this, so he got up and stood up, glanced at the pop-ups on the live feed. Don't worry, I won't get the donkey-headed wolf. Come quickly if you want to take the donkey-headed wolf, Zhang Feng said to the staff of the Forestry Bureau in the live broadcast, and actually the Forest Service when they realized that the donkey-headed wolf actually appeared on the air. Immediately, he sent someone towards Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng said to the three donkey-headed wolves at this time. However, I'm going back. You guys lay here nicely and someone will come and take you later. After saying that, Zhang Feng turned around and wanted to leave. The three donkey-headed wolves froze. Dude, you came all the way over here to beat us up. Are you a human being or not? Several donkey-headed wolves whimpered in aggravation. But once they heard that Zhang Feng, the bogeyman, was leaving, they were thrilled inside. They are finally saved. But who would have thought that Zhang Feng, who was about to leave, would suddenly turn his head again. Rushing at them, he threatened fiercely, if you try to run away, I'll beat you up again. Don't presume you can run away. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the donkey-headed wolf who was in joy was suddenly dumbfounded. It looked at the big black tiger in them, and the donkey-headed wolf was completely abashed. The tears were so big they wanted to cry. How did they invite this bogeyman? It's not giving them a chance to live anymore. The donkey-headed wolf could no longer hold back his huffing and puffing as he thought of his arduous escape all the way here from Shenangjia. Zhang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly confused. Holy, or the anchor is so good. He actually made such a ferocious animal cry. Is the anchor that scary? Just think of the punks in front of the school asking for money when you were in school. Don't say that upstairs. It was hard for me to guard the school entrance and ask for money at that time. NTD. Upstairs I want to you. The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at the huffing and puffing donkey wolf speechlessly. Zhang Feng was also very speechless. He didn't just say a few words. This donkey wolf is so aggravated. Even cried. Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger in them with an innocent face. The big black tiger, however, had a disdainful face. Cut. Goon. Alright, don't cry. Someone will come to pick you up later. By then you'll be eating royal food and won't have to wander. Zhang Feng twisted his head and spoke again. After saying that, he turned around and left with the group of them, and the donkey-headed wolf, who was lying on the ground, huffing and puffing, visibly froze. This is really such a good thing. Then it seems the beating wasn't in vain. The donkey-headed wolf lay on the cold ground, looking up at the stars. Both eyes were dull with contemplation. Over here, Zhang Feng sent a locator over to Su Qingwan just after he left. Saves you from having to find the place when the Forest Service comes later. Anchor going back to the house without chatting more. You're not sick, are you? What are you talking about in the middle of the night? The anchor doesn't wait for the Forestry Bureau to come? What if these donkey-headed wolves run away? you're afraid you haven't forgotten how those donkey-headed wolves cried just now. No, it's getting late, and the doughboys are already sleepy. I've sent the coordinates to the Forest Service. They'll find this place, Zhang Feng explained in the live broadcast at this time. In fact, the donuts they were now lying in the bamboo basket had already huffed and puffed. Zhang Feng had come out in a hurry this time and had forgotten to bring his tent. Plus it's too cold inside the mountains right now. It was already close to 0 degrees, so Zhang Feng wanted to rush back home as soon as possible. Zhang Feng walked faster all the way, but it was already pitch black inside the mountain, and Zhang Feng had to be careful with every step he took. Panther, on the other hand, was fearlessly jumping around in front of him. It's a happy one today, because of the fight. Zhang Feng, who was following behind, chatted with the netizens from time to time, and at that moment, the panther in front of him suddenly stopped in the middle of a forest. Keeping his head down, he looked at something curiously. Brother Panther, what have you found? Zhang Feng in the back shone his flashlight then followed. Ouch! Bao Bao called out and walked to the side so that Zhang Feng could take a look. Zhang Feng walked up and shined his flashlight. Ha! It's actually a death flower, Zhang Feng said in astonishment. After the netizens in the live broadcast room heard Zhang Feng's exclamation of surprise, their hearts were immediately tickled with anxiety. What's a death flower? I think I've seen this flower in a novel. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Fiction is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Okay? The netizens are buzzing. At this time, Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, the netizen just now was right. This is indeed the death flower from the Tomb Raider novel. But the flower isn't poisonous. It's just that it grows on rotting branches, or dead animals. Actually people are called crystal orchids. Zhang Feng explained the flower of death. The flower has such a bad name because of the environment in which it grows. This is because basically no other plants will be present around the crystal orchid. But this flower is very precious. There's still a growing process for blips, and crystal orchids may wilt within a minute or so of burrowing out of the soil. And there's one great thing about crystal orchids. It just glows. Take for example this crystal orchid in front of Zhang Feng. It took on a blue glow to its color. Good man. It's true that literature comes from life. Is this crystal orchid a mushroom? Can I eat it? You'll have to ask your friends in the Cloud Province about this. I don't know. You can't even touch this stuff. Why don't you try it first? Everyone hurry up and take screenshots now. Later this crystal flower will disappear. Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, then turned off the flashlight. After Jiang Feng's reminder, netizens started taking screenshots. After all, it was still a matter of luck to stumble upon something so rare. And this crystal orchid was just like what Zhang Feng said. It hadn't even been a moment's work before it had simply withered away. Netizens are crying out for pity. It's just this and this is gone. I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I forgot to take a screenshot, or I'll sell you my photos. You're all talented, and this can be business. Convinced, the netizens cried out in shame. This thing is literally harder to see than a blip. I'll see you all again sometime. Zhang Feng smiled, then got up and prepared to continue down the mountain. And at this time, several flashlight lights suddenly appeared not far away. There was the faint sound of someone talking. At first Zhang Feng thought it was someone from the Forestry Bureau, but he didn't expect that by the time the other party walked nearby, Zhang Feng heard the other party's conversation. The face changed. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 124, Break Your Glasses. The group actually went into the mountains to poach. And it's so blatant. Zhang Feng immediately told Panther and the others to hide to the side. The live bloggers have also asked about I think I ran into poachers. Zhang Feng whispered in the live broadcast. It instantly blew up the airwaves. What the is poaching? Him. Anchor beware. Hide. These people are very cold-blooded. Good man. How dare someone do such a thing now that the law is so strict? It can't be helped. The buyers pay too much money. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the netizens followed suit and worried. And the Forest Serviceman had a sudden change of face at this time. Good lord. This is blatantly messing with their turf. Su Qinghuan immediately called the person who entered the mountain. Get them to the place as soon as possible. Catch these poachers at all costs. And at that moment the group of poachers were getting closer to Zhang Feng, probably afraid of being discovered. They also turned off their flashlights as well and advanced in the dark. Boss, are we really going to sell this animal to the people of the Sakura country? A small young voice suddenly rang out. Where's all the nonsense? There's money to be made not on the line. A middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Available. Little four eyes. You still, don't want to know, want to earn big money anymore, the boss said. A stuttering man chimed in. Shut up both of you, want to be found out don't you? The middle-aged man cursed in a low voice, so the woods were suddenly in the midst of silence again. and they were getting closer to where Zhang Feng was. Zhang Feng was considering how to take the three poachers down by surprise, but just at this time, the donut in the bamboo basket behind Zhang Feng woke up from his sleep. It rubbed its little eyes and whimpered. Boing boing, it's cold. This cry of the group immediately broke the tranquility of the woods. At once several lights shone in this direction. Who's over there? Get your ass out here. The middle-aged man growled in a low voice. Old boss, let me hit a few shots. It won't matter. The stuttering man in the poaching gang spoke menacingly. It's over. It's over. The anchor has been discovered. I'm going. They actually have weapons in their hands. Anchor, be careful. Lao Jiang, don't go out. Hold on. The netizens in the live stream had panicked, and Zhang Feng, who was hiding on the side, laughed bitterly. It was assumed that the group had already discovered him, so there was no point in him hiding. Don't get me wrong, homie. One of our own. Zhang Feng walked out with a bamboo basket on his back, took the three poachers by surprise. What? You, do, quickly, tell me. The stuttering man held up the bird cannon in his hand and aimed it at Zhang Feng and said, I'm just like you guys. I'm a poacher. Zhang Feng reached out and patted the bamboo basket behind him. Inside, three confused little heads were suddenly revealed. The old boss. It's a panda. He knows we're poachers. The stuttering man looked at the doughboys, they said in surprise, and the middle-aged man grimaced, his eyes constantly scanning Jiang Feng's side. Is it true that I've met a fellow traveler? The middle-aged man was still a bit skeptical about Jiang Fengdu's identity, and the man with glasses behind them frowned when he saw Jiang Feng. Boss, this guy looks familiar. The man with glasses looked at Jiang Feng and said. Hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately cursed. Good man, you're the smart one, aren't you? I'll just break your glasses later. Peers, all of them. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Peer, I don't think so. You seem to be an anchor. The man with the glasses opened his mouth with a twinkle in his eye at this time. This time, Jiang Feng put away the smile on his face and became somewhat gloomy. Nima, you wait for me. I'll not only step on your glasses later, I'll hit you in the eye. Old boss, let me him up. The stuttering man immediately raised his bird cannon and aimed at Jiang Feng. Kid, you messed with the wrong person. The middle-aged man smiled grimly and told the stuttering man to do it. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was indifferently goose-stepping his shoulders. There are people who are dying and don't realize it, so turn your heads and look, Jiang Feng said. The middle-aged man and the stuttering man, however, laughed disdainfully. This kind of useless routine still wants to scare them. Joke. Still, the man with the glasses next to him looked back, then immediately paralyzed. Boss, there's a monster. The man with the glasses immediately screamed in fear. It took the middle-aged man and the stuttering man by surprise. They looked back and then sat down paralyzed as well. There really are monsters. The three big men were scared out of their wits by the big black tigers and they sat on the ground trembling. The big black tiger, however, yawned disdainfully. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng stopping it, it would have gone to finish off these people in the morning. I'll go. What a false alarm. It scared the hell out of me. I told you there must be no problem with the big black tiger, right? You can forget it, you horse's ass. The crowd on the air breathed a sigh of relief, and Jiang Feng walked towards the three poachers with an amused look on his face. You guys have a lot of guts to run here and poach. Jiang Feng looked at them from above. Boy, who the hell are you? The middle-aged man asked undeterred. Father, I'm your father. I'm your father. The pop-ups on the live feed instantly changed the wind direction. Jiang Feng spoke up at this time. Master Wenang, Netflix. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the netizens in the live broadcast room were speechless, and the three poachers on the ground gritted their teeth and looked at Jiang Feng, even had to stand up and fight back. But Brother Bao slapped them honestly with a slap. Now you know who I am. Tell me what animals you went into the mountains to poach. Jiang Feng asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Jiang Feng. No, don't know. Stuttering man is so hardcore too. The man with glasses next to him was just about to speak when Brother Panther, at Jiang Feng's signal, clawed at him. Then Jiang Feng continued to ask, you really don't know? I don't know. No, don't know. Snap. The man with the glasses gets another slap. He covered the half of his face that was already swollen beyond recognition and looked at Jiang Feng pitifully. Big brother, will you just listen to me for a second? What have I done to offend you? Why are you only hitting me? The man with the glasses was so aggravated in his heart, but Jiang Feng just ignored the glasses man. It wasn't until after Brother Bao had slapped the glasses man out of shape that Jiang Feng slowly looked at him. Say, what animals did you poach this time? Ooh-hoo. The man with the glasses was so moved that he cried outright. Thank goodness you finally asked me. But at this point the glasses guy's speech was starting to leak. The nests, casts of thought. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 125. The Nest. Nests. Cast the thought. Ibis. The man with the glasses sucked in a breath of cool air as he spoke. Covering his face, he screamed in pain. The middle-aged man next to him and the stuttering man both glared at him, because as long as they bit the bullet that they didn't know about it, Zhang Feng couldn't do anything about them. But now it's alright, and it's actually all shaken out by this one. This sand sculpture. Zhang Feng's face turned very ugly up when he heard the glasses man's words. These three are a bit bold to poach ibis. Now that's a real sentence. Where did you hide the ibis? Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice, because he didn't find any hiding places for ibis on the gang. Then in that case, the ibis must be hidden by them in another place. I'll be damned. These ibis poachers are criminal. Him anchor. These three are too arrogant. This group of people have black hearts. They don't even spare protected animals. The netizens in the live broadcast room were enraged after hearing this. Originally, environmental pollution has caused protected animals to become rarer and rarer over the years. Now there are still people who dare to poach the ibis. That's a lot of nerve. It's right back there in the cave. The man with the glasses didn't hide it any longer and told what he knew. Take me there. And don't blame me for being polite if you guys try any tricks. Zhang Feng viciously kicked the three men. Let them lead the way. The man with the glasses crawled up in a panic of fear and went to the front of the line. The middle-aged man and the stuttering man were originally thinking of stiffening up a bit, but with a slap from Brother Bao, the two were much more honest. Hurry up. Zhang Feng kicked them again, not being polite to this group of poachers in the slightest. The man with the glasses stumbled ahead and led the way. Zhang Feng originally thought that there was a distance, but he didn't expect to come outside a cave after only a short walk. Just, is in there. The man with the glasses pointed to the cave and spoke. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, turned on his flashlight and took the lead. The three people following behind had happy faces and were ready to escape, but as soon as he turned his head, he spotted the big black tiger following behind him. The three were so frightened that they ran into the cave in a panic, and after Zhang Feng walked inside the cave, he discovered a huge snakeskin bag on the floor of the cave. There was something else inside that kept struggling. Looks like the ibis is in here. Zhang Feng hurriedly walked up and opened the snakeskin bag. Inside, a large, long-billed, vermilion bird peeked out. This is a nationally protected animal. Ibis. Wow, it's really an ibis. This ibis is so beautiful. The feathers of this ibis are so pretty. It's nice to use them as an ornament. Upstairs, behave yourself. I've called the police. At this point, the ibis wings and claws and beak were bound, but the ibis didn't have an ounce of fear. Instead, he dripped and turned his small eyes to look at Zhang Feng. You should be glad you ran into me, Zhang Feng said as he untied the rope from the crested ibis. Without the ropes to bind it, the ibis rose and shook itself. Then with a long yelp and a flap of his wings he took off, and charged straight at the poaching trio. Gah! Gah! There was anger in the ibis cries. The trio of poachers couldn't dodge and got their heads cut off by the ibis with its long sharp beak. Hiding in the corner holding his head in pain, he screamed. Deserved. That's how they should be treated. It's fun. It's fun. It's still not as enjoyable as my brother Panther's fight. That slapdown is the sour one. Anchor takes credit this time. Seeing the poaching trio get beat up, netizens are screaming for help. Zhang Feng was also standing on the sidelines watching the show. These three just deserve it. And the ibis stopped after a few facets at the trio. Spreading his wings, he flew to Zhang Feng's side, rubbing his head affectionately against Zhang Feng's leg. Next time you see a human you should run far away. Zhang Feng patted the ibis back and said with a smile. Gah! Gah! The ibis called twice. After being intimate with Zhang Feng for a while, he spread his wings and flew out of the cave. It looks like it's going home. We can go now. At that moment, the man with the glasses in the cave suddenly spoke out and asked. Directly, Zhang Feng and the audience in the live broadcast room were completely speechless. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Zhang Feng was infuriated and laughed. Why does the IQ of this poaching trio seem a bit off? When, of course, is home. At this time, the stuttering man next to him looked at Zhang Feng with a naive face. Zhang Feng looked at the middle-aged man speechlessly at this time. That's your little brother. It's a little out of your mind. And the middle-aged man grunted coldly at his two little brothers and didn't say anything. Probably pissed off too. Zhang Feng shook his head and walked over to the middle-aged man. Tell me, who is your buyer and how much did he pay you to sell yourselves like that? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. In recent years, the relevant environmental protection laws have been gradually improved and tightened. The theft of nationally protected animals like these three have been going on for more than 10 years at the very least. I don't know. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, then turned his head away. Zhang Feng glanced at the man with glasses. The man with the glasses felt like his face was going to hurt again, so he rushed to reveal who was behind them. It's a Sakura nation who told us to do this. Cherry Blossom Country. Hearing this, Zhang Feng froze. He thought it was a domestic buyer, but he didn't realize it was actually a foreigner who purchased it. But then Jiang Feng figured out the reason for this. Because the ibis is the symbol of the royal family of the Sakura country, and it has always been regarded as a sacred bird with a high status in the Sakura country. But all the ibis in the Sakura country became extinct in the last century. In recent times China has also gifted a number of ibis to the cherry blossom kingdom. But watch as the local ibis have bred up. Who would have thought that a nuclear contamination would make the ibis of the Sakura country extinct again? Since then China has not made any more gifts either. It just made Jiang Feng didn't think that the people of the Sakura country's heart of thievery. I can't believe I'm thinking of stealing China's ibis out of the country. That's a lot of nerve. I'll be damned. Are the people of Sakura country so shameless? Fellow countrymen, fight your way into Sakura country and capture Hashimoto-kana alive. I feel it's a bit one-sided. Who doesn't know that the quality of Sakura country's nationals is so high that there's no way they could do something like this? My dog forgot to put the leash on and ran out. Everyone who sees the dog please just kill it. Nice guy. Walking $500,000. The live feed blew up straight away. The netizens are all on the same page about this. After all, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Chinese Kingdom had a grudge in them. You guys have a lot of guts, but unfortunately they're in the wrong place. Let's go. It's about time for the Forest Service to arrive. Jiang Feng kicked the three a few times and let them walk out of the cave. At the rate the FDA is going, they should be in this neighborhood too. When the time comes, we'll just turn these three over to the FDA. He just doesn't care about anything. Besides, he couldn't care less. Stuck on the text, the bad kind, and we'll update the rest very late. We've been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 126, Brother Panther is gone. Go faster. What's the point of dawdling? Jiang Feng said as he followed the trio. These three guys are very unfaithful, always trying to escape. If it wasn't for the big black tiger and the others, Jiang Feng really couldn't get these three people alone. And as Jiang Feng and his group were leaving this cave, the big black tiger following at the end twisted his head towards the side of the cave entrance. Only the grass by the hole moved immediately. It's like some kind of animal hid in there. The big black tiger flicked its tail and didn't say anything. He followed Jiang Feng closely. Over here, Jiang Feng took the little animal and the poaching trio back along the route they came. Halfway through the walk, there were finally a few more flashlight lights in the dark woods. It's the Forest Service coming. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Thanks to you this time. The people from the Forestry Bureau finally breathed a sigh of relief after they ran into Jiang Feng and his group. The lead staff member ran over and gratefully shook Jiang Feng's hand. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng this time, maybe the ibis was really poached by them. Then this is a disgrace to their forest service. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Jiang Feng chuckled before pointing at the poaching trio behind him. I'll leave these three to you for now. I'm going down the mountain now. Alright then, you go ahead, Mr. Jiang. The Forestry Bureau staff nodded and didn't mean to go down the mountain with Jiang Feng, because they still have to interrogate these three before they can go down the mountain. In case there was anything these three hadn't accounted for, they'd be able to find out in time. After all, there weren't many honest ones who dared to run off and poach. Jiang Feng nodded in return before leading the animals down the mountain. And at this time the donuts they were huffing and puffing in Jiang Feng's bamboo basket. After the bumpy ride, these three little ones were sleepy. At this very moment, the donkey-headed wolf lying at the mouth of the cave was depressed. They waited and waited and waited and waited and no human came to them. If it wasn't for the fear that Jiang Feng would beat them up again, the donkey-headed wolf had long since gotten up and fled. How can I lie here and suffer this crap? And the Forest Service seems to have forgotten about these three donkey-headed wolves. It wasn't until after they finished interrogating the poaching trio that they remembered there was something left to do. It was a good thing the burrow of the donkey-headed wolf wasn't far from them. The Forest Service crowd didn't have to walk for long before they found the donkey-headed wolf lying on the ground, looking up at the stars. When the donkey-headed wolf saw the Forest Service crowd, immediately, his tail wagged in excitement. The sky rose up. The crowd watching the FDA was dumbfounded. Have these three donkey-headed wolves been beaten silly? Why are you so happy to see them? The Forest Service crowd looked at each other and became speechless. Still, he went up and bandaged the donkey-headed wolf. Then prepare to take the donkey-headed wolf down with you. The donkey-headed wolf was very cooperative throughout. There wasn't a hint of resentment, because it knows it's about to get its royal food. No more wandering. However, over here, Jiang Feng ran into trouble when he was going back, because Panther is suddenly leaving. Jiang Feng stood on the side of the road looking at Brother Bao with a dumbfounded expression. You said you were going away, where are you going? Jiang Feng asked with a curious expression. Isn't Brother Bao living well at his place? Why are you suddenly leaving? Don't go, Brother Pao. Come and play. Upstairs you don't want to bring down Brother Panther. This will be the end of my life. This worship. Spring meets the soulmate. The two upstairs are on the wrong set. I think. The netizens also felt surprised after hearing Zhang Feng's words. After all, Bao is still very popular on the air. I guess no animal is more popular than leopard. Except for the group. Ouch. Something's up. Brother Panther roared towards Zhang Feng, then leaped into the woods. Before he left, Brother Panther even looked back at Zhang Feng, then it disappeared straight into the night. Really gone. Brother Bao, you are so desperate. What? You're still pregnant with Brother Pao's child? Amount. Zhang Feng was a bit confused as he watched Brother Panther's departure. Before he could react, Brother Panther was simply gone. After spending so much time with Brother Bao, he's suddenly a little reluctant to part with it yet. Ugh, forget about going back. Zhang Feng sighed. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but worry about Brother Panther. What the hell is this guy up to? He can't just tell him yet. Zhang Feng sighed again, then walked towards the bottom of the mountain without saying a word. Time came late at night. Zhang Feng finally brought Tuanzi and the others back to Longmen Village, and at this time, Longmen Village was brightly lit, and many people had not yet gone to bed. Su Qinghuan and the others from the Forestry Bureau were also anxiously waiting for Zhang Feng's return. Little Feng, you're finally back. Where's Donkey Head Wolf? How big is the donkey-headed wolf? The villagers surrounded Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Zhang Feng dragged his tired body and said, Uncles and aunts, let's talk about anything tomorrow. I can barely keep my eyes open now. Also, donkey-headed wolves are big, but they can't plow. Zhang Feng took a look at the third Grandmaster. Straight away, the third master looked a little embarrassed. That's fine, little Feng. You go back to sleep first. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. Zhang Igua spoke at this time. Let Zhang Feng go back to bed first. And after Zhang Feng left, the villagers didn't sit down and went straight home to sleep. It was only the Forest Service crowd that was still waiting for their colleagues to return from the mountains. There was no talk all night. The next day Zhang Feng was still asleep when he was woken up by the donut. He rubbed the group's head in a daze and lay back down again. It wasn't until noon that Zhang Feng got up from his bed. Ooh, it's becoming a zoo. Zhang Feng came outside and said breathlessly when he saw the scene in the yard. Because at this point the yard is nothing but those vegetables. The rest of the place has basically been taken over by the critters. The black bear family alone takes up a good deal of space. And Weasel pointed at White Fox even more angrily. Unfortunately, the White Fox didn't care about the Weasel at all, and licked its own paw there. When it saw Zhang Feng come out, it immediately wanted to pounce on him, but it was clawed back by the donut. Boing boing, teach him the rules. Tuanzi pointed at the White Fox, at Lantern and Little Black Tiger. Ouch, I'll go first, I know this stuff. The Little Black Tiger immediately barked in excitement. Up he went and nipped at the fur on the back of the White Fox's neck, dragging the extremely reluctant White Fox away. Lantern followed closely behind. Instead, Tuanzi rushed forward and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh excitedly. Zhang Feng, who was standing at the door, looked at this bunch of small animals chirping together, making so much noise that he had a bit of a headache. So many animals to not just open a zoo. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately, so we're more motivated to update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 127, Tuanzi, you have to do it yourself. The idea of opening a zoo popped into Zhang Feng's mind, but the thought passed, because Zhang Feng also has no desire to open a zoo. After all, he was on equal footing with this group of animals as well. Alright, let's all go do what we have to do. Zhang Feng patted and rushed to the group of small animals in the yard. The Weasel in the yard looked at the White Fox twice with some reluctance, but it was so long ago that Weasel had to pretend nothing had happened and go over the wall to look at the land. The big black bear family, on the other hand, greeted Zhang Feng and prepared to leave to continue into the mountains to prepare food. Brother Bear, the first to wait. Zhang Feng spoke out to stop the blind bear family. Taking a few bags of feed out from inside the carry-on space, he put it in a bag and handed it to the blind bear. Ouch, how embarrassing. The blind man scratched his head nervously. Instead, he quickly picked up the feed and handed it to his daughter-in-law. Finally the family waddled out of Zhang Feng's house with a full stomach. After sending off the blind bear family, Zhang Feng cleared his head. Now the yard is left with the doughboys in them. Even this White Fox fellow had gone missing. While this was happening, Su Qinghuan brought the people from the Forestry Bureau to Zhang Feng's house. Little Zhang, you did a great job this time. Thanks to you. Su Qinghuan came up and gave Zhang Feng a fierce compliment. This time the Forest Service up and down the line really has to be thanked. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng, I don't know how much trouble this could have caused. Now the poaching trio has been arrested. The rest is an international issue, and they can't get their hands on the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. However, this donkey-headed wolf was a big surprise to them. Perhaps this could have important implications for their next biological research. And Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Su Qinghuan at this time. Director Su, after saying so much, I think it's most practical to give some rewards. Zhang Feng looked at Su Qinghuan with a smile, and as soon as he heard this, Director Su glared at Zhang Feng. Xiao Jiang you this I have to criticize you a few times. Your ideological awareness is a bit low. Su Qinghuan spoke in a serious tone. You're right. I do have a low level of ideological awareness, and I will definitely reform myself and fight for leniency and a new life. So what's your forest service reward this time? Zhang Feng said with a smile. This time, it directly made Su Qinghuan laugh in anger. You brat. Don't worry, the reward will be less. It's just as well that while we have time today, the forest service is going to pull 10,000 pounds of the vegetables we agreed to last time and go back. Su Qinghuan put away her playful smile and said seriously. Okay, then $20 a pound for now. The vegetables are in the yard. You guys just come over and pull them. Zhang Feng pointed to the vegetables in the yard and said, you're not adding any preservatives to this dish. Su Qinghuan walked up and flipped through the vegetables in the basket. Taking a look at Zhang Feng, he said, he was aware that it had been more than 10 days since the dish was picked by Amway, but the vegetables didn't show the slightest sign of drying out, just as if they had just been picked. He's afraid of what's in it in case it's added to something that shouldn't be there anymore. Don't worry, Director Su. You won't be able to find a better dish than mine in the whole world. There's absolutely no problem whatsoever. Welcome to counterfeiting. Zhang Feng picked up a cucumber and wiped it on his body, then took a big bite. Okay, I'll have my assistant come over later to sign the contract with you. By the way, you're wild boar. Su Qinghuan looked around and suddenly lowered his voice to speak. After all, as the director of the Forestry Bureau, he took the lead in eating wild boar meat. Influence is ultimately a bit bad. It's in the house and will be loaded in your car when the people leave. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Then he brought Su Qinghuan into the house to look at the wild boar meat. These were all the ones he had just taken out from inside his carry-on space. The meat was well preserved and all still fresh. Hey, is this honey real? Su Qinghuan asked as she looked at the hive that was missing a bit of a chunk on the other table. If it's true or not you'll know if you ask my brother Panther. You'll get it too if you want it. Zhang Feng said with a smile. He doesn't like honey much, and it's a waste to leave it with him. Yeah, by the way, I heard you caught an eel last time. Su Qinghuan turned her words around and suddenly asked, forget the eel. I'm keeping that for myself. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, hoping that Su Qinghuan was running to him to get goods. Why do you want everything? Never mind. I'll have them come over and load the groceries. Su Qinghuan sighed and went to call for someone. It didn't take long for everyone from the Forestry Bureau to gather in Zhang Feng's yard, started to give the yard veggies to their car, and Su Qinghuan's assistant found Zhang Feng with the contract, at $20 a pound. It's genuinely not expensive, but also just this once. Zhang Feng will have to raise the price when he sells it to the netizens later. This in the words of Netflix. These are his family and friends. 10,000 pounds of vegetables is not much to say. The Forest Service congregation had not finished moving it for quite some time. Zhang Feng had originally thought of getting down to help as well, but instead, the group was pulled into the backyard. This little guy remembers its feed, and after Zhang Feng arrived at the backyard, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him, because the forage grasses that have matured have turned golden. A large area of fodder grass almost blinded Zhang Feng. Boing boing. You drop. Frontal. It's all frontal. The donut excitedly rushed inside the fodder grass. Zhang Feng also walked up and plucked off a fodder grass and looked at it twice. Found out that this feeder grass actually grows like millet. It can only be turned into feed after it has been processed. Donut, you guys wait for me. I'll go get my tools. After saying that, Zhang Feng turned around and returned to the courtyard. Took all the stuff for cutting wheat. What are you doing? Su Qinghuan looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Harvesting forage grass. Zhang Feng put the sickle into the bamboo basket and walked towards the backyard again. Su Qinghuan was instantly a bit confused, but followed it anyway. And when Zhang Feng returned to the vegetable field, he found Tuanzi, the little guy, sitting at the head of the field looking at the fodder grass and contemplating. It looks at the fodder grass. It looks at the feed again. How it feels a little different. Boing boing. I didn't plant this. Donut raised his head a bit angrily. Zhang Feng smiled, squatted down and patted Tuanzi and said, Tuanzi, this is what you planted, but only if it's processed. So the only way to get the feed is if you do it yourself. With that, Zhang Feng picked up a scythe and handed it to Tuanzi. Prepare to let the group do the work themselves and have a good meal. Boing boing. Do it yourself. Tuan raised his paw and cocked his head to look at it, then grinned and raised it towards Zhang Feng. Boing boing. These are my claws. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 128 Harvesting and Selling. Tuanzi held up his paw and grinned as he looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. You're the smart one. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's little head, then picked up the scythe on the ground, toward the ground, getting ready to harvest all those mature forage grasses back. Instead, Tuanzi and the others sat around counting the ants on the ground. Your kind of millet. After Su Qinghuan followed her to the vegetable field, she was very surprised to see the golden fodder grass at the head of the ground. It's not millet, it's a new crop, Jiang Feng responded, turning around and plunging into the harvest. Puzzled, Su Qinghuan walked to the ground, squatted down and looked at it twice, realized it really didn't look much like millet. He pulled off a piece of fodder grass and put the seed in his mouth and tasted it. Kinda smells good. Su Qinghuan's eyes lit up. This stuff tasted much better than those rice patties in his house. Full of flavor. Xiao Jiang, are you selling this? Su Qinghuan asked, pointing at the fodder grass in the ground. Jiang Feng, who had bent down and was harvesting, stood up breathlessly. It's for the doughboys and their feed. Hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, Su Qinghuan's old face blushed. Man, he's down to the animals now. Su Qinghuan shook her head, turned around, and returned to the courtyard. And it didn't take Jiang Feng much time to harvest all the fodder grass. After all, not much was planted. After harvesting, Jiang Feng tied these fodder grasses one bundle at a time. Okay, you guys take these home. Jiang Feng pointed at a few small animals sitting on the ground and chattering as he spoke. Boing boing. After receiving Jiang Feng's order, Tuanzi and the others immediately ran to the ground. Then pick up the feed, which is no taller than you are, and run for home. So the donut site is blocked by the fodder grass. Wobbly walking. When the lantern and little black tiger in the back saw this, they also immediately pulled a bundle of fodder and ran toward home. As for the rest, they were all carried back by Jiang Feng. Boing boing, get out of the way. The donut couldn't see the way with the fodder grass in its arms, so it could only call out with its mouth for the crowd to make way for it. And when the forestry department people who were carrying vegetables in the yard heard the commotion, they immediately smiled and made way for the group. The guys couldn't help but look at the group hugging the fodder grass that was taller than they were. This little guy is so cute. But while the donut's mouth was screaming, his feet still couldn't see the road. Tripped over the threshold on the way into the front door. It fell to the ground with a snap. The fodder grass that had been tied in his arms was also loosened, scattered all over the place. The fall had left the group in a state of confusion. It lay on its back and looked resignedly at the fodder grass scattered on the ground. Two little eyes commiserated, tearful eyes, as if they were about to cry. Ouch! The group fell. Go and help the group up. The Forest Service crowd dropped their hands to try to get a look at the donut. And that's when Lantern, who was following behind, fell over while crossing the gate, just like Tuanzi. The feed grass in his paws was also scattered all over the place. Sprawled on the ground, Lantern looked at Tuanzi with a dumbfounded expression, and Dumpling saw when Lantern fell to the ground as well. The original aggrieved little expression immediately smiled, even reached out his little paw to taunt the Lantern. Boing boing, you didn't warn me. Lantern looked at Tuanzi accusingly. At this time, the little black tiger was whimpering and pulling the fodder grass into the yard. It cocked its head and froze when it saw its big brother lying on the ground, then looked at the Lantern again. Ouch, I want to play too. The little black tiger jumped up excitedly, then following the example of Dumpling and Lantern, he also got down on the ground. This black tiger is so real. Ha ha, that's the first time I've seen such a funny critter. Don't just stand there, pull them up. The Forest Service crew laughed at the sight of these three little guys, and at that moment, Jiang Feng, who had followed at the end, finally returned. Before he even entered he spotted the three little ones lying on the floor. An aggrieved one. One still scoffs from the sidelines. Another one seems to be asking for praise. Jiang Feng put down what he was holding and walked up to pick up the three little ones. What are you guys doing? You fell down and you don't know how to get up. Jiang Feng patted the dust on the three little ones. Boing boing, blame it on it. The donut pointed to the threshold in aggravation. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at the threshold and couldn't help but smile. Alright, next time pay attention. Jiang Feng patted Tuanzi's head, gathered up the fodder grass that was scattered all over the place. Again, all this harvested fodder grass was stacked in the yard. After these fodder grasses are harvested, they go through 2 more processing procedures before they are turned into fodder. However, Jiang Feng did not have these tools at home and had to borrow them from the village. That's why the hulling of the forage grass is a couple of days away. And by this time the 10,000 pounds of vegetables from the Forest Service had been moved. The whole yard was quite empty at once. Xiao Jiang, we'll go back first. The money for the food has already been credited to your account. Before leaving, Su Qinghuan greeted Jiang Feng and followed the crowd from the Forestry Bureau. Of course, those wild boar meat had also been quietly placed in Su Qinghuan's car by Jiang Feng. After everyone had left, Jiang Feng looked up at the sky and realized that it was almost dark, and he still has 10,000 pounds of vegetables left untouched in his yard. So Jiang Feng opened his live broadcast. He's received quite a bit of feedback from his network over the past 2 days. Everyone raves about the vegetables he grows. So Jiang Feng planned to strike while the iron was hot and sell all these vegetables in the live broadcast. Hello, everyone. Zhang Feng waved his hand towards the camera of the live broadcast and greeted the netizens. I'm going to go. I thought the anchor wasn't going to be on the air today, being in the middle of overtime. Now there's something to kill time for. Hee. Good. Upstairs is not doing his job. I want to report it. How did the anchor handle things last night? Why didn't I hear any movement? A large number of netizens quickly gathered in the live broadcast room. Yesterday's business has been taken care of, so don't worry about it. Today, I'm going to recommend a vegetable that's so good it's good. With that, Zhang Feng came to the courtyard. What the hell is the anchor doing? Sure enough, the end of the universe is the bandwagon, and even Lao Jiang can't escape. Eek vegetable is not a flower vegetable. Anchor say the price. The netizens all smiled when they heard that Zhang Feng was going to sell vegetables. After all, they've seen a lot of this sort of thing as viewers. How many anchors don't carry cargo these days? Only Zhang Feng this live selling vegetables is still a unique one. As you can imagine, these are all the vegetables that grow out of the manzanita vegetable. Today, regardless of the variety of vegetables, all 50 yuan a caddy. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 129, The Little Black Tiger That Caught the Whole Summer. Zhang Feng's words had just been spoken, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. What stuff? $50 a pound for vegetables. It's like their family. That's a little too dark. You just go ahead and rob it. Anchor, this is crazy. Just ordinary vegetables you sell 50 a caddy. Why do not you go to rob? What do you think the anchor is doing now? Originally, I supported it for the sake of the pandas, but now it seems unnecessary. I'll start with 100 pounds. You guys haven't eaten anchor's food. If you did, you'd go crazy. The netizens in the live chat room were in disarray, saying anything and everything, but most of them were trolling Zhang Feng. Although the price of vegetables is very expensive now, but this vegetable of Zhang Feng has been ridiculously expensive. 50 a pound of vegetables is simply not something the average person can afford. Of course there were those who spoke for Zhang Feng, but there were too few people. Can't make any waves at all. Some people may think this price is expensive, but I tell you, this feels like value for money. Wasabi are thousands of dollars a pound. This pricing has been with reasonable. I think those old fans should know about the 10,000 flower vegetable. So this is definitely the best vegetable you've ever had from me. Zhang Feng didn't explain that much to the netizens either, because someone will definitely buy it if they want to. He's going for the high end now anyway. You can only sink to the lower end of the market when you have the strength to do so. I'm going to go. I'm now sure that the anchor is here to steal the money. Whoever buys it is a cutie. I want 100 pounds. This dish is so delicious. My family loves it. Upstairs, please leave. Is this food good or not? Is there anyone who can tell me? The netizens still didn't quite believe what Zhang Feng said. Most thought Zhang Feng was cutting leaks, and Zhang Feng directly pulled the troop over at this time. Come on, doughboy. Show us all an eating podcast. Zhang Feng patted the donut. The group immediately sat in front of the camera, picked up a cucumber and clicked on it. The food was still very flavorful, and the internet was seen drooling a bit. The anchor is also desperate enough to get even pandas in order to sell vegetables. I don't believe this stuff is really that good. As someone who has eaten it, $50 a pound for this vegetable is pretty cheap. Anchor stops talking and goes to the link. A lot of netizens were immediately impressed after seeing the group perform the food broadcast. $50 a pound will buy you a pound even if you bite the bullet. And those who know the flavor of the vegetables can't wait to shell out for them. Click, click, click. Donut quickly finished nibbling on a cucumber, then reached out his paw and grabbed another tomato over. One bite filled his mouth with red juice. Zhang Feng disgustedly wiped the donut. As you can see, the group really likes this vegetable too. If any of you want to buy directly, click on the. Zhang Feng didn't have any nonsense, and directly hung up the link he had prepared long ago. No way, 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 no way. Hundreds of thousands of people online, there's always some cutie. Fooled. Holy, no, I didn't get it. Ha ha, grabbed 100 pounds. Just in time to give away for Mid-Autumn Festival. Are you sure you're not the ones upstairs? The livestream was hot and heavy. Zhang Feng also looked dumbfounded at this moment, because it didn't take long for his link to go up before it was snatched right up. These guys are a little too fast with their hands. You guys are fast. Don't worry if you've already ordered. I'll send it via courier in the next 2 days. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to the netizens in the live broadcast room. He didn't expect his vegetables to sell so fast. It seems that all previous fears were overstated. Oh, Anchor, you're overthinking it. I buy groceries just to fake you out. Anchor, these dishes won't go bad halfway through. Longtime fan, trusts the Anchor, has already placed an order. I've already placed my order. Can you send me a giant panda? The live bloggers asked quite a few more questions. Zhang Feng also answered the netizens one by one. Please rest assured that my food is guaranteed and you will never regret buying it. And no pandas with groceries. Zhang Feng said with a smile. But what happened next in the live broadcast room was out of Zhang Feng's expectation. Anchor, buying your food affects my ability to drive a Rolls Royce. No, influence you to blow awesome. Can you eat this dish? Anchor, can you stir fry this dish, please? Are you sure this food is cooked? Anchor, can you send me £1 please? The winds of the pop-ups in the live room suddenly changed. Netizens do their best to ask very sandy questions. It confused Zhang Feng. Why do these people have such a strange brain? Zhang Feng looked at the pop-ups speechlessly. Well, it's getting late. I'm going off the air now, so we'll talk about anything tomorrow. Zhang Feng was asked by this group of sand sculpture netizens and directly closed the live broadcast. He was afraid that if he was a little late this group of sandy netizens wouldn't know what strange questions they would ask again. With all these vegetables finally sold, it's time to expand my growing next. Not to mention, I recently heard it was going to snow. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and felt a little lost. What he wants to do is to sell all these vegetables and then immediately expand the planting. Bag all the land in the village. But after a while if it does snow, it's going to be a problem. The snowy season in the Taibei Mountains is very long and will last until next year. Keep in mind it's only September. Other places are still blazing hot, but he's already going to be wearing long sleeves here. Maybe even a cotton jacket in a few days. How about a shed? Zhang Feng pondered for a while. It was decided to start small and to take a greenhouse approach to growing vegetables. So, when he goes to town in a couple days he'll get someone to help him get the shed up. Mockingbird, mockingbird, mockingbird. Just then, a loud cicada call interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng looked around with some confusion. Truth be told, he rarely heard the robins call these days either, because it's cold now in the Taibei Mountains. Those robins are much less common. But where did he get cicadas in this yard? Zhang Feng turned around in a confused manner, then set his eyes on the little black tiger that had just run into the yard. This cicada call was coming from the little black tiger. Zhang Feng walked over to the little black tiger's side. The little black tiger raised its head, its eyes wide and wagging its tail as it looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Blackie, what are you eating in your mouth? The recent transcoding is severe. So that we can be more motivated and update faster, please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 130, Do you want to be academicians? Woohoo! Hearing Zhang Feng's inquiry, the little black tiger didn't open its mouth. Instead, he whimpered and rubbed his head against Zhang Feng, and there was a robin's croak of cicadas coming out of his mouth. Zhang Feng squatted down and patted the little black tiger's head. Hurry up and throw up. Are you stupid? Woohoo! The little black tiger shook his own head. Dead or alive, he just won't spit out the cicadas. Mockingbird, mockingbird, the cicadas screamed louder in the little black tiger's mouth, attracted all the critters in the yard. The big guys were staring at the little black tiger, and the little black tiger narrowed its eyes and held its head high. Smugly everyone. Woohoo! Am I handsome? The little black tiger was excited with a cicada in its mouth. Yes you can little black tiger. You've got summer by the tail. Zhang Feng looked at the smug little black tiger and smiled too. After receiving Zhang Feng's praise, the little black tiger became even more complacent. Just about lifted my head to the sky. Next to him, Tuanzi looked at the little black tiger with both eyes. The big idea was to try putting cicadas in your mouth as well. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he patted the little black tiger. Come on, spit it out. You don't eat that stuff. Woohoo! The little black tiger shook his head. Just won't spit out the cicadas. If you do, then I'll have to use force. Zhang Feng helplessly glanced at the little black tiger. Then a hand pressed down on the little black tiger's head, trying to forcefully break open the little black tiger's mouth. The little black tiger lying on the ground desperately shook his head. Dead or alive, he just wouldn't let Zhang Feng break his mouth. But where was the current little black tiger a match for Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng forcibly broke the little black tiger's mouth open with a force. A black cicada flew out immediately. You said you had nothing to eat this for. Zhang Feng let go of little black tiger's head. The little black tiger immediately shook its head, then looked excitedly at Tuanzi. Zhang Feng screamed in his heart that it wasn't good, and when he turned his head, he realized that Tuanzi had grabbed the cicada, and it had been stuffed into his mouth. The group squealed twice in excitement, then closed their mouths. Mockingbird, mockingbird, the cicadas chirped in the donut's mouth. However, after only 2 screams, there was no movement. The group opened their mouths a little confused, then threw up on the floor. A cicada chewed in half fell to the ground. Zhang Feng, who was next to him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The cicada looked like it had been bitten to death by the donut. Donut, the last of summer is buried in your mouth. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's big head. Tuanzi raised her head and looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. All right, let's all go inside. I'm going to make dinner. Zhang Feng got up and let the donuts them back into the house, and went off to prepare dinner by myself. Sign in. The next day, Zhang Feng woke up and started signing in for the day, clocking in and checking in successfully. Check in at MT. Thai Beak. 30 bags of boutique feed, 10 bags of aura seeds, 1 multifunctional tent. The system was kinda sweet to send me a tent, Zhang Feng said with a smile. A previous trip into the mountains the big black tiger tore up his tent. He hasn't gotten around to getting a new one yet. No need to buy a tent this time. Besides, he had to make a trip inside the mountain today. One was in search of the golden eagle that the third master had mentioned. One more to see if I can find Tahiti and rice. This stuff is especially good for the stomach. My great-uncle's stomach problems are very serious in winter, and sometimes medication doesn't help. That's why Zhang Feng was thinking of finding some Thai rice back. Add your own divine water when the time comes. That way you won't arouse the suspicion of your great-aunt. Get up, donut. Zhang Feng woke up Tuanzi and the others. Then he came out to the yard and called the town's delivery boss again. Hey boss Zhang? I'm Zhang Feng. I those courier sheets you typed yet? After dinner last night, Zhang Feng had already contacted the courier boss. Ask him to help print out the delivery slips and whatnot for those orders on the air. Then come back to Longmen village to drop off these deliveries. Courier boss first received such a large order naturally agreed to it. It's already printed boss Jiang. I'm going to your village now, the courier boss said in a hurry. There's no rush. Just go straight to my uncle when you get here. I'm not home today. He'll give you the money then. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Well good, then it's a deal. The courier owner responded with a smile. After Zhang Feng hung up the phone on his side, he got up and came to his eldest uncle's house. Today he went into the mountains not in the village, so the courier is bothering his oldest uncle to look after it for him. Uncle, I'm going to go into the mountains again today to look for some Thai rice. Just watch and get it when the courier boss comes later. By the way, those dishes haven't been packed yet. Why don't we ask everyone to come along and help out? I'll pay them for their labor. $100 a day. Zhang Feng said to Zhang Igua after walking into the courtyard. Then he took out 2 piles of cash and handed them to Zhang Igua. It doesn't take that much, Zhang Igua said after receiving the cash. We'll see if we can't use it all. I'll go back to my eldest. I have to go into the mountains later. Zhang Feng didn't say that much and left after explaining things. He was sure that with his eldest uncle, nothing could go wrong. Soon after Zhang Feng returned home, he simply cleaned up, packed everything I could take with me into my carry-on space. He put Tuanzi and their 3 little ones into the bamboo basket again, and then walked towards the back of the mountain. After entering inside the mountain, Zhang Feng opened his live broadcast. Couch, sofa. This is the anchor who sells vegetables for $50 a pound. The anchor is going into the mountains again. Ha ha, I just want to ask the anchor if he'll find any more wild spicy hot potatoes this time. No, 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 no. I didn't realize where the anchor's team was. After seeing Zhang Feng enter the mountain once again, many netizens' memories were evoked. It was also in that trip into the mountains that Zhang Feng ran into the big black tiger family, as well as the weasel that Zhang Feng had begged to be sealed. That's right, this time I'm going into the mountains to prepare to look for a golden eagle. Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, the golden eagle, is it easy to find? The anchor is going crazy again. The golden eagle is hard to find. Old Jiang, aren't you going to send a delivery today? We're still waiting to receive the delivery. Don't worry everyone, the courier will be mailed out today. There will be no delay. Zhang Feng chatted with the netizens as he walked. Without realizing it, the time came to noon. Zhang Feng brought Tuanzi and the others to the vicinity of the mountain spring where they were last stationed as well. Zhang Feng was planning to rest here for a while at noon. I go and come here again. Do you all remember that dog's head gold that Tuanzi dug up? Did you guys go digging? I'm pissed off because I left my job and you're telling me. You can't say that. Actually, my cousin was asking about Jing. The netizens in the live stream were once again reminded of their memories when they saw the familiar place. Zhang Feng also saw the lushly growing askance grass at this time. Zhang Feng's eyes rolled back and he suddenly remembered something. So he turned his head and smiled to the live streamers. Are You Quite Academicians has been heavily transcoded lately to give us more power and faster updates. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 131, don't go yet. Big brother, do you want to become academicians? Zhang Feng's sentence made the netizens in the live broadcast room a little confused. The term academician has a very special status in the state of China. It is also a goal that many scientists strive for. But what does Zhang Feng mean by that? Netizens have expressed some confusion. What's the meaning of this? Anchor, is it true that anchors have the means to become academicians? What are you thinking? Those are the greats of science. You think it's a joke? I used to dream of becoming an academician, but I'm waking up from that dream now. Netizens trolled Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled at this time. I said before to ask Thorn. However, I also know of a plant called copper grass. There is a scientist in China who discovered this law and became a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhang Feng slowly said, but it made shocked all the netizens in the live broadcast room. They obviously didn't expect this to work. Doesn't that mean they can become academicians by this method? The more the netizens thought about it, the more excited they became, and the pop-ups in the live stream exploded. Holy, really? Are you sure you're not lying to me? I'm going to copper weed. I'm going to become an academician. Upstairs sand sculpture. People have already discovered this law. You still go to a hairline. I don't believe it. The anchor must be trying to trick me into mining again. The scientific name for coppergrass is Hazelwood Elscholzia, and it is found in many places. You guys can just look it up if you don't believe me. This stuff isn't a secret anymore. Zhang Feng knew that many people must not believe that it was so easy to become an academician. Copperweed has been used as a medicine in ancient times as an herbal remedy. It's only now that someone has pointed out the connection between coppergrass and copper mining. So some people's luck can indeed be counterintuitive. This made even Zhang Feng have to admire it. I just went to check and it's really the same as what the anchor said. Jealousy has changed my face. Why can't it be me? I'll be out there in a minute, digging up some grass, checking it out. The netizens were not able to get over the shock for a while. Zhang Feng's words stimulated everyone's heart. It turns out that academicians can be so close to you. And Zhang Feng spoke again at this time. I'll tell you one more way to get rich. As soon as they heard Zhang Feng's words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly came to a halt. The netizens pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Zhang Feng's next words. Zhang Feng knew the reaction of the netizens when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He smiled helplessly. It's not that easy to get rich. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and spoke slowly. In Africa there is a plant called the ludo tree. In which, really? You're not lying to me? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brothers, go digging in Africa. Anchor, you say Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. Africa is so far away. You might get eaten by the natives when you get there. Why don't we have this plant in our country? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the live broadcast room wailed. It's a diamond. Besides gold, it would be people's favorite. But the fact that this tree is actually in a foreign country is disappointing to many. Zhang Feng also saw the pop-ups from the netizens. He smiled and continued. The ludo tree is also known as diamond grass, and it's native to places like tropical Africa and Australia. But, Zhang Feng deliberately paused. Put the netizens in a hurry. But what You quickly say Anxious me. If he has a sword in his hand, he'll kill every card-point dog in the world. I'm going to nag you if you're like this. Anchor. The netizens in the live room were about to riot. Zhang Feng added at this time. Now there are also such trees distributed in several southern provinces of China. But it's not easy to find diamonds. So let's be sensible. Zhang Feng persuaded the netizens to take it easy for a few moments. Getting rich is never that easy. But at this point some of the netizens in the broadcast room were already bewitched. Yelling and screaming for diamonds. Can't stop them. It's even more of a big deal than the last time Ask Jing made a scene. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at the live broadcast. Everyone must be rational. If this stuff was reliable, Africans would have gotten rich a long time ago. I don't care. You said you could find the diamonds. Comrades, we're going to dig for diamonds together as a group. 1/4. Have you guys forgotten about the last time you asked about the thorny weed? It's hard to find an opportunity to get rich just by daydreaming. I don't want to let it go. The emotions of the netizens in the live stream were very emotional. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say at this point. I can only let this group of netizens fool around. And at this point the FDA staff was even more embarrassed. Good man, we invited you here for science. Didn't ask you to compel people like that. In order to prevent a situation like the last one, the FDA had no choice but to issue another proclamation. Anyway, the implication is that these plants, but whoever destroys the environment has to be sentenced. Even Su Qinghuan called Zhang Feng, Xiao Jian. Every time you go into the mountains here you have to get something for our forestry bureau to do. Next time don't let the internet daydream. Su Qinghuan spoke in a heavy tone. There are so many people in China. If they all want to take shortcuts to get rich, in less than 2 years, China's vegetation will still exist. Chief, I didn't expect the netizens to react so strongly. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he explained. Just be more careful next time. Hang up. Su Qinghuan didn't say much either. After all, what Zhang Feng said was the truth, and the special effects of these plants could be checked. It's just that the vast majority of people haven't learned about it, and the announcement from the Forest Service kind of poured cold water on the crowd, sobering up quite a few people. But there are still a lot of people who want to get rich this way. Let's all be sensible. Can I tell you if you can really get rich off this stuff? Zhang Feng said in the live broadcast at this time. Indeed, muffling is the way to go. Ugh, I'm going to try it anyway, just in case it's really there. Beware of the Forestry Service arresting and sentencing you. The pop-ups on the live stream had calmed down a lot at this point. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say anything more. All you can do is sulk. Time came in the afternoon, and Zhang Feng walked for a long time before he went over a mountain. And according to what the third master said, the Golden Eagle is still on the hill behind. So Zhang Feng would have to continue walking for a while to reach his destination. But when Zhang Feng entered a forest, a patterned animal in a flower pattern broke into Zhang Feng's line of sight. Zhang Feng's face was delighted and he shouted in a hurry, "Big brother, don't go of yet. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks." Chapter 132, Encountering a Snowstorm. Ouch. It's you. The patterned animal stopped after hearing Zhang Feng's voice. Turning his head toward Zhang Feng, he wagged his tail. Time had passed for a long time, but it still remembered Zhang Feng, because it had once followed Brother Panther to Zhang Feng's house. "My brother Pao is back. I'm going. Money leopard. Anchor run." This leopard should be Brother Panther's friend. It won't hurt the anchor. My brother Pao has friends all over the world. Netizens were surprised to see this leopard, but the thought of Brother Bao who had been living in Zhang Feng's house didn't make much sense. "Yeah, you remember me." Zhang Feng walked towards the money leopard with a joyful face. He didn't expect to actually run into an old acquaintance here. And the three little ones inside the bamboo basket behind them also revealed their little heads, curiously sizing up the money leopard. A moment ago they thought it was Panther who had returned. "Have you seen Brother Panther lately?" Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of feed from his pocket and placed it in front of the money leopard. The money leopard took 2 sniffs and ate. "Ouch, I haven't seen it in ages." The money leopard purred as he ate. Zhang Feng was stunned. "Good man, it looks like leopard can run quite well. Even its own kind had never seen it. Where the hell is this guy?" Zhang Feng was puzzled in his heart. "Alright, I'll leave now. If you run into Panther tell him to come home early." Boing boing. Let's just say the donut misses it. Boing boing. So is everyone else. Ouch. Me too. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, the three little ones in the bamboo basket also called out. The leopard froze. "Obviously I didn't expect Bao to be so popular. I'm off. Bye bye." Zhang Feng pulled out another handful of fodder and placed it in front of the money leopard. Then he picked up the bamboo basket again and continued toward the mountain. The money leopard looked at Zhang Feng's back and lowered its head to finish its feed. "Anchor, you're so funny to have a leopard searching for another leopard. Anchor, do you have supernatural powers?" Zhang Feng, no more pretending. "I'll show my cards. I'm actually a god." "Anchor, it's almost dark. Why haven't we seen the Golden Eagle yet?" The live bloggers chortled. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky. "It's unlikely that we'll see a Golden Eagle today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe. I'm looking for a place to set up camp now. It always gets dark fast inside the mountains and it's already at a high altitude here. So the weather is unpredictable." Zhang Feng saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to find a place to set up camp. Zhang Feng drilled into the woods in accordance with his past experience, preparing to find a place with a water source. But just as Zhang Feng was groping around in the woods, he suddenly made a surprise discovery. Tybeek rice. Zhang Feng rushed towards a clearing in the woods. He hadn't expected to find such a large area of type of rice in the woods. It wouldn't take much for him to find it. "What kind of rice is this?" "There's no rice. It's just a lily. I seem to remember that Tai-bai rice is a kind of herbal medicine." Netizens looked curiously at the patch of plants on the construction site through the lens of the live broadcast. Tahitian rice is actually a plant in the lily family, so it looks like a lily. In fact, its fruit grows underground and is as an egg. That's why it's called Tahitian rice. Zhang Feng gave the netizens a couple of explanations. Then he took out the universal shovel from the bamboo basket and prepared to start digging. The three little guys also followed Zhang Feng's example of digging Tai-bai rice after seeing his actions. Soon, Zhang Feng waved his shovel and rooted out a piece of Tai-bai rice. "Look, everyone, this is the fruit of the Tai-bai rice." Zhang Feng pointed at the root of the Tai-bai rice and said, "And the netizens are screaming that they can't stand it, because the roots of 2 white rice are like ant eggs, densely packed to look at one's scalp. I can't stand it. It makes my scalp itch to look at it. It's over. I'm having an attack of agoraphobia. Anchor, collect your divine power. Host, can you sell me some of this 2 white rice?" There are knowledgeable netizens in the live chat room who know the value of Tahitian rice. One after another, they asked Zhang Feng to buy Tai-bai rice, but it was rejected by Zhang Feng, because these 2 white rice look much but they don't last long at all. That's why Zhang Feng is saving it for his great aunt. Soon, all of the Tai-bai rice on this site was dug out by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was also not good at putting it into his carry-on space in front of the netizens. It had to be placed in the bamboo basket first. By now the bamboo baskets had also been filled with miscellaneous things. There's no place for gnocchi them. Zhang Feng had to let Tuanzi and the others follow him. Just find a place with a water source and set up camp. But plans always change. Jiang Feng hadn't been gone for long this time when a huge change suddenly occurred in the sky. The whole sky was covered with dark clouds, and also there was a gust of wind in the forest. It blew Jiang Feng straight into the cold. Boing boing. I'm scared. Boing boing. Dumpling is not afraid. The three little ones were so frightened that they clung to Jiang Feng's thighs, scared to death. Jiang Feng also frowned straight away as he looked at the sudden weather. This looks like a sign of an approaching storm. Holy, what's with this weather? It changes on a dime. It's so scary. Anchor, quickly find a place to hide. It's not going to snow, is it? That's dangerous. Why don't the anchor start hurrying down the mountain? It's a bit dangerous this day. The netizens of the livestream were also frightened by the sight of this weather. It's easy to get into trouble in this hellish weather. Don't worry everyone. I'll find a safe place first now. I'm going to go off the air for now. I'll turn it back on when it's safe. After saying that, Jiang Feng shut down the live broadcast. But this has made the netizens even more worried. It's over. It's over. The anchor is going cold. Shut your mouth. Don't. Is the weather forecast calling for heavy snow? Su Qinghuan, who was watching Jiang Feng's livestream, asked with a frown. No, I guess it was unexpected this time. The assistant next to him checked the sky and said. Su Qinghuan was instantly silent. This time, I'm afraid that something is really going to happen to Jiang Feng. He took out his cell phone wanting to give Jiang Feng a call to inquire, but it was unanswered. Su Qinghuan threw her phone on the table and sighed heavily, and at that moment, Jiang Feng put everything away, was holding the donuts. They were looking for a place. This damn weather, really? Jiang Feng sighed and walked out of the woods. The sky was getting darker by now and the wind was blowing harder. And what Jiang Feng didn't know was, an animal with horns was quietly following Jiang Feng. Unexpected situation. Something happened at home. 2 chapters first. Sorry about that, lately, the transcoding is serious. So let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 133, Divine Beast 4 Images. Boing boing. I'm scared. Tuanzi had shrunk into Jiang Feng's arms and screamed in great fear. It's easy to get scared with this kind of weather that changes on a dime. Jiang Feng calmed the troop. He looked up at the sky again. It was found to be dark now, and the forest was even dimmer. A whistling gust of wind couldn't help but send chills down the spine. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly. Looking at the surroundings, Jiang Feng had a feeling of drawing his sword and looking around in his heart. Honestly, it's good enough to survive this weather. There seems to be a cave up ahead. After Jiang Feng walked out of the woods, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a cave not far ahead. Jiang Feng was delighted in his heart and hurriedly led Tuanzi and the others towards the cave. By now the wind was getting stronger and snowflakes were gradually drifting in the sky. It took Jiang Feng twice as long as usual to walk more than 100 meters. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Jiang Feng first shone his flashlight outside. It was found to be a natural cave. It was quite big and hurried inside, and there were no signs left by animals. Jiang Feng confirmed that there was no danger before walking in. Donut, you guys sit down while I open up the tent. Jiang Feng put the 3 little ones on the other side of the room, then took out the tent from inside his carry-on space. Start building up inside the cave. This cave is sheltered from the snow, but not from the cold. So Jiang Feng still had to take Tuanzi and the others to live inside the tent. A blizzard has crept up on the mountains. The local weather station has issued a blizzard warning, and at this time, more and more people knew that Jiang Feng was trapped on the mountain at this time. Longmen Village. Jiang Igua sat in the doorway, lit a cigarette, and smoked one mouthful after another. The frown was even more tightly furrowed. The winds were howling in the mountains and a blizzard was falling. And it's not snowing much at the bottom of the mountain, though, but it has also suffered considerably. It was winter overnight in the Tiberias. It took a lot of people by surprise. Boss, Xiaofeng, this child will not be okay, right? The phone does not answer. That's when the great aunt came out of the house with her cell phone. Looking at the smoking Jiang Igua worriedly said. Jiang Igua sat there without speaking, but the cigarette in his hand was burning faster. Without a moment's effort, the cigarette in Jiang Igua's hand burned out. I'm going up the hill to find him. Jiang Igua was silent for a while, throwing the cigarette on the ground and stepping on it fiercely a few times. Then firmly. This. Auntie froze for a moment at this, but finally heaved a sigh. Be careful on the way up. I'll go get you something. The eldest aunt didn't stop Jiang Igua either, because she knew that Jiang Feng hadn't come back for many years. She must be unfamiliar with the situation on the mountain now. Now Jiang Igua went up the mountain and might have found Jiang Feng. Is his big daddy home? Just then, several beams of bright light appeared in front of Jiang Igua's house. Jiang Igua got up and looked up to see that it was the village old and young. Igua, Xiaofeng is in trouble now. Do you want to go up to the mountain to take a look? I've brought all the guy stuff. Let's go up the mountain together. It's been a long time since I've encountered this much snow. I didn't go skating in the mountains when I was young. The villagers gathered in front of Jiang Igua's house and talked about it. Everyone's face wore a hint of concern. Apparently they also knew about Zhang Feng, and everyone thought of it together. Into the mountains. Save Zhang Feng. Zhang Igua looked at the villagers in a daze, unable to speak. The bitter north wind blew in everyone's face, frozen red on everyone's face, but there was determination in everyone's eyes. Zhang Igua was silent after a while, slapping his thigh hard. He gritted his teeth and said, "Into the mountains." With that, he turned and went inside to get his tools. Thousands of miles away from Dragon Gate Village, the capital city, Zhang Daixue dialed Zhang Feng's number over and over again, but it was always unanswered. "Brother, don't let anything happen to you." Zhang Daixue was on the verge of crying with anxiety. After her parents died, Zhang Feng was her only relative. She doesn't want to lose any more loved ones, but she was powerless to do anything about this situation now. Zhang Daixue could no longer hold back her head down and cried loudly, and the roommates in the same dormitory could only whisper to comfort Zhang Daixue. And at this moment, Zhang Feng inside the mountain had finally set up his tent. Zhang Feng walked in to take a look. Good lord, it's worthy of the system reward. It's too warm inside this tent, and it comes with its own light inside. The tent is even sturdier. It was estimated that even if the big black tiger came over, it couldn't tear open the tent. "Troop, you guys hurry up and get in here." Zhang Feng revealed a head and shouted at the troop of them. "Boing boing, coming." Tuanzi's three little ones immediately ran into the tent with their asses in the air, and just as Zhang Feng wanted to pull up the tent, an unexpected guest suddenly came inside the cave. Holy, four of a kind. Zhang Feng froze for a moment after seeing the uninvited guest in the cave. This thing is the sacred beast of four, the iguana. An iguana has horns like a deer instead of a deer, hooves like an ox instead of a cow, a head like a sheep instead of a goat, and ears like a donkey instead of a donkey. That's why it's known as a four-pronged approach. And the iguana is a quiet fellow. It rarely makes a call. And this guy is also a second-class state-protected animal. And after this, four unimaginables ran into the cave. It froze and stared at Zhang Feng. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked curiously. The four unimaginables snorted. "I'm hungry." The four unimaginables looked at Zhang Feng in a daze. Zhang Feng was speechless. "Good man, if you're hungry, go find food. Why are you following me?" "I'm hungry." The four ungulates craned their necks and barked again. "Okay, I know you're hungry." Zhang Feng breathlessly pulled out a bit of food from inside his carry-on space and placed it in front of the iguana's heel. "When you're done eating, stay inside the cave and don't go anywhere." Zhang Feng stroked the iguana's head and said. The hyena nodded and snorted again, then happily ate the food. Zhang Feng touched the iguana's horn again, then left it alone. He zipped up and ducked into the tent, and the three little ones in the tent were snuggled up and asleep by this time. Zhang Feng listened to the cold wind blowing outside, and for a while he actually had some insomnia. So Zhang Feng pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Holy, what's going on? Zhang Feng froze for a moment as he looked at the hundreds of text messages as well as missed calls on his cell phone. At this moment, Zhang Feng realized that there were so many people who cared about him. Zhang Feng's heart warmed. So a message was replied to each of these people. After reporting peace, Zhang Feng thought about it and opened his live broadcast again. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 134, Bean Iguana. Meanwhile, the villagers of Dragon Gate Village had already assembled. All of them were heavily armed and ready to enter the mountain to look for Zhang Feng. The road into the mountains was already very familiar to them, but in this bad weather, they're probably going to come back with nothing to show for it. However, just at this moment, the seventh uncle who was following at the end suddenly shouted towards the crowd. Little Feng is fine. Uncle Seven's voice made the young and old of Longmen Village froze. What? Feng is fine. How do you know? Seven, you can't talk nonsense. The crowd that was preparing to enter the mountain looked at Uncle Seven. Uncle Seven raised his cell phone and said excitedly, Little Feng is really fine. He's live streaming. Really? The crowd gathered around with joy on their faces. And at this moment, what was playing in Uncle Seven's cell phone was the screen of Zhang Feng's live broadcast. Hello everyone. I'm now hiding in a cave. Thanks for asking. Zhang Feng in front of the camera smiled and greeted everyone. I'll go. The anchor is still really okay. How to talk upstairs. You're expecting something to happen to the anchor, aren't you? Brother, it's great that you're okay. I was worried sick. I just looked at the weather forecast and it says there will be a snowstorm in the mountains for 2 or 3 days. Hey, anchor, did you bring enough food? The netizens in the live broadcast room were relieved after seeing that Zhang Feng was fine. But the hardest time is actually yet to come. Because of this blizzard that lasted for 2 or 3 days, Zhang Feng had no way to go down the mountain. And if Zhang Feng didn't have food as well as warmth, he would definitely freeze to death in the snow. So Zhang Feng's current situation wasn't optimistic. Zhang Feng was lying on his back in the tent at this time, looking at the pop-ups from the netizens. Thank you all for your concern. but you needn't worry. I brought enough food with me into the mountains this time. Even if it stays for a week, there's nothing wrong with it. With that, Zhang Feng took the camera and circled around the tent. Show the netizens their gear as well as their food. The netizens who were originally worried about Zhang Feng were immediately stunned. I'm going to go. Anchor, is this a tent? This is moving the whole house up here, right? I wonder how the anchor got so much stuff up the mountain. That's what you don't understand, right? These anchors actually have a team. Ha ha, I see the donuts. They're sleeping so peacefully. Seeing that Zhang Feng was so well prepared, the netizens weren't so worried. Zhang Feng gossiped with the netizens for a while longer, and at that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly felt something banging on his tent outside. There was a flurry, and some footsteps, so Zhang Feng gave the zipper a crack and looked out twice. You're such a dishonest guy. After Zhang Feng saw the scene outside the tent, he unzipped the zipper completely, and the iguana outside, who was banging his horns against the tent, froze. With wide eyes and a crooked head, he looked stupidly at Zhang Feng. You bean, didn't I tell you to be honest for a while? Zhang Feng reached out and knocked the iguana's head. The iguana raised both front hooves and hit the ground hard. I'm hungry. The iguana cocked its head and looked at Zhang Feng. It looked like a wailing little child. You can really eat. Zhang Feng gave the hyena a speechless look, then took out some food from the tent and placed it in front of the hyena. The iguana immediately jumped up again in excitement. Then he rubbed his head against Zhang Feng, then ate excitedly at the food on the floor. What is this animal? A goat? Do you have a black goat in your house? This is a quadruple. Upstairs. You should go out more often. Have you never seen a black goat? Zhang Zia rode this guy to defeat Shin Gongbao. No, the four unimaginables that Zhang Zia rode was not this one. This is an iguana, a national second-class protected animal. This guy followed me all the way over here. Zhang Feng explained in the live broadcast. This iguana had a huge appetite and had already eaten a lot of Zhang Feng's food. I didn't stop until my stomach was bulging from eating. Then he stood there motionless and froze as he looked at Zhang Feng. You guys? I told you this guy was a simpleton. Zhang Feng pointed at the iguana and smiled as he spoke to the netizens in the live stream. And netizens laughed out loud after seeing the iguana's behavior. This iguana really does look like an iron bean. Iguana, you're the iron bean. Can you show us the snow outside? What? Haven't you ever seen snow? Since some of you want to see snow, I'll fulfill you. Zhang Feng saw the pop-ups from some netizens, got up and walked out of the tent. The iguana in the cave immediately followed Zhang Feng after seeing him. Hoo. At this time, the outside of the cave had turned into a world of ice and snow, a whiteout. The gusty wind swirled the snowflakes and hit Zhang Feng's face. Raw pain. Now you are satisfied. Zhang Feng hurriedly retreated back inside the cave. He can't carry this wind and this snow. I go. So that's what snow is in the north. Don't get me wrong. We don't have this kind of snow in the north. It's God pouring it down. This is fortunate that it's the anchor. If it were me, I would have frozen to death long ago. Anchor. The iguana's gone. Zhang Feng had just retreated inside the cave. The iguana then ran out, bouncing through the woods against the wind. Alive as a bean who has never seen snow. Come back here, bean. Zhang Feng shouted at the iguana in the snow, but the wind was too strong for the iguana to hear. Happy to bounce around in the snow. This iguana is no one else's either. I suspect my friend is the reincarnation of an iguana, and sees snow like an iron bean. There's no one here, so be confident. That friend of yours is yourself, right? Netizens this are laughing at the iguana's naive behavior, and the iguana hadn't been hopping through the woods for long when it suddenly stopped. It was as if he had seen some horrible creature. Hurriedly, he panicked and ran towards the side of the cave. Zhang Feng frowned and shone his flashlight inside the woods. It was discovered that it was actually the same leopard that I had encountered in the afternoon. But the leopard had no intention of attacking the hyena. Instead, he came towards the cave side with something in his mouth, just in time to collide with the iguana's route. But it's a good thing the leopard didn't hitch a ride with the hyena. The iguana also quickly ran inside the cave, hiding behind Zhang Feng. He cocked his head and looked at the money leopard that followed him. And that was when Zhang Feng's face changed violently, because he saw that what this money leopard was carrying in its mouth was actually a blood pheasant. This thing is a grade 2 national protected animal, and the leopard looks like it's for him. Zhang Feng jerked his head up. You do not come over. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 135, Where's my bean? Zhang Feng's face had resistance in all its movements. This thing would be a gift to myself. It's good that the viewers of that broadcast don't report themselves. It's a grade 2 protected animal. Eat it and you'll go to jail. What's the matter with you? It's just a leopard. You're afraid of it. Yeah, didn't we just see this money leopard? The amount of money leopard's mouth seems to be holding something. The netizens asked suspiciously when they saw Zhang Feng's ugly expression. And by this time, The money leopard had already arrived at the entrance of the cave with the blood pheasant in its mouth. The frightened iguana immediately hid inside the cave. "Don't dare show your head at all." And the leopard gave the hyena a disdainful look. Then he placed the bloody pheasant in his mouth in front of Zhang Feng. "Ouch. Brother Pao asked me to bring it to you." The money leopard shook its head and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng froze for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Then why doesn't it come here itself? It has something to do and will go back in a couple of days." The money leopard wailed again. Zhang Feng skimmed his mouth. "Brother Panther, this guy is quite busy. I can't believe he sent a minion to bring himself food. It looks like this guy should be around here somewhere. Only, he wouldn't dare to accept this blood pheasant. Can't you see the live feeds are blowing up right now? I'll go. The anchor into the mountain is not hungry at all. There are actually animals to send food to. This is like a pheasant. It's not illegal for an anchor to eat this. Zhang San said I can eat pandas in an emergency. Iron eater, iron. Say one more word. Report anchor eating wildlife." Some netizens in the livestream felt that Zhang Feng was going to leave this blood pheasant behind. There were even people who wanted to report Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Money Leopard with a bitter smile. "Alright, go back and tell Brother Leopard that I know. You take this away. I don't want it." Zhang Feng pointed at the bloody pheasant on the ground. "Ouch," Brother Panther said. The money leopard wagged its tail and shook its head, looking at Zhang Feng with difficulty. "This is what Brother Panther asked it to deliver. How can you go back if you can't finish the mission?" "Panther still listens to me," Zhang Feng said with some disgust. "Tell the money leopard to hurry up and take this blood pheasant away. He didn't want to get into any trouble." The money leopard wailed and looked at Zhang Feng aggressively. "Just do me a favor and take it. Hurry up and take it away. Go back and tell Brother Panther to go home early." Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of fodder and placed it in front of the money leopard. The money leopard immediately ate it with excitement. After eating the feed, the money leopard looked at Zhang Feng twice more before it could only re-grab the blood pheasant on the ground. Turning around, he disappeared in the midst of the blanket of snow. Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the departing back of the money leopard. He guessed that if he left this blood pheasant behind, this broadcast room would have to blow up. "Scared me to death. I thought the anchor was about to make a mistake. You fools, the anchor will definitely steal food behind your back. That's none of my business, just don't let me see it. What is it about the anchor that makes so many animals listen to him? The netizens are talking about it." After sending the money leopard away, Zhang Feng returned to the tent at this time, and by now the group on the other side of the tent had woken up from their nap, but the little guy was pouting with his back to him, not knowing what he was doing. "Donut, what are you doing?" Zhang Feng walked over and asked curiously. "Boing boing. Fun." Tuanzi turned around and raised his paw to show Zhang Feng. "Where did you get the gecko?" Zhang Feng asked as he took a look at what was in the donut's paw. "It's a baby gecko, struggling in the paws of a donut." "Boing boing. Here." Donut pointed to the entrance of the tent. Zhang Feng instantly understood. It must have been this gecko that just hid in the tent while he was out. "I didn't expect to be caught by the donut." Tuan held up the gecko and squealed excitedly. But good shows don't last long, and the group wasn't happy for long. This gecko then escaped by breaking its tail and dropping its body to the ground. Zhang Feng quickly grabbed the gecko and then directly threw it out of the tent. The gecko's tail in the donut's paw was still wiggling, though, it's like it's alive. The donut is so bold that it dares to pinch the gecko. Suddenly I'm so envious of this ability of the gecko to regenerate broken limbs. I don't think the gecko guy needs to starve at all and is self-sufficient. When he's hungry, he eats his own tail, and then it grows back. Creator, good lord, you're bugging me here, aren't you? This netizen's brain can be really quite clear. Zhang Feng also saw the netizens pop-ups at this time. Instantly, he was speechless. He was also defeated by this netizen's brainwave, and in saying so he felt it was quite feasible. Get to bed and stop playing. Zhang Feng took the tail and the claws of the donut and then threw it outside the tent. It's getting late, so I'm going to bed, and I'll give you a live stream of the snow on time in the morning. Zhang Feng said to the netizens in the live broadcast room and then closed the live broadcast room. It was so late and he was a little sleepy. Okay, sleep. Zhang Feng got up and tried to zip up the tent. However, he glanced at the iguana in the corner. "Bean, do you want to come in?" Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. "It's so cold. I don't know if this bean can handle the cold." After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the iguana snorted before getting up and walking towards the tent. "Stick your head out and look around the tent twice." Then it shook its head, walked alone to the other side and lay down. "Go to sleep and don't wander off at night," Zhang Feng said towards the iguana and zipped up the zipper in the tent. "It's still warm in here." Zhang Feng was lying in the tent. His body was soothed. It was very warm inside this tent, just like a house. It's getting late. Looking at the time, Zhang Feng hugged the donut and fell asleep. The day's walk had left Zhang Feng exhausted. That's why Zhang Feng slept so much during the night. In his sleep he vaguely heard what sounded like animal footsteps outside the tent, and some screams. Zhang Feng didn't care in his sleep, thinking that it was Bean playing with the snow again. The next day, early in the morning, sign in. The first thing Zhang Feng did after waking up was to sign in. After signing in, Zhang Feng opened his live broadcast room. He remembered to live stream the snow for his network. After opening the live broadcast, Zhang Feng got up and unzipped the tent. A couple of glances towards the outside. Hey, where's my Bean? Zhang Feng didn't see the iguana and thought the guy had run away. But it wasn't until Zhang Feng walked out of the tent and smelled a faint odor of blood, as well as the gnawed and disfigured iguana head in the corner. Zhang Feng's face changed and he sat on his butt. Who the hell did this TD? One more chapter later. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 136, The Order to Chase and Kill the Taibai Mountain. Who did this? Who did this? Zhang Feng roared loudly inside the cave. No doubt the iguana was eaten by other animals. Thinking about Bean last night, Zhang Feng was very angry in his heart at the moment. Although they had only been together for a short while, Zhang Feng had already fallen in love with this Bean. I didn't realize it was only one night's work, and they were yin and yang. The point is that the iguana still died on his own watch. TD. Zhang Feng cursed angrily, then hammered the ground hard. He hated himself so much for not insisting that the iguana stay inside the tent last night, and hate myself for sleeping so much. Otherwise the iguana wouldn't be so miserable. This was also the first time Zhang Feng had gotten so angry since he had returned to Longmen village a month ago. And the three little ones in the tent heard Zhang Feng's voice, immediately drilled. They raised their heads and looked at the angry Zhang Feng in confusion, not knowing what had happened. What the hell is an iguana doing dead? No, it can't be. Who killed my Bean? Alas, the survival of the fittest is what happens in nature. Anchor, be sure to avenge Bean's death. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also unusually angry after seeing the scene in the cave, although iguanas have been around for a relatively short period of time. However, the image of the iguana as a naive animal was one that left a deep impression on the crowd. Now that Bean has suddenly died, everyone's heart is more or less unable to accept it. Not to mention Zhang Feng. The laws of survival in nature Zhang Feng also knew. He also understands all the relationships between animals. He had even experienced the truth of the weak and the strong firsthand. But Zhang Feng just couldn't accept the fact that the iguana was dead. He was not a cold-blooded animal. Facing this situation Zhang Feng was very unhappy in his heart. This is simply provoking him. There was a sudden additional nameless fire in his heart, very much wanting to let it out. Sorry guys, I may not be able to do a live stream today, Zhang Feng said in a deep voice in the live broadcast. What is the situation? This is not good. Well, why the anchor is not live? The anchor is not trying to avenge Bean, is he? There is this possibility alas. Anchor, don't be impulsive. I'm guessing it might have been the money leopard. What are you thinking? The money leopard knows the anchor well. Netflix has spoken. Zhang Feng looked at the live broadcast with a calm face, then said, don't worry everyone. I'm just seeing if I can get off the mountain. I don't want to stay here all day in this damn weather. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke to everyone. After saying that, Zhang Feng directly closed the live broadcast. The netizens in front of the screen didn't know what to say for a moment. Come on, let's go see who did it first. Zhang Feng put the tent away inside his carry-on space, then took the group and they walked out of the cave, and it was still snowing heavily outside, but it's no longer windy. Zhang Feng also saw the world inside the mountain clearly. This is going to be hard, Zhang Feng said with a frown. The snow basically covered up the footprints left by the animals. It was much less likely that Zhang Feng would want to follow the footprints to find the animal. However, Zhang Feng didn't give up, but turned his head to look at the little black tiger. Blackie, smell if there are any other animal odors left. Zhang Feng looked at the little black tiger and said, ouch. After receiving the order, the little black tiger immediately circled around the cave and sniffed. After a while the little black tiger barked twice, then ran out of the cave and in the other direction. Zhang Feng immediately followed towards Tuanzi and the others. Along the way, Zhang Feng found many animal footprints. The clutter looks like there are quite a few. It couldn't have been the wolves. Zhang Feng thought in his heart. There aren't many animals that live in packs inside the mountains, and wolves are considered one of them. But wolves are not exactly pack animals. Generally wolves are solitary animals like money leopards. It only briefly swarms when it is in heat and when there is no food. However, in recent years there have been no wolves in the Taibik Mountains, so Zhang Feng wasn't sure what kind of animal footprints it was. Zhang Feng followed little black tigers back with deep and shallow strokes. Last night's overnight blizzard left deep snow on the ground. It was about to bury the little black tiger, but luckily the little black tiger didn't run for long before stopping, and Zhang Feng heard what sounded like an animal's cry not far away at this time. The barking was particularly fierce, like it was going to be a fight. Jiang Feng slowed down his pace and walked towards the direction of the shout. Soon, the figures of the two groups of animals appeared in front of Jiang Feng's eyes. Only 5 or 6 money leopards surrounded a dozen jackals. One of the money leopards was still the one Jiang Feng was most familiar with. Brother Panther. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Boing boing. Brother Bao. Tuanzi and Lantern also looked at Brother Bao with excitement. And the money leopard and the jackal that were facing each other in front of them stopped at once. After Brother Panther turned his head and saw Jiang Feng, he immediately ran over excitedly. And the other money leopards looked at Jiang Feng and wagged their tails in a friendly manner. But it was at this time that the dozen or so jackals seized the opportunity to escape. In an instant, he broke through the encirclement and ran out. The money leopard looked at this and immediately wanted to chase after him, but it was stopped by Panther. Ouch! Don't worry about it, play with them. Hearing this, the panthers stopped, and Brother Panther very happily ran to Jiang Feng's side, rubbing his head against Jiang Feng. Then he excitedly greeted Donut and Lantern again. Well, Brother Panther, I didn't realize you were so vindictive. Jiang Feng stroked Brother Panther's head and said with a smile, he didn't expect to find Brother Bao here. More than that, I didn't realize that Panther was actually rounding up jackals. It's really worthy of the society, my Brother Panther. People are ruthless. I guess Brother Panther is just screwing with jackals for the rest of his life. Ouch. No. Panther shook his head, denying the matter vigorously. Jiang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this time, the little black tiger was suddenly barking in the direction that Jackal had left. Ouch. That's them. Are you sure? Jiang Feng asked in a deep voice. Ouch. That's them. The little black tiger nodded affirmatively. Jiang Feng got up violently and looked at the direction the group of jackals had left. But the jackal is no longer to be seen. These guys ran very fast to get away. Brother Bao looked at Jiang Feng's face changed, not knowing what had happened. Brother Panther, I'm going to give you a difficult task. Jiang Feng looked down at Brother Panther and said, ouch. What? Panther wagged his tail, wondering what Jiang Feng was going to call him for. Jiang Feng looked up at the sky as snowflakes drifted in the sky. Another gust of cold wind blew. Jiang Feng couldn't help but think of the bean that was bouncing around in the snow last night. He looked down at Panther and said slowly, Brother Panther, have you heard of the hunting order? The recent transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 137, Brother Panther, mention my name. No one will touch you. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Brother Panther cocked his head and looked at Jiang Feng twice. An order kill SB. What's a kill order? Panther said he had never heard of it. At this time, Jiang Feng began to explain to Brother Panther patiently. The hunting order is simple. I want you to help me take out that group of jackals from earlier, and then I'll give you fodder as payment. Jiang Feng pointed in the direction where Jackal had left and said, these jackals are so hateful that they must be made to pay for it. Whoa, really? Panther wagged his tail and looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. That's a good thing. It's right in the middle of its gun. Panther nodded excitedly and, ouch. It. Brother Panther barked loudly towards the several money leopards behind him. Immediately, it drew a response from many money leopards. This scene is rather like a big brother giving his little brother a shot in the arm. Jiang Feng revealed a rare smile. I didn't realize that Brother Bao was playing with flowers. I guess all the money leopards in this mountain are Brother Panther's minions, but when I think about it, it feels normal, because the Taibai Mountains include the whole Qinling for that matter, except for the tiger. The leopard is at the top of the food chain, but so far, other than the black tiger family, Jiang Feng hadn't found any other tigers inside this mountain. That's why Brother Panther is definitely a bully in the mountains now. Boing boing, so handsome. Next to him, Tuanzi's eyes glazed over as he watched Brother Panther's call and response. It craned its head to look at its two minions. One is silent, with unknown combat abilities, an empty combatant with a not-so-good brain. Tuanzi instantly lowered her head and covered her eyes with her little paws. Couldn't stand to look at his two little brothers. Calling of birds. Your eyes hurt. Ouch. What's wrong with you, boss? Brother Panther, I'll give you 5 bags of fodder if you can take out a jackal, but you can't around. I just want the jackals. I don't give fodder to the other jackals if you get them killed. Jiang Feng made a promise to Brother Panther. Panther immediately nodded, but there is still some regret inside. It's simply a shame that more people don't slaughter more of such a great thing. Brother Panther, this mission is no problem. These brothers of yours can catch all the jackals, right? Jiang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. It was mainly because the group of jackals just now was a bit too numerous, more than a dozen of them, which he estimated to be the largest pack of jackals in these mountains. And as soon as Brother Panther heard that Jiang Feng doubted his strength, he immediately became anxious. You can besmirch my reputation, but you can't doubt my strength. Panther leapt up and yelled towards the woods. All at once, the cries of a herd of leopards rang out around the woods. From far and near, It didn't take long for a number of money leopards to leap out from all directions. It made Jiang Feng look dumbfounded. Good man, it's worthy of being a social panther. Ouch. What? Panther stood there with his head held high. There was even a hint of a contemptuous smile on his mouth. Arrogant and incomparable. But its constantly wagging tail revealed its inner smugness. It's still you, Brother Panther. Jiang Feng gave Brother Panther a thumbs up. Now Panther's head was raised even higher. The tail wagged faster. Ouch. I'm good at talking about Brother Panther in the mountains. No one dares to touch you. Panther's little expression was smug. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh as he watched. And at that moment, Tuanzi stared at Brother Panther with wide, bright eyes. It wants such a majestic spectacle. But then he turned his head to look at his two little brothers. Donut turned his back to the crowd. Lowering his head, he sighed heavily. Alright, Brother Panther, take your men and move. I'll award 5 bags of feed to whoever gets it dead, and then give you a commission on 1 bag. Brother Panther, come on. I'll be waiting for you around here. Jiang Feng spoke passionately to Brother Panther. The surrounding money leopards heard Jiang Feng's words. Immediately, just like Brother Bao before him, he was as excited as a chicken blood, while Brother Panther cocked his head and sized up Jiang Feng twice. This scene how it feels so familiar. Panther couldn't help but shake his head, looking at his little brother so excited. Brother Panther couldn't help but roar as well. Ouch! Asterisk 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 it. Panther wagged his tail at Jiang Feng. Then he turned around and rushed into the woods with many money leopards. The stance was rather like that of an army of 1,000. It actually shook the snow off the trees. Jiang Feng didn't know what to say as he looked at the scene. He reckoned that the black shibboleths of the animal kingdom might perhaps have taken shape. He didn't want to see a story like that on TV someday. Today, the city's law enforcement agencies arrested the black forces led by Brother Panther in the mountains, and it is known that this gang is in an organized and disciplined. Taibai Mountain wanted, our city SSSS level wanted criminal leopard is on the run. Welcome all animals to provide clues. Jiang Feng couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Good lord, I guess Panther didn't realize it had become a wanted man in its own eyes. Come on, let's find a place to stay first. Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Tuanzi and the others, but at this point, the group was still in the middle of self-imposed isolation. The lantern and little black tiger next to him didn't know what was wrong with Tuanzi. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Jiang Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and realized it was Su Qinghuan calling. Hey Chief Su. Oh little Jiang, are you coming down the mountain now? Su Qinghuan opened her mouth and asked with a smile. No, there's too much snow in the mountains. I'll go back in a couple days. Jiang Feng thought about it and found a reason to say, the matter of letting Brother Panther hunt down the jackal can't be known to anyone else. So, I thought you were going to avenge that iguana. Su Qinghuan laughed out loud. How could I? You're overthinking it. Director Su. Jiang Feng laughed dryly and got a bit vain. It was almost recognized. Ha ha, it's like this coup. The cherry blossom countryside wants to come to our Taibai mountain for a visit. And in the meantime, they want to learn from you. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone began to speak in a serious manner. The last ibis incident was a bad one between the two countries, but everyone hadn't expected Sakura Nation to actually come and visit Mtei Taibik at this time. This behavior is truly mind-boggling. None of my business. They can go wherever they like. Just don't look for me. You tell them never to come. It's on their own if they run into any beasts that show up. Jiang Feng said with a cold smile. Ha ha, it's something I don't want to get involved in. So I balked. That's it. I'll hang up now. You be safe in the mountains. After saying that, Su Qinghuan shook her head and hung up the phone. And Jiang Feng put away his cell phone and skimmed his lips. What's all this stuff? Kirikou. Just then, a small animal with a bulging, stuffed mouth on the branch behind Jiang Feng was looking at him angrily. Kirikou, give me back my grain. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 138. Do you know Brother Panther? Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at the exasperated little squirrel on the branch and was dumbfounded. This little guy's lost his food. Jiang Feng looked around. Finding the group, they were sitting around a large tree. The tree was thick and had a not-so-small hole in it, only to see the donut stepping on Lantern's shoulder at this time, wobbling up the tree, and reached out his little paws to scratch inside the tree hole. In no time at all, a lot of walnuts and other nuts fell out from inside the tree hole, and the little black tiger under the tree is excitedly collecting these nuts. Kirikou, thief! The little squirrel on the branch looked at Jiang Feng angrily. It's been watching here for a long time. This human is the owner of this group of thieves, and it couldn't beat the thieves. That's why he approached Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled badly when he heard the squirrel's cry. Have you heard of Brother Panther? Earlier Panther said mentioning its name was good, so Jiang Feng wanted to try. Kirikou, I don't know. Give me back my grain. The squirrel's cheeks were stuffed and bulging. wide-eyed and exasperated. He looked at Zhang Feng. Instantly, the smile on Zhang Feng's face froze there. It seems that this brother Bao's name isn't working too well. So Zhang Feng helplessly turned his head and shouted at Tuanzi and the others. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng's voice startled the three little ones. Just a poof. The highest climbing donut fell out of the tree. After doubling over on the ground he climbed back up. Boing boing. Scared the hell out of this bear. What are you doing? Tuanzi raised her head and looked at Zhang Feng accusingly. People are coming to the door. Zhang Feng pointed at the small squirrel on the branch. The squirrel looked across at the three little ones with some trepidation. The mouth was more of a whispered gibberish. My food, my food. Tuanzi and Lantern were also a little embarrassed after seeing the little squirrel. Only the little black tiger guy mindlessly kept eating those nuts. Crunch! One bite at a time. Teeth are pretty good. The little squirrel on the branch looked so angry. But yet, they dare not speak out. He could only look at Zhang Feng twice in aggravation. Zhang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at the donut them. What do you say? It's food for people for the winter. Zhang Feng immediately changed his face and said seriously. Stopping his pen, Tuanzi immediately ran over and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh after he and Lantern exchanged glances. With his head down he was a little embarrassed. Zhang Feng was instantly infuriated by these two little guys and laughed. Lantern, you've been brought down by the donut too. Zhang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's head. Frightened, the donut immediately clutched his head with his little paw. There's really nothing I can do about you two. Zhang Feng sighed. Then he pulled out a bag of feed from inside his carry space, then took out a few and put them in front of the squirrel. Taste it. It's good stuff. Jabbering. The little squirrel looked at the feed in Zhang Feng's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grabbed one of the feeds with his little paw and tasted it. Then the eyes lit up. Kirikou. Yummy. The little squirrel immediately put all the feed in Zhang Feng's hand in his mouth. Now the squirrel's mouth was even more bulging. Looking at Zhang Feng, he wanted to stuff a little more in to see how big this little guy's mouth was. If you like it, I'm dumping the rest of the feed into your house. There's enough of these to last you all winter. Zhang Feng said with a smile, then dumped the feed into the woods. The squirrel immediately jumped up and down with excitement. Alive and kicking, he plopped down at the mouth of the tree hole, excited to see so much fodder. Come on donut, you three say sorry to people. Next time you can't steal from people. Zhang Feng turned his head and rushed to the three little ones. Upon hearing this, the three little ones immediately ran over with their asses in the air. Stand in a line, barked at the squirrel. Boing boing, I'm sorry. Boing boing, I'm sorry. Ouch, I'm not convinced. What did you say? Zhang Feng glared towards the little black tiger. Ouch, boss is right. The little black tiger gave in. Kirikou. No, no, no. The little squirrel on the branch immediately swung his little paw. There was even some embarrassment up. Zhang Feng waved his hand toward the little squirrel. We're leaving. You have a good winter. Don't get another one stolen. Zhang Feng turned around and left with Tuanzi and the others, ready to find a place to stay. He'd heard that there seemed to be a ranger's house in the neighborhood, so Zhang Feng wanted to look for it. And the little squirrel looked at the direction Zhang Feng left in a daze. It was suddenly a bit envious of these animals around Zhang Feng. But think of the feed in the tree hole. The squirrel was immediately excited again. Zhang Feng took Tuanzi and they searched inside the mountain with their senses. It's practically just a blind spin. The snow in the sky had also stopped by now. It was only still overcast. Zhang Feng looked at the weather and opened his live stream again. Hello everyone. Hello again. Zhang Feng rushed to the live broadcast and greeted him. Those netizens who had entered Zhang Feng's live broadcast room were stunned. What's going on? Is the anchor home? Good lord. I thought the host was really off the air. Didn't the anchor not have time to broadcast live today? Netizens have raised questions. Zhang Feng explained at this time. There's too much snow inside the mountains, so I'll go back in a couple days. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the netizens didn't know what to say. When it comes to this kind of weather, everyone else is looking forward to going home. But Zhang Feng was good and actually stayed. It feels like it's all about traveling. I'm now going to look for where the rangers live, and I don't know if I can find it. Zhang Feng said to the netizens in the live broadcast as he walked. Taibik Mountain Forestry Bureau, the anchor goes east, and there's a house where a forest ranger lived 1 kilometer away. The staff of the Taibei Mountain Forestry Bureau reminded Zhang Feng of a couple of things after they had determined Zhang Feng's location. Zhang Feng thanked him twice after seeing the pop-up. Then it took the group and they headed in an easterly direction. After walking for about another 10 minutes or so, a single, wood-built house appeared in Zhang Feng's sight. Found it! Zhang Feng immediately ran towards the direction of the house while holding Tuanzi and the others. After arriving at the door, Zhang Feng went forward and pushed open the door. There was a whiff of dust. Choking, Zhang Feng coughed repeatedly. Good lord, how long has no one lived here? Zhang Feng stood at the door without going in. The house looks like it hasn't been lived in for a long time. Otherwise it wouldn't be so dusty. and the inside of the room was even darker. However, just as Zhang Feng wanted to poke his head into the room to take a look, only a clunk was heard. An unidentified creature suddenly jumped out of the window opening of the room. One more chapter. Later, we've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 139, Little Black Tiger's Discovery. Stop! Zhang Feng shouted in the direction of the window, then quickly ran over to the window and looked in, only to find that the critter had disappeared. Ouch! The little black tiger rushed into the room and sniffed, but choked on the dust inside and ran out, and then kept sneezing in the snow. What's going on? It looks like the anchor has made another discovery. According to my speculation, it would be monkeys that can move inside the mountains in this weather now. Let go of your mother's ass. When the snow leopard is called for nothing, is it? Upstairs, watch your quality. Are there snow leopards in Taibai Mountain? The netizens in the live stream were talking. I just spotted a little critter running past. Looks like a cat. Zhang Feng explained a couple sentences in the live broadcast. The vision was so dark just now that he only saw roughly. That thing is about the size of a cat, but certainly not a cat. After all, where in the middle of nowhere is this thing? Donut, you guys stay out here while I go inside and clean up. Zhang Feng spoke to the group at the door, then walked in alone. Wow, Dumpling, your master has left and doesn't want you anymore. You're a badass upstairs, but I like it. Dumpling looked at the camera quickly. The netizens all let themselves go after Zhang Feng left. Unfortunately for the donuts, they don't even look at the camera. It made a bunch of netizens sad. Ouch, boss, something's going on over there. At that moment, the little black tiger quietly walked over to Tuanzi's side, looking in the direction of the woods. Boing boing, go over there and look. The group that was getting bored instantly became interested. Without hesitation, he pulled his two minions away. At this moment, Zhang Feng didn't know what was happening outside. He forced himself to hold back the choking dust as he entered the room, opened several windows in the room. Donut, what are you doing? That was when Zhang Feng saw the three little ones outside the window. After hearing Zhang Feng's voice, the three little ones that were running immediately stopped there. They stood motionless. He didn't even dare to look back at Zhang Feng. Duanzi, don't be a wimp. Run. This is just like when I was a kid and my parents caught me going to the internet cafe. I want to know what the group found out. Okay, go play, but not far. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the three little ones. And after getting Zhang Feng's order, the three little guys immediately ran into the woods happily. Zhang Feng shook his head, turned around and went back into the room to start cleaning. This way, led by the little black tiger, Tuanzi and the others arrived in the woods. Ouch, it's right up ahead. The little black tiger roared and charged towards the back of a rock. Tuanzi was close behind with lantern, but I didn't expect the three little ones to pounce. The animal behind the rock was moving fast. In an instant, he was in the bushes, blends in with the whole forest. Lost track. Holy, what was that animal? Who just recorded the screen? I want to watch it frame by frame. It seems like it's still really a cat. Hey, the netizens in the live stream were also hooked, but no one could see what kind of animal it was. There are even real netizens who go through the video frame by frame, trying to find the animal. Ouch, I'm pissed. The little black tiger roared angrily at this time, wanting to continue chasing after him. So did the donut, but these two were stopped dead in their tracks by Lantern. Boing boing, you can't go far. Lantern opened her arms and stopped in front of Tuanzi and little black tiger. God shook his head firmly. The dead or alive just won't let Tuanzi and little black tiger continue to chase after them. Boing boing, okay, the donut yelped in aggravation. Nor did he argue with Lantern. Turning, he hung his head and walked back. And at this time, Zhang Feng had already tidied up his room. But the room was in such disrepair that sleeping was out of the question. But shelter from the wind and rain is still possible. So Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to put his tent in the room. When the group they came back, the netizens were speechless for a long time when they saw this scene. You're a real talent. Why are you still looking for a house? It's like farting with your pants down. Use your heads. This room looks like it could be used for human habitation. Anchor. Just now the donuts they made a new discovery. Zhang Feng looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time. Twisting his head, he looked at the doughboys again, then learned what had just happened. What the hell kind of animal is that? Zhang Feng frowned and thought, there are actually quite a few animals that look like cats. So Zhang Feng wasn't sure what kind of animal it was. Forget it, don't think about it. Couldn't figure out where the other party was coming from, so Zhang Feng didn't think about it that much. Turning around, he began to prepare today's dinner in his room, and the netizens were envious when they saw Zhang Feng's busy figure in the room. After all, Zhang Feng was the first person who could live so well in such an environment. I think anchors are suited for wilderness survival. What are you thinking? Wilderness survival doesn't allow you to bring food. Okay, look what I found. It's the anchor. Let's sneak around to the back and give him a millennial kill. After eating, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast and idly lay down in the tent to watch TV. And at that moment, there was a sudden wail from outside the cabin. Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and walked to the door. It was found to be a relatively small money leopard. The money leopard's eyes immediately glistened after seeing Zhang Feng. Wagging his tail non-stop, he looked at Zhang Feng pleasingly. Zhang Feng also sized up the little leopard. Looks like the guy is underage. Bao's gang already has child labor. You are? Zhang Feng asked with a doubtful opening. Ouch. Brother Bao said he'll be back tomorrow. The baby leopard barked. Zhang Feng was speechless. It felt like Panther was really idle. Why send a child laborer here to deliver a message for this kind of thing? Okay, I get it. Zhang Feng waved his hand breathlessly and told the money leopard to go back. The money leopard, however, was wagging its tail, raising its head and staring, eyes eagerly looking at Zhang Feng. It's like asking for candy when he was a kid. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. You little guy sure is a glutton for punishment. Zhang Feng patted the little money leopard's head. A handful of fodder from his carry-on space sent the baby leopard away. After sending the little money leopard away, Zhang Feng turned around and returned to the tent. It's better to be comfortable under the covers on such a cold day. No matter how windy it was outside, it couldn't freeze him. Early the next morning, this whole night, Zhang Feng slept soundly. It was snowing heavily outside, but he couldn't feel a single chill in his tent. Zhang Feng got up and unzipped the tent, wanting to see what was going on outside. However, he had just opened the tent. A pair of big eyes just disliked Zhang Feng straight away. For a while, both sides froze. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 140, The Taibai Mountain Bully Trio. The atmosphere inside the cabin was a bit awkward for a while. Neither side expected to get this close. Meow. Woo. The owner of the big eyes immediately bounced and dodged after locking eyes with Zhang Feng. Then he bared his teeth and looked at Zhang Feng ferociously. But in Zhang Feng's opinion, this little guy is so fat-pocketed that even his fierce looks are very cute. Only the barking was a little rough. More of a burly hunk than a delicate house cat. Rabbit. Zhang Feng couldn't hold back his shock any longer. This guy's a Class 2 state-protected animal, about the size of a house cat. But he never expected to see a rabbit in Taibai Mountain. The main distribution range of the rabbit is in the northwest and North China provinces. Rabbits have been found in Shaanxi province, though, but you don't see it once in decades, and it's not certain if you have it now. Meow. Woo. The rabbit made an attacking stance and looked at Zhang Feng warily. What are you doing here with me? You little guy. Come here and let me touch it. Zhang Feng looked at the rabbit's cute appearance and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Such cute little animals can really be adorable. The rabbit, however, took 2 steps back in awe, stretching out his front paws ferociously. He tried to scratch Zhang Feng. You're a mean little thing. Zhang Feng looked at the rabbit and shook his head. This guy really is what the Wikipedia says he is. The look is adorable though, but it was very vicious. Meow. Woo. Don't come any closer. The rabbit was still looking ferociously at Zhang Feng, and that's when the 3 little ones in the tent were awakened by the yelling. Donut was the first to run out of the tent. Boing boing. Dolls. Tuan was so excited when he saw the rabbit, even had to go up the mountain to catch a rabbit. Meow. Woo. The rabbit reached out its paw to try to scratch the donut, but it was ate over by a subconscious slap from the group. Meow. Woo. Go away. The rabbit rolled over on its back, whimpering even more fiercely with its mouth as it looked at the donut. Boing boing. It's mean to people. Tuanzi twisted her head to look at Zhang Feng accusingly. Zhang Feng burst into tears. You're slapping people dry. It's not clear who's bullying who. Okay, donut. It's not a doll. People are rabbits. Zhang Feng patted Tuanzi's big head. How can this little guy have such a good memory for remembering dolls? Looks like I'll have to get a doll for the group on the way back down the mountain. Calling of birds. What's this? Ouch. Is the boss gonna it? At this time, Lantern and Little Black Tiger also ran out from the tent. The 2 little ones were also very happy to see the rabbit. And at that moment, the rabbit immediately exploded after seeing the Little Black Tiger. Granted, it was about the size of a small black tiger, but it thought to itself that it definitely couldn't defeat the Little Black Tiger. Meow. Woo. You wait. The rabbit let out a scathing remark, turned around and tried to jump up to the window to escape. Boing boing. The doll's gone. Donut called out. The Little Black Tiger on the side immediately leapt out and then leapt up. The rabbit had only jumped halfway down when the Little Black Tiger pulled him down, heavily falling to the ground. He was dead weighted by the Little Black Tiger. Meow. 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 The rabbit lying on the ground yelped twice in some confusion. What the hell is going on here? Why it was caught by this abomination? Boing boing. Good job. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately went up and surrounded the rabbit. Rabbits have thinner skins. Looking at so many animals surrounding him, he immediately barked ferociously, even tried to roll over. Boing boing, don't scream first. Lantern went up and gave the rabbit a go, blew the rabbit out of the water. Meow. Woo, it hurts. The rabbit was even more vicious after it slowed down. Boing boing, Lanterns told you to stop screaming. Donuts saw this and gave the rabbit a little too. This made the rabbit's menacing cries much quieter. There's a little look of fear in his eyes now. Ouch, I want to play too. The little black tiger excitedly raised its paw and aimed it at the rabbit. This one completely blindsided the rabbit. Don't even dare to struggle. Looking at the three little ones with great trepidation, and Jiang Feng shook his head straight as he watched from the back. Good lord, the group and the three of them could be on the road now too. The names Jiang Feng had thought of for them. It'll be called the Taibeek Mountain Bullies Trio. Come on Donut, what's the point of bullying people? Jiang Feng carried the dumplings and the lantern to the side. Then he saved the rabbit from the clutches of the little black tiger. Tell me, why did you come to Taibai Mountain? Jiang Feng stroked the rabbit's little head. Meow. Woo. The rabbit was just about to bare his teeth, but one look at the trio of bullies next to him immediately made his voice much lower, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. And this sudden shift was not something even it had gotten used to. Meow. Go down the hill and find food. The rabbit gave two small yelps. Jiang Feng stroked the rabbit's fur then asked, do you want to eat delicious food every day? Meow. The rabbit froze. Eat good food every day. Who wouldn't want that? It had heard it from its second great-grandfather's third uncle's neighbor's little flower. They live in a semi-desert with plenty of food, which is like living in the snowy mountains and being cold every day. It's not just about worrying about food. You also have to guard against sneak attacks by natural enemies. What's more, it hadn't seen its own kind in years. Why don't you follow me and have something good to eat every day? Jiang Feng pulled out a handful of feed and placed it in front of the rabbit. He liked the rabbit very much. Fluffy, fat and very cute. And the fodder instantly tickled the rabbit's cravings. The rabbit couldn't help but lick his lips and looked up at Jiang Feng in confusion. Eat? It's fine. After getting Jiang Feng's confirmation again, the rabbit finally took a big bite. A look of enjoyment followed on his face. It seemed to be okay to follow this human. But, the rabbit raised its head in awe and looked twice at the group of them. Another look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't worry, they won't dare to bully you in the future. Boing boing. We're good bears. Boing boing. That's right. Ow. I seem to be a good bear too. The three little ones immediately made their attitude known at the rabbit. Show that you are a good person and would never bully anyone. And the rabbit's brain is simple. It was instantly believable. Meow. I want to eat lots and lots of good food. The rabbit narrowed his eyes and smiled immediately. The original gruff grunt was also slightly softer by that much. Have as many as you want. Jiang Feng picked up the rabbit and jerked up its fur. Not to mention, this little guy really does feel like a house cat. Very soft and supple feel. With that, Jiang Feng opened his live broadcast, getting ready to show off this rabbit to the internet. Families, look what kind of animal this is, has been heavily transcoded lately to give us more power and faster updates. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 141, Brother Panther Spoils Assembly. Ha, this is not the British short. No, the British short hair is not so long. Then let's call young Jang. Where did you get a cat in the middle of nowhere? If I'm not mistaken, this would be a cat I don't know about. It's really like listening to a king. The vast majority of the people in the live feeds took the rabbit for a house cat. The main thing is that the rabbit guy is basically indistinguishable from a house cat if he doesn't purr. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up and said, this guy is called a rabbit, which is also a type of feline. After saying that, Jiang Feng lifted the rabbit high up for the crowd to see. Can I get a rabbit from a sinking ship that's so cute? Don't even think about it. This thing is a national second-class protected animal. I don't know if I'll cry when I punch such a cute rabbit. Whether it cries or not I don't know. But I know you're going to cry in pain in handcuffs. I've heard that rabbits are very fierce. Why has it turned directly into a cat here in the anchor? Jiang Feng held up the rabbit for everyone to look around. This was a great way to knock over the three vinegars next to him. Tuanzi and Lantern, one on the left and one on the right, hugged Jiang Feng's thighs. Raising his head, he looked at Jiang Feng with tearful eyes. Boing boing, you don't want me anymore. The little black tiger next to him even kept picking at Jiang Feng. Okay. Jiang Feng bitterly laughed as he bent down and picked up the three little ones. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately grinned. Just like that, Jiang Feng was holding the dumplings and the lanterns in both hands. There were also rabbits and small black tigers lying on the left and right shoulders. This is now the envy of the netizens. Ha ha ha, the donuts, they're actually jealous. I'm going the anchor is properly absorbing the hate. I want to do the same. I want to raise pandas too. I can't help but sigh when I look at my family's English short. After showing off, Zhang Feng put the 4 little ones down. These little guys are not lightweights. Do not. I won't be able to hold you guys if you get any bigger. Zhang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's head. Boing boing. I don't want to grow up. Boing boing. So is everyone else. Ouch. I want to grow up. No, you don't want to. Tuanzi immediately covered the little black tiger's mouth with his paw. All at once the 3 little ones were in disarray again. The rabbit next to him looked at the bully trio with some envy. Wanted to come forward but didn't dare. Zhang Feng didn't say anything when he saw it, as the rabbit would naturally blend in over time. Anchor turns around. There's a baby leopard. Anchor, you've got another leopard in your house. Wow, now I suddenly feel like leopards are kind of cute. Oh, it's cute to look at you when it's hungry, too. It was at this moment that the netizens in the live broadcast room reminded Zhang Feng that there was a leopard coming, and Zhang Feng heard the movement at the door at this time. He looked up at the doorway and noticed a small head peeking out of the crack. The owner of the little head was none other than the leopard cub from last night. Zhang Feng was instantly happy. Could it be that Brother Bao had come back? Do not. You guys just play inside the room and don't go out. Zhang Feng spoke towards the several little ones, then a quick step toward the door. The netizens in the livestream were puzzled by this and wondered what was happening. Over here, after Zhang Feng walked out of the room, he saw the little leopard. Ouch! Brother Pao is back. The little leopard barked excitedly after seeing Zhang Feng, then started leading the way in front. Zhang Feng followed little leopard as he turned left and right into the woods, then saw Panther with his dozen or so brothers, and each leopard was dragging a dead jackal in its mouth. The group of leopards were very excited after seeing Zhang Feng, because it's about to get delicious, and Brother Panther ran over proudly at this time, placing a relatively large-sized jackal in front of Zhang Feng. Then he looked at Zhang Feng with his head held high. The smugness was overflowing. Brother Panther, these jackals you've captured aren't indiscriminate, are they? Zhang Feng took a look at so many jackals and opened his mouth to ask, for he felt that the jackal was a few more in number, and as soon as Zhang Feng said this, the opposite panther's wagging tail paused for a moment, then it shook again so fast it was shaking into an electric fan. Ouch! I'm not that kind of leopard. Brother Panther shook his head and rushed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't care that much. Alright, I believe you. Tell your brothers to line up and start handing out rewards. Zhang Feng waved his hand, causing the many leopards to bark excitedly. Brother Panther directly turned his head and yelled twice at the panthers. Keep them in line. Come, one by one. All have a share. Zhang Feng took out all the fodder he had saved these days. Start rewarding the group of leopards. Come up to a leopard and give 5 feeds, and then a feed for panther. This was a lot of fun for Brother Panther. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was extremely heartbroken, because all this fodder he had managed to save was running out this time. After the reward, Zhang Feng hurriedly put away the rest of the fodder. He also had to save some food for the donuts and the others. Ouch! At that moment, the little panther also came forward with a shake of its head, staring with her own big eyes. She looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. Brother Bao, this is your child. Zhang Feng pointed at the little leopard and said. This made Brother Panther blow up. Ouch! No, I didn't. You slandered me. Panther tried desperately to defend himself. Brother Panther, this is where I have to say something about you. You're hiring child labor. Do you know about the Child Protection Act? Zhang Feng spoke in a serious tone. Ouch! Do you not want to give the feed? Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's original smiling face instantly darkened. Joke's on me. I'm that kind of guy. After saying that, Zhang Feng painfully took out 2 bags of feed for the little money leopard. Ouch! Thanks to the boss's boss. The leopard cub took the feed and ran off. Zhang Feng looked at the fully loaded panthers and didn't know what to say. Alright Brother Panther, tell your brothers to go back. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Brother Panther growled towards the panthers. More than 10 money leopards immediately disappeared into the woods. Brother Bao, you're not going home yet. Zhang Feng looked at Brother Panther who was about to leave and asked. Ouch! I'm gonna do it for 2 more days. Panther called out before disappearing into the woods as well. Zhang Feng couldn't help but skim his lips as he watched Brother Panther's departing back. This guy, the wave is so long, don't get a baby panther out of it. Come on, it's time for me to go down. Zhang Feng sighed. This time he went into the mountains. He had originally thought of digging for tai-bai rice and looking for golden eagles. I didn't expect to run into this blizzard. It looks like the golden eagle will have to be found later. In order to keep the crowd from worrying, he'd better go down the mountain now. Zhang Feng turned around and left the woods, returning to the cabin. Come on Tuanzi, we should go home. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 142, The Rabbit's Throwdown. After Jiang Feng returned to the wooden house, he started to pack up his things and prepared to go down the mountain and go home. There's no point in staying here. Why did you leave again? You're not staying for 2 days, are you? Anchor, can you sell me your rabbit? I love rabbits. Upstairs, you're out of order. Now that the snow has stopped, we're running out of food, so I'm going downhill. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up screen and casually explained a couple sentences, then drove the donuts and all of them out of the cabin. Then he stowed the tents and such in his carry space, and the netizens came out when they saw Jiang Feng carrying a bamboo basket. Didn't care either. After all, everyone now thought that there was a team operating behind Jiang Feng. Come on, let's go home. Jiang Feng picked up the bamboo basket on his back and wanted to put the donuts and them into it. But this is a problem. Because of the addition of the rabbit, the bamboo baskets couldn't hold as many critters. With that, Jiang Feng took the rabbit in his arms, but this would be something the donut would not be happy to see. It had to let Jiang Feng hold it. Okay, I'll hold you okay. Jiang Feng put the rabbit into the bamboo basket. Then with the donut in his arms he headed down the hill. A sudden blizzard sealed off the entire mountain. The way down was even more very difficult, not to mention with these critters. So Jiang Feng was careful all the way. This walking speed was naturally much slower, and it was estimated that it would be good to arrive home tomorrow. Suddenly I love this feeling of snow on the mountains, lonely and beautiful. Me too, I want to live in seclusion. A bunch of pretenders. I'll see what you'll do when there's no electricity and no food and no cell phone. Those who want to live in seclusion are giving themselves away. A netizen in the live broadcast room said with a sigh of relief at the sight of snow on Dashan. And Jiang Feng didn't know what to say after seeing these pop-ups. It's not that easy to be secluded in the modern world. You can't even find a hermitage without money. Jiang Feng wanted to say a few words in the live broadcast, but he didn't expect Su Qinghuan to call again. Hey, Chief Su, what's going on? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. It's not much. Did you run into any jackals in the mountains in the past 2 days? Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone opened her mouth and asked. No, absolutely not. Jiang Feng immediately shook his head in the negative. The heart got a little weak. Could it be that Brother Panther's kill order has been exposed? Ha ha, it's like this. Our bureau found that quite a few jackals suddenly ran out of Taibai Mountain in the past 2 days. Isn't that a good thing? It proves that your forest service is capable. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Come on, there's nothing good coming out of your boy's mouth. Actually, it's like this. We've noticed that these jackals seem to be running elsewhere for the past 2 days. In groups, as if they're panicking. It just so happens that you're deep inside the mountains. So I wanted to ask you if you know what's going on inside the mountains. Su Qinghuan said doubtfully. Jiang Feng, however, was dumbfounded by what he heard. Good lord, Panther and the others are too ruthless. It actually scared the jackals into fleeing. Director Su, how would I know? Maybe they want to live somewhere else. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Qinghuan sighed helplessly. Alas, that's it. You hurry back. The weather forecast says there's still a blizzard. Hanging up, Su Qinghuan hung up, while Jiang Feng had just put his cell phone away when another call came in. It's from my sister, Jiang Daixue. Hey brother, are you still inside the mountain? Jiang Daixue on the other end of the phone said with some worry. Well, it's heading down the hill now. Jiang Feng said with a smile. When are you coming back? Well, next Wednesday, I guess. Jiang Daixue thought about it and said, Isn't the 4th of July next Wednesday on the weekend? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Brother, the Mid-Autumn Festival is connected to the National Day, and our school has an early break. Do you not want me to go back? Jiang Daixue said in a slightly petulant tone. How can I? I'll pick you up in town then. By the way, come back and wear thicker clothes. We're snowed in here. Jiang Feng laughed out loud. Got it, brother. I'll hang up then. Wait, do you have any more money to spend? I'll get you some more. You can't spend other people's money, especially the boys. Jiang Feng immediately said seriously. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm still in school all right. Jiang Daixue on the other end of the phone was immediately reluctant, blaming his oldest brother. That's fine. I'll call you some more. No need to save your brother any money. Hang up now. I'm going down the mountain. Jiang Feng smiled and hung up the phone. Boing boing. Why are you so happy? The troop in his arms raised its head and looked at Jiang Feng curiously. Sister is coming back. Jiang Feng stroked Tuanzi's little head. The group nodded in confusion. The little head seemed to remember Jiang Daixue, then immediately grinned again. Go away and hurry home. Jiang Feng hugged Tuanzi and walked faster on his feet. I'm so envious that the anchor has one sister and I have two. Upstairs, I'll call you brother-in-law. Do you dare to say yes? Upstairs, if I call you my brother-in-law, do you dare to say yes? Downstairs, I'm gonna call you a sand sculpture. Don't you dare say yes. I'm Nima. Bounce back. The live bloggers joked with each other. And that was when Jiang Feng spotted a familiar figure in front of him. Little squirrel. I just saw this guy drooping in the snow. not knowing what he was doing. Squirrel! Zhang Feng shouted. The squirrel jumped at the shock, then looked back. After realizing that it was Zhang Feng, he immediately ran towards the side. Kirikou, an animal stole my food. Can you help me? The little squirrel leaped down Zhang Feng's pants leg and onto Zhang Feng's shoulder. Pitifully, he looked at Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng looked at the little squirrel with an odd expression. Man, you guys with rat names are all so miserable. Come on, I'll go over there with you. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. The little squirrel immediately and happily showed Zhang Feng the way, and its home was on the other fork in the road that Zhang Feng went back to, so Zhang Feng soon came to the little squirrel's home again. And by now, its home had been taken over by a small yellow animal. This guy was very cocky, guarding the entrance to the little squirrel's hole. Casually, he grabbed a handful of fodder in a tree hole and put it in his mouth. It was a cozy look. There is not the slightest sense of guilt about hogging other animals' burrows. Kirikou, that's it. The squirrel pointed very angrily in the direction of the tree hole. Boing boing, let me go down there and kick its ass. That's when the righteous doughboy spoke up. Being the good bear that he is, Donut can't stand to see such food-stealing critters, so it can't wait to get down there and help the squirrel get revenge, teach each other a lesson. But that's when the rabbit in the bamboo basket spoke up. Meow, let me do it. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 143, You're the Only One Who Steals? A few of the little ones came to grips with the critter that had stolen the food. They have volunteered to avenge the squirrel. And this little animal didn't bring the slightest bit of fear after seeing Zhang Feng, even gave the squirrel a provocative look, grabbed a handful of feed and put it in his mouth, pissed the squirrel off. Boing boing, it seems to look down on us. Boing boing, it's so bad. Ouch, boss, it. The three little ones were also enraged by this guy. There were actually animals that were more arrogant than their bully trio. I can't stand it. My group can't stand it. Gotta it. What kind of animal is this? This is not a weasel. It's not a weasel. And I have a feeling the weasel in the anchor's house is much better looking than this animal. Why don't you ask if you're a man or a god? Weasel, if you keep saying that, I'm going to turn my back on you. The netizens in the livestream took the little animal for a weasel for a moment. Zhang Feng looked at the guy stealing food from the tree branch. Only the head of this guy is black along with the back half of his body, but the claws are yellow along with the front half of the body. It looks like a weasel, but it's clearly not a weasel. This guy is called a yellow-throated marten, and it's a second-class national protected animal. And this guy eats squirrel. Zhang Feng explained in the live broadcast. The netizens came to a realization, but the little squirrel on his shoulder was terrified. This thing is its natural enemy, and by now the rabbit in the bamboo basket couldn't wait to get out. Zhang Feng hurriedly put the bamboo basket down after hearing the commotion. Just a whoosh. The rabbit leapt straight out of the bamboo basket and raced toward the yellow-throated sable. The trio of bullies naturally charged up. For a time, the battle quietly rose in the woods. A big battle between protected animals is on the horizon. Good guys, a bunch of protected animals fighting. So exciting. Yellow-throated ferret, it's hard to win, if you're capable of fighting alone. Little black tiger, I'll let you run 39 meters first. I'm afraid the donuts they won't go up the tree. The netizens in the livestream couldn't help but laugh at this scene. But the yellow-throated ferret on the branch wasn't the least bit flustered, grabbed a handful of feed from the hole in the tree and put it in his mouth, then moved quickly to a higher branch. The yellow-throated ferret stood there, looking down at a few small animals. The expression seemed smug. It's pretty sure these guys can't outrun it. That's why the yellow-throated ferret is so arrogant. Kirikou, look! The little squirrel stood on Zhang Feng's shoulder, looking at the arrogant yellow-throated sable anxiously. This guy is so angry. What kind of person steals and is so arrogant? And the internet was amazed by the yellow-throated ferret's performance. This thing is trying to provoke the group, isn't it? It's really a shame not to beat up such a beatable guy. That's right, don't nut it, give it some color. The yellow-throated ferret has pissed off a lot of people with its behavior, not to mention the donuts they are. The three little ones stood and barked at the yellow-throated sable in the tree. However, although Donut can climb trees, he can't move nearly as fast as a yellow-throated ferret. This put the trio of bullies in a difficult position for a moment, and that's when the rabbit stepped forward. It charged straight up towards the trunk. In a trice, he climbed up the branch and moved very quickly. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by what he saw. Not bad for a feline. This tree climbing skill is innate, isn't it? Zhang Feng silently gave the rabbit a nod, and the yellow-throated marten on the branch was stunned by the rabbit's performance. How did this guy get up here so fat? That's pretty unreasonable. Meow. Woo, I hear you're cocky. Climbing up the tree. The rabbit bared his teeth at the yellow-throated ferret. The yellow-throated marten yipped twice. Turning around, he jumped onto another branch, eager to show himself. The rabbit jumped right over without thinking, but the branch couldn't handle the weight. Just a click. The branch broke. The yellow-throated ferret and the rabbit both fell to the ground. Frightened, Jiang Feng hurriedly ran over, but his worries were clearly redundant. These two fell to the ground, rolled over, and stood up again. No problem at all. This rabbit guy could use to lose some weight too. Jiang Feng stood aside and said with a smile, and the yellow-throated sable got up and tried to run away. But it may have forgotten that it's still a trio of bullies on the ground. Tuanzi and the others were so excited to see the yellow-throated ferret fall to the ground. It's not a self-inflicted wound. The little black tiger even leaped out directly, and the yellow-throated sable's movement speed on the ground was nothing in the eyes of the little black tiger. So the little black tiger held down the yellow-throated sable as soon as he could. Dumpling, Lantern and Rabbit also quickly gathered around. Good job, little black tiger. Or my little black is fierce. Except for not being able to climb a tree, everything can be. Whispering a word to you, adult tigers can climb trees too. If it weren't for the fact that my brother Panther isn't here, I give you guys the whole 2 sentences high and low. The crowd was happy to see the yellow-throated ferret caught. There is a price to pay for arrogance. Boing boing, you're the only one who steals food. Donut looked down at the yellow-throated ferret. The yellow-throated ferret stubbornly turned its head away from the donut. Boing boing, it's ignoring me. Tuanzi looked at Lantern aggressively. Lantern narrowed her eyes and smiled. Asterisk 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 it. Snap. The little black tiger raised his paw to the yellow-throated sable. Ouch. My boss is asking you a question. The yellow-throated ferret was beaten honestly, and gave the donut a frightened look. Boing boing. You're so bad. Donuts hate stealing food. Tuan reached out his little paw and nudged the yellow-throated ferret's little head. A face of anger. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh as he stood by the side. Tuanzi is clearly a thief calling out a thief. And with an air of big brother do-gooder at this point, Donut beckoned his paw towards the squirrel. The little squirrel immediately jumped off Jiang Feng's shoulder, ran to the group's side. Boing boing. Beat it. Donut patted the yellow-throated ferret's little head. The squirrel looked at the yellow-throated ferret with some hesitation. Shaking his head, he dared not lay hands on it. Ouch. You don't give face to my boss. The little black tiger roared, and the frightened squirrel gave the yellow-throated sable a quick jab. The yellow-throated ferret lying on the ground dared to be angry. Think I've been stealing food all my life and I've never seen such a nosy animal. These animals are horrible. It's simply not something it can mess with. Suddenly feeling sorry for the yellow-throated ferret. Little squirrel, it's pitiful that I wouldn't even have a home if it weren't for Tuanzi. From now on, Tuanzi is my big brother. Ha ha, the troop is still very measured in their actions, and didn't lay a finger on them. Has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 144, The First Emperor's Venture. Before it was half done, the yellow-throated ferrets were bullied hard by the doughboys and the others. Boing boing, Dumpling hates bad guys like you who bully honest people. Boing boing, so is everyone else. Ow, boss, who are we going to bully next? Meow, you don't seem right. A few of the little ones called out unimpeded. Boing boing, let's go. After avenging the squirrels, Donut immediately wooed away with his minions, and when the yellow-throated ferret was relieved, it immediately got up and fled. I guess it won't dare to steal food again for the rest of its life. The group did a good job. Jiang Feng complimented Tuanzi and the others. This now also made the group even happier. Alright, we should get going too. You can go home now, little squirrel. Jiang Feng spoke towards the little squirrel. Kirikou, wait. At this point the squirrel ran towards his home in a hurry. Climbing up the tree, he pawed into the hole and grabbed a handful of feed out. Then 2 little paws held the feed and bounced happily to the donut. The squirrel held the feed and raised his paw, trying to give it to the donut, because it's the best it can come up with. Donut, however, pushed it away with a disgusted look on his face. Boing boing, no, I've had enough. Donut shook his head no to the squirrel. Kirikou, alright. The squirrel lowered his paw in great disappointment. Lowering his head, he was obviously a little sad. This is the best thing about it, hey. I didn't realize it was so insignificant to other animals. The squirrel was saddened inside. Lantern. Jiang Feng called out to Lantern next to him after seeing the little squirrel. Lantern nodded, squinting and smiling, then went over and picked up the feed from the squirrel's paw. This caused the squirrel to raise his head again with renewed vigor. Surprised, he looked at Lantern. Kirikou, all for you. The squirrel ran back into the tree hole and grabbed a handful of feed out and handed it to Lantern. The Lantern also happily accepted it, and the group next to him seemed a little embarrassed when they saw it. Bowing his head, he reached out his paw and handed it to the squirrel. The squirrel understood immediately. Chattering, he ran back to the tree hole and grabbed a handful of feed and returned. Kirikou, here you go. The little squirrel was suddenly excited and jumped around in the snow. Ouch, where's mine? The little black tiger next to him cocked his head at the squirrel. When the little squirrel heard this, he immediately took some more feed out and gave it to the little black tiger. The little black tiger didn't mind eating it, Now all the animals are happy. It's simply divine. And this little squirrel is too smart. See? It's called the human condition. Anchor, take the little squirrel away too, or else there will be animals robbing it of its food. Such a cute squirrel, I'd like to get one too. Okay, we're leaving. Do you want to come with us? Zhang Feng squatted down and knocked the little squirrel's head and said. The squirrel clutched his little paw and thought, then shook his head. It likes to live in the woods. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. Then you'll want to put all your feet away so that no other animals find it. Kirikou. The squirrel nodded solemnly. This time the yellow-throated ferret incident taught it a lesson. If it hadn't run into Zhang Feng, even it might have been eaten by this yellow-throated sable. So one must move. That's fine. We'll leave first, and go to the bottom of the mountain to play with Tuanzi and the others when we have time. Zhang Feng waved his hand towards the little squirrel. The squirrel squawked twice and went into the woods. Start looking for a new place for yourself to settle. And Zhang Feng's side started walking back with Tuanzi. Now it is already afternoon. Zhang Feng estimated that already also cannot walk much road, day will be dark. So Zhang Feng walked around looking for a place to set up camp. Good grief, the little squirrel. It would have been nice to follow the anchor back. It's not going to snow again in this weather. I think it's pretty good to ski here. Anchor, be careful. This sudden weather will have a lot of beasts coming out hungry looking for food. Brother Panther, what? There are more fierce animals than me in this mountain. Don't worry everyone. The most powerful in this mountain would be Brother Panther's gang. The other animals are nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast. He guessed that all the large beasts inside this mountain had been pretty much bullied by Leopard's gang. The only thing that could form a fighting force would be a herd of wild boars. But since the last time the wild boar herd was taken out by the big black tiger and the others, I don't think any boars would dare to come down the mountain now. Zhang Feng smiled. So he stopped talking and started to rush. And it wasn't until it was almost dark that Zhang Feng found a hillside with a backdrop. There's not much snow here and it's still leeward, so it's a good place to set up camp. Zhang Feng cleared the surrounding area and prepared to sleep here tonight. I'm going to get ready to pitch my tent. See you tomorrow, friends. Zhang Feng smiled at the live broadcast before closing it. Next, Zhang Feng started to set up his tent and cook, as well as cuddling the donut to sleep. This whole night the forest was quiet. Zhang Feng got up early with Tuanzi and the others. After dinner it was onward to the house, and for the first time, the rabbit felt the abundance of food, touched to the core. I'm glad I'm not like that silly squirrel. Hello friends, good morning. Zhang Feng opened the live broadcast early in the morning, and many netizens were waiting for Zhang Feng to start broadcasting in front of the live broadcast room. Coming. I'm number 1. Let me see if the anchor has run into any critters today. Lao Jiang, I received your food. It's so delicious. I want to buy it again. I got it too. Anchor, this dish is so delicious. Upstairs, are you sure you're not both trustees? A number of people who praised Manhwa vegetables appeared in the live broadcast. Zhang Feng laughed at the sight. It seems his vegetables have been recognized by the crowd. Looks like you all like my food better. Without further ado, Anchor, how much more of this dish do you have? I'll take it all. Upstairs, it's great to have $2, right? I'll take it all too. How I wish someone would call me a big deal for having $2 stinking like that. Don't argue. Do you still have this dish? More and more people are joining in the discussion. However, the netizens' questions made Zhang Feng fall into silence. Is there any more food? It's definitely gone now. At first he was thinking of getting a shed before the snow. Expand your vegetable gardening a bit. This makes him an entrepreneurial aspirant of sorts. But today, Zhang Feng sighed and looked up to the sky. Slowly speaking, the first emperor's business is not yet half, has been transcoding heavily lately, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 145, what brings you here? The anchor is really gone. I'd be willing to bet 20 years of my neighbor's singleness for a pound of groceries. I'm a neighbor. My name is Wang. Can you be a human being upstairs? It doesn't matter if it's a dish or not. Anyway, I found out that both of you are not human beings. You're not going to do any starvation marketing, are you? I'm going to eat that. Vegetables are really not available. They freeze easily when we have snow here, so there's no way to grow them these days. Zhang Feng said with a bitter smile. I should have known he'd get the shed on sooner. This damn weather is so aggravating. We'll talk about the dishes later. I'm going down the hill now. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly. He felt like his business was dead in the water before he even started. Life is too hard. It's a good thing he made a lot of money from all those vegetables earlier too, and the crowd was sorry to hear it. It would be a shame not to have such a delicious dish. Zhang Feng didn't speak for the rest of the journey. Instead, he sulked and hurried on. He wanted to get home early. As the saying goes, a golden nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Finally, when it was dark, Zhang Feng brought Tuanzi and the others back to Longmen village. Looking at the familiar village, Zhang Feng was thrilled, and that's when the snow flurries came back into the sky. the cold wind blew again, the temperature plummeted, and Jiang Feng felt a bit cold. There's no telling how long this storm will last. Ha, little Feng, you're back. Jiang Feng's seventh uncle opened the door just in time to bump into Jiang Feng, who had returned. Then with a surprised look on his face, he asked, "Well, back Uncle Seven. You haven't slept yet?" Jiang Feng responded with a smile. "It's only been a while. You don't realize how worried the big guys have been about you the last 2 days." Uncle Seven spoke with a sigh. It was estimated that if something really happened to Jiang Feng, the whole village, young and old, will surely go up the mountain to look for him. "Ha ha, I'm not back alright, don't worry." Jiang Feng laughed out loud. "Okay, it's good to be back. Go ahead and go back. Your house is buzzing right now." Uncle Seven looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng looked at Uncle Seven in confusion. What's wrong with his family? Is something wrong? But Uncle Seven didn't explain that much. Instead, he asked Jiang Feng to go back and take a look. Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled at once. After saying a word to the seventh uncle, he carried the troop of them towards home. Soon, Jiang Feng brought the little animals back to their familiar home. Unlocking the door and pushing it open, Jiang Feng was dumbstruck. Good lord, his house has really become a zoo. A bunch of animals in the yard. Only the big black tiger was seen sleeping on his back under the eaves of the house. Seeing Jiang Feng come in, he raised his head and glanced casually for a couple of moments, wagging his tail before lying down again. And over at the little pond, White Fox was teasing 2 spotted turtles. Spotted Turtle, on the other hand, looked at White Fox with anger. As for the weasel guy, he was standing on the wall with his paws up, looking at the sky, not knowing what he was doing. It seemed to be in devotional prayer. Or maybe this guy is worshipping the moon. Jiang Feng froze for a moment when he saw it. And soon, the sound of Jiang Feng opening the door's movement disturbed the little animals. Other than the big black tiger, the small animals ran towards Jiang Feng's side. Then he looked at Jiang Feng with a joyful face. "Ha ha, I'm back." Jiang Feng rushed at a few small animals and said happily. And the rabbit in the bamboo basket froze after seeing the weasel. Why does this guy look so much like the guy they beat up today? The rabbit eyed Koa Weasel twice suspiciously. And Weasel sensed a wave of hostility at this time. It looked up at the rabbit. "Yo, who's this little fatty?" the weasel chirped at Jiang Feng. Upon hearing this, the rabbit in the bamboo basket was instantly enraged. "Meow! Woo!" The angry rabbit leapt right out of the bamboo basket. Baring his teeth, he looked at Weasel. Weasel was shocked by this from rabbit. "Look at the size of this. Look at this." It admits it wimped out. After all, a good man is not a good man. Weasel immediately looked at Jiang Feng for help. Jiang Feng smiled. "Alright, don't bully the weasel. This guy is already miserable enough." "Kirikou, that's right." Weasel was instantly aggravated. Only after hearing Jiang Feng's words did the rabbit put away his ferocious gaze, then obediently climbed onto Jiang Feng's shoulder. Jiang Feng looked at White Fox at this time and asked, "What are you doing here if you're not going home?" "It's warm in here." White Fox looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng was speechless and didn't bother with White Fox. It's good that this guy stays here and doesn't argue with the weasels. Weasel hadn't forgotten how White Fox had stolen his feed in the first place. "Alright, you guys go do whatever you need to do. I'm going to get some hot water going." Jiang Feng waved his hand, letting the few little animals go and play by themselves, and the group immediately ran all the way back to the bedroom wooing. One look and I knew the guy had gone to see his secret base. When Jiang Feng finished boiling the water, then he gave a few little ones a bath. There's no place to shower even though I've been in the mountains for the past 2 days. A couple of the little ones got pretty dirty, and by the time it was done, it was late at night. It's snowing harder outside. The gusty wind whistled as it swirled the snowflakes. One look at this day and it's cold. This cold weather is perfect for lounging in bed. So Jiang Feng didn't hesitate to lie down on the bed. "Tuanzi, go sleep by yourself. It's too hot on the bed." Jiang Feng lay under the covers and pushed the group. "Boing boing. Humph, I don't want to sleep with you." Dumpling grunted angrily, then ran to the lantern's comforter. Lantern pushed Tuanzi, indicating that she didn't want to sleep with Tuanzi, because this guy doesn't sleep well at night. And Jiang Feng had originally thought of letting Big Black Tiger go inside to sleep. After all, it's so cold outside now, so don't give the Big Black Tiger a chance to freeze. But the Big Black Tiger didn't care about this cold, lying outside without being affected in the slightest. As for the little Black Tiger, it's not as frost resistant. Ran straight back into the house to sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Not getting up tomorrow. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Jiang Feng quickly got out of bed and turned off the light, then retreated back under the covers. Still warm under the covers. Bedtime, little ones. Jiang Feng closed his eyes beautifully. However, at this time, Jiang Feng suddenly heard what sounded like a knock on the door outside. Jiang Feng rolled over, thinking that he had misheard and didn't take it to heart. But then the knocking outside seemed louder. It's still the same kind of rhythmless jabbering. Seems to be in a hurry. Jiang Feng couldn't lie down any longer. Sighed, got up and got out of bed and turned on the light. Who's this? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Zhang Feng wrapped up his clothes and walked helplessly to the courtyard. Who? Zhang Feng asked loudly, but there was only a knock on the door outside. But no response. Zhang Feng could only quickly walk up and open the door. Ha, what are you guys doing here? The transcoding has been heavy lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 146 Zhang Feng as an obstetrician. Zhang Feng looked at the small animal at the door in surprise. It's a golden monkey. Or two. A large golden monkey holding a small one. It was dirty, and the lower half of his body was even wetter. It looks like it ran all the way through the snow. And one of the larger ones is the same one that stole the feeder grass in the backyard last time. As for the other one, it's smaller. It looked like it hadn't been born very long. With his eyes closed, he didn't seem to be in very good shape either. Good lord, you're having a baby. How did you not realize you were having a baby last time? Zhang Feng asked in surprise. Kirikou, children, the great golden monkey called out anxiously after seeing Zhang Feng open the door, and he handed Zhang Feng the little golden monkey in his arms. Zhang Feng froze for a moment and hurriedly took the little golden monkey. He looked over and realized that the little golden monkey was sticky, and it was already dying. It's even all in and no out, and it's looking like it's not going to work. The big golden monkey next to Zhang Feng called out anxiously. Zhang Feng's face changed. Get in the house. Zhang Feng hugged the little golden monkey and ran inside the room. The great golden monkey followed closely behind. After entering the house, Zhang Feng couldn't care less, so he put the little golden monkey on the quilt. Just now, during his run, Zhang Feng had already roughly judged the symptoms of this little golden monkey. It must have been born with its airway blocked by the amniotic fluid of a large golden monkey. Plus it's so cold. This little golden monkey was looking like he was going to die. Kirikou, children, the big golden monkey on the bed called out anxiously again. Don't worry, I'll get your kid back. Zhang Feng patted the great golden monkey and calmed it down. This is thanks to the fact that I gained veterinary proficiency a while back. Otherwise, there was really nothing he could do about this situation today. However, this kind of respiratory blockage is not always solved by divine water, because the divine water simply cannot be poured down. And that's when the few little ones in the house who were sleeping were woken up by the commotion. They froze at the sight of the golden monkey on the bed. Then all gathered around. Curious, he looked at the little golden monkey on the bed. You guys get over there and don't huddle up here. Zhang Feng drove the donuts and the others to the other side, then began to save the little golden monkey that was dying. He started by cleaning out the little golden monkey's mouth. Then the blocked amniotic fluid was carefully cleared out again. The process was very uncomfortable. After all, this little golden monkey looked like it had only been born, so Zhang Feng didn't dare to push too hard. Plus, Zhang Feng didn't use any professional tools around him, so the whole process is much slower. But the good news is that this little golden monkey is still quite resilient. It lasted until Zhang Feng cleared all the amniotic fluid from its respiratory tract, and then, Zhang Feng cleaned the little golden monkey's body, poured some more divine water into it. After working up to this point, the little golden monkey's state finally smoothed out. It's already breathing normally. Zhang Feng also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, your kid is fine. Just rest for the night. Zhang Feng was lying on all fours on the bed. The first time he did this kind of work, Zhang Feng was exhausted. This one is a lot harder to get than the blind bear one. That time the divine water would have solved the problem. This time it was only when Zhang Feng had to do it himself. I'm becoming an obstetrician here. Zhang Feng lay on the bed and laughed. The big golden monkey was worried and stayed by the little golden monkey's side without moving an inch. And the doughboys, they came around again by this time. Looking at the cute little golden monkeys, they all stared curiously. Alright Donut, go to bed. Tomorrow. This night had exhausted Zhang Feng. Only after hearing Zhang Feng's words did the several little guys lie back reluctantly. As for the big golden monkey, he still kept watch over the little golden monkey. Zhang Feng didn't bother with it either. Overnight this little golden monkey is basically fine. So Zhang Feng lay drowsily on the bed and fell asleep. Noon the next day. Zhang Feng was in a daze and felt as if someone was tickling his face. He thought it was a donut and pushed. Ha, what is this thing? So small. Zhang Feng got up violently. Then the little one on the body was seen. It's you. Zhang Feng smiled. It was the little golden monkey. This little guy is alive and well right now. A world away from yesterday's form. It looks like the little guy is alright. And the little guy was staring at Zhang Feng curiously at this time. His mom says it's his savior. What a lifesaver. The little golden monkey looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Zhang Feng couldn't help but touch this little guy twice even as he looked at how cute this little guy was fluffy. Not to be outdone. This is just adorable. I'm going to go. I've slept until noon already. I need to get up in a hurry. Zhang Feng saw the bright sun outside at this time. It's already noon. He got up in a hurry and cleaned up. and a couple of the little ones were starving at this point. Sitting in rows, they stood guard under Jiang Feng's bed, raising their heads and looking at Jiang Feng accusingly. Okay, I know you guys are hungry. Jiang Feng took out the feed and one animal gave a little. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng walked out the door. Noticed that even though the sun was now shining, the temperature outside was not warm at all. The cold wind was blowing even more whooshing. Jiang Feng hurriedly walked to the pond of the spotted turtle. Don't let these two little guys freeze. Round, egg, you guys are okay. Jiang Feng broke the ice on the surface of the water and shouted inside. Soon the two spotted turtles in the water surfaced. It's okay. When he finished, the spotted turtle sank back into the water. Jiang Feng nodded then hurried back to the house. It's really cold out there. After returning to his room again, Jiang Feng was bored left and right, so he opened his live broadcasting room. Coming. Today Lao Jiang opened the live broadcast a bit late. The anchor has arrived home already. I seem to have found something extraordinary in the anchor's house. The live streamers were very enthusiastic. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-ups twice and said with a smile, I saved a small animal last night and slept late. Look at this. Jiang Feng aimed the camera at the two golden monkeys, mother and son. The little golden monkeys that were messing around with Tuanzi and the others froze, and then looked up at the live broadcast in confusion. Those big eyes fluttered. Holy, is this the golden monkey when it was small? This is too cute. I want to have a golden monkey so badly right now. I'm thinking about Young Host plus V. Good guy. This live room recently whined a bit wrong. Recently is the popular Into the Prison Wind. Into the Prison Wind, recently. The transcoding is serious, so that we have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 147, Tuanzi. Have you heard of a saying? Upstairs. I'll give you 50 cents to delete this sentence and let me say it. Young man, listen to my advice. You can't grasp this word. Quickly delete it and let Uncle Me say it. It's still the live room that's fun. Full of talent and good talk. I don't even want to go back. For a while the netizens of the live broadcast played a stunt. Jiang Feng also almost burst out laughing when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Good lord, these internet users are talented. Even get into the prison wind and get out. And at this time, the little golden monkey nimbly climbed onto Jiang Feng's shoulder. Cocking his head in curiosity, he looked at the live feed. Netizens were also once again adorable by the little golden monkey. Jiang Feng broke open a feed at this time and handed it to the little golden monkey. Kirikou, thank you. The little golden monkey very politely extended his little paw to take the feed. Look at the camera and eat it. I saved this little golden monkey yesterday. Isn't it cute? Jiang Feng touched the little golden monkey's little head, making the netizens envious. Why isn't such a cute and polite golden monkey mine? Come on. Downstairs, please welcome the Ame macaque. Macaque, don't believe the rumors. Do not spread rumors. The internet is not a place outside the law. E-monkey, the position of the east side is consistent and clear. We hope that the parties concerned will exercise restraint. Arrogance and prejudice will not solve the problem. And we hope that the parties concerned will return to the negotiation table as soon as possible. I would like to state once again that the position of the east side is consistent and clear, and that this cooperation does not threaten the interests of a third party, let alone connote anyone. And I would like to reiterate once again that prejudice and arrogance will not solve the problem. And I hope that all parties concerned will properly deal with the problems of the two sectors in the light of seeking common ground while reserving differences, and will promote an early resolution to the problem. When Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up screen, he was once again bowled over by the netizens' brains. This group of netizens is so good at talking. Directly, Jiang Feng did not know what to say, and at this time, the great golden monkey walked towards Jiang Feng, and made a request to leave. You guys are leaving for 2 more days. Jiang Feng touched the little golden monkey somewhat reluctantly. Such a cute little animal must be anyone who wants to have one. Kirikou, let's get him acclimated to life in the wild quickly. The big golden monkey shook his head. Jiang Feng sighed. Think the big blonde is right. If the baby golden monkeys are kept here, it is expected that the grown-up ones will lose their wildness, and survivability in the wild too. Well, you guys can come back sometime. Jiang Feng returned the little golden monkey to the big golden monkey. The big golden monkey took off with a pawful of the little golden monkey. Watching the back of the big golden monkey bouncing around, Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at Yuan Yang and the others. Do you want to let the lanterns experience life in the wild? The few small animals in the house were stared at by Jiang Feng and their scalps went numb. As soon as they saw that it was no good, they all immediately ran away. It's a shame that the little golden monkey actually left, and the anchor didn't stay for a bit. The golden snub-nosed monkey belongs to nature. When did you become a veterinarian? Can you take a look at my dog? Jiang Feng, please don't speak if it's lower than the second class of national protected animals. Thank you. Jiang Feng looked at the live broadcast without saying anything. He reckoned he might actually become an obstetrician if he saved a few more animals. He looked outside and couldn't help but think of the black bear family. With this sudden snowfall, I wonder if the black bear family's food is ready. That's a big family to deal with. Boing boing. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking, Tuanzi suddenly ran to Zhang Feng's side holding a bundle of fodder grass calling. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh at Tuanzi's clumsy appearance. This one's still thinking about its feed. Donut, you guys wait at home. I'll go out and borrow a sheller and come over. Zhang Feng rubbed the troop's head, walked out the door, ready to go to the third master's house to borrow a machine back. The third master is the village's best planter. Having farmed all his life, the family is naturally well stocked with tools. Third master, are you home? I've come to borrow something. Zhang Feng only walked to the door of the third master's house and said loudly, "Who is it?" Feng? Hearing the commotion, the third master stepped out of the door. "It's really Feng. When did you come back?" The third master asked in surprise when he saw Zhang Feng. "Just got back last night. By the way, third master, do you still have your threshing machine at home? I'll use it." Zhang Feng looked at the courtyard and said, "Keep it in the tool shed. I'll move it for you." "No need, third master. I'll find it myself." Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the third grand master. "If this old arm or leg gets bumped, then there's no chance of plowing." Zhang Feng walked to the tool room by himself, turned on the light, and rummaged around. Finally, I saw a small threshing machine in the corner. Zhang Feng walked up and carried the thresher out of the room. "Master San, how long has it been since you've used this machine?" Zhang Feng came to the yard and looked at the rusty threshing machine and frowned straight away. He all but suspected that the thresher might be older than he was. 2 or 3 years old. "What do you know, kid? It works." The third master waved his hand in disgust and told Zhang Feng to hurry up. Zhang Feng let out a laugh and carried the threshing machine and ran towards his home. Soon, in the midst of 1,000 calls from the group, Zhang Feng returned home carrying the threshing machine. "I go. This machine has a bit of a history. I think I used this thresher when I was a kid. I never thought I'd see it again." "Anchor, is your machine still working?" Netizens were very surprised to see the very old threshing machine. "It should work. The third master says it's fine," Zhang Feng said with some hesitation as he looked at the rusty threshing machine. "Donut, can you go get all the fodder grass and let's get to work?" Zhang Feng spoke towards the several little ones. Boing boing. People love to work. The donut immediately grinned and winced as he went to carry the fodder grass. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, found a large plastic sheet to pad the. After everything was ready, Zhang Feng started with Tuanzi and the others. But Zhang Feng had just put the plug in. There was a flash of fire from the wires, and the wires burned. Zhang Feng looked at the machine speechlessly. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. "I can fix it." Zhang Feng immediately patted his chest and said, then got the tools and hooked up the wires again. That got the machine running properly. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and Tuanzi smiled happily. However, when Zhang Feng just put the feed grass inside the machine just died and stopped again. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng even more aggressively. "I can fix it," Zhang Feng immediately said. Got the tools and binged to fix it. But after a long time, Zhang Feng slowly raised his head awkwardly and glanced at Tuanzi. "Donut, there's a saying I don't know if you've heard. Boing boing." "What's that?" Tuanzi cocked her head and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky. "Tuanzi, remember that there are always more difficulties than solutions. So, let's give up. Has been heavily transcoded lately, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks." Chapter 148, Sister is Coming Back. "I thought it was chicken soup for the soul, but I didn't realize it was poisonous chicken soup." "You're right. There's nothing difficult in this world, as long as you're willing to give up. I'm suddenly realizing that poisonous chicken soup motivates me more. Come on, let's drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup together." The netizens were laughing at Zhang Feng's words. This bowl of poisonous chicken soup is deafening. Instead, Tuanzi was looking at Zhang Feng accusingly. A disgruntled expression filled the small eyes. "Boing boing. I don't want it. Fix it." The donut slapped a paw on top of the thresher. With his mouth open, he said in a threatening manner to Zhang Feng. But who would have thought that the threshing machine would be buzzing at this point? "Hey, it's okay." Donut looked at his paws excitedly. "I can fix things too." And Zhang Feng looked at the threshing machine with a confused expression. Good lord, he's been there half a day fixing it and it's not as good as a slap from the donut. This is too much of a disrespect to him. My troop is still great. Laughing doesn't live. Anchor, this is too bad. Anchor, you need to learn to give up. It's just like my TV. I can't do it without a shot. Netizens flirted with Zhang Feng, and Tuanzi was constantly urging Zhang Feng at this time. Alright, now get to work." Zhang Feng couldn't argue with the donut, so he could only start shelling the fodder grass. The whole process of Zhang Feng working with Tuanzi and the others was simply seamless. The donuts, they are responsible for carrying the feed grass to the thresher. and Zhang Feng was responsible for picking up fodder grass in the back. This is all because of the donut they drop all the way around. There is very little feed grass left when you finally hold it to the thresher. Zhang Feng had no choice but to pick up after him. The key is also to have Zhang Feng put the feed grass inside the threshing machine. It might as well be him doing it himself. Laughing to death. Donut, this is always helping out. Calling. People just want to help their masters. My heart goes out to Lao Jiang, but I still want to laugh. Zhang Feng was at his mercy, picking up the feed behind the donut's butt. It waited until it was almost dark. A pile of fodder grass finally finished shucking. Zhang Feng also sat on his butt on the ground, panting slightly. He looked helplessly at a few critters. Donut, you guys shouldn't work next time. It hurts my heart to tire you out. Zhang Feng gasped. Boing boing. People like to work. Boing boing. I'm not afraid to get tired. Ouch. Boss, you don't have to feel bad. The three little ones spoke excitedly. Zhang Feng was already exhausted at this point, but these little guys were in high spirits. He yelled that he still had to help Zhang Feng with his work. Then will you have a heart for me? Zhang Feng looked at the several small animals speechlessly. Boing boing. The donut's heart aches for you. Tuan grinned and ran over immediately, just like Zhang Feng usually did to it. He placed his little paw on Zhang Feng's head. An awkward touch. Zhang Feng was suddenly lying on all fours on the ground. I looked up at the sky and kind of wanted to cry. God, if I am guilty, please let the law judge me and don't let the donut torture me. Zhang Feng said breathlessly. Ha ha, suddenly I feel so sorry for the anchor. Tired and happy. If I had these critters in my house, it would be worth it if I was tired. Upstairs is really standing around. Netizens are going crazy with laughter at the sight of these critters. And Zhang Feng, who was lying on the ground, was pretty much rested at this time. He got up and looked at the live feed and said, "That's it for today. I'll see you tomorrow." After saying that, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast. He stood up and looked at the feed that had been shelled on the ground. These feeds still have one final step to go before they become real feeds, but this last step was out of his hands. It's going to be left to the system. System, come out and wash the floor. Zhang Feng collected the fodder grass into his carry-on space. It is then processed by the system into feed. Come on, donut. Let's go inside. Zhang Feng greeted the few little ones outside and entered the house. It's too cold for this day. Time always passes quickly. A few days passed. It's been snowing off and on in the Tiberias for a couple days now. It's also getting colder. Zhang Feng and Tuanzi, they directly hid in the room and didn't come out. It's better to lie at home in this damn weather. Every day, Zhang Feng just opened the live broadcast, chatting with netizens for a while to kill time. At the beginning he felt fine, but by the end Zhang Feng was going to collapse, because without going out he really doesn't know what to talk about with his online friends. In himself he was a man of few words. This time it's really hard. Thus, the strangest scene in the history of Chinese live broadcasting appeared. Hundreds of thousands of people were online at the same time looking at each other wide-eyed with the anchor. No one is talking. The point is that more and more people are coming into the live stream, but just not one of them is posting pop-ups. In the end, it was Zhang Feng who lost the battle. Why don't you guys talk? Send pop-ups. Zhang Feng rushed at the camera and said breathlessly, "Holy, you're the anchor, ah big brother. Martyr, I'm so idle to be wide-eyed with the anchor here. Anchor, why don't you perform a talent show? It's not good to be like this all the time." That's it. This live stream is so boring, but I just won't quit. Hey, I'm just playing. Talent. I don't have any talent. Why don't I give you a chest-breaking performance? Zhang Feng said helplessly. Lit. Crush a big stone in one's chest. Idiom, fig. To break a big stone in one's chest. Tuan Zi, who was playing in his room, raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng. Isn't that his specialty? It's a pity that Zhang Feng won't let it perform. Chest breaking, that's okay, right? Baby, please start your show. Good guy. This is really the first time I've seen someone break a boulder in his chest. Perform for me. Oh, start your show. Oh, you're so ed up. The netizens in the live broadcast room yelled for Zhang Feng to start performing chest breaking. Zhang Feng, however, had a bitter smile on his face. He was just talking. Where would he really break his chest? Why don't you let Tuanzi give us a show? Zhang Feng looked at the group on the ground. Tuanzi immediately stared at Zhang Feng with both eyes glowing. You begged me. Beg me and I'll show you one. This. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say, but it was good that a phone call rescued Zhang Feng at this time. Zhang Feng was ecstatic and picked up the phone. Hey brother, I'm in the county. Come pick me up in town. By the way, don't forget to bring the dumplings and the lanterns. And the little black tiger. And yes, the rabbit. That's it. I'll go ahead and take the bus. Zhang Feng hadn't even said a word before Zhang Daishue said a whole lot, and then just hung up. Zhang Feng looked at his cell phone, very speechless. Why did he feel like his family status had suddenly been lowered? Forget it, whatever. It's more important to pick up my sister. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up and shouted at the few little ones in the room. Don't even play. Sister is back. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Brother Panther. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi and Lantern's little eyes immediately lit up, and Jiang Feng smiled and got up to clean up, getting ready to take a couple little ones to town. But when Jiang Feng came to the courtyard to clear the snow from the roof of the car, Leopard, who hadn't been seen for a long time, suddenly climbed over the wall. It took Jiang Feng by surprise. I'll be damned. Brother Panther, can you use the front door next time? Jiang Feng looked at Brother Panther breathlessly with his broom. This guy has been away from home for so long, he's finally willing to come back. Brother Bao has finally returned. I haven't seen Brother Bao for several days. Brother Bao is off the beaten path every time. Why do I feel that Brother Bao has gained a lot of weight lately? The netizens in the livestream were also happy to see Brother Panther back. Counting this, it's been a long time since I've seen Brother Panther. Ouch. And Brother Panther shook his head at Jiang Feng after jumping into the courtyard. Then he walked straight towards the big black tiger. Big black tiger, who was sleeping under the eaves of the room, raised his head and squinted twice at Brother Panther. Jiang Feng on the other side looked at Brother Panther twice and wondered what was wrong with this guy. Do you want to fight with Big Black Tiger? Ouch. After Panther walked over to the Big Black Tiger, whimpered beside the Big Black Tiger, the originally squinting and spiritless Big Black Tiger instantly stood up. Wide-eyed, he looked at Brother Panther. The actions of these two animals froze everyone in their tracks. What are these two doing? Who can tell me what Brother Bao said to Big Black Tiger? Anchor, translate. I have a feeling Brother Panther should be inviting Big Black Tiger to join their gang yet. I reckon Brother Panther should have run into trouble he couldn't solve. At this moment, Jiang Feng was also confused. He stood farther away and didn't hear what these two guys were saying. But just as he wanted to go up and ask for clarification, Brother Bao and Big Black Tiger jumped out directly over the wall without even saying hello. Jiang Feng froze with a broom in his hand. Good guy. Brother Panther and Big Black Tiger don't put him in their eyes anymore, right? He left without even saying hello. What's even more outrageous is that the only Big Black Tiger that went through the front door also went over the wall. Jiang Feng was so angry in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, these two guys have run away. Something's going on. This is definitely something. The poor anchor doesn't know what's going on right now, I guess. I don't believe there's an animal inside this mountain that Brother Panther can't handle. The netizens were also talking about it. Jiang Feng looked at the live broadcast with a bitter smile on his face. Honestly, I don't know what happened to those two guys. But don't worry, everyone, there's nothing inside the mountain that can harm this pairing of Brother Panther and Big Black Tiger, Jiang Feng said, and the netizens nodded in deep thought. That's right, Brother Pao and Big Black Tiger plus me are invincible in the mountains. Upstairs, you've lost your face, and you're deliberately exposing me, right? I've realized that you two are both shameless. As far as this fighting power of the Big Black Tiger is concerned, it's an invincible existence. Netizens have also seen the Big Black Tiger in action. Although it was only a small reveal, the Big Black Tiger was absolutely invincible. Jiang Feng looked outside at this time and didn't say anything else. We'll just have to wait until Panther and the others return to ask what happened. Tuan, you guys come out quick. We're going to town. After Jiang Feng swept the roof of the car, he called out to Wanzi and the others. It'll be too late if we don't go to town. Boing boing. People are coming. Troop ran out with a couple of his minions, wailing. Without being taught by Jiang Feng, he skillfully climbed into the car. Departure. Jiang Feng drove the car out of the yard and then locked the door. However, when Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the village, the old people stopped Jiang Feng again. Needless to ask, it must be to ask Jiang Feng to help buy something. Jiang Feng didn't excuse himself and wrote down the things the old people wanted to buy one by one. Prepare to purchase when you get to town. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng drove his car and took Tuanzi and the others to leave Longmen village. It is said that there are 18 curves in the mountain road. And this is especially true of the mountain road leading to Longmen village, not to mention the snow-covered mountain roads. A person walking on it might even fall. So Jiang Feng drove carefully, but the netizens of the live broadcast still shouted that their hearts couldn't stand it after seeing it. This could very well fall if there's a mistake. Anchor, you'd better go back. This mountain road is too dangerous. It's so scary. I'm afraid to drive on this kind of mountain road. The anchor is really an artist. Many people were urging Jiang Feng to go back, and Jiang Feng smiled and said, don't worry, everyone, this car of mine is remodeled, so as long as you drive a little more carefully, there's no problem at all. This Ford Raptor has been systematically modified, ability to adapt to various road conditions. As long as Jiang Feng drove carefully, this mountain road was no problem at all. However, the netizens didn't believe it and thought that Jiang Feng was blowing his awesome, but they couldn't stop Jiang Feng. They could only watch Jiang Feng drive with fear and trepidation. After the car had been traveling for about half an hour or so, the circling mountain road was finally finished. The rest of the road is much flatter. Jiang Feng and the netizens breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this time, the crowd realized that the place in front of them actually didn't have any snow. And the further you go, the more lush the vegetation in front of you becomes. It's not at all like the inside of a mountain that's covered in snow and ice. Lifeless. This was like two different worlds in the eyes of the crowd. After Jiang Feng saw the netizens' doubts, he smiled and explained twice, "This is actually a normal phenomenon. I don't know if you've heard that there are 4 seasons in one mountain and 10 miles of different sky. I think my friends who live inside the mountain should know this." "Ha, I think I heard my geography teacher say that." "No, I didn't. I didn't know my teacher told me about this in class." "Geography teacher, don't ever say I taught you again." "Holy, I came to watch a live broadcast not expecting to be sci-fi'd by the anchor." "Sorry, I was taught geography by my gym teacher." "Physical education teacher, I taught language arts." "I taught math." "I taught geography, but I didn't teach physical education." "Did I?" After Jiang Feng's reminder, most of the netizens remembered. It is true that the higher the elevation the colder it gets, and the weather is unpredictable in some places. 2 different weather can occur in 2 neighboring locations. Besides, Longmen Village, where Jiang Feng was located, was much higher in elevation than the town. That's what created the 2 different worlds now. After explaining, Jiang Feng concentrated on driving the car. The rest of the journey was much better. Jiang Feng drove a lot faster too. After another half an hour or so, Jiang Feng finally drove to the town. As always, he parked in front of the town health center. However, Jiang Feng had just gotten out of the car when he was blocked by Tuanzi and Lantern at the car's entrance. Jiang Feng looked down at the 2 little ones in confusion. "Boing boing, dolls, boing boing, dolls. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 150, The Bully Trio Avenge Their Brothers' Deaths. Okay, now buy you guys a line. Jiang Feng cried and laughed as he looked at Duanzi and Lantern. These 2 little guys have even learned to be smart. It's blocking him directly at the door. "Come on, let's go buy you dolls first." Jiang Feng patted the heads of a few little ones. When he was in the car just now he called Jiang Daishue and inquired about where he had arrived. I learned that Jiang Daishue would not be in town for another half hour or so Jiang Feng is now going to buy dolls for Tuanzi and Lantern first. Dumplings and lanterns have such good memories. Holy, pandas can play with dolls now. I'm a doll maker. Why don't I send you a couple of dolls? Sorry friends, I have to go shopping. So that's it for today's broadcast. After saying that, Jiang Feng casually closed his live room. It's not convenient to drive live with people coming and going on the street, and the passers-by on the street had gotten used to the combination of Jiang Feng's group, except to say hello to the donuts and the others. The crowd was not so curious. Soon Jiang Feng hugged Duanzi and they arrived at a doll store on the street. Once inside the store, Tuanzi and Lantern were amazed by the dolls inside. Boing boing, so many. Tuanzi lifted her head, her little eyes looking at the doll on the counter in surprise. Choose whatever dolls you want. Jiang Feng patted the 2 little ones and said. Tuanzi and Lantern immediately wandered inside the store with excitement, and the little black tiger had been lying there since he entered, and every now and then a little look of contempt. It doesn't understand what's so great about these things. It's as cute as it gets. And the rabbit seems to be uninterested in the dolls. Taking advantage of Jiang Feng's inattention, he quietly slipped out the door. Over here, Jiang Feng was still accompanying Tuanzi and Lantern to pick out dolls. These 2 little guys have been picking their way through it. See a doll and want it. In the end, under Jiang Feng's insistence, Tuanzi and Lantern compromised. Each chose a doll. The group picks a naive bear, and the Lantern picks the beautiful sheep wearing a pink bow. Now you 2 are satisfied. Jiang Feng looked at the 2 little guys and said, boing boing, nice, boing boing, it's the donut ones that don't look good. The 2 little ones argued. Both are saying the others' dolls aren't nice. Jiang Feng smiled and didn't care about these 2. Walked to the cashier and paid the money. No need, Mr. Jiang. These 2 dolls will be given to Tuanzi and the others. The salesman smiled sweetly. Jiang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. That won't do. What's done is done. Jiang Feng took out his cell phone and paid the money. Hey, where's the rabbit? After paying, Jiang Feng only saw the little black tiger at the door, but not the rabbit. There was a puzzled scanning of the surrounding area. Still no sign of the rabbit. And just when Jiang Feng wanted to ask the little black tiger at the door, the rabbit suddenly ran in from outside in a panic. Very quickly, he climbed onto Jiang Feng's shoulders. Condescendingly, he shrunk his head on Jiang Feng's body. What's the matter, little man? Jiang Feng calmed the rabbit's emotions. Meow. They're out to get me. The rabbit gave an aggravated yelp. Small paws pointed toward the door. and that's when a bunch of stray cats suddenly arrived at the door. It was dirty and there were about 5 or 6 of them like that. One of the larger ones was staring at the rabbit and barking very fiercely. That looks like a villain at first glance. Zhang Feng looked at the rabbit's aggravated appearance and instantly understood. Good man, this is to rob the pressurized lady. These stray cats don't learn. These are cats without owners, aren't they? Zhang Feng turned his head and asked the salesman next to him. Yes, Mr. Jiang, these are all stray cats from the town. These cats are annoying. They steal food everywhere, and they retaliate against you when you hit them. They're nasty. The salesman spat up the stray cats with a slight grumble. Zhang Feng nodded. He understood. Turns out these stray cats are still the bully of the street. Now it's even more so for the rabbit. It is said that it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it is difficult for a fierce tiger to defeat a pack of wolves. Rabbits are ferocious, but that's on equal terms. Like today, the rabbit would definitely suffer if it took on this group of stray cats. Donut, there are animals bullying our people. Zhang Feng shouted at the group behind him. The group that was fiddling with their dolls looked up at once. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, tossing the doll in his paws, he took a step and crawled over with a furious air. Little Black Tiger and Lantern also followed behind with unflattering faces. Someone actually dared to bully the brothers of the 3 bullies of their Tai-Bai mountain. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Meow. That's them. The rabbit jumped off Zhang Feng's shoulder. Resuming his fierce look, he stared dead at the stray cat across the room. Facing the donut they commiserated, and the group of stray cats felt a little unseconded at the sight of the situation. Especially the little black tiger in the back. This guy doesn't look like he's one to be messed with. These stray cats have been wandering the streets for so long that they have become very alert. As soon as he saw the situation, he pulled his legs out and tried to run. And naturally, Tuanzi and the others would not let go of this group of guys who bullied their brothers. Boing boing. Asterisk 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 it. Tuanzi shouted and instantly rushed up with his own minions. Although the reaction speed of this group of stray cats was fast, where were they a match for the little black tiger and the rabbit? The 2 little ones soon stopped in front. He was even followed by the unsuspecting Dumpling and Lantern. Boing boing. I hear you're a bully. Tuanzi looked at the stray cat twice curiously. The stray cat didn't pay any attention to the donut, but let out a ferocious purr. Ouch! Don't you dare attack my boss. The little black tiger fought directly with the stray cat. The rabbit was quick to join the fray as well. This group of stray cats are battle-hardened though. But where are the opponents of Tuanzi little black tiger in them? So it didn't take long to get bullied into not moving. It's a direct admission of weakness. In the end, if Zhang Feng hadn't stopped it, I guess the rabbit could just get the stray cats. Mr. Jiang, Tuanzi, they're so powerful. We don't dare to touch these stray cats. They're too fierce. The clerk at the doll store was pleasantly surprised. These stray cats are already on the streets for everyone, but no one bothered to get the cats killed. For one thing, these stray cats are very vindictive, and it is easy to be scratched by them if you are not careful. Secondly, these cats are abominable, but they are still alive anyhow. The streets are not good for death. So this group of stray cats has developed an arrogant character. Donut, they've done the people a favor this time. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Okay Donut, let's go. Zhang Feng took the dumplings with the lantern. Bring them to the intersection of the street. Counting the time, sister should be back. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 151 Zhang Feng's First Beatings. Zhang Feng stood at the intersection with Tuanzi and the others and waited for a short while. The town and country shuttle was traveling just off in the distance. It was parked firmly on the side of the road, followed by a man about 6 foot something and a little baby fat. The cute little girl with a ponytail and looking a bit naive stepped out of the car carrying a large bag of things. Brother! After Zhang Daishue saw Zhang Feng, she immediately pounced towards him with the things in her hands. With a jump, she hugged Zhang Feng's neck and hung onto his body. How old are you? Zhang Feng said in disgust, but his face was filled with a smile. By the way, I thought you said your classmate was coming. Zhang Feng asked as he broke his sister's hand and placed Zhang Daishue on the ground. They had to go home for something. Zhang Daishue tilted her head and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. Boing boing. Who is she? At this moment, Tuanzi and Yuan Shao were hiding behind Zhang Feng, holding their dolls in their arms. Stretching out his little paw, he tugged at Zhang Feng's clothes. Raising his little head, his little eyes shone brightly as he surveyed Zhang Daishue. The little black tiger, on the other hand, cocked its head and looked on without the slightest fear. Brother, this is the gnocchi with the lantern. Zhang Daishue heard Tuanzi's call. Twisting his head, he looked at the 2 little ones. At once, Tuanzi and Lantern looked embarrassed and hid behind Zhang Feng. Don't even dare show your head anymore. Yes, it's gnocchi and it's a lantern. Zhang Feng introduced the 2 little guys to his sister. Tuanzi and Lantern also grew bold at this time and locked eyes with Zhang Daishue. Then hugging the doll, The small wailing voice hid behind Zhang Feng again. Brother, why are the two of them different from when you were live? So shy. Zhang Daishue bent down and tried to touch the donut with her hand. The group became even more shy, but didn't duck, because it remembers the river with snow. Don't look at them as shy now. You'll see how clingy they are when you get acquainted with them. Zhang Feng touched the troop behind him and lantern. Ouch. And me. And me. The little black tiger saw that Zhang Feng had introduced the dumplings and the lantern, but had forgotten about it. Anxiously, he circled around Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and pointed at the little black tiger and said, "This is the little black tiger. That's the rabbit." By the way, Zhang Feng introduced the little black tiger to the rabbit again, and by this time, Tuanzi and Lantern were no longer as shy as they were earlier. But it was only the little black tiger that was as self-conscious as the rabbit. He soon became familiar with Zhang Daishue. "Go ahead and put your stuff in the car first." Zhang Feng hugged the dumplings and the lantern. Zhang Daishue held the little black tiger with the rabbit and came to the town health center together. "Wow, brother, that's a cool car." "Hey, no, where did you get all that money?" Zhang Daishue first marveled at the car. Then the tiger looked at Zhang Feng. She suspected that her oldest brother had done something unseemly. For example, "Boing boing, I ask you a question." "Boing boing, yeah. The two little ones in Zhang Feng's arms immediately rebelled. Boing boing raised his head and inquired about Zhang Feng. "What are you thinking? I earned all this. You should know about the 10,000 flowers vegetables. That thing is old money." Zhang Feng knocked Zhang Daishue's head. "Let's leave the luggage here for now, and let's go to town to buy something first." The village old man's things Zhang Feng hadn't had time to buy yet. Seeing that it was still early, it wasn't too late to go back after shopping. "Humph, don't say never mind." Zhang Daishue held the little black tiger and the rabbit proudly walking in front. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled as he followed. This time the old man had little to buy, but it's all household items. Soy sauce, vinegar, tea and stuff like that. The stuff was rather miscellaneous, and Zhang Feng ran to several places to buy all of it. "Brother, I haven't been back in a couple years and we haven't changed much here." Zhang Daishue looked around on the street, feeling that the family hadn't changed much over the years. "It's fine just the way it is. I'm not used to it when it becomes steel and concrete like Kyoto," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Back home for a while now, he still felt good about where he came from. The green hills are very nurturing. Ouch, smells like company. And right at this moment, the little black tiger in Zhang Daishue's arms suddenly barked, then bobbed his head and sniffed. "Brother, what's wrong with little black tiger?" Zhang Daishue looked down curiously at the little black tiger. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, but looked at the little black tiger. He wondered what the little black tiger had discovered this time. The little black tiger sniffed again at this point, then wriggled its body frantically, trying to get down. Zhang Daishue glanced at Zhang Feng, who nodded for little black tiger to come down. "Ouch, right there." The little black tiger sniffed, then ran straight towards the end of the street. Zhang Feng and Zhang Daishue exchanged glances and immediately followed. Through the crowd, the little black tiger came to the end of the street, stopped in front of a stall, and then the frantic screaming. Zhang Feng walked over to take a look and realized that it was a ground stall selling wild game. The owner is a big, fat, bald, scar-faced guy. The other party's eyes lit up after seeing the giant panda in Zhang Feng's arms. Immediately, he stood up and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. "Brother." Zhang Daishue took 2 steps back and spoke cautiously. "Don't be afraid." Zhang Feng pulled Zhang Daishue behind him. "Ouch, brother, we have a situation." At that moment, the little black tiger on the ground rushed over towards the back of the stall. Hey, what's up with this dog you've got?" Scarface screamed anxiously all at once. Zhang Feng put down the dumplings and the lantern and let Zhang Daishue watch, then walked up and looked at it. Instantly, a figure chained up appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. It's the little black bear. At this point the little black bear was filthy. There were still a few wounds on his body, and his fur was even thinner. The obese body is even thinner, and its 2 small eyes, which were originally pitch black and clear, became dull. When the little black bear saw Scarface it was even more fearful and took 2 steps back. Seems to be scared, and Zhang Feng couldn't hold back any longer at this time, and directly rushed up and hugged the little black bear. Ow, ow, ow. The little black bear screamed in fear, but upon realizing that it was Zhang Feng, the little black bear's head was stuck in Zhang Feng's arms and actually cried directly. Scarface yelled. Zhang Feng yanked off the chain and stood up with the little black bear in his arms. "Where did the blind bear go?" Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice. The face of Scarface on the opposite side of the room changed. "What a blind bear! You're sick in the head, aren't you? Where did the blind bear go?" Zhang Feng asked loudly. Scarface also said loudly, "I'm going to report you to the police if you keep this up." At this moment, The anger in Jiang Feng's heart had built up to full capacity and he couldn't hold it back any longer. Raising his hand to Scarface was a vicious slap, and Scarface instantly fell to the ground. Jiang Feng hissed angrily. Lousy asked you where the blind bear went. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 152 Brother Panther wants to eat people. Jiang Feng's bellowing shout startled the pedestrians on the street. Curiosity is the nature of every Chinese. People didn't know what was going on, but the crowd gathered towards the ground stalls, and Scarface, who had been violently beaten by Jiang Feng and fallen to the ground, was in agony. Simply because the slap was so strong, his entire face immediately swelled up. However, seeing so many people surrounding him, Scarface panicked a little inside. It would be the end of him if he was caught poaching animals. China has very strict laws on this, so he stumbled to his feet. Everyone, young and old, come and judge me. This man came up and snatched my dog and beat me. Is there any justice in this? I want to report to the police. I want to report to the police. Scarface covered his face and yelled at the crowd. There was also a wicked one, trying to muddy the waters and gain sympathy from folks. At this time, Jiang Daishua quietly walked behind Jiang Feng with a few little ones in her arms. Lifting his round face somewhat worriedly, he looked at Jiang Feng. Brother, Jiang Daishua whispered. It's okay, don't worry. Jiang Feng patted Jiang Daishua's head to comfort her, but Jiang Feng was in a very bad mood at the moment. Looking at the miserable appearance of the little black bear in his arms, Jiang Feng's heart just sank. He had a feeling that the blind bear family might be in a bad way, especially when he saw that Scarface was still being wicked. Jiang Feng was even more enraged, couldn't resist going up and slapping Scarface again. Scarface didn't fall to the ground this time, turning his head towards the ground for a mouthful of blood with teeth. Then he looked at Jiang Feng twice sinisterly. Everyone saw it, right? It's this man who bullied the people of our town. Everyone must testify for me. Scarface yelled at the crowd again, and he tried to duck into the crowd, looking like he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. What he didn't expect though was for him to be pushed back by the crowd. Scarface sat on his ass, forgetting the pain on his face, and looked at the crowd in a bit of a daze. I know you. Aren't you the two dogs from the next town? You've just been released and you're here to cheat people again. This kid has never looked honest to me since he was a kid. Do you really think we're blind? It's a bear or a dog. We're from the mountains and we don't recognize it. Good shot, little brother. This guy has been caught hunting animals in the mountains before. You've got a lot of nerve coming to our town. The crowd of onlookers did not speak towards Scarface. Instead, he began to count all of Scarface's crimes. Anyway, Jiang Feng knew from the onlookers that this guy was not a good person. He also used to get a couple years for going into the mountains and poaching protected animals. It was only released in the last 2 days. I didn't realize I was actually doing my old job again. At this moment, Scarface looked at the crowd's reaction and instantly became anxious. He knew he'd have to go in again for sure if he got caught. He's had enough of that. Get out of my way, all of you. Scarface rushes in and tries to push through the crowd to escape, but it's not that easy. Jiang Feng handed the little black bear to Jiang Daishua next to him. A fitful step up and he pulled Scarface to the ground, lowering him to the ground. And just when Jiang Feng wanted to continue asking about the whereabouts of the blind bear, instead, the town's law enforcement officers came out of nowhere. Stop it! The law enforcement officers rushed into the crowd and stopped Jiang Feng. The rest of the entourage immediately stepped forward to hold Scarface down. Mr. Jiang, what's going on here? The law enforcement officer had seen Jiang Feng before and knew of his relationship with the Forestry Bureau, so opened his mouth and asked, this man poaches black bears, a second-class national protected animal, and it is estimated that the bears have been killed by him. Jiang Feng angrily pointed at Scarface and gritted his teeth. Well, Mr. Jiang, you'd better come back to the office with us first. When the matter is investigated clearly, we naturally won't make things difficult for you. The law enforcement officer nodded and spoke. As the two parties involved in the case, Jiang Feng and Scarface both had to go back to be investigated before they could do so, but Jiang Feng didn't want to wait, because he hasn't asked where the blind bear is. I'm sorry, now I'm afraid I can't go back with you right now. Jiang Feng shook his head and turned around, wanting to continue pressing Scarface, but it was stopped by law enforcement. The other party frowned and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I hope you won't make things difficult for us, said a few other law enforcement officers to take away Scarface and Jiang Feng. Brother, behind him, Jiang Daishua stomped her feet anxiously, but it's not helping. Next to the donuts they also bared their teeth in a fierce look. Bah, boy, you wait for me. Held down. Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Feng with even more ferocious eyes. This is definitely not over. However, Jiang Feng didn't bother with this guy, and he didn't want to leave just like that, so the scene was awkward. Hold on a minute. We're taking over the Forest Service on this one. While this was going on, the town's Forest Service stationed officer arrived. Once the law enforcement officers present heard this, they immediately stopped insisting. Because of the law in China, as long as it has to do with wildlife, all of them are under the control of the Forest Service. This includes catching people stealing wildlife. So the Forestry Bureau had a lot more power than Zhang Feng had imagined. When the Forest Service came, law enforcement turned the scene over to the Forest Service. They were on the sidelines to keep order. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Xiao Zhang from the Forestry Bureau came forward and looked at Zhang Feng and said worriedly. They rushed over when they got the message, but there were too many onlookers, and it took them a lot of effort to squeeze in. I'm fine, but the black bears are definitely not fine right now. Zhang Feng shook his head, his face filled with anger. He now had a bad feeling in his heart. Something can't really have happened to the bear family. Bad influence on the street. Let's go to our place first. Chang sighed. He wanted to take Zhang Feng away and interrogate Scarface in another place. Zhang Feng nodded and didn't say anything. After all, the only clue now was this Scarface. But looking at Scarface like this, he didn't seem to want to let go. And just as Zhang Feng wanted to leave after Xiao Zhang, instead, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Su Qinghuan who called again. Hey, Chief Su, Zhang Feng said in a low voice. Xiao Jiang, hurry up and come to Niuyao. Something's wrong. It could be heard that Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone was very anxious. Zhang Feng, however, couldn't help but frown. Director Su, I have something on my side. I'm afraid I can't go now. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. He now only wants to find the whereabouts of the blind bear family, and does not want to care about anything else. I know what's going on. Hurry up and come over. Your panther is going to eat someone. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 153, Brother Panther, what a clean girl. What? Panther wants to eat people. Zhang Feng froze in his tracks. As far as he knew, Brother Panther wasn't that vicious. What's with the cannibalism all of a sudden? I can't tell you in a sentence or two. So hurry up and come to the cow-wanted gully. By the way, the black bear family is here too. Su Qinghuan spoke more anxiously. Fine. I'll get there now. Zhang Feng froze for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. He didn't expect Su Qinghuan to be able to give himself such a big surprise. However, he had just forgotten to ask Su Qinghuan what happened to the black bear family now. However, it looks like the black bear family shouldn't be in any trouble. Zhang Feng put away his cell phone. Xiao Zhang, your chief called me. I'm going to make a trip to Niuyao now. This guy, you can't let him get away. Zhang Feng rushed at Xiao Zhang and pointed at Scarface next to him. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. It's not too much to ask for this kind of person to die by 1,000 cuts. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth. They in the forestry department hate these poachers the most. Zhang Feng nodded without saying anything else. Letting Zhang bring the snow to carry the donut, they came to his car. Brother, nothing is going to happen. Zhang Daishue sat in the car holding the troop and asked with some concern. Don't worry, it's fine. With Brother Bao and Big Black Tiger around, nothing can happen. Zhang Feng touched the little black bear that had fallen asleep next to him for a bit and started the car. Niuyao is not far from Taibai Mountain. The straight line distance is something like 34 kilometers, but it's all mountainous, so it's actually a bit farther. But Zhang Feng's driving speed was very fast, not affected by the hills in the slightest. Zhang Daishue in the car looked at Zhang Feng twice with some worry, trying to persuade Zhang Feng, but then he saw the worried look on his oldest brother's face. Zhang Daishue fell silent and silently patted the troop. A few of the critters, including the donut, were also very quiet at this time. They also seemed to know something. Zhang Feng's car was fast. The journey that originally took an hour was stiffly shortened to 40 minutes by Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng stopped the car, Zhang Daishue couldn't hold back any longer and directly vomited. Donut, they are the same way. Only Zhang Feng's face looked better, but when he got out of the car and saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. WC, what a show! I saw no less than 30 people from the Forest Service gathered in front of me, and they had anesthetics, steel cages, and other things around them. Does this look like we're going to arrest Brother Bao? Zhang Feng walked up suspiciously. Su Qinghuan in the crowd immediately ran over after seeing Zhang Feng arrive, probably because of her age. Only 2 steps into the run, Su Qinghuan was out of breath. Chief Su, what's going on? Zhang Feng rushed forward and asked. Quickly, get over there, your leopard brother is going to eat people. Su Qinghuan gasped and pointed ahead. Zhang Feng's face changed as he hurriedly ran. Brother Bao, don't be impulsive. Mr. Jiang will be here soon. A forestry department employee held a loudspeaker and shouted at Brother Panther. The Forest Service came first thing when they found out about Panther, but they can only stand far away, not daring to go up and talk to Leopard, because now there was not only the big black tiger staring them dead in the face, there were even 50 or 60 adult money leopards surrounding the side of a van. Don't let anyone get close. and there were even 2 humans lying next to the van. At this moment, Panther played with the 2 humans as if they were toys. When Jiang Feng rushed to the front and saw the scene, he was directly confused. What's going on here? Panther, what are they doing? Brother Panther, Jiang Feng shouted, then walked towards Brother Panther. The numerous money leopards immediately made way for Jiang Feng, but Big Black Tiger and Brother Panther froze when they heard Jiang Feng's voice. What's the boss doing here? Jiang Feng bypassed the group of leopards and came to the van unhindered. The Forest Service staff behind him looked green. Good lord, they're shouting and threatening here, but the leopards just didn't care about them. As a result, when Jiang Feng came, people directly made way. It's a real people pleaser. Jiang Feng came to the side of the van and saw Brother Bao, and the 2 humans next to Brother Panther were already too scared to walk. Brother Panther, what are you doing running here? Jiang Feng came up and knocked Panther's head. Ouch! Big Black Bear. Panther wagged his head and tail excitedly at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng froze when he heard it. Asiatic Black Bear versus Tibetanus. Is the Big Black Bear in the wagon? Jiang Feng hurried to the back of the carriage. Very violently the carriage door was opened. A chill came over him. Jiang Feng waved his hand and looked inside. Big Black Bear. Jiang Feng called out in surprise. In 3 tries, he climbed into the wagon and dragged the Big Black Bear family out. It's okay, it's just anesthetized. Jiang Feng gave the Big Black Bear family a check and was relieved. He thought the Big Black Bear family had been given by this group of thugs. I didn't realize it was just anesthesia now. Then there's still salvation. Ouch. Boss, I did a good job, didn't I? I want a house full of feed. Brother Panther came to Jiang Feng's side at this time, shook his head and wailed. Jiang Feng turned around and hugged Brother Panther's head and kissed him a few times. Good job, Brother Panther. A house full of fodder for you for sure. Ouch. Boss, you're not normal. Brother Panther was scared by Jiang Feng's action and immediately hid far away. Cocking his head in horror, he looked at Jiang Feng. Che, what do you know about hammers? Jiang Feng despised Brother Panther for a moment. Then it was time to start rescuing the Big Black Bear family. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and get up there and help. Su Qingwan came up at this time and angrily rebuked towards his men. Just looking at it like that makes them look unprofessional. Oops. Chief, we want to go over there too, but the key is that these animals won't let us. The Forest Service staffer spoke with a sad face. Su Qingwan was speechless as she looked at the Big Black Tiger and the money leopard that were eyeing the tiger. There's nothing he can do about it. And at that moment, Jiang Daishue walked over holding the donut in them. Upon seeing so many beasts, it was a shock. The thighs were shaking straight up, but the donuts, they were happy, because we all know each other. Boing boing, get over there. Tuanzi and Yuan shall pushed Jiang Daishuan hard. Chief, this. The Forest Service staffer was surprised. Su Qingwan glared at her own men without any good reason. Can't you see that people are in the same family? And the group of leopards just looked at Jiang Daishue twice. There was no response, because they smelled a familiar odor from Jiang Daishue. What's more, the Big Black Tiger in front of him didn't even block it, and they are even more afraid to. So Jiang Daishue also came to the van in front of the crowd in a daze. Brother! Jiang Daishue looked around at the panthers and whispered. All the way over, these leopards didn't hurt her though, but she still felt scared inside. Ouch! What a clean-cut girl. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 154, The Second Use of Gene Extraction. Brother Bao's eyes immediately glistened when he saw Jiang Daishue. This female human is so pretty, and it also sensed from Jiang Daishue a sense of affinity similar to that found in Jiang Feng. Brother Panther shook his head and tried to please Jiang Daishue, and Jiang Daishue was taken aback by the enthusiastic panther. Wincing, he took 2 steps back. Boing boing, the dumplings beat you up. Boing boing, I'll beat you even if it's a lantern. Ouch. Mom! The 3 little ones saw that Panther scared Jiang Daishue. Immediately, he opened his mouth and threatened Brother Panther. And Jiang Feng, who was rescuing the Big Black Bear's family, had a dark look on his face. Getting up, he went up and wrapped his arms around Panther's neck, then strangled Panther's head hard. It makes you clean. Believe it or not, I'll get you some older female panthers right away. Jiang Feng knocked a few times on Brother Panther's head. Panther whimpered immediately. I was wrong, boss. Spare my life. I refuse to have an arranged marriage. Panther struggled, and this sudden scene startled Jiang Daishue. Brother, leopard will be strangled by you soon. Let's just strangle it and save the whole thing from getting me in trouble. Jiang Feng let go of Brother Panther and kicked him again. Panther sneezed a couple times, indicating that he would never dare again. Go get all your brothers back. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said. Panther wailed when he heard this and immediately called out towards the money leopards. The 30 or so money leopards responded. Then it ran towards the mountains. Get back here. Jiang Feng immediately strangled Brother Panther's neck again when he saw that he wanted to leave. You have to come home with me today, I'm going to reform you. Jiang Feng said coldly. This guy is so bold now. I can't believe he doesn't give a about anything. At this rate it might actually become the Black Godfather of the animal kingdom. So Jiang Feng had a responsibility to keep Brother Bao from going down the wrong path. Ouch. Okay. Panther sighed and lay down lifelessly. Next to him, Zhang Daishua looked at the scene in surprise. The mind wondered why these animals were so smart. Over here, the forestry department crowd saw the money leopard leave. Finally got up the nerve to walk over. The big black tiger lying at the front didn't bother with the crowd either. Oh little Jiang, these animals of yours are not to be missed. Su Qinghuan, who walked up, said with a sigh. None of them have found out about the poaching. I didn't expect to be discovered by a bunch of guys like Brother Panther. The key people, Panther, really saved the big black bear family. Well, it's kind of made him look bad. It's something I didn't know about until you called me. Jiang Feng said with a bitter smile, then glared fiercely at Brother Panther. He wouldn't have been so worried if Brother Bao had told him earlier. Ouch, boss, I thought you had something to do. Panther wagged his tail in his defense. Jiang Feng immediately waved his hand in some embarrassment, indicating that he forgave Brother Panther for leaving without saying goodbye this time. Chief, Big Black Bear is awake. At this point, the paramedic on the side of the van spoke up. Jiang Feng and Su Qinghuan hurriedly walked over. At this time, the blind bear on the ground opened his eyes in a daze. After it saw so many humans coming around, the big black bear immediately roared in anger. Raising his claws, he feebly tried to swat at the crowd. Bear, are you okay? At this time, Jiang Feng walked over. The big black bear who was being ferocious froze, and then a very aggravated yelp. It has no family left. Bear, your family is here. Jiang Feng helped the big black bear up, make it look over the side. At that moment, the bear's wife next to him as well as the three little black bears came to their senses, then looked around in confusion. Ouch, there's another one. The blind bear looked at Jiang Feng. Still one sleeping in my car. Don't worry about it. Jiang Feng patted the blind bear's back, then walk away with the FDA crowd, leaving the big black bear family reunited. Alas, this time it's our job to not do it right. Su Qinghuan, who had never smoked before, lit a cigarette, dropped his head in defeat. If it wasn't for Brother Panther this time, Big Black Bear's family would have been sold right under their noses. It's not your fault this happened. If it wasn't for Brother Panther, I wouldn't have known. Jiang Feng said with a sigh. Chief Su, I have an idea now. After the two were silent for a while, Jiang Feng suddenly spoke. What's the idea? Su Qinghuan asked with a sideways glance as she choked on the smoke. Here's the deal. Jiang Feng immediately hooked his shoulders and whispered to Su Qinghuan. To outsiders these two are a little over the top, and not far away. Zhang Daishua's small round face was filled with a worried expression. One's brother won't really. Zhang Daishua stomped her feet in a hurry. It's something I'll go back and think about. When Jiang Feng whispered to Su Qinghuan's face immediately became grave, indicated to go back and think about it. Jiang Feng nodded without saying anything else, because he knew what he had just said might be a bit shocking. Soon, with the help of the Forest Service, the cattle to be ditching was taken care of. The poaching gang was taken back by the Forestry Department for further questioning. The Big Black Bear family, on the other hand, was taken away by Jiang Feng, because all the people in the Forestry Bureau felt that it was better for the Big Black Bear to follow Jiang Feng than to go to them. It was dark. Jiang Feng drove his car on the mountain road. Brother, you and that director. You too. Zhang Daishua looked at his old brother with some difficulty. Jiang Feng knocked her without looking back. You go back to being rehabilitated with Brother Panther. What do you think about all day? Brother, I'm just worried about you. Zhang Daishua beamed and touched the rabbit in her arms. Don't you know what your brother is? Jiang Feng blankly glanced at Zhang Daishua. Zhang Daishua smiled cheekily and didn't say anything anymore. The mountain roads are always quiet at night. Niu Yaogo is quite a distance from Longmen village. Before they even arrived home, Zhang Daishua and Tuanzi and the others huffed and puffed in the car. Jiang Feng gently woke them up as he drove back home. Let them go inside and sleep, and wait until the big guys are asleep. Only then did Jiang Feng return to his room to lie down. Had a busy day last night. Jiang Feng was also a bit overwhelmed, so he slept until noon the next day before waking up. However, Jiang Feng was very happy in his heart, because today is the national day, or the second time you can use the gene extraction fusion ability. After he signed in unhurriedly, came out into the yard and found the big black tiger under the eaves of the house. Big Black Tiger looked at Jiang Feng with a confused face, not knowing what he was going to do. Big Black Tiger, borrow what you have on you. Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed and walked towards the Big Black Tiger. The Big Black Tiger immediately stood up and looked at Jiang Feng warily. Brother, look at this orchid mantis. Just then Zhang Daishua suddenly came out from the room and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Jiang Feng was so startled that he turned around at once. and the hand was placed right on the orchid mantis. The extraction target has been locked, orchid mantis. Gene extraction and fusion in. Fusion skill, pseudo-stealth. Recently the transcoding has been severe, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Fusion skill, pseudo-stealth. Chapter 155. I just want to give them a home. Invisible, person or online status. Zhang Feng froze there in a daze on the spot. This was followed by a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Because isn't that stealth skill an ability that everyone dreams of? Great! Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise. Opposite Zhang Daixue was holding a half-dead orchid mantis looking stupidly at his oldest brother. Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, just happy. Zhang Feng ran into the house by flying around Zhang Daixue. Frightened, Zhang Daixue stood there a little confused, not knowing what Zhang Feng was doing. System, quick, introduce me to this skill. Zhang Feng returned to the house, closed the door, and couldn't wait to ask. Skills are being fused, please wait. The system reply skill was still fusing, so Zhang Feng could only walk around the room in excitement, thinking about what would be a good thing to do with this skill in the future. Go rob a bank. He doesn't seem to be short of money right now. Go steal. Not this one. I'm a good guy. Zhang Feng hurriedly shook his head. He thought of several uses in a row, all dismissed by his own. For a while Zhang Feng was caught in a tangle. Pseudo-stealth skill fusion complete. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Why does pseudo-stealth carry a pseudo? It was only then that Zhang Feng noticed the pseudo word in front of the skill. Pseudo-invisibility skill description. The host can become invisible under masking their own scent according to their own environment and blend in with their surroundings. Duration of invisibility, 30 minutes. Use times 2 times per day. Note, the stealth skill can only be used to move within a 10-meter radius. The system blah 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 introduced this skill to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face grew long when he heard it. This stealth skill is good, but why can you only move within a 10-meter radius? Then why does he need this skill? Zhang Feng was immediately depressed. System, I knew you wouldn't have a good heart. Zhang Feng said breathlessly. System, what do you want with such an incredible skill? Or I'll give you the whole world. The system stayed silent. Zhang Feng gave up when he saw that he couldn't get a response from the system for a long time. Something is better than nothing anyway. Then Zhang Feng smiled again. Use the stealth skill. He was going to try out the effects of the stealth skill. And with Zhang Feng's words, his body began to gradually change. Zhang Feng realized from the mirror that his body was gradually disappearing and blending into his surroundings. In the end, Zhang Feng's entire body disappeared in the house as if he had vanished. That's not a bad skill. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. And at that moment, the donut calling came into the house by pushing open the door. Boing boing. Where's my fodder? Boing boing. Here's my feed. The group excitedly opened the closet door and puckered their asses, heads sticking inside. Zhang Feng stood next to the troop at this time, looked at the feed the group had hidden inside the closet and laughed. He said how the group took the closet so seriously and wouldn't let him see it. So it's a secret stash. Donut, I found out your secret. Zhang Feng couldn't help but speak out. Boing boing. I didn't. The group quickly climbed out of the closet and very skillfully closed the door. Then little eyes dripped as they surveyed the surroundings, but there was no sign of the speaker. The group cocked their heads and looked around the room. The little head was puzzled. Expression of surprise. Who was that talking? Donut, guess where I am. Zhang Feng was playful and wanted to tease the troop, but the tease didn't matter. But it scared the group. At this point the group only heard voices talking but saw no one. The whole bear is bad. The head didn't dare to move, leaving only the small eyes to scan around in terror. Donut, don't be afraid. It's me. Zhang Feng spoke out again at this time, and this time it really freaked the group out. It spread its legs and ran outside. Boing boing. Help, help. The donut ran outside, took the critters outside by surprise, and Zhang Feng in the room felt that he might have scared Tuanzi and hurriedly cancelled his stealth, then walked out from inside the room. Donut, what's wrong with you? Zhang Daixue looked at the panicked troop and squatted down to ask. The other critters gathered around and looked at the donut curiously. Boing boing. Scaredy bear. Tuan reached out his paw and pointed inside the room and kept gesticulating. Watching the other critters was confusing. I wonder what the group went through just now. Donut. At this time, Zhang Feng shouted after walking out of the room. It startled the group that was calling and gesticulating, but when he saw that it was Zhang Feng, Tuanzi froze. The small eyes looked at Zhang Feng incredulously. There was clearly no one in the room just now, but why did it suddenly appear again? Tuanzi cocked her little head in even more confusion. Brother, you just scared the group. Zhang Daixue opened her mouth and asked suspiciously. No, the group is purely scaring themselves. Zhang Feng hurriedly denied it. Zhang Daixue nodded with some confusion. Why did she always feel that these animals inside her home were a bit uncomplicated? It's like you can understand people. By the way brother, look what happened to the orchid mantis. At this time, Jiang Daishue suddenly raised the half-dead orchid mantis in his hand and spoke. This guy is probably too cold. Just put him on the bed to warm up. Zhang Feng took the orchid mantis and looked at it twice. This mantis lives close to tropical places where the weather is hot all year round, so it may not be acclimatized to the weather on this side of Mte. Taibeek. Okay. Jiang Daishue nodded and went back to his room to place the orchid mantis on the bed. And Zhang Feng in the courtyard also realized at this time that the big black bear family had regained their spirits. Led by big brother Xiong, the family arrived in front of Zhang Feng, expressed his gratitude to Zhang Feng. Ouch. We're leaving, the bear barked. Zhang Feng frowned. Why don't you guys just stay here with me? There isn't much food inside the mountain now. You can't starve and hibernate. Zhang Feng's words made the blind bear family stop in their tracks. The blind bear looked at his family and thought for a moment before nodding his head and agreeing to stay. Zhang Feng immediately smiled. That empty room will be for your family. Just call me if there's anything. Zhang Feng led the blind bear family to the compartment. Let them live as a family. After settling down the blind bear family, Zhang Feng came back to the yard and saw the small animals running all over the yard. Zhang Feng's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Brother, why do you have so many animals? Don't they all want to go home? At this moment, Jiang Daishue walked out from the room and looked at Zhang Feng curiously with a sideways glance. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and said with deep emotion, I just want to give all the animals a home. Am I wrong? Has been transcoding heavily lately? So let's get more motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 156 Brother Panther wants to fulfill his promise. Brother, did anyone say you look like a scumbag now? Jiang Daishue looked at his old brother speechlessly. Goosebumps all over my body. What do you know? Zhang Feng grabbed Jiang Daishue's pilled head. Angry Jiang Daishue stomped her feet. Zhang Feng let out a loud laugh and turned around to carry a recliner out from his room and placed it in the courtyard. With the rabbit in his arms, he leisurely closed his eyes and basked in the sun. However, not a moment later, Zhang Feng suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him. Zhang Feng opened his eyes. Holy, Brother Panther, what are you doing? Zhang Feng was so startled by Brother Panther's large orange eyes near him that he directly stood up from his chair. Ouch! Panther wagged his tail, then kept his eyes on Zhang Feng without moving. Brother Panther, what's wrong with you? Zhang Feng touched the fried rabbit and asked in puzzlement. Panther didn't make a sound. It just raised its head and wagged its tail, staring at Zhang Feng with a deadly stare. Do what? What do you think I'm doing? And Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed by Brother Panther's stare. He already knew what Brother Panther wanted. Definitely wanted full of feed then. But Zhang Feng only had a few dozen packets full of fodder on him. Not that much at all. Brother Panther, didn't we agree to pay in installments? Zhang Feng said with a turn of the brain, but Brother Bao just didn't respond to Zhang Feng. He just kept staring at Zhang Feng with a deadpan stare and didn't move. In the end, Zhang Feng was stared at by Brother Panther and there was really no way out. One can only say helplessly, okay, here you go. But it'll be a month before I can give it to you. If you don't agree, it's gone. Zhang Feng said in a domineering manner. Across the room, Panther wagged his tail, considered it, and thought it was okay. Ouch. Don't lie to me. I'm not the same bean anymore. Brother Panther made it a point to warn Zhang Feng. What's wrong with you? You've gone from being an idiot to being an asshole. Zhang Feng blurted out, then regretted it. And after Brother Panther, who had originally planned to leave, heard this, he froze for a moment and went straight to madness. It's not just jumping around the yard like crazy, and kept looking up to the sky and screaming loudly. This stunned the other critters. It was the first time they had seen such a psychotic leopard brother. Brother, what's wrong with Brother Bao? Jiang Daishue, who heard the commotion, walked out of the room and looked at the maddened Brother Panther in a daze. Might be irritated by something. Zhang Feng said somewhat sheepishly, and Jiang Daishue didn't know what to say. She always had a feeling that these critters inside the house were a bit out of sorts. Even his own oldest brother is a bit of a problem. I'm going to my eldest uncle's house. Are you going or not? Zhang Feng ignored the mad Brother Panther and turned his head to charge Jiang Daishue. Since he had promised Brother Panther to give it so much feed, then it's not an option to not honor your commitment now. But signing in alone won't do it. So Zhang Feng planned to plant fodder grass on a large scale during this time. But if the fodder grass doesn't survive in this weather, then he'll have to build a shed. Go on. I haven't seen my great-aunt in ages. Jiang Daishue immediately jumped up and ran back to her room to change her clothes. And Zhang Feng went to the utility room at this time to load up the already sun-dried Tai-Bai rice, preparing to give it to my great-aunt. Yay! Snowy's back. When did you get home? Look at that. Yuki has become a big girl after not seeing her for a few years. Xiao Shui didn't suffer a lot outside. Right. You said your brother had to take you out for what? It's not like the village can't afford to feed you too. I'll just teach that brat a lesson later. Walking down the road, the village people were happy when they saw Jiang Daishue and Zhang Feng, who was following behind, could only smile bitterly. How is this talk pointing the finger at him? It was only after speaking to the villagers that the two Jiang Feng siblings arrived at Jiang Igwa's house. Yuki's back. The great aunt, who was peeling peanuts in the yard, stood up in surprise. Jiang Igwa, who was tying a broom in the room, also stepped out. Looking at Jiang Daixue, smiles appeared on both of their faces. Come on, come inside and sit down. The eldest aunt went forward and pulled Jiang Daixue into the house, and behind him, Jiang Feng stood there with a dumbfounded look on his face, because no one cares about him anymore. Jiang Feng could only smile bitterly and shook his head as he entered the house himself. Upon entering the house, the great aunt went about her business, getting melons again and pouring water. Looking at Jiang Feng, he envied him straight away. He helplessly squatted on the ground to help Jiang Igwa tie the broom. Uncle, that tractor of yours can plow, right? Jiang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. Just replace the plow and harrow. What? What are you doing? Jiang Igwa raised his head and looked at Jiang Feng. I want to grow something. Jiang Feng smiled. This day had now frozen the land so solid that it was impossible for him to turn the ground alone, so it's only with the help of a tractor. You can toss it if you want. It's not certain if you'll live in this cold. Jiang Igwa didn't say much either. Since Jiang Feng wanted to toss it, let's toss it. There's a time when he'll regret it. Jiang Feng hemmed and hawed and put down the broom in his hand. Come out into the yard and start assembling the tractor for plowing. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Feng and Jiang Daixue stayed at Jiang Igwa's house until they had dinner before going back. And by the time he got back, Jiang Feng had gotten on the tractor. He was going to turn over the backyard tomorrow, plant fodder grass and see if it will survive in this cold weather. Yo, little Feng, you're getting ready to plow. On the way back, Jiang Feng ran into the three grandmasters who were walking to eliminate their food. That's right, third master, I'm going to plow tomorrow. Why don't you come and help me? Jiang Feng said politely. Who would have thought that an old face of the third grandmaster immediately smiled. No problem, I'll leave the plowing to you, third master, and I promise to make it neat and tidy for you. The three Moncler jackets for sale patted their chests and packed their bags. Jiang Feng was speechless when he heard this, regretting very much why he said this. After a few words with the third grandpa, he drove the tractor home with a bitter smile. After returning home, Jiang Feng saw that Brother Bao in the yard had calmed down. However, when Brother Panther saw Jiang Feng, he immediately screamed in aggrieved resignation again. So Jiang Feng went up and touched Brother Panther's head. However, when he remembered what Brother Panther had done these days, Jiang Feng decided to teach Brother Panther a lesson. So Jiang Feng forcefully dragged Brother Panther into the house. A few other critters saw it and followed it into the house. Jiang Feng laughed as soon as he looked at it. Good guy, this is something you guys had to put together yourselves. So Jiang Feng lined up several small animals according to their size. Even Jiang Daixue he didn't spare. Then Jiang Feng stood to the front and cleared his throat as he spoke. Brother Panther, your behavior has crossed the line a bit lately, and you could easily be arrested as a typical case. So I'm going to teach you a lesson. First of all, you have to understand that we're not a black club. We're the good guys, Jiang Feng said loudly. But he didn't expect that just after Jiang Feng finished speaking, Brother Panther stood up and shouted excitedly. Ouch, I'm not human. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 157, Young Giant Panda Yo. I'm a horse. Jiang Feng was speechless by Brother Panther's words. The point is that there's really nothing wrong with what Panther said. Panther people really aren't human. People are animals. Jiang Feng stared at Brother Panther in silence. When did this guy's IQ get so high? While Brother Panther raised his head and looked at Jiang Feng arrogantly. I'm not the bean of old. The Jiang Daixue who was watching this directly covered her mouth and laughed. It was really the first time she had seen such an arrogant money leopard. Donut, all of you get out. Brother Panther, you stay. Jiang Feng spoke in a deep voice at this time. This caused the originally arrogant Panther to freeze for a moment, but soon raised his head indifferently and wagged his tail proudly. I, Brother Panther, am fearless. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jiang Daixue beside him was puzzled. She was just about to open her mouth to ask, but they were pulled out of the door by Donut and Lantern. Boing boing. Let's just peek. Boing boing. That's right. The Donuts and the others walked out the door, but they didn't leave. Instead, they hid outside the door, revealing a small, stacked head looking toward the inside of the room. Jiang Daixue, who was standing next to him, was speechless when he looked at the troop and their so skillful peeking posture. What have these little guys been through? Jiang Feng in the room also didn't care about the donuts and their peeking. He slowly walked towards Panther. Brother Panther, I've actually always practiced a saying, just never BB if you can do it. Jiang Feng sneered. Panther, who was wagging his tail, stopped at once. It doesn't know what it means though, but it knew that Jiang Feng's face was a bit off at this time. It seems to have a murderous aura. Panther couldn't help but take 2 steps back. and Jiang Feng slowly walked up. Brother Panther, I was going to educate you in a gentle way, but in exchange for not caring, so I'm not pretending, I'm showing my cards, I'm going to kick your ass today. Jiang Feng let out a bad smile before rushing forward, and Brother Panther was strangled by Jiang Feng in a dodge. Frightened, Panther looked toward the door. Ouch! Goddess! Help me! Jiang Daishui at the door tried to enter the house when she saw that Bao was about to be punched, but they were stopped by the doughboys. Boing boing! Brother Pao can take a beating. Don't be afraid. Boing boing! Brother Pao looks so handsome even when he's being beaten up. Ouch! I'd like to be that handsome. Meow! You might have a problem. Several little ones conversed in front of Jiang Daishui. Looking at Jiang Daishui, he was dumbfounded. What are these little animals doing? And that's when the battle in the room began. But it didn't last long. Both sides were going back and forth, but it didn't look like a real fight. But it's like playing around. It ended with Panther going soft. Go back and be honest from now on. Jiang Feng stood up to move his muscles and waved his hand and said, ouch. Panther stands up and shakes his head. Then raising his head in disdainful condescension, he turned and tried to leave. But when it saw a couple of little ones peeking out of the doorway, Brother Panther looked stunned. But then the head lifted higher and the tail wagged faster. Walk out the door without looking away. But the look in the eyes of a few little ones at the door still made Panther straight up paralyzed. It turned its head and barked twice at a couple of guys. Ouch! What are you looking at? I've never seen a man get beat up before. Panther twisted his head arrogantly and walked over to the eaves of the room and lay down. A few of the critters at the door were in a daze. When did getting your ass kicked become so justified? Brother, is this how you usually beat up Brother Bao? Jiang Daishui walked into the house at this time and looked at Jiang Feng curiously. It's okay, that guy is resistant to a beating. Jiang Feng waved his hand indifferently. It wasn't like he could really come down hard on Brother Panther. He was just giving the guy a lesson. Okay. Jiang Daishui beamed and didn't know what to say. Why did she feel that these little animals were no different from people? All she knows is that dogs have a very high IQ. But since when do other animals have such high IQs? After dealing with Brother Panther over here, Jiang Feng went back to his room and took out a few bags of feed out, distributed to a few critters. Of course, the big black bear family had a little more substantial food. After all, this one is a bit too numerous to eat. Oh yeah, almost forgot the spotted turtle. Jiang Feng suddenly slapped his head and laughed bitterly. He seems to have forgotten to feed the spotted turtle today. Jiang Feng hurriedly carried the small half bag of feed to the side of the small pond. Yuan, eggs, it's time to eat. Jiang Feng called out the two spotted turtles, then crouched down next to them and feed them feed. Ding, 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 ding. At this time, a text message came up on Jiang Feng's cell phone. That matter has been discussed within the bureau. I think you have a good idea. The specifics will wait for 2 days before I go to discuss with you. Looking at the text message on the screen, Jiang Feng smiled. If nothing else, Panther and the others may be on the verge of being recognized by the Forest Service for what they are. It's no longer black, because he wanted Panther and these animals to form a guard of honor inside the mountain. With the addition of this group of animals, he felt that there could be a lot less poaching inside the mountains. So, if things go well, Panther and the others are soon to be collected. Boing boing, I'm coming too. Just then, Donut came running towards the side of the small pond with a large bag of feed, wanted to feed the spotted turtle with Jiang Feng. However, Tuanzi had only run to Jiang Feng's side when he accidentally fell and crashed into Jiang Feng's body. Look out! Jiang Feng hurriedly dropped the half bag of feed to reach out and hug the donut, and the bag full of feed in the donut's paws fell into the water at this point. You said, what are you running so fast for? Jiang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's head helplessly. Boing boing, feed! Tuanzi pointed at the pond and raised his head to look at Jiang Feng accusingly. Behave, we don't want this feed. Jiang Feng stroked Tuanzi's head. Boing boing, feed! Tuan shook his head and pointed at the pond very stubbornly. Jiang Feng could only sigh helplessly, take off his heavy jacket, and then jumped into the small pond. The two spotted turtles were so scared that they rushed to shore. This pond was deeper when he first dug it. Otherwise he could have reached out on the shore and fished the feed up. I'll be damned. This water needs to be changed. It's filthy, Jiang Feng said in disgust after jumping down. This small pond is a stagnant pool in which the spotted turtle eats, drinks and sleeps. So this pond water has gotten a little cloudy over time. And Jiang Daishui at the doorway sighed straight away when she saw it. Why did she feel like her oldest brother was spoiling the donut so much? Soon, Jiang Feng felt for the feed bag underwater. He didn't just bring the feeder right away, though, but planned to tease the donut a bit. So Jiang Feng touched a few pebbles up from underwater and lifted them up to look at the donut and said, Young panda yo, is this the rock you dropped? Boing boing, someone else dropped it. Donut grinned and nodded excitedly. Jiang Feng, you stepped on the horse does not follow the routine. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately, so we're more motivated to update faster. so please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you for your time. Chapter 158, The Identity of the Three Grand Masters. Zhang Feng stood in the cold water, looking at the group that was grinning happily, was silent for a moment. He never thought that he would actually be dumbfounded by the group one day. It is said that a messy fist kills a master. Zhang Feng was really appreciating it now. There's nothing humane about this punch from Tuan. He was helpless when he ran into such an unorthodox troop. Brother, why don't you come up here? The water is cold. Zhang Daixue ran over at this time, anxiously looking at Zhang Feng in the water. It's easy to freeze and catch cold when you go into the water in such cold weather. Zhang Feng inside the water, on the other hand, had a disinterested look on his face. After all, his physical fitness had improved a lot. Other people can still winterize when they're 50 or 60. He can't even be worse than those old men. Nah, donut, this is the rock you dropped. It's all yours. Don't be polite. Zhang Feng shoved a handful of all the stones he had fished out into Tuanzi's arms, then turned around and fished out the soaked feed. Carrying it, he went ashore. Brother, you are really not afraid of the cold. Zhang Daixue hurriedly draped her clothes over Zhang Feng's body. Tell him to hurry inside and warm up. And that's when the group on the shore was dumbfounded. It looked at the stone in its arms, and then think about the feed in Zhang Feng's hand. There was a moment of reluctance. Boing boing. The group immediately threw the stone. Taking his short legs, he ran to the room and came up and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh without letting go. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng, who had changed his clothes, looked at the playful Tuanzi with a smile on his face. Boing boing. People's fodder. Tuanzi lifted her head and looked at Zhang Feng with an aggrieved face. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, what feed? Wasn't it a rock you just dropped? Where's the feed? At that, the group's small eyes froze for a moment. Then he frantically kept hitting Zhang Feng with his own little head. Boing boing. People's fodder. The donut wooed up in discontent. Zhang Feng squatted down and knocked on Tuanzi's little head. Donut, you're just being a trickster. Not a good honest boy. Boing boing. I'm a good bear. Tuanzi rubbed against Zhang Feng again. Okay, count your blessings. Here you go. Zhang Feng was helplessly pestered by the donut and could only throw the soaked feed to the donut. The group immediately left, happily clutching their feed. Zhang Feng sighed as he watched. There was nothing he could do when he ran into such a rogue little guy. The time came late at night. Zhang Feng was lying alone on the bed after herding Tuanzi and the others to his sister's side. Suddenly there's a bit of insomnia. The Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days. He suddenly realized he hadn't bought any mooncakes or anything. But once you think about the 5-kernel mooncakes you used to eat as a kid, Zhang Feng shivered straight away and thought it was better to forget about it. Having a Mid-Autumn Festival is the same with or without mooncakes. After contemplating for a long time, Zhang Feng fell asleep in a daze. But he felt as if he had just fallen asleep for a moment before he was disoriented and heard a knock on the door outside. So he snapped his eyes open. Holy, it's dawn. Zhang Feng was a bit confused seeing the bright light outside the window. It was a night he didn't feel like sleeping or not. Ah Feng, open the door. Once again there was a thumping on the door outside. Zhang Feng rubbed his eyes and hurriedly got up to open the door. Who's this interrupting his sleep early in the morning? However, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he opened the door and saw the heavily armed 3 grandmasters outside. Three grandmasters, why are you getting up so early? Zhang Feng said with a yawn. What time is it? A day's work is a day's work, don't you know? Hurry up and give me the keys to the tractor. I'm going to plow the field. The 3rd master glared at Zhang Feng. For a while, Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. Good lord, how much the 3rd master loves to garden. Up so early. However, Zhang Feng thought for a second that it was normal. After all, the 3rd master has farmed all his life. And in the last century, 3 Moncler outlet store Young has won the province's top 10 model grain grower title. If it wasn't for the small Dragon Gate village limiting the development of the 3 great masters, it is estimated that the 3 grand masters can get the title of the standard bearer of grain growing in the whole country of China. What are you boys waiting for? Give me the keys. The 3rd master walked to the side of the tractor and glared at Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng immediately laughed bitterly and went back to his room to get the key for the 3rd master. But when it says key, it's really a Z-crank starter. Hand cranking is required to start the tractor. While handing the shaker over to the 3rd master, Zhang Feng also asked with great uneasiness, 3 grand masters, you this driving a tractor plow no problem right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng's words immediately drew the displeasure of the 3 great masters. Who are you looking down on, you kid? Let's see your 3rd master show you his hand. With that, the 3rd oldest started the tractor with the crank, then skillfully sat up and drove the tractor. That movement was actually much more skillful than Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by what he saw. True to form, the 3 grand masters. That's really good farming with that skill. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, then jerked his head again. 3rd master, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. It's to plow behind my house. Jiang Feng jogged all the way and hurriedly caught up with the three great masters. Explain it again to the third master. The third master immediately glared at Jiang Feng before turning around and driving the tractor to the vegetable field. And Jiang Feng's side wasn't idle either. He went back to his room to get all the feed seeds he had accumulated, then came to the back, ready to plant it when the three masters had finished plowing. Who knew that the third master was looking at Jiang Feng in disgust? The seeds were then poured into a rectangular metal box in the back of the tractor. This planted the seed while plowing. This was a lot less work than Jiang Feng growing his own. Jiang Feng stood on the ground, blown by the bitterly cold wind. Giggling, I watched the third grandpa driving the tractor and working in the field. He suddenly felt as if he was in the farming aspect, totally outclassed by the three majors. Jiang Feng was struck down by the three great masters. Soon, the half-acre vegetable plot took the three Moncler outlet store adults less than an hour to plow and plant the seeds. After bringing the tractor to a stop, the third oldest walked down shaking his head straight and sighing. It's not fun. It's not fun. The third master sighed straight away. He thought Jiang Feng had asked him to plow a few acres of land. I didn't realize it was just the half acre. He had just warmed up and it was already over. The three grandmasters were exasperated, and looking at the three great masters who were shaking their heads straight, Jiang Feng was speechless. He also didn't expect the third master to be so fast. It seems that the third grand master has really gotten into trouble with the plow in his life. I'll leave you to it. Remember to yell at me next time this happens. Old, out of shape, slow, ugh. The third master shook his head and left behind his hand. Jiang Feng had originally wanted to keep the third grand master for a meal, but the third master left without a care in the world. And at that moment, Jiang Feng looked at the back of the three great masters as they left, and suddenly had a bright idea. Third master, can you get a vegetable shed? Recently, the transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 159, Never Search. After hearing Jiang Feng's voice, the three grandmasters who were walking in front of him stopped at once. This kid, if you have this job, don't tell me earlier. Are the things ready? Let's do it. The three Moncler jackets returned to fist pump. Upon hearing that there was work to be done, the third grandpa was more excited than anyone else. Jiang Feng looked at the excited third master but smiled bitterly and said with some embarrassment, something I haven't prepared yet. What are you talking about if you're not ready? Hurry up and get ready. I'll be over in a couple days to check. The three grandmasters were blowing their beards at Jiang Feng, then turned again and walked away humming a little song. Jiang Feng cried and laughed this time as he looked at the back of the third grandmaster. Nice guy. This is his hoop shed. The three grandmasters actually turned against the guest. Jiang Feng sighed then returned to the courtyard. Brother, the third master is gone. At this time Jiang Daixue came out from the kitchen with a spatula in hand and asked, well, go away and don't have to cook for the third master. Jiang Feng comfortably lay down in the yard. It's just good to have my sister back. No need for him to cook. After lunch, Jiang Feng lay down in the yard to bask in the sun. Open the live feed by the way. Coming. Yesterday the National Day anchor cannot live. Oh, great. I can be wide-eyed with the anchor again. This live room is a bit odd. What the hell? I actually saw a woman in the yard. Is this the anchor's sister? Some sharp-eyed people in the live broadcast room spotted Jiang Daixue in the courtyard. Jiang Feng smiled at this time and said in the live broadcast, this is my sister. She's coming back for a few days on National Day vacation. Jiang Feng introduced Jiang Daixue who was next to him to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Jiang Daixue immediately and sheepishly blocked her face with the rabbit in her arms. Looking at Jiang Daixue who didn't want to appear on camera, Jiang Feng then shifted the camera to the other side. It made netizens cry out in regret. Old Jiang, you're immoral. Why didn't you tell me your sister was so beautiful? Hello, brother-in-law. Upstairs bunch of SP. Watch your mouth upstairs. I'm a SP but I'm not old. The live feed was filled with laughter, but it didn't take long for the broadcast to fall back into the middle of silence, because the big guys don't know what to talk about. Even Jiang Feng didn't know how to interact with the netizens. After a moment of silence, Jiang Feng said, tell you what, I'll connect to a random fan later. You can ask me anything about animals or plants. This one could coincide with a very rare animal I have around. Anchor, single dog you know. Anchor picks me. You have to pick me. Are you sure you know everything? Jiang Feng had just finished speaking, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were enthusiastic. No matter what, Jiang Feng finally interacted in the live broadcast. So get yourselves ready. I'm going to randomly select the lucky audience now. Jiang Feng smiled and opened the auxiliary software of the live broadcast. Prepare to draw a lucky audience member out at random. Okay, the first lucky viewer is out. Let's see. Jiang Feng's words hadn't even been spoken when the movement in his hand that was preparing to connect to the live broadcast stopped, because this netizen's name is so odd. I'm your son. The netizens in the live broadcast room directly laughed at this point. Ha ha, This netizen is a talent. Anchor, don't be a wimp. Read out the name. What a talent. Taking advantage of this, Zhang Feng didn't know what to say when he looked at this netizen. This guy's screen name is so possessive. Solely Zhang Feng directly skipped his screen name and connected with the other party. Hello, what's your name? Zhang Feng looked at the square-faced middle-aged man in front of the camera and asked. Hello Anchor, my last name is Tao Tai. I just want to ask if this is an earthworm or a snake. The middle-aged man was wearing a red helmet and appeared to be at a construction site. Zhang Feng and the netizens froze when they heard this surname. Good lord, that's a rare last name. However, the netizens haven't had a chance to marvel at this netizen's last name. The live feed then showed images that they will never forget. A worm-like pink creature was seen crawling on the ground. The point is that the front half of this guy's body actually has 2 legs. Everyone was confused when they saw this. What the hell is this? A worm or a snake? This can't be a dragon. Your dragon is so ugly. Zhang Feng, see? That's the one who's here to cause trouble. Anchor, you know what this animal is. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to reveal his snow-white teeth and said. It seemed to feel that he had embarrassed Zhang Feng. Brother, what kind of animal is this? Next to him, Zhang Daishui also came forward and looked at the live creature. He was so disgusted. And Zhang Feng smiled and spoke. You should be in North America's MO now. This creature you speak of is called a mole lizard. When these words came out, the netizens in the broadcast room were once again confused. What? What did you just say? He just said I'm your father. Upstairs. Get your ass down here. I'll fight you. How is it that I don't recognize this combination of mole lizards together? I thought it was a newt. How do you know? The middle-aged man on the other end was dumbfounded. This creature could be very, very rare. If he hadn't come over here to work, he didn't know there were such creatures either. You'll know it when you see more. The Chinese name for this thing is five-toed bipedal earthworm lizard, burrowing animal. And one more thing, people should never search for high-definition close-up pictures of it. After saying that, Zhang Feng took the initiative to cut off the video. Anchor, you didn't say so earlier. I've already searched for it. It's so good. Everyone must check it out. That's right. I just went searching too. This thing is so cute. Everyone, go search. Don't ever go searching. The 2 upstairs are liars. It's better to have fun alone than with others. Let's all take a look. Many of the netizens in the live stream frantically trolled the creature. And next to him, Zhang Daishui suddenly ran away at this time. Zhang Feng knew at a glance that she must have searched for mole lizards. Here, have the next one. Zhang Feng was afraid that the netizens would have a shadow in their hearts. Hurry up and connect to the next network. And this time the connection is much more normal. The screen name is Happy Family. The connection went over to a middle-aged older woman. I saw this older woman with a sun hat on her head and a flower in her hand, beautifully looking at the camera. And Zhang Feng's sharp eyes noticed at this time that there were still quite a few wounds on this big mom's hands. This made Zhang Feng frown. Anchor. The older woman in front of the camera just tried to speak. However, Zhang Feng was the one who directly spoke up and interrupted the big mom's words. This netizen, if there's a tree next to you, just lie down. The body cools faster this way. Probably just 2 chapters today. And 1 more if I'm busy tonight. We've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 160, open the door. Tuanzi is here. Why do you say that? That's inexplicable on the part of the anchor. I'd like to kick your ass for saying that. As soon as Zhang Feng's words came out, netizens hit the public screen with question marks. Everyone didn't know what Zhang Feng meant by that. And the older woman in front of the camera wasn't fazed. After all, when you're old, that's the last thing you want to hear. Young man, don't scare Big Mama, or I'll really lie down. Big Mom said with a tiger's face. Make a gesture to also lie on the ground. The crowd on the air laughed out loud at the sound of it. Auntie, I advise you to hurry up and throw away that flower in your hand. Do you feel a burning, tingling sensation in your hands now? And it's even a little hard to breathe. If you don't throw it, or you'll be, in less than half a day. Zhang Feng shook his head inside. The older woman's face changed dramatically when she heard this and looked at the flowers in her hands. Then in a huff, he threw the flower in his hand. Boy, you say I won't be in any trouble now. I won't die. The older woman spoke with a sobbing voice. It was because all of those symptoms that Zhang Feng had just said had appeared in her. At the same time, this took the live streamers by surprise. Holy, what the hell is going on? Isn't that lentil flower in the ant's hand? It's not a lentil flower. It looks quite like tall fritillary grass to me. No way. Is this flower poisonous? Upstairs, you have a 2 gigabit internet connection. Seeing the flustered Amma, Zhang Feng couldn't help but take a breath. This sigh was a big hit with Big Mom. Young man, if you have something to say, what are you sighing for? Is this flower poisonous or not? Big Mama was so scared she almost cried. Auntie, don't worry. Recall if the wound on your hand ever touched this flower. Zhang Feng said seriously. No, absolutely not. I picked it with my gloves on and only removed them afterward, Big Mom said in a rush. Then it's okay, it's not too late. You should hurry up and clean it with water now, and then go to the hospital immediately, without any delay at all. Zhang Feng hung up the live link after saying that. Tell the older woman to hurry to the hospital. If she's any later it might actually be too late. Ouch. Really anxious me. What the hell is this flower? Anchor, if you don't tell me I'll come to your house to find you. That older woman should be traveling in Europa, so the flower would be a boat-shaped aconite. Alas, what's a boat-shaped acorn? This friend is right. This is indeed the boat-shaped aconite, which is mainly found in Europa, and the thing is poisonous all over. Zhang Feng glanced at the pop-up screen then spoke. If you categorize poisons into 6 grades, the root of the boat-shaped aconite can reach the highest grade of 6, and the stuff can be mixed into food. It can kill without being seen, and is a necessary medicine for harming people. I'll go. It's time for the anchor to joke around. I looked it up and this stuff is poison for death row inmates. That Big Mom scared me so much that I won't dare to pick flowers in the future. The netizens in the livestream couldn't help but worry at this point, and Zhang Feng said at this time, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. The toxin that Big Mom touched shouldn't be much. It'll be fine if it's treated in time. That's why people must not try to touch brightly colored things they run into in the wild in the future. Zhang Feng gave the netizens a piece of advice. Indeed, it's like mushrooms in our cloud province. Che, I'll even try it. It's a good thing this thing isn't in our country, or it could kill a lot of people. Zhang Feng laughed at this time after seeing the pop-up screen. Boat-shaped aconite is mainly found in foreign countries though, but there is also a small distribution in the domestic province of Chuan. So, Zhang Feng's words made many people shudder. Anyone who doesn't know that they've run into this thing is really going to die without knowing how. Come on. Anyone else who wants to link up, go ahead. Zhang Feng continued to ask at this time, wanting to connect to the next netizen. Instead, the netizens in front of the screen in their hands shook their heads, indicating that he didn't want to connect with Zhang Feng, because it could be another life. You guys hurry up and connect with the anchor. I don't connect. I'm scared. Me too. Anchor, you'd better play by yourself. What are you guys afraid of? Even if something is really wrong and I find out, you know how you die before you die. Zhang Feng said with a smile. If you won't initiate, then I will. Now I'm going to pick a lucky fan at random, so get ready. Don't come any closer, or I'll report you to the police. 10,000 people writing in blood, kneeling down and begging for the anchor to be blocked. Lao Jiang, you've changed. You're no longer the same air dog you once were. I'll go straight down the line. I'll die on the spot if you call this a lucky fan. Zhang Feng's words startled the netizens in the live broadcast room. Seeing the reaction of the netizens, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh at this time. Okay, no teasing you guys. Zhang Feng didn't really connect to the net. Instead, he made small talk with his online friends. But just then, Tuanzi suddenly ran back from outside with his 3 minions, then straight to the kitchen. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng shouted as he reclined on his chair. But a few little ones didn't talk to Zhang Feng. Instead they ran to the kitchen, and one little one got a bowl out. These bowls are alloy and not too heavy. It was specially customized by Zhang Feng for Tuanzi and the others. And that's when the gnocchi clutched the bowl tightly with the lantern's paws. The little black tiger and the rabbit were carrying bowls in their mouths. The 4 little ones ran out the door without looking back. Frightened, Zhang Feng directly stood up from his recliner and followed him out. Donut, what are you doing? Zhang Feng asked from the doorway. However, the 4 little guys didn't pay any attention to Zhang Feng and ran towards the village. The donut's mouth kept wooing the whole way. It seemed to be humming a little tune like it was having a good time. What's wrong with them? I feel like they're going to a banquet. Whose food is it? Anchor rushes to follow up and see. Zhang Feng was as puzzled as the netizens. I wonder what these 4 little guys are up to. But still, he hurried to follow. And at that moment the 4 little ones were turning left and right in the village as if they were going to find someone. These guys, the village route is better mapped out than I am. Zhang Feng quietly followed the few little ones. Soon, Tuanzi and Yuan Xiao they walked and finally stopped in front of the door of a house. Zhang Feng fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this his great-grandfather's house? What are these guys doing here? Zhang Feng was puzzled and was about to go up and ask. The group put down their own bowls at this point, walked up to the gate and held out his paw. Grinning from ear to ear, he thumped on the door. Boing boing, open the door. Here comes the adorable donut. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 161, I have to support my family. Boing boing, open the door. The group thumped on the door. For a moment everyone was confused by the actions of these little creatures. We're here to beg for food. Anchor, are you starving the donuts? They are. Good lord. This is the first time I've seen an animal come to my door with a bowl asking for food. Can't live without laughing. These critters are too cute. How could I possibly be hungry for donuts? Who knows what these little guys are stimulated by? Zhang Feng bitterly laughed and said in the live broadcast. He was going to go up to the group and ask them what they were doing, but it was stopped by Netflix. Anchor, don't go. The troop must not know you're behind them yet. Impossible. With this nose of little black tiger, he can smell what flavor of you're pulling from a long distance away. Upstairs, get lost. Will you? I'm eating. Wait and see what the donuts and the others want to do first. Zhang Feng listened to the advice of the netizens and didn't step forward immediately. Instead, he hid back and observed the little ones. Boing boing. Open the door. The donut was still knocking on the door. The gate, however, did not open, and step by step the group lost patience. Boing boing. If you don't open the door, the troop will rush in. The donut stopped what it was doing and wailed at the gate. Ouch. Boss, let me go. The little black tiger behind him couldn't wait. Zhang Feng was listening at the back with his head full of black lines. These little guys have become bandits entering the village. And just as Zhang Feng wanted to go forward, the door suddenly opened. The great-grandfather on his crutches came out trembling. Yikes! Who's this? Wearing old-fashioned glasses, Grandpa Tai looked down with wide eyes at the gnocchi and the lantern. Boing boing! It's a dumpling! Tuanzi held his head high, his little eyes shining brightly as he looked at Grandpa Tai. Grandpa Tai burst out laughing. This little guy is so cute. Boing boing! Food! Donut ran back at this point and brought his bowl over. Hold it up high and look at Grandpa Tai. So did the other three little ones? The four little ones lined up, their little eyes looking eagerly at Grandpa Tai. Yikes! Here comes the little barker. You guys wait, I'll go get it for you. Grandpa Tai stretched and bent over, touching the donut, then turned on his crutches and went back inside to get his things. And the four little ones sat obediently in the doorway. No arguing or fussing. I can't stand it anymore. I want the donuts to come to my house and ask for food. This idea upstairs is unrealistic. In fact, you can go to the group's house and ask for food. I'd like to know why they're begging for food. Netizens were adored by a few little ones. It's the first time they've seen such a cute way to ask for food. Soon, Grandpa Tai came out on his crutches. There was also a bag of bread slipped into his hand. Tuanzi and the others immediately shook their bodies in excitement after seeing it. Take it easy on all of it. All of it, all of it. Grandpa Tai laughed heartily. It was the biggest laugh he'd had in decades. These little guys can be a lot more fun than people. Grandpa Tai came to the door and opened the bag. Trembling, he pulled out a couple of small packets of bread and placed them in the donuts bowl. Boing boing. Donuts not so much. Donut shook his head. Little dumpling is so greedy. Then great-grandpa will get you a few more. But Grandpa Tai couldn't understand what Tuanzi was saying and smiled as he took out a few more and put them in Tuanzi's bowl. This made the group scream even more anxiously. Grandpa Tai looked at the donut with some confusion. I don't know what's wrong with the donut. Is it because it doesn't like the bread? And at that moment, the lantern next to him couldn't look away. Going up to the group, he took out the small bread inside the bowl of the group and distributed it to the little black tiger in them. It was then that the group grinned contentedly. Grandpa Tai laughed along with him as he watched. Ha ha, your name is Yuan. Lantern right, or you are smart. Grandpa Tai touched Lantern's head. Lantern narrowed her eyes and smiled. After begging for food, the group took their bowls, turned around and tried to leave, but it was stopped by Great-Grandpa. Don't go yet, Donut. You can't just leave after asking for my family's food. Why don't you put on a show for me? Grandpa Tai said and reminisced. Thinking back to when I was young, this great-grandfather also seems to be wonderful. Duanzi, I'll make you a lotus flower piece. I think you're giving me a hard time. Fat tiger. I'm going to die laughing on the air sooner or later. The netizens went crazy with laughter at the words of the great-grandfather. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to see what Tuanzi would do. And Tuanzi was looking at Grandpa Tai at this time with his little head held high. Boing boing. I'll break my chest. Ouch. Boss, let's run. Meow. I don't think that's a good idea. Grandpa Tai's words made it difficult for a few of the little ones, and the donut made a gesture to actually perform a chest-breaking act for Grandpa Tai. In fact, it's been wanting to perform for a long time, but Zhang Feng hadn't let it perform. It's really pissing off this bear. However, Lantern stopped Tuanzi at this time. Then he put down the bowl in his own paw. It flipped awkwardly on the ground. Then he looked up at Grandpa. Well, Lantern, you're good. The grandpa at the door immediately smiled and complimented the lantern. A few other critters saw this and followed the lantern's example of somersaulting on the ground. The only one of them that was extremely reluctant was the donut, because it still wants to perform its stunts. Boing boing, let's go. After the talent show, a few of the little ones left. Only the donut was still craning his head fondly to look at Grandpa Tai. Grandpa Tai thought the group couldn't leave, but how was he to know that the donut was thinking of performing its stunt? After leaving Tai Grandpa's house, Zhang Feng thought that Tuanzi and the others would go home. I didn't realize that the donuts they didn't go back, but knocked on another door. When the person walks out, Tuan went up with a couple of his minions and flipped a heel. Took the villagers by surprise, but the villagers laughed when they saw it was a donut. Then he went inside and got a little snack out and put it in the group's bowl. After getting their food, the group was satisfied and they rushed to the next house. Haha, donut, they're so cute. Do you remember what the group said when they first arrived? I don't know what that means. Donut wants to raise an anchor. Good lord. Someone's actually eating an animal's soft food these days. There was a lot of laughter in the live room. Jiang Feng had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't know what these little guys were up to. There's food in the house and they're hungry. Hey, Donut, what are you doing there? At this time, all the way begging, four little guys ran into the eldest brother Jiang Igua. Jiang Igua looked at the several little ones in disbelief, and the donut held his bowl aloft. Boing boing, people have to support their families. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 162, I'm asking you. Dabu couldn't understand what Tuan said, but he sort of saw it. These little guys are asking for food. You are asking for food, the eldest asked in surprise. Boing boing. Yeah. A few of the little ones nodded. The joy in his little eyes could not be suppressed. But who knew that the eldest was a glowering eyes? This is not nonsense. Why don't you go to my house? Jiang Igua's made the crowd in the live broadcast room burst out laughing again. They thought Jiang Igua would reprimand the troop. I didn't realize it was jealousy. I really didn't expect the people in this village to be so loving. I want to cry. Why is such a cute panda not my family? Even if it's my village's, it's okay. Anchor, do you still need a boyfriend? Zhang Feng's stomach hurt from laughing even as he hid in the corner. He'd never seen his eldest have such a sweet side. Boing boing. I'll be right there. Ouch. Yeah, I'm gonna rob your house later. Meow. Woo. You hold your tongue. After several little ones greeted Jiang Igua, they immediately turned around to knock on the door of the next house. Jiang Igua couldn't rest assured and followed closely behind a few little ones, and so a magical scene unfolded in the village. Jiang Igua gave the donut them a knock on the door. Tuanzi and the others came out and immediately turned on their heels, then asked for food. A set of processes down in one fell swoop. The people of the village who were watching ran out to gather around, and those villagers who hadn't asked for the donuts yet had stood guard at the door with their snacks early, waiting for the donuts to come to their door. And the donuts, they walked to the third master's house. A few little ones won't fit in their bowls, so the third grandpa went inside and got some plastic bags for a couple of the little guys. It hung around the necks of the donuts and the others. With that, the donuts and the others moved on to the next house. Jiang Feng had originally wanted to go up and stop Tuanzi and the others at this time, but Jiang Daishua suddenly called Jiang Feng, said it was a house guest. Jiang Feng looked up at Tuanzi and the others, thinking that nothing could go wrong. Just get ready to turn off the live feed and take a trip home. But the netizens are having none of it. Old Jiang, you go your way, but you can't keep us from seeing the troop. That's it. I want to see the donut. I want to see the donut. Someone else on the main broadcast is helping you live, so go back. Over the protests of the netizens, Jiang Feng had to let the camera of the live broadcast continue to follow the donut them, and he himself went home. The village understood when they saw the camera. Jiang Feng must be on the air right now. I just don't know where this kid has gone. Over here. Jiang Feng soon returned home, met the guest my sister was talking about. It's you, Goldilocks. Jiang Feng looked at the two golden monkeys, a large and a small one, in the yard with a surprised face. The big golden monkey sat on the ground and nibbled on the carrot that Jiang Daishue had given it. The little golden monkey, on the other hand, is jumping around, very dishonest. Brother, you're back. Where are the donuts? Jiang Daishue, who was teasing the little golden monkey, got up and asked. They are asking for food. When did these two monkeys come? Jiang Feng asked as he touched the little golden monkey that leapt into his arms. He didn't expect this little golden monkey to remember him. It was very close to him. They just got here, but they seem to have brought you a present back. Jiang Daishue pointed to the two small sections of thick bamboo next to the recliner and said, Bamboo. Jiang Feng was stunned in his heart. How did the golden monkey know he wanted to taste the bamboo? Is my secret out? Brother, this looks like monkey wine. At this moment, Jiang Daishue spoke out and interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. Jiang Feng's face was delighted. Hastily, he walked over to the bamboo and picked it up, only to find that it was a humble bamboo tube. Jiang Feng shook the bamboo tube and looked inside. Inside, the aroma of fruit wine emanated from it. It's pure monkey wine. You made this wine? Jiang Feng asked in surprise. Monkey wine is, as the name suggests, naturally fermented by monkeys using those fruits piled on top of each other. But it's very difficult to drink real monkey wine, because it's rare, it doesn't brew well, and it doesn't keep well. That's why all these monkeys on the market selling monkey wine. It's all artificially brewed and not even considered monkey wine. Kirikou, The big golden monkey nibbled on the carrot in his hand and nodded. So do you have any more? I'll trade you feed for it. Jiang Feng immediately said. This is pure monkey wine, and I don't know when I'll run into it next. So Jiang Feng still wanted to get more. Kirikou, that's it. The great golden monkey pointed at the 2 bamboo tubes in Jiang Feng's hands. That's all the monkey wine there is in the herd, and it's already brought it all over. Okay. Jiang Feng sighed regretfully, and that's when Jiang Daishue suddenly spoke quietly. Brother, you could raise a few monkeys to make you wine. Jiang Daishue smiled cheekily. Jiang Feng looked stunned and reached out to scratch Jiang Daishue's pilled head. You can. You've got a smart brain from college. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Brother, you're messing up people's hair again. Ignore you. Jiang Daishue hammered Jiang Feng twice in anger, then ran back to the house to comb her hair. Jiang Feng smiled and said to the great golden monkey, you sit in the courtyard for a while. I'll put up the wine. With that, Jiang Feng took the 2 bamboo tubes and went into the house. Over here, the donuts and their journey of asking for food continues. Basically it's knocked on every gate in the village. Each little guy had a bag full of snacks hanging from the top of his neck. In the end, the little black tiger and the rabbit's neck just couldn't hang anymore. It was only possible for Jiang Igua to lend a hand and help a little. And that's when the donuts and the others arrived at the last house. Jiang Igua's home. Son of a, get something out here. We've got a couple of little screamers in the house. Jiang Igua shouted before he even entered the house. What a beggar. A beggar can still come to us. Chen Yanjing, the eldest aunt, walked out of the room. It's just these little screamers. Jiang Igua pointed to a few little ones at the door. Boing boing. Donut to rob. The donut called out. Chen Yanjing laughed as soon as he took a look at the donut, then rushed back inside to get something for a couple of the little ones. After asking for the eldest uncle's house, the donuts and the others were ready to go back. And on the home side, Jiang Feng left the 2 golden monkeys behind. Certainly not for them to help make their own wine. Instead, let them go back after the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's about time for the donuts and the others to come back. After Jiang Feng settled down the golden monkeys, he thought of going to look for Tuanzi and the others. But I didn't expect Donut to come wailing in through the front door at this point. Donut, where's your bowl? Jiang Feng looked at the empty donut and asked. This guy didn't lose his bowl by asking for food. Then this can't even be a beggar. Tuanzi, however, cocked her head at this time and looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. Boing boing. I'm asking you, are you going around telling people that they want to support you? Recently, the code has been transferred severely, so that we can be more motivated to update faster. So please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 163, go ahead. Beat me to death. No. Jiang Feng directly denied it. It's a joke. He can admit he's an animal lover. Absolutely not. Boing boing. You can't say that. When Tuanzi saw that Jiang Feng didn't admit it, he immediately became anxious. Rubbing his head against Jiang Feng looked at him very aggressively. Amount. Jiang Feng was speechless. He didn't know what this little guy wanted. But look at the aggrieved little eyes of the group. Jiang Feng still nodded helplessly. Yes, I want Tuanzi to raise me. Boing boing. I knew it. The group was immediately happy. Then the little claws tugged on Jiang Feng's clothes and pulled Jiang Feng towards the outside. What are you going to do, Donut? Jiang Feng asked. Boing boing. Look. Tuanzi pulled Jiang Feng to the gate, pointing to the pile of snacks by the door. He happily called out. The other 3 little guys also looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. This is all you got? Jiang Feng asked in surprise. Boing boing. It's all theirs. The group nodded excitedly. I'm so envious of the anchor. I don't have to work to have an animal to feed. Eating animal soft food has been the first for anchors throughout the ages. Looking at my family's era, I sighed very helplessly. Anchor, are you slagging off animals? Look at the white fox next to you. Haha, it's still true. The netizens spotted the white fox crouching on the other side. White fox looked at Jiang Feng's side in aggravation. Why don't they just take it and play with it? Ha ha ha, it's a real deal. The anchor is wrapped up in an animal. Anchor, your wife ran away. I don't know if animals are allowed to become sperm. Don't you know animals aren't allowed to become sperm? Dumpling, from now on, please call me the little beggar. Jiang Feng squatted down and looked at the little guys speechlessly. There's food in the house. What are you guys going to ask for stuff for? Jiang Feng knocked on the little heads of a few little ones. Boing boing. It says so on that thing. Tuanzi's little paw reached out and pointed at Jiang Feng's cell phone. Jiang Feng was instantly confused. It says so on the phone. What does it say on the phone? Why doesn't he know? And at that moment, Jiang Daishue walked out. They burst out laughing when they saw the group and the snacks they were asking for. Brother, the group must have learned this on their cell phones. Jiang Daishue said with a smile. What did you show them? Jiang Feng asked with some doubt. What are these little guys looking at? They're actually asking for food. I was watching the movie Sue Beggar yesterday and they came up on their own and had to see it, and I had to explain the plot to it. Jiang Daishue said breathlessly, only she hadn't expected the donuts and the others to actually go ahead and mimic it. Looks like this little guy really understands people. And Zhang Feng's face went bad when he heard it. Good man, you're too good not to learn this right. Zhang Feng picked up the group next to him with one hand. A few light slaps to the group's ass. Not learning, are you? Next time you do that, see if I don't beat you up. Finished. The anchor is going to start hitting the pandas. This is the legendary bear child, isn't it? True bear child. I don't think I can do without some education. Anchor don't. Dumpling is so cute. How can you hit dumpling with your hand? You need to use a stick. Listen to me. Do people talk? Boing boing. The group that was originally smiling was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? It's actually getting beat up. That's not the right script. And the few little ones next to him saw Zhang Feng beating up the donut. Immediately, he put down his snacks and hid behind Jiang Daishue, showing a little head very unrighteously. He watched the group get beaten up. Brother, what are you doing hitting the donut? At the doorway, River Belt Snow came up and pulled the group away. Boing boing. He's bad. Tuanzi pointed at Zhang Feng and looked at Jiang Daishue accusingly. Tuanzi, watch me avenge you. Jiang Daishue stepped forward and patted Zhang Feng a few times, so the group immediately grinned again. Boing boing. No more food for the bad guys. Tuanzi got down from Jiang Daishue's arms and slowly put away all his snacks, then waddled toward the yard. He even grunted as he passed in front of Zhang Feng. He didn't even look at Zhang Feng. And angry, next time I'll hit you again like this, Zhang Feng said threateningly from behind, and the group that was about to enter stopped. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Feng twice, just when the crowd thought the group was going to be pouting. Who knew the donut had simply thrown all the snacks he had asked for on the floor? Then he ran to Zhang Feng's front and directly lay on the ground with all four of them facing the sky. Boing boing. You fight. You're going to beat me to death today. Donut lifted his head and pointed at himself with his little paw. Then he rolled on the ground a few more times and arrogantly looked at Zhang Feng. For a moment the crowd was confused by the group's little gesture. There was only Zhang Feng crying and laughing as he looked at the juggling troupe. Who did this little guy learn from? He's learned to cry and hang himself, hasn't he? And in the yard, Panther and the others were drawn out by the commotion, then looked at the group on the floor with a confused look on his face. What's this guy doing? What's wrong with you? Let me translate this for you. Go ahead and fight. If you're capable, you'll beat your old lady to death today. Holy, I just had a fight with my daughter-in-law and found out that she's just like a donut. It's a universal law of nature to cry and hang yourself. Hey, you're begging for a beating, aren't you? I've got a little temper. I'll try it today. Donut, that's not very nice of you. Zhang Feng looked somewhat helplessly at the regiment that was splashing and rolling on the ground. Who did you learn that from? Boing boing. You're the one who wants to hit people. Donut juggled. Alright, don't hit you alright. Hurry up. Zhang Feng walked up and tried to pull the donut up, but Tuanzi was stubborn and avoided Zhang Feng. Boing boing. No. Tuanzi glanced at Jiang Daishue. Jiang Daishue cried and laughed as she stepped forward and pulled the troop up, then patted the dust off of it. It's over. The anchor is out of favor. Ha ha ha. The donut is so cute. Brothers, is anyone organizing a group to steal pandas? Upstairs, I'll give you the coordinates. No. 999, General Monument Road, Rongdu Avenue, Northern Suburbs. There are pandas in here. Good man upstairs. See you in 18 years. Netizens were amused by the group's little emotions, and Zhang Feng was speechless as he looked at this little guy. I didn't expect the group to get really angry and ignore him, and the group got up and went back to the door to pick up their snacks. A few of the other little ones looked at the donut in disbelief. They never expected the donut to be so roguish. It was only Panther who looked at the donut sympathetically. Brother, this shame brother understands. And the donut was getting an uncomfortable look from a couple of the little ones. So along with Panther, he barked at a couple of the little ones. Boing boing. What are you looking at? We've been transcoding heavily lately to give us more power and faster updates. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you for your time. Chapter 164, Tuanzi is angry. Donut barked very arrogantly. Then he turned and joined Panther back in the courtyard. This time it's going to make a few of the critters look silly. It could have been so arrogant. The little black tiger jumped at the chance to have a go, but it was held down by a claw from Lantern. This is a classic case of not learning, and Zhang Feng didn't know what to say when he looked at the angry troop. This little guy is still pissed, but Zhang Feng obviously didn't expect Tuanzi's anger to actually last this long this time. Tuanzi still ignored Zhang Feng during the evening meal. Zhang Feng tried to touch the donut, but it also dodged it. Brother, the group is really mad at you this time. Jiang Daishue snickered. Zhang Feng opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. Just wait until tomorrow. The guy sleeps all night and forgets. After saying that, Zhang Feng didn't care about this little guy. Jiang Daishue smiled and stroked the donut, then took a few little ones back to her house. But what Jiang Feng never expected was that even by the next day, Tuanzi, the little guy, was actually angry. Jiang Feng was speechless as he looked at Tuanzi, who was eating while angry. This little guy is a little seriously pissed off this time. Don't be angry. Jiang Feng opened his mouth in a soft manner first. Boing boing. I don't want to talk to you. Tuanzi turned away from Jiang Feng. Now Jiang Feng didn't know what to do and looked at Jiang Daishue for help. Don't look at me, brother, I can't help it. I'd be pissed too if I were. Donut worked so hard to get you so many snacks you actually hit people. Jiang Daishue said. It's that it doesn't learn. It learns everything it sees. Jiang Feng said helplessly. What can it know about an animal? Jiang Daishue spat at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sighed in his heart as he listened. Don't look at the donut as a small animal. Actually, this guy knows a lot. Never mind. I'll go to town later to buy some stuff for the hoop shed. Do you have anything to buy? Jiang Feng got up and came to the yard to wipe the snow on top of the car. Getting ready to go to town and get everything I need. Otherwise it will be too late until it snows. Get me a bottle of face wipe. I've run out of mine. Jiang Daishue thought about it and said. She didn't want to go out on such a cold day. It's better to stay at home. Okay, I'll be back after shopping. Jiang Feng went back to the house to get a little something and went back to the car. And Lantern and Little Black Tiger and the others were already sitting on their asses in the car by this time. Just the donut sat in the doorway eating without saying a word. Donut, do you want to go? Jiang Feng opened the car window and asked. Boing boing. I'm not going. Tuanzi grunted, then turned her head away from Jiang Feng. In fact, the group's two ears were straining to eavesdrop. Boing boing. If you call out to people again, they will forgive you. The group whispered an understatement. As long as Jiang Feng said one more word, it would forgive Jiang Feng. Went with Jiang Feng. But who would have thought that after Jiang Feng saw that Tuanzi was still angry? Just start the car and go. Gone. And hearing that the car had pulled out of the gate, the group was confused. It turned around in a hurry. Aggrieved, he looked in the direction the car had disappeared. Boing boing. The group screamed in aggravation. Jiang Daishue walked out of the room at this time looking at the aggrieved troop crying and laughing. You want to go, you just say so, now that the people are gone. Jiang Daishue stroked Tuanzi's little head. Boing boing. He's bad. Tuanzi hugged Jiang Daishue's thigh. Aggrieved. Unfortunately, Jiang Daishue couldn't understand what the troop was saying. She touched the donut and could only carry it inside. Over here, Jiang Feng finally arrived at the town after spending more than an hour. After arriving in town, Jiang Feng started purchasing, but their overall location on this side is a bit more remote. Even fewer have vegetable greenhouses. That's why it took Jiang Feng a long time to get everything. And as soon as the Little Black Tiger and a few other little ones got out of the car, they started running around. The crowds on the street also recognized the little guys, so no one dares to touch them either. Ouch! It's them! At this time, Little Black Tiger and Lantern, they came across a stray cat that was stealing food in the food market. Both sides met immediately and red-eyed, but these stray cats have learned their lesson. After seeing the Little Black Tiger and the others, they immediately turned around and ran. Ow! Asterisk 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 M. The Little Black Tiger was very excited and wanted to rush up, but he was grabbed by Jiang Feng, who arrived. Who do you want to go? Not honest at all anymore. Jiang Feng knocked Little Black Tiger's head and said, Hey lad, those are some nice critters you've got there. Yes those cats are much more honest now. Come on, this is a dog. Right, feed it some raw meat. The vendors at the food market were very welcoming, and get the Little Black Tigers something for them to eat, but it was pushed away by the Little Black Tiger in disgust. Who eats raw meat in this day and age? Besides, it's a bear. No, it's a tiger, not the dog. The meat seller boss's words almost made the Little Black Tiger storm off. Jiang Feng pacified the Little Black Tiger. This group of stray cats are just spoiled. You guys beat them a few more times and they'll be honest and won't steal food. It's no use. These stray cats are too vindictive. That's right. It's not like there's any shortage of them to eat on the streets, but he still has to go into the store and steal food. Next time I find them, I'll kill them. The meat seller's uncle threw his knife down on the counter. It scared the crowd. Jiang Feng smiled and didn't know what to say. Anyway, with these little guys around, this group of stray cats wouldn't dare to mess with him. Jiang Feng said a few words, turned around and bought some more vegetables before driving back to the village. While walking on the road, Jiang Feng was educating a few little ones. See, that's a thief. The kind everyone hates. Jiang Feng took the stray cat and made a counterpoint. Boing boing. I don't steal. Lantern nodded thoughtfully. Ouch. The elderly assembly. The Little Black Tiger, however, excitedly picked up the accent and said. At once, the inside of the car was quiet. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was silently planning in his heart. Let Big Black Tiger have another one when we go back. This baby can't be had. And the Little Black Tiger apparently didn't recognize where he was wrong, and excitedly jumping around inside the car. Just then, though, it suddenly barked towards the window. Ow! Big brother, it's Brother Pao. Hearing the little black tiger's cry, Jiang Feng slowly braked the car. Where is Brother Panther? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Leopard was still at home when he came out, so he couldn't have come here at this time. Ouch! Right there! The little black tiger called towards the outside again. Jiang Feng took a look towards the window at this time. It was found not to be leopard, but a large and two small money leopards. Just how does this little money leopard look so familiar? Recently, the transcoding has been severe, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 165, Brother Panther. Are you no good? When he saw the small money leopard, Jiang Feng froze for a moment, because this little guy looked very familiar to him. He's a child laborer in Brother Bao's gang. But how did this little guy get here? Jiang Feng pushed open the car door and stepped down. Come here, little one. Jiang Feng beckoned towards the woods. The little leopard in the woods looked up after hearing Jiang Feng's call, then immediately pounced with flying colors. Ouch! The little money leopard was very happy after seeing Jiang Feng. Shaking his head, his two big eyes stared at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng burst out laughing. He suddenly remembered that this little guy was still a snacker, so Jiang Feng pulled out a handful of feed from his carry-on space and fed it to the little money leopard. The baby leopard was very happy to see the feed, took a big bite out of it. Jiang Feng squatted down and stroked the little money leopard's head. What brings you here? To learn to hunt? Is that your family? Jiang Feng pointed at the relatively large-sized money leopard in the woods and said, this leopard was looking out in the woods, but don't dare walk out. The young panther, who was eating his feed, craned his head toward the woods. Unconcerned, he called out, ouch, he's looking for Brother Panther, looking for Brother Bao. Jiang Feng gave the money leopard a puzzled look. What is this guy looking for Brother Bao for? What does it want with Panther? Jiang Feng asked again. Ouch, what do I know about His Excellency? The little money leopard finished its feed, then raised its head again to look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't have the heart to knock this little guy. He'd never seen such a gluttonous little panther. You call it over. I'll take you back to Brother Panther. Jiang Feng knocked the little money leopard again. The baby leopard returned to the woods very reluctantly without a feed. A large and a small baby leopard exchanged words for a while. Then they walked out together. Ouch! Can you help me find Brother Panther? A gentle purr sounded. The money leopard came to Jiang Feng's front. Curious, he raised his head to look at Jiang Feng. You're a female. Jiang Feng looked at the large money leopard in front of him with surprise. This was the first female money leopard he had ever encountered. Hey! Jiang Feng couldn't help but think about it in his mind. This guy wouldn't be the one Panther started it all with. Jiang Feng's mind recalled the Bao Gong guillotine case. Ouch! Are you going to help me or not? The money leopard looked at Jiang Feng, who had a bad smile on his face. In disbelief. Non, get in the car. I'll take you to Brother Panther. Jiang Feng waved his hand and let the little money leopard get into the car with this female leopard, preparing to take two cheetahs home to find their family. Calling of birds. Who is it? The lantern in the car looked at the female money leopard curiously. Well, I think it's Leopard State, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Lantern looked at Jiang Feng in confusion, not understanding what it meant. Jiang Feng smiled and didn't explain that much. The truth will come out when we get home. He was more than happy to see the surprised look on Brother Panther's face. For the rest of the journey Jiang Feng drove the car, humming a little song in his mouth. It was a lot of fun. Near dark, Jiang Feng returned to Longmen village. Just after arriving at the door of his house, Jiang Feng couldn't wait to get out of the car and rushed into the yard. Jiang Daishui, who was cooking, walked out from the kitchen. Looking at the adventurous Jiang Feng, he asked, Brother, what are you in such a hurry for? Brother Panther's subject is here. Jiang Feng responded. Then Brother Panther, who was lying asleep under the eaves of the room, got up with a jolt. Ouch! I didn't. You're lying. Brother Panther called out towards Jiang Feng in a very disgruntled manner. How can you people defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Brother Panther, you still don't admit it, do you? I've led people back. Jiang Feng pointed at the door. Little Black Tiger and the others also brought the two money leopards into the yard at this time. Panther, who was desperately denying it, froze after seeing the female panther at the door. Jiang Feng immediately laughed after seeing Brother Panther's expression. Brother Panther, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of panther. It's too disappointing to me. Whoa. The big black tiger on the other side also got up and looked at Panther twice. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes, then immediately got up and moved away from Panther. And two watching figures appeared on the wall at this time. It's a weasel with a white fox. Even the black bear family came out from inside the compartment. Now all eyes were on Brother Panther, and Brother Panther was dumbfounded. Ouch, boss, it's looking for you. The young money leopard that entered the yard was very happy to see Brother Panther. Only just as it tried to run to Brother Panther, only to realize that Panther seemed to be looking at it the wrong way. The little money leopard stopped immediately. Hurriedly, he fled behind Zhang Feng. Somewhat fearfully, he looked into Panther's eyes as he tried to eat it. Zhang Feng smiled at this time and said, "Brother Panther, people are here, aren't they going to have a chat? Ouch, it's all your fault." Brother Panther grumbled twice towards Zhang Feng before walking over to the female panther. The female leopard shook her head and looked at Zhang Feng with great excitement. Only Brother Bao didn't seem to look too good. At this moment, both Zhang Feng's siblings' minds conjured up a doggerel drama. Needless to ask, it must be Brother Bao abandoning people. Then people came to my door. "Ugh, scumbag, Panther, go out and have a chat," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Tell Panther to take the female panther out. Otherwise this yard is full of animals ready to see what's going on." Ouch! Panther gave a low grunt, full of displeasure. He led the female panther out of the yard. "Brother, this can't really be Brother Panther's date?" Zhang Daishui asked in surprise. "It should be." Zhang Feng thought about it and said, "Just look at the look on Panther's face with the female leopard. These two must have an unusual relationship." However, at this time, that little money leopard was the one who suddenly spoke up. Brother Panther saved it before. It wants to follow Panther. Hearing the little money leopard's words, Zhang Feng froze for a moment. Good lord, he didn't expect the story to be like that when it was actually here. It looks like Brother Bao is quite good at rescuing the heroes. It's a pity that Brother Bao is in love with mountains and rivers but not with beautiful people. Needless to ask, Panther must be a proper straight man, and all the other animals in the yard want to go out and look around, but they were all stopped by Zhang Feng. "Beware of Brother Panther getting annoyed and biting you guys," Zhang Feng said threateningly. Scared a few critters out of the house. Panther's exchange with the female leopard didn't last long. Then it was back to the yard. Brother Panther was still as lovey-dovey with the female leopard as ever. Instead, the female leopard looked at Panther very happily. Zhang Feng was speechless as he watched. This Brother Bao is good. He doesn't get close to women. So Zhang Feng called Brother Panther over, and then quietly asked, "Brother Panther, are you not able to recently? The transcoding is serious, so that we are more motivated to update faster. Please move your small hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 166, The Terrible Invasive Species. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Brother Panther's expression froze, then immediately looked at Zhang Feng with a sly grudge. "Ouch, not you." Brother Bao rushed at Zhang Feng and screamed in dissatisfaction. Fine, you'll do fine, but what are you going to do with this guy?" Zhang Feng pointed at the female leopard behind him and said, "Ouch, I don't care." Bao was very bummed to be lying down. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to give Brother Panther a kick. This guy doesn't care about anything anymore. "Okay, you're good." Zhang Feng gritted his teeth at Brother Panther, then immediately turned to look at the female panther. "From now on you will stay here and guard Brother Panther. You go where it goes, okay?" Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Ouch, no." Panther immediately screamed in horror, but Zhang Feng directly pressed Brother Bao to the ground. "You're the one who doesn't care. You have no say in this matter." Zhang Feng was very domineering and kept the female leopard. Panther lay down on the ground in a lifeless state. "All right, all's well that ends well." Zhang Feng got up and said with a smile. The female leopard was allowed to stay behind to follow Panther. The female leopard was so happy that she raised her head to the sky and whistled. However, at this time, Zhang Feng was suddenly stunned when he saw the female leopard, because he was at the neck of the leopardess. Zhang Feng frowned and pressed down on the female leopard. "Poke the big black bubble with your hand. Does it hurt?" Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. The female leopard subconsciously nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. "Brother, what's wrong with this leopard?" Zhang Daishui asked as she walked out from inside the room. "Look at this." Zhang Feng pointed at the large black bubble on the female leopard and said, "Ha, that's disgusting." Zhang Daishui frowned. "This big black blister looks very nasty." Zhang Feng said at this time, "I suspect that this female leopard has been parasitized by a foreign parasite." "What parasite?" Zhang Daishui asked curiously. "It's a spiral cone fly from the lighthouse country. Zombie deer, you know, the kind with a bunch of big black blisters on their necks. This spiral cone fly will enter the host through a wound and then suck you dry. It won't be long before this female panther looks like that too, with strings of black sarcoma hanging from her neck." Zhang Feng said heavily. "It is reasonable to assume that this creature is distributed in the Lighthouse Kingdom, and has been seen in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom as well. But China has never had this parasite before. This would be purely an exotic species. Could this have been brought on by man?" Zhang Feng fell into deep thought. Zhang Daishui, on the other hand, screamed in disgust and hid in her room, because spiral cone flies are just awful. What's even scarier is that this creature is also called a man-eating fly. Zhang Feng touched the large black bubble on the female leopard's neck again. The female leopard yelped in pain. Panther, who was lying on the ground, immediately raised his head and looked this way. Zhang Feng stared at the large bubble for a long time. This large bubble is small in size. It looks like it hasn't been parasitizing a female leopard for very long. Zhang Feng wanted to get his hands on the spiral cone fly, but he didn't have the tools at hand. I'm afraid I won't be able to clean all this up in a while. Zhang Feng thought for a while, but still gave Su Qinghuan a call. Yo, you're a rare guest. Why do you call me? Something's up. Su Qinghuan, who was eating, put down the chopsticks in her hands. Chief Su, I found the spiral cone fly. Zhang Feng said heavily. Spiral cone fly. Su Qinghuan froze for a moment, then recalled this creature in her mind. You're talking about the cannibal flies of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Su Qinghuan stood up with a brush and spoke loudly. The others at the table looked at Su Qinghuan in disbelief. What could make him, the chief, so excited? And Su Qinghuan was already shocked by this time. Cannibal flies, a horrible parasite, are definitely banned from entering the country. After all, the harm is too great. As long as one was targeted by such a creature, it was absolutely certain death. And once the spiral cone fly grows, the host it parasitizes will die a horrible death. And there is only one solution to this spiral cone fly. That's when a parasitized host is found. Just kill one. But now this creature has suddenly appeared in China. Well, that's a sign that someone is up to no good. Whoever risked so much to bring this in must not have been easy either. Su Qinghuan could no longer sit still, rushing toward the forest service while on the phone. Su, what are you doing here in the middle of dinner? The people at the dinner table saw that Su Qinghuan was going to leave and asked in a hurry. You guys go ahead and eat. I've got some business to attend to. Su Qinghuan said without looking back. Eating is not as important as this. You said you found it in Mt. Taibeek. Su Qinghuan asked. Yes, it was found on a leopard, which is now in my house. I can't handle this stuff, so you guys can send someone over tomorrow to take a look at it. Zhang Feng on the other end of the phone said. Well, I'll send someone there tomorrow. Su Qinghuan spoke, and now he couldn't wait to rush over immediately. But now it's dark and there seems to be snow on this side of Mt. Taibeek again, and the mountain road is too dangerous. But with Zhang Feng watching it shouldn't be a big deal, so it will have to wait until tomorrow to get there. By the way, Director Su, can you check the entry records of foreigners who have recently entered Shanxi province? I suspect this spiral cone fly must have been brought in. Zhang Feng said at this time. Well, I would have done it if you hadn't told me. You take a picture of the spiral cone fly on that leopard and send it to me. I'll have someone from the bureau look at it. Su Qinghuan hung up after chatting with Zhang Feng for a couple more sentences. Now things are getting serious. If the Forestry Bureau does not make timely deployment, then the spiral cone fly is likely to be a scourge in China. As of now, this thing has no natural enemies. The host who is targeted can only die. Even people can't escape. Putting away the phone, Zhang Feng sighed, looked at the female panther. I'm afraid this guy doesn't realize that his life is on the line right now. If this is not treated in time, this female leopard will certainly not live long. And Brother Panther looked at Zhang Feng twice worriedly at this time. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhang Feng comforted Brother Panther twice. Then the baby leopard was examined again. There were no spiral cone flies found on it. This made Zhang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. It doesn't look like the source of the spiral conefly invasion is near Longmont village. It should be further down the road. So Zhang Feng looked at the female leopard and asked again, where have you been living before? Zhang Feng stroked the female leopard's head. The female leopard gave Zhang Feng a puzzled look. Then the head stretched out in a westerly direction. Zhang Feng looked to the west and thought, the Occident. Isn't the west the direction of the province? I'm on vacation for the past 2 days. I have to go home, so the update is unstable. I'll update steadily when I get home. Recently the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 167 Brother Panther. Here comes the mission. The matter of the spiral cone flies made Zhang Feng's heart grow wary. This is going to be a real human operation. That could be very harmful to the environment in the Taibai Mountains. Just stay here for now and don't wander off. Zhang Feng stroked the female leopard. Let the female leopard stay here at ease and wait for Su Qinghuan to come tomorrow to deal with the matter of the spiral cone flies. So after settling the money leopard, Zhang Feng returned to the house. I didn't expect to run right into Donut, who was sitting on the ground chewing his feed. After seeing Zhang Feng, the troop paused for a moment, then immediately turned away from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng instantly cried and laughed as he walked up and stroked Tuanzi's head. Still angry at Donut. Boing boing. Bad man. Tuanzi huffed and puffed twice, but he just ignored Zhang Feng. Unable to do anything else, Zhang Feng could only pull out a bag of feed and place it in front of the troop. Look at the donut. What's this? Your favorite feed. Zhang Feng placed the feed in front of the donut. The group froze as they looked at the feed. The already empty feed bag in his hand fell to the ground. Donut stared and thought with his little eyes. Then it occurred to him that he was still angry, and he immediately grunted. He turned away again to ignore Zhang Feng. However, those small pitch-black eyes were looking at the feed in Zhang Feng's hands. Zhang Feng immediately took out another bag of feed as soon as he saw that there was something going on. It was placed in front of the group. "Donut, these are yours," Zhang Feng said with bravado. "Boing boing, I want more." The group couldn't hold back any longer and put a paw on the feed. The small eyes were even brighter as they looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled at once and took out a few more bags of feed and placed them in front of the group. "It's all yours." Zhang Feng stroked Tuanzi's little head. Donut excitedly put the feed on his side. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It looked like the group this was no longer angry. "Take your time eating." Zhang Feng touched the donut then returned to the Kong to get ready for bed. The next day, early morning, the sleeping Zhang Feng was once again woken up by the knocking on the door. He had thought it was the forest service coming, but I didn't expect to open it. "It's the third master. I heard your boy went to town yesterday to do some shopping." The three great masters looked at Zhang Feng with full armor, and Zhang Feng was silent as he looked at the excited third master. "Good lord, the third master is in more of a hurry than he is. Does the third master like to work so much?" Zhang Feng really didn't know what to say. "Why don't you have breakfast before you get busy?" Zhang Feng tightened the clothes on his body. "This weather is really getting cold. You think I'm like your boy? I ate breakfast a long time ago. Why don't you hurry up and pull the stuff into the field and I'll show you how to get it," the third master said urgently. "The man is idle. It's always a little uncomfortable not to do some work. Come on, what are you kids waiting for?" the third master urged impatiently. Zhang Feng suddenly nodded with some confusion. Why did he feel that this working one was more active than his own non-working one? Zhang Feng could only cry and laugh as he pulled all the tools he had bought yesterday into the vegetable field. It was all unloaded from the car again. Zhang Feng originally wanted to stay and help, but he was driven away by the third master in disgust because Zhang Feng was delaying things too much. Then the third master called his eldest uncle Jiang Igua over to help, and Zhang Feng stood on the ground suddenly having a feeling of having nothing to do. But it was a good thing that the forestry department people came to Longmen village at this time, and he brought the equipment directly inside Zhang Feng's house. Took the yard critters by surprise, but once they saw that they were all familiar with each other, the critters weren't afraid anymore. After all, weren't these the same people who had helped them with their checkups earlier? Zhang Feng, who had returned home, looked at the forestry bureau's people busy with the female leopard and couldn't help but sigh. This is if the contract hadn't been changed before. Relying on Brother Panther he could grip the Forest Service bald. "Chief, it really is a spiral cone fly," the inspecting staff member suddenly yelled. "I didn't realize that this thing was really a spiral cone fly from the lighthouse country." When those present heard this, their faces grew a bit heavy. Invasive alien species in China, except for a few species like crayfish, there are generally irreversible impacts on the local environment. "Let's take out this spiral cone fly and bring it back for study." Su Qinghuan opened her mouth. Then the crowd was busy once again. "Director Su, have you investigated the source of this bug?" Zhang Feng walked over and opened his mouth at this time and asked. Instead, Su Qinghuan shook her head with a bitter smile. "The source of this parasitic invasion is more difficult to trace. It takes multiple departments to work together. It is more important to have the cooperation of customs, but even then, it takes some time to get to the source before you can do so. After all, the person who could bypass customs and bring this parasite into the country was definitely not simple. I think you can keep an eye on the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, especially the ones going in and out of Shaanxi province, because the spiral conefly is distributed in both countries," Zhang Feng added at this time. "The spiral conefly originates in the southern part of the Lighthouse country, but Sakura Nation has been around before, so Zhang Feng seriously suspected that it was the people from these two countries who did it. The entry and exit records are not visible to us at the FDA, but I've reported it and I'm sure I'll get a response soon." Su Qinghuan nodded. At this point it's clear that their department alone won't work. That's why it takes multiple departments to work together. The most important point now is to find out how many other animals are infected, Su Qinghuan said with a grave expression on her face. "Although the FDA made the deployment at the first opportunity, but Tybeek is too big. The number of animals is even in the thousands. It's anyone's guess which animal is infected or not. The FDA simply can't investigate that well either. That's why the pressure on the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau up and down the mountain is particularly high right now." And as soon as Zhang Feng heard this, he immediately became happy. "That's a good one. Get Brother Panther," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Animal Guard." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Qinghuan froze, then immediately reacted. It's not their forest service that has to say they know the most about Tai Pack. Instead, it's this group of animals on Tybeek. Not to mention that in the Taibai Mountains Pao is a bully. Brothers are even spread all over the Tybeek Mountains. It's a lot easier to find infected animals than they are. Su Qinghuan slapped her thighs and immediately smiled with joy. "That's right, It's much easier to have Panther and the others on the lookout. Su Qinghuan said. By the way, Director Su, the last time I said that animal guard thing, I don't know the forestry bureau side. Zhang Feng swallowed. After Su Qinghuan called him last time, he hadn't heard from him, so he doesn't know exactly what the forest service side is saying. Should we or should we not set up an animal guard recently transcoded heavily, so that we can be more motivated and update faster? Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 168. Brother Panther is on another mission. Look at my brain, I forgot about it again. Su Qinghuan slapped his head in embarrassment. The forestry department side has already agreed to set up animal guards as well, but the specific implementation plan has not yet been negotiated. What they mean over there is that they want to see what Panther and the others do before making a decision. Su Qinghuan opened her mouth. The whole thing about setting up an animal escort sounds a bit shocking, and who knows if these animals will actually make a difference or not. So even if the FDA wanted to try it, but it doesn't dare to take that step directly. It's no coincidence that this time there's just the right opportunity for Panther and the others to play. Zhang Feng said with a smile. It's not easy to see what Brother Bao can do. This time it just gave Panther and the others a chance to perform now. Well, then this matter is in your hands. It's better to continue to put extra manpower on the FDA side to try to identify the source of the infection sooner rather than later. Su Qinghuan nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Moving Panther was probably the best thing to do at the moment. After seeing Su Qinghuan agree, Zhang Feng then directly found Brother Panther under the eaves of the room. Brother Panther, here comes the mission. Ouch. Who to kill? Brother Panther stood up directly and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly, but it knew that as long as it helped Zhang Feng work, it would get fodder. That's why Panther was so excited at this point. Never mind. You get your brothers now. Zhang Feng originally wanted to tell Brother Panther directly, let it help itself to infected animals. But Brother Panther's brothers don't always know the symptoms of being infected by the spiral cone fly. That's why Zhang Feng wanted Brother Panther to call all their brothers over. Train them once before you put them to work. Say yes. Su Qinghuan looked at Brother Panther, who ran out the door, and asked, wait for Panther to get its brothers here first. Zhang Feng said. And that's when the spiral cone flies on the female leopard were cleaned out by the crew. It was a white chrysalis-shaped creature. The whole thing made the female leopard yelp in pain. Zhang Feng had originally wanted to directly pour some divine water on it before, but Zhang Feng was afraid that the spiral cone flies would absorb the divine water and grow up. It's not going to be easy when that happens, but in any case it was now that the life of the female leopard had been saved. Other infected animals may not be so lucky, though, so now it's just a matter of seeing what Panther and the others do. The Forest Service people left after removing the spiral cone flies from the female leopard. However, Su Qinghuan and a few important staff members stayed behind, and Panther finally came back after being out all morning, and still came back with 50 or 60 money leopards. Zhang Feng suspected that Brother Panther must have taken in the money leopards in the surrounding hills as well. Otherwise it's unlikely that a single Taiwanese mountain would have so many money leopards. For a while, the figure of the money leopard appeared everywhere in the entire Longmen village. At first the villagers were scared to death, but the group of leopards was very gentle and did not show any sign of ferocity, and as soon as he saw Brother Panther leading the way in front of him, the crowd had stepped out, staring curiously at the money leopards. Since when are there so many leopards in the Taibai Mountains? Su Qinghuan and the staff looked at so many money leopards with a confused face. You know how many years it's been since we've seen a leopard in the Taibai Mountains? I didn't expect so many to appear, and this time, the number of money leopard is more than the number of money leopard that rescued the bear blind family in the cattle want ditch last time. Brother Panther, tell your brother to hurry up and sit down. Zhang Feng saw many familiar faces this time. Well, there's that child labor. You come out here. Zhang Feng picked up the child laborer's ear and yanked it out. Don't mess with grown-ups' business, you little brat. The little money leopard reluctantly hid behind Zhang Feng. After a while all the money leopards sat down. Raising his head and wagging his tail, he looked at Zhang Feng excitedly, because they know that good food is coming again. And Zhang Feng turned around and went back to bring out his own projector, then projected the same spiral cone fly on the mother panther that he had shot earlier onto the wall. Well, I'm sure everyone should recognize me. I'm not going to bull asterisk this time. Anyone who finds an animal with this on it, immediately grab it and bring it to me. The reward is 10 bags of feed. Zhang Feng had raised the reward this time. After all, there shouldn't be much of this stuff, so the rewards are set higher in favor of motivating this group of leopards. And after hearing Zhang Feng's words, immediately, there was a burst of cheers from the leopard group. The FDA crowd, however, looked on in disbelief. Good lord, why does this scene look like a black tie party? At this time, Su Qingwan's phone rang. He frowned and went around the corner to pick up the phone. On Zhang Feng's side, he was still giving this group of money leopards an impassioned speech, talked this group of leopards into excitement. Even Brother Panther, who had just started to see through Jiang Feng and was as steady as an old dog, was infected, yelling to get into the mountains. Seeing this, Jiang Feng nodded with great satisfaction. It's still a good group of leopards, much better than many. And at that moment, Su Qinghuan walked over quickly, interrupting Jiang Feng's speech. The foreigner's entry record checks out. Find out who it is. Jiang Feng immediately asked with both eyes glowing. There are no Lighthouse Nation people who have recently entered Shanxi province, but a few people from the Sakura country went to the provincial capital of Chang'an under the banner of official exchanges. Su Qinghuan continued. Exchange what? Jiang Feng asked breathlessly. It's the same thing you did last time. This group wants to communicate with you, Su Qinghuan said with a sigh. And Jiang Feng couldn't help but stare. I think he remembers the Forest Service and him turning it down. Then why are these people still here? Jiang Feng frowned as he thought about it. He always felt that this incident with the spiral cone flies must have something to do with this group of people from the Sakura Kingdom. But people come under the banner of official exchanges. It is easy to cause disputes between the two countries if you investigate people rashly. What's on your boy's mind? Su Qinghuan looked at Jiang Feng and asked. Nope, didn't think anything of it. By the way, Chief Su, can you send me the information on those Sakura Nation people? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Su Qinghuan looked Jiang Feng up and down. He always felt that this kid was up to no good. It's not impossible to give it to you, but you can't pass this stuff around. Su Qinghuan looked around. Lowering his voice, he spoke to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng immediately nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, Director Su. I understand everything. Okay, I'll send you the information when I get back. Keep an eye on these leopards, Su Qinghuan said with a tiger's face before leaving Longmen village with the remaining people. Jiang Feng stood in the doorway, looking at Su Qinghuan who had already left. Couldn't help but contemplate. Sakura Nation wanted to go into the mountains to communicate with him. Another sudden outbreak of spiral cone flies. Then Brother Panther is coming back with a new task recently transcoding heavily to make us more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 169, There are those who take the credit. Jiang Feng didn't let the money leopard go into action after the people from the Forestry Bureau left. Instead, I waited until evening. Su Qinghuan returned to the bureau at this time and sent over the information of the several people who entered the Sakura country. You boys don't pass this information around. It's classified. Su Qinghuan gave Jiang Feng a call. Very seriously. Don't worry, Chief Su. If I'm found out, I'll say I picked it up in your office, Jiang Feng said with a smile. And Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone was silent after hearing this. He felt that this kid Jiang Feng was getting thicker and thicker. He suddenly had some regrets about giving the information to Jiang Feng. I'll be the first to arrest you if you kid messes up. Su Qinghuan was furious and wanted to hang up the phone. And Jiang Feng hurriedly opened his mouth. Wait, Chief Su. You said that group of people from the Sakura country wanted to come into the mountain to communicate with me, right? Hearing this, Su Qinghuan frowned. There was that, but I turned it down for you. They're still staying in Chang'an and won't go back until after the National Day. Su Qinghuan thought about it and said, Don't Chief Su. You let them come just say that I invite them to come into the mountain to play tomorrow. Jiang Feng said in a hurry. Wouldn't that refusal disrupt his plans? Well, don't you boys not like the Sakura country? Su Qinghuan frowned. I don't know what Jiang Feng is playing at. No matter, I simply wanted to interact with them. Just tomorrow. Tomorrow is fine, right, Chief Su? Jiang Feng hurriedly denied it. Okay, Le Su Director. Tomorrow I will wait for you. After saying that, Jiang Feng directly hung up the phone, not giving Su Qinghuan time to retort. Su Qinghuan, who was in the office, looked at her cell phone helplessly. He really couldn't figure out what Jiang Feng's idea was, but it's good. It's just the right thing to take care of a problem for him, because those Sakura Nation guys came under an official banner, time and time again. They, the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau, have rejected each other. It makes it hard to do up there. Inevitably, it offended even more people. And over here, Jiang Feng also studied this information that Su Qinghuan had given him. After a while, Jiang Feng then began to give this group of money leopards another speech. Comrades, it's time for us to live and die in Taibai Mountain. Jiang Feng was giving this group of money leopards an impassioned speech, and this time the money leopards were in a daze. Couldn't understand what Jiang Feng was saying in the slightest. Jiang Feng stood in front of the speech for a while before realizing that the group of leopards actually didn't react at all. The moment was deflated. In that case, something simple and brutal will have to do. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, then said loudly, See a couple of guys on this screen. Ouch! I saw it! The money panthers roared in unison. The villagers who hid behind and peeked were dumbfounded. They would never have believed it if the leopard hadn't become an elf. And Jiang Feng, who was standing in front, nodded in satisfaction. Sensei can succeed or not. It's all about the pizzazz. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, the group will come into the mountains. What I want you to do is give these guys a hard time. Let them be afraid when they see you, and you can teach them lessons in batches, many times over. You guys, got it? Jiang Feng said behind his hand. The money leopards looked at Jiang Feng with great excitement, and as Jiang Feng watched the fire was almost ready, he released the rewards for this mission. This time the reward is 5 bags of feed. It's not a duplicate of the last mission. Anyone can do it. Do you understand what that means? When Jiang Feng said this, the money leopards became even more excited. One by two all of them wailed. They still understand these words. As long as there is feed, everything is fine. Alright, all action go. Jiang Feng waved his hand and let the group of money leopards leave. Jiang Feng believed that Brother Panther would arrange the rest. After taking care of these things, Jiang Feng then came to the vegetable field and saw that the third grandpa and the eldest uncle were still working on the greenhouse. This bit of land is small, but you can't get it done without 2 or 3 days. Uncle, third master, it's going to be dark soon, so you can get it tomorrow. Jiang Feng shouted the 2 people who were working back, and inside the home, Jiang Daishue had already prepared a meal. After a few people had washed their hands, they sat down on the hot bed. Cups and chips were drunk. Jiang Feng didn't know how much he had drunk with the 3 grand masters in them. Anyway, it was dawn when I woke up. Jiang Feng touched his head, feeling a bit of a headache rising. You can't drink too much alcohol in the future. Jiang Feng shook his head and looked at the sky outside, realized it was already noon. Brother, get up quickly, the big black bear is gone. At that moment, his sister Jiang Daishue's anxious voice sounded in the courtyard. The big black bear is gone. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up upon hearing this and came to the courtyard. Brother, the big black bear is gone. Jiang Daishue pointed to the compartment and said, I'll check it out. Jiang Feng pushed open the door to his room and realized that Sister Bear and Little Black Bear were both still there. But then the blind bear was gone. Jiang Feng walked in and asked to Mrs. Xiong, Mrs. Bear, where did Brother Black Bear go? Sister-in-law Xiong, who was sleeping, got up and looked at Jiang Feng and growled, Ow, it says it's going to earn. What? Formula money, Mrs. Bear stammered. Jiang Feng was speechless, unable to figure out what the blind bear was trying to do. Is it because he doesn't have enough food here? Did Brother Black Bear say when he'd be back? Jiang Feng asked again. Mrs. Bear, however, shook her head. Jiang Feng didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort Mrs. Xiong a few times and walked out of the room. I did not expect the bear blind this guy quite capable of running and know how to earn formula money for their kids. This could be the perfect man among black bears. Brother, are you able to understand animal speech? At this time, Jiang Daishue looked at the compartment and asked quietly. Yes, I can understand and I have a system. Jiang Feng directly told Jiang Daishue his secret. Who knew that Jiang Daishue was like looking at a little cutie? Like looking at Jiang Feng. Brother, when I make some money I'll send you to the best mental hospital. Jiang Feng was infuriated and went up and messed up Jiang Daishue's pill head. How come no one believes this honestly anymore? Is this still her sister? Brother, don't worry, I'll never give up on you. Jiang Daishue ran back to the house with a cheeky smile. In the meantime, on the mountain road into MT, Taibik, a couple of SUVs are traveling up the road. Inside sat Su Qinghuan as well as a few people from the Sakura Kingdom. And just as the crowd in the car was talking and laughing, suddenly, a large-sized black bear suddenly appeared in front, stopped a couple of cars. The crowd in the car looked at the black bear with confused faces. I don't know what this black bear wants. At this point, the hillside on either side of the trail. After a group of money leopards looked at the sudden appearance of a large black bear on the mountain road, they immediately screamed in aggravation. TD, this is someone taking credit. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 170, don't worry, they won't hurt humans. The money leopard on the hillside was screaming with rage. Panther lets them hit the head. I didn't expect to be robbed of my hard-earned credit just like that. A number of leopards were foolish enough to try to rush down the mountain. Grab a lesson from those few Sakura Nation people. But it was stopped by the leading money leopard. Now go back and tell Brother Panther. Hearing this, several money leopards regretfully looked at the mountain road for a few moments. Then he turned and disappeared down the hill. Meanwhile, the blind bear on the mountain road came toward the car door. Su Kuan, your black bears in China are so bold. Shamaru, who was sitting in the car, looked out the window speaking broken Chinese and asked. He was the leader of this Sakura nation. He had thought that this time he would return without any success. But he didn't expect that Jiang Feng would actually invite them into the mountain again. What a surprise. And next to him, Su Qinghuan's face looked oddly at the blind bear outside the car. If there is no accident, this blind bear seems to be the one inside Jiang Feng's house. Why is this bear suddenly blocking their way? Su Qinghuan thought about it or didn't say that he knew this blind bear. We have bears living in harmony with people here, and this bear is probably hungry and looking for something to eat. Su Qinghuan said. Really Sukuan, this bear can hurt people. Ashimaru looked out at the blind bear with some excitement. No, 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 it won't hurt anyone, give it food and leave, Su Qinghuan said with certainty, because he had never seen this bear hurt anyone inside Jiang Feng's house, and the bear should know him. Hearing Su Qinghuan's words, Daishumaru nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, the blind bear came to the car. It froze for a moment after seeing Su Qinghuan inside the car. Su Qinghuan also realized at this time that this blind bear seemed a bit off, but by now the blind bear had his claws out for the car door handle. Su Kuan, the bears in your country are so powerful that they actually open doors. The car door was opened before Ashimaru could finish his words. Then the blind bear took him out with a scratch. Before Ashimaru could react, the blind bear waved his paw, snapped and slapped at Ashimaru's face. The scene caught everyone in the room a bit off guard. The big guy froze. The crowd didn't react until after the blind bear hit Ashimaru. The doors have been closed. They didn't come out unarmed this time. Anyway, dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. After teaching Ashimaru a lesson, the blind bear had wanted to teach his next target a lesson, but one look at the crowd slammed the car door shut. Immediately, he took his anger out on Deshimaru, beat up Ashimaru again, then very arrogantly drilled into the grove. A confused crowd was left behind. Sukuan, why are you, the bears in your country so? Ashimaru covered his face, really couldn't find an adjective to describe it. Probably hungry, Su Qinghuan said somewhat sheepishly. He didn't know what the blind bear was mad about though, but it definitely had something to do with Jiang Feng behind it. Now that the people from Sakura Nation were by his side, he was too embarrassed to call Jiang Feng to inquire. Oh Sukuan, I'm liking the animals in your country more and more. I suspect this bear has evolved. This is definitely a new discovery. I can't wait to get into the mountains. Ashimaru was excited at this time. However, he felt that this black bear was not simple, because it was all very anthropomorphic in its movements just now. Ashimaru thought the animals here must have evolved. This is an absolutely world-shattering discovery. At this time Ashimaru, who had been beaten by the blind bear, was very hyper. Next to him, Su Qinghuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt sure that he would run into some more trouble the rest of the way. You should know that Jiang Feng's family has a lot of fierce beasts, and at this moment, Jiang Feng was still lying leisurely inside his home. He had wanted to go inside the vegetable patch to help, but unsurprisingly it was still driven back by the third master. By the way, I almost forgot to sign in. Jiang Feng sat up violently. System, sign in, clocking in and checking in successfully. Check in at MT, Tai Beek. Sign-in rewards have been issued. All-purpose medical kit 1, boutique feed X50, Wuzi Yinzong pills, 4 animals, 2, holy, system, come out here. What the hell is this 5 Suns diffusion pill with an animal written on it? You think I'd use this? Jiang Feng spat in his head. Why did he feel that the system was becoming less and less reliable? Please understand on your own, host. The system silently responded to Jiang Feng's sentence. It made Jiang Feng really don't know what to say. This thing can't really work, can it? Jiang Feng pulled out the 5 Suns diffusion pill from inside his carry-on space and looked at it twice, then said with a bad smile, catch up with Panther and give him a try. Panther, who was searching for infected animals inside the mountain, suddenly felt a coldness behind him. It felt as if someone was trying to plot against it. At this point, the Forest Service vehicle was still traveling up the mountain road. Ashimaru's face had swollen very high. Still, he looked out the window excitedly. It's not bad for the country of China, which has a lot of land. Everything here is not comparable to Sakura Nation. He was glad he was in the right place for once. Sukuan, what's that on the mountain? At that moment, Ashimaru suddenly pointed out the window and asked. Su Qinghuan glanced out the window when she heard it. The face immediately changed. This is not a money leopard. But before Su Qinghuan and the others could react, the money panthers then rushed down and stopped the vehicle. Sukuan, there are still so many money leopards in your country. It can't hurt anyone, can it? Deshimaru asked with some trepidation. Should do no harm. Su Qinghuan smiled sarcastically, and in his heart, he was even more eager to immediately hang Jiang Feng and beat him up. What the hell is this kid doing? And that's when the dozen or so money leopards that were blocking the road came towards the vehicle. This time the crowd learned the hard way. Hurry up and close the window car doors securely. They still didn't believe that these 4-legged walking animals could still open the car door. However, Su Qinghuan in the car was in a cold sweat. You may not realize how intelligent this group of leopards are. But Su Qinghuan didn't say anything, but silently watched it all. With that, the crowd in the car looked at the money leopards with admiration. Sukuan, the money leopard in your country is so beautiful. Ashimaru kept complimenting the money leopard outside the car. Ah yes. Su Qinghuan said very perfunctorily. Ashimaru was just about to continue talking when the unexpected happened. Only one of the money leopards jumped straight up and put its paw on the car door handle. Then with a disdainful face, he easily opened the car door. Seeing this, Su Qinghuan quietly, fiercely glared at the driver driving in front, and that's when Ashimaru immediately let out a horrified yell. Jesus, this leopard can open doors. No, we're going to be home at night, and we've had enough waves, so we'll resume updating tomorrow. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated to update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 171 Zhang Feng Science. Dashimaru watched in horror as the money leopard opened the car door. Before he had time to react, the money leopard bit right into his shirt and pulled him out of the car. Instantly, more than a dozen leopards surrounded them. No! Sukuin, save me! At Ashimaru's cry of horror, the group of money leopards quickly attacked. Only the attack of this group of money leopards seemed to be somewhat special. There was no desire to bite Ashimaru to death. Instead, he punched Ashimaru in the face. Ashimaru's already very swollen face might actually be disfigured now. These 10 or so money leopards divided up the work and took turns going up and slapping Ashimaru's face furiously. In the end, if it wasn't for the forestry department people getting out of the car and stopping them, the group of money leopards would have definitely continued the fight. Looking at Dashimaru, who could no longer stand up, more than a dozen money leopards quickly left the scene. The crowd didn't dare to stop. Sukuin, I now suspect that the leopards in your country are played by humans. Dashimaru sat on the ground, looking at Su Qinghuan with a bruised nose. That might be possible, or we should just go back. Su Qinghuan stammered. If something did happen to the Sakura Nation's people in the Taibik Mountains, it could easily lead to international disputes. He certainly won't be able to account for it when the time comes. No, Sukuin, I'm getting more and more interested in your country's wildlife now. This is definitely a new discovery, even if it's already bruised and battered. Still, Ashimaru did a double take, because he noticed something different about the wildlife here. It seems to be organized. If it weren't for the fact that animals can't talk, he had some suspicion that these animals hated their Sakura country as much as the Chinese did. This, Mr. Ashimaru, you have this face, I think it's better to go back and take care of it. Su Qinghuan said somewhat breathlessly. This face of Ashimaru's is out of shape. If left untreated, it is likely to disfigure your face. In severe cases the whole face can rot. No, Sukuin, as a fellow zoologist, I think you understand what I'm feeling right now. Ashimaru got up from the ground, patting the dust on his body. He looked at Su Qinghuan very seriously. For a moment Su Qinghuan was silent. He had heard that some of the Sakura Nation people did things with great fervor. I didn't think he'd really run into it today. Since the other party was so insistent, Su Qinghuan could not afford to continue to obstruct. You are trying to die and I don't want to stop you. Su Qinghuan sighed and got back into the car. The convoy was once again traveling up the mountain road. In the meantime, Zhang Feng, who was idle at home, finally waited for the first money leopard to come back, and the first infected animal, only to see this money leopard come to Zhang Feng's house with a rabbit in its mouth, then put the rabbit in the yard. Ooh, if it isn't the little white rabbit, long time no see. Zhang Feng looked at the shivering white rabbit in the yard and smiled. This guy wasn't exactly an old acquaintance of his, the white rabbit in the back of the vegetable patch. He hadn't seen the little white rabbit in a while lately either. I didn't expect to see this guy infected when I saw him again. And the little white rabbit in the yard looked at Zhang Feng with great horror. It had witnessed Zhang Feng catching its own kind. That's why it also moved on purpose. But he didn't expect to be found by Zhang Feng in the end. And Zhang Feng also realized at this time that the little white rabbit seemed to be afraid of him. He doesn't know what's going on. Didn't he say they were good people last time? Looks like this little white rabbit doesn't believe it yet. Ouch. At that moment the money leopard in the yard called out anxiously. Wagging his tail, he looked at Zhang Feng expectantly. Don't worry, I'll get your feed. Zhang Feng smiled and walked into the room, taking out the feed and placing it in front of the money leopard. The money leopard was immediately excited to see so much fodder. With the feed in his mouth, he ran out the door, and Zhang Feng looked at the little white rabbit at this time. Immediately, the little white rabbit was paralyzed with fear and looked at Zhang Feng in horror. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he walked into the room to get his all-purpose medical kit out. By the way, I opened my live feed again. He's going to give the internet a lesson in spiral cone flies. Hello, good morning everyone. Zhang Feng greeted the netizens. Holy, this anchor is finally on the air. Anchor, do you know how long it's been since you've been on the air? I've heard that the anchor is on MT Taibik, and I'm looking for the anchor on MT Taibik right now. Where is Tuanzi? Where is Tuanzi? Let me see if Tuanzi is fat. Donut, are you polite? Zhang Feng just opened the live broadcast room and came in many netizens. And Zhang Feng didn't have any nonsense at this time. Straight to the yard to pick up the rabbit by the ears and lift the little white rabbit. What's the anchor doing? Eating rabbit in front of us? Why do you eat rabbits if they are so cute? I won't eat them without chili. Upstairs, I'll beat you to death as a human demon. People are overthinking it. I'm not going to eat the rabbit, but I'm going to give you a little science. This rabbit has a parasite on its neck, and this parasite is very scary. Zhang Feng pulled the camera of the live broadcast in for a clearer shot. Then he opened his medical kit again and pulled out the tools inside, getting ready to remove the spiral cone flies from the bunnies. The whole time the white rabbit was trembling with fear. Don't even dare to move. You guys, the white stuff is a parasite. This parasite sucks the blood out of its host until it dies and is very destructive to the environment. Now guess what kind of parasite this is? Zhang Feng held up his tweezers, which held a non-stop wriggling white worm. This is the larva of the spiral cone fly. Holy, watching this is so enjoyable. It's better than watching earwax being pulled out. This is a no-worm, no-bug omnivores are very ferocious and often have many viruses in their bodies. It appeared in the Tang dynasty and was killed by the swordsman Li Bai. It's been documented that if the bugs come, I'm going to choose Li Bai. This seems to be the cannibal fly of the lighthouse country. It's a completely metamorphosed developmental creature. Is there a complete perversion of perversion and a complete and incomplete? Some of the great minds on the air recognized the spiral cone flies. It is indeed the cannibal fly of the lighthouse country. Now this thing has invaded the country. So, if you come across this infected animal out there, make sure you report it to your local forest service. Zhang Feng said seriously at this time. And the netizens on the air understood the seriousness of the matter when they heard it. Don't worry, Anchor. We can still do this little thing. I'd like to know how this got into the country from the lighthouse state. It was probably brought in by some powerful person who wanted to eat wild game. Upstairs, open the door. I'm here to check the water meter. At this time, just as Zhang Feng was giving the netizens the science, the two money leopards walked into the yard with the big black bear. Recently, the transcoding is serious. So let us be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 172, Someone is Missing. Ouch. It's taking the lead. As soon as the money leopard walked into the yard he was very aggravated and told off. Zhang Feng could only put down what he had in hand first and lead a few money leopards to the other side. Then ask them what happened. What's going on? Zhang Feng glanced at the big black bear next to him with his head down and asked. Ouch. It's taking credit for our work. The money leopard was very aggravated and screamed out what had happened before. Now the big black bear's head bowed even lower as he listened. It seemed embarrassing, and Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard it. He wondered what the big black bear was doing. Turns out it's to teach the Sakura nation a lesson. Come on, it's just a few bags of feed. What's there to rob? Zhang Feng knocked on the heads of several money leopards. Then the feed was taken out and distributed to a few more animals. Bear, if you want fodder, just say so earlier. No need to go through all this trouble. Zhang Feng patted Xiong's shoulder and said, Ow, ow, you can't eat for free. The blind bear lowered his head and whimpered a little bit to wipe his face. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. Now of all the animals in the yard, the blind bear is the most naive and honest. Like the little black tiger that's not called naive at all. That's called a bean batch. Alright, go back, all of you, and do what you have to do. Zhang Feng waved his hand and told the few animals to go back inside the mountain. But just then, Panther suddenly ran in, and he ran towards Zhang Feng's side aggressively. After he came to Zhang Feng's side, he went up and gave those money leopards a claw. Ouch, who told you to sue? They're all brothers fighting over nothing. Get the hell out of here. Brother Panther fiercely roared a few times towards the several money leopards, quite a big brother style. The frightened money leopards immediately ran away with their heads down, and there were a couple bags of feed left behind. Then Panther raked the feed to the blind bear. Tell the blind bear to take it and make himself at home. For his part, Blind Bear looked at Brother Panther with some embarrassment, and next to him, Zhang Feng was watching in amazement at this time. Good lord, Panther is acting more and more like the black sharks. That's just like a big brother in a black club. At the same time, this made Zhang Feng worry in his heart. In case the leopard brother is arrested later, will it affect its son to take the civil service examination? I've heard it affects up to 3 generations. System, Brother Pal, have you ever watched Goonies? Zhang Feng suddenly opened his mouth at this time and asked, while Brother Panther was looking at Zhang Feng with a blank face, not knowing what he was talking about. It's okay, y'all go back. Zhang Feng waved his hand helplessly. Back to the yard. What was the anchor doing? My mother, this house has become a zoo. I have a bad feeling about this. I've just given you all the science as well. You guys must be more careful if you come across a parasite like this spiral trypanosome fly in your life. Well, let's stop here for today's broadcast after the science is done. After saying this, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast, and over the next few hours, one by one, a few more money leopards returned to the yard, and each leopard brought back an infected animal. It made Zhang Feng confused. It's only been a few days, And this spiral cone fly is spreading too fast. You guys keep going on your search and bring back as many infected animals as you can. Jiang Feng spoke to the few money leopards that had returned. Ouch! A few money leopards immediately left the yard again after receiving the order. Back to the mountains. And at that moment, the Forestry Bureau convoy that was coming to Longmen Village once again stopped on the mountain road. But this time it wasn't an animal that attacked them. Instead, the car had a flat tire. The crowd had no choice but to get out of the car and fix it. Su Jun, it's hard to imagine that you Chinese can build a road out here. Dashamaru got out of the car and sighed as he looked at the disc road. Su Qinghuan smiled without saying anything. He felt like he had really fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Following these few people from the Sakura country into the mountains, I ran into these unlucky things. Oh Shakuan, Kato-kun is missing. And just then, a man from Sakura Nation ran out of the woods in a panic. Panicked and screaming. The crowd looked at the man with furrowed brows. What the hell? Dashamaru asked, opening his mouth. We just went to take a leak. And Kato-kun had to look inside the woods. I didn't follow them, but after a while Kato-kun didn't come back. I just went into the mountains to take a look around, but I realized that Kato-kun was gone. A couple of Japanese yacked and yelled. Then it was back to the woods in a hurry. The Forest Service crowd was gathered around the car at this point talking about not knowing what was going on. Chief, what's wrong with this little bunch? A staff member spoke up and asked. Someone's missing. Su Qinghuan looked into the woods and said. It looked a little uncomplicated to him. Is Jiang Feng behind this? Su-kun, our people are missing. Please be sure to help us find them. Kato-kun is the best environmentalist we have in Sakurakuni and is important to our empire. Please. Daishumaru bowed towards Su Qinghuan after coming out of the woods. Su Qinghuan's face immediately darkened. These devils can talk funny. Don't say it's missing. Even if it's really dead, it's none of my business. Su Qinghuan said with a leathery smile. Don't worry. We will send people into the mountains to look for them now. After saying that, Su Qinghuan made a few calls out, then followed the crowd back into the mountains to look for it, but they found nothing but some drag marks. There was no choice but to exit the woods and stand by the car, waiting for the rescue team to arrive. But the people of the Sakura country were not dead set on staying inside the forest to look for them. Su Qinghuan didn't spoil them either. No one can stop you if you want to die. However, Su Qinghuan thought about it and still made a call to Jiang Feng. Xiao Jiang, this is a bit much today, Su Qinghuan said with a smile on her face, but still pretended to be a little angry. Director Su, what are you saying? I can't understand. Jiang Feng pretended to be deaf and dumb, dead set on denying that he did what happened today. Su Qinghuan instantly laughed and scolded. You little slicker, just teach them a lesson. But now that the people are missing, things are getting out of hand. So hurry up and release the people. You kid, Su Qinghuan slowly said. What? Someone's missing. What's going on? Jiang Feng asked in surprise with a bit of confusion. Well, it really wasn't you. Su Qinghuan on this side of the phone also froze. He had always thought that the disappearance of this Sakura nation was related to Jiang Feng, but I didn't expect Jiang Feng to seem really unaware of it. Is it true that Jiang Feng didn't order this? If it really isn't, that's a lot of trouble then. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 173, Donkey-Headed Wolf's Hometown. The disappearance of Sakura Nation's people in MT, Taibik has alarmed many people. After Su Qinghuan repeatedly confirmed that it wasn't Jiang Feng who did it, immediately fretted, because there's a lot of blame to go around for a disappearance. For a time, the entire Taibai mountain became even more lively. In order to find this missing Kato, some rescue teams have also gone into the mountains and started searching. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was sitting in the courtyard waiting for the money leopards to return. For Kato's disappearance, Jiang Feng said, none of my business. It's not like he did it anyway. Since you have to want to enter the mountain, you have to bear the consequences. And 5 or 6 more money leopards came back one after another over the course of the afternoon. This was something Jiang Feng had never expected. It looks like the spiral cone fly has been around for a while in the Taibai mountains. Jiang Feng looked at the writhing spiral cone flies on the ground and pondered. Why did this feel more and more complicated to him? These spiral cone flies look like they've spread up in the Tiberias. But Jiang Feng didn't have too good a solution right now. It was left to the money leopards to continue their search for spiral cone flies. He wanted to see how many more spiral cone flies were inside this mountain. He's still right up there with these spiral cone flies. Little Feng. And just then, the third master suddenly shouted from outside the courtyard. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up and came to the door. What's the matter, third master? Something happened in the field? Jiang Feng asked as he looked at the somewhat flustered third grandmaster who was covered in dirt. No big deal. It's just that those seeds you planted in the ground earlier seem to have been eaten by bugs. The third master slowed to speak. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. The seeds were eaten by worms. That's quite a first. Come on, third master. Let's go take a look. Jiang Feng said hurriedly, and came to the vegetable field with the two third grandmasters. At this point in time, a large portion of the vegetable field has been hooped with trellises, and the rest should be finished tomorrow. Look at the scourge of a crop that's only just grown. The three Moncler outlet store adults looked at the vegetable field painfully said. Jiang Feng also saw the situation inside the vegetable field at this time. These forage grasses in the ground are growing, but it was sparse. One in the east and one in the west. Not many surviving seedlings at all. Jiang Feng thought it was because of the cold weather and the seeds were frozen to death. But when he turned over the soil that hadn't emerged, he realized, there are no seeds in this at all. Master San, are there such powerful bugs in the ground now? Jiang Feng got up and asked breathlessly. Instead, the third master stared at the vegetable patch and shook his head. To be honest, this kind of bug he hadn't seen before either. He's been farming for most of his life, but he's never seen a bug that eats half the crop and leaves half of it behind. It's like a ghost. Hearing the third Grand Master's words, Jiang Feng couldn't help but frown. Paced around the vegetable patch a few times, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to be found. Even inside the soil, no so-called worms were found. In desperation, Jiang Feng could only go back to the yard and call Little Black Tiger over. Smell it, see if you can smell any other animals. Jiang Feng pointed to the vegetable field and said, now we have to beat a dead horse. Ouch! After receiving the order, the Little Black Tiger excitedly arched around in the vegetable field. After sniffing for a while, immediately and excitedly, he ran towards the grass. Ouch! The Little Black Tiger yelled at the grass. Two small animals immediately ran out from inside. Jiang Feng, who was about to go forward, immediately darkened his face when he saw it. TD, what are you two doing in the bushes? Do you understand reproductive isolation? Jiang Feng went up and viciously knocked Weasel and White Fox a few times. These two are definitely up to no good in the bushes in the middle of the day. Kirikou, people are discussing issues. Weasel yelped, then ran off, leaving White Fox to face Jiang Feng by himself. See, men like that are the most unreliable. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, White Fox nodded. Alright, you get the hell out of here too. You two aren't even a species messing around. Jiang Feng shooed the White Fox away in disgust. Turning his head, he looked at the Little Black Tiger. The Little Black Tiger immediately sniffed around again. Soon, the Little Black Tiger made another discovery. Excitedly, he ran towards the mound of dirt not far away. Jiang Feng also followed quickly when he saw this. Noticed it looked like a freshly dug hole. I just don't know what kind of animal it is. And at this time, the Little Black Tiger is up to 3 or 2 times to pick open the hole. The animals living inside were immediately exposed. Jiang Feng froze on the spot, looking at the two large and small animals inside the hole with a look of incredulity. Pangolin. Jiang Feng's voice startled the two pangolins inside. These two mountain-piercing armors raised their pointed heads and looked at Jiang Feng with some fear. Don't be afraid. I'm good. Jiang Feng squatted down at this time and smiled as he spoke to the pangolin armor. But Jiang Feng had just let the pangolin armor let down its guard when it was sabotaged by the Little Black Tiger. Ouch! We're the good guys. The Little Black Tiger excitedly shouted at the inside of the cave. The bared teeth scared the little pangolin. So Jiang Feng pushed Little Black Tiger away with a very disgusting hand. Step aside and don't make a mess. Jiang Feng looked at the pangolin armor with a renewed smile. Then pull out a handful of feed. Truly, with the feed, the pangolin was not as vigilant in looking at Jiang Feng. Instead, he stared at the handful of fodder dead in the face. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Jiang Feng put the feed into the hole and smiled. The two mountain-piercing armors also relaxed their guard after sizing up Jiang Feng for a couple of moments. Savor the feed. Jiang Feng continued to ask at this time. The seeds inside my land were all eaten by you, right? The pangolin that was eating its feed nodded. They arrived here hungry and ravenous, punching holes just in time to smell the odor emanating from the seeds. So a large and a small pangolin turned out the ungerminated seeds in the ground overnight and ate them. And to see the pangolin admit it with alacrity, Jiang Feng didn't make things difficult for the two pangolins either. After all, this pangolin is a nationally protected animal. It's on the same level as the donut them. It's even rarer in quantity than the donut. However, according to Jiang Feng's understanding, don't pangolins live in several southern provinces. There are no pangolins in Shaanxi province at all. So where did these two pangolins come from? Jiang Feng looked at the mountain armor twice and continued to ask. You guys aren't living here, right? Where are you from? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the large pangolin drilled out of its hole and raised its head, looking in one direction. The south. You're from Shenangjia. Jiang Feng suddenly asked after thinking for a while, because the closest place for pangolin to live is Shenangjia. But there are also very few pangolins in Shenangjia. But the great pangolin nodded at that moment. Jiang Feng froze when he saw it. Is this pangolin from Donkey Wolf's hometown? System mission release. Mission, travel to Shenangjia to clock in and sign in for a week. Quest reward, pseudo-resurrection. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 174, The Gift Brought by the Pangolin Armor. The system's sudden quest caused Zhang Feng to freeze for a moment. He could remember that the system hadn't released a new quest for him in a while. It's just that this mission is a bit far away. I can't believe it's in Shenangjia. In his impression, this was a very mysterious area of China. Even its core area does not allow people to enter. It's even more dangerous inside, and I've heard there are wildlings. Zhang Feng was a bit hesitant, but as soon as he saw this reward, Zhang Feng's heart was moved again. It's a resurrection, the kind that brings the dead back to life. Anyone who doesn't have a heartbeat. System, what does this pseudo-resurrection mean? Zhang Feng inquired in his mind. The host can specify the resurrection of a creature that has died within 3 months. Pseudo-resurrection is only valid for plants and animals. Note, this reward is a one-time reward. It will be withdrawn once it is used up. The system patiently explained the rewards to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was a bit frustrated after hearing this. He thought the ability would help him resurrect his parents or something. I didn't realize that you could only resurrect creatures that died within 3 months. Come to think of it, it seems like the only thing he can resurrect right now is Bean Hay. But then Zhang Feng asked, System, if it's a true resurrection skill, can it resurrect humans? After asking, Zhang Feng waited apprehensively for the system's answer. But then the system's reply made Zhang Feng disappointed once again. Resurrection only has an effect on plants and animals. Resurrecting human beings will disrupt the order of this world and will have incalculable consequences. Alright. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Feng sighed, feeling a little whimsical. By the way, system, when does this mission start? Zhang Feng asked the system in his mind. He could make arrangements to travel to Shenandoah. It can be done at any time. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and prepared to go to Shenangjia to sign in after the National Day vacation. And after dealing with the system side of things, Zhang Feng looked at the two mountain-piercing armors again. Why have you come here? There's a monster trying to eat us. The pachyderm rose with some trepidation at the mention of where it had once lived. Just like the donkey-headed wolf back in the day. The donkey-headed wolf was also chased here by an unknown creature. It looks like something must have happened in this Shenangjia. Perhaps that a powerful and terrifying creature has appeared. Is it true that the savages are out? So do you recognize the donkey-headed wolf? Zhang Feng inquired at this time. Instead, the pangolin shook his head. Confusion in his small eyes indicates that he has not seen a donkey-headed wolf. And did you see what kind of monster was chasing you? Zhang Feng asked with some curiosity. It was logical that the monster should be chasing a large beast like a donkey-headed wolf. But how does it even eat pangolins? Does this guy know what a pangolin can do? No, the little ones inside the mountain have run out. The pangolin shook his head, a look of fear once again on his face. Zhang Feng had wanted to ask again, but thought better of it. He might know when he gets there. Bring the big black tigers with them this time. Zhang Feng said silently in his heart. He doesn't believe there is anyone who can beat the big black tiger on this land. There should also be the father of the little black tiger. You guys just stay here and be nice. No one is going to hurt you. Zhang Feng took out a bag of feed and placed it in front of the armored man. A large and a small pangolin immediately came to life. I know a place that's got some good stuff. The great pangolin pitched in. Excited. What? Zhang Feng asked curiously. What would be something that a pangolin could call a treasure? Is it a termite nest? It's just something that grows in the ground and runs away. Pangolin Armor's words had confused Zhang Feng. Not much grows underground in the mountains. But to talk about plants that can run, Zhang Feng said that he was really stabbing his ass with a knife, opening his eyes. I'll take you there. The big pangolin took a bite of the feed, very excited to show Zhang Feng the way. However, he was stopped by Zhang Feng. Tomorrow. It's dark now. Zhang Feng pointed to the already darkened sky and said, it would be a bit dangerous to try to go back into the mountains now. And you can't see the road clearly in the pitch black. The pangolin lifted his pointy head and realized that it was indeed dark, then decisively retreated back into his hole. Alright, I'll come back for you tomorrow. You can't eat my seeds again. Zhang Feng pointed at the mountain armor and warned. The pangolin immediately nodded in embarrassment. Zhang Feng didn't say anything else, turned around and went home. But Zhang Feng had just returned to the door of his house when he ran into the little money leopard, who was looking at him with an excited face. Ouch! Come with me. The little money leopard immediately pounced upon seeing Zhang Feng. Biting the corner of Zhang Feng's coat, he tried to pull Zhang Feng away. Wait a minute. What are you kids doing? Zhang Feng knocked the little money leopard's head. This little guy is following Brother Panther and they are getting more and more out of line. Ouch! The baby leopard barked again. It was dead set on Zhang Feng following it. Stop. I'll go inside and get a flashlight, okay? Zhang Feng said very helplessly. Then he turned around and went back to the house. Got a flashlight out. and called on Bear. Just Bear's physique is safe to look at. Go! Jiang Feng turned on the flashlight and kicked the little money leopard to lead the way. The baby leopard was very excited and ran ahead, but Jiang Feng realized something was wrong as he walked. This is the mountain road to town. Little money leopard, what the hell did you find out? Jiang Feng asked from behind. Ouch! It's right up ahead. The little money leopard was very excited as he turned his head and barked at Jiang Feng, then immediately ran forward. After a while, Jiang Feng followed the little money leopard and finally arrived at his destination. Kato. Jiang Feng walked into the woods and looked at the person lying on the ground and exclaimed out in shock. This man he knew. It's one of the people from Sakura Nation inside the profile. But why is this guy running here now? And the clothes on his body had been torn into rags. You got this guy? Jiang Feng asked, pointing at the unconscious Kato. Ouch! It's us! At once, 7 or 8 young money leopards barked in the woods. Wagging his head and tail, he looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these little guys should be the offspring of the leopards gang. It is said that the dragon begets the dragon and the phoenix begets the phoenix, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. It seems that Moneyball's son was born to be a gangster. What are you doing with this guy? Jiang Feng asked again. Ouch! The little money leopard immediately ran up and barked at Kato. Jiang Feng suspiciously went up and looked twice. WOC, you're a tough guy. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 175, Digging for Treasure. Jiang Feng was stunned by the sight before him. Only several large black blisters appeared on the nostrils as well as the neck of the man named Kato. These large blisters are a symptom of being parasitized by the spiral cone fly. You're such a tough guy. Jiang Feng had to praise Kato, who was lying on the ground. The spiral cone fly is called a cannibal fly because it can also parasitize humans, and it doesn't suck people dry anytime soon. Now Jiang Feng also figured out how the spiral cone fly was introduced into the country. The man must have hidden the spiral cone fly inside himself. After passing through the security checkpoints smoothly, we came to Taibeek Mountain to release the poison. The purpose is to destroy the ecological environment of the Taibeek Mountains. Son of a. Jiang Feng went up and kicked Kato hard twice, and those 2 kicks slowly brought Kato to his senses. Kato scratches his head and tries to stand up, but as soon as he looked up he spotted the money leopard pouncing on him. Kato exclaimed in horror, and Jiang Feng silently retreated into the woods. Let the baby panthers continue to torture this guy. After a long time, eventually, Kato couldn't hold himself up and lay on the ground again. Jiang Feng also walked out at this time, reaching out his hand to probe Kato's breath, found out the guy was still breathing. The heart burst with some regret. However, he guessed the bastard wouldn't live long, because the big bubble on this guy is about to ripen. That means the bugs are coming out of his body. He shuddered at the thought. I have to say this Kato guy is really hard on himself. This kind of harm can be thought of. Jiang Feng sighed and got up to give the guy another kick. Jiang Feng then pulled out his cell phone and made a call to Su Qinghuan. Hey, Chief Su, I figured out how the spiral trypanosome fly got into the country. After making the call, Jiang Feng couldn't wait to speak. Don't give me a riddle. Tell me, Su Qinghuan said anxiously. Someone brought in the larvae by hiding them in their own body. I'll send you the coordinates and you'll have a rescue team come by and understand. Jiang Feng said with a smile. You mean? Su Qinghuan didn't know what came to mind, instantly said in surprise, but it was directly interrupted by Jiang Feng. Hey Director Su, let's pretend I didn't make this call to you today. We haven't been in touch. After saying that, Jiang Feng's side hung up the phone first. At the same time, Su Qinghuan's side also received a location message. This kid, he's got a lot of nerve. Su Qinghuan looked at the positioning coordinates and smiled, then immediately put away his smile and made a few serious phone calls. And Jiang Feng on his side looked at Kato twice more after the call. Just go home. Still, he'd left a money leopard here to hide, just in case if this guy doesn't die. Jiang Feng, who had left the woods, was in a particularly good mood, and at that moment a gale was blowing in the mountains. It's going to snow again. Jiang Feng stopped and glanced into the woods, then he turned around and walked towards the house. Jiang Feng wasn't concerned about the outcome of last night's rescue. He also pretended not to know about it. As soon as he got home, he fell asleep. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. Almost forgot about business. Jiang Feng looked at the snow outside, which had gotten quite thick again, and hurriedly got up to wash up. Then he went back to the tool shed to find some tools for digging and put them in the bamboo basket. Come on, doughboy. Come with me to the mountains for a little while. Jiang Feng came to the yard and called Tuanzi and the others up again. Brother, I want to go too. Jiang Daishue ran out at this time holding a rabbit and said excitedly, Go ahead if you don't mind the cold. Jiang Feng didn't say anything either. So I took my sister and a couple of the little ones right to the vegetable patch in the back. The pangolin is out. Show me your treasure. Jiang Feng stood at the head of the ground and shouted at the vegetable field. and as soon as he had finished shouting on his side, 2 pangolins came running out of the ground, running all the way to Zhang Feng's side. "Brother, we still have pangolins here." Zhang Daixue looked at the large and small pangolin on the ground in amazement. "These 2 came here on the run," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Brother, you're such a liar," Zhang Daixue grunted, not believing what Zhang Feng said. "Where's the baby you 2 were talking about? Show me." Zhang Feng rushed at the armored man at this time. Right up the hill, the pangolin armor excitedly led the way for Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng followed behind with Zhang Daixue and a few small animals. On the way, Zhang Feng also opened his live broadcast. "Hello friends, good noon. Today I'd like to show you a baby that can run underground." "What's that? You're shameless." "Holy, that looks like a pangolin in front of me. It's really a pangolin. Where did the anchor catch it?" The netizens spotted the pangolin leading the way at once. "This pangolin ran away and came to me. It's going to take me to the treasure now." Zhang Feng smiled and said in the live broadcast, "Anchor brags. There are no pangolins in Taibik at all. Wild pangolins are rare these days. This isn't farmed, is it? I don't care if you have a pangolin. I just want to know what it is." This pangolin has become a sperm. The internet doesn't really care about pangolins. For one thing, pangolins don't have as cute a face as donuts. Secondly, there were too many protected animals around Zhang Feng. Pick out any one of them and it's a class 2 protected animal at minimum. So the netizens are just numb to watching it. Instead, I'm quite interested in these unknown treasures. Honestly, I don't know what the treasure is, Zhang Feng said helplessly in the live broadcast. He couldn't tell what it was because the pangolin was so vague. The pangolin that led the way didn't run for long, though. Instead, he brought Zhang Feng to a ravine he had never been to before. Right there, the pangolin stopped in front of a plant, gathered around the plant and twirled around excitedly. Zhang Feng also walked up to the plant at this time. Looking at the green plant, he burst out laughing. "I thought it was something. It turns out to be a Kashmir ginseng." "What is Kashmir ginseng?" "I've only heard of ginseng. I've heard that ginseng will run away if it's old. You have to tie it with a red string. The ginseng is the king of ginsengs. It's a great tonic. If ginseng can run, I'll eat it." These things are really, do not believe it cannot be. My father a few years earlier motorcycle to go to the mountains to dig ginseng. Just dug 2. Set on the motorcycle, turned back to hear the sound. Ginseng to the motorcycle right away. Zhang Feng had just wanted to make a couple sentences of science in the live broadcast. I never thought I'd see a netizen doing this job for him, but seeing the comments from the netizens, Zhang Feng was speechless. He asked leisurely, "Did that ginseng fall into the net recently? The transcoding is serious, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 176 An animal is starving. Has the ginseng fallen off the grid? Zhang Feng's sentence made the netizens burst out laughing straight away. 6 Ah, this anchor is also talented. I'm guessing the ginseng didn't fall off the grid, and the ginseng stealer definitely did. This Kashmir ginseng looks fundamentally different from ginseng. Who can tell me if ginseng runs or not? You guys are overthinking it. How can ginseng run? Zhang Feng said with a smile, then took out the universal shovel and the bamboo basket. Squatting on the ground, he carefully dug up the Kashmir ginseng. Due to the unique environment here in the Taibik Mountains, something like the Kashmir ginseng has a higher nutritional value than some ginsengs. But over the years, due to environmental damage, wild ginseng is rarely seen. Zhang Feng estimated that this green ginseng in his hand shouldn't be very big. "Brother, I went over there to play with the group and the others." At this time, the idle and bored Zhang Daixue spoke up. Zhang Feng, who was digging ginseng, casually waved his hand. With a cheeky smile, Zhang Daixue led the troop and the others to the other side of the forest. And with the assistance of the universal shovel on Zhang Feng's side, digging ginseng didn't really take long. The entire main part of the screen ginseng has been revealed. I didn't expect it, but this ginseng is quite big. Zhang Feng sighed as he looked at the Kashmir ginseng in the ground. The main part of this thing alone is 20 or 30 centimeters long. In this, if you add the roots, it would definitely be longer. Good man, Anchor, this ginseng is hundreds of years old. I'll buy your ginseng. Che, can you afford it? This ginseng costs at least $1 million. Millions of dollars, that's it. Get out of the way. The one upstairs is coming to play the bully. The live feeds got noisy. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was still carefully digging the root of the Kashmir ginseng at this time. The roots of the screen ginseng are like the roots of a tree, many and messy, and deeply buried and very fragile. It's easy to break off the roots if you're not careful. The whole time Zhang Feng didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that something would go wrong. Luckily, in the end, this Kashmir ginseng was still tapped out in its entirety by Zhang Feng, when he held the cash senator up in front of the camera. Netizens were once again stunned. Holy, this ginseng is too long. It should be 2 meters long. I've been hearing people talk about the king of ginseng all day long. Are you selling this ginseng? Just name your price. I'll take the ginseng. $5 million. You're so stingy. Such a big ginseng should cost at least tens of millions. How much ginseng do you weigh? Some sharp-eyed netizens in the live broadcast room saw the value of this ginseng. There is a lot of money being offered to try to buy it. Zhang Feng weighed the cashmere ginseng and said, I guess this ginseng weighs only 2 or 3 pounds. Zhang Feng's words made the netizens suck in a breath of cold air. What's the concept of 2 or 3 pounds of ginseng? Folklore ginseng is 7 taels for ginseng, 8 taels for treasure. It is said that a ginseng weighing 300 grams and over 200 years old once fetched more than $3 million. This showed the value of this ginseng in Zhang Feng's hand. Perhaps a ginseng of this size can really achieve the legendary effect of bringing the dead back to life. So now many people in the live broadcast room had their eyes on this ginseng in Zhang Feng's hand. Anchor, just tell me if it's for sale or not. I'll take it for any amount of money. $10 million. I'll offer $10 million. That's the limit for this ginseng. Holy, why are there so many rich guys popping up on the air? I, Ranha Tong, offer $11 million. The live feed was full of big shots who had made bids. The price is even higher. Instantly, the ordinary netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Turns out there are so many rich people. And Zhang Feng saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time. He couldn't say anything about the netizens who had made these bids. Obviously everyone knows the value of this ginseng. Then in that case, Zhang Feng was just going to keep it for himself. He's not short of money right now, so it's such a good thing to have a little cutie. Just sold out. I'm sorry folks, but this ginseng is not something I intend to sell. Zhang Feng apologized and said in the live broadcast. It instantly made the netizens in the broadcast room riot. Holy, don't, Anchor, I can still raise the money. I, Pachi Tong, offer $15 million. I'm begging for your love. I'm offering $20 million. My grandfather is in the hospital. He's dying. Please sell me the ginseng. I'm dying of filial piety. Your grandpa will be dead by the time you get your hands on this. That's right. The anchor has said it's not for sale. You rich people don't know what you're showing off. Many of the netizens in the live room began to sour. After all, the vast majority of internet users are ordinary people. Tens of millions of dollars is something out of reach for them. Zhang Feng saw that there were still people in the live stream who wanted to continue bidding. Simply put the ginseng directly into the bamboo basket. He's already figured out what to do with this thing. Back he went to soak this ginseng in wine. This stuff is a tonic. All of you stop bidding. I am keeping this ginseng for my own use. Zhang Feng once again said in the live broadcast. Those who wanted to buy it were disappointed to see this. And after Zhang Feng dug up the ginseng, he backfilled the soil. This will also not damage the local environment. According to Zhang Feng's own estimation, this ginseng was at least 100 years old. This time the pangolin had brought him something good. Brother, come quickly. There's a bird here that's starving to death. At this time, Zhang Daishua suddenly ran in the forest shouting anxiously. What bird is starving to death? Zhang Feng packed up his things without haste. Then he picked up the bamboo basket and walked towards the direction Zhang Daishua came from. And at that moment, Tuanzi and a few other little ones suddenly ran over. Only this time the donut was actually clutching the neck of a dying bird in its claws. And Zhang Feng took a closer look. Good lord, if it isn't the black-bellied snake pelican. Boing boing, big bird. Donut grabbed the black-bellied snake pelican with one paw. The mouth kept wailing and taking short steps to drag the black-bellied snake pelican inside the forest. It seemed particularly happy. Donut, put it down. Zhang Feng hurriedly ran over when he saw this, because he felt that if he was one step too late, he probably would have died in the claws of the group with this black-bellied snake pelican. And after Tuanzi heard Zhang Feng's voice, he also let go of his claws in a hurry. Toward Zhang Feng pounced, but the head of the black-bellied snake pelican fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Zhang Feng, he straightened his mouth. I'm afraid this black-bellied snake pelican won't survive. Brother, it's this bird that's starving to death. It's so stupid. It can't peck through the ice in the river. Zhang Daishua spat up this black-bellied snake pelican. Zhang Feng walked over to the black-bellied snake pelican at this time, holding Tuanzi in his arms, and by now this black-bellied snake pelican was already in a dying state. But when the black-bellied snake pelican saw Zhang Feng coming, it lit up. Effortlessly, he opened his mouth. Do me a favor and give me something to eat. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately, so we're more motivated to update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 177, The Arrogant Black-Bellied Snake Pelican. The black-bellied snake pelican opened its eyes wide and looked at Zhang Feng pitifully, very much wanting a bite to eat. Zhang Feng looked at the black-bellied snake pelican's miserable appearance but smiled. This guy wasn't very arrogant at first, and stealing his fish. Now he's actually begging for it. You are not very crazy. Are you still crazy now? Zhang Feng said with a smile. Gah! No more madness. No more madness. The black-bellied snake pelican shook his head in a hurry. Holy, What kind of bird is this? It looks so scary. One look upstairs and you're not an old fan. This is the black-bellied snake pelican. Old and arrogant. I suddenly remembered. It seems like the anchor still has to find the golden eagle to take revenge on this bird. No need for that now. The black-bellied snake pelican came to the door on his own. Many netizens were reminded of this once very arrogant black-bellied snake pelican. Seeing the black-bellied snake pelican so miserable, the crowd was even more saddened. Birds that can be starved to death. I guess this black-bellied snake pelican is unique. Gah! Give me something to eat. The black-bellied serpent pelican called out weakly once again. Zhang Feng shook his head and took out a bottle of water and poured a little into the black-bellied snake pelican first. Then he took out some more bread and broke it up and placed it in front of the black-bellied snake pelican. Eat? Zhang Feng said helplessly. But who would have thought that this black-bellied snake pelican would not even look at the breadcrumbs? Just stare at Zhang Feng with both eyes. Brother, I really don't think this guy deserves any sympathy. At this time, Zhang Daixue, who was next to him, opened her mouth in disgust. It's good to have something to eat. And this black-bellied snake pelican is actually picky about what it eats. I was kind of sympathizing with this bird a moment ago, but now, Nima, this bird is not hard to starve to extinction in our country. Upstairs has a point, and I think it's possible. I didn't realize animals could be picky eaters. The picky black-bellied snake pelican makes everyone start to get speechless. This guy is starving and still picking at his food. This is probably the sand sculpture of birds. And Zhang Feng was even more infuriated and wanted to walk away. But the thought that this guy might be the last black-bellied snake pelican in China. Think it's better to accommodate it. It's not too late to beat this guy up when he's had his fill. Eat, eat, eat and then you'll have the strength to resist my brutal beating. Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of fodder and placed it in front of the black-bellied snake pelican. And the nearby Duanzi and Lantern they immediately jumped forward wanting to go up and beat up the black-bellied snake pelican. After all, they had been severely taunted by this guy last time. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fly, how could they let the black-bellied snake pelican be so arrogant? And the black-bellied snake pelican that was preparing to eat the feed didn't care that much. As long as there's food, the beating will come later. I guess the black-bellied snake pelican regrets eating the anchor now. Anchor, remove the bladder of the black-bellied serpent pelican or it will fly away. You're a tough guy upstairs, too. What are you guys so blindly anxious about? I didn't realize there was a big circle of animals around it. The previously arrogant black-bellied serpent pelican had left a deep impression on many people. That's why many people were looking forward to the scene where Zhang Feng beat up the black-bellied snake pelican. And the black-bellied snake pelican didn't care about those. It was gulping down its feed, living as if it were a starving man. Brother, this guy can't have not eaten. Zhang Daixue looked at the black-bellied snake pelican as he wolfed down his food and asked in a low voice. It probably hasn't had a winter, so it can't find food. Zhang Feng said speculatively. After all, the domestic population of this thing is negligible, so no one has figured out its habits. Soon, the feed on the ground was finished by the black-bellied snake pelican, and the black-bellied snake pelican regained some of its strength after eating the feed. The small eyes glanced at Zhang Feng twice, revealing a disdainful look. Stretching his neck proudly, he spread his wings and was about to fly away. Holy, anchor go, 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 lock it down. Nima, this guy still hasn't changed. He's still as crazy as ever. Laughing my ass off. This guy is too crazy. The crowd was stunned by the bold black-bellied snake pelican. This guy is just too crazy. You have to run after eating, without even a word of thanks. Run for what? And just then, Zhang Daixue, who was next to him, let out a loud cry, directly clutched the black-bellied snake pelican's neck, then viciously pulled the black-bellied snake pelican to the ground. This moment stunned everyone. Even Tuanzi and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at Zhang Daixue. Boing boing. Great! Tuanzi ran over towards Zhang Daixue's thighs and barked happily. The black-bellied snake pelican lying on the ground, on the other hand, had a lifeless look on his face. It sort of found out. There's not a single normal one in this family. Lock its throat all the way down. There's no justice in this. There's no law of the land here. At this moment, the black-bellied snake pelican was aggrieved. Ha ha ha, anchor is this family lockjaw genetic. It's so true that they're all in the same family, with the same lockjaw position. The black-bellied snake won't be able to get away with this. I've never seen such an arrogant bird. The netizens laughed out loud, and Zhang Daixue also realized at this time that she seemed to have been a bit too violent just now. In a hurry, he let go of the black-bellied snake pelican. Red-faced and hugging the rabbit, he walked and ran to the other side. The black-bellied snake pelican on the ground resigned itself to its fate at this point, not even running, lifelessly lying on the ground. Zhang Feng cried and laughed at this time and kicked the black-bellied snake pelican. You kid is not quite crazy. Well, how not to run, but also run ah. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the black-bellied snake pelican stubbornly turned his head away from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. This guy's pretty wild by now. Troop, You guys get this guy back. Do whatever you guys want with it as long as you don't get it killed. Zhang Feng pointed at the black-bellied snake pelican at this time and said, "Boing boing. I'm so gentle. Boing boing. May I pluck his hair? Ouch." The boss said to kill it. A few of the little ones looked at the black-bellied snake pelican with glowing eyes. The originally arrogant and boundless black-bellied snake pelican was scared and fluttered on the ground. But there was still no escape from this terrible fate. Clutching necks and pulling wings by these little guys. Hard to drag back. The netizens watching are starting to feel sorry for the black-bellied snake UG. But think of the arrogance this guy used to have. The crowd felt the guy deserved it all. When he returned home, Zhang Feng tethered the black-bellied snake pelican, because he's afraid the guy will starve if he flies away. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a stupid and arrogant animal. Even Bean is better than this guy. After all, Bean knew to ask Zhang Feng for food when he was hungry. This guy, forget it. Zhang Feng returned to the house and comfortably lay down on the bed. Tomorrow seems to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhang Feng glanced at the calendar on the wall at this time. Found out that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Maybe it was because Longmen Village was too remote, but he didn't feel a trace of the Mid-Autumn Festival. But just then, a cell phone text message was sent to Zhang Feng's cell phone. The east window is up. Has been transcoding badly lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 178. Brother Panther is proud. The east window is out, and the search and rescue team found a couple of human footprints on Kato's side. A text message was sent to Zhang Feng's cell phone. Zhang Feng's brows immediately furrowed when he saw it. If there was no surprise, this text message was definitely sent by Su Qinghuan. After all, they were the only two people who knew about it. Zhang Feng had thought that the heavy snowfall last night would cover up his traces, but never thought of the footprints still left behind. Zhang Feng couldn't sleep anymore and sat up from the bed. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Su Qinghuan. "Chief Su, what's the situation now?" Zhang Feng opened the door and asked, and Su Qinghuan, who received the call, got up and closed the door. The rescue team found footprints on Kato's side. "You boys don't do things carefully," Su Qinghuan said with some reproach. "So did they find out about me?" Zhang Feng's heart thumped. "None so far. The footprints are right around Kato, but they're gone when we get out of the woods. So now the rescue team has no other leads." Su Qinghuan told Zhang Feng about the current situation. It made Zhang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. "So is Kato dead yet?" Zhang Feng once again opened his mouth and asked if this guy was still alive. Then his trip was somewhat unworthy. "It's already lying in the morgue. This man is ruthless." Su Qinghuan thought back to when he found Kato. Couldn't help but shiver. The man is so hard on himself for letting a parasite live in his body for so long. "Then it's not alright now," Zhang Feng said with a sigh of relief. "Wait, Kato's identity is rather special. This will attract a lot of attention. You still need to pay attention lately. By the way, our bureau after the National Day to go to SNJ Forestry Bureau to visit and learn. Kid Idol is also idle. Want to go play?" Su Qinghuan extended an invitation to Zhang Feng. And hearing Su Qinghuan's words, Zhang Feng froze for a moment. SNJ. The task given to him by the system is not to go to SNJ to sign in. From what he understands, there are some places in SNJ that are off limits. He was still thinking about how he was going to get in and take a look around. "I didn't expect a pillow to be sent to me when I dozed off. Go, but I won't follow them when we get there." Zhang Feng wanted to talk to Su Qinghuan in advance. He is not going to follow the FDA when he gets to SNJ, because he has his own things to do. Make yourself at home, but the SNJ core area is a bit sinister, so watch yourself when you get there. After hearing Zhang Feng's request, Su Qinghuan didn't think much about it. Just think of it as Zhang Feng wanting to go on a tour by himself. "Ha ha, I'll bring the big black tiger with me then. Just contact me when you guys go." Zhang Feng laughed out loud. Now as long as it's not something beyond his cognizance, Zhang Feng found it all acceptable. "Alright then, I'll have the leaders Zhang contact you tomorrow. That's all, hang up for now." After saying that, Su Qinghuan hung up the phone. In the room, Zhang Feng looked at his cell phone and breathed a complete sigh of relief. "I've even started to look forward to this trip to Shenangjia." Another quiet morning. Zhang Feng woke up and saw a few money leopards in the yard. Beside each leopard lay a small, shivering animal. These leopards are too diligent. Zhang Feng looked at the animals in the yard and smiled, then got up and dressed and came out into the yard. A few money leopards immediately barked in excitement after seeing Zhang Feng. They were looking for these infected animals all night long in order to fulfill the mission Zhang Feng had given them, to be able to eat a mouthful of feed. "Hold it all. There's feed for all of them. There's feed for all of them." Zhang Feng smiled and carried out a large pile of feed from the room. One by one, the money leopards were given out. The cheetah that gets the feed is very excited. Turning with the feed in his mouth, he ran off into the hills again. Since the addition of the feed, the group of leopards have been working very hard. Only, after all, The number of infected animals is limited. After the morning had rushed by, not a single leopard had returned, and Zhang Feng realized at this time that there should be no more infected animals in Mount Taibai. Brother Panther, tell your brothers not to look for them every day. The mission is over. Zhang Feng rushed to Brother Bao, who had just returned from the courtyard. Ouch, idle is idle. Panther held his head high and looked very happy. This mission was a big money maker for them. Basically every leopard got feed. They know the value of these feeds firsthand. That's why each leopard does its job so hard. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh at this time. He realized that Brother Panther was really getting arrogant now, but with so many money leopards under his command, Brother Bao is also considered a bully in the mountains. Brother Panther, don't you feel good about yourself now? Doesn't it feel like you've unified MT? Taibeek. Zhang Feng stroked Brother Panther's head and said, and Panther kept wagging his tail. Loved what Zhang Feng just said, but Zhang Feng couldn't help but hit Brother Panther at this time. Smaller Brother Panther, you have a smaller pattern. Take the inside of this Taibai mountain. Do you think you can beat the great black tiger? Hearing this, Panther's originally wagging tail stopped. The eyes were even more careful to look at the big black tiger lying under the eaves of the room. This is a guy they can't really seem to beat. Ouch. It doesn't count. What a family says. Panther shook his head, mentally convincing himself. Then he raised his head again and looked at Zhang Feng arrogantly. But Zhang Feng sighed at this time. Then he pulled out his cell phone directly and opened the browser. Found a high-definition version of a map of China. Brother Panther, your pattern is still small. See here, Taibai Mountain only occupies this piece of land. And look at this place. It's home to the largest tiger in size, the Northeast tiger. Zhang Feng explained to Brother Panther about the large beasts in China. Brother Panther was dumbfounded by what he heard. Turns out there are so many more than yourself. Only when it comes to tigers. The big black tiger lying under the eaves of the room, however, hummed disdainfully. How big can the world's largest tiger be? It is not known, but it had never seen a tiger bigger than it anyway. Big black tiger's confidence was obviously not infectious to Brother Panther. Only then did Brother Panther realize that the country of China turned out to be so big. There are so many beasts of prey living up there. It's probably not going to make it if it's fighting a solo battle, but it has brothers. Thinking of this, Brother Panther's originally dark eyes immediately lit up. Ouch, I have a brother. Panther lifted his head and wagged his tail, becoming even more arrogant. Zhang Feng was a bit confused when he saw this. Good lord, he'd almost forgotten that Panther wasn't fighting alone. People have dozens of brothers, the biggest gang of gangsters in Taibeek. But Zhang Feng smiled sinisterly at this time. Taking out his cell phone, he silently searched out the world map. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 179 Brother Panther, it's my pattern that is low. Come, Brother Panther, I'll show you another good thing. Zhang Feng hugged Leopard's neck and pulled Leopard to his cell phone. Brother Panther, your pattern is still small. Don't believe me? Look here. Zhang Feng gushingly explained to Brother Panther about the various large beasts in the world. And once again, Brother Bao was struck by Zhang Feng. Ouch. I'm not looking. Panther is trying to escape from Zhang Feng's elbow. However, he was firmly given a necklock by Zhang Feng. There's no escape. Brother Panther, don't worry. Look at this place again. There's a disgusting animal in this place that specializes in anal digging. And here's your old nemesis Jackal. Zhang Feng gave Brother Panther a long speech. Mostly though, it's about the animals of the Afrikaner continent. After all, this amazing continent is home to many large beasts. And Panther had gone from being reluctant to listen at first. Toward the end, both eyes began to glaze over. Brother Panther, see, your pattern is still small. Know well that there are people outside the people. Zhang Feng was speaking when he suddenly realized that Brother Bao's expression seemed a bit off. The eyes were actually filled with excitement. Zhang Feng admitted that he was confused and couldn't understand what was wrong with Brother Panther. Ouch! Leopard, who had broken free from Zhang Feng's restraints, suddenly leapt up in the yard, and then leaned up to the sky and wailed. Ouch! The domination of Africa. Kill the anal retentive. Panther in the yard was especially excited. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. There's something wrong with where this plot is going. He just wanted Panther to lay low in the future. Didn't tell you to go dominate. Zhang Feng anxiously wrapped his arms around Brother Panther's neck and said, Don't. Brother Panther, let's not be impulsive. Let's have a good talk. Who knew that Brother Panther had actually broken free of Zhang Feng's restraints this time? Both eyes looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Ouch! It's my pattern that's low. I want to rule. After saying that, Brother Panther turned around and jumped out of the yard. Excitedly, he rushed off into the mountains. Standing in the yard, Zhang Feng froze with his hand outstretched. I didn't mean that. Brother Bao, you're back. Zhang Feng sighed powerlessly. He felt like he might have inspired some kind of a tribute in Panther, but the thought of Panther not being able to leave the country, Zhang Feng's heart then breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Brother Panther's wish for domination will not be realized. Zhang Feng shook his head and returned to the house with a sense of relief. Xiao Zhang from the Forestry Bureau contacted Zhang Feng in the afternoon. Zhang Feng took a look. This is not exactly the town of the Forestry Bureau of the resident staff. Xiao Zhang, well, you kid can do it. You can even lead a team out on an exchange now. Mr. Zhang is joking. I am also taking advantage of you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng burst out laughing. This Chang is young, but he's a good talker. This kind of person can get along wherever they are. When will your forestry department go to SNJ? Just let me know in advance when it's time. Zhang Feng spoke again. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll contact you when the time comes. After the two of them chatted for a couple of sentences, Zhang Feng hung up the phone on his side. Doing the math, the 4th of July holiday is now just a few days away. That's why he has to prepare in advance. By then it was a week inside the deep mountains of SNJ. If you don't prepare enough, you'll be embarrassed if you go hungry. Brother, come over for mooncakes. At this time, Jiang Daixue, who had made a good meal, shouted outside the door. Coming. Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and came to the courtyard, found the critters already seated in rows, and each critter has a small bench in front of it. There was a mooncake on top of the bench. Even the black-bellied snake pelican that just arrived. When did you buy the mooncakes? Zhang Feng picked up a mooncake and sniffed it. Durian flavored. Zhang Feng quietly switched the mooncake with the little black tiger next to him. The little black tiger raised its head and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. Then he craned his head back to look at the other critters. Ouch! Boss is the best to me. Seeing the little black tiger's haughty look, several other little animals were enraged. Led by the donut, several of the critters rounded up the little black tiger. After the beating, the little black tiger became even more arrogant. You guys are jealous. Naked jealousy. The little black tiger lifted its head high and proudly, following Panther's example. Zhang Feng, who was watching from the side, shook his head straight and sighed. No wonder Big Black Tiger brought Little Black Tiger to his care. I guess the Big Black Tiger is already planning to have another one. Brother, I realize now that you're getting more and more diabolical. At this time, Jiang Daixue walked to Zhang Feng's side and snatched the black sesame mooncake from Zhang Feng's hand. Then he stiffly stuffed another piece of durian-flavored mooncake to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately looked at the mooncake with an ugly face. He then wondered why these manufacturers had to produce mooncakes of this flavor. Did someone really eat it? Zhang Feng sighed and quietly placed the mooncake in front of the black-bellied snake pelican. The arrogant-faced black-bellied snake pelican froze for a moment, then immediately stretched his neck, his small eyes looking at Zhang Feng with disdain. Gah! Human! I don't eat this. At this moment, the black-bellied snake pelican showed off his arrogant stance. The tone of voice was even more condescending, didn't put Zhang Feng in his eyes at all, and Zhang Feng's face instantly darkened. You're a crazy kid. Do you not realize the situation you're in? Zhang Feng looked at the black-bellied snake pelican with a cold smile. The originally arrogant black-bellied snake pelican froze. It looked down at the chains on its feet and sighed before turning its head away from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was infuriated. Immediately, he shouted at the donuts and the others. Donut, you guys come over here quick. This guy won't eat. You guys come help him. And upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tuanzi and the others immediately put down the mooncakes in their own hands. There was a lot of running around. Each and every one of them was rubbing their fists together, long wanting to beat up the black-bellied snake pelican. Donut, feed this to him so he can finish it. Zhang Feng gave the durian-flavored mooncake to Tuanzi with a bad smile. Tuanzi immediately nodded and excitedly rushed towards the black-bellied snake pelican. At this moment, the black-bellied snake pelican was so frightened that it fluttered and tried to fly away, but it was chained up. Gah! Human beings, let go of this master. This master wouldn't dare. The black-bellied snake pelican began to beg for mercy, but the tone of the plea was a little different. Zhang Feng stated that he had never seen such an arrogant plea for mercy. Brother, that's a little bad, Jiang Daixue said with some worry at this time. It's okay, this guy is too picky a eater. If we don't cure him a little bit, this guy is guaranteed to starve to death as soon as he gets out. Zhang Feng waved his hand carelessly. He'd never seen an animal that was more arrogant and picky than the black-bellied snake pelican. This thing will starve to death sooner or later if you let it out. At this time, Yuan Shao was the one who ran over and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh. Boing boing. Can people pluck its hair has been heavily transcoded lately, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 180, End of the National Day Holiday. Lantern's words froze Zhang Feng in his tracks. Yesterday we had to pluck the black-bellied snake pelican's hair at the Lantern Festival, so why do we have to do it today? He asked as he knelt down and touched the lantern. Lantern, why did you have to pluck its fur? Boing boing. I want to fly. Lantern waved his two front paws and looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. At once, Jiang Feng was left speechless. He had never thought that Lantern actually had this kind of idea. You, forget it, you pull it, but only one. Jiang Feng stretched out a finger and told Lantern that he could only pluck one hair. Lantern immediately nodded, excited. Then he charged towards the black-bellied snake pelican. Immediately afterward, there was a miserable scream from the black-bellied snake pelican. As for how many hairs Yuan Shao had actually pulled out, this Jiang Feng didn't know. What is certain, though, is that one of the black-bellied snake pelican's wings is bald in a small piece, but even so, it didn't stop the arrogance of the black-bellied snake pelican. This guy doesn't give a about anyone. Also incredibly picky eaters and non-feeders. If Jiang Feng didn't see that it was already winter inside the mountain, he would have thrown this guy out. Of course, Jiang Feng hadn't forgotten about the two spotted turtles in the pond. Moreover, Jiang Feng had also given these two spotted turtles something good. See, you know what this is? Jiang Feng looked at the two spotted turtles with the 5 suns diffractive pill in his hand. The two spotted turtles looked at Jiang Feng in confusion, not knowing what it meant. Jiang Feng smiled at this time and said, "This is good stuff. Come on, you two, eat these too." Jiang Feng took out both of the 5 suns diffusion pills that the system had rewarded him with last time. It was placed in front of the two spotted turtles. This thing was given by the system in a way that made it clear that it was for animals, but for now it's not working for any other animal except these two spotted turtles. Jiang Feng thought that the 5 suns diffusion pill might help the spotted turtle reproduce the next generation. Come on, eat it. This stuff can be hard to get. Jiang Feng directly pinched the 5 sun diffraction pill and stuffed it into the mouths of the two spotted turtles. The two spotted turtles swallowed it whole, but there doesn't seem to be any response. Jiang Feng looked at the two spotted turtles suspiciously. You two don't have any feelings, like being very hot inside. The two spotted turtles shook their heads in confusion. They still didn't know what Jiang Feng had given them to eat until now. I don't think so. Is this thing being used in the wrong way? Jiang Feng looked at the two spotted turtles twice more, noticed that there didn't really seem to be any particular reaction. He was instantly a little disappointed and shook his head as he turned back to the house. Only what Jiang Feng didn't know was that the moment he left, the two spotted turtles suddenly came to a reaction. After Egg and Yuan looked at each other, they immediately moved closer together. Then, time always passes quickly. The 4th of July vacation went by in a flash. The last 2 days Jiang Feng drove Jiang Daixue to the town. The town has a direct shuttle bus to the county train station. Why don't I drop you off at the train station? Jiang Feng parked his car at the intersection. Somewhat worried, he inquired. Although it wasn't the first time his sister had traveled out of town, Jiang Feng was still a bit uneasy in his heart. Jiang Daixue sniffed and said with a beaming mouth, "Brother, I'm already an adult, so don't treat me like a child anymore. Donut, take care of my brother when I'm not home," Jiang Daixue said as she touched the donut in her arms. Tuanzi sniffed and immediately raised his head to look at Jiang Daixue excitedly. Boing boing, they'll feed him. Hearing this, Jiang Feng knocked the donut speechlessly. This little guy doesn't learn. You have to go begging for food. Drip. That's when an old, dirt-covered shuttle stopped at the intersection. The driver honked his horn, urging those waiting to get on the bus to hurry up. "Brother, the car is here. I'm leaving." Jiang Daixue put down the troop in her arms and picked up her luggage and got into the car reluctantly. "Take care of yourself. I'll call you if you run out of money," Jiang Feng also said with some reluctance. Jiang Daixue, who had already gotten into the car, sat in the seat by the window, waving his hand towards Jiang Feng and Tuanzi and the others, and the car started up again at that point and soon disappeared into the intersection. Jiang Feng sighed as he stood at the intersection looking at the direction the car was heading. Then he turned and led the doughboys and the others back into the street. Boing boing, what's wrong with you? The troop in his arms looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. It sensed that Jiang Feng's mood seemed a bit low. "It's okay." Jiang Feng smiled and stroked Tuanzi's head. Boing boing, that's it. Tuanzi went up and kissed Jiang Feng. Then he grinned and looked at Jiang Feng happily. Instead, Jiang Feng wiped his face in disgust. "Donut, how could you?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Tuanzi's originally happy face immediately dropped. Obviously very unhappy, it decided to never bother with Jiang Feng again. "No 2 bags, not 3. You can't coax it without 3 bags of feed." Jiang Feng obviously didn't know that the troop had so many other ideas. He hadn't been idle for a moment after returning home from town. He first went to the shed to have a look around, found that the replanted forage grasses have all sprouted, and now the animals guarding the vegetable patch have been replaced by a family of pangolins. As for the weasel, this guy is off somewhere. Jiang Feng hadn't seen it for days. Ding, 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 ding. At this time, Jiang Feng's phone rang. It's Zhang from the forestry department calling. "Mr. Jiang, we're leaving the day after tomorrow, so you think it's better for us to rendezvous somewhere?" Chang asked first. "Just in the city. I'll meet you at the highway intersection then. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, the fastest way to get from Tiberias to SNJ is to take the highway. By the way, your chief told you that I won't be joining you when I arrive, right? Well, our director talked about it. Across the room, Shang nodded, so the two discussed some more details before ending the call, and for the rest of the time, Zhang Feng had been preparing to enter the SNJ. Everything inside the home he had to organize. In addition to the 4 little ones that followed him this time, the big black tiger was also going to follow, and Brother Panther. This guy doesn't know if he's going to go. That said, he hasn't seen this guy in days. Zhang Feng was extremely depressed at the mention of Brother Panther. Ever since he showed Brother Panther the map of the world a few days ago, the guy just ran off and never came back. I don't know what this guy is doing and why he's so busy. Zhang Feng also tried to get in touch with Brother Panther, but no one knows where this Panther guy ran off to. In the end, Zhang Feng didn't even bother with this guy anymore. The last day of the National Day holiday, Zhang Feng had already arranged the home properly. The shed is looked after by my eldest uncle and nothing can happen to it. But these few critters still in the house are a problem. Zhang Feng called Su Qinghuan after thinking about it. Director Su, tomorrow I'm going to SNJ. Can you send someone to my house to take care of the spotted turtle and the pangolin armor they? Zhang Feng asked directly. You're, okay, I'll get 2 guys to come to your house for a couple days. Su Qinghuan on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly. He always felt that Zhang Feng was pulling the wool over their forestry bureau all the time. By the way, be honest when you go to SNJ, don't enter the core area. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 181, are you looking for me? At this time, Su Qinghuan suddenly said in a serious manner. Zhang Feng also heard Su Qinghuan's tone. He asked questioningly, is something wrong with SNJ right now? Yeah, I just got off the phone with the Forest Service over there, and SNJ has been having some problems lately. A lot of animals died inexplicably, including beasts like the leopard, and the specifics were not said over there, so you boys be careful when the time comes, Su Qinghuan said seriously, and Zhang Feng realized at this time that the situation seemed a bit off. First, the donkey-headed wolf ran to MT, Tybeek, then came the pangolin. Now there are many more inexplicable deaths of wildlife. Something is going to happen inside this SNJ. Chief Su, do you think this could be the work of a savage? Zhang Feng asked at this time. Because SNJ is best known for the savages. Many people have made sightings, but the local forest service has never taken a picture of the wild man. So that's one of the biggest mysteries of SNJ. This is not easy to say. Anyway, that site has been put under martial law. I guess you can't enter the core area. You take care of yourself when you get there. Su Qinghuan reminded Zhang Feng once again. But instead, this sparked Zhang Feng's curiosity. Relying on the big black tiger with an overwhelming force value by his side, Zhang Feng was eager to meet this mysterious creature inside the SNJ. Su Qinghuan gave Zhang Feng a little more information about the SNJ situation before hanging up, and Zhang Feng can't wait to go to SNJ now. Afternoon, Zhang Feng stood at the door with Tuanzi and the others. You guys stay home and watch the house. Zhang Feng rushed to the weasel in the yard, though he won't meet with the FDA crowd until tomorrow, but it takes at least an afternoon to get from Longmen village to the city, so Zhang Feng planned to find the city today. Kirikou, don't worry. Weasel nodded at Zhang Feng. Only then did Zhang Feng close the door. After driving to the entrance of the village, Zhang Feng handed over the key of his house to his eldest uncle. Be careful on the road and don't wander off. The eldest took the key and spoke with a black face. Don't worry uncle, I'll be back after a while. Zhang Feng waved his hand at the crowd at the entrance of the village. Then he drove away from Longmen village and headed towards the city. The overall mountain range of the Taibai Mountains spans 3 counties in 2 cities. And the prefecture-level city where Longmen village is located is Chinsong City. It is known as the hometown of Yendi, a cultural city with a long history. It was a pity that Zhang Feng hadn't been skating around downtown. And this time after Zhang Feng arrived in the city, it was already midnight. Zhang Feng set up a tent and stayed in a random park with no one in it. The weather in the city is much more normal than in the Tahoe. Even with a short sleeve it wasn't too cold. Since there were still a few small animals following him around, Zhang Feng didn't have the time to go loitering. Slept early in the tent. Until the next day, Zhang Feng was woken up by a sound of talking outside. He opened the tent in a daze and took a look. It was found that the outside was already filled with people, inside and out. Yo, it's really old Jiang. I knew it was you as soon as I saw the car. Holy, why is this guy still carrying pandas? This isn't poaching. It's an anchor. It's famous. The sound of the crowd talking made Zhang Feng snap out of it. He immediately zipped it up. It was only after he finished packing that he walked out a little embarrassed. He didn't realize he was up a little late today. I guess the Forest Service crowd should be waiting. Anchor, Come, let's take a picture. Wow, I can't believe this guy brought so much wildlife. The crowd once again surrounded Zhang Feng. Sorry, I have things to do right now. The group photo will come later. Zhang Feng hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd with a few little ones in a hurry. The crowd just wanted to go after them, but as soon as he saw the big black tiger that could barely fit in the wagon, everyone involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Good lord, what a monster! It's like a mountain. Without the crowd to stop him, Zhang Feng quickly drove away from the park, and at this time Xiao Zhang from the Forestry Bureau, also called Zhang Feng, asked Zhang Feng where he had gotten to. Right away. Zhang Feng glanced at the driving map and said, he's not far from the highway intersection here, so it didn't take long to drive to the entrance of the highway. Zhang Feng also saw a few cars from the Forestry Bureau through the car window. Apparently, this time, the Taibai mountainside had sent quite a few people over for this exchange event, and it's basically some young people. Chang, I'm not late, am I? Zhang Feng got out of the car and apologized, and those who still had grievances immediately lost them once they saw that it was Zhang Feng. Many people gathered and looked curiously at the few little ones inside the car. No, Mr. Zhang, we've only just arrived. Let's leave now. We'll probably reach our destination by nightfall, Chang said with a smile. That's fine. I'll just follow your convoy. Zhang Feng smiled. The people were all here now, so Zhang Feng followed the Forestry Bureau crowd onto the highway. Taibik Mountain is more than 600 kilometers away from SNJ. The drive is nearly 9 hours or so for the whole day today Zhang Feng and Duanzi they spent it on the road. Donut and a few other little ones had long since become impatient, clamoring to go down and play. Don't worry Donut, it'll be here in an hour or two. Zhang Feng calmed the troop. Although he had already gotten off the highway, it was still nearly an hour or so away from the SNJ Forestry Bureau, and the Forest Service site here is not inside the city. Instead, it's deep inside the mountains. Following the Forestry Bureau's convoy, Zhang Feng turned left and right into the mountains, and it was only after reaching the inside of the mountain that the donuts and their emotions stabilized. Lay down on the car window and look out. At that moment, the caravan passed a small waterfall, and the caravan traveling in front of it stopped. The crowd in the car also stepped out of the car. Mr. Jian, it's been a long day of driving. Come down and rest for a while. Chang leaned over the car window at this point and spoke. Zhang Feng nodded, so he opened the car door and let Tuanzi and the others walk out. As soon as they got out of the car, a couple of the little ones were back to their natural selves, running around excitedly on the road. The Forest Service crowd also gathered around to take a picture with the group. Zhang Feng didn't stop them either, but stood to the side and enjoyed the scenery of SNJ. Not to mention, the natural scenery here in SNJ is no worse than MT. The environmental protection is also quite good, but when it comes to the level of mystery, MT, Taibai is naturally no match for SNJ. Zhang Feng looked around and suddenly spotted a worn-out wildlife signboard next to the waterfall. There was actually a cat-like animal painted on it, and just when Zhang Feng wanted to read the words on it clearly, suddenly a yellow animal jumped from the tree to Zhang Feng. You are looking for me has been heavily transcoded lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 182, Arrival at the Destination. The golden cat that suddenly appeared in front of him startled Zhang Feng. He craned his head to look at the pattern on the sign again. Yeah, it does say to watch out for this guy, but this little guy in front of me doesn't look like he has a ferocious character in the legend. Zhang Feng took a serious look at the golden cat in front of him. Forget it, this guy's face isn't very good. Zhang Feng suddenly spat out, but the golden cat across the room instantly caught on. All at once, he bared his teeth and looked at Zhang Feng ferociously. He even had to stretch out his claws to scratch Zhang Feng's face. Luckily, Zhang Feng ran fast, or else he would have been disfigured by this guy. Zhang Feng jumped to the side and glared at the golden cat fiercely. What's the matter? You're still not happy when I say a few words to you. Just wait, I'll call someone right away. Meow. Woo. I'm pissed. The golden cat licked its front paw and looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. Zhang Feng was instantly happy. This golden cat can actually not afraid of strangers. This guy can't be humanely raised. Zhang Feng looked at the golden cat twice and said, You wait for me. After letting out his harsh words, Zhang Feng immediately ran to the car. Found the donut them. Donut, there's a very cocky guy over there. Zhang Feng reached out and pointed towards the golden cat. The Forest Service crowd craned their heads to look over at this point. It's actually a golden cat. Hey, this guy looks a bit fierce. Being the same feline and a first-class protected animal, I feel it's better to look at a rabbit. Why do I feel as if this golden cat understands us? The Forest Service saw the golden cat and discussed it in 7 different ways. This guy is also a nationally protected animal, but there are no golden cats distributed in the Taibai Mountains. That's why all the people were interested in this golden cat that wasn't afraid of strangers. And not far away, The golden cat seemed to understand what the crowd was saying. This got even more vicious. His mouth meowed and meowed, and Zhang Feng was directly happy to hear it. Donut, see, this guy is crazy. Zhang Feng touched the donut. Boing boing. People love arrogant guys. Tuanzi's eyes lit up at the sight of the golden cat. Immediately, he brought a few of his minions to surround the golden cat. The frightened golden cat tensed. The mouth even kept meowing and meowing. And that's when the golden cat suddenly saw the rabbit. It froze suddenly. It seems to realize that it is also a cat, only this cat is so fat. The face seems to be that much higher than it too. The golden cat was suddenly a little depressed. And that's when Zhang Feng walked up with the crowd from the forestry bureau. This golden cat really doesn't seem to be afraid of people. Isn't that normal? Golden cats are very ferocious in nature. Old Jiang, tell Tuanzi and the others to be careful. Don't get scratched by this cat. The crowd was reminded of that. Don't look at the size of this golden cat, not much, but the character is very pugnacious. The creature is also said to be able to catch creatures such as wild sheep that are several times its own size. And Zhang Feng walked up to the golden cat at this time. See, I told you your face wasn't very good. Zhang Feng pointed at the rabbit next to him. The golden cat, who had originally bared its teeth in a ferocious manner, was instantly abashed. There were a couple of small yelps, and suddenly there was some confusion in his eyes. For the first time ever, it's questioning its own face value. The crowd beside him immediately looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly. Old Jiang, can't you be a human being? Why do I get the feeling that this golden cat is out of luck if it touches old Jiang? Look at that. It's got the golden cat boy worried. Meow. Woo, you're the one with a bad face. The golden cat snapped out of it and barked ferociously twice towards Zhang Feng, then turned and nimbly escaped the encirclement, disappeared into the woods. Donut and the others wanted to go after and catch the golden cat again. However, he was stopped by Zhang Feng. Forget it, Donut, this guy's afraid he's going to be sad for a while. Zhang Feng shook his head as he cried and laughed. He had a feeling it might be an immature golden cat, and it's still a female at 8 or 9. Odds are the guy is probably starting to wonder about the cat life by now. Jiang, Xiao Zhang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and sighed helplessly. It's possible to make a ferocious golden cat with a ferocious personality look like this. Zhang Feng was also unique. Let's go, Mr. Jiang, the SNJ Forestry Bureau isn't that far from here. It's another half hour away. Chang looked at the time on his cell phone. The crowd was greeted and boarded the bus, then set off on another trip. The SNJ Forestry Department is inside the mountains though, but it's a pretty smooth road to build. There seems to be a bazaar next to it, and it's not exactly out of the way. And the crowd was much more relaxed for the rest of this journey. Drove up into the mountains with a smile and a laugh. Only when we were passing the fairgrounds, there was actually a traffic jam. The small bazaar is just a 2-lane concrete road leading north and south. Once something happens on the road, it's easy to get stuck in traffic, but there weren't many possibilities, and none of the crowd expected them to run into anything like this. So you can only get out of the car helplessly and wait for traffic to resume. In the meantime, the SNJ Forestry Department is ready to meet the team from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Department. Only then something happened that shook the FDA to its core. Only then a golden cat lay on the roof. Lifelessly, he looked at the sky. That's going to make the staff of the SNJ Forestry Department very anxious, because this golden cat was really raised by them. When their staff first found the golden cat inside the mountain, the golden cat's mother had been dead for days, rotting all over. The staff of the SNJ Forestry Department were afraid that this little golden cat would not survive in the forest, so it was brought back to the bureau. But the otherwise active golden cat came back today with a depressed look on her face. This was a big hit with the crowd. They coaxed and seduced again. Finally, the golden cat was called down. The golden cat purred twice at the crowd, but they couldn't understand the golden cat's purr at all. And that made the golden cat even more depressed. Not a single one that understands me. Chief, the Forestry Bureau of Taibai Mountain is here. At that moment, a staff member hurried over. It turned out to be the crowd from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau. The crowd at the SNJ Forestry Bureau could only put down the golden cat for the time being. I'm sorry, our director is busy. He'll be here later, the SNJ staff at the door said with some embarrassment. Joking aside, we came over this time just to exchange and learn, the lead Xiao Zhang said in a hurry. And in the middle of talking, the deputy director of the SNJ Forestry Bureau, Zhao someone rushed over. Hello, I'm Zhao someone, the deputy director of the SNJ Forestry Bureau. Something happened to an animal at the station just now, so there was a delay. Zhou had someone come up and shook hands with the crowd. Hello Chief Zhou. Chang stepped forward and spoke, and at that moment, the staff of SNJ passed by the crowd holding the golden cat. But it's this hurried side. It made the golden cat and the crowd freeze at the same time. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 183, Entering the Mountain. Instantly, the golden cat directly exploded, called out toward the crowd at the TBAF. The staff member holding the golden cat didn't know what to do for a moment, anxious to try to calm the golden cat. But the golden cat is very emotional right now. If you are not careful, you can easily be scratched by it. Little one, take the golden cat back quickly. Don't scratch anyone, Joe said with a frown. This golden cat was raised by them though, but this guy's wildness hasn't rubbed off. Instead, it's like a gas tank that explodes at the slightest point. It's easy to scratch. The signboard that Jiang Feng had seen earlier was specially set up for this guy. On the side, the people from the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau were looking at each other. They didn't expect to run into this golden cat here. It looks like this golden cat was really raised. No wonder you're not afraid of strangers. They all knew what was wrong with this golden cat's behavior. It must still be holding a grudge against Jiang Feng for saying that its face value wasn't working just now. But it's not like it has anything to do with them. The person who spoke was Jiang Feng. Chang cried and laughed as he glanced toward the door. Seeing Jiang Feng before he brought the dumplings they just followed. I heard from old Su that Jiang Feng, the baby bump inside your bureau, is also here. Where is he? Zhao, someone asked at this point, digressing from the topic. Oh, you said Jiang Feng. He's right at the door. Xiao Zhang pointed at Jiang Feng who had just entered the door and said, and Zhao immediately laughed after someone saw Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's name had already spread in all the forestry bureau. For a talent like Jiang Feng, naturally, the forest service everywhere wants to absorb it into their own ranks. But Jiang Feng was oil and salt. Even the Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau was only in a cooperative relationship with Jiang Feng. Zhao had someone smilingly trying to go forward to greet Jiang Feng, but that's when the golden cat exploded. It jumped straight down and ran towards Jiang Feng. Then he barked ferociously at Jiang Feng. Meow. Woo. I'm not ugly. You're the ugly one. There seemed to be a hint of aggravation in the golden cat's menacing voice, and Jiang Feng, who had just entered, was confused. This guy can't be the golden cat, right? Jiang Feng twisted his head to look at the troop. Tuanzi also looked at the golden cat with wide-eyed puzzlement. None of them obviously expected to be able to run into this golden cat here. At this time, the staff of the SNH Forestry Bureau was horrified, rushing over to calm the golden cat. But by this time, the golden cat had blown up and wouldn't let anyone get close at all. Arrest whoever comes near. Mr. Jiang, this golden cat is owned by someone else. This matter you see. Xiao Zhang came over at this time and whispered in Jiang Feng's ear. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, Jiang Feng walked towards the golden cat. Reach out and try to grab the golden cat. Don't grab it, the SNH crew exclaimed out in shock. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Feng directly grabbed the golden cat. What was strange to the crowd present was that the golden cat was doing nothing but purring ferociously. It didn't scratch Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled and knocked the golden cat's head. Okay, I know you're good looking. Okay, a little something nice for you to eat. Jiang Feng pulled out a handful of feed from inside his pocket and fed it to the golden cat. The originally ferocious golden cat froze. After one taste it never screamed again. Instead, he began to take big, enjoyable bites. On the other side of the rabbit was looking at this kindred spirit with great disdain. What a disgrace to the feline family. You've been bought off with a small handful of fodder. What a disgrace to the cat. I asked for a bag of it in the first place. The crowd present saw the ferocious golden cat so quiet in Jiang Feng's arms. Both looked dumbfounded. It was only Zhou who had a light in her eyes. What do you mean by talent? Jiang Feng's kind is called talent. Originally, he didn't believe that Jiang Feng could be so close to animals, until the scene just now, which completely overturned his perception. Zhou had someone who was very excited to come over. Hello Mr. Jiang, finally you're here, Zhao said politely as someone extended his hand. Jiang Feng, who was feeding the cat, froze for a moment and shook hands with someone from Zhao in confusion, then looked at Chang. Xiao Zhang also had a bitter smile on his face. In fact, they had anticipated this scene, but never expected Jiang Feng to be so popular inside the Forestry Bureau everywhere. It's all a bit of a racket, but the crowd didn't care, because although Jiang Feng was not a member of the Forestry Bureau, the crowd had long regarded Jiang Feng as one of their own, and at this time, the donut their appearance also sensationalized the SNJ Forestry Bureau. Quite a few people ran out and gathered around in amazement, wanted to shoot a couple of the little guys. What are they all running out for? Not working, are you? Zhou had someone glare towards the crowd. The frightened staff ran back. Come on, let's go inside. Zhao, someone looked at Jiang Feng at this time and said with a smile. The crowd was led to the parlor. Jiang Feng had thought of going straight into the mountains after parting ways with the crowd directly after arriving at SNJ. But one look at the day and I think I'll pass. It's going to be dark soon, so it's not too late to go back into the mountains tomorrow. Next for the two FDA conversations. Jiang Feng originally didn't want to get involved, but I didn't realize that neither side gave him away as an outsider. It had to be Jiang Feng who got involved. This conversation lasted over an hour, talked for over an hour with no focus. It almost bored Jiang Feng to death. So Jiang Feng left in a hurry after the meeting. After having dinner, Jiang Feng stayed at the place arranged by the Forestry Bureau. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Feng didn't eat either and packed up his things. After a brief goodbye to the crowd, they were ready to head into the mountains. And at this time, the golden cat came to Jiang Feng with half a rabbit in its bite, then put the rabbit on the ground. Meow, 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 for you to eat. The golden cat looked up at Jiang Feng. Since the feed yesterday, the golden cat then became very close to Jiang Feng. There was even a special delivery of food to Jiang Feng today, because it feels that good friends have to share food together. Jiang Feng smiled and squatted down to pet the golden cat's head. I'm not eating, help yourself. We're going into the mountains now, so I'll see you around. Jiang Feng pulled out a few handfuls of fodder and placed them in front of the golden cat, and stroked its head again. Then he turned around and took the doughboys and them away. The golden cat that was eating its feed raised its head and gave Jiang Feng a confused look. It didn't realize now that it might never see Jiang Feng again. After leaving the SNJ Forestry Bureau, Jiang Feng took Tuanzi and they plunged headlong into the mountain forest. But after walking for half a day, he realized that he seemed to be lost and going in the wrong direction. He wanted to visit the heart of Shenanjia, but he didn't seem to know in which direction the core area of Shenanjia was. Do we go all the way in? Jiang Feng gave the live broadcast and asked the netizens. The netizens gave Jiang Feng a few pointers. This made Jiang Feng even more confused. So then, the lost Jiang Feng planned to ask for directions. He looked left and right and finally spotted a small animal. Hey, you're it, don't run away. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 184 Animals that Cheat Food and Drink. Jiang Feng roared at the grass not far away. At once, an animal with a pair of pointed horns jumped out. He looked at Jiang Feng in horror. Come here, come here. Jiang Feng waved towards the fellow, but the animal was paralyzed with direct fear to the ground. For a while, the netizens in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. Holy, Lao Jiang is awesome, paralyzing people's animals with one sound. What kind of animal is this? A deer? I have a feeling it's roe deer. Roe deer are like that, very timid. Brother, this is SNJ. You've got the wrong place. The netizens in the live stream were talking. Jiang Feng also walked towards the little creature at this time. This scared the critter so much that he couldn't lift his head, struggling to brace himself, trying to escape. But the trembling limbs revealed the little creature's inner trepidation. Jiang Feng was very speechless as he looked at this guy. True to form. Swayed. It's true that they are naturally timid and overreact to the slightest movement. And the guy in front of him had obviously been intimidated by Jiang Feng. Not even the courage to run away. The internet just compared this guy to an elk, both of which are timid though. But roe deer are far less timid than creatures like muntjac. The slightest breeze is a shock. Jiang Feng wondered how this guy had grown so big. Let's not speculate. This is actually Swayed. Jiang Feng opened his mouth and explained a couple sentences in the live broadcast. Instead, netizens are hitting a screen full of question marks, because they didn't even listen to what kind of creature it was. The muntjac is actually an animal in the deer family, and in a broader sense, it's considered a type of deer. Jiang Feng spoke again at this time to explain. The netizens nodded in confusion at this point, and at this time, the Swayed on the ground was still looking at Jiang Feng with great fear. Jiang Feng smiled at this time and said, "Don't be afraid, we're good people. I was just looking for you to ask for directions." Hearing this, Swayed raised his head in awe and looked at Jiang Feng twice. Looking at Jiang Feng's smile that was like a warm spring breeze, Suko was infected. The mind relaxed a little, but then once he saw the little black tiger behind Jiang Feng with his teeth bared, as well as the large black tiger that was huge and exuded a dangerous aura, the chamois was scared again. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was very helpless. Ugh, what a bunch of animals. Every time I say we're good people they just don't believe me. Jiang Feng helplessly spat in the live broadcast. Who knew the internet was happy? White Rabbit, yes, you are indeed good people. One day, a group of tattooed, cross-faced, muscular men stood in front of me in the alley across from the school and told me they were the good guys. What's going on upstairs? They erased your homework. Anchor, you should let the little black tiger go before you ask about this next time. Can this thing be domesticated? The netizens were spitting on Jiang Feng. There were even people who wanted to raise Swayed. Jiang Feng looked at the pop-up screen and said, "What do you guys think? This, if even though it is not even a second-class protected animal, but they are 3 protected animals, you still can't afford to keep them." Jiang Feng's words dispelled the netizens' thoughts, and Jiang Feng realized at this time that it seemed like the little black tiger had scared the Swayed. He twisted his head and glared at the little black tiger. Who knew that little black tiger thought he had received an order from Jiang Feng? Immediately, he yelled, "Hey, my boss is asking you a question." The little black tiger charged towards the Suede, scared the chamois even more. Jiang Feng very helplessly picked up the little black tiger. Turning around, he tried to throw the little black tiger to the big black tiger. Who knew that the big black tiger acted as if he didn't see the matter? He directly turned his head away and ignored Jiang Feng. "Be honest with me." Jiang Feng put the little black tiger on the ground and threatened it fiercely. That's what made the little black tiger much more honest. Then Jiang Feng turned his head to look at the Suede on the ground again. "Don't be afraid, we're really good people. I just wanted to ask you for directions." With that, Jiang Feng pulled out a handful of fodder. The attitude of the muntjac is noticeably different with the feed openings. It's timid though, but it was instantly recognizable as something more than simple. The muntjac snorted and stuck its head out trying to taste the feed. With that, he retracted his head. Vigilantly, he glanced at Jiang Feng. "You didn't drug me, did you? You don't have to eat it." Jiang Feng was completely enraged and made a gesture to retrieve the feed. Instead, the muntjac stretched its neck quickly and very assuredly to eat the feed. Jiang Feng was speechless as he watched. This guy must have masochistic tendencies. Talk to it nicely and it actually treats you like you're the bad guy. Guess we can't be polite with this guy. Jiang Feng went up and knocked Suede's head. Suede paused for a moment and looked up at Jiang Feng afterward. Immediately, he happily put his head down and ate. Engaging Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Now Jiang Feng was sure. The guy is a masochist. There might be something wrong with this chamois. I feel like I am too. Stockholm Syndrome, isn't it? Possibly. People who get this symptom are timid. The netizens were also discussing the Suede at this point. Put some of the human ailments into the chamois. And at this time, Jiang Feng continued to ask at Suede, "Hurry up and tell us how to get to the SNJ core." Jiang Feng knocked Suede a little. The muntjac chewed and finished the feed slowly at this point. Then he looked up at Jiang Feng. "I don't know, Jiang Feng." Half a minute passed. "I'll be damned." Jiang Feng stood up with a brush and looked at Suede furiously. "You don't know why you're eating my feed. You're here to cheat on your food and drink, aren't you?" Jiang Feng knocked Suede hard. He had a feeling that he might fall into the hands of this chamois this time. It's called cowardice. That would be called boldness. Jiang Feng looked at Suede angrily. "What's wrong with the anchor? Why are you suddenly angry?" I guess it could be that the guy couldn't understand what the anchor was saying and didn't know where the SNJ core area was. Ha ha ha, this Suede is so cute. Just like the silly roe deer. Anchor, calm down. Don't forget you're the good guy. The netizens in the live stream were laughing their asses off, and a couple of the little ones were fist pumping at the chamois. As long as Jiang Feng gave the order, they just go up and give the guy a hard time. Dare to come and lie to them. You don't know who's in charge of Taibeek Mountain? Brother Panther says it all. They are all brothers of Panther. And the Suede on the ground suddenly realized at this point that the problem was a little too big. It seems to have messed with the wrong people. Suede looked at Jiang Feng twice with some fear. "I'm giving you two choices now. One is that you give me back the feed you just ate. The other is to tell me how to get to the core of the SNJ. Jiang Feng looked at Suede conspiratorially. "I've been hunting geese all day, but I've been pecked by them." It was the first time he had ever stumbled upon an animal that cheated him out of food and drink. "We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you." Chapter 185 Suede's Plastic Brothers. Jiang Feng looked at Suede with fierce eyes. The Suede even began to threaten in his mouth. "That's going to make the chamois on the ground cower in fear. Why don't you people keep your words? I thought you said you were nice. How come now it's like you're going to eat it? Are you still a good man?" Suede looked at Jiang Feng accusingly. Jiang Feng smiled grimly. "I'm a good person, yes, but they're not necessarily good people anymore." Jiang Feng pointed at the little black tiger next to him. The little black tiger immediately bared its teeth and looked at Suede. That was a threat that scared the chamois. Trembling. People really don't know. The chamois was very scared at this point. It really doesn't know how to get to the core of the SNJ, because it's been moving around the neighborhood. It hasn't been anywhere else at all. Come and see. Someone here is threatening a protected animal. Suddenly the chamois feels so miserable. Look at how scared the kid is. Anchor, be a human being. Netizens have spoken up for Suede. And Jiang Feng was very speechless as he looked at the Suede. From the looks of things, the chamois might not really know how to get to the core. Alright, go away, no hard feelings. Jiang Feng stood up and waved his hand in disgust. Since you can't ask the way out, then he'd have to call the Forest Service and ask which way the road should go. The Suede lying on the ground saw that Jiang Feng had spared himself. Immediately, he stood up trembling, but it didn't leave. "My friend knows the way." Suede's words caused Jiang Feng's hand holding the cell phone to freeze. Then look at Suede in surprise. "Are you sure?" Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. This time Suede didn't speak, but nodded. Only there was a little twinkle in his eyes. Jiang Feng didn't care, and with a wave of his hand, he let Suede lead the way in front. The chamois is also very obedient. Immediately, He ran ahead of the others with his ass in the air. I'm convinced, can't the anchor just call and ask? I always felt that this guy was a little unreliable. I've heard there are wildlings here. I wonder if the anchor can stumble upon them. The muntjac bouncing in front of the lead seemed to be having fun. Directly, Zhang Feng was taken deep into the woods. Turning left and right almost confused Zhang Feng. Hey, aren't we there yet? Zhang Feng followed behind and opened his mouth to ask. Suede twisted his head and looked at Zhang Feng twice, signaling that he would be there soon. Soon, after 9 turns, the chamois brought Zhang Feng next to a small lake. Just as Zhang Feng was puzzled and wanted to ask, a muntjac that looked 7 or 8 times like a muntjac but didn't have horns on its head ran out. After this muntjac saw Zhang Feng's group, immediately and decisively, he turned around and was about to run away, not even turning his head to look at his brother. Behind him, the big black tiger leapt up and quickly stopped the hornless chamois. This chamois is just like its brother, even more timid than its brother. He was so scared that he didn't have the courage to stand up. Go ask this brother of yours how the road goes. Zhang Feng looked at Suede twice. Suede immediately ran to his brother in a heartbeat. The two chamois exchanged words. It's really a god. For why all the animals the anchor encounters are so smart? Every animal isn't stupid. It's just that you don't have the same kind of proximity as the anchor. Little black tiger. Who's saying the word stupid? Ha ha ha. Watch out for the little black tiger to seek revenge on you when he grows up. The live streamers were marveling at how smart the chamois was, and Suede exchanged words with his brother for a while. Then he brought his brother to Zhang Feng's side. Only the hornless chamois is very timid, hiding behind his own brother and not daring to show his head. Does it know how the road goes? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. At this time, Suede's head stretched out towards Zhang Feng. Then he looked at his brother twice more. The little eyes were very soulful. Zhang Feng instantly understood. Good lord, it's asking him for food. However, Zhang Feng didn't skimp on it and pulled out a large handful of fodder and placed it in front of the two muntjac. After seeing the feed, the two muntjac were very happy and immediately put their heads down and ate. Zhang Feng's side wasn't in a hurry either. Instead, he waited quietly for the two muntjac to finish their feed. In the process, Zhang Feng also interacted with the netizens from time to time. If it weren't for the conditions, I'd really like to go into the mountains and have some fun. Envying the anchors. Do you have the strength of an anchor? Do you have the strength of a black brother like Brother Panther? Brother Panther, do not queue. Extermination in progress. What are you doing here in SNJ? It's not much. I spent a bit too much time in Tai Bai Mountain and came out to play. Zhang Feng smiled and explained on the live broadcast, and by this time, the two muntjac had finished the feed on the ground. Zhang Feng immediately looked at the hornless Suede. Now it's time to tell me how to get around. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Who knew that the hornless Suede looked at Zhang Feng twice in confusion? Then he looked at his own brother twice. What did he say? Hearing his own brother's question, Suede is super responsive. Turning around in a daze, Zhang Feng fled. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Good lord, this chamois really has guts. Not only did he lie to him, but he even punked his own brother. What do you mean by plastic brotherhood? It's called plastic bromance. Big Black, go get it. Zhang Feng sighed very helplessly. Even if you say you cheated on your food and drink, the point is, you think you can get away. If Brother Panther wasn't here, he wouldn't have bothered to let Big Black Tiger take a shot. And the hornless chamois was dumbfounded. It never expected to be punked by its brother. The hornless chamois went straight to the ground. Limp, can't even stand up. Holy, there's plastic brotherhood in the animal kingdom too. Suede, you play me? Miserable, the Big Black Tiger has been sent out. That Suede will die for sure. Netizens who were watching the live stream were also stunned by the Suede's divine maneuvers, and not a moment too soon, the Big Black Tiger then captured the chamois. Alright, you can go now. Zhang Feng let the hornless muntjac leave and turned to look at the captured muntjac grimly. Boy, you've got some nerve. If this was in Tai Bai Mountain, you would never survive. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. It paralyzed Suede to the ground. Holy, I said how did Brother Panther turn black? So he learned from the anchor. Suede, you threaten me, believe it or not I'll die for you right away. Already paralyzed to the ground, Suede naturally couldn't ask any questions. Zhang Feng was also very speechless as he looked at this guy. If you say it's timid, it dares to cheat on food and drink. If you say it's bold, but it's wimpy now. Zhang Feng could only shake his head helplessly. But just then, whoosh, a black shadow flew past Zhang Feng. It hit the tree directly behind him. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 186, Strange Monkey. The whoosh passed. A 10-centimeter long, reddish-brown bird with a blue back and a reddish-bellied belly nailed itself to the tree, and kept waving his wings trying to fly away, but its beak was set dead center on the trunk. Couldn't pull it out at all. This sudden scene made Zhang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast room freeze. Holy, This bird looks kind of stupid. This isn't a woodpecker, is it? There's one thing to be said for the bird. It looks really pretty. I'd love to have one. Whispering, this bird is not a protected animal, nor is it a protected animal. At this point the netizens in the livestream were marveling at the bird's face, and Zhang Feng at this time smilingly went up and plucked the bird from the tree. After coming down from the tree, the bird didn't leave, but landed on Zhang Feng's shoulder. Curious, he stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and stroked the bird before looking at the live broadcast. This bird is called the common kingfisher, and it still has a high face value. The name common kingfisher sounds a couple notches lower. Anchor, someone just said this bird isn't a protected animal. Can I keep it? What a joke. I can't keep a protected animal. I just want to ask why the bird hit the tree. A lot of people on the live feed were quite curious as to why this common kingfisher was crashing into a tree. Can't you see the way? And Zhang Feng laughed out loud when he saw the pop-up. This guy crashes into trees a lot because he flies so fast. If the animal kingdom were to check for speeding, this guy wouldn't get away with it. Zhang Feng smiled and touched the ordinary kingfisher on his shoulder. It drew laughter from the netizens on the air. And at this time, Yuan Shao suddenly hugged Zhang Feng's thigh again, looking up excitedly at Zhang Feng. Boing boing, can a man pluck his hair? Lantern stretched out her little paw and pointed at the common kingfisher. Zhang Feng instantly looked at Lantern speechlessly. The little guy is still thinking about it. Zhang Feng touched Lantern's head. Lantern, obey. Go back and let's pluck the black-bellied snake pelican's fur. At this moment, the black-bellied serpent pelican, who was far away in Mount Tai Bai, suddenly winced. It felt like my wings were a little hidden. And after Yuan Shao heard Zhang Feng's words, a helpless sigh of compromise. Ha ha ha, black-belly snake pelican is so miserable. Black snake pelican, what have I done in my life? The lantern was trying to pluck Kingfisher's hair. Seems like it. Didn't see what Zhang Feng said. At this time, the kingfisher on Zhang Feng's shoulder heard that he was going to pluck its fur. That's more like it. Frightened, he turned and spread his wings and was about to fly away. But it had just fallen off Zhang Feng's shoulder. Before he could fly away, the group stood up and dry humped him with a slap. Boing boing, pluck. Tuanzi very dominantly pointed at the kingfisher on the ground and said. Zhang Feng beside him was instantly filled with black lines. Knocked the donut twice. What are you doing? No bullying. Zhang Feng picked up the common kingfisher and set it free. And at that moment, Zhang Feng once again looked at the suede. The chamois was scared enough at this point. He was trembling and didn't dare to look at Zhang Feng at all. Go away you, and don't let me see you next time. Zhang Feng knocked Suede's head vigorously, ready to let this guy go. But just then, a sudden sound of hooves landing and running came from the woods. Immediately afterward a group of muntjac, led by a hornless muntjac, ran out of the woods. The big black tiger looked up. After a yawn, he lay down again. At this moment, the group of Suede also ran to Zhang Feng. It stopped there, staring curiously at Zhang Feng. I'm going to go. This is going home to call out to someone. Suede this brother can deal with. Something really home to call out. It's a shame that hornless Suede made the wrong friend. It's okay. Your brother even went back to get someone to save you from coming. Zhang Feng patted Suede's head and said. The chamois lying on the ground instantly did a double take. It was as if he had regained his confidence. But who knew that at that moment its brother, the hornless muntjac, would speak. It's this human being. He's got something to eat. When these words came out, all the Suede looked at Zhang Feng with excitement, and the chamois on the ground was dumbfounded. You're not here to save me. The chamois reverted to limp to the ground. My life is over. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say at this time when he saw this group of Suede coming to ask for food. He'd never seen an animal with such thick skin. I'll tell you what. Anyone who can tell me how to get to the core of SNJ, I'll give something to whoever will eat it. Zhang Feng pulled out a handful of fodder and held it high as he spoke. The chamois immediately stirred. There was a lot of shouting. There was even a muntjac that ran out and directly wanted to lead the way for Zhang Feng. And through this group of Suede's bickering, Zhang Feng also figured out which direction to go next. He nodded in satisfaction, despised the guy on the ground. See, no, that's the difference between being a Suede. Zhang Feng said that he was now very contemptuous of the Suede who cheated on his food and drinks. Alright, all of you stop arguing. That's all the fodder you have. Split it amongst yourselves. Zhang Feng threw a bag of fodder in front of the muntjac. Turning around, he ran off with the donut and the lantern. Ha ha, suddenly the wild animals feel so cute. I feel like this behavior of the anchor is a bit of a 2-peach meets 3-peach thing. I thought it was a Suede carrying help, but I didn't realize it was for food. The netizens in the live stream tweeted. And at this time, Zhang Feng had also figured out the direction and route. It was only a 2 or 3 day journey from his place to the core, or the kind where the horse doesn't stop. Since this was the case, Zhang Feng decided to go slowly. Anyway, he had prepared plenty of food and was not afraid of getting out in the mountains. The SNJ is located on the line 30 degrees north latitude. This thread is full of magic, because mysteries like Bermuda, the pyramids, and a number of coincidences have taken place in this neighborhood. So SNJ is naturally mysterious. Zhang Feng took Tuanzi and the others inside the mountain for the whole morning. The more and more I feel that this SNJ is not simple, and the deeper you go, the harder the path becomes. Don't go. Take a break. Zhang Feng brought the troop and they found a big rock to sit down. It's been a long morning of climbing, and it's worn him out. Why do I feel that the scenery here is not as good as MT? Tai Beaks. Have you ever been to either of these places? And you're just throwing out comments. Anchor, be careful, but I've heard there are savages in SNJ. Jokes. What era is this? Where did the savages come from? Zhang Feng had been sitting on the rock looking at his cell phone without speaking. He had learned from Su Qinghuan that a few more animals had died in the depths of SNJ in the last 2 days. This made Zhang Feng come even more interested, because he wanted to see what creature was so powerful. Boing boing. Monkey. At that moment, the group next to him suddenly pointed at the tree and called out. Zhang Feng looked up in the direction the donut was pointing. It's the monkey, but the monkey in front of me seems to be a little different, because it's white. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hands to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 187, Zhang Feng's old acquaintance. Come here, little one. Zhang Feng smiled and waved towards the white monkey on the tree, but the white monkeys in the tree seemed a bit scared and didn't dare to come down. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had no choice but to use the killer weapon. Successfully lured the white monkeys down with the feed. And when they saw the full face of the white monkey, the netizens in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cold air, because this monkey is actually all white. It's like that on Lantern. I'm going to go. White monkeys, this can't be died out. This can't be a white ape, can it? White apes are also snow white all over. Upstairs, make all the guesses you want. White apes are mythical creatures, which this clearly isn't. Why do I feel like this white monkey looks a little familiar? For a while, netizens debated the white monkey. No one can say anything about it, because white monkeys also exist in nature, named white-headed langurs, but people just have white heads. The body, however, is black. No one has ever seen a monkey that is all white, except for the white ape in the story. And at that moment, Zhang Feng smiled and handed the feed in his hand to the white monkey. The white monkey looked at Zhang Feng twice. Scratching his head, he pinched up a feed and carefully savored it. Zhang Feng reached out and touched this white monkey. The white monkey didn't dodge and let Zhang Feng caress it. Tuanzi and the others were also very curious after seeing this white monkey. Several of the little ones all came together. Curious, he looked at the white monkey, especially the lantern. Looked at the white monkey, then at himself. Notice they look like they are about the same. Hey, boing boing. What's this? Tuanzi clawed and pointed at the white monkey, curiously inquiring about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng touched the white monkey, opened his mouth and said, "Don't you guys feel familiar? Isn't this guy the golden monkey you see at home?" The critters weren't the only ones who froze at this statement. Even the live feeds, after the netizens were silent for a while, they directly exploded. What the hell? You told me this white monkey was a golden monkey. Read more upstairs. Who told you that golden monkeys are golden? There are also gray ones. I've seen the gray ones, but I've never seen the white ones. Are you guys stupid? Do you know where the Lantern Festival comes from? Albino. The netizens in the live stream argued for a while afterward. Finally, someone gets it. This white monkey is not the albino golden monkey. Take away its coloring and see that this is alive and well a golden monkey cub. This netizen is right. This is indeed an albino golden monkey. Very rare. Zhang Feng was also very surprised after seeing this albino golden monkey. After all, albino animals are very rare in nature. There are even some people who don't even know there are albinos of these animals. Not to mention albino golden monkeys. That's just unheard of. However, Zhang Feng was relieved when he thought that this was the albino golden monkey that appeared in SNJ. Because the place where the most albino animals appear is in the SNJ. It is home to many unknown albino animals. And albino golden monkeys do appear in SNJ. It's just that very few people know about it. Worthy of SNJ, even the albino golden monkeys are there. This land is amazing. I feel like the albino golden monkey is so cute. I thought it was a white ape. The anchor is looking into the mountains to see if he can spot any other albino animals. Netizens are calling this an eye-opener. Zhang Feng smiled at this time and said, "What are you guys thinking? It's hard to come across albino animals." When they heard Zhang Feng's words, the netizens, however, expressed their disbelief. Because Zhang Feng didn't just have an albino panda by his side, and an albino fox. The white fox inside Zhang Feng's house actually has a high probability of having albinism as well, because there is only one kind of white fox, called the Arctic fox, but there are no Arctic foxes in China. That's why netizens think that fox must have become a white fox because of albinism as well. Plus this albino golden monkey we ran into today, There were enough 3 albino animals around Jiang Feng. I kind of understand that animals that aren't peculiar have no business being around anchors chanting. The white rabbit and squirrel say, curse again. Do you think there's any hope for me to be adopted by an anchor now that I've bleached myself? The anchor may not adopt you, but the morgue certainly will. Amidst the netizens' gags, the albino golden monkey finished eating the feed in Jiang Feng's hand. Then sit there, tucking his hand. His small eyes looked at Jiang Feng curiously. Jiang Feng was instantly happy. He touched the small head of the albino golden monkey. Little guy, why did you run here by yourself? Where are your parents? Grumble. Hearing this, the albino golden monkey froze, then rubbed his feet, bouncing around anxiously in front of Jiang Feng. Take it easy, what's going on? Jiang Feng reached out and touched the golden monkey's head, soothed it a bit. What's gotten into this golden monkey? Was it the anchor that scared me? Good point upstairs. Don't say it again next time. It's a shame not to punch such a cute albino golden monkey. Under Jiang Feng's soft comforting voice. Only then did the albino golden monkey quiet down, then stuttered and called out, Kirikou, family, family, monster, monster, catch, catch. Goldilocks scratched his ears and was very anxious. Listening to it, Jiang Feng also tightened his brows, constantly thinking about what this golden monkey was saying. Kirikou, monster, catch. The little golden monkey called anxiously again. You mean there's a monster out to get you? Jiang Feng suddenly asked at this time. The little golden monkey immediately nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet up so soon. Jiang Feng immediately became excited. He entered the SNJ in addition to completing the task of clocking in and signing out. Just want to see this mysterious monster. I didn't expect to run into it so soon. Go, you take me there and I'll help you get revenge. Jiang Feng stroked the albino golden monkey. Let it lead the way. They went to meet the monster. Even with the golden monkeys leading the way, the roads in the mountains and forests were not easy to navigate. Jiang Feng led Tuanzi and the others to follow the albino golden monkeys for a long time, and in search of the monster. The little black tiger suddenly made a new discovery through the scent. There seemed to be a smell in the woods that was familiar to it, and at this time, Jiang Feng was led by the albino golden monkey. Finally, we've arrived at our destination. A dismal scene came into view. Only a few golden monkeys were seen falling to the ground, dying. There were a couple of vicious animals standing next to it, and at a glance, they were also Jiang Feng's old acquaintances from Taibai Mountain. This immediately made Jiang Feng angry. Have you guys forgotten Brother Panther? The recent transcoding is severe, so that we can be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 188. Jiang Feng, do you have that thing? Have you forgotten how Brother Panther hunted you down? Jiang Feng looked at the several jackals in front of him with a mischievous face. SNJ has jackals though, but the little black tiger had just said that he smelled a familiar odor from them, plus the shocked look on those jackals' faces when they saw Jiang Feng. Obviously, it is highly likely that this group of jackals has escaped from Taibai Mountain. Only neither side expected to meet here. One of the jackals couldn't help but wail. Why? Why are they all running here? This human doesn't leave them alone. Is there any control over this anymore? You guys can't hang out here. You've actually started eating monkeys. Jiang Feng said contemptuously. How hungry were these jackals to eat the golden monkeys? Ouch. The jackal on the opposite side looked at Jiang Feng warily, and was ready to run away at any time. Granted, they didn't see that ferocious money leopard today, but Jiang Feng was also accompanied by a very scary big black tiger. This one is scary. What's going on? The anchor knows these jackals. 9 times out of 10, they know each other. Maybe they still run from Taibai Mountain. Sins, it's bad luck to run into anchors they are. It's a shame that my brother Panther is actually not here. He loves jackals the most. Kirikou. At this time, the albino golden monkey jumped up and ran forward. Anxiously, he looked at the golden monkeys lying on the ground. Unsurprisingly, these golden monkeys would be its family, and all these golden monkeys on the ground have been injured. There were even a few that were bleeding. The eye is not working. You guys are tough enough, Jiang Feng said with a sigh. Kirikou. At this time, the albino golden monkey pointed to the upper golden monkey on the ground and looked at Jiang Feng anxiously. It wanted Jiang Feng to help it, and without hesitation, Jiang Feng took out some medical supplies from his backpack. Walking up and squatting down, he first gave these golden monkeys a brief examination. It was found that most of the golden snub-nosed monkeys were injured only in the flesh. Only 2 of the golden monkeys were more seriously injured. But you won't die if you get the right treatment. Then Jiang Feng began to bandage the injured golden monkey's wounds. These injured golden monkeys lay on the ground without saying anything or screaming, letting Jiang Feng toss and turn on himself, because they felt as if Jiang Feng was a good person. And at that moment, a couple of jackals not far away turned and ran into the woods at the sight. The big black tiger leapt up and wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Jiang Feng. Come back, Big Black, don't bother with them. Zhang Feng bandaged up the golden monkey's wound without a care in the world. For the jackal, he did not have the idea of driving it to extinction. The last time I had Brother Panther exterminate that group of jackals was because they killed Bean. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't be so angry. And jackals are also a link in nature's food chain. Panther chasing them is between animals. The survival of the fittest. The jackal cannot beat the leopard brother, only run. But if he intervenes, that's a change in nature. Counting the creatures that have gone extinct in nature, which one is not the result of human meddling? After hearing Zhang Feng's order, the big black tiger immediately stopped and lay back down on the ground. It's a shame that the anchor didn't actually leave the jackals behind. Brother, the jackal is now a national protected animal. Try moving it. Did these jackals kill Bean? What are you thinking? It's against the law to kill protected animals. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all a bit sad to see Zhang Feng let Jackal off the hook like this. Unbeknownst to them, these jackals were forced by Brother Panther to leave their homes and come to SNJ. It's been a miserable old life. And by this time, Zhang Feng had already bandaged the wounds of the few golden monkeys on the ground. When his back was turned to the live broadcast camera, Zhang Feng poured a little more divine water into a few golden monkeys. With the nourishment of divine water, this group of golden monkeys will be fine soon. Kirikou, thank you. The albino Jinshi bounced to Zhang Feng's side. Raising his head happily, he looked at Zhang Feng. You're welcome. Zhang Feng looked at the golden monkey at this time and asked, by the way, do you have that here? Zhang Feng's words froze the albino golden monkey in his tracks. Giggle. What's that? The albino golden monkey scratched his ears and asked. It's the monkey wine. Zhang Feng spoke at this time. Ever since I drank the monkey wine at home from that pair of golden monkeys, mother and son, Zhang Feng had been pining for this wine non-stop. Unfortunately, this wine is available and it is hard to stumble upon real monkey wine. So Zhang Feng thought to ask if this group of golden monkeys brewed any monkey wine. Giggle. Monkey wine. The albino golden monkey scratched his ears again and became more anxious. Very puzzled, he looked at Zhang Feng. And I don't know what monkey wine means. I'm convinced by this operation of the anchor. Why didn't I think of doing this? I guess the monkey tickled you before you even opened your mouth. No. I'm sure the golden monkey has qualities. Zhang Feng was speechless as he looked at the anxious golden monkey. So he raised his hand in a gesture of drinking. The wine. The drink. And this time the golden monkey saw Zhang Feng even comparing and finally understood. Kirikou, it's in the tree. The albino golden monkey pointed into the woods. Zhang Feng immediately had a happy face. Come on, show me. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to speak. The golden monkeys weren't stingy. After all, Zhang Feng was also their savior. With Zhang Feng in tow, he headed towards the woods. I have a feeling that anchors don't even starve when they go into the mountains. Indeed, the animals would have been able to deliver a lot of food to the anchor. People play wilderness survival. Anchors play luxury vacation trips. After the albino golden monkey led Zhang Feng into the woods, he turned left and right and stopped under a large tree. Kirikou, it's up there, Goldilocks said, pointing to the hole in the tree. Zhang Feng looked up at the big tree. It's a pretty big and thick tree. Zhang Feng was about to climb up and take a look. Who knew that Donut had volunteered to run out? Wanted to climb up and look around for Zhang Feng. Donut, is this going to work? Zhang Feng said with some hesitation as he glanced at the troop. The group has no problem climbing a bamboo with this physique, but it can climb a tree this thick. Zhang Feng expressed some skepticism. Boing boing, I want to climb. The donut wiggled its fat body. Four paws hugged the tree. One step at a time. Zhang Feng is in. I was afraid that the donut would fall off by accident, but it's a good thing that Donut's tree climbing skills are pretty good. It didn't take long to climb near the tree hole. The donut can climb the tree quite fast. That's for sure. Pandas are great at climbing trees. Why do I get the feeling that the group wants to drink too? Donut reached out his paw at that moment and poked inside the tree hole. Boing boing. No. Tuanzi held up his paw and looked down at Zhang Feng. There's no monkey wine in the hole in the tree. We've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 189, the veterinarian has gone to the countryside. No, that's not possible. Zhang Feng looked at the albino golden monkey next to him. Goldilocks was instantly anxious. In 3 tries, he climbed up the tree and poked his head towards the inside of the hole. It was a dumbfounded moment. Giggle. Where's the wine? The albino golden monkey looked confused, unable to figure out where his drink had gone. Donut, come down here, all of you. Zhang Feng under the tree spoke at this time. Monkey wine is a very difficult wine to preserve. There is always the possibility of evaporation and leakage. So by the looks of it, the monkey wine made by this group of golden monkeys must be gone. Kirikou, no more. After the albino golden monkey jumped down from the tree, he anxiously explained to Zhang Feng. Jiang Feng stroked the golden monkey's head. It's okay, if you don't have it, forget it. After all this, the albino golden monkey was still very self-conscious. Kirikou, can you heal? At that moment, a larger, most tightly wrapped golden monkey stepped out. Curious, he looked openly at Jiang Feng. Know a little bit about it. Jiang Feng didn't know why this big golden monkey was asking this. Kirikou, can you help my friend? The big golden monkey danced up with his hands and was very happy. Then he looked at Jiang Feng eagerly. Okay, have your friend come over? Jiang Feng nodded and didn't care. It just comes with the territory anyway. But he clearly underestimated the social skills of the golden monkey. After the great golden monkey got Jiang Feng's promise, hoofing it into the woods to find his friend. Anchor is so good. Can you understand what the animals are saying? You can certainly understand animals if you've lived with them for a long time. I feel like my dog is just very humane. I agree with what's said upstairs. Except for Era. Jiang Feng was chatting with the netizens in the live broadcast room. And after a while, that big golden monkey is finally back. Only the friends it brought with it made Jiang Feng giggle. Because it brings not a friend. Instead, it's a bunch of them. A dozen or so of those. This is all your friends. Jiang Feng breathlessly pointed at the small animals behind the great golden monkey. He never expected the large golden monkey to be a socialite. Make a very wide range of friends. But basically they are herbivores. I guess even if a carnivore offered to make friends with a golden monkey it wouldn't dare. Jabbering. May I? The big golden monkey was wrapped in white cloth and looked at Jiang Feng pitifully. Okay, I'll show you all. Jiang Feng sighed and said in an intolerant manner, for he noticed that the animals were all carrying a little wound, more or less, on their bodies. Some were caught in iron clips. The wounds are pussing out. And then there's the one with the wire tightened around his neck. It looks like it escaped back from the outskirts of SNJ. Jiang Feng sighed again and found a rock to sit on. Then took out all his tools. Started treating the critters. The anchor is awesome. Is this a veterinarian going to the countryside? Ha, I'm laughing my ass off. These animals are so funny. Can't you see the wounds on these animals are all related to humans? I always thought SNJ was well protected. I didn't realize there were so many animals being harmed anymore. The anchor is really nice. The netizens in the live stream were talking. And Tuanzi and the others sat quietly watching Jiang Feng heal the little animals. They didn't realize there were actually animals this miserable. Jiang Feng treated the wounds quickly. It didn't take long to process half the critters. But at this time, I don't know who leaked the news that Jiang Feng was here to cure animals. The woods were slowly filled with injured critters. This could make Jiang Feng look dumbfounded. He tried to stand up and explain a few things, but as soon as he saw the wounds on the animal, and the pitiful eyes of the animals, after all, Jiang Feng still didn't have the same ruthlessness that he had when he had given the order to hunt down and kill. The heart still softened. With a sigh he began to show the critters again. Some more injured animals appeared in the back, but the good thing is that there aren't a lot of them. A few albino animals actually appeared in the process, like albino owls, etc. This made Jiang Feng and the netizens exclaim that it was sort of an eye-opening experience. True to form SNJ, the chances of an albino animal appearing here are much greater than elsewhere. Awesome. The first time I've seen such a harmonious scene between humans and animals. It's a shame. If I had been there I would have filmed the scene. I would have won an award. So envious of the anchor's ability to get close to animals. Holy, there's actually a black bear. To the amazement of the netizens, a larger black bear appeared. This black bear is very dominant. As soon as they arrived, they used brute force to push away the other animals and move towards Jiang Feng. The animals that were peeled away dared to speak out. After all, this was a black bear, and they couldn't afford to offend it. Tuanzi beside Jiang Feng saw this domineering big black bear. Immediately disgruntled, he brought a few of his own minions and stopped in front of the black bear. Boing boing, go away, or I'll beat you up. Donut barked at the other man. The domineering black bear took a look at just these few little guys who dared to block its way. That's not making me feel bad. The black bear roared at the group and them. But it was only halfway through the roar and then I couldn't roar anymore. Because it saw the big black tiger that stood up. From the big black tiger it felt a terrifying power. The scared black bear's legs went a little weak. And the big black tiger got up and walked slowly. Raising his paw, he clawed at the black bear. Slapped the black bear straight away. The black bear got up and looked twice at the big black tiger with some trepidation. And not daring to be angry, he turned and ran, because it knew it couldn't beat the big black tiger. Going up there is only a way to die. Cow. Or my big black tiger is great. It's really good to feel safe following the big black tiger. It's a pity that such a fierce big black tiger gave birth to an uncontested child. You're such a pain in the ass. What pot doesn't make sense? Little black tiger, what? You think you can beat me? Without the black bear to mess with, the woods were quiet. Jiang Feng healed the little animals much faster. but because there are so many animals. It took Jiang Feng nearly an afternoon to go through the group of animals. Finally watched it. After watching the last animal, Jiang Feng stood up and yawned, stretching his back. He had been sitting all afternoon, and Jiang Feng's back was starting to hurt. But just then, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the woods. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 190, You're a bit vain. Jiang Feng, who had finished treating the animal, was violently relaxed. But that's when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the woods. A body length of more than 2 meters. The animal with the word king written on its forehead is walking into the woods with a cat-like stride. Holy, South China tiger. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. The only tiger that can be found in SNJ is the South China tiger. But the wild South China tiger in China is basically extinct. How many years has it been since one appeared? So the South China tiger is now a national level protected animal though. But it was worse. There are only captive bred ones, but not wild ones. Jiang Feng also didn't expect to run into a wild South China tiger here. That's a surprising discovery. After all, he had never encountered a South China tiger in Taibai Mountain. Ouch. This South China tiger is very arrogant. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Jiang Feng's twice. Very arrogantly, he took a catwalk towards Jiang Feng's side. I'll be damned. It's really a South China tiger. You're not asking nonsense. Look at this physique. Look at this expression. It's wild at first glance. Anchor run. Wild tigers are man-eaters. Upstairs, you've forgotten the big black tiger. That's right. Be calm. My big black tiger is invincible in land warfare. The netizens went from being shocked just now to being calm. All because of the presence of the big black tiger. As long as the big black tiger is around, it must be very safe. Of course, the happiest of them all are the people from the SNJ Forestry Bureau. They had long heard that Jiang Feng had a magical skill. It's the rare animals that throw themselves at you wherever you go. I didn't expect Jiang Feng to help them discover the South China tiger just after arriving in SNJ. The preciousness of the wild South China tiger is naturally beyond words. So this favor the SNJ Forestry Bureau remembered. On Jiang Feng's side, he was looking at the condescending South China tiger in confusion. I don't know if this guy is bold or what. The big black tiger is here and it dares to come over so arrogantly. Doesn't it smell the big black tiger's scent? Jiang Feng and Tuanzi, they were like looking at little cuties. Like looking at this South China tiger. And the cat-stepping South China tiger froze. What's going on? This human and these animals are not afraid of him. It is the only king for hundreds of miles around. Looking at the entire SNJ, who dares to touch its South China tiger? But this weak human in front of him was actually not afraid of it. This made the South China tiger very angry. The front half of his body leapt up and roared towards Jiang Feng. Ouch! Human! Heal me! At this moment, the South China tiger is showing the posture of the Tiger King's dominance. Holy, is that the sound of a tiger? So scary. What a handsome tiger. Too bad his eyes don't work. Why are you yelling so loud? Netizens have flirted with this South China tiger across the screen. And the South China tiger got even more cocky after he called. Thinking that Jiang Feng would be scared by himself, he obediently healed it. Who would have thought that Jiang Feng was looking at it the same way as he was looking at a little cutie? He looked at it the same way. The few critters next to it were even playing with each other. Don't even bother with it. The South China tiger felt disgraced and completely enraged. Ow. South China tiger wanted to threaten Jiang Feng with his voice again. But I didn't expect the big black tiger who was sleeping to be woken up. The big black tiger raised its head and shook it off, narrowing its eyes in dissatisfaction at the South China tiger. Ouch. Your name is Nima. The big black tiger is a bit of a wake-up call. Anyone who was sleeping and was suddenly woken up would be furious. And South China tiger, who was about to continue threatening Jiang Feng, directly froze there. Holy, this is where the scary kind comes from. Why don't I smell it on me? Same with the tiger. It felt the big black tiger terrible. Not to mention that the big black tiger was much larger. The South China tiger admitted that he had just screamed a little too loudly, so immediately wimped out, straight down on the ground and wagged his tail, looking pleasingly at the big black tiger. Ouch! Get the hell out of here! The big black tiger didn't take the South China tiger seriously at all. After screaming, he laid back down. The poor South China tiger at this time didn't have a trace of the Beast King's dominance. Instead, it was like a dog tamed by its master. He looked at Jiang Feng curtly. Jiang Feng was speechless. This guy was not quite crazy just now. Why is he so weak now? Come on, get up. What's it like lying there? Jiang Feng said breathlessly. No matter what, this guy is a tiger. Dignity is still necessary. But the South China tiger didn't get up right away. Instead, he carefully looked at the big black tiger. After seeing the big black tiger ignoring it, Wananhu then stood up with a sense of relief. But now it no longer had the arrogance it had just had. Instead, he looked at Jiang Feng very pleasingly. It's the South China tiger you were so proud of just now. I still like you untamed, so get back to it. You guys know what the hell you're talking about. It's called knowing what's good for you. I can't stand the contrast. Is this tiger suffering from cataracts? Netizens see the well-behaved cat-like South China tiger. There was a disgruntled sputter. Think the South China tiger is a bit of a wimp. If the South China tiger could talk, it would be cursing with the netizens. I may be the king of tigers, but I want to die too. Just sit there for now. I'll show you. Jiang Feng pointed to the side. The South China tiger immediately sat down obediently. Jiang Feng turned around and went back to take out the things he had packed up again. In fact, he had been watching this South China tiger just now. It stands to reason that the South China tiger shouldn't be so stupid. The dangerous scent on the big black tiger, this guy should be able to smell it from a long distance. But this guy had the nerve to come. How dare you make threats out of your voice when you're here? It's as if the big black tiger hadn't been spotted. This shows that this South China tiger is afraid of having some kind of disease. Lost my sense of smell. Or just not even eyesight anymore. Sit back and I'll check you out. Jiang Feng walked over to South China tiger's side and squatted down. Broke the South China tiger's head and examined it. The whole process of watching the netizens were so scared that they did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. I'll go. The anchor has a lot of guts to touch the tiger like that. This would probably scare me to death if it were me. Anchor, touch the South China tiger's ass and see if it bites you. This tiger is as good as a kitten in the hands of the anchor. Jiang Feng examined the South China tiger very carefully. But the more he examined Jiang Feng, the more alarmed he became. Because this South China tiger must have been seriously injured recently. There's a lot wrong with the body right now. The sense of smell alone is not so good with the eyesight. But what animal can hurt a South China tiger? Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled. Ouch. What? South China tiger cocked his head and looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. I don't know what's going on with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at South China tiger with a grave expression at this time. Tiger, I must tell you a terrible truth. Hearing this, South China tiger looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. And Jiang Feng continued. You have a little kidney deficiency. We've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 191, you don't know whether it's false or not? Jiang Feng said this. Both the animals present and the netizens in the broadcast room were dumbfounded, especially South China tiger, who was looking at Jiang Feng in a daze. It doesn't know what a kidney deficiency means though, but know that this statement is definitely not a good one. Ouch. What do you mean? South China tiger looked at Jiang Feng in confusion, and Jiang Feng sighed and said, are you not able to, tiger? With these words, the South China tiger was completely dumbfounded. When it came to its senses, it immediately barked in discontent. Ouch. I didn't. I'm not. You slandered me. South China tiger stood up, his heart screaming with anger. It came over to see a doctor and actually saw a no-no. How would it let it mix in the tiger world in the future? It will never admit to this. At this time, the surrounding animals stopped their current movements and looked at the South China tiger curiously. Even the big black tiger raised its head and glanced at the South China tiger. That look was as if he was asking the South China tiger if he really couldn't. The South China tiger that looked at it had a headache. This now also embarrassed the South China tiger. It started to keep arguing with Jiang Feng that it was not a kidney deficiency. It really made me laugh. Animals can have weak kidneys too. Don't listen to the anchor. How can an animal have a weak kidney? It's over and done with. The anchor is fooling around and limping another one. Someone, carry away the South China tiger and bring up the next victim. Suddenly, I realized that anchors are becoming more and more inappropriate. The netizens in the live broadcast room were about to go crazy with laughter after hearing Jiang Feng's diagnosis of the South China tiger's condition. The people from the FDA who were watching the live stream were crying even more. This kind of scene with a tiger was unique to Jiang Feng here. Tiger, don't worry. Let me start with a few symptoms for you to see. Jiang Feng smiled and calmed down South China tiger. Ouch. You've cleared my name. South China tiger looked at Jiang Feng accusingly. There was not the slightest bit of the Tiger King's dominance. Tiger, have you been suffering from tinnitus, dizziness, hearing loss, and poor spirits lately? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked, but this question dumbfounded the originally confident South China tiger. It stared at Jiang Feng with wide-eyed stupidity. In his mind, he even couldn't help but recall these words spoken by Jiang Feng. Tinnitus. It seems to have. These days. Dizziness. It seems to be there too. Poor spirit, this goes without saying. Ever since it fought a monster inside the mountain, always laying around and very uninspired for the last while, the South China tiger was completely flustered now. Pitifully, he looked at Jiang Feng. Ouch. Doctor, help me. The South China tiger was panicking inside and started to ask Jiang Feng for help. Please, anchor, don't say it. I feel like I've got a kidney deficiency. Upstairs I suggest you Google it in case it's cancer. Holy, who did I offend with a weak kidney? And how did it become cancer? The live broadcast is suddenly a bit off. It turns out you all can't Hearing these symptoms from Jiang Feng, many male netizens also panicked, because the symptoms Jiang Feng said they were exactly right. For a while everyone in the live room was in danger. There are even quite a few people who are scared like the South China tiger. I don't want to say anything else right now. I just want to ask what the cure is. No. I want to know what to do about the tiger's weak kidneys. It's not that simple. Drink tiger bien wine. South China tiger, are you serious? Jiang Feng also didn't expect that his words had actually caused a panic in the broadcast room. He saw the pop-up and hurriedly explained a couple of things. Don't get me wrong guys, these symptoms are present in a lot of illnesses, so if you're not sure you can go to the hospital and get it checked out. Of course, don't you know yourselves if it's false or not? Jiang Feng scowled towards the live broadcast. It made a bunch of netizens explode. Holy, this anchor is up to no good. I suggest we arrest him. I don't know if I'm weak or not, but I'm sure I'm not weak. There's a bit of a bottom to what's being said upstairs. Yo! Jiang Feng looked at South China Tiger again after joking with the netizens. The South China Tiger was very nervous at this point. It's an only child. It can't be false. Tiger, you have all those symptoms I just mentioned? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. South China Tiger hurriedly nodded. Admit that you have all of these symptoms. It also told Jiang Feng to hurry up and save it. Jiang Feng spoke again. Brother Tiger, actually you just have a little bit of kidney deficiency. It's not a problem. However, those symptoms I just mentioned are not caused by kidney deficiency. Jiang Feng's face suddenly became serious. The South China Tiger, who just wanted to be happy, was once again confused. What the hell? It's not caused by a weak kidney. What's that? South China Tiger looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Holy, it can't be cancer. I just looked it up. Some cancers are just dizziness, ringing in the ears, or something like that. Upstairs, can you stop believing in Cheetos? The symptoms on there are cancerous to begin with. Poor South China Tiger. Literally crippled by the anchor. I don't care. I'm not vain anyway. At that moment, Jiang Feng heaved a sigh. Once again, the South China Tiger was disturbed. If you have something to say, just say it. As long as I don't have weak kidneys I can still afford it. Tiger, have you been fighting other tigers lately? And a blow to the head. Jiang Feng opened his mouth. Ow. The South China Tiger opened his mouth and froze and couldn't close it. Roar, sound of wailing. How do you know? The South China Tiger roared. These ailments of yours are the aftermath of the fight. Do you remember what the tiger you fought with looked like? Jiang Feng asked with great curiosity, because as far as this South China Tiger is concerned, it's basically the top of the food chain in SNJ. There are very few animals that can harm it. What's more, it's definitely not simple to be able to beat the South China Tiger like this. Most likely other South China Tigers. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The anchor is so funny. There are no animals in this mountain that can hurt the South China Tiger. Right? Let's just say there's a possibility that the South China Tiger fell by itself. Everyone stay away from upstairs. He's a sand sculpture. Or pure. Facts aside, there is a real possibility that this South China Tiger was injured by a fall. The netizens are buzzing, but the pop-ups on the public screen are getting outrageous. Eventually even the aliens screwed up. Ouch. Not my kind. Wananhu shook his head at this point. Negated Jiang Feng's conjecture. This time it was Jiang Feng's turn to be confused. I can't believe it wasn't the South China Tiger kind that hit it. Is that a savage? And do you know who hit it? Jiang Feng once again opened his mouth curiously and asked. Ouch. It's dark. I didn't see it. The South China Tiger roared, making Jiang Feng speechless. Don't even know who the other guy is. You deserve to be punched in the face. We've been doing a lot of transcoding lately. So let's get motivated and update faster. And please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 192. Give the South China Tiger a taste. You really didn't see who the other guy was? Jiang Feng asked somewhat undeterred. But South China Tiger shook his head firmly. Surely he took a beating without seeing who the other guy was. Now Jiang Feng was completely dumbfounded. You know this is a tiger, the king of all beasts. Jiang Feng was sure that there wasn't an animal in this world that could beat a tiger so silently. It also made the tiger unable to figure out who the other guy was. Even humans certainly can't do that. So Jiang Feng began to flip through the complete illustrated book of plants and animals in his mind, trying to find out if there is such a horrible creature. But Jiang Feng couldn't find it even after searching for half a day. Unless the creature was mythological, or was as stealthy as he was. Otherwise it would never have left a trace. It's unlikely that even prehistoric creatures are that powerful. What are you talking about? What animal beat up the South China Tiger? Blind guesses are savages. SNJ's savages are awesome. What? You've been hunted by savages upstairs? Look at this. It's a human being. If I'd seen a savage, I'd still be here posting. Big Black, have you ever encountered this horrible creature? Zhang Feng walked over to the big black tiger at this time, wanted to ask big black tiger if he had any useful information here. Who knew that the big black tiger was humming disdainfully? That's what it's not. The big black tiger's words were hurtful and directly made the South China tiger self-conscious, but one had to admit that the big black tiger was telling the truth. There might not really be an animal in this world that could harm the big black tiger. I guess the monster that injured the South China tiger couldn't either. You can only blame the South China tigers for not being strong enough. There's nothing you can do about it if you're not as skilled as you are. Zhang Feng was a bit speechless as he patted the big black tiger and walked to the South China tiger's side again. Think again if you have any other clues left. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Ouch, it's fast. Looks just like me." Wananhe cocked his head and carefully recalled. 2 more clues were uttered. When he reached this point, Zhang Feng suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, because he thought of a legendary creature. Pyo. Legend has it that if a tiger has 3 sons, there will be a pugilist. Pyo's character is very brutal and equally powerful, far more than the average tiger, and there are rumors that Pyo will kill his siblings as well as his mother when he grows up. However, the creature Pyo is only among the rumors. Not that anyone has actually seen what Pyo looks like, but there is a rumor that Pyo is actually the golden cat, and some of the golden cat's physical features are kinda similar to Pyo. But once Zhang Feng thought of the golden cat inside the SNJ Forestry Bureau, he felt that this argument was a bit unreliable. How can a thing that size make a tiger not even fight back? So no surprises there. The one who injured the South China tiger is Pyo. Zhang Feng instantly became excited. Now he was all very interested in this legendary creature, trying to get a glimpse of what they really are. If it's really Pyo, this is going to be something to watch. I'll help you heal the wounds on your body, but you'll have to lead me to the monster that wounded you. Zhang Feng stroked the South China tiger's head and said. Hearing this, South China tiger froze for a moment. There was still a bit of hesitation in his eyes as well as uncertainty. That animal in the dark shadows was a great psychological influence, causing it to be a bit reluctant to even face this horrible creature. I know what you're worried about, but you don't have to be afraid. The big black tiger is here. Zhang Feng pointed at the big black tiger and said confidently. This relaxed the South China tiger. It was still assured about the strength of the big black tiger. It knew that the two of itself combined were no match for the big black tiger. South China tiger nodded solemnly and said that he was willing to take Zhang Feng to look for Piao. Holy, what's the anchor saying to the tiger? Why can't I understand anymore? Estimates. I don't know. Anchor, isn't this tiger injured? Why don't you help people heal it? Netizens are still worried about the injured South China tiger. Zhang Feng stood up at this time and said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, that's all for today's broadcast. It's getting dark. I'm going to find a place to set up camp. We'll see you tomorrow. With that, Zhang Feng closed the live broadcast. Then he turned and crouched down and began to treat the South China tiger again. This guy has a lot of injuries. If he hadn't run into Zhang Feng, he probably wouldn't have survived long. And the way Zhang Feng treated it was also very simple and rough. Directly filled a large bottle of divine water, pinched the South China tiger's mouth and pour it down. Choke the South China tiger black. Come on, 1 night's rest and you'll be fine. Zhang Feng patted the South China tiger. The South China tiger gave Zhang Feng a somewhat grudging look. It was now a bit skeptical of Zhang Feng's identity. This is like a quack, but it doesn't dare to say it, because it was afraid that Zhang Feng would let the big black tiger beat it up. And after Zhang Feng finished pouring divine water into the South China tiger, just start preparing to set up camp on the spot. The clearing is relatively large and right on the leeward slope. It's the perfect place to set up a tent. And while Zhang Feng was in the process of setting up his tent, the golden monkey that had already left suddenly returned with a group of animals. Kirikou, food. The group of critters placed the picked fruits in front of Zhang Feng, gesturing Zhang Feng to eat quickly. Zhang Feng didn't politely talk to this group of animals either, and directly accepted them as they were. Keep all those fruits. Consider it their medical bills. After Zhang Feng finished setting up his tent and getting everything done, it was also already dark. SNJ is now in the late summer/early fall season, and it's still pretty cold at night. Zhang Feng stood next to the tent and shouted towards the woods. Tuanzi, lantern, come back soon. It's time to eat. Zhang Feng had just finished shouting on his side when Tuanzi's shout came from the woods. Immediately after the donut, a few of the little ones came running out of the woods. Zhang Feng didn't care about Tuanzi and the others for the rest of the afternoon. These little guys play like crazy too. Boing boing. What's this? The returning troop grabbed a brightly colored plant in their paws and held it up to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng recognized the plant at a glance. This is a pen of the King of Wen. Zhang Feng took the plant in the group's hands. This plant is long and has a very bright and nice looking upper part. No wonder the group pulled the thing back. Actually, this thing is a plant in the genus Serpentis, and its real name is the tube-sheathed serpentine. Generally speaking, a pen of lower king can be used as medicine. It is said that folk use this to treat hemorrhoids. Boing boing. What's a pen from the king? Tuanzi cocked her head and looked at Zhang Feng. Very puzzling. Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Zhang Feng stroked Tuanzi's head. The group was instantly displeased. Boing boing. Is it edible? Calling of birds. Is it poisonous? At this time, Lantern also came over and asked if this thing was poisonous, because it remembered Zhang Feng talking. The better looking the plant, the more dangerous it is. It's not poisoned, so I guess you can eat it. Why don't you give it a taste for poison first? Zhang Feng pointed at the South China tiger outside the tent. South China tiger, the recent transcoding is serious, so let us have more power and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 193, South China tiger is depressed. At this time, the South China tiger's heart was bitter. It feels that Zhang Feng is too. It's too poorly read to describe it. He could only look at Zhang Feng in an aggrieved manner. Boing boing. Eat, eat, eat. At this time Tuanzi smiled and came to South China tiger's side with a pen from King Wan. Put something towards the South China tiger's mouth. Wananho stubbornly turned his head over, dead set against this experiment. It was sure that the brightly colored stuff was definitely poisonous. Boing boing. If you don't eat, I'm going to beat you up. Tuanzi got a little angry when he saw South China tiger rejecting his good intentions. Raising his own paw, he glared and threatened the South China tiger. Now the South China tiger was even more aggravated. Why is this regimented and adorable animal so roguish? Move to fight the tiger. It doesn't even take him, the king of the beasts. Seriously, this is just like a black club. The South China tiger is aggravated. Boing boing. Eat up. Tuanzi put another one of King Wen's pens to the South China tiger's mouth. Unfortunately, the South China tiger didn't want to eat it at all. It had decided that this thing must not be any good. Boing boing. It won't eat. Tuanzi turned her head to look at Zhang Feng accusingly at this time. Here comes the evil one. The stunned South China tiger was dumbfounded. It was all a bit skeptical whether it was right or wrong to come out to see Zhang Feng today. Zhang Feng smiled and walked out of the tent at this time. But in South China tiger's eyes Zhang Feng's smile had turned into a smile. Very scary. Ouch. I don't want it. The South China tiger growled in aggravation. There was not a hint of the dominance of the king of the beasts. Alas. Zhang Feng sighed, taking one of Wen Wang's pens from the group's hand. He sniffed it. Tiger, I'm doing you a favor by letting you eat this kind of stuff. Zhang Feng played with a pen of the king of Wen in his hand, but the South China tiger's eyes widened at once. You feed me poison food and you say it's for my own good. I look like an idiot to you. The South China tiger looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. Tiger, this stuff isn't poisonous, and it has an amazing effect. Aphrodisiac. Zhang Feng's words aroused Tiger's interest. It raised its head and looked at Zhang Feng with interest. At this time, Zhang Feng pinched a bit and tasted it. It didn't have much flavor and spit it out again. Then it went on to say, you probably don't understand when it comes to aphrodisiacs. Simply put, this stuff cures kidney weakness. At these words, South China tiger stood up in a mischievous manner, wide-eyed and surprised. He looked at Zhang Feng. Ouch. Really? Wananhu growled anxiously. It was now fooled by Zhang Feng into knowing about kidney weakness, and know that you seem to be so little bit unable to do so. As soon as I heard that this stuff cures kidney weakness, the South China tiger said he was willing to taste the stuff for the group. Look at Tiger. I could still lie to you, Zhang Feng said with a smile. In order to allay South China tiger's concerns, Zhang Feng deliberately tasted a little more. In fact, a pen of King Wen has another name in folklore, which is called the herb of returning spring. It is rumored to not only stop bleeding, but also have aphrodisiac properties. As for being an aphrodisiac or not, it's really hard to say this one because no one has ever shown up to talk about it. After all, no man wants to admit to an outsider that he can't. Ouch. Put it down. I'll taste it. The South China tiger jumped around excitedly. In 3 or 2 strokes, he ate a pen of King Wen that the group had picked. That's not enough. Straight into the woods in search of this plant. And Zhang Feng stood by the tent, looking at the woods, suddenly getting a little worried. He's so scared. Fear turned South China tiger into world's first vegetarian. However, Zhang Feng's worries were obviously redundant. The South China tiger is not well enough to see right now. After circling the woods, nothing was to be found. Ended up disappointed. What's your hurry? Big deal. I'll get you some tiger bone wine to try later. Zhang Feng comforted South China tiger and said. But this comment depressed the whole South China tiger. Listen to this. Is this a human being? Say tiger bone wine to its face. This is so arrogant. The South China tiger aggravatedly went into the tent and didn't come out. Zhang Feng smiled and followed into the tent. Not bothering with this guy. It's late at night. It's a very quiet night inside the mountains. The group, a couple of little ones, played all day. Long ago, he was exhausted and huffed and puffed. Zhang Feng was about to go to sleep after lying on the mat and brushing up on his drama. A caller with the note Zhang Shangyuet suddenly called. Hey big brother, why are you free to call me? Zhang Feng received the call and smiled. Zhang Shangyue is the son of his eldest uncle's family, 1 year older than Zhang Feng. The two had played since childhood and were very close, but Zhang Shangyue went out to work before finishing junior high school. The two hadn't seen each other in years. Little Feng, you can mix it up now. Do you think you're hugging a rich woman and eating soft rice? Zhang Shangyue on the other end of the phone snickered. How can that be? I look like the kind of person who eats soft food. Zhang Feng hurriedly denied it. That's a shame. I was saying that if you hugged a rich woman, brother, I wouldn't have to struggle. Zhang Shangyue laughed out loud. Zhang Feng, however, had a head full of black lines. Forget it, I'm not going to ramble on with you. I have something here I want to ask you for a favor. Zhang Shangyue put away her laughter and spoke. What? Zhang Feng asked curiously. It's not much. I hear you know all the animals, right? I have a rather strange animal here I want to show you. Zhang Shangyue spoke. Why don't you just turn on the video and I'll show you? Zhang Feng responded. But Zhang Shangyue on the other side hung up the phone. Zhang Feng looked at his cell phone suspiciously and called back, but there was no answer. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Zhang Shangyue sent a text message over to Zhang Feng. Little Feng, something happened on my side. I'll go home in a couple days, so help me look at it when you come back. After receiving the text message, Zhang Feng immediately replied with one. Brother, you're not smuggling animals. Zhang Feng's face in the tent turned ugly. Zhang Shangyue's mysterious look was a bit off, but when Zhang Feng called him again, the other side just shut down. Zhang Feng had no choice but to call his eldest uncle Zhang Igua again, but the results were not satisfactory, because the eldest uncle doesn't know what Zhang Shangyue has been doing lately either. You mustn't go astray. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly. The time came to the latter part of the night. The people and animals in the tent had fallen asleep, especially the South China tiger guy. I can't believe I'm snoring, heartless and extra sleepy. However, the big black tiger sleeping outside raised its head at this time and looked deeply towards the woods. A pair of tiger eyes were filled with an indefinable flavor, and a beast that was dozens of kilometers away suddenly stopped in its tracks at that moment. Horrified, he glanced in the direction of the tent, then turned around and quickly disappeared into the night. Recently, the transcoding is severe, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 194, Tuanzi, you recognize me as your big brother. System, sign in. The next morning, Zhang Feng started signing off for the day after waking up in his tent. The second day of punching the clock and signing in was a success. Check in at SNJ. Sign-in rewards have been issued. 50 bags of boutique feed. Artifact identification book 1. Zhang Feng casually glanced at the reward before closing the system and walking out of the tent. Ha! Who put this fruit here? After walking out of the tent, Zhang Feng saw an extra pile of freshly picked fruits that hadn't been picked for long at the entrance. There was some dew on it. It looks like it might be from the golden monkeys in them. And Zhang Feng wasn't polite, picking up all the fruits on the ground, then came to the creek and cleaned it and took it back to the tent. Donut, hurry up and get up for dinner. Zhang Feng walked into the tent and woke up a few little ones, but the South China tiger on the other side was still huffing and puffing, even snoring. Zhang Feng shook his head and sighed straight. If this guy wasn't a tiger, he would have either starved to death or been eaten by another animal. At the same time, this also made Zhang Feng understand the saying that some people were born in Rome. It's actually appropriate to use it on animals. Zhang Feng walked up and picked up the South China tiger's ear. Get up! Ouch! Wananho was shocked and stood up, squinting in confusion. He looked around, a look of not waking up. Look, I told you couldn't do it. What tiger is so sleepy like you? Zhang Feng knocked South China tiger's head. Ouch! Don't talk about it. Face. The South China tiger ran up and rubbed against Zhang Feng's clothes. Very embarrassing. It doesn't know what happened to it last night. It slept so much. Zhang Feng patted the South China tiger's huge tiger head. You can't be that sleepy. The early bird gets the worm. You know. Boing boing. The early bird catches the worm. At this time, Lantern on one side suddenly said excitedly. Got punched in the face. Zhang Feng immediately smiled awkwardly, then glared at Lantern. Who did this little guy learn that phrase from and how did he know it? Lantern. Who told you that? Zhang Feng turned to look at Lantern and said. Boing boing. My sister said so. Lantern nodded excitedly. Zhang Feng breathlessly touched the lantern. This little guy is so overly smart that he remembers everything that is said. Alright, I'll hurry out and eat while I put the tent away. Zhang Feng drove out a few more little ones, packing up in the tent by myself, and it was the first time that the South China tiger outside had eaten something as tasty as feed. It is as piggybacking on the ginseng fruit. 3 or 2 bites of feed, then sat there looking pitifully at the donut they were feeding around. Straight away, a couple of the little ones looked embarrassed. Such a straight look of wanting to eat. Anyone would be a little intolerant. So a couple of the little ones looked at each other, then turned around. back to the South China Tiger eating up the feed. The South China Tiger was instantly dumbfounded. Undeterred, he walked in front of a couple of the little ones, and then that pitiful look at the doughboys as they ate their feed. But the donuts and the others had already finished their feed as well. Now the South China Tiger was devastated. Giggling at the donut they were. Boing boing. What's wrong with it? Ouch. He's not full. A few of the little ones exchanged words, and at that moment, Donut suddenly walked out, came to the South China Tiger. The South China Tiger angled its tiger head and looked at Tuanzi suspiciously. It was very impressed with the donut. Don't look at this little guy's doughy and very cute, but the heart is black. It remembered yesterday when the donut made it eat one of King Wen's pens. The South China Tiger stubbornly both twisted his head. Didn't want to hitch a ride with the donut. Boing boing. Do you want more? At that moment, Tuanzi grinned and looked at South China Tiger. The South China Tiger turned his head to look at Tuanzi suspiciously. Boing boing. Do you want more? Tuanzi smiled and looked at South China Tiger. Wananhu subconsciously nodded. Then he immediately leaped to his feet. A pair of huge tiger eyes filled with anticipation. Boing boing. If you recognize me as your big brother, I'll teach you how to eat. Tuan wooed up at the South China Tiger. The South China Tiger looked stunned. What stuff? I recognize you as my brother. What are you thinking? What about my dignity as a tiger? South China Tiger stubbornly shook his head. Better to die than to obey. Ouch. You look down on my brother. At that moment, the little black tiger bared its teeth at the South China Tiger and barked. The South China Tiger looked down at the little black tiger, frowning. This little black tiger. The South China Tiger twisted his head to look at the big black tiger again. The big black tiger that was looking this way immediately turned its head away. The South China Tiger was slightly confused inside, and that's when the donut called out again. Boing boing. Don't you want to eat the feed? When these words came out, Hua Nanhu frowned even more tightly. As a tiger, it should have the dignity of a tiger. How can you recognize another animal as your big brother? So, it intends to carry on with its dead weight to the end. But Donut took out a bag of feed from the tent at this time and distributed it to a few of the little ones. But the eye-catching South China Tiger was forgotten. The sitting South China Tiger was a bit dumbfounded. How come there's nothing for me here? Boing boing. Want to join our gang? Donut asked again. Wananhu took a look at the feed somewhat. Ouch. There's a real feed. Ouch. My big brother can cheat you. The little black tiger couldn't wait to call out. The South China Tiger immediately looked at the little black tiger with contempt. What a disgrace to the tiger family. I'll join you. The South China Tiger roared. Boing boing. I'll go get you some feed. The donut was immediately beautiful. It felt like it was expanding its ranks a bit more. Should be able to catch up with Panther soon. And at that moment, Zhang Feng walked out from inside the tent, getting ready to put the tent away. Instead, Tuanzi excitedly went forward and hugged Zhang Feng's thigh. Boing boing. I want more. Tuanzi raised his head and stared at Zhang Feng with wide-eyed pity. Zhang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's head. You can't have any more. You've already eaten. Zhang Feng rejected the donut. Tuanzi's whole bear was immediately bad, because it was humiliated in front of its newly acquired minions. True enough, at this moment, the South China Tiger was looking at Tuanzi with a puzzled look. This is his new big brother. It looks like it's a little bit of a no-go. South China Tiger says he wants out of the gang now, and Donut was ready to pull off a stunt at this point. It didn't want to lose face in front of the South China Tiger, only to see the donut lying directly on all fours on the ground, mouths wooing and rolling up. Boing boing. I want more. I want more. At this point, the group was like a scoundrel, blinding a crowd of animals. Lantern and a few other little ones immediately turned their heads away, not wanting to look at Tuanzi. The South China Tiger on the other side was also completely confused. Roar, sound of wailing. Is it too late for me to quit? We've been transcoding a lot lately, so we're more motivated to update faster. So please move your little hand to quit reading mode. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 195, Where's Brother Panther? The fallen and splattered donut refreshes all animal perceptions. What kind of a rogue animal is that? Even Jiang Feng was speechless. Tuanzi is really getting good at this trickery. Alright, here's a bag for you. Jiang Feng was finally pestered by the donut and had no choice but to pull out a bag of feed. It was handed to the group. Go play over there by yourself, and we'll continue into the mountains later. Jiang Feng disliked the few little ones and kicked them aside. Then start putting away the tents. And Tuanzi got the feed and immediately put it in front of the South China Tiger. Boing boing. For you. Tuan grinned and looked at the South China Tiger. The South China Tiger cocked his head, his mind in a daze. But once you see the feed, the South China Tiger, who had originally wanted to quit the team, was suddenly in a state of bliss. Get excited. In his eyes, he is a good and honest tiger. What a withdrawal from the group. Now that it's joined, it's going to be Tuanzi's tiger from now on. As long as there's feed, it hits where it points. All of a sudden, the woods were filled with laughters. Zhang Feng, who was putting away the tent, shook his head straight. Good man, the South China Tigers have all been taken in by the Tuanzi. This might not really work for Brother Bao's team if he went solo in the future. Not to mention the fact that there was a small black tiger that had not yet reached adulthood. Don't look at people's little black tigers with a low IQ, but people's combat power is a ceiling. Maybe it won't be long before the big brother of Taibeek Mountain changes places. Available at, where's this Bao guy? Zhang Feng hadn't even seen this guy for a long time. It seemed necessary to teach Panther another lesson on the way back. Soon, Zhang Feng put away the tent. After packing up the household trash again, Zhang Feng continued to set off towards the inside of the mountain with a few little ones. Tiger, where was the location of your last fight with Biao? Zhang Feng, who was walking in front, opened his mouth at this time and asked. Ouch, there it is. The South China Tiger was excited after eating the feed. Now it's not blurry-eyed or dizzy, and it can take a breath. The South China Tiger was so excited that he leapt to the front and started leading the way for Zhang Feng, and follow the route of the South China Tiger. Zhang Feng realized that the location of the battle between South China Tiger and Biao happened to be near the core area of the SNJ. The SNJ is not too big, not too small. From Zhang Feng's current location to the core area was about a 2 to 3 day walk. It's not much of a straight line journey though. That's a lot of mountains to get over. The mountains are also very rugged, if not mountainous, because the closer you get to the inside of the SNJ, the more dangerous it gets, the smaller the range of human activity. That's why Zhang Feng had walked with a few critters for a whole morning before going over a mountain. It's a long way from the destination. It's not that I'm talking about the anchor. You're really planning to find Pioa. This thing is not a legendary animal, which has a real PIU. Maybe there was one in ancient times, but now it's extinct. In ancient times, they even said there were mandrills. All along the way Zhang Feng was chatting with the netizens in the live broadcast room, and the netizens knew about Zhang Feng going to look for Biao. The crowd was still skeptical about creatures like Pio. Many people don't believe that Pio exists. Actually, Zhang Feng didn't really believe it either. But if it wasn't Pio, what other animal was so powerful? It's idle anyway. In case we find it, Zhang Feng said with a smile, anchors can be really idle, and they don't get tired of carrying so many animals. Holy, there's something wrong with this South China Tiger next to the anchor. It's actually eating poisonous mushrooms. What the hell is a poisonous mushroom? It's called a pen of the king of one. It's a specialty of SNJ. Ha ha, looks like the South China Tiger has switched to vegetarianism too. The netizens in the live broadcast room noticed the South China Tiger's abnormalities along the way. This guy just sees King One a pen and pounces on it to nibble on it. It was very exciting to eat it. For those who don't know, you'd think the guy had eaten hallucinogenic poisonous mushrooms. It's probably hungry. Zhang Feng said breathlessly. The South China Tiger was really memorizing what he said. This guy pounced on the king of man whenever he saw one of his pens. The key is also to eat extraordinarily well. Alright, stop walking for a while and take a break. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and realized that it was already noon. Finding a random clearing with the group they sat down. The elevation of Zhang Feng's current location was already relatively high. The vegetation has changed from deciduous broadleaf forest to mixed coniferous forest. Ha, there are actually Qinling firs here. Zhang Feng saw a few familiar trees in the woods at this time. Qinling fir. This stuff is still more valuable in SNJ. SNJ is said to have a Qinling fir that is over 700 years old. If it wasn't for the lack of a ride, he's definitely going to follow to see the tree that's been alive for over 700 years. Did you guys just see any animals run by? Holy, anchor, savages. There are savages. Anchor, a black creature just ran past. That's when the live stream blew up. The little black tiger and the others also discovered the black shadow at this time, rushed straight through, and it was still the big black tiger that rushed at the front. The big black tiger was very fast and disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng only reacted at this time. He didn't go after them when he stood up, though, but looked to the live feed. You guys just found something? Zhang Feng asked curiously. He wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for the netizens reminding him of it. It's a black shadow, very fast. I'm pretty sure it's the caveman. He was right behind the anchor. Don't be ridiculous. There are no savages in SNJ at all. Okay. You guys are so full of. That thing didn't even show its head. How do you know it's a savage? The netizens in the live chat room were talking about it. Most people thought that Zhang Feng had run into a savage. After all, SNJ's most famous legend is the savage. And Zhang Feng spoke up at this time. Whether it's a savage wind big black tiger they'll know when they come back. The crowd thought deeply about Zhang Feng's words. We'll see what it is when big black tiger gets that guy back. So Zhang Feng didn't chase after them either. With the group they waited up in the woods. After a while the three tigers returned, but it came back empty. It didn't look like it caught the mysterious black shadow at all. What's going on? No way. Even the big black tiger didn't catch up. Nummed in numb. It can't be a prehistoric creature. bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and prehistoric creatures, unless it's dinosaurs. The big black tiger can't deal with it. You guys have too much brain, and the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded at this time. You didn't chase that animal. Ouch. Chased to the cliffs without a shadow. The big black tiger hung his head in shame, obviously a little depressed. This is the first time it's missed. Zhang Feng comforted the big black tiger and then asked, and did you see what kind of animal it was? Ouch. Walk on 2 legs. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 196, The True Face of the Savage. 2-legged. Zhang Feng was a bit confused after hearing the big black tiger's words. Run on 2 legs. Isn't that what makes humans walk? Is this really a savage? Zhang Feng couldn't help but get excited in his heart. This time we finally get to see the savages for what they really are. Quick, take me over there. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and said that he couldn't wait for the big black tiger and the others to take a look at the edge of the cliff. Maybe we'll actually get to see what a savage looks like. What's going on here? We're not really going to find a savage, are we? My guess is yes. Quickly, 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 a major discovery. The anchor has found a savage. There was a lot of chaos in the live room. Many people, like Zhang Feng, thought that they might have found a savage, and the SNJ Forestry Department crowd that was guarding the camera in front of the live broadcast was not calm. SNJ, they are naturally familiar with it. After all, the legend of the savages has been circulating for so long. They had naturally heard about it, and had even gone into the mountains in search of the wild man, but several trips into the mountains have yielded nothing. So the legend of the SNJ savage goes undefeated. But even so, there are many people who claim to have seen a savage, and it's depicted with style. Director, Zhang Feng seems to have discovered the savages. Should we say hello to the higher-ups to suspend the live broadcast? At this time, the staff of the SNJ Forestry Bureau found the deputy director Zhao someone. They were afraid of unwanted repercussions from the whole savage thing, so prepare to apply to the top. Let's pause Zhang Feng's live broadcast for a moment. No need. Zhao someone looked at the live broadcast of Zhang Feng and waved his hand. It's just wildlings. Even if they do find them, they won't cause much of a stir. Zhou had someone stop the staff from moving, looking at Zhang Feng's live broadcast with interest. To be honest, he was now also very eager to find out if there were any savages in SNJ or not. At the same time, many zoologists in China were informed of the news. They flocked to Zhang Feng's live broadcast room. They all held the same idea as Zhao Yukai. Wanted to see if Zhang Feng could decipher the legend of the wild man that had been passed down for 1,000 years. For a while, a large number of netizens gathered in Zhang Feng's live broadcast room, and Zhang Feng also came down to the edge of the cliff at this time under the leadership of the big black tiger. Ouch! It jumped. The big black tiger roared. Zhang Feng walked to the edge of the cliff and probed downward. The cliff was found to be hundreds of meters high. There were also vines of plants growing along the cliffs. It's hard to see, but the chances of surviving this jump are almost zero. I'll go. I can't. I'm afraid of heights. Where are the savages? Where are the savages? Why haven't I seen them? It can't be a lie. Where are the savages? This place is good for wingsuit flying. Many of the newcomers to the network are looking for signs of the wild man. Zhang Feng took 2 steps back after taking a couple looks at the edge of the cliff. Are you sure it jumped from here? Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger and asked again. Ouch. Is to jump? The big black tiger nodded affirmatively. It saw the thing jump from here with its own eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Feng sighed. If nothing else, this savage may be buried at the bottom of the mountain. Zhang Feng sighed. Might have to disappoint everyone. Savage jumped off here, he said on air, to the dismay of a crowd of netizens who came to see the savages. Ryu, jumping from such a high place will surely kill you. This couldn't have been made up by the anchors themselves. Gross. I witnessed a figure running past the anchor. Let's just say there's a possibility that you guys are just looking at your eyes. The live feed blew up. The netizens are saying anything and everything. Most people felt that this was probably a farce that Zhang Feng had directed himself, and SNJ Forestry hesitated at this point. The legend of the wild man is rumored to have a nose, though, but they never saw it. They are now debating whether or not to send someone to take a look on the ground. Come on, let's go back. Zhang Feng also sighed at this time and prepared to return the same way. However, at this time, the little black tiger rushed to the edge of the cliff and called out. At the same time, a furry head suddenly poked up from the edge of the cliff. It sent the live streamers screaming in terror. There's a water ghost. Scared your dad to death. What the hell? Savages. Anchor, look, it's the savages. It's a savage. Awesome. So there really are savages in SNJ. The live stream instantly exploded, and Zhang Feng saw the pop-up discussion at this time. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the half-drawn head poking out of the edge of the cliff. Brownish black fur. Tiny little head. Is this a savage child? Zhang Feng was shocked in his heart. then quietly walked towards the edge of the cliff. But just as he was about to poke his head out to take a look, a brown and black creature jumped out of the cliffside. The creature was seen pulling at the vines on the edge of the cliff. In 3 tries, he jumped up the cliff. It gave Jiang Feng and the netizens in the live broadcast a big shock. The guy gibbered and looked at Jiang Feng twice, then strutted quickly into the woods. Looking at the back of that walk, it really does look very much like a human walk, and the big black tigers they barked and tried to pounce on the guy, but he was stopped by Jiang Feng. This thing is really walking like a human when you look at its back. This can't be a savage, possibly, hairy and very much like the rumored features of the savages. No, 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 no. You really believe in savages? The live feed blew up again, due to the speed at which the creature had just moved. A lot of netizens are still confused and didn't even look at the guy. It's led to a lot of debate on the air right now. Many people thought they were seeing savages, but more people don't think it's a savage and think it might be a monkey. It wasn't until Jiang Feng spoke up at this time, breaking the netizens' quarrel. I know everyone wants to see the savages. If nothing else, the guy who ran away just now is SNJ's legendary savage. See, I told you it was a savage. I regret not taking a screenshot just now. I've heard that the savages are very tall, and that thing is so small. I don't believe it. That's a monkey. The anchor said it's a savage and you still don't believe me. The netizens are once again debating. Jiang Feng cried and laughed when he saw the pop-ups. Then opening his mouth, he continued. You who first heard me finish my sentence. That guy could be the SNJ's rumored savage. That doesn't mean the guy was human. Though, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who ran away just now should be a kind of short-tailed monkey. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, so let's be more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 197, Are you the boss? Once Jiang Feng's words came out, the netizens once again argued fiercely. What the hell? Short-tailed monkeys aren't savages. An empty joy. I thought I'd really see a savage, but that monkey's back is really quite human-like. You see, you also say that you look like a human being instead of a human being. Some netizens felt a little hard to accept for a moment. After all, the SNJ savage rumors have been circulating for a long time. It tickled a lot of people's curiosity. And now you're telling me it's just a monkey. It's too much of a psychological fallout. However, many experts believe this claim of Jiang Feng. After all, the appearance of that short-tailed monkey just now confirmed the speculations of many experts. The SNJ doesn't actually have savages. It's just that some people mistake short-tailed monkeys for savages when they see them. The result is a blackmail that has led to the situation that exists today. Today, Jiang Feng's live broadcast could be considered to have broken this rumor. Believe it or not, for the moment this short-tailed monkey is most likely the legendary savage. Jiang Feng said bitterly. He suddenly remembered that he had read some reports earlier. A number of people have actually guessed that the savages of SNJ are actually monkeys. There have even been specimens of savages brought out in the last century, but after identification, it was actually a short-tailed monkey. It's just that some people don't want to believe it, but it also makes SNJ even more mysterious. No, I don't want to believe that. Well, this unsolved mystery of the world that has puzzled me since childhood was solved by the anchor like this. Didn't that monkey jump off the cliff just now? Why did it come back up? You're blind. Can't you see there are vines along the cliff? Surely they climbed up. Many of the netizens in the live chat room sighed, and Jiang Feng shook his head. He'd expected to see the rumored savages this time, too. I didn't realize it was empty, but the good thing is that the mystery of SNJ is actually still in the core. The Piao that injured the South China tiger he had not yet seen, so Jiang Feng was also looking forward to the next journey. Come on, let's go back. Jiang Feng greeted a few animals and returned to the forest the same way. Let the South China tiger continue to lead the way. Only what Jiang Feng didn't know was that not long after he left the cliff, a furry creature suddenly climbed up from the edge of the cliff. Leaning down toward the ground, he sniffed. Then he looked in the direction Jiang Feng had left. The big black tiger that was following Jiang Feng at this moment suddenly felt something. A sharp turnaround. A few glances in the direction of the cliff. What's wrong, big black? Jiang Feng, who was walking in front, saw that the big black tiger didn't follow him. Then he stopped and asked, Ouch, I misheard you. The big black tiger shook its head, and Jiang Feng didn't say anything. Continue to follow the South China tiger forward. Still, the big black tiger in the back looked back from time to time. It wasn't until after he had gone over another mountain that the big black tiger dispelled his doubts. At this moment, there was still more than a day's journey before Jiang Feng reached the core of the SNH. And this time of year the trail is getting harder and harder. As we gained altitude, the temperature dropped. But the good thing is that apart from Jiang Feng, Several of the little ones had thick fur on them, still very frost-resistant. Boing boing. People can't walk anymore. Tuanzi was really tired after a long walk. Spoiled stopped Zhang Feng, hugging Zhang Feng's thigh. He looked at him pitifully. Knew you would. Zhang Feng bent down and picked up Lantern and Tuanzi. The rabbit looked reluctant and climbed onto Zhang Feng's shoulder in 3 or 2 tries. The South China tiger that followed the front took a look and immediately glistened with both eyes. Big brother is so good at enjoying himself, making a move to pounce. And when Zhang Feng saw it, he directly gave it a kick. Hurry up and lead the way in front. Ouch. The South China tiger let out a low growl and helplessly led the way in front. But not even 2 steps. All 3 tigers suddenly looked ahead warily. And that's when a limping animal came out of the woods, ferociously baring his teeth. He looked at Zhang Feng's group. Brother Bao, why are you limping? My brother Pao is so miserable. What's in your eyes upstairs? Brother Panther is much bigger than this leopard. What's wrong with this leopard? Is it hurt? No, I'm feeling hungry. The sudden appearance of the money leopard made netizens mistake it for the arrival of leopard. But this guy is much smaller than Panther, and with some wounds on his hind legs, dripping with blood, looking a little oozy. The South China tiger bared its teeth up at the money leopard, even tried to go up for a fight. Not to say but Zhang Feng stopped him. Don't worry about it yet. I'll go over there and check it out. Zhang Feng walked out at this time and looked at the money leopard. This money leopard was seeing Zhang Feng as well as Tuanzi and the other small animals behind him. The original fierce look froze. Then he cocked his head and sized up Zhang Feng. This guy is Panther's kind. With the idea of loving the house, Zhang Feng thought to go up and bandage this leopard. You can understand me, can't you? Zhang Feng spoke first, then slowly walked towards the money leopard. Don't move. I'm going to go over there and treat you now, okay? Zhang Feng asked again. Then 2 more steps forward. Holy, the anchor has too much guts. If I had run away a long time ago. Cut. You don't look at those 3 tigers behind the anchor. Even if the lions come, you're not afraid. This leopard seems to have really understood the anchor and actually stopped being vicious. This leopard won't be crippled. The netizens all felt quite amazing when they saw Zhang Feng walking towards the money leopard. And the money leopard dropped its guard and lay down, licked his wounded wound. Stay there. I'll bandage you up. Zhang Feng carefully walked to the side of the money leopard. Boing boing. Beat you up. Compared to Zhang Feng's caution, Tuanzi was quite bold. After all, he hung out with Big Black Tiger as well as Brother Panther every day, plus its own combat power. The donut is bold now. And the money leopard lying on the ground raised its head curiously and surveyed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng grinned, walked up and reached out his hand to try to pet the money leopard's head, took the live streamers by surprise, and then exclaimed that Zhang Feng was committing suicide. But the scene Netflix feared the most didn't come to pass. The money leopard didn't attack Zhang Feng. Instead, he had been looking at Zhang Feng curiously. Don't be afraid. I'll clean your wound. Zhang Feng petted the money leopard, then looked at the guy's hind legs. Only a piece of flesh was bitten off the back leg of this leopard. This is thankfully winter. If it was summer it would have rotted. You bear with me. I'll clean you up first. Zhang Feng took the tools and started to clean the wounds of the money leopard. Throughout the whole process the money leopard did not have any other overreaction other than wailing twice. After Zhang Feng cleaned its wound, he smeared a little medicine on it. Finally, the money leopard was bandaged again. Come on, you're already fine. Zhang Feng patted the money leopard's head. The money leopard looked at Zhang Feng with its head held high at this time and suddenly spoke out. You are the boss of. Has been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 198, The Helpless Zhang Feng. Hearing the money leopard's words, Zhang Feng stood up with a jolt. Surprised, he looked at the money leopard in front of him. As far as he could remember he didn't seem to have seen this money leopard before. And he's seen all the money leopards in the Taibai Mountains. Can't say I can name them all, I guess, but they definitely all ring a bell in my head. But this money leopard in front of him was the first time he had met. But why did the other guy call him boss? It's like the group of leopards in the Taibai Mountains. You know me. Zhang Feng looked at the money leopard and said in surprise, ouch, Brother Panther talked about you. The money leopard looked at Zhang Feng and wagged its tail and said, Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. What did this guy just say? Brother Panther told it. It actually knows Panther. Zhang Feng foolishly looked at this money leopard in front of him. For a moment, he was surprised and didn't know what to say. He never expected to hear Brother Panther's name here. You should know that MT. Taibai is 600 to 700 kilometers away. It takes him all day to drive. But I didn't expect to see any sign of Brother Panther here. That's a bit fast. Brother Panther. What's wrong with the anchor? Why are you stupid? Then who knows? Does the anchor know this leopard? How is that possible? This is SNJ, not MT. Tybeek. Holy, anchor give some reaction. The netizens in the live broadcast room all opened their mouths to ask when they saw Zhang Feng's silly look, and Zhang Feng reacted at this time. In order not to cause trouble, Zhang Feng casually blacked out the live broadcast and closed it. He would now have to ask the leopard what was going on. Why do you know Brother Bao? And that's when a few of the animals came up curiously, because they also heard the money leopard seem to mention Brother Panther. The panther you're talking about is the one from MT. Tai Beak. Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked hesitantly. He was a little unsure if this Brother Panther was the same Brother Panther he knew or not. Ouch. Yes. Moneybolt nodded. Looking at Zhang Feng was very happy. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still any longer this time. He felt as if he had stabbed himself in the back, because he hadn't seen Panther since the last time he showed him a map of the world. This guy isn't really going to rule the world. He recalled the map of the world in his mind again, as well as the distribution map of the money leopards. It was found that if you go west from China, there are money leopards all the way to the Afrikaner continent. What's more, the very continent of Asia is separated from Africa by the hand-dug Suez Canal. It shows that there is still a real possibility of world domination. Then so, Leopard Brother will not really want to unify the money leopard world. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Immediately, he was nonplussed. Quick, take me to Brother Panther. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to speak to the money leopard, and the money leopard gave Zhang Feng a confused look before shaking his head. Brother Pao left a few days ago. Gone. Zhang Feng shouted out in surprise. This panther is playing too wild. Actually came to SNJ one step earlier than him. And say go. I guess all the money panthers in SNJ have become Brother Panther's minions by now. And do you know where it went? Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice. He was now considering whether or not to bind a locator to Leopard's body the next time he ran into him. That way he'd know wherever Bao went. Ouch. Brother Pao has gone home to his boss. The money leopard spoke out again, surprising Zhang Feng again. Why did it go back for me? Zhang Feng asked suspiciously. Ouch. I don't know. The one who followed Brother Panther here stays here. The money leopard roared again. I followed Brother Bao. Is it those leopards from MT? Tai Bai? Where are they now? Take me there. Zhang Feng said, then let the money leopard lead the way in front. He wanted to see if it was the same money leopards from MT. Tai Bai. By the way, how did you recognize me? While walking on the road, Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. He never came to SNJ. It is reasonable to say that the money leopards here, even if they are all Brother Panther's minions, but haven't seen him or smelled him. So I don't think I know him. But this money leopard recognized himself after taking a couple of glances at him, and shout out to the boss. He suspected that this guy, Brother Panther, was afraid that he hadn't become an elf. Ouch. Brother Pao told us about you. The money leopard spoke up. What does it say? Zhang Feng asked curiously. The money leopard walking in front of him stopped, looked behind him at a couple of small animals, then roared again. Brother Panther says whenever he comes across two fat, cute pandas around him and an all-black, somewhat silly tiger, this man is our boss. After saying that, the money leopard even made a point of glancing at the little black tiger. The little black tiger was instantly enraged. Ouch. Who are you talking about? The little black tiger looked angrily at the opposite money leopard. The money leopard looked at the little black tiger twice in aggravation. It's what Brother Panther said. Ha ha, Brother Panther describes it quite well. Zhang Feng laughed out loud at this time. He hadn't expected Brother Panther to speak so well of his own little brother. No wonder this money leopard had been sizing up his party when he saw him. Ouch. This is the place. At this time, the money leopard led Zhang Feng and the others to the entrance of a cave, then yelled excitedly at the inside. This is their temporary quarters now. Ouch. Ouch. At that moment, 5 or 6 money leopards leaped out from inside the cave. After seeing Zhang Feng screamed ferociously. However, seeing these animals around Zhang Feng again, the money leopard's cries gradually lowered, then curiously sized up Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a close look at the group of money leopards after seeing them. Finding no panther he recognized. Where are the brothers Brother Bao brought? Zhang Feng asked it this time. Ouch. They're hurt. In the caves. Moneybolt whispered. Injured, take me to see. Zhang Feng said in surprise before taking a step towards the inside of the cave. The money leopards guarding the entrance to the cave made way for Zhang Feng. They also recognized Zhang Feng. This seems to be the boss that Panther mentioned to them. And Zhang Feng walked inside the cave at this time. The cave wasn't very well lit, though. Zhang Feng turned on the flashlight he had brought with him. The light illuminated the cave at once. Zhang Feng also got a good look at the inside of the cave, as well as the 2 injured money leopards. The money leopard lying on the ground froze for a moment after seeing Zhang Feng, and then immediately cried tears of joy. Whimpering, he fought to drag his injured hind leg. With a hobbled and aggravated step, he ran towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately squatted down and hugged the 2 money leopards heartily. What's wrong with you guys? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Ouch. Boss, save us. We've been transcoding heavily lately. so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 199, Cleaning Up Brother Bao's Mess. Don't worry, what's going on? You guys take your time. Zhang Feng stroked the two money leopards and said, and that's when Tuan and the others walked into the cave. The two money leopards suddenly became even more aggravated at the sight of the faces that were familiar with these. Ouch, we're being bullied. The two money leopards commiserated. What is it, you guys? In detail. Zhang Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that the money leopards of Taibai Mountain would still be bullied. It was completely unexpected. And the two money leopards immediately choked and cried out to Zhang Feng. It turns out that after Brother Panther brought them to SNJ, he thought of taking in the money leopards here. I didn't realize that without the lure of feed, these money leopards were very unattractive. They even have to attack them, the alien leopards. That's why Panther had so much difficulty bringing them to open up the territory. I've been here for a couple of days and I've just collected a couple of money leopards. Most of the remaining money leopards don't even bother with them. And that's not even the worst of it. The worst part is that they have met a formidable foe in the SNJ. They, the money leopards, were no match for others. Otherwise they have many leopards. Maybe it's all planted there. After encountering a lot of difficulties, Panther left the two money leopards behind. And Brother Panther immediately rushed back to Mount Taibai to get help from Zhang Feng. After listening to the two money leopards, Zhang Feng sighed. Panther still thinks the world is too simple. There are still many powerful creatures in this world. Leopard's gang would have been outnumbered. I guess it's hard to dominate in Taidik Mountain. Did you guys get a good look at what that guy looked like? Zhang Feng opened his mouth at this time and asked. Ouch. Just like it. The two money leopards looked at the South China tiger. It was a shock to the South China tiger. Hastily shaking his head, he denied that he hadn't done it. And Zhang Feng already knew it by this time. Unsurprisingly, the one panther and the others ran into Should Be Piao. Looks like this guy's got a lot of fight in him. Not only did it injure the South China tiger, it even managed to deal with the money leopards. Looks like there's a need to be careful with this guy. You guys hold on while I heal you. Zhang Feng looked at the wounds of the two money leopards, then took out something and healed the two money leopards. Another divine water for them. After a night's rest, these two money leopards will be back to their old selves. Zhang Feng sighed and walked out of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Zhang Feng was silent. A few little ones looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. I don't know what's wrong with Zhang Feng. And after thinking for a while, Zhang Feng looked at the group of money leopards, as well as the big black tiger in them. Then a long, languid sigh. Big black tiger, you now go with these money leopards to bring all the money leopards inside the mountain. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. The big black tiger immediately stood up and nodded, then disappeared into the woods with a couple of money leopards in tow. The distribution of money leopards in SNJ is more concentrated. It's not like the money leopards in the Taibai Mountains are so spread out. It's concentrated on a few nearby hills. That was why Zhang Feng had asked the money leopards to take the big black tiger to these money leopards, since it's a mess left behind by Brother Panther. Zhang Feng was about to clean up this mess for it, and the first thing to do is to collect these money leopards for Brother Panther. You two go back tomorrow and call Panther back. Tell him I'm looking for him. Zhang Feng walked inside the cave again and said to the two injured money leopards, he was now going to stay in SNJ for a few more days, so naturally there was no way he could go back. So it was only possible for these two money leopards to go back and call Brother Panther back. The money leopard nodded after hearing Zhang Feng's words. With Zhang Feng around, they were much more at ease. Where did the little black tiger go? Zhang Feng looked around the cave and realized that the little black tiger hadn't run away. Boing boing. It just followed me. Tuan Zi was sleepy and forced his eyes open. Speaking to Zhang Feng in a confused manner, Zhang Feng patted Tuan Zi's head and didn't say anything. It's good to give the little guy a workout. And since the big black tiger and the money leopards had left, Zhang Feng had stayed inside the cave, quietly waiting for the money leopards to return. Soon the time came to the latter part of the night. Zhang Feng was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly heard what seemed to be a commotion outside. He got up and went outside the cave. 20 or 30 money leopards were found standing outside. These money leopards were very angry and showed their teeth, but all of them dared to speak out, because the big black tiger is staring right back at them. Anyone who dared to resist would be slapped by the big black tiger. Of course they try to resist. Collective attack on the big black tiger. But even if so many money leopards went up together, it wasn't enough for the big black tiger to shoot. Not to mention the fact that there was a leering South China tiger behind it. So this group of money leopards wimped out. They were driven to the entrance of the cave by the big black tiger. When the group of money leopards saw Zhang Feng, they were all stunned. They don't understand why a human is here. Zhang Feng looked at this group of money leopard, also no nonsense, pulled out dozens of bags or feet on the side. This group of money leopards has a very sharp nose. It was immediately apparent that all of these feeds were unusual, and Zhang Feng spoke up at this time. I'm sure you all know Brother Panther recently. Upon hearing this, The money leopard immediately became emotional. The most famous person in the mountain is Brother Pao. After all, this outsider wanted to take them in right off the bat. It's a fool's errand. As a leopard with a high temperament, they are not submissive. Ouch. What's this human doing? I don't know. Should we eat him? Can't you see the form? This human is the big brother of this tiger. The money panthers exchanged words. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and continued. I've asked you all to come here for no more than two things. One is that you join Team Panther and all these feeds will be yours. The other, if you're not on board, look at that big black tiger, think of the consequences. I'm not threatening you guys. Zhang Feng directly voiced out a threat to the panthers. In this situation, the threat of force is the most effective way. Of course, there are significant drawbacks to this situation. It's that the panthers aren't truly submissive. I'm afraid, so wait until Brother Bao arrives. Zhang Feng intends to cheat, but to give this group of leopards an ideological and political lesson. Raise their minds a bit. And the panthers were furious after hearing Zhang Feng's threat. They live so big. It's the first time I've heard of a human threatening them. The group of leopards was in a restless mood. He even tried to attack Zhang Feng. And that's when, just when the scene was unusually tense, a creature covered in yellow suddenly leapt out. Happy New Year. Tomorrow we have to start paying respect to relatives. Alas, recently, the transcoding is serious. So let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 200, Vulgarity. You're so vulgar. After the yellow creature appeared, immediately, it caused the panthers in the room to stir. Like the plague, the money leopards stepped aside to avoid this guy. After all, they hadn't been bullied by this guy much around here. And the South China tiger even let out a long whistle. Look at this one very menacingly, because it smelled on this guy. It's the same Pio that injured it. It is said that enemies are not as good as each other. The South China tiger lunged towards Biao, and the two directly tangled. Zhang Feng stood at the entrance of the cave watching the scene with interest and didn't make a sound to stop it. To be honest, he realized that this Pio looked really similar to the golden cat. It's like an enlarged version of the golden cat, but Pio's fight is a little tougher. It's basically on par with the South China tiger. However, this Pio had quick reflexes, so for the time being, it was in the upper hand. It is estimated that last time this Pio would not have taken advantage of the night to sneak in. Maybe the South China tiger wouldn't have been so badly injured. The two guys at this point were fighting hard. You could tell both guys were laying down the law, trying to put the other to death. Soon, though, Pio used his speed advantage. It directly bypassed the South China tiger's attack and ran towards Zhang Feng's side. It's also very fast, because it follows the smell of the feed. As soon as it approached this hill, it could smell that the feed was not simple. It's got to get it. Looking at Biao who wanted to attack Zhang Feng, South China tiger in the back of the dry anxious, struggling to catch up, but always with Biao poor on those some distance. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was unhurriedly watching this Piao's movements. This Piao's strength is very strong in front of other animals though, but in front of the big black tiger. Ouch! Only a roar passed. This Piao flew up towards the sky in one flight, and then towards the back. Then it hit the trunk hard and fell back down. And the big black tiger who was the culprit of all this narrowed his eyes and looked at all the animals present with contempt. The big black tiger walked over to Zhang Feng and laid down leisurely. The South China tiger on the other side watched this in confusion, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. It seemed that he didn't expect big black tiger to actually win so easily. It's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face. Wananho glanced at the wailing Piao in confusion again. The heart was shaken beyond belief. The same tiger. Why the difference is so big? Wananho feels like he's going to be autistic. And the money leopards present were even more shocked than the South China tigers. Originally they had the heart to resist. But, now that I look at it, I'd better get over it. They are fierce beasts though. But it's also killing me. Zhang Feng at the mouth of the cave watched this with satisfaction. Then came Pio's side. Condescendingly, he looked down at the legendary creature. And at that moment, Pio was wailing on the ground. The original had a strong confidence in itself. As long as the fight went on, that South China tiger would never be its match. But it never expected that it would be slapped by the big black tiger. That's a bit of a power differential. Biao whimpered and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was also curiously sizing up this Pao. He now felt that Pio should be an offshoot of the tiger. After all, this guy wasn't just born to a tiger. And on his body, besides his fur being similar to a golden cat, his looks were actually not much different from a tiger. Ouch! Go away! Biao roared ferociously towards Zhang Feng. But after the big black tiger lying on the ground looked at it, this Pio immediately wimped out and whimpered in a low voice. However, at this time, Zhang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked, I heard that you will kill your own family when you become an adult. Roar, sound of wailing. Biao raised his head and froze as he looked at Zhang Feng. The other animals present looked this way at that moment. They never expected this Pyo to be so ruthless. It is said that a tiger's poison will not eat its child, but this Pyo actually went after his own family. The other animals subconsciously took 2 steps away from Pyo, and that's when Pyo hastily shook his head in denial. I didn't. I've never even seen them. Pyo screamed in aggravation. This is simply throwing dirt on it, because it hasn't seen its family since it was born. It's surviving on its own one step at a time now. Pyo was instantly aggravated. Jiang Feng hadn't expected this Pyo to have such an experience either. Then why are you running here? Don't you smell the big black tiger? Jiang Feng once again asked curiously. Pyo raised his head to look at Jiang Feng, and then looked with envious eyes at Tuanzi, who was gorging on fodder. Jiang Feng instantly understood. This guy must be trying to eat the feed. So even if the big black tiger was here, it wanted to let go. It was a pity that it had underestimated the strength of the big black tiger, and that was why it ended up like this. Do you want to eat this stuff all the time? At this time, Jiang Feng looked at Pyo with a seductive tone. Pyo subconsciously nodded his confused head, but Jiang Feng didn't go along with it. Instead, I digress from the topic. Have you met Brother Panther? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Ouch. I've seen it. It's not as good as me. At this moment, Diao was very confident and didn't even put Brother Bao in his eyes. Boing boing. Brother Pao is the best. The donut wants to beat you. At that moment, Tuanzi, who was eating fodder in the back, heard Pyo's words of looking down on Brother Panther. Immediately, he ran over unsatisfied. Raising his claws he was about to slap Pyo. So did several other critters, running over to look at Pyo very angrily. Even the big black tiger raised its head and narrowed its eyes to look at Pyo twice. Don't you dare insult Brother Pao like that. Pyo, who was lying on the ground, froze. It didn't expect its words to cause such a big reaction, but it wimped out at the sight of so many animals. Turning his head away, he muttered in a low voice, "It was never as good as me." And Jiang Feng persuaded the several small animals back at this time. Hopelessly, he gave this Pyo a look. I have to say that this Pyo does speak the truth. Don't look at Brother Bao's strength now that he has improved a lot and is a big brother-like existence in the money leopard. But touch the tiger. Panther doesn't really have much of a chance of winning. The best outcome is to escape with your superior reaction speed. Jiang Feng sighed in his heart, planning to give Panther a boost when he arrives. God's water and fodder are all given to Panther to get the whole thing on. It won't let it go back until it's finished. Do you know Panther's ideals? Jiang Feng looked at Biao at this time and asked. Pyo froze at the question. An ideal? What's the ideal? He wants this land. Biao looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief. It had seen all of Brother Panther's behavior lately. It's just a land grab. It's a rarity in the animal kingdom. But why is this about ideals again? Vulgar. You're so vulgar. Jiang Feng spoke angrily at this time. Completely confused Pyo. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What makes me vulgar? And Jiang Feng took out his cell phone to find out the world map at this time. Leopard's ideal is to unify. Is world peace. We've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 201. This scene. The SNJ was very quiet at night. A breeze blew. It sobered up Pyo, who was lying on the ground. It shook its head, forcing itself to stay awake. But as soon as it recalled what Jiang Feng had just said to it, Pyo was suddenly in the midst of confusion again. World peace. A leopard wants world peace. Why does it feel like this is similar to a land grab to take over the world? Diao was sort of completely dumbfounded by Jiang Feng's flurry. The group of money leopards present on the other hand were glowing with light at that moment. They didn't realize that the one that threatened their kind was so aspirational. It's dry. Follow Brother Panther to make the world peaceful. The group of money leopards barked excitedly. Jiang Feng immediately got up and glared at the group of money leopards. Claim your own feed and get the hell out of here. Jiang Feng didn't have the good sense to say. In his eyes, trying to subdue this group of money leopards was an easy task, but trying to take in this Pyo can be a bit of a challenge. This Pyo was arrogant and even looked down on Brother Panther. Think Panther's strength is not working. It almost didn't make Jiang Feng angry. Just one word. Do you want to join Brother Panther's team? Jiang Feng looked at Pyo and said, but Pyo shook his head firmly. Let it succumb to an animal that is not as strong as it is. It could never do it. Alright, get the hell out of here before I back out, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Jiang Feng stood up and waved his hand. Disgusted, he told this Pyo to get the hell out of there. They don't keep idle hands here. By now Pyo had also regained his strength. The limbs barely supported his body as he wobbled to his feet. That thing. Pyo's eyes looked eagerly at the group of money leopards sharing their feed. That's what it came for today. I'd be sorry if I didn't get some back for the injuries it has. What? So you get it for free? Jiang Feng waved his hand in disgust and told Pyo to hurry up. Pyo wanted to say something else, but after seeing the donuts and their unwelcoming expressions, Pyo lowered his head and silently turned around, dragging his injured body out of the woods. Before he left, Pio looked back at the feeds and disappeared sadly. Meow. He's so pathetic. At this moment, the rabbit lying on Zhang Feng's shoulder said with some sadness. Zhang Feng froze. Oh, boy, a rabbit can be so sentimental. This guy used to be meaner than anyone. Don't worry, this guy is so arrogant. He'll definitely come back later. Zhang Feng touched the rabbit's small paw. Frightened, the rabbit hastily retracted his front paws. And the reason why Zhang Feng dared to be so sure that Piao would come back, it was because Zhang Feng believed that no animal could escape the law of true fragrance of fodder. After dealing with these things, Zhang Feng looked at the early hour. Just went into the cave and slept, and it was sunrise when I woke up from this sleep. System check-in. Zhang Feng yawned lazily. The third day of punching in and signing in successfully. Signing in at SNJ. Sign-in rewards have been issued. 30 bags of boutique feed. 30 bags of aura seeds. 1 bottle of evolution liquid. Ha, what's this evolutionary fluid? Zhang Feng looked at the newly appeared rewards and asked in surprise. Evolution liquid, when taken, it will induce evolution in the taker and enhance his strength, but it is only effective for animals. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Feng understood. He looked at the bottle of evolutionary fluid in his hand, was feeling like using it for the donut. If only it could really produce evolution. Will that donut turn into an iron eater? No, it said that pandas evolved from iron eaters. So if a giant panda turns into an iron eater, it's called an ancestor. At once, Zhang Feng was confused by the question. Finally thought better of it. Don't use this stuff for the donut yet. Let's wait until Brother Panther comes and give it to Brother Panther. Just in time to give Leopard a boost. After signing in, Zhang Feng walked out of the cave and stretched. At the moment, the sun was shining brightly outside, but Zhang Feng couldn't feel a trace of heat. It was logical that he would have seen Po by now. He should have gone back the same way, too. However, Zhang Feng always felt that things were a bit off, because Pio's strength is strong though, but it's not as tough as it could be. Although the 3 donkey-headed wolves from before were not strong, how could they not be afraid like this? They even all fled to MT, Tybeek, and I don't think this Pio eats pangolins either. Zhang Feng frowned and contemplated for a while. Forget it, we've come all this way. We should go to the core area anyways, Zhang Feng said to himself, prepare to move on. So he turned around and found the 2 money leopards that had come from Taibai Mountain. You guys go back, one to get Panther and the other to stay here. I'm going to go further ahead and check it out. So bring Panther to me then, Zhang Feng said as he checked the wounds of the 2 money leopards. With the assistance of the divine water, the injuries on the 2 money leopards had already recovered as good as new. And hearing Zhang Feng's words, the 2 money leopards nodded. They still had to listen to Zhang Feng's words. After all, this is Brother Bao's boss. Also their boss. After arranging the 2 money leopards, Zhang Feng called up a few little ones. Let the South China Tiger lead the way. Continue on towards the depths of the SNJ. And the South China Tigers were particularly quiet today, because a couple of fights last night kind of dumbed it down. It turns out there are so many other animals that are more powerful than it. Wananhu felt that he would have to keep a low profile from now on. However, if Zhang Feng knew what South China Tiger was thinking, he would definitely die laughing, because this South China Tiger is not weak, but rather unlucky. All you run into are these rare and powerful creatures. If it wasn't for Big Black Tiger and Pio, South China Tigers would be unbeatable in SNJ as well. Unfortunately, it's not having much luck. Walking on the road, Zhang Feng opened his live broadcast. Couch. Front row sells melons and drinks. Today's SNJ is another sunny day. Where's the leopard that the anchor ran into yesterday? That leopard went to save the world yesterday. Zhang Feng smiled at this time and said in the live broadcast. The netizens listening were speechless, laughing my ass off. A leopard to save the world, it thinks it's Brother Panther. Right, where's Brother Bao? Haven't seen Brother Bao for a long time. A bunch of retarded children. Didn't you hear the anchor was joking with you? Upstairs, who are you calling a child? You're the one who's a child. Your whole family is a child. Zhang Feng suddenly realized that there were a bit too many oddball netizens in his live room. Any kind of weirdness. Anyway, could this have anything to do with his live broadcasting style? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly shook his head, feeling that he was thinking out of line. He strides forward to catch up with the small black tiger at the forefront. The little black tiger was very hyper today. Running ahead, bouncing around, seemed very happy. And as Zhang Feng looked at the beauty of the mountain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur in his heart, and his mind was even more poetic. He stopped and looked across the hill view. This is the case. Where's the little black tiger? Did you guys get your prezzies today? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 202, Underground Primitive Forest. Zhang Feng was thinking of reciting a poem in a poetic mood, but it never occurred to me that the little black tiger running at the front suddenly disappeared. And with this cry of surprise from Zhang Feng, the critters ran towards the front, but invariably it stops abruptly again, standing in a row, curious heads bowed. It's like looking down from a tall building. Boing boing, did it fall? Boing boing, it's so big. Meow, can I eat? A few of the little ones exchanged barks. Ha ha, the little black tiger has actually disappeared. There's not going to be a cliff in front of us. Hairline, a hill at best. Netizens are also discussing where the little black tiger is going. And at this time, Zhang Feng also walked up. Holy, this cave is huge. Zhang Feng looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Only a super large hole appeared in front of Zhang Feng. This is different from the unusual mountain nests, caves and cliffs. It's exactly like an above-ground cave dug into the ground. The mouth of the cave was very large, and it was also densely surrounded by tall trees. It's going to be a hole in the ground. It's really hard to spot if you don't look closely. Maybe it's like a little black tiger suddenly falling down. But even so, Zhang Feng saw the scene inside the hole through the gaps in the trees. Let's just say, this hole, it's unfathomably deep. Zhang Feng actually couldn't see the bottom at a glance. And the cave. It was pitch black and there was no telling what was there. What's going on in this cave above ground? How is this like the Tontianwal primitive forest in Guangdong province? No, the one in SNJ is much bigger than the one in Guangdong province. This thing wouldn't be hand dug, would it? I remember some places mining like this. Impossible. Can't you see how lush the trees are around here? Netizens were also dumbfounded after seeing such a large cave. Zhang Feng also thought of the Tontianwal primitive forest in Guangdong province at this time. Just like many netizens, this Tontianwal primitive forest is extraordinary. It was also just like this cave now. It's directly like digging a hole in the ground. Inside the Tontianwal primitive forest in Guangdong province, fossilized creatures from tens of millions of years ago are still intact, and biological species, because it's hard for an animal inside a burrow to get out of it. You can only live and die in this. So it creates this spectacle of above-ground caves. According to Zhang Feng's understanding, the cave entrance of the Tontianwal primitive forest had a diameter of 73 meters and a height of more than 90 meters. It is known as the first cave of China. But judging by Zhang Feng's visual inspection, this cave in SNJ was much bigger than that, most likely surpassing the world's #1 lighthouse state, the Anansipo Funnel Cave. The little black tiger is fierce. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the cave covered by trees. If this falls, it's probably really dead. Come and see. The anchor has made a new discovery. I wonder if there are any scary creatures inside this cave. Anchor, do you want to go down there? SNJ FDA, Anchor, don't be impulsive. Ouch. At this time the big black tiger was anxiously circling around at the mouth of the cave, very worried about the safety of the little black tiger. It let out a long whistle to the sky, its voice filled with anxiety, even tried to jump down to look for the little black tiger, but he was stopped by Zhang Feng's quick eyes. Da hey, don't be impulsive. You probably won't survive the jump now. Zhang Feng's hands were directed towards the big black tiger's neck. A few other critters came running up. Hold your head in your hands and pull your leg. They were all afraid that the big black tiger would jump off on an impulse. The netizens in the live broadcast room also anxiously spaced out after seeing big black tiger's reaction. Big black tiger, don't be impulsive. If little black tiger is gone, you can't be gone. 2. Upstairs, can you talk? It's the truth. Despite the bad words upstairs, it's over. Poor little black tiger. All of a sudden it's gone. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. And at this time, the big black tiger was in a very agitated mood. The dead or alive will go down to look for the little black tiger. Zhang Feng looked at the big black tiger to death to prevent it from going down. Da hey, we can't be impulsive. Don't worry, I will definitely bring little black tiger back to life, returning you a complete little black. Zhang Feng quietly whispered in big black tiger's ear. Now he also thought that the little black tiger was afraid to be in a bad way. If the little black tiger really if dead, then he can only wing skill the little black tiger back to life after signing in at SNJ. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the big black tiger calmed down, but still very anxious to get around the hole. Several times he tried to jump down but was stopped by Zhang Feng. Ouch! Children! My baby! The big black tiger screamed in pain. A few other critters didn't feel good inside either. Sadly, he looked inside the cave, obviously not expecting the little black tiger that was alive and kicking just a moment ago to fall like that. And Zhang Feng looked at the unfathomable cave and fell into deep thought. Unsurprisingly, the little black tiger is now feared to be gone. He was now contemplating whether he should go down and see for himself now. It's also good for the little black tiger to collect. Zhang Feng sighed heavily, not daring to think any further. He never thought this could happen. True to form SNJ, it's far more dangerous in here than anywhere else. Boing boing, save Blackie. At this time, Tuanzi hugged Zhang Feng's arm. Sadly, he pointed to the mouth of the cave. The other few small animals were also looking at Zhang Feng anxiously. In their consciousness, the little black tiger just fell. Jiang Feng would definitely be able to save little black tiger. Seeing the reaction of the several small animals, Jiang Feng sighed. Don't worry, I'll go down and get Blackie up. Jiang Feng stroked Tuanzi's head, stood up and looked towards the inside of the cave again. Damn, anchor, are you crazy? How can you go down this hole? My day, who's in charge of the anchor? He's taking his life in his hands. Certain death. Anchor, you calm down. This is not the time to be impulsive. Taibai Mountain Forestry Bureau, Xiaojiang, don't be impulsive. We've sent professionals over. You mustn't be impulsive. The netizens in the live broadcast room were about to be spoiled by Jiang Feng's words. Such unfathomable caves are really full of unknown dangers. If Jiang Feng went down there, he was 100% going to get into trouble. Everyone was advising Jiang Feng not to be impulsive. And while Jiang Feng didn't look at the live broadcast, he had already made up his mind to go down and take a look. He was thinking about what it would take to get down inside the hole. Jiang Feng wandered around the mouth of the cave. Suddenly there was a new discovery in one place. Jiang Feng was energized. There, down here, we've been transcoding heavily lately. So let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thanks. Chapter 203, Falling into a Cave. Jiang Feng looked at a large tree more than a meter away from the stone wall of the cave in surprise. The tree is called a Qinling fir and is 2 to 3 meters above the cave entrance. Jiang Feng didn't know how tall the tree was though, but he knew the tree must lead to a cave, because the tree didn't grow on the stone wall of the cave like the other trees that sloped down. This Qinling fir grows relatively straight, and it was very thick, at least 2 or 3 meters in diameter. At first glance, it looks like a tree of some age. Jiang Feng then thought of following this Qinling fir and going down the hole to have a look. In fact, he had originally wanted to put the live camera down to take a look, but the entrance to this cave alone was overgrown with weeds and trees, almost blocking the entrance completely. It's definitely infinitely more complicated in there. The camera is afraid that it will hang on the branch before it goes down, so Jiang Feng still decided to go down and see for himself. Tuan, you guys wait for me at the entrance of the cave. I'll go down and check it out. Jiang Feng said he would do it and turned around and took out 100 meters of climbing rope from his backpack. Just in case, Jiang Feng took out the hiking rope he had prepared earlier. One end was tied to himself and the other was bolted to a large, thick tree not far away. Then it was time to prepare to climb down the cave by following this chinkapin fir near the cave entrance. Holy, the anchor is really crazy to be thinking about going down the hole. It's over. And the anchor is going to be cool with it. It shouldn't be a problem for the anchor to carry a climbing rope. They're still choking to death and eating. And who knows how dangerous it really is inside this cave. The netizens were anxious after seeing Jiang Feng's action. They were urging for Jiang Feng not to be impulsive. But Jiang Feng was ready now. He must go down and think of the little black tiger, even the body of a small black tiger. Tuan, and Big Black, you guys just stay at the entrance of the cave and watch the rope. You can't go anywhere. Before going down the cave, Jiang Feng instructed Tuanzi and the others again. Several of the little ones nodded. Afterward, Jiang Feng then directly pulled on the branch of the Qinling fir that was sticking out. In one leap, with the help of a branch, he jumped onto the trunk of a Qinling fir. Then one hugged the Qinling fir. This thing is still really kind of dangerous. Jiang Feng gasped with palpitations. If it weren't for the thicker branches of this Qinling fir, guess he just fell straight down. Donut, I'm going down. Jiang Feng waved his hand at the donut on the side. Then it's down the trunk. But it was at this time, the big black tiger guarding the edge suddenly leapt up. In an instant, he jumped to the trunk of the tree. Holy, it's jumping. Big black tiger jumped too. Blindly excited hammer. I thought the big black tiger jumped directly into the cave inside. Impulsive. The big black tiger also impulsive. Alas, it's understandable that you're eager to save your son. The big black tiger jumped over, but the slender trunk could not withstand the weight of the big black tiger. Wobbly wants to break. The face is thick. It was near the canopy of the tree that Big Black was located. The branches here are the thinnest part of the tree. And at that moment, the big black tiger also realized that he might have been reckless just now. So after hearing Jiang Feng shout, he hurriedly climbed down the tree trunk. Indicates contrast. It could completely withstand the weight of Jiang Feng and the big black tiger. You said you had to come down for what? Jiang Feng looked at the big black tiger above his head and sighed as he said, ouch. The big black tiger cried out sadly. Jiang Feng sighed before continuing to climb down. Farther. Luckily, this fir has a lot of branches, otherwise it's very hard to climb such a thick tree. At this time the light inside the cave also gradually weakened. The cliffs of the cave were overgrown with trees and weeds, but Jiang Feng hadn't seen a single animal until now. Jiang Feng estimated that all the animals inside this cave must be living at the bottom of the cave. It's a little scary inside this cave. It's all grassed up. This is a bit different from that cave entrance in the Tontianwu primitive forest. I feel like I learned geography for nothing. I didn't realize that SNJ had karst landforms too. The anchor must be careful. The camera of the live broadcast was also brought down by Jung Fong. Netflix also saw the inside of the cave. This cave is far more complex than the Tontianwol primitive forest. It's hard to get down there without specialized equipment, and Jung Fong felt that it was getting harder and harder to climb the further down he went at this time. Not only is the tree thick, but the tree is covered in moss. It's particularly slippery and you can miss it if you're not careful. Big Black, Jung Fong just wanted to urge Big Black Tiger to be careful of the moss. I didn't expect to see the claws of a big black tiger. Very long, very thick, deep, tight grip on the trunk. Jung Fong felt that his worries might be redundant. With this claw of the big black tiger, it is estimated to be harder than steel. Climbing up and down is a lot more nimble than he is. Jung Fong shook his head and continued to climb down again. Look at the dark bottom of the mountain at your feet. Jung Fong was a bit confused about the bottom. He couldn't guess how deep the cave was. Maybe his 100 meters of climbing rope won't be enough. The next climb gets harder and harder. But Jung Fong still climbed down with Big Black Tiger without saying a word. The netizens in the live stream were getting worried too. The full picture around the cave was also gradually mapped out by the crowd. The plants here are actually similar to those above the cave. I guess the only real difference is the cave. Ouch, ouch. Just then, Jung Fong suddenly heard a faint cry from the. He hastily picked up speed and climbed down. And the screaming got louder. And by the sound of it, it seems to be the little black tigers. The little black tiger didn't die. Jung Fong looked at the big black tiger above his head in surprise. The big black tiger also looked at Jung Fong excitedly, because it also heard the little black tiger's call. A man and a tiger were excited. Immediately, he accelerated his downward climb. After a while, the inside of the cave was completely devoid of natural light. All there was the flashlight light above Jung Feng's head. And Kung Fu was not a good idea. Jung Fong and Big Black Tiger also finally saw Little Black Tiger again. At this moment, the little black tiger was hanging on a few branches. Small paws clutched the branch, but after holding out for such a long time, the little black tiger's stamina was almost depleted. It looked like it was going to be too much to hold on to. Until then Jung Fong and the big black tiger rushed down and found the little black tiger. I'm going. No way. The little black tiger is not dead. There will be good fortune after a great disaster. Little black tiger will definitely have good luck in the future. It really is a blessed life. If not for these trees, I guess the little black tiger would be cold. Anchor, hurry up. Little black tiger can't hold on much longer. The netizens were overjoyed to see this scene. Jung Fong also hurriedly climbed down at this time. Coming near the little black tiger, he reached out a hand and grabbed it not far away. However, it was an accident that caused his center of gravity to become unstable, and Jung Fong didn't hold onto the trunk of the Qinling fir. Holding the little black tiger in his arms, he fell straight down towards the cave. Recently, the transcoding is serious, so let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 204, Unlucky Jung Fong. With a scream, Jung Fong landed heavily in the valley with Little Black Tiger in his arms. Then it bounced slightly as it was pulled again by the ropes on it. In the end, the whole person plunged directly into a pile of fallen leaves. What's going on? The anchor fell. Finished. The anchor died young. Alas. A bunch of crows. How could anything happen to the anchor with a rope tied around her body? Let's leave things aside. In case the rope is too long and hits the ground directly. Jung Fong, thank you all. The sudden event startled everyone on the air. Many netizens were confused. Those people from the Forestry Bureau who were guarding the front of the live broadcast also got anxious and hurriedly sent people to try to come and find Jung Fong. But the closest distance is a 2-day walk, unless a helicopter is used or something. But it was now afternoon, and I guess it was already dark when the helicopter entered the forested area. It would be much harder to find Jung Fong then. That's why many people thought that Jung Fong was afraid that he would be in a bad way now. There's a good chance you'll miss the best time for rescue. At this time, the bottom of the cave. Asterisk. That scared me. Jung Fong hurriedly stood up from the fallen leaves while holding Little Black Tiger. Spit out the leaves inside his mouth. The fall just now had really freaked him out. For just a moment, he almost thought he was going to get cold. And that weightlessness of falling straight down he never wanted to experience again. It's like a trip to the gates of hell. Jung Fong patted his chest with palpitations. Then stand up and look around. Trees as well as weeds were found to be growing at the bottom of this valley. Only the valley floor seems to have been covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Thousands of years of piling up. It's estimated that the valley floor could be nearly a meter thick with leaves. What's more, when Jung Fong fell down just now, the 100 meters long climbing rope was actually not enough. If it wasn't so thickly cushioned by fallen leaves, Jung Fong estimated that he would become seriously injured even if he didn't get cold this time. He looked up at the top, found standing in a cave. This means that the depth of this cave is definitely more than 100 meters. He looked around again. It was found to be very large at the bottom of this cave. Where he was just a small corner. Any farther than that his vision was obstructed from seeing. Ouch! Where are we? The little black tiger in his arms said heartlessly. It has a very strong mental capacity. The 9 deaths just now weren't even on his mind. We're inside a cave now. Jiang Feng patted the little black tiger. He looked up at the mouth of the cave above his head and thought about how he would climb up. And just then, a dark shadow suddenly blocked Jiang Feng's view. Then it landed heavily on Jiang Feng's side. Fallen leaves were bouncing all around. Frightened, Jiang Feng and little black tiger immediately hid far away. There was no doubt that the one that fell down was definitely the big black tiger. And that's when the live camera was flying down to the valley floor. The netizens were in a bit of a bad mood as they watched the live feed. The anchor won't really have an accident, will he? Whoops, we'll see when the camera hits the valley floor. Anyway, live and let live. I can't watch this. It's too scary. Anchor, go all the way. I'll inherit your pandas. Upstairs, are you a human being? Giant pandas are for everyone. The big black tiger climbed up from the pile of fallen leaves, shrugged it off. Then he excitedly pounced towards Jiang Feng's side. What had just happened had also startled the big black tiger. As Jiang Feng fell under the cave, the big black tiger also hurriedly climbed down the tree trunk. Immediately after seeing the little black tiger safe and sound, he rubbed his head affectionately. Instead, the little black tiger avoided his mother in disgust. How old it is, don't like the intimacy. Upon seeing the little black tiger's reaction, the big black tiger froze. Cocking his head, he gave the little black tiger a wide-eyed look. Then he stretched out his paw to the little black tiger's head. This claw had caused the little black tiger to whimper in pain. Jiang Feng hurriedly reached out and touched the little black tiger. Then in a reproachful tone he said, "The child is still young. Why do you hit it? Ouch, I don't have a son." The big black tiger grunted, then directly twisted its head to ignore the little black tiger. Jiang Feng smiled and knocked little black tiger's head. "You, sooner or later you'll be sold by someone and count the money for them." Ouch, ouch. The little black tiger screamed for a long time as it was hit by the big black tiger's paw. But this one time also made the little black tiger honest and didn't dare to talk nonsense. And that's when the live cam slowly flew to the bottom. The moment the netizens saw Jiang Feng, all of them screamed in surprise. "The anchor is fine. Everyone, come and see. The anchor is fine." "What? You still want to host an event? The anchor is awesome. Actually intact in this situation. It still seems to be the little black tiger that brings the luck." The netizens were sighing at Jiang Feng's blessed life. "It's amazing that nothing happened when I fell from such a high place. Ha ha, I feel pretty alive too." Jiang Feng smiled at this time and said in the live broadcast, "If it wasn't for the fallen leaves at the bottom of this valley, he probably wouldn't be able to stand here intact." The netizens were much relieved after seeing that Jiang Feng was safe and sound. And that's when the crowd set their eyes on the inside of the cave. Relying on the weak flashlight light in Jiang Feng's hand, the netizens also saw the situation inside the cave. "I'll go. This place looks a little scary. Look at that. That looks like a skeleton." Good thought, still true. "I don't know if it's human or animal." "Medical student, where is it? Let me see it." That's when a sharp-eyed netizen noticed an unusual place in the cave. And Jiang Feng also saw at this time that there seemed to be a real pile of white stuff not far away. "It looks about as good as a skeleton." Jiang Feng was afraid of scaring the netizens in the live broadcast room and didn't go up to check. It was actually a very normal thing for skeletons to appear inside this cave. After all, once an animal falls inside this above-ground cave, it's basically certain death. Jiang Feng sighed and looked around again. Didn't find any critters or anything. And by this time it was about to get dark outside the cave. Jiang Feng was a bit relieved to see the donuts on the ground. Just get ready to climb up and explore this amazing cave when you have time. "Big Black, you'll have no problem climbing up from here?" Jiang Feng asked, pointing at the huge Qinling fur. The big black tiger nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "That's fine. Let's go up now. You take the little black tiger with you." Jiang Feng handed the little black tiger over to the big black tiger. "Let the big black tiger send it up." After arranging this, Jiang Feng tugged on the climbing rope and prepared to climb up. But when he pulled hard, it felt as if the end of the rope was very light. Then a severed rope fell from the sky. Jiang Feng looked at this in a daze. "Who stepped on the horse and broke my rope? We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you, sir." Chapter 205, The Divine Herb Zhuyu. Jiang Feng was silent as he looked down at the severed rope on the ground. At this point he couldn't find a word to describe how he was feeling right now. He gazed silently at one end of the rope. "I don't know why the rope just snapped. I don't think they can do such a thing." Jiang Feng was a bit depressed for a while. The netizens in the live broadcast room, however, were laughing like crazy at this time. "What did I see? The anchor's rope snapped. I've never seen such an unlucky anchor. It's a little immoral, but I still want to laugh. The anchor waits one more night." The Forest Service is on its way. The netizens all laughed maniacally after seeing that Jiang Feng was really unlucky. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, said he was depressed. Ouch, are you still going up there? At this time, the big black tiger opened his mouth and asked, why don't you go up first and bring me the rope up and see if you can rebolt it? Jiang Feng waved his hand powerlessly, untying the rope from his body. He bolted one end of the rope to the big black tiger's leg again. Have big black tiger bring up the rope. The big black tiger nodded, his mouth nipping at the little black tiger's neck. Then you start to follow the Qinling fur and start to climb up. And Jiang Feng sighed and sat down on the fallen leaves, then contemplated. Just now he took a look at the place where the rope had broken. The cut was found to be as if it had been broken by some blunt instrument. It wasn't an animal bite at all, much less worn off by rocks. Are there other humans up there? The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more alarmed he became. But there's still gnocchi them up there. Why is this happening? Jiang Feng couldn't even figure out what the hell was going on before or after he thought about it. What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Don't make a sound. The anchor should be trying to figure out how to get up there. Don't think about it, wait for the Forest Service to come. Anchor takes this time to take us for a walk. The netizens spoke up. Jiang Feng didn't ponder on it after he couldn't figure it out. Instead, we skipped around this valley with the camera. To be honest, Jiang Feng really hadn't seen a single critter so far, even a mouse, a bug. This made Jiang Feng a bit puzzled, because a lot of small animals survive inside the caves of Tontianhua Forest Park in Guangdong Province. For example, birds, rats, and the like, but there's not even a hair to be seen in here, except for the plants. This made Jiang Feng a bit wary. There is only one possibility that this can happen. There is definitely a large predator present in this valley. Otherwise it would have been hard to explain what was going on in front of us. With the help of the weak light of a flashlight, Jiang Feng carefully walked up the valley floor. These piles of leaves are just too thick. Jiang Feng was walking deep and shallow. This valley is like a separate plant kingdom, because Jiang Feng had seen some rare and protected plants here, as well as some plants unique to SNJ, and even a pen from Kingwon. This seems to be a very good ecological protection of the valley floor. It's not affected by the outside environment at all. At this moment, Jiang Feng's confidence was soaring. Maybe some plants and animals that are not found on the ground can be found at the bottom of this valley. Jiang Feng walked and stopped, constantly shining his flashlight around. The netizens also recognized a lot of strange plants under the explanation of Jiang Feng do. This time it's really long in the tooth. There are actually leeks at the bottom of this valley. Hey, interesting, leeks are still wild. Netflix always finds something unusual. There are leeks in the valley. At this time, Jiang Feng also discovered what the netizens called wild leeks. However, Jiang Feng frowned after shining his flashlight. This thing is not a leek. It seems to be the legendary Zhuyu. This thing is shaped like a leek and has green flowers. The earliest record of this is in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It is said that if you eat Zhuyu you will feel a refreshing aroma in your mouth. You can even eat it and not feel hungry for a long time. As for whether the grass is real or not, no one knows. This is because there are very few references to this grass other than the Shanhaijing. The closest appearance to us is still in the Qing novel Mirror Flower Edge. But there are some people now who think that this stuff is actually along the order of the grass, which is also known as my take. As to whether it's true or not, there's no way to know. Jiang Feng didn't tell the netizens directly after recognizing Zhuyu. Instead, the camera quietly turned the other way, and left it up to the internet to speculate. He was going to get some of this grass up there when he went up. When the time comes, the efficacy of this grass will be known whether it is true or not. After bypassing Zhuyu, Jiang Feng walked around the bottom of the valley for a while longer, but still no sign of where the other side of the valley is. This is the bottom of the valley. So after Jiang Feng walked for a while, he was ready to return the same way. He's going to see if the big black tiger has brought the rope up. By all rights, after such a long time, the big black tiger should be almost at the entrance of the cave as well. I wonder what the little group of donuts are doing. If he finds out who broke his rope, he would never forgive the other side lightly. Only what Jiang Feng didn't know was, at this time the Tuanzi at the cave entrance, they were also looking at the two hairy monsters on the opposite side as if they were on the verge of an enemy. It was these two monsters that took advantage of their inattention and cut the rope with a stone axe. If it wasn't for the South China Tiger's timely reaction, this is simply a monster that has probably already gone after the donuts and the rest of them. Ow! The South China Tiger looked ferociously at the two monsters standing up in front of him, holding stone axes. It sensed an aura of danger from these two monsters. It didn't understand whether the monster that appeared before its eyes was a human or an animal. If Jiang Feng was there, he would have been startled. These two monsters are not the legendary savages. At this moment, the South China Tiger kept roaring low, wanting to rely on its aura to scare off the two monsters. Now that the big black tiger and the others were not there, they could only rely on it to protect Tuanzi and the others. But the two savages on the other side didn't seem to be afraid of the South China Tiger. Even the stone axe in his hand tried to attack the South China Tiger. The donuts and the others showed their fierce faces at this time. Don't look at the opposite side of the room. There are only two savages, but the savages were far superior to modern man in terms of strength and so on. That is why they are emboldened and not afraid of the South China Tigers. Ouch! Ouch! At that moment, the two savages screamed with excitement. Holding up the stone axe in his hand, he kept jumping up and down. Then one of the savages threw the stone axe straight up. It slammed hard into the South China Tiger's body. The South China Tiger wailed in pain, but it was still dead in front of the group and them. In fact, it could have completely dodged the stone axe attack just now. However, once it dodged away, the ones who got hurt were the donuts and the others. Donut is its boss. It can't let its boss get hurt. The South China Tiger's face leaked a fierce look and roared, and the two savages jumped with excitement when they saw that they had hit the South China Tiger. It even tried to come forward to continue attacking the South China Tiger, but just then, a huge figure jumped out of the cave. It landed firmly on the ground. Ouch! You're still here. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 206, The Stupid Crowd. The big black tiger looked at the two savages across from him with some disdain. In fact, it had picked up on the scent of the two savages yesterday. The two savages had been trailing behind them. At that time, the big black tiger did not feel out the intentions of these two savages, so it did not beat the bushes. Only it didn't expect these two savages to actually do it here. What's even scarier is that these two savages can actually use tools. The big black tiger could clearly sense that the two long-haired monsters in front of him seemed to resemble human beings. Ouch! Ouch! The two savages immediately barked frantically after seeing the big black tiger. They could feel the threat the big black tiger posed to them. And Zhang Feng, who was at the bottom of the valley, obviously didn't expect such a big thing to happen up there. He went back to the starting point and tried to pull the rope. It was found that the rope seemed to be still bolted to the big black tiger. This made Zhang Feng very depressed. Maybe something happened up there, Zhang Feng helplessly said in the live broadcast. Ha ha, the anchor is really going to be finished. Take your time and wait. The rescue team should find this place in a couple days. The bottom of this valley looks a bit scary, so the anchor should find a way to get up there. Lao Jiang, you try to see if you can climb up there again. What are you thinking? You think the anchor has the claws of a big black tiger? The netizens gave Zhang Feng several ideas, but it's all bad ideas, none of which can be implemented. Never mind, I'll wait. Zhang Feng sighed, sitting on his ass on a fallen leaf, looking up at that last tiny bit of light on the cave. By the way, I wonder if this Zhuyu thing is resistant to hunger or not. The really bored Zhang Feng hit on Zhuyu. This stuff is a legendary sacred herb. The efficacy is simply unbelievable. Zhang Feng quietly aimed the camera of the live broadcast at the mouth of the cave, then silently skirted around the field of view of the live camera. Carefully, he came next to Zhuyu. Stooping down, he quietly plucked up a Zhuyu. After wiping it haphazardly, Zhang Feng placed it in his mouth and chewed a few times. It was found that the stuff really did have a fresh scent as rumored. However, when Zhang Feng swallowed the stuff, he didn't feel full. It's just like eating regular grass. I don't feel anything. Zhang Feng pulled up another portion and tasted it, found that it still is. I thought it was something. Zhang Feng shook his head and threw the Zhuyu in his hand on the ground. This stuff is just plain grass. It's not particularly useful at all. Zhang Feng sighed and walked back again. But that's when he noticed how the climbing rope suddenly shook violently. It doesn't stop swinging around. Big Black, what are you doing up there? Zhang Feng stood at the bottom of the valley and shouted towards the mouth of the cave. The rope wobbled a bit. Obviously something is going on up there. It was a pity that the critters up there weren't able to hear Zhang Feng's shouts. At the same time, the battle up there was and is on the verge of breaking out. The two savages were very brave, even though he sensed an aura of danger in the big black tiger. But they still tried to wrestle with the big black tiger by virtue of their own strength. But very sadly, they overestimated their strength. These two savages were not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the big black tiger. And the big black tiger didn't give these two savages a second thought, just teasing them all the time. Ouch! Ouch! Savage hammered his chest and looked up to the sky, obviously very angry. Then the two savages once again lunged towards the big black tiger's side. But halfway through the run, one of the savages suddenly went pro, leaving his companion behind. He turned and ran, and one of the remaining savages, after realizing he had been abandoned by his companions, it was too late to turn around, because the big black tiger had run up to him. A claw was extended to the savage's body, and the claw sent the savage flying straight into the mouth of the cave. Then with a scream, Savage fell straight into the cave of core. The big black tiger hastily lay down on the mouth of the cave to take a look, realized it had already been dropped. The big black tiger was a bit dumbfounded. It felt like it was in trouble. Ouch! Mom, Big Brother is gone. At this time, the little black tiger suddenly ran to the side of the big black tiger to see. The big black tiger craned his head to see the other animals, but the only thing that was missing was the gnocchi. This little guy disappeared without even realizing it. Now the big black tiger was completely flustered. If something happened to the troop so much, then Jiang Feng would definitely go crazy. The big black tiger rushed on a few animals to look around. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng at the bottom of the valley was blowing awesome with the netizens, but just then he suddenly realized that something seemed to have fallen from above. Jiang Feng looked up and realized that a black shadow was rapidly descending. Holy, who fell off this one? Jiang Feng hurriedly dodged to the side. In a split-second's effort, this black shadow fell in front of Jiang Feng. A stream of blood then flowed out of the black shadow's body. The dark figure lay on the fallen leaves, his body twitching. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the long-haired, human-like creature in front of him. What's this? I'll go. I'll be crippled if I don't die if I fall from such a high place. This is a person. No, this thing seems to be a legendary savage. Farting, the anchor has all the science. There are no savages in SNJ. No, 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 no. I have a feeling this might actually be a wildling after all. The live stream exploded. Because this creature at the bottom of the valley was just too much like the legendary savages, many people look at it and associate it with savages. And at this moment, Jiang Feng was still in a daze. In his mind he was already 7 or 8% convinced it was a wildling. But what about the short-tailed monkey he met earlier? Savages blindfold. Jiang Feng said that his mind was a bit messed up. It's going to take a good deal of smoothing out the relationship. At that moment, however, the savage lying on the fallen leaves suddenly shook violently. Jiang Feng hurriedly dodged to the other side, and the savage, after a moment's convulsion, sprang to his feet. Just as Jiang Feng was confused, the savage laid down again. Now the savage was completely unresponsive. Returning to the light, Jiang Feng said doubtfully, I'll go. What a savage, so tenacious of life. No, if you were to jump from here, you'd probably react the same way as the savages. This is awesome. There really are savages in SNJ. It's so scary. I'm afraid the anchor won't survive the day. Anchor, I thank you for this. The netizens are buzzing. Jiang Feng also walked up and kicked the savage twice. The savage was found to be seemingly devoid of vital features. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. This thing is going to be tough if it's still really alive. Oh crap, where are the donuts in them? You can't drink too much when you're visiting relatives. And if nothing else, I'm out of full-time work for the month. I'm not going to be able to make it to the end of the month without incident. Recently, the transcoding is serious. Let us more power. Update faster. Please move your little hand to exit the reading mode. Thank you, sir. Chapter 207, another one? Jiang Feng looked at the cave entrance with some anxiety. He wondered how the donuts and the others were doing now. This savage doesn't know if the big black tiger shot him down. Jiang Feng was anxiously circling around the valley floor. The netizens are watching and drying up. It's over. Nothing will happen to Tuanzi and the others. I've heard that the savages are very powerful. Even more powerful can be as powerful as the big black tiger. Che, don't forget. It's humans who rule Blue Star. Upstairs, you have to be very clear that that savage, if he can beat the big black tiger, I'll eat live on air. Thanks to the appearance of the savages, the broadcast room once again argued, and at this time, the number of online viewers of Jiang Feng's live broadcast room kept breaking through the new room, because this time it's a solid appearance of a savage. Many experts and scholars flocked to the live broadcast after hearing the news, wanting to see the rumored wild man. For a time, Jiang Feng's live broadcast room was mixed with fish and dragons, and gradually became a pot of porridge. However, it wasn't Jiang Feng who was under the most pressure right now. Instead, it's the FDA. When the wild man first appeared, the first reaction of the Forestry Bureau was to shut down Jiang Feng's live broadcast. However, due to the fact that there were too many people online in Jiang Feng's live room, if they suddenly shut down Jiang Feng's live broadcast, but it was already too late. There's a saying that it's better to block than to unclog. So now all they could do was to send someone to find Jiang Feng as soon as possible. Take the savages away at the first opportunity. And that's when the cave was above. The big black tiger and several small animals were anxious. They looked around the neighborhood, but didn't think of the donut at all. The big black tiger barked twice anxiously, then looked over at a couple of the little ones. Ouch! Didn't you see where the donut went? Boing boing! Lantern shook her head anxiously, not like she was faking. The same is true for rabbits. However, when the big black tiger looked at the little black tiger's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. The big black tiger instantly realized that this must have something to do with it. Ouch! Where's the donut going? The big black tiger stared at the little black tiger and asked. Owl. It's like it's going down. The little black tigers lowered its head, not daring to look up at the big black tiger. And when the big black tiger heard this, the whole tiger was bad. It's going down. Where is it? Cave. The big black tiger glanced anxiously towards the cave entrance, but the cave was already dark by this time. There was no donut. The big black tiger was in a hurry, but it didn't dare to go straight down. After all, the lanterns and the others were still up there, in case the wildlings came. At that moment, a fat animal body hung from a tiny tree trunk close to the cave. The animal is slowly trying to make its way to, and screaming as he crawled. Boing boing. People need to find him. Boing boing. Someone's picking on me. Boing boing. Why isn't he up here yet? Boing boing. I miss him. Tuanzi carefully climbed downward following Zhang Feng's posture when he went down. But Tuanzi is just a panda after all. Normal large trees are no problem to climb twice in a while, but the trees inside this cave are not so good for climbing. It was covered with moss. Slippery. Instead of crawling, you could have slid down. Halfway down the slide the group had become dirty all over, but the group's eyes were very determined and bright at this time. It must find Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, the little black tiger on top of the cave was suffering from the long-lost motherly love from the big black tiger. Being given a hard time by the big black tiger, the other critters immediately hid away to watch the fun. Serves you right. Who told you not to tell us earlier? Jiang Feng, who was down in the valley, didn't realize all that had happened. Looking at the growing number of netizens in the live stream, Jiang Feng decisively moved the view of the live camera to the other side, away from the savages. There's no scientific certainty about this stuff yet, so it's better not to overexpose yourself. I'm going to go. Anchor, what are you doing? I haven't seen enough. What's there to see in a savage? I really don't understand you guys. It's good enough for the anchor to show you guys. Be careful, the live room will be blocked later. Can the host sell me the wild man? Being from the north of the continent, I like this a lot. A foreigner so soon? At this point in the broadcast is still a mixed bag. Jiang Feng didn't bother with this group of netizens either. He was going to shut down the live stream as well, but the ones on the FDA side told him he didn't have to. That's why he was so bold to live stream this savage. However, Jiang Feng was clearly not in the mood for live broadcasting at this time, because he was still thinking about the gnocchi them up there. I wonder what they are doing now. Jiang Feng sighed. I kind of miss the donut. Boing boing. Just then, a panicked cry suddenly came from above Jiang Feng's head, and it sounds awfully familiar. Jiang Feng raised his head and glanced at it. Under the light of a flashlight, a fat, familiar figure was falling fast. I'm going. It's going donut. Jiang Feng exclaimed and hurriedly opened his arms to catch the donut. Boing boing. Hurry up and save me. The group in midair closed its eyes in fear and screamed. It turns out that it had just fallen out of the tree when it was climbing it by accident, and just when the group thought they were about to be dropped, it suddenly felt as if it had been caught, collapsed into a soft embrace. Goo, Tuanzi, you really need to lose weight. My arm is about to break. Jiang Feng called out, and upon hearing the familiar voice, the group opened their eyes. Then he saw the familiar Jiang Feng. Boing boing. I found you. Donut grinned with a very happy point. Jiang Feng knocked on Tuanzi's head. Why did you run down? Did you run into danger? The scene just now was really very thrilling, if it wasn't for the fact that his physical fitness had been modified by the system. Let's not even talk about picking up donuts with your bare hands. I guess the donut and him are both going to die. I'll go. It's actually Donut. How did this little guy run down here? I'm guessing there's some kind of danger out there. I'm now wondering if there's nothing wrong with the anchor's arm. Laughing at me, you can see such a nice comminuted fracture. I shouldn't have agreed to it when I let you out of the mental hospital in the first place. Netizens were also surprised to see the group run to the bottom of the valley. Don't even know how the little guy got down here. And after Tuanzi heard Jiang Feng's words, he immediately screamed in excitement. Boing boing. I miss you, Amount. Hearing Tuanzi's words, Jiang Feng was touched. He hadn't realized that the group actually thought so highly of him. But you think I won't beat you up just because of that? It's time to teach a lesson or a lesson. Jiang Feng snapped a few times on the donut, but just as he exited to speak, he suddenly felt something wrong behind him. He jerked his head. A pair of green eyes were staring at him. We've been transcoding heavily lately, so let's get more motivated and update faster. So please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 208, Crushing from Lantern's IQ. Holy, a beast of a man came to the surface. Jiang Feng was so startled that he jumped back while holding the donut. The flashlight fell to the ground in shock. The light shone messily on the animal in front of them. However, Jiang Feng hadn't had a chance to see the other party's figure. The animal immediately and quickly fled. The speed was still very fast, not giving Jiang Feng a chance to react at all. It's the middle of the night and it's scaring people to death. I'll go. What kind of animal was that just now? It looks like a tiger, I think, and I see that the body is yellow. You're not pulling your punches. You can't go up in the valley again. Where's the tiger coming from? I have a feeling it would be Pio, since the guy didn't have any tattoos on him. Netizens were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the animal, and then the crowd speculated about the animal's origin. Jiang Feng picked up the flashlight and shone it forward, realizing that the animal was no longer there. This should be Pyo. Jiang Feng thought about it at this time and said, it was only a quick glance, but he saw what looked like yellow on the guy. It's similar to Pyo and has the same body type as Pyo. It looked like it should be the same Pyo he had encountered earlier. But if it's Pyo, why is this guy at the bottom of the valley? And what's this Pyo doing running away from him? Jiang Feng shook his head, a little confused. See, I told you it was Pyo. Can you still get up there today? Why do I get the feeling it's a more dangerous unknown creature? Upstairs, shut your mouth will you? There's not much power left in the phone, so I'm going to turn off the live feed and leave some power to wait for help. We'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Feng waved his hand towards the live broadcast before closing it. Boing boing. I'm hungry. At this time, the troop in Jiang Feng's arms called out in a small voice. It hadn't eaten since the time Jiang Feng entered the cave. Now the stomach is going to be hungry. Jiang Feng smiled and wiped the dirt off of Tuanzi's body. Then he walked to the side and pulled out some food from his carry-on space and fed it to the group. Jiang Feng patted Tuanzi's head, got up and walked back. Reaching out, he pulled on the rope, noticed that the top rope was still untethered. I wonder what the big black tigers are doing with them now. Donut, how did you guys run into this guy up there just now? Seeing that there was no hope of rescue, Jiang Feng sat down on his butt next to Tuanzi, patting the group on the head. He asked. He was now very curious as to how the group and the others had come across the savages. Had it not been for this appearance of the savage corpse, Jiang Feng would never believe that SNJ still had such creatures. But what Jiang Feng was more curious about was whether savages were considered humans or animals. Or maybe it's humans in the process of evolving. Jiang Feng couldn't help but look at the savage. If it weren't for the fact that this savage is covered in black hair, Jiang Feng really wanted to cut this guy open to see if he was human. Boing boing. He broke the rope. At that moment the donut pointed at the savage and called out. Jiang Feng immediately became angry when he heard it. Nice guy. He said how he disconnected this hiking rope. Turns out the savages did it. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to go up and give this guy a kick. But when he thought that this savage was no longer able to do so, Jiang Feng thought it was better to forget about it. But the group had left earlier without realizing that another wildling had already run away. Jiang Feng sat on the ground and sighed. I don't know if Big Black Tiger has the rope bolted on now. While this was going on, the top of the cave entrance was very busy. Many animals came here after hearing the Big Black Tiger's call. Not only are there more than a dozen leopards, and there's that condescending Pyo. At the call of the Big Black Tiger, the group of animals wanted to give the rope to the tree, but no matter what they did, there was no way to tie the rope, unless it's a couple of monkeys. But the neighborhood is no longer an environment for golden monkeys, so there are no monkeys. Now the rescue of Jiang Feng was considered to be in the middle of the puzzle. Several of the animals looked at each other wide-eyed. They have plenty if you want to use brute force, but this kind of work has to be done with dexterity. They are only wide-eyed. Ouch! You go down and ask. At that moment, the Big Black Tiger roared towards Piao. Let Piao go and ask Jiang Feng what to do. It couldn't have gone down there itself anyway, because the South China tigers are injured and the lanterns they are still up there. So there's no way the Big Black Tiger is going to walk away now. Then the strongest one left now is Pyo. Pyo, who was contemplating life, was immediately displeased when he heard this. Why are you calling me? I'm not your little brother. Pyo stands straight up and tries to fight back, but after taking a look at the Big Black Tiger that wanted to get angry, turning, he headed for the cave entrance. I'll go without you asking me to. Pyo also followed the example of the Big Black Tiger going down, climbed down the Qinling fir. Over here, Jiang Feng also knew all the things that happened up there from Tuanzi's mouth. He didn't expect the Big Black Tiger to turn out to have discovered these two savages a long time ago. At his expense, he thought that there were really no savages in SNJ. This is a big shame. And at this time, Jiang Feng went to pull the climbing rope again. I didn't realize that I couldn't actually pull it off this time. It looks like this is the Big Black Tiger they have the rope on. Jiang Feng was overjoyed and intended to climb up. What he didn't know, though, was that Pyo was crawling down the stairs with a bitter look on his face. What Pyo doesn't know is this. It had just gone down, and the Big Black Tiger and the others had tied the rope. And it's all thanks to the lantern. It was Lantern who followed Jiang Feng's example of tying a rope and had Big Black Tiger and the others wrap the rope around the tree. Then bite down on one end of the rope and go through the rope and hit a dead stop. So by the time the rope was tied, all the animals looked at Lantern with a confused look on their faces. Even the Big Black Tiger looked at Lantern in surprise, because it is the first time they feel the crush from the IQ. This Lantern guy is horrible. As for why Lantern hadn't said the solution earlier, because Pyo badmouthed Brother Panther. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was planning to climb up with Tuanzi, but before he could pay for the action, he saw an animal slide down the tree. Ouch! Pyo screamed in agony. It doesn't have claws like the Big Black Tiger. Faced with a tree so slippery and so thick, Pyo couldn't hold on halfway through the climb. One could only fight to hold on to the tree and slide down it. And Jiang Feng was a bit confused as he looked at the suddenly appearing Piao. How did this guy get up here? It just ran away. Wasn't that it? Jiang Feng looked at Piao dumbfounded. And Piao shook his head and looked at Jiang Feng twice. You were up there the whole time? Jiang Feng asked, pointing to the cave above his head. Ouch. Yes. Piao nodded, not knowing why Jiang Feng was asking this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was completely dumbfounded. Who was that one just now has been heavily transcoded lately. So let's be more motivated and update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you.